Naruto Azure Awakening by GodWithWings. Chapter 1. The New Beginning. What's this feeling? Why does it hurt so much? No matter how many times he tried to open his eyes, his body refused to cooperate. Every nerve felt like it was on fire, his head pounded with a searing pain, and an unrelenting, high-pitched and unnatural sound scratched at his ears. What is that sound? It was like thousands of mosquitoes buzzing right next to his brain. It was too loud to ignore, too alien to comprehend. Time blurred. He had no idea how long he'd been stuck in this torment. He wasn't even sure if he was lying down. There was only the pain and that awful noise. Finally, like a dam breaking, the agony began to go away. His thoughts, clouded and scattered, started to pull themselves together. But clarity didn't bring relief. It brought something much worse: confusion, an empty void where his identity should have been. Wait, what's my name? Who am I? Panic settled in his chest. Before he could even try to analyze his situation, another wave of pain slammed into him, fiercer than before. This time, though, it carried something: a flood of memories. Kaoru. His name was Kaoru Takime. He was 7 years old, and somehow, inexplicably, he was in the world of Naruto. What the actual... I remember watching Naruto series. I remember Sasuke and Naruto's fight, the Hokage stuff, all of it. But this can't be my life, so why can't I remember anything else? As the pain subsided, his body finally obeyed him. His eyes opened, blinking against the faint light. He was in a small, tidy room. It was simple, but comfortably furnished. Everything looked familiar. Too familiar. He checked his memories, the scenes and feelings pouring in with a force that left him breathless. But they weren't his. They felt alien. They belonged to Kaoru, the real Kaoru, the boy whose body he now occupied. A chill ran down his spine as guilt and fear coiled in his gut. Did I steal his life? Did I kill him? The thought twisted his stomach, but he shoved it aside. Now wasn't the time to think about that. He needed to figure out what was happening. He tried scanning his memories once again, but while Kaoru's memories were vivid, his own past remained a blank slate, with watching the Naruto series being the only memento. Nothing came back. No name, no identity, just a vague, formless sense of being. Great. So I'm basically a nobody pretending to be a 7-year-old in a world that I've seen as a viewer. But he couldn't afford to dwell on that. Right now, his only option was to play along, to act natural. If he slipped up, people would notice. His family might get suspicious. And if that happened, well, his gut told him it wouldn't end well, especially not with her, Kaoru's sister. If she caught even a hint of something being off, she'd absolutely lose it. From this point onward, I'll refer to the main character as Kaoru. Kaoru glanced out the window, catching the soft glow of the rising sun. The peacefulness felt almost absurd after the chaos he'd just endured. He exhaled sharply, his focus sharpening to a single thought. Finding a mirror, he had to see his reflection. If the memories crowding his mind were accurate, a huge surprise awaited him. As he climbed down the bed and his feet touched the cool floor, he took a moment to glance around. The room's furniture was well made, polished and sturdy. It felt like a small but significant clue to the kind of family Kaoru had been born into, or rather inherited. His steps were clumsy at first, his body sluggish and uncooperative, still suffering from the pain he'd experienced earlier. Every movement felt slightly alien, as though he hadn't quite settled into his new skin. But he pushed forward, his determination outweighing his discomfort. After fumbling around the room, he finally found the mirror. It was mounted on a tall dresser, its surface gleaming. Taking a steadying breath, Kaoru leaned in and froze as his reflection came into view. Staring back at him was a boy with dark blue hair, slicked back in a neat style. His face was youthful, round with baby fat, yet undeniably handsome. Even at 7 years old, there was an air of charisma in his features, but it wasn't the hair or the face that captivated him. It was the eyes. Kaoru's gaze locked onto the striking cyan irises, vibrant and unnaturally vivid. Inherited from the memories of his new life, He knew they were tied to his clan's Kekkei Genkai, a rare bloodline ability that supposedly granted unparalleled mastery over water. The thought alone was exhilarating, but what made his heart race was the glow. When activated, the Kekkei Genkai caused his eyes to shine like radiant gemstones. Curiosity burned inside him. He had to test it. Closing his eyes, Kaoru focused on the memories, searching for the sensation that would trigger the ability. It took a moment, his mind still felt sluggish, but eventually he found it. A subtle pull, like water rushing through unseen channels. His eyes opened, and the mirror revealed the transformation. The cyan glow pulsed softly, and Kaoru's breath hitched. He could see it now, the flow of water in the room around him. It was as though a hidden layer of reality had been peeled back. He marveled at the delicate streams coursing through the plant by the window and even the water particles in the air. He was like a child who just got his new toy, but then he noticed something strange.
Wait, why can't I see the water in me?
He stared at his hand, puzzled, but the answer didn't come. Instead, a more pressing problem reared its head, his chakra. Kaoru could feel it draining rapidly, like a leaky bucket spilling its contents. The strain became unbearable after only a few minutes. Gritting his teeth, he deactivated the Kekkei Genkai, and the glow in his eyes flickered out. The headache hit immediately, sharp and punishing. Kaoru stumbled back, clutching his temples.
Shit, I got too excited. I need to pace myself.
As the pain subsided, he leaned against the dresser, taking slow, measured breaths. This power was incredible, but it was also dangerous. His chakra reserves were laughably small, and overusing the Kekkei Genkai could leave him vulnerable, or worse. For now, Kaoru knew he had to prioritize two things: survival and strength. If he was stuck in this world, in this body, there was no room for weakness. The Naruto universe wasn't forgiving to those who couldn't defend themselves.
All right, first things first. Plan, train, survive.
His reflection stared back at him, cyan eyes now dim but determined. This was a world where might made right, and unless he wanted to live in constant fear, he needed to build enough strength to ensure that picking a fight with him would be more trouble than it was worth. He returned to the bed and sat down, letting out a small sigh as he began analyzing his situation.
Not only do I have no idea how to return to my original body, but I don't even know if I can. Did I die? Who was I before this? Nothing makes sense. For now, I have to assume I'm stuck here. There's no point in obsessing over what I can't control. I need to focus on what I can do.
Kaoru tightened his small fists, testing the grip. It was weak, unsteady.
This body feels so fragile. Maybe it's just the after effects of all that pain, but I can't shake the feeling that I'm one wrong move away from breaking something. I need to start taking care of it, building it up. And then there's my chakra reserves. They're pitiful. If I don't work on those, my Kekkei Genkai might as well be useless. But I can't just go all out. If I suddenly start training like some ninja prodigy, my sister and grandma are going to notice. They'd probably think I've lost my mind. Well, more than I already have.
He leaned back, letting his head rest against the headboard as he thought it through.
So, first things first, I need a cover story. Something to explain why I'd suddenly start taking an interest in ninja training. It has to look natural, like a slow progression. Maybe I can pretend I got inspired by hearing stories or watching someone train. Yeah, this could work. And I'll need to distance myself from the other kids gradually. I will be like a black sheep compared to other kids.
He chuckled, dragging a hand through his hair.
And I need to figure out where in the timeline I am. If it's close to the Fourth Great Ninja War, I'm screwed. I don't know all the details, but from what I remember, that war was absolute chaos. Still, no use panicking about things I can't control. Let's focus on what I can solve.
A faint smile tugged at his lips.
One step at a time.
Kaoru started combing through his memories, organizing everything he knew about the Naruto world that might be useful at his current level. He quickly identified 2 chakra exercises that wouldn't draw too much attention but could make a huge difference in his development.
First is the leaf concentration exercise. It's basic. Just stick a leaf to your forehead using chakra and keep it there for as long as possible. Every village teaches it to academy students. The second exercise, though, is the real game changer. The water droplet control exercise. It's perfect for me. It'll not only improve my chakra control, but also boost my reserves, enhance my water affinity, and strengthen my mastery of the Kekkei Genkai. The best part is that I can practice it at home without anyone noticing. My chakra reserves are so low right now, I won't even be able to train for long.
The thought of putting his plan into action sparked a flicker of excitement in Kaoru's chest.
This is it. My first step toward getting stronger.
But the excitement was short-lived. He frowned, glancing at his hands again.
Chakra training is one thing, but this body, it's weak. That's going to be the real challenge. From what I can tell, this kid's idea of exercise was running around with his friends. Like, what kind of clan does not train the kids in this world? If I suddenly start doing push-ups and running laps like a maniac, people are going to notice. I need to ease into it, keep it gradual, or find an excuse. And I'll need help figuring out a proper routine. Apart from basic stuff like running and squats, I've got no clue how to train effectively.
He smirked as a plan was already forming in his mind.
Maybe I can trick my sister into training me. She seems like the type who'd want her little brother to be capable. If I play my cards right, I might even get her to teach me some actual ninja techniques down the line.
The thought of his sister brought a strange warmth to his chest. He hadn't even realized when he'd stopped thinking about Kaoru's family as his family and started claiming them as his own.
My sister, huh?
The words felt oddly natural, even though the speed of his acceptance was unsettling. Kaoru shook off the thought as the sunlight streaming through the window grew brighter. The day had officially begun, and it was time to meet the people who were now part of his life.
All right, Kaoru, or whoever you were. No time to waste. First impressions matter. Time to meet the family and figure out where you stand in this crazy new world.
Despite the uncertainty ahead, he felt a spark of anticipation. The thought of starting fresh, of carving out a new path in this strange, dangerous world, filled him with an unexpected sense of purpose. Chapter 2: Takime Clan and First Exercise. Kaoru scanned his room, looking for something to wear. The Takime clan wasn't wealthy, but they took pride in their identity. His outfit was straightforward: a dark blue top and black pants, designed for both comfort and movement. As he pulled on the top, Kaoru's eyes caught the emblem stitched on the back, a wave forming a cyan eye with the kanji long mu Takime at its center. He ran a finger over the stitching, and a faint smile formed on his lips.
Guess they really want everyone to know who we are, huh?
With a final glance around the room, Kaoru adjusted the collar.
All right, let's see what's outside.
The moment he stepped out, Kaoru was hit by the sight of the outpost around him. The Takime clan was located in the misty valley between huge forested mountains. A rich river cut through the land, drawing its power from a tall waterfall roaring from the distance. The constant sound of rushing water filled the air, creating a soothing atmosphere.
No wonder they love the mist and water around here. Feels like it's part of the clan itself.
The settlement was compact but well organized. At its heart stood the clan head's building, a sturdy 2-story wooden structure. 4 paths branched out from there, neatly dividing the outpost into sections. 3 of the sections were residential areas, full of simple homes built on wooden stilts to guard against moist ground. Sloped roofs let the rain slide off easily, and small vegetable gardens lined the paths. Kaoru paused and took a glance at the houses.
Not fancy, but it's got a kind of charm, I guess.
The 4th section was all about the clan's daily life. The training ground, a modest dojo, stood at the center. There was a storage building packed with tools and crops, a small school for the clan's children, and a communal area for gatherings. He took a slow, deep breath. the cool, misty air filling his lungs.
Can't believe they built all this from scratch in such a short time. They really didn't need Kirigakure, did they?
Kaoru couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration. Even after being forced out of Kirigakure, the Takime clan had created something sturdy and alive here. It wasn't grand or imposing, but it felt like a sanctuary, an unspoken defiance against everything they had endured. As he wandered the settlement, Kaoru smiled.
All right, maybe this place isn't so bad after all.
For the first time, he felt a small but genuine connection to the clan he was now a part of. Kaoru turned and headed toward the nearby building. His house was right next to the clan heads, thanks to their close familial ties. He pushed the door open and put on the brightest, most innocent smile he could muster and called out in a cheerful voice,
Granny! Where's Maki? I want to play with her.
Suirin Takime, the clan head and Kaoru's grandmother, looked up from her seat. Her eyes were the same cyan as Kaoru, except they looked more deep and tired. Suirin had been the first Takime in generations to awaken their clan's Kekkei Genkai, but her limited chakra reserves meant she could never fully utilize it. That failure weighed heavily on her, especially after the loss of her son and daughter-in-law, Kaoru's parents. It left her with a fierce overprotectiveness over her grandchildren, especially the youngest, Kaoru.
Come here, you little rascal.
Suirin chuckled. Her voice was as warm and gentle as mother's hug. She scooped Kaoru up effortlessly, pulling him into a tight hug. For a fleeting moment, the weight of leadership and the clan's struggles melted away. Kaoru's bright, innocent smile was like an antidepressant. Unlike Maki, who carried the burden of their clan's future on her shoulders, Kaoru still radiated a carefree, childlike joy. For Suiren, that innocence was a gift, something to shield from the harsh realities of the world. She began pinching his cheeks and planting kisses all over his face, laughing at his dramatic protests.
You're getting too big for this, but I don't care.
She teased. After thoroughly embarrassing him, she finally set him down.
Maki should be at the training grounds.
Suiren said, still teasing.
You know how she is, always punching and kicking those poor wooden dummies. Go on, fetch her for breakfast before she starts breaking them in half.
Kaoru pretended to pout, rubbing his reddened cheeks as though she'd pinched them 100 times harder than she actually had.
You're lucky I love you, Granny,
he said with exaggerated exasperation, though the grin threatening to break through his act gave him away. As soon as Suiren mentioned Maki, though, Kaoru's eyes lit up. He darted out the door without hesitation. He was genuinely excited. As Kaoru sprinted toward the training grounds, he found himself reflecting on the exchange. Suiren hadn't noticed anything odd about his behavior, which gave him a small sense of relief. But what really stuck with him was how unexpectedly warm her embrace had felt. Her laugh, her touch, the way she teased him. It was all so familiar.
Man, this is so weird.
Kaoru thought, slowing his pace for a moment.
Being around her feels so natural.
The original Kaoru's memories were definitely influencing him more than he had anticipated. He could feel the remnants of the bond between Suiren and the original Kaoru filling the gaps in his own emotions. However, he didn't mind. In this fleeting moment, he felt safe and loved. It was strange, but not unwelcome. The settlement was small, so Kaoru quickly made his way to the dojo. The building was modest, with a simple, sturdy design that reflected the practicality of the Takime clan. Its two large wooden doors opened horizontally, giving it an almost shrine-like feel. Inside, the dojo had an open yard where a row of wooden training dummies stood like silent sentinels, waiting for their next beating. Before even stepping inside, Kaoru could hear the sharp, rhythmic thud-thud-thud of fists and feet pounding against the dummies. A smile tugged at his lips.
That has to be Maki. She probably started as soon as the sun came up.
He hesitated for a moment, memories of his sister flashing through his mind. Maki wasn't just his sibling, she was his fiercest protector. After their parents' death, Maki had poured all her love, energy, and grief into one thing, him. She was utterly obsessed with keeping him safe, sometimes to a suffocating degree. Maki's personality was as fiery as it was protective. She was impulsive and quick-tempered. but her loyalty to their clan and her kindness toward its members were unmatched. She treated every single person in the Takime clan like family, carrying their collective hopes and burdens on her shoulders. And when it came to combat, she was a force to be reckoned with. Unlike most Takime clan members, Maki's water affinity was painfully average. Despite awakening Suijingan, the water element simply refused to bond with Maki. But what she lacked in raw water manipulation, she more than made up for with her physical prowess. Her taijutsu skills were extraordinary, putting even seasoned shinobi to shame. She wasn't just strong, she was terrifyingly strong.
If anyone can whip me into shape, it's her.
Kaoru thought with a mischievous glint in his eye. He had a plan brewing. He'd convince Maki to help him train. Of course, he'd have to play his cards right. Maki might be protective, but she wasn't the type to go easy on anyone, not even her precious baby brother. Stepping into the dojo, Kaoru immediately spotted her. Maki was locked in a furious sparring session with one of the wooden dummies. Her fists and feet moved in a blur, striking with enough force to make the dummy creak and groan. Kaoru smiled and ran towards his sister. He was imagining how he'd convince her to train him, but before he could get close, Maki disappeared.
What the?
Before Kaoru could even react, strong arms scooped him up off the ground.
Gotcha.
Maki declared, lifting him like a prized treasure. She grinned, holding him so tightly he thought his ribs might crack.
Rue, you're up early today.
Said Maki using the nickname only she called him. Years ago, when Kaoru was too young to pronounce his full name, he'd introduce himself to everyone as Rue. The name had stuck with Maki ever since.
What's the special occasion?
Kaoru groaned dramatically, though a grin tugged at his lips.
Maki, I'm not a baby. Put me down.
Nope.
Maki chirped, holding him even closer.
You're my baby brother, and it's my job to remind you of that.
Kaoru sighed in mock defeat, but couldn't help feeling warm at her affection. Maki then asked,
I thought you'd be off playing with your friends by now. What brings you to the dojo so early?
Kaoru tilted his head, carefully crafting his response.
Their parents didn't let them out.
He said with a pout.
They said it was too cold. Do you think Mom would have been that strict if she were here?
The moment the words left his mouth, Kaoru felt a pang of guilt. But he knew Maki would take the bait, and he needed this to work. Maki's smile faltered briefly, and Kaoru saw a flicker of pain in her eyes before she quickly masked it.
Mom would have let you play.
She said gently.
She'd know you're strong and healthy, Rue. Nothing could keep you down.
Kaoru forced himself to press further, adding just the right amount of childlike frustration to his tone.
But if I'm so strong, how come every other kid beats me in every game and exercise?
That question caught Maki completely off guard. She blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Kaoru had never cared about such things before, or at least he'd never voiced it.
Well,
Maki hesitated, clearly scrambling for an answer.
if you really want to be stronger, I can train you.
Yes.
Kaoru blurted, cutting her off before she could finish.
Please, Maki, let's start training right now.
Maki blinked at his sudden enthusiasm, then laughed.
You're serious, aren't you?
She studied him for a moment, searching for any sign of hesitation, but all she saw was unwavering resolve and excitement. Her expression softened, and she hugged him even tighter.
All right, Rue.
She said with a warm smile.
But we'll start tomorrow. Let's have breakfast first, and then we'll talk about your training plan.
Kaoru nodded eagerly, wrapping his arms around her in return. He felt a surge of relief and satisfaction at having convinced her. But it was more than that. For the first time, he realized just how much he truly cared for this new family of his. Kaoru didn't yet understand everything that was happening or why these emotions felt so strong, but one thing was clear. He genuinely loved his sister and grandmother. This wasn't just a part of the original Kaoru's memories, it was his own truth. Maki and Kaoru left the dojo together, walking at a relaxed pace toward the clan head's house. Although they didn't live there, having breakfast with their grandmother was a cherished routine that brought a sense of normalcy and warmth to their lives.
Granny, I brought Maki just like I promised.
Kaoru declared as they stepped inside, his voice carrying the kind of cheerful energy that filled any room he entered. He bolted towards Swearin, his footsteps echoing against the wooden floor.
And guess what? Maki promised to train me every day. Soon, I'll be the strongest in the clan.
He added with a grin, exaggerating on purpose to see his grandmother's reaction. Suiren chuckled softly as she set down a tray of freshly brewed tea.
Oh, did she now?
She replied with playful intrigue, giving Maki a sidelong glance.
Well, if Maki's the one training you, I have no doubt you'll surpass all of us before long.
Kaoru puffed up his chest in mock pride, while Maki ruffled his hair with a smirk.
Don't get too full of yourself, Rue.
She teased.
You're my baby brother. That means I'll be stronger than you no matter how much I train you.
The breakfast was simple but comforting. As always, Suiren and Maki avoided discussing any serious matters in front of Kaoru, trying to preserve his innocence. Kaoru, of course, noticed. He decided to let it slide for now. There would be plenty of time to learn what they weren't telling him. The morning passed quickly. Kaoru played with the other children in the settlement, indulging in simple games and laughter. But his real focus came in the afternoon as he wandered through the settlement, mentally mapping every detail. The small valley, surrounded by towering mountains and mist, felt both peaceful and confining. He wanted to explore beyond its borders, to see everything that beautiful but harsh world of Naruto could offer. However, that was out of the question for now. By late afternoon, Kaoru slipped into Suiren's house, hoping to eavesdrop on any conversation that could give him clues about the larger world. How far into the Naruto timeline was he? What threats were looming? Which hidden villages were nearby? But Suiren and the others were cautious, their voices lowering whenever the conversation turned serious. In the end, Kaoru left empty-handed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kaoru retreated to his small room. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he closed his eyes and began to focus on his chakra.
Sensing chakra isn't easy,
He thought, frowning as he concentrated.
Maybe it's because my reserves are embarrassingly small. Well, I am only 7, so I guess that's normal. Not everyone's born with Senju-level chakra reserves, unfortunately.
He let out a small sigh, his lips curling into a wry smile. Activating his Kekkei Genkai, his cyan eyes began to glow faintly, and a small droplet of water materialized in front of him. Kaoru concentrated on the droplet, carefully levitating it and holding it steady. His goal was simple: exhaust his chakra reserves completely by practicing water manipulation. That way, he could fall asleep knowing he'd made some progress. As he worked, Kaoru made an interesting observation.
It takes less chakra to control water than to use the Suijingen's visual powers.
He noted.
Good to know.
Even so, his reserves were pitifully small, and within 5 minutes of continuous effort, he was completely drained. The droplet splashed onto the floor, and Kaoru slumped back with a satisfied grin and headache.
For my first day in this world, I'd say it went pretty well.
He thought, staring up at the ceiling.
It's still too early to feel hopeful, but I think I can become strong. At least Kakashi-level strong, without the Sharingan, of course.
The idea made him chuckle softly as his eyelids grew heavy and he finally fell asleep. Chapter 3. She is a demon. Kaoru's eyes glowed crimson, the 3 droplets of his Sharingan spinning slowly in each pupil as he hovered above the battlefield. Below him, shinobi from various villages stared up with expressions of fear and anxiety etched into their faces. Their hands trembled as they gripped their weapons, their nervous whispers carried by the wind. Kaoru felt a surge of excitement rising within him, mingled with a pleasant, almost intoxicating heaviness in his chest. Power radiated through him, and it felt like he could move mountains with the flick of his fingers. The sensation was overwhelming, and he relished it.
I won't forgive you for attacking my clan, for I am the ghost of Uchiha,
Kaoru declared, his voice reverberating across the battlefield. As he spoke, his Sharingan morphed. The 3 droplets twisted and reshaped, forming an intricate pattern resembling 3 overlapping tidal waves crashing inward, their arcs connecting at the center like a whirlpool. This was his Mangekyu Sharingan. Kaoru marveled at the power coursing through him. The battlefield blurred as he prepared to unleash Susanoo, feeling the immense chakra surge through his body, filling him with pride and exhilaration. But before he could summon the legendary construct, an icy, wet sensation jolted him awake. He gasped, leaping out of bed in shock, his heart pounding as reality crashed down on him. Standing by his bed, Maki grinned down at him, a bucket in hand and mischief dancing in her eyes.
Your training starts in the early morning, not in the afternoon, Rue. Meet me outside in 5 minutes.
She said, her tone cheerful but firm. Before Kaoru could respond, Maki turned on her heel and left the room, her grin growing wider as she pictured her brother's shocked expression. It took Kaoru a few moments to process what had just happened. His mind was still muddled from sleep, and for a fleeting second he had expected to wake up in his old world, wherever and whatever that had been.
Shit. Why couldn't I have been born with Sharingan or Rinnegan? Or at least some Senju-level chakra reserves? Why couldn't the thing that brought me here give me some OP powers?
Kaoru scowled, feeling momentarily dejected. But with a resigned sigh, he got up and changed into dry clothes, selecting something comfortable for training. As he stepped outside into the cool morning air, he reminded himself that dreams of power wouldn't make him stronger. Hard work would. As Kaoru stepped outside, he immediately felt the moisture in the air clinging to his skin. Strangely, it didn't feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, the sensation was refreshing, almost invigorating. It was as if the water particles in the air were gently soothing and revitalizing him. Kaoru was about to start analyzing the phenomenon when a sudden slap on his back jolted him out of his thoughts.
The first exercise is running, Rue. Follow me. No breaks until I say so.
Maki said, her voice firm and focused. Gone was her playful, doting tone. This was Maki the trainer, and there was no room for excuses. She started jogging at a steady pace, her long strides smooth and effortless. Kaoru, however, had to push himself to the limit just to keep up, his short legs working overtime to match her pace. As they headed toward the outpost's entrance, Kaoru felt a surge of hope that they might be going outside the settlement. But instead, Maki turned the corner and began running alongside the perimeter fence. Kaoru's heart sank a little. It seemed they would be running inside the outpost instead. While the settlement wasn't particularly large, it felt massive to his untrained body. The thought of running laps around it made his legs ache preemptively.
For a 7-year-old, I'm running pretty well. Is this normal? Or am I exceptionally strong?
He thought, surprised at his own endurance.
Honestly, I expected to collapse after a few steps.
Despite his self-praise, his steps were becoming increasingly sloppy. His breathing was ragged, his mouth wide open as he desperately gulped down air. Soon Kaoru noticed Maki glancing at him out of the corner of her eye, but she said nothing. Her expression remained unreadable. Finally, they reached the dojo, and Kaoru couldn't hide his relief. He was barely holding himself together by the time they crossed the threshold.
Rest for 15 minutes.
Maki said, her gaze steady as she watched him. There was no visible emotion on her face, no joy, no surprise, just calm observation. Kaoru didn't need to be told twice. The moment he heard her words, he collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. Even if Maki hadn't given him permission, he would have fallen over from exhaustion. As he sat there catching his breath, he watched Maki retrieve some strange seals from a small closet inside the dojo. She began placing the seals on various parts of her body with practiced ease. Kaoru barely paid attention, assuming they weren't meant for him. His focus was solely on recovering from the brutal run. The 15 minutes passed far quicker than Kaoru would have liked. He groaned internally when he heard Maki's voice again.
It's time to meditate now, she said. I want you to feel your chakra. Sit down, close your eyes, and focus on your breathing.
Kaoru nodded, sitting upright and crossing his legs. He tried to focus, but Maki continued explaining.
Feeling your chakra is about connecting with the energy inside you, Maki said, her tone still completely neutral, but Kaoru could feel her gaze. Imagine it like a current flowing through your body. Start by focusing on your heartbeat. Listen to it. Feel the way your blood moves through your veins.
Kaoru closed his eyes and did as she instructed, his breathing slowing as he concentrated on the steady rhythm of his heart.
Now, as you breathe in and out, picture a river inside you. Your chakra is that river, flowing through your body. It's everywhere. Your head, your chest, your arms, your legs. Try to follow the flow.
Kaoru took a deep breath, visualizing the river inside him. At first, he felt nothing, just the sound of his own breathing and the lingering exhaustion from the run. But as he kept focusing, something faint stirred within him, a gentle pulse, like ripples in a pond.
There it is.
He murmured softly, almost in disbelief.
That's your chakra, Maki said, her voice softer now. It's always there. The more you practice, the easier it'll be to feel it and control it.
Kaoru continued to sit in silence, his mind fully focused on that subtle pulse. It felt warm, steady, and oddly calming, like a quiet reassurance that he had power within him, waiting to be harnessed. The 30 minutes passed quickly. As Kaoru opened his eyes, he realized he wasn't as tired anymore. Something about connecting with his chakra had helped him recover, at least mentally. Maki stood nearby, her arms crossed.
Good. Now let's continue.
They stepped outside into the fresh morning air. Maki strode confidently toward the huge tree standing in the yard, her expression serious.
Now that you've rested, it's time to work on your chakra control, she said without turning around. If you can't learn how to stand on water, my entire training regimen will be useless. So we're skipping a few steps and focusing on that first.
Kaoru blinked, surprised. Water walking? His mind raced with images of shinobi casually running across lakes and walking up sheer cliffs. He'd seen it in the anime, but it had always seemed like an advanced technique. The thought of learning it now sent a thrill of excitement through him.
Before you can walk on water, you need to master tree climbing, Maki continued, stopping in front of the towering tree. It's much easier than water walking, but shares the same principle. Once you've got this down, you'll be ready for the next step.
Kaoru's eyes widened as he took in the challenge.
Finally, something interesting.
He thought, excitement flashing in his gaze. This was real shinobi training, not just running laps or basic chakra exercises. He couldn't wait to start. Maki crouched down to his level and began explaining the concept.
Here's how it works. You'll need to focus your chakra into the soles of your feet. Too little, and you'll lose your grip and fall off. Too much, and you'll push yourself away from the tree, she said. The trick is to find the perfect balance. Keep your chakra flow steady, not in bursts. It's all about control.
Kaoru nodded, absorbing her words. The idea of balancing chakra while moving sounded simple enough in theory, but he knew it would be harder in practice.
You'll climb the tree repeatedly until your chakra drops below 20%, Maki said, standing up straight again. Once you hit that point, you'll feel exhausted, like your whole body is about to shut down. When that happens, you'll meditate for 30 minutes to recover, and then start again. You're doing this for 2 hours.
Kaoru gawked at her. 2 hours of non-stop training. He'd barely managed to keep up with the running earlier, and now she was throwing this at him. Maki didn't seem to notice his expression, or if she did, she didn't care. Her face remained serious, focused.
I'll be back in exactly 2 hours,
she said before turning and walking off, leaving Kaoru standing there by the tree. As he watched her leave, Kaoru couldn't help but feel surprised at this side of his sister. In his memories, Maki had always been warm, bright and playful, the type to spoil him endlessly. But when it came to training, she transformed into someone else entirely.
She's a complete demon when it comes to training,
Kaoru thought, shaking his head. His doting sister was apparently a training lunatic. Still, a grin crept onto his face. Despite the intense regimen, he couldn't deny that he was excited to take on the challenge. The 2 hours passed faster than Kaoru expected, but to his shame, he had made zero progress. The only thing he'd improved on was meditating. He was slowly becoming more adept at sensing his chakra and pinpointing his chakra core. But when it came to tree climbing, he hadn't managed even a single step. Kaoru sat at the base of the tree, staring up at the bark with frustration gnawing at him.
Am I just untalented at this?
The thought made his chest tighten. He couldn't help but feel dejected, like he was falling short compared to what he'd imagined for himself. But then a spark of resolve lit up inside him.
There's nothing hard work can't fix. If I have no talent, then I'll put in twice the effort. I'll outwork everyone, and overcome them.
With a determined look in his eyes, Kaoru stood up and prepared to make another attempt at tree climbing. But before he could place his foot on the bark, he spotted Maki walking toward him from across the yard. His eyes widened in shock.
What the hell did she do? Where did all those bruises come from?
Maki was drenched in sweat, her training clothes clinging to her like a second skin. Her arms and legs were covered in bruises and scrapes, yet she moved with the same unwavering energy as before. Despite her battered appearance, she exuded strength and confidence that made Kaoru feel both proud and envious at the same time. In that moment, he realized something. His sister was strong, much stronger than he had given her credit for. Maki stopped in front of him, her sharp gaze cutting through his lingering frustration. Without even asking how his tree-climbing practice had gone, she barked out new orders.
50 push-ups, 50 squats, then start running. I'll tell you when to stop.
Kaoru's jaw dropped slightly, caught off guard by the sudden demand. He opened his mouth to protest, but before he could get a word out, Maki's eyebrow twitched, a silent warning that she wasn't in the mood for excuses. That was all it took.
Yes, sister,
Kaoru blurted, dropping to the ground without hesitation. He started his push-ups with an enthusiasm fueled partly by fear. As he pushed his small body up and down, his arms trembling under the strain, Kaoru couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride. He still had a long way to go, but seeing Maki's strength and resilience reignited his determination.
I'll catch up to her one day. I'll become strong too. Just wait.
As Kaoru finished his push-ups, he glanced at Maki and saw her sitting cross-legged, meditating with a serene expression. For a moment, the temptation to sneak in a 5-minute break crept into his mind.
Just a little rest wouldn't hurt, right?
But he quickly squashed the idea. He didn't want to risk angering Maki, who was clearly a lunatic when it came to training.
Even Might Guy would seem normal compared to her,
Kaoru thought with a sigh. With a resigned groan, he moved on to squats, his legs already trembling from exhaustion. As he continued the exercise, he couldn't help but keep his gaze on Maki. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind.
What if I activate my eyes and see what's going on inside her?
Intrigued by the thought, Kaoru activated his Kekkei Genkai. His cyan eyes glowed faintly as he focused on Maki's form. What he saw left him stunned. He could see not only the flow of water within her body, but also the flow of chakra, and it was beautiful. The chakra and water were intertwined in perfect harmony, flowing together in a way that seemed both natural and refined. The sight was mesmerizing, like watching a perfectly choreographed dance. Kaoru furrowed his brow in thought.
Wait, could it be that her chakra is visible because of her affinity with water?
He realized that since Maki's primary element was water, his eyes could detect her chakra as if it were part of the water flowing inside her. The chakra was calm and steady, barely perceptible at first glance. In fact, it was so controlled that Kaoru initially thought it was standing still.
Her chakra control is insane.
The realization hit him hard. His sister wasn't just strong, she was a genius. Her ability to maintain such a steady, harmonious flow of chakra was nothing short of inhuman. It made Kaoru's struggles with tree climbing seem even more pathetic in comparison. A newfound respect bloomed in Kaoru's chest. He admired Maki's strength and discipline in a way he hadn't before.
She's on a completely different level.
That respect, however, didn't last long. As soon as he finished his squats, Kaoru remembered the next part of the routine: running.
Yeah, respect gone. This is torture.
He thought bitterly. Kaoru had no idea how long he had been running, but it felt like hours. The small yard he was circling might as well have been the longest marathon course in human history. His legs burned, his chest ached, and his breaths came in ragged gasps. Each lap felt harder than the last. But he kept going, occasionally shooting desperate glances at Maki, hoping, praying that she would stand up and tell him to stop. But there she sat, still meditating, her expression calm and peaceful, as if she had all the time in the world. Kaoru clenched his teeth, frustration bubbling inside him.
She's just sitting there, looking all zen while I'm dying over here.
He wanted to yell at her, He would have yelled at her a dozen times already if he weren't terrified of what she might do in response. The image of Maki's twitching eyebrow flashed through his mind, and he shuddered. He was certain that if he dared to complain, she would punish him by making him run even more. No, he couldn't risk it. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Maki stood up and dusted herself off. Kaoru nearly stumbled in relief when he heard her speak.
Meditate for 10 minutes, then go freshen up. Meet me at Grandma's when you're done.
She said calmly, as if this brutal session was just a warm-up. Kaoru didn't need to be told twice. He dropped to the ground, literally dropped, and barely managed to cross his legs into a sitting position. His body was screaming in protest, his muscles trembling with exhaustion. For the first few minutes, he couldn't even think about chakra control. All he could focus on was breathing. His gasps were uneven, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he struggled to steady himself. It took him a full 5 minutes just to catch his breath and clear his mind enough to focus on his chakra flow.
This is brutal, but I'll keep going.
In the center of the outpost, inside the clan head's building, Maki sat across from Sueren, her posture relaxed, but her expression thoughtful.
So, how was he?
Sueren asked, her voice calm but curious.
It's still early to say, Maki replied, leaning back slightly. But he's determined. I worked him really hard today, ran him into the ground, made him do push-ups, squats, and even gave him tree climbing as his first exercise. He failed, of course, but he took it better than I expected. No whining, no giving up. He's serious about this.
Sueren smiled softly.
You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Maki couldn't help but chuckle, a playful grin spreading across her face.
Yes, I am. You should have seen him by the end of the training. He was genuinely angry but too scared to say anything. His puffed-up cheeks made him look so cute.
She giggled at the memory, her grin widening.
I'm giving him a week. If he sticks with it and proves he's serious, I'll dedicate my time to training him.
Sueren nodded in approval, but then noticed Maki's expression shift slightly. The grin faded as her tone turned more serious.
By the way,
Maki continued,
at one point he activated his Kekkei Genkai and kept watching me. I could feel his gaze. I don't know what he was doing, but he was definitely observing me closely. I didn't even know he could activate his powers so freely.
Sueren's eyes widened slightly.
He activated it?
She asked, surprised. Maki nodded, her brows furrowing.
I haven't seen him activate his Kekkei Genkai since that day.
Her voice softened, and a shadow of sadness crossed her face. Sueren placed a comforting hand on Maki's shoulder, squeezing gently.
He might have done it accidentally, but it's a good sign. It means he's getting better at using it.
There was a moment of silence between them before Sueren spoke again, her tone steady but carrying a hint of sadness.
If we want to survive, we have to become stronger.
Sueren said, her voice firm.
As much as I wish I could be strong enough to protect everyone myself, the truth is, I'm utterly useless outside of this settlement. But at least here, I can guarantee everyone's safety.
Her eyes hardened with determination, but Maki caught the faint glint of sadness behind them.
Even the Mizukage won't dare to attack us here.
Sueren continued, though her voice wavered slightly.
But I know it's only a matter of time before things change, and when they do, we must be ready.
Maki nodded, her expression serious once more.
We'll make sure we are.
Maki put Kaoru through another grueling training session in the evening before finally telling him to go to bed. Exhausted and sore, Kaoru trudged back to his room, collapsing onto his mat with a heavy sigh. He knew he shouldn't have expected any drastic improvements in a single day, but the fact that he still couldn't make even a single step on the tree trunk left him feeling dejected.
No point in sulking,
He thought.
I need to put more time into my chakra control.
Determined to make progress, Kaoru decided to add a nightly routine to his training. He would do water droplet manipulation exercises for at least an hour before going to sleep. He noticed that every time he completely drained his chakra, he felt his core subtly strengthen during recovery. If exhausting his reserves was the key to growth, then he would push himself to his limits every day. As he sat cross-legged, focusing on the shimmering droplet hovering in front of him, Kaoru's thoughts drifted toward his new life and his new family. He didn't remember anything about his past life, but even so, he couldn't imagine it being much better than what he had now. Yes, this world was brutal and filled with people who saw human lives as disposable, but he had people who loved him, truly loved him with all their hearts. Maki and Suiren had shown him nothing but care and devotion, and Kaoru was beginning to realize that he loved them back, deeply and involuntarily. The memories he had weren't truly his, but they were there, woven into the fabric of his mind. He hadn't simply taken over Kaoru's body. He was Kaoru now, in every way that mattered. The more he thought about it, the more he accepted it.
It's not bad at all.
He thought, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He liked the feeling of being loved. He liked knowing he had reliable people he could trust. But with that trust came responsibility. Kaoru needed to become stronger, much, much stronger, to protect them. His thoughts darkened as he remembered something Maki had mentioned earlier during breakfast. News had reached the settlement that Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had recently died. That piece of information hit Kaoru hard. It meant he was 7 years older than Naruto, and more importantly, it meant he had roughly 16 years before the Fourth Great Ninja War would erupt. 16 years to prepare, 16 years to become strong enough to survive, and to make sure the people he loved survived with him. Kaoru clenched his fists, the droplet of water wavering in front of him before dropping on the floor.
I have time, but not much. I need to become strong enough to make a difference.
With that thought, Kaoru resumed his exercise, steadily pushing his chakra to its limit before finally allowing himself to rest. Tonight, he drifted off with a clearer mind than the night before. He had a goal now, a timeline to work with, and a reason to grow stronger. There was still much to figure out. He needed a plan, but he knew he was far too weak to start thinking about grand strategies just yet. For now, his focus had to be simple: reach at least chunin level as fast as possible. His shinobi journey was just beginning, a path full of uncertainty and danger. How far he'd go, what he'd become, no one could say. Not even Kaoru himself. But one thing was certain: there was no turning back now. /N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. This chapter ended up really long, lol. Most chapters will be around 2,000 words, but I might change that and write longer ones depending on what the plot needs. I wanted to explain how Kaoru's ninja journey started, and splitting it into separate chapters didn't feel right. Plus, I wanted to show more of Maki and Suiren's personalities to give them more depth. I've finally decided on the timeline. The story starts shortly after Minato's death, meaning Kaoru is 7 years older than Naruto. I'll definitely be including canon characters, and I'll do my best to keep their personalities true to the original. That said, if I find any characters to be too flawed, Kishimoto's female characters, I'll give them more depth and nuance. Now, about the training arcs. I won't spend too much time on them, but I can't skip them either. Kaoru's development and understanding of chakra, the concepts will mostly be invented by me, are important to the story, and it'll help explain how he makes progress and comes up with new techniques. Because he has to, right? Without these explanations, it'd be hard to justify his growth. That's all I wanted to share for now. Thanks for reading. Haha. ! If you have any recommendations or feedback, feel free to let me know in the comments. I'm always open to ideas and suggestions. Character notes: Kaoru, sleeping MC. No Maki. Please let me rest for 5 more minutes. Maki, proud sister, thinking about increasing the intensity of Kaoru's training. Suiren, clan head. I need to get my hands on more scrolls. Without them, the new generation won't be able to learn new techniques. Naruto, canon MC, a few months old, pooped himself. Chapter 4, First Jutsu. In the yard of the dojo, Kaoru stood drenched in sweat, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. It had been a week since he'd started training under Maki, and although he still couldn't climb the tree, there was no denying that his body was beginning to adapt. At first, each session had felt like pure torture. His muscles screamed, his lungs burned, and his legs felt like they'd collapse at any moment. But over time, something changed. He grew accustomed to the pain, and strangely enough, he even started to enjoy it. Anyone who's worked out knows the feeling. The pain that once seemed unbearable soon becomes a badge of progress, a sign that you're growing stronger. And when that ache isn't there, you start to feel guilty, like you've cheated yourself out of improvement. Kaoru was starting to experience that shift. His body no longer rebelled against the intense workouts, and he found himself pushing harder without needing Maki's constant encouragement. Threats. But even as his physical endurance improved, he couldn't help but feel dejected. Despite his relentless efforts, his chakra control still wasn't where he wanted it to be. He practiced beyond the sessions Maki arranged for him, focusing on droplet manipulation exercises every night before bed. Yet progress was slow, frustratingly so.
Why does it feel like I'm stuck?
Kaoru thought, clenching his fists. During the week, Maki slowly started to add more physical and chakra control exercises, and now Kaoru sat cross-legged in the dojo yard, the morning sun casting long shadows across the ground. A single leaf rested on his forehead, its edges trembling slightly in the breeze. His brow furrowed in concentration as he focused his chakra on the leaf, channeling it toward the small point of contact between the leaf and his skin.
Steady, Kaoru told himself. No bursts. Keep it flowing.
The exercise seemed deceptively simple: direct his chakra into the leaf and maintain a steady flow. But in practice it was maddening. Too little chakra and the leaf would slip off. Too much and it would fly away like it had been hit by a gust of wind. Finding the balance felt like trying to walk a tightrope blindfolded. Beads of sweat dripped down his temples as he fought to maintain control. His chakra flickered, uneven and unstable, making the leaf wobble slightly. Frustration bubbled within him, threatening to break his focus.
Why can't I get this right? It's just a leaf?
The thought only made his chakra flow tremble, and the leaf teetered dangerously close to falling. Kaoru grit his teeth, forcing himself to take a deep breath. He closed his eyes, shutting out the distractions around him.
Breathe. Focus.
He visualized the flow of chakra within him, a quiet stream running through his body. Slowly, he imagined guiding that stream upward, toward his forehead. The leaf felt cool against his skin, a small anchor point for his focus. This time, instead of forcing the chakra, he let it flow naturally, like water finding its path. For a moment, the leaf stopped trembling. Kaoru's lips curled into a faint smile.
That's it? Steady?
He maintained the flow for several seconds, and for the first time, the chakra felt smooth, like a gentle current rather than a turbulent wave. Then something clicked. It was subtle, like the moment when a puzzle piece falls perfectly into place. The stream of chakra stabilized, and the leaf stayed perfectly still. Kaoru opened his eyes, his heart pounding with excitement. The leaf was balanced effortlessly, held by his chakra alone. He couldn't help but grin.
I did it!
He exclaimed, the sound of his voice startling even himself. The leaf remained steady, as if rewarding his newfound control. For the first time, he felt like he had a real connection with his chakra, an understanding of its rhythm and flow. It wasn't just raw energy anymore. It was something he could guide and shape.
Maki, I did it! I finally controlled my chakra!
Kaoru shouted, his voice ringing with excitement as he sprinted toward his sister. Maki, who was busy beating the crap out of a wooden dummy, paused mid-strike. She turned to see her baby brother's beaming face and couldn't help but grin herself. Ruffling his sweaty hair playfully, she said,
Good job, Ru. You did it.
Her expression grew more serious as she stepped back and crossed her arms.
Now that a week has passed, it's time we talk about your training, she began. Ru, I've been slowly increasing the intensity of your sessions. I even set you up to fail a few times just to see if you truly wanted to stick with this.
Kaoru blinked, surprised, but stayed quiet, listening intently.
I'll be honest, Maki continued. It's going to get much more painful and difficult from here on out, so I'm giving you a way out. If you're not sure you're ready, you can take your time. You've still got a year before the clan starts formal training. But if you really want to do this, if you're serious, Then I'll personally become your sensei.
She crouched slightly to meet his eyes.
But during our sessions, I won't be your sister. I'll be stricter than I'd be with anyone else, because slacking in training isn't just being lazy. It's putting your safety and defense at risk. And that's something I won't tolerate.
Kaoru stared at her, taking in the fire in her eyes. Over the past week, he'd come to understand just how dedicated Maki was to training. She wasn't just obsessed, she was exceptional. Clan members showed her deep respect, and he'd even seen some come to her for guidance. That kind of recognition wasn't small, especially for someone who was only 15 years old.
I want to train, Maki.
Kaoru said without hesitation, his voice steady. Then he added with a bright smile on his face,
I'm already dedicating most of my day to it, and I'm not going to stop. So please teach me. Teach me those awesome jutsus.
Maki's brows lifted slightly in surprise. Her serious demeanor softened as she smiled at his enthusiasm. Soon curiosity flickered in her eyes.
All right, Rue, I'll teach you. But why the sudden interest? You never even did a single push-up before, and now you're ready to suffer through this kind of pain.
Kaoru paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. He puffed his cheeks and did his best to sound like a true 7-year-old.
I want to be able to protect you and Grandma. Actually, I want to protect everyone in the clan. I'm not a kid anymore.
Maki's eyes sparkled at his words, and her grin returned, wide and full of pride. Kaoru saw the joy in her expression and knew he'd said exactly the right thing. A small smile spread across his face.
All right, Rue,
Maki said, ruffling his hair again.
let's get to work.
Maki wasted no time and designed a full training regimen for Kaoru. His days would start early, very early, with a morning run around the settlement. After the run, he would do a grueling set of squats and push-ups to strengthen his body. Once that was done, he'd meditate for 30 minutes to recover his stamina and focus his mind. The real training began after meditation. Kaoru would spend time practicing tree climbing, a critical chakra control exercise he still sucked at. Once he was done with that, he'd move on to the leaf concentration exercise, where he had to keep a leaf stuck to his forehead using nothing but his chakra. After that, he'd shift to droplet manipulation, an exercise unique to the Takime Clan's Kekkei Genkai that honed his ability to control water with precision. The sessions didn't stop there. Every day ended with shuriken practice, followed by a sparring match with Maki. Of course, sparring with his sister usually meant getting beaten to a pulp. Maki never held back, and Kaoru often found himself on the ground, bruised and gasping for breath by the time they finished. Thankfully, the clan had several skilled medical ninjas, so minor or even moderately serious injuries were never a big issue. Kaoru quickly learned to endure the pain, knowing he'd be patched up and ready for the next session. The training regimen was brutal, but Kaoru didn't complain. He trained twice a day, with a break in between for meals and rest. Even after Maki's sessions were done, Kaoru pushed himself further with personal training in the evenings. His self-imposed routine focused heavily on chakra control exercises, leaf concentration, droplet manipulation, and meditation to strengthen his chakra and water control. The days blurred together, filled with sweat, bruises, and exhaustion. Just like that, a month had passed. With each grueling day, Kaoru could feel himself getting stronger. His body, once frail and soft, was beginning to develop lean muscle. The training that once felt unbearable was now manageable, and though Maki kept increasing the intensity and he still ached after each session, the pain no longer discouraged him, it fueled him. His chakra control had also improved significantly. He could now make about 15 steps on the tree before losing his grip, and he felt that it wouldn't be long before he could walk up the tree effortlessly. However, the biggest and most exciting news was his chakra core that had doubled in size since he began training.
In just a month,
He thought, grinning from ear to ear. He knew his reserves were still small compared to other 7-year-olds, but this progress gave him hope. Kaoru also learned something crucial during his training. The Takime clan's chakra capacity was naturally small. It was likely one of the main reasons why the clan had declined over the generations. Their powerful Kekkei Genkai was extremely chakra-hungry, So without a big chakra core, it was impossible to fully utilize its potential. Maki was the exception. Her chakra reserves were enormous, far surpassing the norm for the clan. However, she had struggled to use her Kekkei Genkai effectively. After years of frustration and wasted time trying to fix that, she had eventually given up and focused her energy on taijutsu and ninjutsu, where her natural talent shone. That morning, Kaoru was in the yard of the dojo, practicing shuriken throwing. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the target ahead. Each throw was more precise than the last as he hurled the small projectiles with all his strength. His form had improved, but his concentration was suddenly broken by the sound of familiar footsteps approaching. Kaoru turned to see Maki walking toward him, her usual confident stride carrying a hint of concern.
Rue,
She called out, her tone calm but serious.
I'm going on a mission today. I'll be gone for about 2 months.
Kaoru froze, the shuriken slipping from his fingers. His face fell slightly.
This will be a kind of challenge for you.
Maki continued.
Show me that you won't slack off or become lazy without me around.
Kaoru's frown deepened. He didn't like the thought of her leaving, but the glint in her eyes told him she wasn't finished.
When I come back,
She said with a smirk.
I want to see you comfortable with tree climbing. If you can master it by then,
She leaned in, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret.
I'll teach you an awesome jutsu.
Kaoru's disappointment vanished in an instant. His face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. The sudden brightness made Maki laugh as she shielded her eyes with her hand.
Rue, your face is so bright I might go blind.
She teased. Kaoru didn't even register her words. His mind was already racing with thoughts of the cool jutsu he would learn. His lips parted, ready to ask what kind of jutsu it would be. But by the time he raised his head, Maki was already gone. His excitement didn't waver.
All right, Maki. I'll prove that I'm serious, Kaoru thought, a determined smirk creeping across his face. I'll master tree climbing, and I'll perfect the technique I've been working on. I'll make sure you're impressed enough to teach me more than just one jutsu.
With renewed resolve, Kaoru turned back to his training. The thought of Maki getting into trouble on her mission never even crossed his mind. That's how much he trusted her. In his eyes, Maki was invincible, a force of nature who could handle anything the world threw at her. As the days passed, Kaoru found himself blending more and more with his new identity. The idea of his past life felt distant now, like a fading dream. At times, he even questioned whether he was truly a transmigrator at all.
What if I'm not someone who took over Kaoru's body, he wondered. What if I've always been Kaoru, and these memories were just planted in my mind?
The thought lingered, but Kaoru didn't dwell on it for too long. Regardless of where he came from, he had a purpose now, to protect his family and grow stronger. That was what mattered most. Still, he couldn't afford to let his memories slip away. Late at night, after his evening training sessions, Kaoru would sit in silence and try to recall as many important details from Naruto anime as he could. He treated those memories like precious fragments of a lost book, carefully piecing them together and committing them to memory. He knew that if he didn't actively reinforce them, they would eventually fade. The Naruto world was vast, and Kaoru hadn't been a hardcore fan in his past life. He remembered the major characters and key events, but many smaller details were already slipping through the cracks.
Unfortunately, I wasn't one of those fans who memorized every hand sign or every jutsu detail, Kaoru thought with a sigh. I know a few techniques in theory, but I have no idea how to recreate them.
Still, what he did remember was more than enough to give him an advantage. Kaoru was particularly focused on creating this simple water bullet technique, using his clan's water manipulation, Kekkei Genkai. Over the past few weeks, he had been experimenting with controlling water droplets, refining his ability to shape and move them. He felt that he was close, so close, to a breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged in the yard one evening, he stared at a floating droplet of water, his cyan eyes glowing faintly as he concentrated. The droplet trembled slightly as he shifted its shape, willing it to change form. It stretched into a thin thread, then snapped back into a sphere.
Control! I need more control.
Kaoru knew that raw chakra wouldn't be enough. The key was precision, refining his chakra flow to manipulate the water with finesse, not brute force.
If I can get this right, I'll have my first technique, he thought, his heart racing with excitement. And when Maki comes back, I'll beg her to teach me one more technique. Hey, hey.
Kaoru grinned, determination burning in his eyes. /N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. We've finally reached the point where I can focus on more than just training. The story will start expanding beyond Kaoru's perspective. I won't be writing entirely from the MC's POV. Instead, sometimes, we'll also see things from other characters' perspectives. I believe this will add more depth to both the story and the characters. That said, don't worry, I won't dedicate several chapters to anyone but Kaoru. He's still the heart of the story. But to keep things fresh, I'll occasionally switch POVs when it makes sense for the plot. I'll be testing out POV switching with Maki. We'll follow her on her mission and see what she's up to, while Kaoru continues his training back at the settlement. Hopefully, this change will give more insight into her character and what she's dealing with outside the outpost. ! If you have any recommendations or feedback, feel free to let me know in the comments. I'm always open to ideas and suggestions. Character notes: Kaoru, excited. I'll soon have 3 techniques. Maki, on the mission. I wonder how Ru is doing. Chapter 5. More Than Big Sister. Somewhere in the land of water, Maki moved swiftly and silently through the dense forest, her shinobi outfit blending seamlessly with the shadows cast by the towering trees. She wore a fitted sleeveless tunic in midnight blue, the fabric subtly shimmering like rippling water under the moonlight. The tunic was reinforced with light armor panels at the shoulders and sides, providing protection without hindering her agility. Tight black leggings and knee-high reinforced sandals allowed for silent movement through rough terrain. A thin black cloak draped over her shoulders, the fabric rippling gently in the breeze. On the back of her tunic was the Takime Clan symbol, a stylized wave forming a cyan eye with the kanji long mu, Takime, embroidered at its center. Unlike most shinobi, Maki and her comrades no longer wore headbands. After the Takime clan's persecution by Kirigakure, the traditional symbol of allegiance had become meaningless to them. They had no village to call home, only their clan and the people they vowed to protect. Maki crept closer to a small encampment, her movements fluid and precise. She was accompanied by 3 other Takime shinobi, each of them blending into the forest with practiced ease. Maki took the lead, her sensory abilities making her invaluable in missions like this. With her immense chakra reserves, she could sense chakra signatures up to 7 kilometers away. Her heightened awareness allowed her to navigate the forest and avoid unnecessary confrontations, ensuring the mission's success. She raised her hand, signaling her team to stop. Her gaze locked onto the encampment ahead. There were 5 enemy shinobi in the camp, 4 of them lounging carelessly while 1 was on guard. Nearby, 10 civilian children huddled together, their small bodies trembling with fear. Their sobbing and quiet cries for mercy were met with indifference from their captors. Maki's jaw tightened and her eyes narrowed. Her heart ached for the children, but her rage simmered just beneath the surface. Since the Mizukage's reign of terror began, kidnapping children and selling them had become a horrifyingly common practice. The weaker villages and clans had no way to fight back, and many were forced into silence out of fear. But the Takime clan had decided to abandon their passive stance. They would no longer stand idly by while innocents suffered. Their primary goal now was to rescue children, to bring them back to the outpost, keep them safe, and raise them to become capable and loyal shinobi. Maki's eyes flickered with determination as she analyzed the situation. The enemy shinobi were careless, napping. The lookout, the only one keeping watch, stood at the edge of the camp, occasionally glancing around with disinterest. With a deep breath, Maki signaled to her team to hold their positions. This part was hers to handle. She moved forward, her steps light and soundless. Her target was clear, the lookout shinobi. As Maki crept closer, her mind remained focused, her emotions cold and detached.
They don't deserve mercy,
She thought, her grip tightening around the kunai in her right hand. Her target stood just a few steps away, oblivious to the predator stalking him in the shadows. One leap would have been enough to close the distance, but Maki didn't want to risk making any unnecessary noise. Instead, she advanced slowly, her movements precise and controlled, like a tiger closing in on its prey. When she was close enough that the man's neck was just a swift slash away, Maki struck. Her left hand shot forward, clamping down over the shinobi's mouth before he could make a sound. His eyes widened in shock as her kunai flashed in the dim light, slicing cleanly across his throat. Blood sprayed from the wound, dark crimson staining the forest floor in messy spurts. Maki held him in place as his body went limp, lowering him quietly to the ground. Her gaze remained cold and steady, unmoved by the sight of the man's life draining away. She neither felt sorrow nor regret.
Scum like this deserve worse than a swift death,
Thought Maki. Her actions had been silent, efficient, exactly as planned. She glanced toward the camp, ready to signal her team to move in. But suddenly Maki's head snapped toward the children. The terrified kids, who had already been trembling with fear, couldn't hold back their cries any longer after witnessing such a bloody scene. Their sobs echoed through the trees, a sound of panic and despair.
Damn it.
The remaining enemy shinobi bolted upright, their groggy expressions quickly turning to alarm as they registered the sound of the children crying. The camp erupted into chaos. Maki knew stealth was no longer an option.
All in.
She signaled to her team with a swift hand gesture. Without hesitation, all 4 Takime shinobi charged into the camp, moving like shadows in the twilight. Their mission was clear: eliminate the kidnappers before they had a chance to use the children as hostages. Maki flickered and appeared behind the nearest enemy shinobi. The man's hand reached for a weapon, but he was far too slow. Maki's kunai plunged into his back before he could even draw his blade. Behind her, the other Takime shinobi engaged the remaining kidnappers with swift, brutal efficiency. Blades clashed, and the air filled with the sounds of desperate cries and the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground. The enemy shinobi were disoriented and caught off guard, just as planned. The Takime team couldn't afford a single mistake. Even though they outclassed their opponents, any misstep could still cost the children their lives. The battle was over quickly. Soon, every kidnapper but one lay on the ground, cold as stone, their bodies sprawled across the blood-streaked camp. Only one remained standing, a battered, desperate man with several deep wounds. None of his injuries were immediately fatal, but he was barely holding himself together. Blood dripped from his side, and his grip on the kunai in his hand was weak, trembling. Facing him was Kaoru Takime, the leader of their 4-person team. Kaoru was one of the strongest and most experienced shinobi in the Takime clan, a man who had survived countless battles and outlived many comrades. His presence alone carried an air of authority that made even hardened warriors hesitate. Kaoru's sharp eyes studied the remaining kidnapper, unblinking and cold. The enemy shinobi panted heavily, his gaze darting around for an escape route, but it was useless. He was outmatched and injured. He was barely able to even hold a kunai. With a resigned sigh, the man dropped his kunai and raised his hands in surrender.
"I'll surrender, but please don't kill me,"
he said. Kaoru didn't move for a moment, looking at the kidnapper with nothing but disgust in his eyes. Then he gave his orders.
"Maki, tie this bastard up as tightly as possible. I don't want him getting any ideas."
Maki gave a curt nod, already pulling a length of wire from her pouch. She approached the kidnapper without hesitation, her expression cold and focused. There was no pity in her eyes, only hatred.
"Remy,"
Kaoru continued, turning to the team's medical shinobi.
"check on the children. Heal them if they need it. From now on, you're in charge of them until we're back. Make sure they're safe."
"Understood."
Remy replied, already moving toward the terrified children huddled in the corner of the camp. His voice softened as he spoke to them, trying to ease their fear.
"It's okay now. You're safe. We'll take you somewhere safe."
The children, still trembling from the ordeal, hesitated at first, but a few of the older ones nodded cautiously. Akura's gaze shifted to the final member of their team.
"Gumi, search the camp. See if there's anything valuable. Scrolls, supplies, anything we can use.
On it.
Gumi replied, disappearing into one of the tents. With the orders given, Akura turned his attention back to Maki. She had already tied the kidnapper's hands behind his back and was now binding his legs, ensuring he wouldn't be able to move, even if he tried. As she finished securing the last knot, Akura followed her, standing over the restrained man.
I'll handle the interrogation,
Akura said quietly. His tone was steady, but there was a coldness in it that made the kidnapper's eyes widen with fear. Maki glanced up at Akura, her expression firm.
I want to be there.
Akura gave her a long look before nodding once.
Fine. But stay quiet, unless I ask you to speak.
Maki's expression remained the same, and she gave a slight nod. Akura crouched in front of the tied kidnapper, his gaze cold and devoid of mercy. His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it that made the air feel heavier.
What were you going to do with these kids?
He asked, his tone chilling. The kidnapper swallowed hard. He knew there was almost no hope for him, but desperation drove him to try.
We were ordered by the boss to bring these kids to the client.
He stammered.
I don't know who the client is, but I can give you the location of the rendezvous if you promise to let me live.
As he finished speaking, a suffocating, murderous intent filled the air. But it wasn't coming from Akura. It was coming from behind. Maki stood silently, her fists trembling with rage, her entire body tense. Her eyes burned with barely contained fury, her hatred for those who preyed on children boiling. The kidnapper flinched under her gaze, but Akura didn't react to her anger. He kept his focus on the captive, his expression unreadable.
You're in no position to bargain,
Akura said coldly.
but I'll consider it, depending on the information you give me. Start talking. I want the location of your group's hideout. How many people are there? How strong are they? Who's your boss?
The kidnapper hesitated, but one glance at Akura's unforgiving eyes told him there was no way out. Slowly, he began to spill everything he knew. By the time he finished, Akura had the full picture. The hideout's location, the number of shinobi stationed there, and details about their leader. But the most shocking revelation was the identity of their backer.
One of the daimyo's relatives is sponsoring and protecting us.
The kidnapper confessed, his voice trembling.
That's how we've been able to grow, and why no one dares to touch us.
Akura's eyes narrowed. A relative of the daimyo. This wasn't just a small group of criminals. They were operating with political protection. Akura stood slowly, his gaze still locked on the captive.
Good. That's all I needed to know.
Seeing that the captive shinobi had told them everything he knew, Akura gave Maki a silent nod. Without a moment's hesitation, Maki's kunai flashed, slicing cleanly across the man's throat. He gasped, choking on his own blood, his wide eyes filled with terror. His body convulsed as he struggled for air, each desperate breath drawing him closer to death. For the first time in his life, he felt the despair he had inflicted on others. Pain, regret, and the bitter taste of injustice filled his final moments. If only he had known the Takime clan would find them. His body gave one final spasm before going limp, his eyes remaining open and lifeless. No burial, no rites, just a cold, unforgiving death, left to rot where he fell. Maki wiped her kunai clean with slow, deliberate motions as she fell into step beside Akura.
Let's not waste any time.
She hissed, her voice cold with fury.
We'll take the kids back to our camp, then hit their hideout with full force. I want these bastards destroyed as soon as possible.
Akura glanced at her, concern flickering in his eyes. Maki's rage and thirst for revenge had grown more intense with each mission. He could see it in her tightened grip and burning gaze. Her hatred was consuming her, and her growing strength only made it harder to keep her in check.
She's already strong enough to defeat chunin-level shinobi with ease. That power, combined with her rage, is dangerous.
Akura thought grimly.
I understand your feelings,
He said carefully.
but we'll prioritize the safety of our shinobi. We need to plan this attack thoroughly before making a move.
Maki shot him a glare, her frustration clear.
But they're weak. They don't pose a threat to any of us. I could take 10, maybe 15 of them on my own.
Akura stopped in his tracks, turning to face her fully. His voice was calm but firm.
Maki, we are Takime. Never forget that.
Maki's jaw clenched, her eyes narrowing.
And what's that supposed to mean?
It means we must remain calm, like water. We adapt, we flow, we wait for the right moment to strike. Recklessness will destroy us. Safety and survival come first.
Maki's hands trembled slightly as she tightened her fists.
That ideology is what destroyed our clan.
She snapped.
We became weak and soft, so much so that we had to run from our own village. I don't want to...
Enough.
Akura's voice cut through the tension, his tone sharp and commanding.
I'm the leader of this mission, and you will follow my orders.
He softened slightly, his gaze steady but not unkind.
She's still a kid,
He thought.
Her blood is still boiling. It hasn't yet attained the calm and peaceful flow of true Takime.
Maki stood still for a moment, her anger simmering beneath the surface. She hated feeling powerless, hated being told to hold back. But despite her frustration, she couldn't deny her respect for Akura. With a curt nod, she turned away and strode toward the children, her pace quick and deliberate. Akura watched her go, his expression thoughtful.
She'll learn,
He murmured to himself.
in time.
Maki approached the frightened children, her steps slowing as her gaze softened. Her heart clenched, and before she realized it, her eyes grew watery. She couldn't help but think about Kaoru. Her baby brother could have easily been one of these kids, lost, terrified, and alone, if not for their father's sacrifice. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Their father, the only S-rank shinobi the Takime clan had seen in generations, had given his life to ensure the clan's survival. He'd faced overwhelming odds against the Mizukage's forces, buying time for his family and the clan to escape. His death wasn't just a tragic loss, it was a symbol of their resilience, a reminder of the price they'd paid to endure. Maki's mind spiraled into chaos, her thoughts racing between the traumatized children, Kaoru, her parents, grandmother, and the burden of their clan's survival. A deep sigh escaped her lips. It was overwhelming, too much. But in moments like this, Kaoru was her anchor. Thinking about him brought a warmth to her heart, a light in the darkness that chased away her despair. Maki took a breath, composing herself. Her face brightened, and with renewed resolve, she knelt in front of the children, greeting them with a gentle smile.
Kids, don't worry.
She said softly.
From now on, you're safe. The Takime clan will take care of you.
Her voice was steady and soothing, like a lullaby to their frightened ears.
There are many other kids in the clan. You'll make lots of friends.
She continued, her smile widening.
Actually, my baby brother is about your age. He's going to be so happy when he sees you.
The children stared at her with wide, uncertain eyes. Some clung to each other, their faces pale from exhaustion and fear. These kids had been living in a nightmare for far too long. Months of captivity, cruelty, and hopelessness. Maki knew it would take time for them to feel safe again. Time to warm up, to smile without fear of punishment. But she noticed a few of them casting curious glances her way. They weren't crying anymore. They weren't trembling. It was a good start. The sun began to rise, casting a soft orange glow over the horizon as the 4 Takime shinobi and their 10 rescued children finally arrived back at the camp. A large tent had been prepared for the children, complete with bedding and supplies to help them recover. Remy and the other medical shinobi immediately began tending to the kids, offering water, food, and comfort. As the others settled in, Akura turned to Maki.
Maki, bring my second in command. Meet me in my tent,
He ordered.
We need to plan our next steps.
Maki gave a quick nod, watching as Akura disappeared into his tent. The mission wasn't over yet. There was much to discuss, and Maki knew this would be a long night. But for now, she allowed herself a small smile as she glanced toward the children, who were finally beginning to relax in the safety of the Takime camp.
Kaoru will be happy to see them.
She thought, her heart warming at the thought of her brother's bright smile. But her gaze hardened as she turned back toward Akura's tent. There were still monsters out there, and Maki had no intention of letting them go unpunished. 3 weeks had passed since Maki left on her mission, and Kaoru had been making steady progress with his training. He could now freely climb the tree without even thinking about it. What had once been a grueling challenge was now second nature, his body moving instinctively as he scaled the trunk with ease. His water manipulation had improved as well. He could shape and control droplets with more precision, and he was starting to feel more connected to his Kekkei Genkai. But despite his progress, recreating the water bullet technique remained out of reach. Kaoru wasn't frustrated, though. In fact, he had no intention of asking anyone for guidance. He had realized something important during his solo training sessions. Each time he made progress on his own, his understanding deepened. There was a difference between copying a method and truly mastering it. Kaoru believed that if he relied on others to teach him, he would miss the essence of his powers. This was the path he had chosen, a path to complete mastery of the water element. Besides, Kaoru loved training. He had discovered that improving himself was fun. Every small success, every breakthrough brought him joy and excitement. Nothing felt better than realizing he had grown stronger. That afternoon, Kaoru stood on the branch of a tall tree, hanging upside down. His bright smile shone like the sun filtering through the leaves.
Now, all I have to do is recreate the water bullet technique and shock Maki when she gets back.
Kaoru said to himself, grinning mischievously.
Hehehe.
He had a cheeky expression as he pictured his sister's surprised face. He could already imagine her wide eyes and the stunned look she'd have when she saw just how much progress he had made on his own. Kaoru chuckled to himself, still hanging upside down.
And maybe, if I impress her enough, I can trick her into teaching me 2 jutsus instead of 1.
The thought made him even more excited. He couldn't wait for Maki to return so he could show her that he wasn't a helpless little brother anymore. He was a shinobi now. /N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. This was my first time writing a fight scene. I know it was brief, but I wanted to emphasize the gap in skill between those small-time kidnappers and the talented Takime shinobi. That said, expect more complex and challenging fights in the future. As Kaoru grows stronger, so will his enemies, and I'll work on making those battles more detailed and intense. Hopefully, I'll improve at writing them as the story progresses. I also hope you enjoyed seeing things from Maki's point of view. There's more to her story than just being Kaoru's protective sister, and we'll explore that in the coming chapters. If you have any recommendations or feedback, feel free to let me know in the comments. I'm always open to ideas and suggestions.
Maki plans to eradicate kidnappers. I won't let them harm any more kids.
Kaoru, Carefree MC. I wonder if I can make the water bullet stronger than it usually is.
Akura, experienced shinobi. Maki needs to become more mature soon. She is the future of Takime after all.
Chapter 6, Rogue Ninja Hideout Part 1. The wooden dummy in front of Kaoru was in bad shape, riddled with holes and cracks, each mark a testament to his relentless training. Kaoru stood panting, his chest heaving as sweat dripped from his chin, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. At the end of the 6th week since Maki's departure, he had finally managed to master the water bullet technique. But with his own twist. Unlike the standard version, Kaoru's water bullet was deadlier and far more efficient. In the Naruto world, shinobi typically use their chakra to create water from nothing, shaping it into offensive techniques. However, Kaoru's Kekkei Genkai worked differently. He could influence water particles in the air, in plants, or even in his own body, commanding them to move and shape themselves according to his will. This difference in method made Kaoru's version far more chakra efficient. Rather than conjuring water from pure chakra, Kaoru had refined his technique by using his own saliva as a medium. With just a minuscule amount of chakra, he could shape the water in his mouth and then fire it as a deadly projectile. He took a step back, wiping the sweat from his face, his mind already working on the next step.
I've got the basics down. Now to perfect the shape.
Kaoru aimed to refine the bullet's shape to maximize its penetration power, ensuring it could pierce through armor, wood, and even stone. Once he achieved that, He would move on to increasing the number of bullets he could fire in quick succession. Kaoru already had complete mastery over his method, so he did not even need hand signs. On top of that, unlike most jutsu, Kaoru's water bullet was completely silent and stealthy, making it perfect for surprise attacks. If he could improve its piercing power, the technique could make him a menace on the battlefield, a threat that opponents wouldn't see coming until it was too late. Kaoru grinned as he examined the damage to the dummy.
I can't wait to see Maki's face when she sees this.
He muttered to himself with a smirk. He glanced at his hands, feeling the flow of his chakra with a satisfied face.
Even my chakra core has grown.
Kaoru analyzed.
Compared to when I first started training, it should be at least triple the size now.
He crossed his arms, thinking, I think I've figured out the speed at which it's growing. If it keeps increasing like this, it should double again in 3 months. However, despite his excitement, a small problem lingered in his mind. Unfortunately, I don't know how my chakra compares to others. I have no frame of reference. He sighed.
If I had someone to compare with, I'd know if I'm improving fast, or if this is normal.
Kaoru knew why his chakra core was growing. His intense training and exhausting his reserves daily at the cost of immense pain had forced his core to expand. But there was a downside. The bigger the core became, the longer it took to refill.
That's the issue,
He muttered.
My recovery rate hasn't improved at all.
He frowned in frustration. No matter how much he trained, his chakra didn't regenerate any faster.
And I have no idea how to fix that.
Still, Kaoru shook his head, refocusing his thoughts.
One step at a time,
He told himself firmly.
Don't get distracted, Kaoru.
With renewed focus, he shaped another water bullet in his mouth. This time he tried something different, adjusting the flow of the water inside the bullet. Instead of keeping it smooth and static, he made the edges spin backward, like a constantly rotating spiral blade. If the edges flow backward, it should make the bullet sharper, like a rotating saw. It'll cut through targets much easier, Kaoru reasoned. He fired the new water bullet at the dummy, watching as it sliced more cleanly than before, leaving a deep, precise gouge in the wood. A satisfied grin spread across Kaoru's face.
Perfect. Let's keep practicing.
Maki stood inside the camp, surrounded by a group of children, their small voices filling the air. There were 14 kids in total, each one already bonded with her. To them, Maki was a protector and a friend. Despite her strength and skill, she was kind and playful, always making time to spend with them when she wasn't training or out chasing rogue ninjas. She made them feel safe, something they hadn't felt for a long time. A cute ginger-haired girl with black eyes tugged at Maki's sleeve, her cheeks turning pink as she asked shyly, Maki, when will we go to your clan? I want to see your brother. Is he really as cute as you say? Maki couldn't help but laugh, crouching down to meet the girl's gaze.
Soon, Paku.
She said with a grin. And yes, he's really cute. You should see the size of his cheeks when he's angry. She puffed out her own cheeks as a demonstration, making the kids giggle. Maki's smile softened as she thought about Kaoru. It had been weeks since she left, and she couldn't wait to see his progress. She could already imagine him grinning proudly, eager to show off what he'd learned. But before she could tell the kids more funny stories about her little brother, a voice called out from the other side of the camp.
Maki!
It was Akura. Her expression shifted instantly from playful to serious as she stood and made her way toward his tent. The children watched her go, their eyes filled with admiration. Inside the tent, Akura stood over a map of the hideout, his expression focused.
Any news?
Maki asked as soon as she entered. Akura didn't waste time. The scouts have returned. We'll strike tonight. His tone was calm.
They've just started celebrating something, so it's the perfect time to hit.
Maki nodded, her jaw tightening. She'd been waiting for this moment. For the past few weeks, the Takime scouts had been observing the rogue shinobi hideout, learning their habits, patrol routes, and defensive structures. The wait had been frustrating, but patience was key.
What's the count?
Maki asked. Akura's eyes didn't waver from the map as he responded.
There are 3 confirmed junin, 15 chunin, and 8 genin inside the hideout.
Maki's brow furrowed.
The chunin and genin won't be a problem.
Akura raised his hand, stopping her.
That's the surface count.
Maki's eyes narrowed.
If anyone is deliberately suppressing their chakra, we could be walking into a trap.
Akura said. We have to be prepared for unexpected threats. That's why we've been waiting for the right opportunity. He gestured toward the map. And tonight is that opportunity. Their guard will be down. They'll be distracted by the celebration. It's the best chance we'll get. Maki's fist clenched.
Finally.
She said softly, her eyes burning with resolve. Akura glanced at her, his expression softening slightly. Gather everyone. Get them ready. His voice was steady, a calm authority in every word.
We move tonight.
The man in black clothes staggered through the dark forest, barely able to maintain his balance. A half-empty bottle swung loosely in his hand as he muttered incoherently to himself. His steps were uneven, the alcohol clearly taking its toll. Above him, the moon hung high, but its light was muted by thin clouds, casting only faint shadows on the forest floor. The night was dark, but the atmosphere within the hideout remained cheerful. They had just received new provisions, and as usual the rogue ninjas had blown through a month's worth of alcohol in a single day. Why wouldn't they be carefree? No one would dare attack them. There were no strong shinobi groups nearby, and Kirigakure would never send a team to eliminate them, as per the deal. The man took another swig from his bottle, humming a sloppy tune under his breath. He was in good spirits. In fact, he was just about to head back to join his friends when his eyes widened in shock. A cold, sharp blade pressed against his neck. He barely had time to gasp before the steel sliced through, severing his head clean from his body. His head hit the ground with a dull thud, rolling to the side as his body collapsed, lifeless. Standing over the corpse were 4 ninjas. Akura lowered his blade, the moonlight glinting off the dark steel. This mission was critical. They had only one chance to succeed. If the rogue ninjas became aware of their presence too soon, the Takime team would be overwhelmed. Fighting 3 Junin and 15 chunin head-on was suicide. The genin posed no threat, and the chunin could be handled, but the Junin-level shinobi were the real danger. Akura knew he and Maki could each take on a Junin one-on-one, but there wasn't anyone else on their team capable of handling a Junin alone. They had to whittle down the numbers before making their move. Akura glanced around, his keen eyes scanning the area for any other guards. Satisfied that they hadn't been detected, he gave a silent hand signal, directing his group to move forward. Behind him were 3 Takime shinobi, their movements silent and precise. 3 others remained back at the camp, tasked with protecting the children. On the opposite side of the hideout, Maki and her 2 companions were making their approach. The trio moved with practiced stealth, their footsteps muffled by the damp forest floor. Ahead of them, 4 rogue shinobi passed out by a dying campfire, their bodies slumped in drunken stupor. Empty bottles littered the ground around them. Maki crouched low, her dark cloak blending seamlessly with the shadows.
All drunk and asleep.
She analyzed. Gumi, you take the one on the right. Mio, the one on the left. Her voice was barely audible, but both shinobi nodded.
I'll take the 2 in the middle.
With a flicker of movement, the 3 Takime shinobi vanished from their spots, appearing next to their targets with deadly precision. Maki's kunai flashed in the faint firelight as she silenced both targets before they even stirred. Gumi and Mio executed their own targets with equal efficiency. The 4 rogue shinobi lay dead, their final drinks unfinished. Maki straightened, wiping her kunai clean on one of the dead men's clothes. Everything was going smoothly so far. However, this was just the beginning. They had taken down 2 chunins and several genins, but the real threats were still alive. Maki decided to target the Junin next. She signaled to Gumi and Mio to continue eliminating the remaining chunins and genins.
We'll regroup once I'm done,
she whispered. Both ninjas nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Maki already knew which tent belonged to the Junin. She had memorized the layout of the camp. The Junin's tent stood near the center. It made sense. They were the big shots. She approached slowly, her steps silent on the forest floor. Her senses were sharp, but she didn't dare use chakra detection. At such close range, a Junin would instantly sense her presence if she tried. Instead, she relied on her sharp hearing. The tent was quiet, save for the faint sound of snoring.
Good, he's alone.
Maki slipped inside, her kunai at the ready. The air smelled of alcohol, and the junin lay sprawled on the bedding, an empty bottle by his side. Maki marveled at the sight. A junin, one of the strongest enemies in the camp, was right in front of her, defenseless and unaware. Without a second thought, she moved swiftly. Her left hand pressed against his mouth, and her right hand drove the kunai across his throat in one clean slice. The junin's eyes shot open, wide with shock and terror, but no sound escaped. Blood gushed from his neck, spilling onto the bedding as he twitched and gasped. Within seconds, he was still. Maki wiped her kunai on the junin's cloak, her expression calm and focused. One down, but before she could leave the tent, a loud shout pierced the night.
Intruders!
Her heart jumped. They'd been discovered. Maki burst out of the tent, her heart pounding. The loud shouts echoed through the camp. The rogues had discovered them.
Damn it!
She hissed, her eyes darting around the chaotic camp. Her hands clenched around her blood-stained kunai. At least she had already eliminated the junin she'd targeted. If he had been alive, things would have spiraled out of control. But there were still 2 more junin left. Maki sprinted through the camp, her movements swift and precise. Her instincts screamed that something was wrong. Her comrades were in danger. When she finally found them, her stomach twisted. Gumi was on the defensive, his body covered in wounds as he barely defended against the vicious attacks of a junin-level rogue ninja. His movements were slowing and his breathing was labored. Meanwhile, Mio was locked in combat against 2 chunins. But it was clear that the rogue ninjas had the upper hand. Mio's blade wavered as she parried a powerful strike, her stance faltering. Maki didn't hesitate. With a flicker, she vanished, reappearing behind one of the chunins attacking Mio.
Body flicker.
The word barely left his lips as Maki's lightning-infused kunai drove into the chunin's spine, piercing through his heart before he could even react. The rogue's body jerked violently, a gurgled scream escaping his lips before he collapsed to the ground. Mio staggered, panting heavily.
Maki!
She gasped, wide-eyed.
She gave Maki a brief nod. Help Gumi. I've got this other one.
Maki's attention turned to the junin, who had paused for a moment to assess her. His eyes narrowed as he took in her calm stance and the lightning sparking from her kunai.
Another kid?
He sneered.
I'll kill you both.
Maki said nothing. Her eyes remained cold and focused. The junin charged without warning, his blade coming down in a powerful arc aimed to split her skull. But Maki sidestepped with ease. The ground cracked where his sword struck, sending dirt and debris flying. Before he could recover, Maki closed the distance, twisting her body as she delivered a vicious kick to his ribs. The impact sent the junin stumbling backward, his breath catching. Maki didn't let up. She closed the gap again, her lightning-infused kunai slashing toward his neck. The junin blocked at the last second, their blades sparking as they clashed. His face twisted in frustration as he realized how fast she was.
Lightning style?
He growled, his eyes narrowing.
You think you can beat me with cheap tricks?
Maki didn't respond. She pivoted, spinning low as her foot swept toward his legs. The junin jumped, avoiding the sweep, but Maki was already mid-air, spinning to deliver a brutal roundhouse kick to his temple. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, but he rolled to his feet quickly, his expression now serious.
You're good. I'll give you that.
The junin growled, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the situation. He knew one thing for certain: he couldn't win in close combat. The girl was too fast, too precise. If he wanted to win, he needed to maintain distance. Without wasting a moment, the junin's hands flew through a series of hand signs, his voice echoing with confidence.
Water release. Water dragon jutsu.
A big water dragon formed in front of him, rising like a beast, before crashing forward with devastating force, aiming to wipe out everything in its path. Maki's eyes narrowed as she watched the water approach. She didn't panic. Instead, a smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Her reaction was quick, her movements precise, as her hands formed her own set of seals.
Earth release, Earth-style wall jutsu.
A thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, solid and unyielding, blocking the technique. The Junin's smile widened as he watched the water smash into the wall, the collision sending debris flying and shrouding the area in mist and mud. He grinned, confident,
She's finished. That wall won't hold.
but the smile on his face quickly vanished. Before he could react, Maki appeared behind him, silent as a shadow, her body flickering through the mist with blinding speed. By the time the Junin sensed her presence, her hand was already near his neck. His eyes widened in shock.
Too slow.
Maki whispered, her voice cold and final. She drove her kunai into his throat, the lightning-enhanced blade piercing through his neck with ease. The Junin's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening to speak, but no sound came out. His body twitched violently before collapsing in a heap, blood pooling beneath him. Maki stood over the lifeless body, her chest heaving as she tried to steady her breath.
It's...
She was about to signal her comrades that her opponent was finished, but before the words could leave her mouth, a sharp pain tore through her arm. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked down to see her upper arm pieced by a water bullet, blood dripping from the wound.
I didn't even sense the attack.
She snapped her gaze toward the source of the attack, her heart pounding. A man stepped out of the shadows, his expression calm and detached.
It appears the Takime Clan's new generation isn't completely useless,
The man said, his tone flat and emotionless as he looked at his fellow rogue ninja's dead body. Maki's eyes narrowed. She could tell immediately this man was different from the others. His presence was cold and oppressive.
Who the hell are you?
Maki hissed, her hand tightening around her kunai despite the throbbing pain in her arm. The man tilted his head slightly, as if bored by the question.
Who I am doesn't matter.
He muttered.
Unfortunately, I can't play with you.
Without any further warning, he raised one hand and formed a single hand sign. Maki's heart skipped a beat. He was fast, faster than anyone she'd encountered before. She recognized the technique forming in front of her, and her blood ran cold.
Water release, great waterfall jutsu.
An A-rank technique. Maki's mind raced as a towering wave of water was approaching. The sheer size of it was terrifying, and she knew she didn't have the time to counter it. Her thoughts became a chaotic mess.
I can't block that. I don't have enough time.
She gritted her teeth, trying to think of a way out, but her mind drew blanks.
There's no way. I can't stop it.
Maki took a step back, her eyes locked on the incoming torrent. Her body tensed, bracing for impact.
Is this it?
As the wave bore down on her, a single thought echoed in her mind.
Kaoru.
/N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. I really gave my all to this fight scene, LOL. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed writing it. I know there's always room for improvement, so please let me know in the comments if you have any recommendations or think I should have done something differently. I'm always open to constructive criticism. The next chapter will show the aftermath of this battle, so stay tuned. Character notes: Maki, despair. Shit, I failed. Akura, looking for Junin. I need to find that Junin. Time is running out. Kaoru, delighted with his progress. I did it. I actually created my own technique. Well, sort of. Chapter 7, Rogue Ninja Hideout, Part 2. Maki stood with her eyes closed, her body frozen in place as the towering wave of water surged toward her. She had already given up, bracing for the inevitable impact. But it never came. Instead, a sharp swing of a blade cut through the oncoming wave, sending water crashing to the sides. Maki's eyes shot open, and she immediately recognized the figure before her.
Akura.
Maki, disrupt your chakra. You're under a genjutsu.
Akura said, his tone calm and steady. Maki blinked in shock.
I didn't feel anything.
She thought, her mind racing. Still, she followed his instruction, forcing her chakra to surge, breaking the illusion. The despair she had felt moments ago vanished like mist, and her senses blurred, returned to normal. She clenched her fists.
How did I fall for it?
This isn't your typical genjutsu.
Akura explained, his voice measured.
It's a sensory technique that dulls your awareness and plays on your emotions. It's weaker than standard illusions, but far more subtle, making it much harder to detect.
Maki's jaw tightened. She hated how easily she had been manipulated.
When did you become a rogue, Onari?
Akura asked, without taking his eyes off the man even once.
You're even faster than before, Akura-san.
Onari chuckled softly. His eyes briefly flicked to Maki before he continued.
Honestly, I thought I could finish the kid before you arrived.
Onari sighed and then added with exaggerated disappointment.
This changes things. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm strong enough to overpower both of you together.
Without skipping a beat, Onari raised his hand, making a single hand sign.
Water release! Water wall jutsu!
A thick barrier of water surged up in front of him, obscuring him from view. Maki tensed, her instinct screaming to give chase. She was already preparing to flicker forward when Akura's hand shot out, stopping her.
Don't chase him.
Maki's eyes widened.
But
If we catch him, it'll only be because he wants us to.
Akura's tone left no room for argument.
He's setting a trap. We've achieved our goal. That's enough.
Maki bit her lip, frustration boiling inside her. She hated letting an enemy get away, especially after coming so close. But after being saved from such a pathetic death, she felt she had no right to argue. With a sigh, she nodded.
Don't worry, Maki.
Akura's voice softened slightly.
Onari's one of the best at sneak attacks. You weren't ready to face him, but when we get back, I'll train you to counter him. You won't fall for his tricks again.
Maki's shoulders relaxed slightly at that. Akura sheathed his blade and turned toward Gumi, who was slumped against a tree, his face pale from blood loss. Akura called Mio, who had already taken care of her opponent.
Go get Remy. He's probably healing the others near the other entrance, but they only have minor injuries. Gumi needs help now. Hurry!
On it!
Mio nodded and took off. Akura crouched next to Gumi as he assessed the injuries. Gumi managed a weak grin, wincing as he shifted slightly.
You almost missed all the fun.
Akura shook his head and said with a smirk,
You definitely look like someone who just had fun.
Gumi chuckled softly, though the effort clearly pained him.
What can I say? I'm a party guy.
Akura placed a hand on Gumi's shoulder, trying to comfort him.
Hold on a little longer. Remy will be here soon.
Maki stood a few paces away. She felt terrible, but the mission was complete. The Takime shinobi had achieved their primary objective. The camp was cleared, and most of the rogue shinobis were eliminated. Now, all that remained was searching the hideout for any valuable information, resources, and captives. As they moved through the camp, Maki's mind kept circling back to one thought.
I need to be stronger.
Kaoru sat in the dojo, his face practically glowing with excitement. It had been 2 months since Maki left on her mission, and he knew she'd be back any day now. He couldn't wait to show off his progress and see her shocked reaction. Not only had he mastered tree climbing and the water bullet jutsu with his own twist, but he had also learned clone jutsu. While it was a basic technique, Kaoru thought of it as a useful stepping stone in his training. But he wasn't sure anymore.
This clone jutsu is utterly useless,
He mused with a disappointed frown.
Elemental clones are way better.
During his training, Kaoru had asked for permission to enter the clan library, and now he was allowed to check out scrolls up to C-rank techniques. He had already finished learning the clone jutsu when he stumbled upon a scroll for the water clone jutsu. The difference between the two was stark.
Clone jutsu is just an E-rank technique. It makes fake clones with no physical form, basically an illusion, but water clones can actually fight and defend.
Kaoru's eyes sparkled as he recalled the scroll's details.
Even though water clones require slightly more chakra, they're way more useful.
He shook his head.
I totally wasted my time on the clone jutsu. Once I learn water clones, and eventually shadow clones, I won't need this weak technique at all.
He let out a sigh, his mind already drifting toward shadow clones. Shadow clone jutsu was one of the most overpowered techniques he could think of. It allowed perfect memory sharing between the user and their clones. So once the clone is dispersed, its experiences and remaining chakra are transferred back to the user, making it ideal for fast learning and multitasking. But sadly, it wasn't in the Takime Clan scrolls.
Of course, it's a Konoha exclusive technique.
Kaoru scratched his head. He remembered how it worked, but he had no idea what the specific hand signs were.
I'll have to ask Grandma and Maki to find it for me somehow.
His eyes narrowed in determination.
I need it to learn faster. That memory sharing is the most broken thing in this world.
Shaking off his disappointment, Kaoru grinned.
All right, no time for sulking. Let's focus on this scroll.
He glanced down at the parchment in his hands, detailing the transformation jutsu.
I'm not particularly interested in this,
Kaoru muttered to himself, flipping the scroll open, his eyes scanning the text.
but it can be really useful at times, and it's easy to master.
He paused, thinking for a moment.
Yeah, I'll learn all the basic techniques first.
He decided, his heartbeat quickening with excitement.
Better to get a solid understanding of jutsus and chakra molding. Then I can start planning my fighting style and pick the techniques that suit me best.
Just the thought of creating his own unique style made him giddy with anticipation. Kaoru glanced down at the transformation scroll again, his smile fading slightly as he focused.
Let's see.
It took him a few hours of studying and experimenting, but eventually Kaoru felt like he had a grasp of the technique's essence, the flow of chakra, the timing, and the specific hand signs required. He could feel his excitement building again.
All right. How do I practice this?
He wondered, tapping his chin thoughtfully. That's when an idea struck him. His eyes sparkled with mischief.
I know.
He'd transform into one of the Takime adults, the ones who had gone out into the forest to gather fruits and berries, and sneak out of the outpost. Kaoru's curiosity had been eating at him for weeks. He was dying to see more of the world outside the settlement, especially the majestic waterfall he could only glimpse from afar. The thought of seeing it up close made his heart race.
I'll be back before anyone even notices,
he whispered with a grin, already imagining the view from the waterfall. Without a second thought, Kaoru rolled up the scroll, tucked it away, and started forming the hand signs for transformation jutsu.
Let's do this.
Kaoru transformed into a man in his 40s, Seba, his next-door neighbor. He knew that Seba was on gathering duty today, so it was the perfect disguise. With his appearance altered, Kaoru left the dojo and started walking toward the gate. His heart was pounding in his chest, a mix of nerves and excitement making his hands clammy.
Okay, just act natural. You've got this.
But as he approached the gate, he noticed that one of the shinobi guards was watching him closely. Kaoru's heart skipped a beat. He tried to stay calm, but his mind raced with worst-case scenarios.
What if they find out? I won't get in serious trouble, right?
Still, he couldn't shake the thought of Suiren grounding him, and worse, losing access to the library scrolls he'd just gained permission to read. For a moment, Kaoru considered turning back, but his legs betrayed him and kept moving forward. Before he could stop himself, he was already face to face with the guard.
Hey, Seba! When did you get back?
The guard asked with a friendly smile.
I thought you were out gathering berries with your wife.
Kaoru's stomach twisted in knots.
Shit, I don't even know this guy's name.
He forced a grin, trying to keep his voice steady.
Clan head called me back,
Kaoru said quickly, scrambling for an excuse.
Apparently Kaoru's birthday is coming up, and she wants to make him a strawberry pie. She asked me to pick fresh ones if I find them.
Kaoru cursed internally. His confidence and self-belief took a serious hit. That excuse sounded terrible, but the guard laughed, seemingly buying the story.
A strawberry pie, huh?
The guard said with a chuckle.
That sounds just like Suiren. I wonder if Maki will make it back in time for Kaoru's birthday. Do you remember how much she sulked when she was sent on a mission and missed it last year?
Kaoru nodded, laughing nervously to keep up the act.
Yeah, she was really upset about that.
The guard grinned.
Well, give Kaoru my best wishes when you see him. He's a good kid.
Kaoru's smile stiffened, and he patted the guard's shoulder awkwardly.
Will do. Anyway, gotta get back to work. Time won't wait.
With that, he turned and walked away, trying to appear calm and collected. But his steps were awkward and stiff, and anyone watching would think something was definitely off. Once he was out of sight, Kaoru let out a heavy sigh of relief.
That was way too close.
Kaoru whispered to himself, wiping his brow as he continued down the path. If he'd known it would be this nerve-wracking, he would have stayed in the dojo.
Let's see the waterfall and head back quickly.
His voice was barely a whisper now, tinged with guilt.
Especially after making such a terrible lie. Grandma's going to be really mad if I'm caught.
Despite his worries, Kaoru's excitement soon took over. As he walked further down the forest path, the beauty of nature slowly melted away his anxiety. The Takime clan had truly found a hidden gem for their new home. The dense trees, wildflowers, and moss-covered rocks were untouched by outsiders, and in the distance he could hear the thunderous roar of the waterfall growing louder with each step. Kaoru's pace quickened, his childlike curiosity driving him forward.
Almost there,
he murmured, a grin spreading across his face. Somewhere in the land of water, a man sat alone in an abandoned house, his dark eyes locked on a small hole in the wooden floorboards. But his thoughts were far away. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a shinobi dressed in black entered the room, his movements silent. His face was hidden behind a white mask, painted with the red markings of a tiger. The sitting man didn't look up.
"Report!"
he said, his commanding voice cutting through the silence. The masked shinobi knelt on one knee, his gaze lowered to the floor as he spoke.
The children were not delivered to Point F.
His tone was calm and formal.
We investigated the source. The hideout was destroyed. Signs of a brutal fight were found, but we couldn't identify the attacking party.
The sitting man's brow furrowed, but his expression remained impassive.
"And the alternative source?"
he asked, tapping his chin thoughtfully.
We're working on it,
the shinobi replied.
We'll relocate Point F to a more secure location. Our men are scouting possible spots.
The sitting man was silent for a moment, then nodded.
"Good. Don't waste time investigating the attackers. There are too many groups it could have been. We can't afford to attract unnecessary attention."
He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees.
"Secure the new source quickly. I need those children to grow my forces as soon as possible."
The masked shinobi bowed his head.
Understood.
Without another word, he vanished, leaving no trace of his presence, as if he'd never been there to begin with. The room fell into silence once more, save for the faint creak of the chair. The sitting man continued to stare at the hole in the floorboards, his eyes darkened.
"It's only a matter of time,"
he muttered to himself, and the room was once again filled with silence. /N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. I've made a slight change to the writing style in this chapter. I focused on being more direct and on point. I've also cut down on atmosphere descriptions to let your imaginations fill in the blanks. I feel like this approach will keep the plot moving smoothly without getting bogged down in too many details. Let me know if you prefer this faster pacing, or if you'd rather I bring back more of the scene-setting details from previous chapters. Character notes, Kaoru, embarrassed.
Why did I even lie about the pie? I could have just said, I came to take a shit. Ugh, I feel stupid.
Gumi nearly died.
Hey, I almost had it under control. No need to send Remy running.
The sitting man, not a new villain.
"Just sitting here, staring at this hole in the floor, totally not plotting anything evil."
Chapter 8, True Power of Kekkei Genkai. It had been a month since Maki and the other Takime shinobi had returned from their mission, and in that time, Suiren had barely slept. She sat at her cluttered desk, papers and scrolls scattered across the surface, each one more disturbing than the last. The documents retrieved from the rogue ninja's hideout detailed deals with various groups, all involving the sale of orphaned children. Suiren's eyes scanned the documents, her brows furrowed with a mix of exhaustion and disgust. She knew that the Land of Water's situation had been terrible for years. But this was worse than she had ever imagined. These weren't just foreign groups trafficking children. These were people from their own homeland selling their own to survive or seek favor with corrupt factions. The thought made Suiren's stomach churn. Across the room, Maki stood with her arms crossed, watching her grandmother silently. She had grown impatient over the past month. The young shinobi wanted the Takime clan to take action, to stop hiding and fight for their people. And Suiren had refused, time and time again.
You've been staring at those papers for weeks, Grandma.
Maki's voice broke the silence.
You know what they mean. We can't keep pretending we're safe in this little outpost.
Suiren didn't respond immediately. She simply gathered the documents into a neat pile, her hands trembling ever so slightly.
I know.
Her voice was quiet, but there was a weight to it.
I've been trying to protect the clan, trying to keep us from being wiped out. If I make a wrong decision, even once, that could be the end for all of us. That could be the end for you, for Kaoru.
Maki took a step closer. Her face had softened.
You know how much I love Rue. You know how much I love everyone in our clan. But we are making a mistake by being inactive. We're barely surviving. We need to act, Grandma. We need to help these people.
Suiren's tired eyes met Maki's, and for a moment the older woman looked fragile, as if the burden of leadership had finally become too much to bear.
I've been hesitant because I didn't want you, or anyone else, to end up like your parents.
She wanted to say more, but instead she let out a sigh.
But you're right. We can't stay hidden forever.
Maki's eyes sparkled with determination. She could see that Suiren was still hesitant, but she was close to achieving her goal. It was time to push harder.
Grandma, I've been looking for reliable allies every time I go out on missions.
Maki took a step closer, her tone confident and measured.
And I actually found one. They're just like us, an old, weakened clan with the potential to make a comeback thanks to the new generation.
Suiren's eyebrows arched, curiosity showing in her eyes. Maki continued, grinning slightly.
The successor candidate is my age. I think I could talk with her if you send me as an official representative.
Suiren's eyes widened in surprise.
How do you know where their settlement is? If they're like us, they must be hiding from the Mizukage.
Maki shrugged casually, but there was something playful in her expression.
I have a friend in their clan.
Her voice lingered on the word friend in a way that made Suiren narrow her eyes suspiciously.
A friend?
Suiren crossed her arms, her tone turning sharper.
What kind of friend?
Maki grinned mischievously, but said nothing more. Suiren sighed, shaking her head.
I'll accept that it's time for the Takime clan to become more active, to start helping people, but I'm not sending anyone on a delegation, especially not you.
Maki's smile faltered, but she held her ground. She was going to say something, but Suiren was faster.
If they want to meet, they'll come here.
Suiren's voice softened slightly.
If they can become our allies, I'm even willing to let them relocate here. This settlement is safe. The Mizukage won't dare attack this place.
Maki nodded slowly, a small glimmer of disappointment in her eyes.
All right, she said. Write the letter you want to send, and I'll ask my friend to deliver it.
Her tone was casual, but she still placed odd emphasis on the word friend, making Suiren pause and narrow her eyes again.
Maki, what kind of friend are we talking about?
Maki smirked but gave no further explanation.
You'll find out eventually,
she said and strolled out of the room, leaving Suiren with many questions unanswered. For the very first time, it was Maki avoiding answers instead of her, and she did not enjoy her new role.
Maki, when are you going to teach me a new technique?
Kaoru whined, pouting as he stood in front of his sister with his hands on his hips. Maki sighed, rubbing her temples. She had too many things to do, between her own training with Akura and constantly nagging Suiren to change the clan's status. Her days were packed. And yet, Kaoru wouldn't let up. She'd only managed to teach him one technique in the past month, but that was enough to unleash a monster. Kaoru had become relentless. His ability to learn new techniques, especially water-based ones, was exceptional, and Maki was struggling to keep up with his demand for more.
I just taught you water prison. Isn't that enough for now?
She asked with a tired grin, hoping to buy herself some time. Kaoru shook his head vigorously.
That was 3 weeks ago. And you owe me one more technique. A promise is a promise. Besides, I've already mastered it. Look.
He was about to start forming hand signs, but Maki held up a hand to stop him.
Not today, Ru. I'm on an errand again.
Kaoru's eyes sparkled with excitement.
But you said, if I could make it work without constant contact, it would be amazing. And guess what? I did it.
Maki's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but she quickly masked it.
Of course he did.
Water techniques came so naturally to Kaoru that it was almost unfair. He had refined water prison to the point where even seasoned shinobi would find it difficult to break out of it. And if he combined it with water clones, it could become a devastating trap. Maki let out a long sigh, feeling both proud and overwhelmed.
Why don't you work on reducing hand signs that you need to activate it, Ru? Eventually, you need to do that for every single technique in your arsenal. Start researching that and it'll help you tomorrow, I promise.
She patted his head, ruffling his dark blue hair. Kaoru grinned, clearly pleased with the answer.
And I'll teach you a technique that's so amazing, it'll be worth the wait.
Maki winked, knowing she'd bought herself some time. Before Kaoru could press her further, Maki flickered away, disappearing into the distance. Kaoru stared at the empty spot where she had stood, his grin turning into a pout.
She's definitely just trying to dodge me,
he muttered. With renewed excitement, Kaoru clapped his hands together.
So techniques can be used with fewer hand signs, huh?
He muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with curiosity.
I'll go to the library and research that. Or maybe I could ask Grandma directly.
He paused, his enthusiasm fading as he remembered Suiren's stern glare.
She's still angry about me sneaking out last time.
Kaoru scratched his head in frustration.
I knew that dumb pie story would get me caught.
The embarrassment still made him cringe. It didn't help that everyone in the clan knew about it now. And boy, did they love to remind him. People actually believed that Kaoru made up the whole story just because he wanted a strawberry pie.
Of course, Seba had to be the worst.
Kaoru puffed his cheeks at the thought of his neighbor, who found the whole situation hilarious.
That guy teases me every time he sees me. He doesn't even care that I impersonated him. He's too busy laughing.
Kaoru groaned.
Why did it have to be a pie? I couldn't think of anything cooler?
Despite his embarrassment, his mind drifted back to the waterfall. There was something about that place. Something that made him feel at peace, as if the water itself was calling to him.
I'll wait a few more weeks and sneak out again,
said Kaoru with a wide smile.
My training will be way more effective near that waterfall. I just know it.
If it weren't for his fear of getting caught, Kaoru might have already dived into the water to see what was drawing him there. But for now, he had another plan.
Anyway, let's head to the library and research hand signs.
He sighed.
Unfortunately, I lost access to the C-rank scrolls as punishment.
His shoulders slumped at the memory. Kaoru pushed open the library door with a soft creak, his eyes lighting up at the sight of rows of scrolls neatly organized on the shelves. Everyone in the clan already knew that Kaoru was obsessed with scrolls, jutsus, and the ninja stuff in general.
All right, hand signs, hand signs. Where are you?
He muttered, walking through the shelves. Kaoru finally found a section dedicated to chakra theory and basic jutsu mechanics. He grabbed a few scrolls that seemed relevant and sat down at one of the low wooden tables, eager to dig in. As he unrolled the first scroll, he scanned through the introductory paragraphs. Hand signs are a vital part of chakra control. They serve as a focus to help mold chakra precisely, making sure it's shaped and released in the right way to activate the jutsu. Kaoru's brows furrowed as he reread that part.
So, hand signs help mold chakra? That makes sense. But if they're just a tool to focus chakra, does that mean?
Kaoru trailed off, a spark of realization dawning on him. He flipped to another scroll titled, The Evolution of Hand Signs in Shinobi History. The original shinobi of the ancient clans often performed jutsu without hand signs. Over time, hand signs were developed as a teaching tool to help mold chakra more efficiently, allowing even those with less natural talent to perform complex jutsu. Kaoru's eyes widened in excitement.
So it's possible to do jutsu without hand signs, but it requires a crazy amount of control.
He continued reading. Highly skilled shinobi were known to reduce hand signs to 1 or 2 for techniques that normally required dozens. This was achieved through precise chakra molding and familiarity with the jutsu. Kaoru leaned back, grinning ear to ear.
I knew it,
he whispered to himself.
It's possible to skip hand signs entirely, or at least reduce it to 1 or 2. It's all about chakra control and understanding the jutsu's essence.
He grabbed another scroll labeled Advanced Chakra Molding Techniques. Performing jutsu without hand signs is not recommended for beginners, as improper chakra molding can result in failed jutsu or dangerous backfire. However, with diligent practice, it is possible to reduce or even eliminate hand signs for most jutsu. Kaoru sat thinking.
So, the key is control. If I can improve my chakra control, I can eliminate the need for hand signs with water-based techniques and reduce them for those I lack a strong affinity for.
He pulled out a piece of parchment and began taking notes. Kaoru grinned to himself, the excitement bubbling inside him.
Let's start with water prison. I bet I can reduce the hand signs for that. If I master it without any signs, I'll be unstoppable.
Feeling energized, Kaoru grabbed a few more scrolls for later reading, tucked his notes into his pocket, and made his way out of the library. As he stepped outside, he glanced toward the direction of the waterfall, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
Just a little more practice, and I'll surprise Maki with something she never expected. Let's see how she will avoid me then. Hehe.
You're late today, Maki,
said Akura without looking at Maki, who just entered the room. Maki grinned as she leaned against the doorframe.
I was talking with Grandma, and then Rue caught me.
Akura smiled at the mention of Kaoru.
What did he want this time?
Maki chuckled, recalling Kaoru's excited face as he bragged about his progress.
He was showing off. He mastered water prison in just 3 weeks, and he even modified it. He doesn't need to maintain contact anymore.
Akura's eyes widened, his calm demeanor cracking for a moment. He set the papers aside and leaned forward, giving Maki his full attention.
He did what?
Maki grinned proudly.
Yeah, I haven't seen it myself, but he wouldn't lie about it.
Your brother might be a genius.
Akura's brows furrowed in thought.
And frankly, we desperately need one in the Takime clan. How strong is he right now?
Maki shrugged.
I'm not sure. I haven't sparred with him since I got back, but he's definitely above Jinin in some ways. His is incredible, especially with water techniques. But he still lacks a lot of basic combat techniques. He's nowhere near ready for a real fight.
Akura nodded.
He's still young. It makes sense. What are you planning to teach him next?
Maki's eyes gleamed with excitement.
Body flicker. He's been bugging me about learning something flashy, so I figured it's time.
Akura smirked.
A solid choice. It's practical and versatile. And?
He could tell Maki wasn't finished. Maki grinned again.
I'm also going to ask Grandma to give him the water clone technique.
Akura's eyebrows raised slightly.
Water clone? That's a bit advanced, isn't it?
Maki nodded.
Yeah, but Rue learns fast. Honestly, I think he's ready. Actually, he asked me for the shadow clone jutsu.
Akura blinked in surprise.
Shadow clone. How does he even know about that technique? That's a Konoha secret.
Maki sighed, shaking her head with a mix of amusement and frustration.
I have no idea where he heard about it, but he literally begged me to get it for him. I'm trying to make it his birthday gift, but so far, no luck.
Akura leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms.
It's no wonder he wants it. Shadow clones are incredibly useful for training, but that jutsu is dangerous for someone with low chakra reserves. It splits your chakra evenly between the clones. If he overuses it, he could collapse from exhaustion, not to mention brain damage.
Maki nodded in agreement.
That's why I haven't told him about the risks, but if he keeps progressing like this, we'll need to find a way to get it for him. He'll figure out a way on his own eventually, and it's better if we're there to guide him.
Akura sighed, running a hand through his hair.
You're right. He's too curious for his own good. We need to keep an eye on him.
Maki grinned, her tone turning teasing.
He's just like me when I was his age, you know. You managed to survive training me, so you'll be fine with Rue.
Akura snorted, a rare hint of humor crossing his face.
Let's hope he's not as reckless as you were. I don't think I can handle another Maki.
Maki laughed, but her expression soon grew serious again.
We need him to grow stronger, Akura. He's our future.
Akura nodded slowly. He was about to speak, but Maki cut in before he could.
We both know how strong our Kekkei Genkai truly is, and Rue's been showing signs that he can unlock its full potential.
Her voice softened, a mixture of hope in her tone.
I failed to do it, but he might be able to. Will you train him?
Akura looked at her for a moment.
Not yet.
He crossed his arms.
He's progressing well on his own, without anyone interfering. If I step in now, I might actually slow him down instead of helping.
Maki's brows furrowed slightly, but she said nothing. Akura continued.
Keep providing him with the resources he needs. If he hits a wall or gets stuck, then I'll step in. Until then, let him keep finding his own way. He's doing well.
Maki nodded, her mind already racing with ideas on what else she could teach her brother. Akura stood up, his serious expression giving way to a playful smirk.
Now, enough talk. Let's spar. You need to improve too, you know. Especially since you still haven't landed a single hit on me. And I'm just an old man.
Maki snorted, a mix of annoyance and amusement flashing across her face.
Old? Please? You're not that old, Akura. You're just impossible to hit.
Excuses, excuses.
Akura grinned as he walked outside, motioning for her to follow.
Come on. Maybe today you'll finally manage it. Or maybe I'll start feeling bad and let you hit me.
Maki rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help the smile that tugged at her lips. As she followed Akura to the sparring field, her thoughts drifted back to Kaoru.
He really might be the one to unlock our clan's true potential.
The thought made her smile even brighter. /N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. After a few action-heavy chapters, I decided to take it easy and focus on showing the closeness of the Takime clan. I wanted to highlight the bonds between the characters. I'm also planning to speed up the plot progression soon. Kaoru needs to grow up and get out of the outpost, but first, we've got some important character development to tackle. Oh, and I've been thinking about Kaoru's secondary element. I'm not saying he's going to start learning it right away, we're not rushing things, but I like to plan ahead. Any suggestions? Drop them in the comments. Character notes: Kaoru, tired of pies. I swear if I hear one more pie joke, I'm leaving the clan. Maki, proud sister mode. What should I teach Rue next? Akura, hidden wisdom. Maki doesn't realize how much potential she has. Someone should tell her, nah, not yet. Suiren, feeling left out. Why is my screen time so limited? I'm literally the clan head. Chapter 9, Mizukage's Visit. It had been 3 months since the Takime clan sent the letter, inviting a potential ally to visit and discuss a friendly relationship. Suiren had even suggested they bring a few youngsters to spar, which carried 2 hidden meanings. First, showing their fighting style would help build trust and strengthen their bond. Second, it would allow the Takime clan to assess their strength compared to other clans. A rare opportunity since both groups had been isolated from the world for years. And now, after all the waiting, the day had finally come. Suiren, Maki, Kaoru, and practically everyone who wasn't busy stood near the outpost entrance, waiting for the delegation's arrival. The air buzzed with excitement and curiosity. Everyone was eager to see who this mysterious clan was, but only Suiren, Maki, and a few higher-ups knew the truth. Kaoru, on the other hand, wasn't particularly interested.
It's just another clan, right? Nothing special.
He yawned quietly, trying not to look bored as he stood by Maki. But that changed the moment he saw her. A girl around Maki's age was leading the group of 20 to 25 individuals. Her distinct red hair gleamed under the sunlight, and her bright blue eyes sparkled like the clear sky. Kaoru's eyes widened in shock.
Is that May?
He thought, his mind racing. He knew that face. He couldn't mistake her for anyone else.
Mai Terumi.
The future Mizukage and one of the strongest women in the entire Naruto universe. Her appearance alone screamed power and charisma, even at such a young age. Kaoru glanced at Maki and chuckled quietly to himself.
Maki caught a big fish.
He thought with a smile on his face. Kaoru kept his gaze on Mai, observing her every move. He knew she wouldn't be anywhere near as strong as she was in the series. After all, she was still young, but that didn't diminish her potential. Mai Terumi was destined to become a powerhouse, wielding 2 Kekkei Genkai, and Kaoru couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of seeing her in action.
I wonder if she already knows how to use lava release or boil release.
His eyes sparkled with curiosity.
Maybe I can ask her for guidance.
Initially, Kaoru had no plans to participate in the friendly sparring tournament. But now?
I need to get in. If I get the chance to spar with her, or at least catch her attention, I'll learn something.
Kaoru's thoughts were interrupted as Suiren stepped forward, her smile radiating calm authority.
Welcome, Clan Head Maruam.
Her tone was respectful, yet warm. The grey-haired man with a long, flowing beard stepped away from his group. His piercing eyes scanned the gathered Takime members, but his gaze softened when it landed on Suiren.
I'm glad to see you healthy and strong, Clan Head Suiren.
His voice was deep and steady, carrying the weight of years of leadership. Suiren nodded, her smile never wavering.
We've been waiting for you. The feast is ready, so let's head inside. I'm sure everyone is tired and hungry. We can talk as we eat.
With a gracious gesture, Suiren turned to lead the group toward the Takime clan's main hall. The Terumi clan members followed behind their leader, their eyes filled with unhidden curiosity. For many of them, this was their first time outside their own settlement, and the sight of another hidden outpost piqued their interest. Meanwhile, the Takime clan members stood watching, their expressions equally curious. No outsider had ever visited their new home before. For the younger generation, this was the first time they'd seen anyone outside their clan. Whispers began to spread through the Takime crowd as they observed the newcomers.
They look strong.
Did you see that red-haired boy? He was so handsome.
I wonder if they'll spar with us.
Kaoru kept quiet, his focus still locked on Mai. He wasn't just curious, he was determined.
This could be the start of something big. If the Takime and Terumi clans form an alliance, we'll be stronger than ever.
He smiled to himself, already planning how he could take advantage of this opportunity.
This means I'll have tons of new scrolls to study.
Chuckled Kaoru. He was definitely obsessed with scrolls. Kaoru had spent the last 3 months obsessively studying the methods to reduce the number of hand signs needed for the techniques he had already learned. And he'd made great progress. His water prison jutsu and water clone jutsu now required just 1 hand sign each. The days of making complex sequences of hand signs were behind him, at least for those techniques. Now Kaoru was focused on perfecting body flicker. Maki had told him that true mastery of the technique meant using it without any hand signs at all. Kaoru felt like he was on the verge of achieving that, but for now he still needed 1 hand sign to pull it off.
I'm so close,
he thought with determined excitement, already imagining how fast and efficient his future battles would be once he perfected it.
I want to be like Shisui. I'll take body flicker on a whole new level here,
thought Kaoru while setting himself a new goal. But it wasn't just technique refinement that Kaoru had been working on. He never slacked off on his physical training or chakra control exercises either. His body was stronger, and his chakra control had reached a point where he could walk on water effortlessly. His chakra core had also doubled in size again. It had taken weeks of grueling practice, but now he could do it instinctively. Maki had promised him a new training regimen after the Takime clan's visit, and Kaoru was eager to see what she had in mind. So yeah, Kaoru was improving, rapidly, faster than anyone anticipated, but there was one weakness he hadn't yet addressed. He hadn't sparred with anyone but Maki, and Maki never held back. Each time they sparred, Kaoru ended up getting knocked around like a rag doll. He was always forced to seek help from the clan's medical ninjas afterward. It had been a humbling experience, and despite all his progress, his confidence in his combat skills wasn't that high. However, would this friendly tournament with the Takime clan give him the chance to prove himself? Or would it just show him how far he still had to go? Only time will tell. The clan heads sat in Swiren's office, their expressions composed. With them sat two key representatives from each clan, Maki and Akura on Swiren's side, and Mei and a stoic shinobi with red eyes and black lines across his face on Meruem's side. He had introduced himself briefly as Tenma and hadn't spoken since. Swiren had insisted that Maki sit in on the meeting, continuing her efforts to groom her as the next clan head. Meruem, too, seemed to be preparing Mei for future leadership.
Clan heads, the big picture is clear, started Maki. We need each other to survive, and to protect our people. Kirigakure keeps oppressing and destroying clans. We must create an organization strong enough to oppose them.
Her gaze shifted to Mei, who nodded in silent agreement. But Meruem simply shook his head, his expression calm but firm.
Child, both Surin and I understand the young one's desire to act.
His voice was steady and deep.
But we've seen what hasty decisions lead to. Alliances built on fear and desperation do not last. We need to discuss where our interests lie first, and slowly develop a relationship based on trust and understanding.
It was clear to everyone in the room that the real discussion wasn't just between the clan heads, but also between the heirs. Maki and Mei seemed to be on the same page, advocating for immediate action, while Surin and Meruem shared a more passive, long-term approach. Akura decided that it was time to chime in.
I have to side with the clan heads on this. Even if we combine our forces, we wouldn't be nearly strong enough to challenge the Mizukage's faction. The Takime clan's outpost survives thanks to Swiren's ability, which makes her nearly undefeatable in this valley. But outside of it...
He paused, his expression grim.
Even one S-rank shinobi could wipe us out.
The room fell into silence for a moment. Everyone knew that the Takime clan had no S-rank shinobi, but Akura's words reinforced the harsh reality. It was a vulnerable truth, one that needed to be said out loud for the Takime clan to trust them and also open up. Tenma, still silent, nodded in acknowledgement, his expression unreadable. Maki glanced at Mei, her frustration starting to show. They both knew that if things continued like this, nothing would change. The older generation would continue their cautious approach, and their chance to unite against the Mizukage would slip away. Mei suddenly stood.
Let's continue this discussion after the tournament. Maybe seeing the fire in the youngsters' eyes will change your perspectives.
Meruem chuckled softly, while Swiren gave Mei a thoughtful look.
Perhaps,
Swiren said with a gentle nod.
the future does belong to them, after all.
Maki's eyes sparkled with hope, and Kaoru, who had been listening quietly from outside the door, couldn't help but grin. The friendly tournament was about to become a lot more interesting.
No way, you're not participating in this tournament.
Maki's sharp glare pierced through Kaoru, her tone leaving no room for argument. They were having dinner together as usual, with Swiren sitting at the head of the table. But tonight, Mei and Meruem were also present, making the atmosphere a bit more formal than usual. Kaoru, however, wasn't backing down.
Why not?
He pouted, his lower lip sticking out slightly.
I'm not saying I'll win, but it's a valuable experience. It's not like anyone's going to try to kill their opponent. I just want to have fun.
Maki's expression didn't soften. If anything, her eyes narrowed even more.
Rue, you know why.
Her voice carried both sternness and pride.
I've been sparring with you, and you have no control. If you fight kids your age, they'll be heavily wounded, at best. The only reason I walk away unscathed is because I'm that much stronger than you. Why do you think I've forbidden you to spar with anyone else?
The room fell into silence, everyone having different expressions. Kaoru and Suiren were both shocked by her words, while Mei's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Meruem, on the other hand, looked slightly insulted. The implication that an 8-year-old boy could easily overpower anyone close to his age from the Takime clan didn't sit well with him. He was about to speak, but Kaoru beat him to it.
What if I fight someone much stronger than me?
Kaoru
asked. I don't mind getting beaten up. You know that.
He chuckled.
I just want to experience different fighting styles.
He leaned forward, his big cyan eyes locking onto Maki. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added,
Please?
But this time, instead of Maki, he was looking at Mei. This made everyone look at Kaoru differently. The kid was cunning. Before Maki could respond, Mei chuckled softly, drawing everyone's attention.
If the clan heads allow it, I don't mind sparring with him.
Mei's gaze shifted toward Maki, but there was a hint of playfulness in her tone. It was clear she was asking for Maki's permission, not Suiren's. Kaoru's eyes lit up with excitement. He barely stopped himself from jumping out of his seat.
Really?
His voice rose in pitch, his excitement barely contained. Meruem gave Mei a side glance but said nothing. He wasn't pleased with the idea, but he trusted Mei's judgment.
All right. Suiren finally spoke. If Mei is willing to spar with you, then I won't stop it. But, Kaoru,
She gave him a pointed look.
you must behave. No tricks, no trying to show off.
Kaoru nodded eagerly, his face bright with joy.
Yes, Grandma. I promise.
Maki sighed again, rubbing her temples.
You're too stubborn for your own good, Rue.
But despite her frustration, she couldn't help but smile. Mei chuckled again, her eyes twinkling with amusement.
He's quite determined, isn't he?
She said, addressing Maki. Maki nodded, grinning softly.
You have no idea.
Kaoru was already gone. He muttered he was going to prepare for the spar and ran outside with a wide smile on his face. He'd gotten exactly what he wanted, a sparring match with Mei Terumi. /N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. I decided it was time for Kaoru to experience a proper beating from someone other than Maki. Let's face it, he was getting too comfortable. Ha ha ha. Also, I've always loved Mei's persona in the canon, but I felt like it wasn't explored deeply enough. She's a fascinating character with so much potential, and I plan to give her more depth and development here. From this point on, Kaoru will start to step out of the shadows. He'll become more active, both in his training and outside of it. It's time for him to experience the world. Character notes: Kaoru, plotting mastermind. I'm definitely not trying to manipulate everyone around me to learn cool jutsus. Nope, not at all. Maki, overprotective sister. I'll beat you up to keep you safe, Rue. That's what love is. Mei, future Mizukage in the making. I'm supposed to be here for diplomacy, but kicking this kid's butt sounds way more fun. Tenma, silent guardian. I've said 5 words since arriving, and honestly, that's 5 too many. Chapter 10. Mei vs. Kaoru. Both the Takime and Terumi clans gathered eagerly around the specially built dueling platform. The air was filled with chatter and anticipation as everyone looked forward to the sparring matches. There was particular buzz when it was announced that Mei Terumi would be participating. Despite the original agreement limiting participants to those 12 years old or younger, both clan heads and, most importantly, Kaoru had approved her inclusion. No one voiced any objections. In fact, the Takime teen boys welcomed the chance to see Mei's beauty and skill in action. The first match was between 2 of the most promising young talents from each clan. Suguru Takime, a confident 12-year-old with a reputation for being above most genin-level shinobi, stood at one end of the platform. On the other side was Yuji Terumi, a boy of similar age, equally talented, and gifted with the lava release Kekkei Genkai. Both boys stepped onto the stage. As they took their spots opposite each other, the crowd leaned forward, anticipation showing on everyone's faces. On the dueling stand, Suguru Takime and Yuji Terumi stood facing each other, their expressions a mix of excitement and determination. Both boys bowed with respect, though their eyes never left each other. Gumi, standing at the edge of the platform with his arms crossed, nodded firmly.
Begin.
Suguru wasted no time. He charged forward, his feet kicking up dust as he closed the distance between them. His fists were clenched, ready to deliver a decisive punch. Yuji, however, didn't flinch. He waited until Suguru was almost upon him before slamming his hands together in a quick hand sign.
Earth release, Stonewall Jutsu.
A small wall of rock erupted from the ground between them. Suguru barely had time to react, his feet nearly colliding with the barrier.
Tch, a defensive type, huh?
Suguru muttered, quickly weaving a hand sign of his own.
Water release, water shot.
A small stream of water shot from his mouth, blasting the stone wall into chunks of rubble. Yuji quickly stepped back, already forming another hand sign. But Suguru was faster. He leapt over the crumbling wall and landed right in front of Yuji, his fist aimed at Yuji's chest. Yuji barely dodged, twisting his body to the side, but Suguru's fist grazed his shoulder.
That was close. Too close. Yuji smirked as he landed a few feet away. But it's my turn now.
He brought his hands together in a sequence of hand signs. The air around him seemed to shimmer with heat.
Fire release, flameball jutsu.
A small fireball shot toward Suguru, crackling with intensity. The crowd gasped. Even though the flame wasn't huge, for a 12-year-old, it was impressive. Suguru's eyes narrowed. He quickly formed a hand sign.
Water release, water wall.
The fireball collided with the wall of water, sending up a cloud of steam that obscured the stage. For a moment, everything went silent. Then, out of the mist, Suguru charged through, soaking wet but grinning.
Gotcha!
He yelled, swinging a kick toward Yuji's legs. Yuji jumped back, avoiding the kick, but Suguru didn't let up. He pushed forward with a series of punches and kicks, each one forcing Yuji to retreat further toward the edge of the platform.
You're good at running away,
Suguru teased, his grin widening. Yuji smirked.
And you're good at talking.
Then, without warning, Yuji stomped the ground, releasing another jutsu.
Lava release, scorching floor.
The surface beneath Suguru's feet suddenly began to sizzle, turning into a hot, sticky mess. Suguru yelped and jumped to avoid getting burned.
What the? You've got lava release?
Suguru's eyes widened in shock. The crowd murmured excitedly. Even the older shinobi were impressed. Lava release was a rare and powerful Kekkei Genkai, and seeing a 12-year-old wield it, even in a weakened form, was no small feat.
Yeah, but it's still hard to control, Yuji admitted with a shrug. I can't melt anyone just yet, but I can definitely make you dance.
Suguru gritted his teeth, circling around the scorched patch of ground. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but he wasn't ready to give up.
All right, let's see how you handle this.
Suguru performed a quick series of hand signs.
Wind release, gale palm.
A burst of wind shot from his hands, blowing the steam away and forcing Yuji to brace himself. The powerful gust also cooled the hot ground, neutralizing Yuji's advantage. Yuji's smirk faltered.
Not bad.
Thanks.
Suguru cracked his knuckles. But I'm not done. The two boys charged at each other, their fists colliding in mid-air. The impact sent both of them skidding back. Both were panting hard, but neither was ready to give up. Finally, Gumi raised his hand.
Enough,
he called out. This match is a draw. Both of you fought well. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause. It wasn't the decisive victory anyone had expected, but it was clear that both boys were exceptionally skilled. Suguru and Yuji bowed to each other before stepping off the stage, each one grinning from ear to ear.
That was fun,
Yuji said, extending a hand toward Suguru.
Yeah, it was.
Suguru shook his hand. But next time, I'm winning.
You wish.
Kaoru, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but grin with his eyes sparkling.
So cool, but I bet I could beat them both.
After the explosive start of the friendly sparrings, it became clear the clans had miscalculated by letting Suguru and Yuji go first. Both were far ahead of their peers, making the following matches feel lackluster in comparison. Still, there were a few notable surprises. An 8-year-old girl with purple eyes, one of the orphans rescued by Maki, showed a Kekkei Genkai of Scorch Release, a rare ability in the Land of Water. Her display of raw power left both clans stunned. Then there was the overconfident boy from the Takime Clan, who attempted a summoning jutsu. The crowd watched in suspense as the boy's chakra flared dramatically, only for nothing to happen.
Thank the gods he failed.
Gumi muttered, shaking his head. A failed summoning was embarrassing, but a successful one without a contract. That could have been disastrous. Meruem, meanwhile, sat stone-faced. It was clear that the boy would soon be on the receiving end of a stern talk. Finally, it was time for the most anticipated match of the day. The crowd shifted in excitement, whispers rippling through the gathered clans as Mei Terumi took her place on the dueling platform. Her graceful movements and confident demeanor didn't go unnoticed by the Takime boys, who could barely contain their smitten expressions. Mei clearly enjoyed the attention, letting her red hair flow freely as she climbed the platform with slow, deliberate steps. Meanwhile, Kaoru couldn't stand still. His fists clenched in excitement, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. For months, he'd only sparred with Maki, and always ended up on the receiving end of a beating. Now he was finally going to fight someone new, and not just anyone, someone strong.
She looks amazing, doesn't she?
Whispered one of the Takime boys. Kaoru, standing nearby, rolled his eyes.
Yeah, but I'm gonna win this.
Maki snorted.
Sure, Rue, just don't cry when she beats you.
Kaoru grinned without missing a beat.
Only if she lands a hit?
All right, little Rue, don't embarrass us.
Maki whispered from the sidelines with a teasing smirk. Arms crossed as she watched her brother step up. Kaoru shot her a quick glare before locking his eyes on Mei.
I'm gonna win this.
His voice was quiet but filled with determination. Mei, standing on the opposite side, tilted her head and gave a playful smirk.
You sure about that, kid?
Her voice was teasing, but her stance was completely serious. I don't hold back. Gumi stepped forward. Ready? His hand lifted into the air. Begin! Kaoru dashed forward immediately, closing the distance with shocking speed, but instead of attacking head-on, he suddenly vanished mid-step. The crowd gasped. Did he just…
Body flicker, Meruem muttered, his eyes narrowing. Without hand signs, impressive.
Mei's calm smirk faltered for just a moment, her eyes darting left and right.
Where did he…
Before she could finish her thought, Kaoru reappeared behind her, launching a water bullet straight at her back. But Mei was no amateur. She spun around, lava forming at her palms as she threw a quick stream of molten rock to intercept the bullet. The two attacks collided, hissing and steaming as water met lava.
Not bad.
Mei's grin returned as she wiped a stray droplet from her cheek. But you'll have to do better than that. Kaoru didn't respond. Instead, he formed a water shuriken in his hand and hurled it at her with deadly precision. Mei ducked under the first one, but Kaoru quickly followed up with 3 more, forcing her to dodge again.
Where did he learn that? Maki muttered to herself, genuinely surprised. That's new.
Realizing Kaoru was faster than expected, Mei changed her approach. She stomped the platform, sending a wave of lava across the stage to limit his movement. Kaoru, now cornered, prepared to dodge when Mei suddenly appeared in front of him, her kunai aimed at his chest.
Got you. Mei grinned.
Nope.
Kaoru's form disappeared in a puff of smoke, a substitution jutsu. From above, Kaoru launched another water bullet, this time shaped like a spiral drill. Mei barely had time to react, leaping backward to avoid the devastating strike as it pierced the ground where she had been standing. The platform shook from the impact, leaving a crater.
Okay, this kid's dangerous,
Tenma muttered from the sidelines, glancing at Meruem.
He's good.
Mei's expression turned more serious. But let's see how he handles this. She quickly performed hand signs, and lava globs formed in her hands. With a quick flick of her wrist, she sent them flying toward Kaoru. Kaoru dodged nimbly, his body flicker making it look easy, but the globs weren't random. They were cutting off his escape routes.
You're fast, but I've got you now. Mei smirked as she closed the distance.
Kaoru tried to dodge again, but this time Mei anticipated his move, appearing right in front of him with a lava-coated punch. Kaoru had no choice but to block with a water clone. The clone took the hit, dissolving instantly, but it gave Kaoru enough time to jump back.
"You're holding back, May!" Kaoru yelled, grinning through his exhaustion. "Don't insult me!"
All right then.
May's grin widened as her eyes sparkled with amusement. You asked for it. Both fighters charged at each other, Kaoru spinning water shurikens in both hands, while May prepared to finish things with a lava-coated kick. Just as they were about to collide, Kaoru disappeared again.
Body flicker!
Someone yelled from the crowd. May was ready. She spun around, expecting him to reappear behind her, but Kaoru appeared above her instead, a final water bullet with a spiraling edge forming in his mouth.
"Take this!"
Kaoru yelled as he fired the enhanced water bullet down at May. May's eyes widened in surprise, but she wasn't one to panic. She kicked off the ground, using her lava release to propel herself sideways, dodging the attack. The water bullet crashed into the platform, exploding with force, sending steam and debris flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, both fighters were standing at opposite ends of the platform.
That's enough.
Gumi called out, stepping between them.
The match is over.
Kaoru looked disappointed at first, but then grinned proudly.
"I almost got you,"
said Kaoru while breathing heavily. May laughed softly, walking over to ruffle his hair.
Almost, but not quite.
The crowd erupted in cheers. The beautiful display of technique and power had captivated everyone, even though it was clear that May hadn't been fighting seriously. But no one expected her to. It was an 8-year-old against a 15-year-old after all. Most of the spectators initially saw the sparring as a mismatch, something done more for Kaoru's benefit than anything else. But now everyone saw Kaoru in a completely different light. His speed, chakra control, and sheer determination left no room for doubt. He wasn't just some talented kid, he was already strong. And considering his age and rapid growth, the realization dawned on many. If Kaoru kept training at this intensity, he'd be a monster as an adult. Meruem's gaze lingered on Kaoru, his expression unreadable. Finally, he turned to Suiren, offering a polite smile that didn't quite reach his eyes.
I think Maki undersold him. He chuckled lightly. Your grandson is far stronger than I expected. I should apologize. When Maki said none of the youngsters would stand a chance against him, I took it as an insult. But after seeing this, I understand.
His tone remained cordial, but there was a glint of something cautious and calculating beneath his words.
Some of those attacks were lethal, Meruem continued. Even I was surprised by his control over them at such a young age. Takime Clan is nurturing something impressive.
Suiren chuckled softly, her eyes fixed on Kaoru as he was being praised by the crowd.
I didn't know he was this strong either,
she admitted with a hint of pride.
I think I might be even more surprised than you, Lord Meruem.
But unlike Meruem, her expression gave away nothing. Whether she had picked up on his veiled concerns or not, she didn't show it. Maki, meanwhile, was practically glowing with pride. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks were flushed with excitement as she watched her baby brother soak in the attention.
"That's my little Rue,"
she muttered under her breath, her grin wide. But as her excitement faded, a nagging realization hit her.
"Wait a second. He's never gone all out against me."
Her excitement wavered, and a pout formed on her lips. She'd always assumed Kaoru was giving his best during their sparring matches, but now it was painfully obvious that he'd been holding back.
"That little brat,"
she muttered, already planning to give him a stern talk later. But for now, she couldn't help but bask in her brother's success. Mei Terumi stood off to the side, her arms crossed and her expression thoughtful. Unlike the others, she wasn't just impressed with Kaoru's raw talent. It was his demeanor that stood out to her.
He's too calm for his age,
she mused. Throughout the entire fight, Kaoru had been calculating every single move. Even when cornered, he never lost his composure. He fought with the cold logic of someone far more experienced, not a child.
If he's this composed at 8, what will he be like at 18?
May couldn't help but shiver at the thought.
He will be a menace as an enemy, but as an ally, he would be priceless.
Her mind was already working on how to convince her clan head to strengthen their alliance with Takime. While the crowd dispersed, Kaoru stood quietly, his expression blank, as he watched Mei walk away. His mind was a storm of thoughts, analyzing every mistake he made during the fight.
I really thought I could do better. He sighed to himself. But she didn't even try. I was naive to think I was not very far from Mei's strength. I'm still too far from the strength I need to protect my family.
Despite the cheers and praise from his clan, Kaoru felt disappointed. He had been confident going into the fight, but now he realized he had a long way to go. Kaoru made a mental note to review the fight in detail later and adjust his training accordingly. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the excitement from the day's events began to fade. The crowd slowly scattered, returning to their homes to prepare for the night's feast. Kaoru glanced at Maki, who was grinning at him like a proud older sister, and then at Suiren, who nodded at him with approval. But deep down, Kaoru was already planning his next steps. We've finally reached 10 chapters. 3. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. I hope you enjoyed the fights. Writing Kaoru's match with Mei was a lot of fun, especially balancing it to be competitive while still showing the gap between their experience and skills. Once the Takime clan leaves, Maki is going to design a new training regimen for Kaoru to push him even further. I'll be working on that now. Also, I haven't decided what kind of relationship the Takime and Takime clans will have in the long term, but their alliance, or rivalry, will become more clear soon. Let me know what you think. Suggestions are always welcome. Character notes: Maki, big sister vibes. Why didn't he go all out against me? He's in for a talk. Kaoru, relentless learner. I almost had her. Also, will there be any pie tonight? Mei, impressed but cautious. This boy is going to be a problem in the future. Meruem, calculating. Takime has a monster brewing. Gumi, ever-present judge. No more summoning attempts, please. Chapter 11, The Alliance and Happy Kaoru. The sun shone mercilessly outside, heating the moisture-rich air created by the cascading waterfall. But inside Suiren's office, the temperature was even higher, thanks to the heated argument taking place between the elders and their fiery successors. Maki and Mei stood side by side, frustration etched into their faces. Both girls had lost their patience after days of careful diplomacy, and now their tempers were flaring.
What's there to even discuss?
Mei's voice rang out, her usual composed demeanor cracking. She took a step forward, her fists clenched.
We both have a common enemy. We both want to help our people and overthrow that tyrant Mizukage. Why are we wasting time? Every second we delay, more potential allies are killed and more children are brainwashed into his ranks.
Maki stood silently next to her, grinding her teeth in frustration. Akura, who was seated near Suiren, kept his gaze fixed on the table. He had made it clear from the start that he wouldn't step in to help Suiren or Meruem in this debate. His expression said it all. This is their fight. Meruem, however, remained calm. His long beard swayed slightly as he slowly shook his head. His deep voice was steady and authoritative, yet gentle in its rebuke.
Mei, you're too young. You don't yet understand the full weight of responsibility a leader carries. It's not about rushing into battle. It's about ensuring the survival of our people.
His eyes softened as he looked at her, though his words remained firm.
Yes, Kiri is dying. Yes, Mizukage is a tyrant. But if I fail to protect the Takime clan in my haste, there won't be a clan left to save.
Mei's face twisted in frustration and her lips parted to argue, but Maki beat her to it.
You keep saying we're too young, that we don't understand responsibility.
Maki's voice cracked as she struggled to keep her composure.
But you're forgetting something. By stalling, you're pushing that responsibility onto us. It'll be us fighting stronger enemies tomorrow, with worse odds. And when that time comes, will you be able to live with the consequences of doing nothing?
Akura's brow twitched. He was watching Maki closely now, his respect for her growing. She's got a point, even if she's yelling it. Suiren, sitting silently at her desk, sighed deeply. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the wood as she contemplated the weight of the conversation. Finally, she spoke.
Do you both think we haven't considered that?
Her gaze fell on Maki.
Do you think I want to leave this burden to you and Kaoru? To your children after you? But there's more to war than charging forward with passion. You need allies, you need strategy, and most importantly, you need time.
Maki crossed her arms and looked away, refusing to meet her grandmother's gaze. May, however, stood her ground.
Time isn't on our side.
May said quietly, her tone sharp but measured now.
Every moment we wait, more clans fall, more children die, and if we wait too long, there won't be anyone left to stand with us.
Swearin was about to say something, but May was faster.
You saw the younger generation prove that they are not pushovers. Takime even has an 8-year-old who is stronger than any 12-year-old I've ever seen. We owe it to them to at least start strengthening our clans, instead of making small cautious moves like we've been doing.
May's voice carried both passion and frustration, her blue eyes locked onto the two clan heads.
All right,
Meruem
said calmly. Let's hear it then. What would you do if you were the clan heads? Lay it out. No vague ideas. Give us specifics.
Both girls blinked in surprise. They hadn't expected such a direct challenge, but they were prepared. May took the lead, her tone steady but confident.
For starters, we should consolidate our strength. Terumi clan should relocate to this valley. The Takime outpost is the safest place we can find. If we want to survive, we need to put our people in the best possible position.
Swearin raised a brow at that, but May's choice of words was careful, respectful. She avoided making it sound like the Terumi clan would be hiding, or that Takime was stronger, just that it was a practical, strategic move. Maki took over, her voice more intense, brimming with passion.
Once we're settled, we'll start reaching out to surrounding villages. We'll offer our protection and services. We need commissions to support ourselves. But we'll also rescue orphaned children. There are so many who've lost everything to Mizukage's tyranny or rogue ninjas' atrocities. We can give them a home, train them, and raise them to become loyal shinobi who believe in our cause.
Unlike May, Maki wasn't polished when it came to diplomacy. Her words were blunt and direct, but everyone in the room could feel her sincerity. She truly believed in what she was saying, and that made her words carry weight. May nodded and continued,
Once we've secured our immediate surroundings, we'll start reaching out to other clans who oppose Mizukage. But we need to be careful. Every clan we contact must be thoroughly vetted. We'll only approach those we're certain are against Mizukage's faction.
Meruem listened quietly, his eyes narrowing slightly.
You're talking about building an alliance. But you understand that any sign of us consolidating forces will attract attention from Kirigakure. How will you handle that?
Maki frowned, her fists clenched. She hadn't considered that. Luckily, May stepped in.
That's why we need to act quietly at first. We don't want to create an obvious target. We'll start small, building trust with local villages and other oppressed clans. We'll expand gradually, avoiding big movements until we're ready to strike.
Akura, who had been sitting quietly throughout the conversation, finally spoke.
It's risky.
His gaze flickered to Maki.
But not impossible. And we've already seen that we can't survive in isolation forever.
Meruem sighed deeply, leaning back in his chair.
Your plan is bold, maybe even reckless, but...
He glanced at Swearin.
I will concede and trust your judgment.
Swearin finally spoke.
The young ones are right. We can't delay any longer, but we move on our terms, carefully, no unnecessary risks.
Her gaze sharpened as it landed on Maki and May.
And you two will need to prove that you can lead without letting your emotions cloud your judgment.
As the meeting ended, May and Maki exchanged triumphant smiles.
I told you we'd convince them,
May whispered, nudging Maki. Maki smirked.
Yeah, just wait. Soon enough, they'll see things our way completely.
From the corner, Akura sighed.
I hope you two are ready for the responsibility that comes with this.
Kaoru, who had been quietly listening from outside the office, grinned.
An alliance, huh? Sounds like I'll be getting more scrolls to study. Hey.
In the evening, it was officially announced to both the Takime and Terumi clan members that an alliance had been established between their clans. The news was met with excitement, curiosity, and even some cautious optimism. It was also disclosed that the Terumi clan would be relocating to the Takime outpost in 5 months. While the idea of 2 clans living together in one settlement was promising, it also posed a significant challenge. The current outpost was too small to accommodate everyone comfortably, so a complete remodeling of the settlement was necessary. New living quarters needed to be built to house the incoming Terumi members. In addition, the clans recognized that they would need new communal facilities, such as larger training grounds, storage buildings, and a new medical center. There were also discussions about establishing a joint school to teach children from both clans, not just in combat techniques, but also in history, culture, and rules. The practicalities of merging 2 clans went beyond infrastructure. The leaders realized they needed a unified system of governance. They couldn't function effectively if each clan continued to operate under its own rules and traditions. Both Sueren and Meruem agreed that a single governing body would be necessary to oversee the joint settlement. However, there were differing views on how to achieve this. It was Akura who proposed the idea that resonated with both sides. A council made up of representatives from both clans.
The council should have 11 members.
Akura had suggested during the meeting,
5 from each clan, chosen by their respective leaders. The 11th member will be elected by both clans. If we can't agree on the 11th member, then the council will simply remain at 10 members until a unanimous choice is made.
The process was long and tiresome, threatening clan heads and the other higher up with many sleepless nights. Kaoru's eyes sparkled with excitement as he practically bounced in front of Maki.
Maki, have you finished working on my new training regimen?
Maki smiled weakly, rubbing her temples.
Yes, Rue, I have.
She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes and her posture heavier than usual. Since the alliance between the Takime and Terumi clans was her and Mei's brainchild, Maki had been working tirelessly. Between overseeing building projects and acting as the go-to council member for questions about the alliance, she barely had time to sleep. Mei had been steadily bringing more Terumi members to help with construction, but Maki's duties didn't let up. Kaoru noticed the fatigue on her face, but decided not to mention it.
Remember when I told you that you needed to master walking on water for my training regimen?
Maki asked, crossing her arms. Kaoru nodded eagerly.
Of course, and I did it.
Well, now you're ready to train outside. You'll be practicing near the waterfall.
Kaoru's grin grew even wider, but Maki's expression turned serious as she stepped closer, locking eyes with him.
I've already asked Grandma for permission, but listen carefully. You're allowed to go to the waterfall and no further. If you see any outsiders, no matter who they are, you flicker back to the outpost immediately. Got it?
Kaoru swallowed, sensing her protective concern.
I promise, Maki. You're the best.
Before she could respond, he threw his arms around her in a tight hug. Maki chuckled softly, hugging him back.
I kept sneaking out before, but now I won't have to,
Kaoru
said with a cheeky grin. Finally, freedom.
Yeah,
Maki teased.
Just don't get yourself in trouble. Now let me explain the training regimen.
Maki knelt next to Kaoru, pulling out a scroll with carefully written instructions and diagrams.
First,
Maki pointed to a sketch of a person standing under a waterfall.
You'll be spending a lot of time under the waterfall, but it's not just standing there.
Kaoru tilted his head.
What's the point of standing underwater?
Maki smirked.
You're not just standing, Rue. You'll be focusing on keeping your chakra steady to stay balanced on the water's surface while the waterfall hits you. The force of the water will try to knock you down. Your job is to hold your ground. You'll start by just standing, but eventually, I expect you to be able to perform hand signs and maintain jutsu while under the pressure.
Kaoru's eyes widened.
That's brilliant. It'll improve chakra control and physical endurance at the same time.
Next, you'll be walking on water with weights strapped to your body. I've prepared a set of adjustable weights. You'll start light, but will increase them over time.
Kaoru groaned.
Weights? Really?
Maki flicked his forehead.
Yes, it's not just about walking. You'll run laps around the waterfall pool with those weights on. At first, your chakra will help you stay balanced, but as you get tired, your physical strength will be tested too. Your water manipulation is already advanced for your age, but we'll take it further. I want you to practice shaping the water into different forms while keeping it steady.
Maki pointed to the sketches of water shapes on the scroll.
Droplets, whips, walls, and, this one's important, a sphere. The goal is to create a water sphere with no leaks. If you can maintain it for more than 10 minutes, we'll move to the next phase.
Kaoru's face lit up.
I think I can already do these.
Maki chuckled.
It's harder than it looks, but if you can actually do these, then we will simply move to the next phase. Anyway, the last 2 exercises will be the most important for you. The next is body flicker training.
Kaoru's grin stretched ear to ear.
You're already good with body flicker, but you're not stealthy enough. Remember how Mei predicted your moves a few times? The goal is to flicker without making a sound. You'll be practicing near the waterfall, using the mist to conceal your movements. At first, you'll flicker from one side of the pool to the other, but eventually, I want you to be able to flicker between trees without anyone hearing or seeing you. Lastly, you'll be meditating, but with a twist.
Kaoru raised a brow. A twist.
You'll meditate while walking near the waterfall, and once you do that, then you will be walking on water. The goal is to focus your mind while your body balances itself. This will help with chakra recovery and concentration during battle. Eventually, you'll be able to regain your chakra reserves even during intense combat.
Kaoru scratched his head.
Meditating while walking sounds hard.
Maki smirked.
It is. But if my hypothesis is correct, you will be able to pull it off. Besides, you're the one who wanted a tougher regimen.
Kaoru stared at the scroll, his excitement growing with each line.
This is perfect. I'll be unstoppable after this.
Maki chuckled.
If you survive, Rue.
Kaoru grinned mischievously.
I'll be fine. Just make sure you're ready for when I surpass you.
Maki rolled her eyes.
Sure. But remember, Rue, no wandering beyond the waterfall.
Kaoru hugged her again, his excitement overflowing.
Thanks, Maki. I won't let you down.
As Kaoru ran off to prepare, Maki watched him with a mix of pride and concern.
He really is growing too fast,
she whispered to herself.
I just hope he doesn't lose that spark.
/N. If you are enjoying the novel, please give it a review. It will help me a lot. I hope this chapter was fun and entertaining for you. I know not everyone loves training arcs, but they're necessary to show how Kaoru grows stronger and how his personality is developing. There will be a few time skips soon, and Kaoru will probably be ready to go on his first mission. He's already stronger than most 12-year-old genin, and those freshman genins go on missions all the time. So yeah, he'll be fine. Probably. XD. Let me know what you think in the comments. Suggestions are always welcome. Character notes: Maki, overworked and sleep-deprived. I need sleep, but Rue's progress is worth it. Still, he better not go beyond that waterfall. Kaoru, excited rebel, I got permission. No more sneaking out. Wait, what else can I sneak out for? Mei, alliance manager in training. Honestly, I'm doing half the work here. Can I get a break? No? Fine. Meruem, wise but wary. These kids are moving fast. I need to make sure they don't outrun their common sense. Chapter 12, The First Mission. The Takime outpost had transformed over the past few months. It was no longer the quiet, hidden refuge it once was. It had grown into a bustling settlement filled with laughter, training, and life. The partial relocation of the Takime clan had brought new energy to the valley. The construction teams worked tirelessly, and families settled in with ease. Children ran around, competing in games and sparring sessions, pushing each other to improve. The classrooms were more crowded, and every lesson was met with more eager minds. This trial phase, suggested by Meruem, was proving to be a success. The minor complaints, over room sizes or food preferences, were nothing out of the ordinary, and both clans adapted well to sharing the outpost. The cooperation between the two clans was strengthening faster than anyone had anticipated. For the clan heads and higher-ups, things were more hectic than ever. Meetings, planning sessions, and constant problem-solving filled their days. Maki and Mei bore the brunt of the workload. Maki, in particular, was constantly frustrated, often muttering complaints to anyone who'd listen.
I don't even have time to train myself, let alone Rue.
She would grumble, rubbing her temples. But Kaoru, he wasn't missing her guidance all that much. Since getting permission to leave the outpost and train near the waterfall, Kaoru had been spending nearly all his time there. The serene environment and rushing water provided the perfect backdrop for him to focus on honing his abilities. It was the first time he could truly explore his Kekkei Genkai without restraint. He discovered a crucial breakthrough. His Kekkei Genkai could be partially activated. By limiting his visual abilities, he drastically reduced his chakra consumption. This allowed him to practice water manipulation more freely.
Why burn through all my chakra when I can do it this way?
He mused, swirling a droplet of water in his palm. Kaoru's focus was now on refining his control and efficiency. He practiced creating intricate shapes from water, manipulating its flow with precision, and even hardening it to mimic small projectiles. Though his chakra reserves were still limited, he felt like he was making real progress. Kaoru had mastered body flicker to the point that it was second nature. He could use it without thinking, almost like a reflex. His water prison technique had also taken a big leap forward. Thanks to his recent discovery about water density, it was now a much tougher trap to escape. Ever since he woke up in this world with his Naruto memories, Kaoru had been thinking about what made his Kekkei Genkai different from regular water-style ninjutsu. After a lot of trial and error, he figured it out. His Kekkei Genkai let him control water particles in the air and on surfaces without much chakra. But when it came to water inside living things, even plants, it became way harder to manipulate. Still, being able to control free water particles with minimal effort was already a huge advantage. One day, while testing his theory, Kaoru tried increasing the density of the water in his water prison. The result blew his mind. The water shrank, but it hardened to the point that it became nearly indestructible, almost like metal. He tested it by slashing a kunai at the dense water barrier. The blade didn't even leave a scratch. Kaoru stood there, grinning like a fool.
This is huge,
he muttered to himself, spinning a droplet of water between his fingers. He had just discovered something that no ordinary water user could do. Hardened water that was practically unbreakable? That could be his trump card. However, changing the water's density wasn't without its drawbacks. Every time Kaoru tried to alter a large amount of water, a splitting headache followed. The more he pushed, the worse it got. Still, he could manage small objects with ease. Small barriers, dense weapons, or even hardened water shuriken. He hoped that as his chakra control and mastery of Suijingan, the name of Takime Clan's Kekkei Genkai, water god eyes, improved, the pain would ease up with time.
Well, there goes my dream of making it rain steel,
he chuckled to himself. But despite the strain, he wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Kaoru had made significant progress. His chakra core kept growing steadily, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he had enough reserves to unleash the full potential of his Kekkei Genkai. Still, there was something bothering him.
It's been, what, 6, almost 7 months since I asked Maki to get me the shadow clone jutsu?
He muttered, a deep frown settling on his face.
I'm starting to think that's never going to happen.
Shadow clones weren't just cool, they were broken. Kaoru wanted them badly for training purposes. With clones, he could study all the scrolls in the library at once, practice jutsu faster, and basically cut his training time significantly. But without access to the technique, he was stuck doing everything the old-fashioned way.
I need to speed things up somehow,
he muttered, thinking aloud.
My biggest problem right now is still my body. Low chakra reserves, 0 real combat experience. No point in learning a bunch of new jutsus. I'd rather first master those I already know. I want to go outside on missions, but there is no way Maki and Grandma will let me.
Kaoru's mind wandered to Mei. His eyes lit up with an idea.
Maybe I can convince Mei to take me along next time she goes to the Takime Clan to bring more people. She's always telling me I'm too mature for my age. Might as well use that to my advantage.
Smirking at his clever plan, Kaoru glanced at the waterfall in front of him. He stepped into the lake and made his way to stand under the cascading water. The rushing torrent hit his shoulders like a heavy weight, but he remained still, standing firmly on the water's surface. Meditating while standing on water had been a challenge at first. Meditating while moving on water was still beyond his ability, but standing still, that he could do. His control had improved, and so had his endurance.
All right, let's keep going.
Kaoru closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing and chakra flow. The sound of the waterfall drowned out his thoughts, allowing him to lose himself in training once again. Kaoru returned early that day, determined to talk to Mei. He knew she was leaving the next morning, and if he wanted to get permission to join her, this was his only chance. Unfortunately, Maki was also there, chatting with Mei. Now he had to convince both of them. With a grin plastered on his face, Kaoru approached the two girls. But their expressions said it all. What do you want now? It was no secret that Kaoru only showed up when he needed something. His reputation for being an adorable little schemer was well earned.
Hello, Mei. Hi, Maki.
He greeted with a wide smile before throwing his arms around Maki in a hug. He knew she couldn't resist that. Maki's face softened immediately, and despite knowing it was a tactical move, she hugged him back with a bright smile. Kaoru was her weakness, and everyone knew it. Before she could say anything, Kaoru launched his pitch.
Maki, I was thinking, maybe I could go with Mei to the Takime Clan this time? You know, to keep her company.
He asked sweetly, his arms still wrapped around her. Mei couldn't hold it in. She burst out laughing, watching how hard Kaoru was trying to win Maki over. His effort was both amusing and impressive.
Rue, will you ever come to me for a hug when you don't want something?
Maki asked, pouting dramatically. Kaoru froze, caught off guard by the question. For some reason, her words hit him harder than he expected. His chest tightened with guilt, and before he could stop himself, he blurted out,
I'm sorry, Maki. I promise I will.
To emphasize his point, he squeezed her tighter, holding on longer than usual. Maki blinked in surprise, feeling a twinge of emotion at her little brother's unexpected sincerity.
Oh, you two are so cute together,
Teased Mei, still chuckling. Kaoru finally let go of Maki, his face a little red from embarrassment. Mei grinned at Maki mischievously.
I don't mind taking him with me. If Lady Swirin and you are okay with it, he can come along. Plus,
Her grin widened as she leaned closer to Kaoru.
there are a few girls back at the Takime Clan who've heard stories about your fight with me. They'd love to meet you.
Kaoru groaned, rolling his eyes.
I'm 8. I'm not interested in girls.
Mei laughed even harder, clearly enjoying herself. Maki, however, gave Kaoru a thoughtful look before speaking with a strange smile on her face.
I'll let you go. On one condition.
Kaoru perked up instantly. Anything.
You have to follow every order Mei gives you. No sneaking off. No wandering around on your own. You are not allowed to leave her side. Understand?
Kaoru nodded eagerly.
I won't. I promise. You know I'd never lie to you.
Maki's smile softened, but her eyes lingered on him with an unusual seriousness.
I know, Rue.
For a moment, Kaoru felt a heaviness in his chest again, but this time it wasn't guilt. It was something else, something he couldn't quite explain. He had gotten what he wanted, but deep down, a part of him just wanted to see Maki smile.
All right.
Said Maki, giving him a playful flick on the forehead.
Go get ready. You're leaving in the morning.
Kaoru beamed, the excitement returning to his face.
Thank you, Maki. You're the best.
Yeah.
Maki teased, watching him dash off.
Don't forget to pack your manners.
Mei, still smirking, shook her head.
That boy? I swear he's going to be a handful one day.
Maki chuckled, watching her little brother disappear around the corner.
He already is.
Give me a report,
said a massive man with a deep, commanding voice. His huge sword rested across his back, the blade almost as imposing as his presence. A shinobi dressed in black stepped forward, his face hidden behind a mask.
We still don't know the exact location of their relocation, but it's confirmed that Mei Takime will be returning to her clan this month. She'll be accompanied by a small group of shinobis. The issue is, we're not sure which route they'll take, but we've narrowed it down to 3 possible paths.
The large man nodded slowly.
Good job.
He shifted his gaze to 3 shinobis standing behind him, each with a blade strapped to their back. They straightened under his piercing stare.
You 3 will take a route each,
he instructed.
Bring 10 shinobis with you. The operation must be conducted stealthily. No traces. There should be no evidence left behind that could connect their deaths to us.
His calm demeanor made the words even more chilling, but it was the smirk that followed that made the room tense.
It's Mizukage's order,
he added, his smirk widening into a cruel grin.
So you know exactly what failure means.
The 3 shinobis didn't hesitate. They bowed their heads briefly before disappearing in a blur, leaving the massive man alone with his thoughts.
Mei Terumi,
he muttered to himself, a dangerous glint in his eyes.
Let's see how you survive this.
The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, its weak rays casting a faint glow over the valley. Kaoru stood near the outpost entrance, shifting excitedly from foot to foot. His small backpack was slung over his shoulder, and he had packed a few scrolls to keep himself occupied on the long journey. He had recently picked up the earth wall technique and planned to master it during their travels. The trip would take about 2 weeks one way, which meant nearly a month on the road. For Kaoru, it was the perfect opportunity to train and learn while experiencing life outside the outpost for the first time. The group was larger than he expected. In addition to Mei and her small entourage, Suguru and 2 other Takime genins were also joining the journey. They were led by Gumi, who had been assigned to oversee the youngsters. Akura had made the last-minute decision to send the kids along for practical experience. The mission was deemed safe, so the focus was more on discipline and endurance than danger. Mei stood at the front, adjusting her cloak as she glanced back at the group.
All right, we're heading out. Everyone stick together. No wandering off.
Kaoru nodded eagerly, his bright eyes scanning the road ahead. He couldn't hide his excitement. This was his first real adventure outside the outpost, and he was determined to make the most of it. As Mei took the first step, the rest of the group fell in line behind her. Kaoru couldn't help but grin. Finally, freedom. Some were excited to see their families and friends again. Others, like Kaoru, were thrilled by the prospect of a new experience and the chance to prove themselves. As they walked, Kaoru pulled out a scroll and started reading. His thoughts were racing.
Let's see if I can figure this jutsu out before we get there.
/N. If you are enjoying the novel, please give it a review. It will help me a lot. Thus begins the ninja journey of Kaoru Takime. I've been waiting for this moment to push Kaoru out of the safety of the outpost and into the real world. He'll soon experience real combat, and trust me, I'm just as excited to write those fight scenes as you are to read them. There are so many directions to take. I feel like the story and characters are developing nicely, but if you have any thoughts, feel free to drop them in the comments. Criticism, suggestions, and feedback are always welcome. This story is just as much yours as it is mine. Character notes: Kaoru, nerdy traveler. I'm off to learn jutsu and see the world, but I brought my scrolls, of course. Mei, patient guide. Let's hope this kid doesn't get into trouble. Who am I kidding? He's Kaoru. Suguru, competitive spirit. Kaoru's here, huh? Guess I'll have to work harder to keep up. Gumi, tired babysitter. Why do I always get stuck with the kids? Chapter 13, The First Kill. Kaoru sat on the carriage, loaded with tents and supplies, his eyes drifting toward the trees lining the dirt road. The trip to the Terumi clan would take days, with stops at merchant outposts to stock up on food and essentials. The fresh air, mixed with the scent of pine and damp soil, was a welcome break from the stale atmosphere of the outpost. He enjoyed the journey, even if his earth wall technique wasn't improving much. It was clear by now, earth just wasn't his secondary element. It felt stiff and rigid, nothing like the natural flow of water that came so easily to him. Still, traveling outside the outpost felt like freedom. But if Kaoru was quietly enjoying the change, Suguru was having the time of his life. From the moment they left, Suguru had been buzzing with energy. He kept pestering both Kaoru and Gumi until they gave in, and he got what he wanted: sparrings with Kaoru. Suguru was competitive, but not stupid. He knew Kaoru was stronger than him. It bugged him that an 8-year-old could beat him, but that didn't stop him. He kept coming back for more. Their primary element was the same, water. And Suguru couldn't ignore how naturally Kaoru controlled it. When Kaoru used water, it wasn't just a jutsu, it looked like part of him, moving with ease, as if it was alive. Suguru wouldn't say it out loud, but he respected that skill. The trip had been peaceful, though a bit boring. The only real fun came from Mei teasing Kaoru. She clearly enjoyed seeing him squirm under her playful taunts, and her new favorite hobby was calling him Ru. Kaoru did not like it one bit. That name was special. It was something only Maki called him. Hearing Mei use it felt wrong, like she was stepping into something personal.
Seriously, stop calling me that.
Kaoru grumbled more than once, but Mei just smirked.
Why? It suits you, Ru.
Despite the teasing, Kaoru liked her, and he respected her even more. Mei was confident and skilled, and she carried herself like someone who knew what they were doing. Like Suguru, Kaoru often asked her to spar with him.
I'll spar with you when we arrive. I like to be in the best shape when I'm out,
Mei would say, her tone serious. Then with a playful smirk, she'd add,
Not that you'd ever land a hit on me, Ru.
Things stayed calm, until that day. Mei suddenly tensed, her eyes scanning the road ahead. The forest had gone quiet. Too quiet. One of the Terumi sensors frowned and scanned the area for chakra. Nothing, they muttered.
It's clear.
Mei wasn't convinced.
Stay alert,
she said softly. Kaoru watched them closely. He trusted Mei's instincts. Pretending to be bored, Kaoru glanced around before quietly activating his Kekkei Genkai. His cyan eyes glowed faintly as the world sharpened. Unlike the sensors, Kaoru could see people, as long as they had water in them. There. 10 shinobi crouched in the trees ahead, waiting. Kaoru's face stayed calm. He didn't want to tip them off that they'd been spotted. He hopped off the carriage and walked over to Mei.
There are about 10 shinobi ahead,
he whispered with a fake smile.
Hiding in the trees.
Mei's eyes narrowed.
You're sure?
Kaoru nodded.
Yes, about 20 meters ahead.
Mei glanced at the sensor, who still hadn't found anything. Her jaw tightened.
I see.
Without a word, she signaled to the group to prepare for battle. As they kept walking, Mei suddenly vanished. In an instant, she reappeared behind the ambushers, her hands moving in a blur of practiced hand signs.
Lava release, melting dome jutsu.
A massive dome of molten lava erupted above the hidden shinobi, closing in on them fast.
Shit. They found us,
one of the ambushers yelled in panic.
Disperse!
Barked a man in black, long hair flowing behind him. Twin swords were strapped across his back, and his commanding tone left no room for argument. 8 of the ambushers scattered, vanishing into the trees, but 3 weren't fast enough. The lava engulfed them, their screams echoing through the forest until they were silenced by the searing heat. Kaoru stared, wide-eyed. He knew Mei was strong, but seeing it firsthand was something else. Her speed was incredible, her use of the body flicker technique flawless, and the sheer lethality and range of her attack. If the technique had been just a little faster, she could have taken out all 11 ninjas on her own. Kaoru barely had time to process his thoughts before a lone ambusher broke from the trees, charging straight at him. The woman's eyes locked onto Kaoru, clearly viewing him as the weakest link. Her expression twisted into a sneer as she closed the distance, confident that a kid wouldn't put up a fight. Big mistake. Kaoru didn't move until the last moment. Then, with a flicker, he disappeared from sight. The ambusher stumbled forward, confused. Her eyes darted around, searching frantically.
What?
Kaoru reappeared behind her in a flash, silent and deadly. Before the woman could react, Kaoru formed a spinning, compressed bullet in his mouth.
Got you,
said Kaoru with a calm expression as the bullet struck the ambusher in the back of the head with a sickening crack. The woman collapsed instantly, her body crumpling to the ground. Kaoru straightened, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, his face unreadable. The fight wasn't over. A second figure leapt from the shadows, a chunin. His movements were sharper, more controlled. His eyes narrowed as he studied Kaoru, recognizing the boy as a more serious threat than he'd first thought.
You shouldn't be here, kid,
the chunin said, drawing a kunai. His voice was cold and steady.
I'll make this quick.
Kaoru didn't answer. He had nothing to say. Once the battle began, Kaoru wasn't the only one targeted. Suguru and two other Takime Genins, Rei and Akito, were attacked as well. Unlike Kaoru, however, their opponents weren't lone Genin. Two enemy chunin had singled them out, closing the distance quickly with lethal intent. Gumi was too far away to help. He was already locked in a fierce battle of his own, clashing blades with another enemy. The kids were on their own, until one of the Terumi chunin broke away from his position and sprinted toward them.
Hold your ground,
the Terumi chunin barked as he skidded to a stop in front of the three Genin. His eyes were sharp, his body tense.
We'll stall them until someone comes to help.
The kids nodded, their nervous expressions showing their inexperience.
Don't go for the kill,
the chunin added, his tone serious.
Focus on defending yourselves and covering each other. Work as a team.
The chunin's primary element was earth. That gave him confidence. As long as they held their ground, he was certain he could protect the kids from anything these enemies threw at them. The two enemy chunin didn't hesitate. One of them, a tall man with a scar running down his cheek, moved first. He formed quick hand signs, slamming his palm into the ground.
Earth release, stone spikes.
Sharp spikes of rock shot up from the ground, aiming to skewer the Genin.
Get behind me,
the Terumi chunin ordered. The kids moved fast, retreating behind him as he countered with his own jutsu.
Earth release, stone wall, jutsu.
A solid wall of rock erupted from the ground, blocking the spikes just in time. The sharp cracks of stone meeting stone echoed through the forest. The second enemy chunin, a woman with short black hair, darted around the wall, closing the distance quickly. Her hands moved in a blur.
Water release, water whip.
A long tendril of water lashed toward Rei, aiming for his neck. Sugeru reacted instantly.
Water release, water shot.
A water burst from his hand with a strong force, crashing with the whip before it could reach Rei. The tendrils splashed to the ground in harmless puddles. The woman's eyes narrowed as she focused on Suguru.
You've got some skill,
she said coldly.
Let's see how long you last.
Suguru's breathing was steady, but inside he knew he wasn't at full strength. He was already down to 60% of his chakra after sparring with Kaoru earlier. Still, he was far stronger than Rei and Akito, and he knew it was his responsibility to protect them.
Stay close to me,
Sugeru muttered to the others, his voice calm but firm.
I'll handle this.
The enemy woman charged, forming another set of hand signs.
Water release, water bomb jutsu.
A sphere of water launched toward the group, its force powerful enough to crush bones on impact.
Scatter!
Sugeru yelled. The kids leapt in different directions just as the water bomb hit the ground, exploding in a spray of water and mud. Rei and Akito scrambled to their feet, panting.
We can't keep dodging like this,
Akito muttered.
We need a plan.
Suguru's mind raced. They couldn't take the enemy down in a head-on fight. They had to be smarter. He turned to the Terumi chunin.
Can you hold off the guy with the earth release?
The chunin nodded.
I'll keep him busy. You three focus on the woman. She's faster, but you've got the numbers.
Suguru gritted his teeth.
Rei, Akito, water clones, now!
The two genin formed quick hand signs, creating water clones that flanked them. The clones rushed toward the woman, forcing her to divide her attention. She smirked.
Clones, let's see if they're more than just distractions.
Her hands blurred again.
Water release, crushing wave.
A wall of water surged forward, crashing into the clones and dispersing them in an instant. But the attack left her momentarily exposed. Suguru seized the opening.
Now!
He charged forward, closing the distance much faster than the woman anticipated. His kunai slashed toward her shoulder, aiming to disable her. The woman blocked with a kunai of her own, but the impact drove her back a step. Before she could recover, Rei and Akito moved in from the sides, their water shuriken flying. The woman twisted, dodging one and slashing the other with her kunai. But her movements were slowing. The kids' teamwork was starting to wear her down.
Rei, Akito, circle her!
Suguru shouted. The two genin moved quickly, forcing the woman to keep turning, unable to focus on a single target. Meanwhile, the Terumi chunin faced off against the other enemy chunin. Their earth-based techniques clashed repeatedly, sending tremors through the ground. The scarred man growled in frustration, his attacks becoming more reckless.
You're wasting your time,
the Terumi chunin said calmly, blocking another barrage of stone spikes.
Help is coming.
But the man didn't seem to care. His eyes flicked toward the kids, narrowing when he saw the woman starting to falter.
You're losing,
he growled at her.
I'm fine,
she snapped.
You're not.
The scarred man's hands blurred through a series of signs before he slammed both palms into the ground.
Earth release? Quake strike?
The earth trembled violently, cracks spreading through the ground as the kids stumbled, struggling to stay upright. The sudden shake threw them off balance, just as the woman seized her chance. Her kunai flashed in the light as she lunged toward Suguru, aiming for his chest. Suguru twisted at the last second, raising his arms to block. The blade bit deep into his hands, blood spraying across the forest floor. Pain shot through him, but he didn't flinch. He locked his grip around the woman's wrist, pinning her in place. Blood dripped from his hands, staining the kunai. Despite the injury, Suguru smirked.
Got you!
He growled through clenched teeth. Behind her, his water clone appeared, its hands already forming a seal. Water gathered in the clone's mouth, swirling into a concentrated shot.
Water release, water bullet.
The attack struck the woman square in the back, sending her crashing to the ground with a gasp. She hit hard, groaning in pain as she lay motionless. Though still alive, she was badly injured. Suguru staggered, clutching his bleeding hands, but his eyes remained locked on the fallen woman.
Stay down,
he muttered. Seeing his partner defeated, the scarred man's face twisted with rage. His chakra flared violently, kicking up dust and loose debris as it surged around him.
You'll pay for that,
he bellowed, his voice echoing through the trees. The man's hands moved rapidly, faster than before. His expression was wild, driven by fury and desperation. Terumi Chunin's eyes narrowed as he recognized the jutsu forming.
Wait, is he?
The scarred man's voice boomed across the battlefield.
Earth release. Sacrificial tomb.
The ground beneath him cracked and shifted, forming a wide circle around him and the children. Jagged stone pillars began to rise from the earth, encasing the area like the walls of a massive tomb. The air grew heavy with the overwhelming pressure of the man's chakra. Terumi Chunin's eyes widened in realization.
He's going to take us all with him.
Suguru's heart pounded as he scanned the battlefield, his mind racing. They were running out of time. The chunin charged. Kaoru stood his ground, eyes locked on his opponent. At the last second, he vanished in a blur. The chunin was ready.
Got you!
The man snarled, spinning around mid-charge, his kunai slicing through the air toward where he expected Kaoru to appear. But instead, he felt the presence above. As he looked up, Kaoru had already launched shurikens that looked like metal but were blue. Chunin had lots of experience, so he did not panic. He sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. As soon as Kaoru landed, he made a hand sign.
Water clone jutsu!
Two identical Kaoris materialized beside him, each moving in perfect sync. The chunin hesitated for a split second, eyes darting between the clones. That was all Kaoru needed. A kunai flew toward the chunin as three Kaorus charged in perfect sync.
Shh! Annoying little brat.
The chunin muttered, dodging the kunai with ease. Kaoru knew he was in a bad situation, though the chunin hadn't realized it yet. His chakra reserves were dangerously low. He'd been practicing earth release earlier that morning and sparring with Suguru before the ambush. By the time the fight began, he was already down to 50% of his chakra. Now, after using multiple jutsu, he was down to 25%. His body was starting to feel the strain. Soon his speed would drop, and he couldn't afford that.
This is going to be tough,
Kaoru thought grimly. He decided to gamble. His first clone lunged forward, engaging the chunin in close combat. The chunin blocked and countered, his movements fast and efficient, but Kaoru wasn't done. He and his second clone flickered out of sight, vanishing in two blurs of motion. The clone reappeared behind the chunin and launched a water bullet. The chunin was already moving, his hands forming quick signs even before the water shot through the air.
Earth release, stone wall, jutsu.
A wall of solid rock erupted from the ground between him and Kaoru's clone. The water bullet splashed against the barrier. Using the cover, the chunin turned and sliced through the clone engaged in close combat, dispersing it in a puff of water. But Kaoru was already on him.
Water prison jutsu.
A sphere of water burst from Kaoru's outstretched hand, engulfing the chunin in an instant. The man thrashed inside the prison, his kunai slipping from his grip as he struggled to break free. Kaoru's heart pounded in his chest, relief flooding through him. He'd done it, or so he thought. The chunin inside the prison suddenly began to dissolve, his form crumbling into mud. The water turned a murky brown as it collapsed into a puddle at Kaoru's feet.
Shit! An Earth clone!
Kaoru muttered, realization hitting him hard. He'd messed up, big time. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. He was down to 10%, and his remaining water clone held 5% of his total chakra. His body felt heavy, his muscles sluggish. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to focus.
This isn't over yet.
Kaoru scanned the area quickly. The real chunin was 3 meters away, closing the distance fast. His sharp eyes locked onto Kaoru, sensing the boy's growing fatigue. Kaoru's remaining clone leapt between them, engaging the chunin head-on. But Kaoru suddenly felt a shift in the air, a surge of chakra that sent a shiver down his spine. His eyes snapped to the right, catching the movement too late. A wave of water came rushing toward him, surging across the ground with brutal force. Kaoru's eyes narrowed as he spotted the chunin behind the wave, a sly smile on his face. The chunin wasn't just an earth release user, he could use water release too. Double asterisk. If you are enjoying the novel, please give it a review, it will help me a lot. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. This one took me longer to write than any of the previous ones. Fight scenes always demand extra attention to detail, and I wanted to get it just right. Ha ha ha. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them in the comments. Criticism, suggestions, and feedback are always welcome. After all, this story belongs to all of us, not just me. Character notes: scarred man, desperate. Plan A didn't work. Plan B: blow everything up and take them with me. Suguru, pumped. I just killed chunin, hehe. Kaoru, scared. There is no way out, I'm screwed. Terumi chunin, determined. Protect the kids, hold the line and wait for backup. Simple, until it's not. Chapter 14, Kaoru vs. Kiri chunin. As the Kiri shinobi dispersed and launched attacks on her group, Mei's gaze locked onto her opponent. The man stood calmly amidst the chaos, draped in a black cloak with 2 swords strapped to his back. Unlike the other attackers, he wasn't bothering to hide his face. He didn't need to. Those swords alone made him unmistakable. One of the 7 swordsmen of the Kiri, Raiga Korosuke himself. Raiga's expression twisted into a grin as he stepped forward. He moved with the ease of someone who thrived on battle, his eyes gleaming with sadistic excitement. Even though Raiga wasn't considered the strongest of the 7 swordsmen, he was still a Jonin-level shinobi. What made him a dangerous opponent wasn't his strength. It was his weapons. The Kiba blades, twin swords imbued with lightning chakra. Their cutting power was legendary, said to be the sharpest swords ever forged. They could slice through almost anything and conduct lightning with deadly precision. Despite that, Mei didn't flinch. She wasn't going to run. She'd known that one day she would have to face the 7 swordsmen. If Raiga was the first, so be it. He was the weakest of the 7, and that made him the perfect start.
Mei Terumi, I finally found you.
Raiga's voice was loud and mocking, his grin stretching wider as he slowly unsheathed one of his swords. The blade crackled with lightning, sparks dancing across the edge. Mei's expression remained calm, her sharp eyes narrowed slightly as she sized him up.
You're late,
She said coolly.
I expected one of you to come for me sooner.
Raiga chuckled, pulling out the second sword and twirling it lazily.
But I wanted to be the first. I couldn't let the others have all the fun.
He tilted his head, his eyes gleaming with sadistic amusement.
You know, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping you'd look more scared.
May didn't respond. Her stance shifted slightly, her hands moving toward her sides, ready to react. Raiga grinned wider.
Playing it cool, huh? We'll see how long that lasts.
Raiga moved first. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance between them, his sword sparking with lightning as he slashed at May. She twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike, the blade cutting through the air with a crackling hiss. She retaliated immediately, her leg lashing out in a swift kick aimed at his ribs. Raiga blocked with his forearm, the impact forcing him back a step. He chuckled.
Not bad, but I wonder...
He darted forward again, his blades moving in a deadly arc.
Do you really think you can stand up to one of the 7 swordsmen?
May ducked under the swing, her hands weaving a quick sign.
Lava release, lava stream.
A stream of molten lava shot from her mouth, the searing liquid burning through the ground as it surged toward Raiga. Raiga leapt into the air, flipping gracefully to avoid the attack. The moment his feet touched the ground, he charged again, lightning crackling around his swords.
Lightning release, Thunderfang.
The twin swords glowed with electricity as Raiga swung them toward May. Lightning bolts shot out from the blades, arcing through the air. May jumped back, forming another sign.
Water release, water wall.
A towering wall of water erupted in front of her, absorbing the lightning bolts with a loud crackling sound. Steam hissed as the water and electricity collided, filling the air with a thick mist. Raiga's laughter echoed through the fog.
Smart move, but you're still just a kid trying to play grown-up.
May's voice cut through the mist, calm and steady.
And you're still just a coward hiding behind your swords.
The mist began to clear, revealing Raiga standing in the middle of the battlefield, his sword sparking with residual lightning.
Ouch! That hurts.
Raiga grinned, stepping forward again.
But you'll have to do better than that.
May narrowed her eyes, her hands already moving into another seal. Sugiharu realized, with growing dread, that there was nothing he could do. The stone columns kept rising higher and higher, surrounding him and his friends, closing off every possible escape route. Each pillar cracked and groaned as they twisted and shifted, forming a prison of earth that threatened to crush them all. His mind raced, searching for a solution. But there was nothing. No plan. No jutsu. Just the grim reality that they were about to die. Rei and Akito stood frozen beside him, their faces pale, fear etched into their wide eyes. Sugiharu clenched his fists.
Damn it!
He cursed under his breath, frustration boiling inside him. He hated feeling helpless. He hated not being able to protect the people he cared about. The Terumi chunin, who had come to their rescue, stood about 10 meters away, staring at the advancing pillars of stone. His expression was tense, conflicted. His mind was already calculating the odds, weighing his options, and none of them looked good.
He felt guilt first. He had promised to protect these kids, and he was about to fail. He could save himself. There was still time. All he had to do was use his earth release to form a protective dome around himself. He was confident if he infused all his chakra into a barrier, it would withstand even this suicidal attack. But there was a problem. The kids were too many. Even if he poured all of his remaining chakra into the jutsu, he couldn't create a dome large enough to protect them as well. It would only save him. The second emotion that gnawed at him was regret. He knew what the right thing to do was. He knew that if he saved the kids, it would strengthen this new alliance between Terumi and Takime clans. More importantly, his conscience wouldn't haunt him. He could still hear his mentor's words echoing in his mind. A shinobi's duty is to protect the next generation no matter what. He sighed heavily, feeling the weight of that responsibility press down on him. Why do I always have to be the hero? A bitter smile crept onto his face as he looked at the terrified Genin. "Why can't I ever just be selfish?" he muttered to himself. "Why do I always have to act like a hero?" He gave a soft chuckle at the irony.
The kids noticed the shift in his expression. His tense, conflicted look melted away, replaced by a calm, almost serene smile. He stepped toward them, his posture steady, his gaze unwavering.
"Don't worry, kids."
His voice was gentle but firm.
"You'll live to tell the tale of my heroic sacrifice."
Sugaru's eyes widened. What? The chunin flared his chakra, pushing it to the limit, the ground trembling beneath his feet. He began forming hand signs, faster than the kids had ever seen.
"Earth release, Guardian Dome."
The earth around the genins responded instantly, surging upward and forming a protective dome. Thick slabs of rock locked into place, creating a sturdy barrier, barely large enough to encase all three of them. The sound of crashing stone and roaring chakra filled the air as the enemy chunin's sacrificial tomb closed in. The ground trembled under the weight of the deadly jutsu, but the guardian dome held firm. Inside the dome, Sugaru stood in stunned silence. His heart pounded in his chest, disbelief and admiration written all over his face.
You didn't have to do that,"
he murmured, his voice barely audible. Rei and Akito remained silent, their expressions a mix of awe and sorrow. Outside the dome, the Terumi Chunin chuckled weakly as he saw his technique lock into place, shielding the kids from harm. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his body trembling with exhaustion.
"A real shinobi doesn't abandon the next generation,"
he whispered, his voice carrying a quiet resolve. Maybe he said it to justify his sacrifice. Maybe he truly believed it.
What
mattered was that his actions saved 3 lives. 3 lives who would one day follow in his footsteps. 3 lives that would strengthen the alliance between Takime and Terumi, ensuring it endured for generations to come. The ground shook violently. The air was filled with the deafening roar of the sacrificial tomb collapsing in on itself. Stone and debris crashed down, crushing everything outside the dome. But the kids inside were safe, and the story of their savior would live on. Kaoru stared at the massive wave rushing toward him, the roar of water drowning out every other sound. His brain raced, searching desperately for a way to survive.
His chakra reserves were down to 10%. There was no way he could create a technique powerful enough to counter the wave. Even if he tried, he'd collapse from exhaustion. And with the enemy standing just a few steps away, that would be the same as death. Kaoru clenched his fists, his heart pounding in his chest. Is this it? He nearly gave up, flaring his chakra for one final jutsu when a thought struck him. His Kekkei Genkai. I can manipulate any water particle as long as it's not inside a living being. That wave, it was water. Even though it was created using chakra, the water itself had already been released. The chunin had given the wave its instructions and released it into the environment. In most cases, jutsu like that couldn't be controlled once they were fully formed, unless the shinobi casting them was extremely skilled, or the technique itself allowed for continuous control. Kaoru's eyes narrowed. The chunin isn't high-ranking. He doesn't have that level of control. The wave wasn't directly connected to the chunin's chakra anymore. It was just water, infused with lingering chakra energy, and that meant Kaoru's Kekkei Genkai could influence it. Kaoru took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus despite the pounding in his head. Come on, he whispered to himself, activating his Kekkei Genkai. His cyan eyes glowed faintly, locking onto the incoming wave. He extended his senses toward the water particles, feeling the flow and direction of the rushing water. It was like tugging on a string connected to a massive boulder. The wave was too large to control entirely. Kaoru knew he couldn't take full command of it, not with his chakra reserves and control over Sui Jingan, but he didn't need to. All I need is to change its course, just a little. He concentrated, sending out a pulse of his chakra. The water resisted at first, the lingering chakra within it pushing back. But Kaoru persisted, nudging the flow ever so slightly. Slowly, the wave began to shift. It veered off its original path, curving away from him.
The wave missed Kaoru by inches, crashing into the ground with a deafening roar. Water sprayed in all directions, drenching the trees and leaving a deep gouge in the earth where it had struck. Kaoru's chest heaved, his breath ragged. The chunin stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief.
What?
The man muttered, staring at the ruined ground where the wave had landed.
How?
Kaoru knew he had only one chance to counterattack. The chunin was stunned, and Kaoru had to capitalize on that moment of shock.
Without hesitation, Kaoru flickered. He appeared behind the chunin in an instant. Water gathered in his mouth, swirling with intense pressure.
This wasn't an ordinary water bullet. Kaoru compressed the water as much as he could, increasing its density to the absolute limit. He added rotation, forcing the water to spin rapidly, making it more destructive. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted, but he poured everything he had left into this one. Final attack.
The chunin turned, his instincts kicking in. He saw Kaoru out of the corner of his eye and understood immediately. This was the boy's last move. The chunin's hands flew up, forming a quick seal.
Earth release. Stone dome.
A thick dome of rock erupted from the ground, encasing the chunin completely. The barrier was solid, reinforced with chakra. The chunin smirked from inside the dome, confident it would protect him. Kaoru's eyes hardened.
Not this time.
He released the water bullet. The high-density rotating projectile shot forward with immense speed. The spinning water drilled into the stone dome, tearing through the rock like it was made of paper. The bullet smashed through the barrier and struck the chunin in the head. There was a sickening crack. Blood sprayed from the back of the chunin's skull as the force of the attack sent him crashing to the ground. His body convulsed briefly, limbs twitching, before going completely still. A pool of blood slowly spread beneath him, mixing with the muddy earth. Kaoru stood, dizzy, panting heavily. His legs trembled, barely holding him up. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling the lingering sting of chakra exhaustion. Kaoru's Kekkei Genkai came with a cost. The more he used it, the more strain it placed on his body. His blood vessels trembled from overexertion, and his head felt close to bursting. Kaoru's legs could no longer support him. His knees buckled as he slumped to the ground. His vision blurred and his breathing slowed.
As long as no Kiri shinobi noticed, I'm still alive. I'm golden.
He closed his eyes, letting the tension leave his body.
Shit. I almost died. Maki is gonna kill me if I survive.
He chuckled internally, unable to curve his mouth. Then he passed out. /N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. I hope you enjoyed the fights. So, Sui Jingan's yet another perk has been revealed. Kaoru's ability to manipulate water-based jutsu. Kaoru can be an absolute menace against shinobi who rely heavily on water release. Of course, it'll take him a lot of time to master it to that extent. The biggest fight of the day is still ahead. Raiga versus Mei. I'll be covering it in the next chapter, and I'm going to do my best to make it epic. If you have any thoughts or recommendations about the fight scenes I've written so far, please let me know. Your feedback means a lot. Otherwise, I'll just assume I'm doing great. Ha ha ha. Character notes. Sugeru, grateful but sad. I survived, but at what cost? Kaoru, terrified. Don't tell Maki, please. Mei, focused. The first of the 7 swordsmen. I'll take him down, and the rest will follow. Raiga, cocky. Finally, a good toy. Chapter 15. Mei versus Raiga. Raiga moved through the thick fog with slow, deliberate steps. The mist clung to him like a shroud. His grip on the twin blades tightened, the familiar weight grounding him. These swords, his swords, were more than weapons. They were power, his reputation, his survival. And he knew what people whispered, that without the swords he was nothing.
Let them think that.
It didn't matter. In the end, he was the one still standing, and they were the ones left in pieces. His gaze locked onto May. To him, she was just another target. Another soon-to-be corpse. Nothing more, nothing less. Though if he was being completely honest, there was something thrilling about snuffing out the life of a beauty like her, watching their eyes fill with despair in those final fleeting moments. He'd never say it out loud, of course. But the truth? He enjoyed it. May stood her ground, unmoving. Her eyes tracked Raiga's every step through the fog. She wasn't afraid. No, May knew her own strength. She trusted it. But she wasn't foolish either. Raiga had the advantage. His swords weren't just tools, they were extensions of him, a living, crackling force of nature.
This will come down to strategy.
She flexed her fingers ever so slightly, preparing herself. The moment he slipped, even a fraction, she'd strike. Raiga's voice cut through the silence like a blade.
You seem nervous, girl.
His tone dripped with condescension, a mocking smile curling at his lips.
Why don't you just surrender? Maybe I'll let you live if you give me a good enough reason.
May didn't flinch. She didn't even blink. Instead, she smiled, a cold, calculating smile.
You seem to be imagining things, fake swordsman. Maybe it's you who's nervous.
The words hit their mark. Raiga's smile didn't falter, but his eyes sharpened. And then he chuckled, a low, rumbling sound.
Unbothered. Of course he is.
Fake, huh?
He murmured.
If you survive this, maybe I'll entertain that conversation a little longer.
Then, without warning, Raiga surged forward. His twin swords ignited with a blinding white light, sparks of lightning dancing along the blades. The fog hissed, and as he closed the distance between them in an instant. May tensed, her hands flowing through a sequence of hand signs.
Lava release. Lava wall.
The ground rumbled as molten rock surged upward, forming a glowing crimson barrier between her and Raiga. Thick steam hissed from the lava, filling the air with a burning metallic scent. The heat radiated outward, distorting the air between them. May kept her distance. She wasn't foolish enough to engage Raiga in close combat, not when he wielded the Kiba blades, legendary weapons crackling with lightning chakra. Getting within arm's reach would be suicide. No, her goal was simple. Bait him, test his reflexes, and figure out his fighting style from a distance.
He's reckless, confident. That's good.
If Raiga were the cautious type, he might have noticed that May was keeping her distance. He might have questioned her tactics. But Raiga wasn't cautious. To him, this wasn't a battle of wits or strategy, it was just another hunt. A matter of when, not if. His victory was a foregone conclusion in his mind. The molten wall brought his charge to an abrupt halt. Raiga skidded to a stop, sparks crackling along his twin swords. He tilted his head, grinning through the haze of steam.
Little girl's scared of fighting a big boy, huh?
He taunted, his voice cutting through the sizzle of lava. In a blur of movement, Raiga flickered to the side, reappearing around the edge of the wall. His swords crackled with raw electricity as he closed in on May, who was already retreating, her feet barely touching the ground as she leapt backward. May's lips curled into a smile.
Is there someone else here? I don't see a big boy.
Her words were meant to taunt, but there was a strain in her voice. Her focus was split. She needed to buy time to prepare her next move. Raiga chuckled, closing the distance faster than she anticipated.
Running won't save you,
he said, his voice low, almost amused.
I'll catch you soon enough.
May's hands blurred again, weaving seals as she landed on a rocky outcrop.
Water release. Wild water wave.
She inhaled deeply, chakra surging through her body. Then, with a powerful exhale, a torrent of water blasted from her mouth, crashing toward Raiga like a tidal wave. The roar of rushing water drowned out all other sounds as it surged forward. Raiga's grin only widened.
Gotcha,
he muttered. With a sharp swing of his left-hand sword, a bolt of lightning exploded from the blade. The arc of electricity crackled through the air, meeting the wave head-on. For a moment, the water hissed and steamed as the lightning coursed through it. But the sparks didn't stop. They traveled with the wave, using the water as a conductor, hurtling toward May with blinding speed. Her eyes widened.
Too fast.
She leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the electrified wave as it crashed into the rocky ground behind her, shattering the terrain. The residual sparks danced across the wet stone, crackling menacingly. Raiga didn't let up. He flickered forward again, closing the gap.
Give it up,
he growled, raising both swords high. Lightning danced along the blades, illuminating the foggy battlefield.
It's over.
But May wasn't done. She slammed her hands together, forming another set of seals.
Lava release. Lava dragon.
The ground trembled as molten rock coalesced into a serpentine form. The dragon's molten body twisted and writhed, glowing with intense heat as it lunged toward Raiga, jaws wide open. Raiga cursed under his breath, swinging both blades to intercept. The lightning-infused swords sliced through the dragon's head, splitting it in two, but the molten halves exploded on contact, sending chunks of burning lava flying in every direction. Raiga shielded his face with his arm as the debris rained down, hissing and sizzling on the wet ground.
Persistent little bitch,
he muttered, lowering his arm. His eyes narrowed as he spotted May through the haze. She was already moving again, darting between rocky outcrops, her hands a blur as she formed more seals.
Water release. Water cannon jutsu.
A sphere of water surged toward Raiga. He saw it coming and leapt into the air, twisting mid-flight to avoid it. But May wasn't aiming to hit him either. She was positioning him. The moment his feet touched the ground, another jutsu followed.
Lava release. Lava shot.
A glob of molten lava shot from her mouth, sizzling as it arced through the air toward Raiga. The heat from the attack was palpable, even from a distance. Raiga's reflexes kicked in. He swung his second sword, cutting the projectile in half mid-air. The two halves splattered harmlessly to the ground on either side of him.
Nice try, sneaky girl,
he muttered, his voice lower, less mocking now.
But it's not enough.
May smirked.
Are you sure?
Raiga's eyes narrowed. There was something off about her tone. A flicker of movement caught his attention to the left. His head snapped to the side, just in time to see May's clone rushing toward him. The clone wasn't avoiding his blade. It was charging directly at him.
What the?
Raiga swung his sword, slicing through the clone, but instead of dissipating, the clone embraced his arm. The realization hit him too late.
Damn it!
The clone ignited in an instant, exploding in a violent burst of molten chakra. Lava debris shot out in every direction, scarring the ground and sending Raiga flying backward. The explosion wasn't massive, but the impact was devastating. Raiga hit the ground hard, skidding across the rocky terrain. He gritted his teeth, clutching his left shoulder, which was now charred and smoking.
What? Is this technique?
He hissed through clenched teeth, his voice laced with pain and anger. His left arm hung limply at his side, useless. May landed gracefully a few paces away, her eyes locked on him.
This?
She smiled coldly.
This is a little girl's secret.
Raiga struggled to his feet, his right hand still gripping one of his swords. His breathing was labored, his confidence shaken. The smug arrogance was gone, replaced by something colder.
You'll regret that,
he growled. May didn't wait. She charged forward, her hands already forming more seals.
Lava release. Melting apparition technique.
The ground beneath Raiga began to bubble and melt, turning into a pool of searing hot lava. Raiga cursed, jumping to the side, but May was relentless, closing in fast.
Time to finish this.
May's hands moved swiftly, forming a new sequence of seals. Lava release, lava shot. A chunk of molten stone launched from her mouth, sizzling as it cut through the air. Raiga's eyes narrowed as he tracked the projectile, but something felt off. His senses sharpened, and then he felt it. A faint fluctuation of chakra behind him. His instincts screamed at him to turn. Pivoting quickly, he spotted May charging toward him at full speed, her hair flowing behind her, eyes locked on him with fierce determination.
Another lava clone, huh?
His lips curled into a snarl.
I won't fall for the same shitty move twice,
he hissed. Without hesitation, he charged at May, who just shot lava stone, electricity crackling along his remaining sword. The molten stone hurtled toward him, but he sliced through it with a single swing. the molten fragments scattering across the ground, hissing as they cooled. Raiga's chakra flared wildly, sparks dancing along the blade. The sheer force of his lightning made the air around him hum with energy. Even injured, his speed was overwhelming. He closed the distance between them in moments, each step sending cracks through the ground beneath his feet. Mei leapt backward, trying to retreat, but she was too slow. Her chakra reserves were dangerously low, her movements sluggish. Raiga could sense it.
It's over. She's running on fumes.
Despite his battered state, Raiga's confidence surged.
It was more difficult than I expected, but I'll still kill this bitch.
His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword as he closed in, raising it high. Sparks crackled around the blade, the electricity dancing like wild snakes in the air. As he swung downward, the side of his blade arced toward Mei's chest, a monstrous wave of lightning following its path. The blade hissed through the air, mere inches from her heart. But something was wrong. Raiga's eyes flicked to Mei's face and saw it. A smirk. Time seemed to slow as his brain caught up with what his instincts were screaming.
Shit, she tricked me.
The body in front of him shimmered, twisting into familiar crimson. The form collapsed into molten lava, and before Raiga could react, the clone detonated. The explosion wasn't as large as the previous one, but Raiga was in no shape to defend himself. The blast sent him flying backward, his body slamming into the ground with a sickening thud. Smoke and molten debris rained down, sizzling as they hit the wet rocks. As the smoke began to clear, Mei stood motionless, watching. Raiga's body lay sprawled on the ground, twisted and mangled. His left arm was completely gone, torn away by the blast. His flesh was scorched. His once pristine robes now little more than charred rags clinging to his broken frame. But he was still moving. With sheer willpower, Raiga crawled across the scorched earth, dragging himself toward his remaining blade. His fingers scraped against the ground, leaving bloody streaks in the dirt. It was a pathetic sight. Mei's eyes followed his desperate attempt. There was no pity in her gaze, only quiet resolve.
Even now, he's still trying to fight.
Raiga's trembling hand stretched toward the hilt of his sword, fingertips brushing against the metal. Before he could grasp it, Mei lifted her hand. A small chunk of molten stone formed at her fingertips, glowing with lethal heat.
One down.
She murmured, her voice soft but firm.
6 more to go.
With a flick of her wrist, the molten stone hurtled through the air. It hit Raiga's head with a sickening crack. His body stilled instantly like a puppet with its strings cut. Smoke rose from the point of impact as the molten rock seared into his skull. Silence fell over the battlefield. Mei stood there for a moment, unmoving. Her expression remained cold and composed. The fog swirled around her, hiding the bloodied ground beneath her feet. But inside, her thoughts churned.
Kiri is dying.
The thought gnawed at her. Their true enemies weren't outside their borders. They weren't foreign invaders or rival villages. No, Kiri was killing itself, tearing itself apart from within. The civil war, the bloodshed, the endless cycle of violence. It was all self-inflicted. Mei let out a slow breath, her gaze lingering on Raiga's corpse.
This isn't a victory, it's survival.
Without another word, Mei turned and walked away, the mist swirling around her, shrouding the battlefield in silence once more. But she didn't leave empty-handed. She had Kiba blades. /N. If you are enjoying the novel, please comment and give it a review. It will help me a lot. I like this version of Mei better. She's hot-blooded but also calculative, cunning and kind. She'll play a key role in this story, especially since the starting point is the land of water. You've probably noticed that I've started shifting the timeline already. This will continue as the story progresses. Rather than rehashing slightly altered versions of familiar events, I want to offer a unique perspective and original story. I'm not changing everything. Major characters, groups, and most key events will stay relatively intact. But this novel will tell a different story, built within the Naruto universe. If you have suggestions, feel free to share them in the comments. Even if you don't, just letting me know what you think would be super helpful. Yechataso o. Character notes, Kaoru, still MC. I'm supposed to MC, but Maki and Mei get all the attention. May, first big fight. This was too close. If he had a brain, I'd be dead now. Rhaegar, rip. Give me my blades back. Chapter 16. I'm Kaoru Takime. Kaoru woke to the soft light of dawn, the sun's rays slipping through the slightly open entrance of the tent. His eyes fluttered open, but the moment he tried to sit up, a jolt of pain shot through his body. He clenched his teeth, barely holding back a scream. His muscles ached, his body bruised and battered from head to toe. But the worst pain throbbed in his skull, a lingering consequence of forcing his Kekkei Genkai to its limit. The headache was unbearable the day before, but sleep had dulled it to a manageable ache.
Could have been worse. At least I'm still alive.
Taking a slow, steady breath, Kaoru pushed himself upright. Every fiber of his body begged him to stay down, but he ignored the protests and shuffled to the tent's entrance. With a wince, he pulled the cover aside and crawled out. The camp was filled with tension. Kaoru's gaze immediately landed on May, standing at the center of the camp. She was giving orders to a group of shinobi. He couldn't make out her words, but her expression was grim. A far cry from the usual brightness she radiated. Kaoru's stomach twisted at the sight of the bodies. Several Terumi shinobi lay sprawled across a makeshift carriage, their blood-soaked clothes clinging to lifeless forms. The smell of iron and death hung in the air, sharp and suffocating. The scene hit him harder than he expected. His vision blurred, and his chest tightened as a wave of nausea rose. He turned to the side and retched, though there was nothing in his stomach to bring up. His body convulsed once, twice, before he managed to steady himself, wiping his mouth with a trembling hand.
This wasn't just a fight.
His gaze lingered on the corpses, the lifeless eyes staring blankly into the sky.
It was a massacre.
His thoughts snapped to Suguru and Gumi.
Are they okay?
His heart pounded as he scanned the camp, eyes darting from face to face. He spotted Gumi sitting near one of the tents, exhaustion etched into his features. Relief flooded Kaoru's chest as he hurried over.
Gumi, how are you?
Kaoru asked, his voice trembling slightly. Gumi lifted his head, offering a tired but reassuring smile.
I'm fine, Kaoru. The kids are fine too. They're still asleep.
Kaoru let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Gumi's gaze softened, but there was something different in his eyes. Respect, maybe. Or was it concern?
Kaoru,
Gumi said, his voice quieter now.
Go see May first. Then come back. I'd like to talk to you.
Kaoru nodded. He was relieved to know the children were safe, but Gumi's serious tone made him tense.
What does he want to talk about?
Pushing the thought aside, Kaoru turned toward May. She stood near the campfire, hands on her hips, lost in thought. When she noticed him approaching, her lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't her usual radiant grin. This one was tired, the edges weighed down by exhaustion and sorrow. Still, the warmth in her eyes was undeniable.
Rue,
She greeted softly. Kaoru's brow twitched at the nickname, but he said nothing. It wasn't the time to complain.
when I saw you passed out, I nearly lost it.
May admitted. Kaoru blinked, surprised. During these past 4 months, May grew to like Kaoru, and in a way she saw him as her little brother. But beneath her concern was something else. Fear. Not fear for herself. Fear of what Maki would do when she learned Kaoru had died. May sighed, shaking her head.
Luckily you are fine, but those 2 shinobi you killed.
Her gaze sharpened, curiosity mixing with disbelief.
One of them was a chunin, Rue. How did you manage to kill an experienced chunin?
Kaoru tensed. He'd been expecting this question. The moment he killed that shinobi, he knew it would draw attention. The truth was simple. He got lucky. His Suijingan caught the man off guard, and the element of surprise had been his biggest advantage.
Honestly?
Kaoru began, scratching the back of his head.
He wasn't expecting my trump cards. If I didn't catch him off guard, I would have lost. No doubt about that.
He hesitated for a moment before adding,
May, can you not tell Maki? She'll never let me go outside again.
May chuckled, though her laughter lacked its usual brightness. She reached out, ruffling Kaoru's hair affectionately.
Rue, I think you know very well that I can't keep this a secret,
she said, shaking her head.
Besides, I'm the one who should be trembling with fear right now. Your sister will kill me when she finds out you were in danger under my watch.
Kaoru groaned, running a hand through his messy hair.
Great. I'm doomed.
Mei glanced over her shoulder at a shinobi waiting nearby. With a quick nod, she signaled that her conversation with Kaoru was over.
We're staying here for the day,
she said, her tone more serious.
Come see me in a few hours. I've got something important to discuss with you.
Kaoru nodded, watching her walk off to resume her duties. For a moment he stood there, unsure of what to do. He'd promised Gumi he'd return, but his mind was too restless to sit down for a conversation.
No. I need some time alone.
Instead of heading back to Gumi, Kaoru wandered toward the edge of the camp. The morning mist hung low over the ground, mingling with the faint scent of blood and burnt wood. His footsteps were slow and a little bit messy. The battle replayed in Kaoru's mind, each mistake and near-fatal moment playing out like a nightmare on repeat.
The element of surprise won't always be on my side. Luck won't save me next time.
His legs felt weak, and he dropped onto a nearby log with a groan, his hands gripping his knees. The ache in his body was nothing compared to the storm raging in his head.
I was dumb. He clenched his fists. I know how this world works. I thought I understood. But knowing and living it are two different things.
Images flashed in his mind, the crack of bone, the blood splattering across his face, the twisted bodies of the shinobi he killed. Kaoru shivered.
Seeing someone else fight from a distance? That's one thing, but being the one to take a life? To hear someone's skull crack and watch their blood spill? That's different.
His chest tightened.
Even if I was protecting myself,
his voice came out hoarse, barely above a whisper.
I still killed actual human beings.
His breathing grew shaky, his pulse pounding in his ears. He hunched forward, elbows on his knees, head in his hands.
I think, up until now, I saw this as some kind of once-in-a-lifetime chance to experience the amazing world of Naruto. I thought it would be exciting. Fun.
He shook his head.
But things look different now. I nearly died today.
The thought hit him like a punch to the gut. His palms suddenly got sweaty.
What happens if I die? Will I go back to wherever I came from? Will I get another chance? Or will it just be over?
The question lingered in his mind, dark and suffocating. His breathing quickened, and he clenched his fists tighter.
This world isn't a game, it's real. And if I die here, it will probably be the end.
The panic started to creep in. He squeezed his eyes shut, his thoughts spiraling out of control.
Can I just run away? Find some remote place to live peacefully? Could Maki and Grandma come with me? What about my clan? What about Mei?
His thoughts stalled on Mei, and he opened his eyes. The memory of her smile, tired but genuine, flashed through his mind. She'd been relieved to see him alive. She'd cared. That thought grounded him. Kaoru exhaled slowly, his breathing starting to steady. The haze of panic cleared, replaced by a flicker of clarity. He chuckled quietly, shaking his head.
I'm pathetic,
he muttered to himself. His lips twisted into a wry smile, and he wiped a hand down his face.
I have a Kekkei Genkai, a family and a clan that loves me. Even Mei genuinely cares about me. Honestly, life couldn't be better.
His gaze sharpened, determination flickering to life in his eyes.
What I lack,
he murmured,
is the strength to defend what's mine.
He stood, squaring his shoulders despite the ache in his muscles.
I am Kaoru Takime, and I'll do whatever it takes to protect everyone and everything that's mine.
The resolution in his voice startled even him. It felt real, solid, like the words themselves held power. Kaoru sat back down on the log, but this time his mind was clear. He wasn't dwelling on fear or what could have gone wrong. He was already picking apart his mistakes, analyzing every moment of the battle with cold, critical focus.
First of all,
he muttered to himself,
I should never practice techniques when I'm outside of the outpost. Not until I have enough chakra to spare some. That was my first mistake.
He tapped his chin thoughtfully.
Second, I realized that only water bullet is reliable enough to use in real battles. The rest of my techniques take too much chakra. I'm burning through it way too fast.
His brow furrowed as another thought struck him.
And most importantly, I suck at close combat.
Kaoru winced as he replayed both fights in his mind.
I'm still just an 8-year-old kid. There's no way I can hold my own in hand-to-hand combat against fully grown adults.
His gaze dropped to his hands. They trembled slightly, still recovering from the strain of battle.
I didn't even use a kunai,
he muttered, shaking his head.
Because deep down, I knew. If I got close enough to use one, I'd die.
The realization made his chest tighten again, but this time it wasn't panic. It was resolve.
I need a weapon,
he said firmly.
Something that is lethal and does not require much strength. At least until my ninjutsu improves and my chakra core grows big enough to maintain the distance.
Kaoru stood, stretching his sore muscles. His mind felt clearer now. The lingering fear had faded, replaced by a steady, burning determination.
Starting today, I won't miss a single day of training,
he said quietly. His gaze hardened as he clenched his fists.
I don't just want to be strong. I want to be overwhelmingly strong.
His lips curled into a grin, bright and genuine.
And to achieve that, I need to dedicate everything to training. Well, except family time.
He chuckled softly, shaking his head.
Maki would kill me if I skipped out on that.
The thought of his sister warmed his heart. Kaoru loved his family deeply, especially Maki. No matter how hard life became, that was his happy place. His grin softened into a quiet smile as he crouched down.
I'll protect what's mine,
he whispered, more to himself than anyone else. Then, without wasting another moment, he started doing squats, ignoring the ache in his bruised legs. 1 squat. 2. 3. Determination burned in his chest, stronger than the pain. That day, Kaoru Takime's goal changed, but even he did not know that yet.
Mission failed. Other than Raiga and his group, everyone returned. We believe he's dead.
The kneeling shinobi's voice was steady, though his posture betrayed unease. His black cloak draped heavily over his frame, hiding his expression as he delivered the report. A figure sitting in the shadows remained still, his voice, low and measured, cut through the silence like a blade.
Or he betrayed us.
The man leaned forward, just enough for the faint glow of a nearby lantern to illuminate his mouth, curled in a displeased frown.
Send a group to investigate,
he continued.
If Raiga truly betrayed us,
his voice dropped lower, laced with simmering anger.
Then the entire squad will mobilize. I'll go myself to hunt him down.
The kneeling shinobi nodded silently, waiting for more.
And one more thing,
the man added, his tone sharpening.
Under no circumstances is anyone to engage the Takime Clan. If any of them are encountered, they are to be left alone.
He leaned back into the shadows, the faint light disappearing from his face.
Until I say otherwise, no one is to touch them.
There was a pause. A long, tense silence filled the room, broken only by the faint creak of wood beneath the man's shifting weight. The anger he'd tried to suppress seeped into his voice, his control slipping.
Raiga, that idiot. He messed up. I should never have trusted him with this mission.
His jaw clenched, and he exhaled slowly, trying to steady his nerves.
Now I have to report to the Mizukage myself.
Even the thought made his blood run cold. He could already imagine the Mizukage's expression, the weight of those eyes, the crushing pressure of his presence. Failure wasn't tolerated in Kirigakure, and delivering bad news to the Mizukage was similar to signing your own death sentence. The cloaked shinobi vanished in a swirl of mist, leaving the room shrouded in oppressive silence once again. The man sat alone, the weight of the situation pressing down on him.
This will be a problem.
The flickering lantern dimmed, casting the room into complete darkness. /N-. If you are enjoying the novel, please give it a review. It will help me a lot. What kind of weapon do you think Kaoru should get? Any ideas? Character notes. Gumi, curious. Where is Kaoru? I thought he'd come. Mei, still busy. I did not even console Ru. This was his first kill. He must be terrified. Meanwhile, Kaoru, your throne will be mine, Madara. Hehe. Chapter 17, The Six Tails Jinchuriki.
This place is truly beautiful, Mei,
Kaoru said as they approached the Terumi clan settlement. The entrance was hidden behind a curtain of thick, overgrown vines, blending seamlessly into the surrounding terrain. Beyond the vines, a massive cave stretched out before them, its open roof allowing sunlight to pour in and illuminate the space. Water trickled down moss-covered walls, glistening like tiny crystals in the light. Unless you knew exactly where to look, stumbling upon this place by accident would have been nearly impossible. And even then, guards stationed near the entrance ensured no unwelcome visitors ever got close. Mei glanced at him with a proud smile.
It's something, isn't it?
Kaoru smirked.
Well, it's not as beautiful as Takime Valley,
he teased, earning a playful glare from Mei.
But I wouldn't mind living here.
Over the past week, Kaoru had fully recovered and thrown himself into intense training. His bruises were gone. One of his first priorities had been consulting Mei about a weapon. Her suggestion had been straightforward, a short blade, something between a katana and a dagger, suited for his size and speed. He'd caught sight of the Kiba blades during their conversation, but Mei shut him down before he could even ask.
You won't be able to use them,
she explained.
You're too young, and right now we desperately need strong shinobi who can wield them.
Kaoru had grudgingly accepted her reasoning, though the sight of the legendary weapons still filled him with jealousy. The Terumi clan settlement was far larger than the pre-remodeling Takime outpost, as the Terumi had retained more members over the years. The Takime clan, by contrast, had always been the smallest among Kirigakure's renowned clans. Even during their stay in Kirigakure, they struggled to match the numbers of other powerful families. Their exile had only worsened their situation. Countless shinobi had been lost during the escape, and even now, 8 years later, the clan remained a shadow of its former self. As they walked through the settlement, Kaoru's attention was drawn to a massive wooden building with a library sign carved above its entrance. His eyes sparkled with excitement.
Mei told me I can take any scroll I want,
he said, a mischievous grin spreading across his face.
And she didn't specify how many.
The possibilities danced in his mind. He knew it was unlikely he'd find something like the shadow clone technique in an open-access library, but he couldn't help hoping. What he really wanted, though, were wind element techniques. The Takime clan had always lacked proficiency in wind-based jutsu, and Kaoru saw an opportunity to fill that gap.
If I can find the entry and basic level wind element scrolls.
As Kaoru stepped toward the library, his grin widened.
And soon enough, this library will be moved to Takime Valley. So who cares how many of these scrolls I take? Hey.
Kaoru stepped into the library with bright smile. He couldn't wait to browse the scrolls, but as his eyes adjusted to the dim interior, his excitement faltered. Other than a few neatly arranged shelves, most of the space was covered in dust. Some areas were so neglected that moss had started creeping along the walls. The air was damp, carrying the faint, musty smell of decayed paper. Kaoru's face twisted in displeasure.
What a waste! If these conditions have ruined good scrolls…
He gritted his teeth. The thought of potentially valuable knowledge being lost due to neglect made his stomach churn.
This is the difference between living in a hidden village and a small, struggling clan. They have countless scrolls and resources to study. No wonder more so-called geniuses come from those places.
He let out a sigh, shaking his head as he pushed deeper into the library. Eventually, he managed to find a book explaining wind chakra nature in detail. He flipped through its pages quickly, confirming it was worth his time, and tucked it into his backpack without hesitation. As he continued searching, he came across a collection of scrolls outlining exercises designed to strengthen wind affinity. Techniques like the leaf-cutting exercise, paper-cutting exercise, and even dust control training caught his eye.
This is exactly what I need.
Kaoru paused for a moment, his fingers brushing over the edges of the scrolls as he thought about his elemental path. His water affinity was already exceptional, better than most. The only thing holding him back was his limited chakra capacity, but that would grow naturally over time. Earth, on the other hand. He frowned, recalling the frustrating month he'd spent trying to master it. No matter how hard he concentrated, the stone in his hand had refused to obey his will. He'd made almost no progress, and it was clear that Earth wasn't his element. While he could eventually improve his control with sheer effort, the time and energy it would take weren't worth the minimal payoff.
I'll learn only a few defensive earth jutsu and move on.
That left him with 3 options: fire, lightning, or wind. Fire was a no-go. His connection to water was too strong, and the 2 elements were naturally opposed. The effort required to learn fire techniques would be immense, and it wasn't worth the struggle. Lightning, however, was tempting. Its versatility and destructive power made it a solid choice, and it worked well with water, plus Kaoru's speed would greatly benefit from lightning. But Kaoru's lips curved into a small smile as the decision crystallized in his mind.
If I master wind, I'll have the perfect counter to lightning, water's greatest weakness. Even without a secondary element, I'll be a menace against opponents who can't counter water. So my focus should be clear. Counter my weakness, lightning.
Wind was the key to balancing his vulnerabilities and enhancing his overall skill set. With a sense of satisfaction, Kaoru took one last glance around the dusty shelves and turned toward the exit. But something caught his eye. A scroll sitting on a lower shelf, unusually thick compared to the others. Curiosity sparked. Kaoru carefully reached for it, brushing away the layer of dust that had settled on its surface. The scroll felt old in his hands, and he handled it cautiously, afraid his carelessness might cause irreversible damage. As he unrolled it, the faded ink revealed its title, Shifting Flow Sword Style. There was no author's name, just the elegant characters etched into the scroll. The paper looked worn, and Kaoru guessed whoever had written it was likely long dead. What immediately caught his attention was the word flow.
Flow. That could mean water or even wind. Either way, it's worth a look.
He hesitated for a moment, weighing his options.
Well, even if it turns out to be useless for me, no one's going to miss it. I'll return it when the library gets moved to the new outpost. No harm done.
With that, Kaoru began skimming through the scroll. Line by line, his eyes widened. The text described not only the sword style itself, but also its adaptability to various weapons. And then there was something even more valuable, a body training method tailored to complement the technique. Kaoru's heart raced as he read further.
This is exactly what I need.
Kaoru had been searching for ways to strengthen his body alongside his ninjutsu, and this find was better than anything he could have hoped for. For the first time that day, he felt genuinely exhilarated.
Forget the wind scrolls. This is the real treasure.
With the shifting flow sword style tucked safely into his pack, Kaoru straightened up, his mind already buzzing with plans. He couldn't wait to start unraveling its secrets. Kaoru sat at the dining table, sharing a meal with Mei and her 10-year-old sister, Akane. The 2 sisters were nearly identical, save for a few distinct features. Unlike Mei's warm, mischievous gaze, Akane's fiery crimson eyes gave her a sharp, piercing look, though the freckles dusting her cheeks softened her expression, making her appear cute and endearing rather than intimidating. As Akane studied him intently, Kaoru felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple.
So you're the one who sparred with my sister and even used lethal techniques, huh?
Akane finally said, her voice blunt and direct. Kaoru, mid-swallow of his soup, nearly choked. He coughed and sputtered, desperately gulping water to recover.
I mean, I knew she was way stronger than me and could easily dodge or block.
Kaoru stammered, his voice trailing off. He looked to Mei for help, his eyes silently begging her to intervene. But Mei, clearly enjoying the moment, just smiled and said nothing. Akane wasn't about to let him off the hook. She leaned forward, her intense gaze locking onto Kaoru.
So what you're saying is, if I know you're stronger than me, it's fine for me to go all out and try to kill you?
Kaoru's face paled.
If the gap is as big as between May and me, then I think it's...
He choked on his words, guilt creeping into his chest.
She's right.
The thought hit him like a slap. He hadn't even considered the possibility that May could have failed to block his attacks. If that had happened, if she'd been seriously hurt or worse, Kaoru's heart sank. Akane opened her mouth to press further, but before she could speak, Kaoru straightened up.
I'm sorry, May,
he said earnestly, bowing his head slightly.
I honestly never considered that. I promise I'll never go all out in a spar again, even if my opponent is stronger than me.
Then turning to Akane, he added,
I think I owe you an apology too, Akane-san. I have a sister as well, and if she were in danger, I'd probably react the same way, maybe even worse.
His voice was genuine, his words sincere. Akane blinked, surprised by the sudden shift. She met his gaze for a moment, clearly caught off guard. Then, without a word, she smiled faintly and returned to her meal, signaling that she was willing to let the matter go. Kaoru let out a quiet sigh of relief. But just as he thought he'd escaped, May leaned back in her chair with an exaggerated groan.
Yeah, I don't care about all that,
she said, waving a hand dismissively.
You're actually one of the few sparring partners who might push me to my limits, once you grow up, of course, so don't you dare hold back on me.
Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she added,
But more importantly, why do you call this brat Akane-san and call me just May? I'm her older sister, you know.
Kaoru glanced at her, unbothered by her sudden seriousness. If anything, he almost hoped she'd get genuinely annoyed. It'd be a small payback for all the teasing she'd subjected him to over the past month. Akane chuckled at her sister's feigned annoyance, her mood already lightened. She turned to Kaoru, her crimson eyes glinting with a new challenge.
So,
she said casually,
wanna spar with me? I'm not as strong as my sister, but I'm no pushover either.
Before Kaoru could respond, May burst out laughing.
Pfft! You can't even last a second against me, and this kid managed to exchange a few blows with me. This kid has no self-control. He can't hold his punches. You'll die if you spar with him.
Kaoru frowned, feeling the need to defend himself.
I'm not that bad anymore. I've been sparring with Suguru the whole month, and I can control my strength now. Plus, she can't be weaker than him.
The words were out before he realized his mistake. Akane froze, her chopsticks hovering mid-air.
Can't be weaker than him? Excuse me?
Her fiery eyes narrowed as she flared up again.
Are you saying I'm weak?
Kaoru's shoulders slumped. He opened his mouth to explain, but nothing he could say would save him now. Akane glared at him, and May leaned back, enjoying the spectacle with an amused smirk.
I should have eaten alone,
Kaoru thought miserably, realizing this dinner might be harder to survive than those two Kiri shinobi. After watching Kaoru struggle through the entire dinner, May was thoroughly satisfied with her teasing. She even felt a little sorry for him by the end. With a playful smile, she waved him off, allowing him to explore the forest outside of the cave as a reprieve, but not without making him promise to stay close to the settlement. Now Kaoru trudged through the dense forest, his mood foul. He kicked small rocks along the path, each one a target for his frustration.
I couldn't even eat properly,
he muttered, glaring at the next chunk of stone before giving it an angry kick. The rock flew forward, ricocheting off a tree with a dull thud. Kaoru froze mid-step, his eyes locking onto a figure partially obscured by the shadows of the forest. A man with long hair, dressed in grey robes, walked slowly through the trees. His movements were deliberate, almost absent-minded, as though lost in thought. Kaoru's heart skipped a beat. He recognized him.
Utakata, the Six Tails Jinchuriki,
Kaoru whispered, his voice barely audible. /n-. If you are enjoying the novel, please give it a review. It will help me a lot. I've decided that Kaoru will focus on learning the wind element next. While it doesn't necessarily mean it's his strongest affinity after water, it felt like the right choice for his growth and strategy. I also loved Somewhat Sleepy's idea of Kaoru mastering multiple weapons, and that will play a part in his development. After a few chapters centered around intense fights, the upcoming chapters will shift focus to story and character development. Thank you for reading and supporting the story. Character notes: Kaoru, shocked. Why do I attract trouble? I should have stayed in the outpost. May, still busy. The dinner was fun, but now I need to prepare the next batch of people to resettle. Akane, annoyed, I'll show him who's weak. Chapter 18, I'll overcome this. Kaoru's gaze remained fixed on the figure ahead. The man moved slowly. He looked lost in thought, almost detached from the world around him. Kaoru's mind raced.
That's Utakata, the Six Tails Jinchuriki.
He knew from memory that Utakata was very different from Yagura, the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Utakata was peaceful, compassionate even, and wouldn't attack unless provoked. But all of that information came from the anime he remembered. And this? This was no anime. This was the real world, where people were far more complex than characters with neatly assigned personalities written by an author.
What if he's not the same? What if this Utakata is completely different?
Kaoru's stomach churned as another thought struck him. Even if Utakata was the same person he remembered, there was no guarantee he'd be kind to some random boy who crossed his path. The potential benefits of befriending a powerful Jinchuriki were immense, but the fear of dying, which would absolutely happen if Utakata was hostile, far outweighed the risk. Kaoru made his decision.
Nope, I'm not taking that chance.
He leapt behind a massive tree, pressing his back against its rough bark. His breath hitched as he glanced around, ensuring he was out of sight. For a moment, he considered using the body flicker technique to retreat further, but then hesitated.
What if Utakata or the Six Tails sense my chakra? They'd chase me down.
Instead, Kaoru crouched lower, straining to hear the faint sound of Utakata's footsteps. Leaves crunched softly beneath the man's feet as he continued walking, seemingly unaware of Kaoru's presence. But Kaoru could barely focus over the pounding of his own heartbeat.
Why is my heartbeat so damn loud?
He cursed, trying to steady his breathing and calm his pulse. Seconds felt like hours as Kaoru waited, every muscle in his body tense. Finally, the footsteps grew fainter. Utakata didn't stop, didn't pause, didn't even glance in Kaoru's direction. If he noticed Kaoru, he showed no sign of it. Kaoru exhaled shakily, his body relaxing for the first time since spotting the Jinchuriki.
I think I survived,
he muttered, peeking around the tree to confirm Utakata was far out of sight. Still, he wasn't about to take any chances.
Just in case I'm going the opposite way,
he murmured, standing and brushing dirt off his knees.
I do not want to run into him, or worse.
Kaoru cursed under his breath, frustration bubbling up.
I should have listened to May and stayed close to the outpost. At least then the guards could have helped if I got attacked.
His original plan had been simple: find a quiet, secluded spot far from anyone's eyes and study the scroll. But after this encounter, that plan no longer seemed worth the risk.
If someone spots me reading, so what? It's better than stumbling across someone like Utakata again, or someone even worse.
With that thought in mind, Kaoru turned and began heading back toward the cave, his pace quick but cautious. There were plenty of empty houses in the Terumi settlement, as many families had already moved to Takime Alley. For his temporary stay, Kaoru was given one of these vacant homes. The house was spacious, but its emptiness was undeniable. Aside from the basic furniture and essentials brought in for Kaoru's use, cups, plates, and a few necessities, the rooms were barren. Yet Kaoru wasn't bothered. If anything, he was thrilled.
Bigger empty space means a bigger training ground,
he thought with a grin. Kaoru had gathered a pile of leaves from the forest earlier, bringing them into the house specifically for his wind chakra training. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he picked up one of the leaves and held it between his fingers, narrowing his focus. The leaf-cutting exercise was deceptively simple in theory, but incredibly challenging in practice. To begin, Kaoru had to channel his chakra into the leaf, but not just any chakra. He needed to refine it into the sharp, cutting energy characteristic of the wind element. If done correctly, the chakra would slice cleanly through the leaf. However, controlling the shape and flow of chakra to mimic the nature of wind wasn't easy. The exercise demanded intense focus and precise control, forcing Kaoru to visualize the chakra as a blade within his palm.
It's like trying to turn water into a razor,
he mused as he concentrated on the leaf. The first few attempts were frustratingly ineffective. His chakra either scattered harmlessly into the leaf or didn't reach it at all. But after what felt like hours, the faintest tear appeared along the edge of the leaf. Kaoru froze, staring at the tiny cut.
Finally.
From that moment, the exercise became slightly easier. Each successive leaf required less effort, and the cuts grew cleaner and more precise. Kaoru's confidence grew as well.
My affinity for wind might not be great, but it's definitely not bad,
he thought, recalling his struggles with Earth Chakra. His progress with wind felt far smoother by comparison. Kaoru's gaze drifted to a few stones sitting on the floor nearby.
I still have to train that too,
he sighed in frustration, running a hand through his hair. His experience with the earth element had been less than encouraging. No matter how hard he tried, the stone he focused on simply refused to budge. He'd made no noticeable progress, and it was clear his affinity for earth was low. Still, he was determined to learn at least a few defensive jutsu. Setting the thought aside, Kaoru returned to his training plan for the day. First, he would exhaust a portion of his chakra on the wind training. Then he'd study the old scroll he found in the library. Finally, he'd finish with a session focusing on his Kekkei Genkai, the Sui Jingan. Kaoru frowned slightly as his thoughts turned to the drawbacks of his unique ability.
There must be a way to at least reduce this pain,
he thought grimly. Every time he pushed the Suijingan to its limit, the after effects were brutal. The blinding headaches left him vulnerable, slowing his reflexes and dulling his focus. Worse still, the chakra consumption was insane. Kaoru hoped that as his mastery over the Suijingan improved, it would demand less chakra. Until then, he had to endure the pain and adapt to fighting under such conditions.
If I can't control the pain, I won't be able to rely on my Kekkei Genkai in high-stakes fights.
With that thought in mind, Kaoru picked up another leaf and focused his chakra. His progress was already evident. Most of the time, he could cut the edge cleanly.
At this rate, it shouldn't take me more than a week to start learning actual techniques,
he analyzed. Hours passed as Kaoru worked through every leaf he'd gathered. By the time he cut the last one, the room was an absolute mess, scraps of leaves scattered across the floor. But he didn't care. Even if the progress wasn't groundbreaking, it was still progress. And now he was ready to move on to the next step, one he'd been eagerly anticipating. Kaoru stood, stretching briefly before pulling the old scroll out of his backpack. Sitting down at the table, he unrolled the parchment, his eyes lighting up as the title greeted him once again. Shifting flow sword style, excitement bubbled in his chest. He'd always enjoyed studying scrolls, but this one felt different. It felt important. The scroll began with an explanation of what a weapon means to a shinobi. Rather than providing practical instruction, the text delved into philosophy, describing the relationship between a warrior and their weapon. Kaoru furrowed his brow as he read. The scroll claimed that there is no such thing as a perfect sword movement, and that the best form of the sword is one that has none.
What does that even mean?
He thought, confused. The concept felt contradictory, almost abstract. Still, Kaoru decided not to dwell on it. He resolved to finish reading the entire scroll before analyzing its contents in detail. Time seemed to slip away. By the time Kaoru finished his first read-through, 4 hours had passed. He'd skimmed parts of the scroll, particularly the philosophical sections and body exercises. But the information he gleaned was enough to excite him further.
This isn't just about swords,
Kaoru murmured, his fingers running over the aged parchment.
The techniques and style described here could apply to almost any weapon.
It wasn't that the scroll taught how to use every tool individually. Instead, it outlined a method and philosophy that allowed a shinobi to adapt the principles to most weapons.
This is invaluable,
he thought, his excitement growing. Kaoru leaned back in his chair, staring at the scroll as ideas and possibilities swirled in his mind. But he needed to make a decision. The night was already late, and there wasn't enough time for everything.
Either I skip Kekkei Genkai training and pull an all-nighter, or I stop now, train my Suijingen, and continue tomorrow.
He sighed, muttering to himself,
Patience, Kaoru. Let's not rush things.
He carefully rolled up the scroll and placed it back into his backpack as though it were a fragile gem that might crumble at the slightest mishandling. Once it was secured, he sat cross-legged on the floor and set a cup of water in front of him. Kaoru had come to realize that common training methods weren't effective for his Kekkei Genkai. If he wanted to grow, he'd need to create exercises tailored to the unique demands of his Suijingan. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment before reopening them. His irises glowed brilliantly, like radiant gemstones, as his Suijingan activated. Fixing a calm, focused gaze on the water, Kaoru began his exercise. From the surface of the water, several tentacles began to rise, swaying fluidly in the air. Their numbers grew until the cup was completely empty, every last drop suspended in the shimmering shapes. Kaoru guided the tentacles to morph into various forms, maintaining control over each one.
Now starts the difficult part,
he thought, bracing himself. He began changing the density of the water, but not uniformly. Each tentacle was compressed at different levels, requiring him to split his focus across every piece of water simultaneously. The strain hit him immediately. Though the amount of water was small and the chakra consumption manageable, the mental effort was overwhelming. Pain throbbed in his head, sharp and relentless, until he felt blood dripping from his nostril.
Shit,
Kaoru whispered, his voice strained.
The pain is too much.
His control wavered, but he forced himself to remain steady long enough to return the water to the cup. Finally, he deactivated the Suijingan, collapsing onto the floor. For several minutes, Kaoru writhed in agony, his hands clawing at the ground as though searching for something to break or clench. The pain was blinding, his thoughts scattered and incoherent. When the throbbing finally dulled to a bearable level, he lay on the floor, panting.
God, this is too painful,
he hissed through clenched teeth.
This training method better work, or I'll regret it for the rest of my life.
The intensity of the pain had caught him off guard. He had never experienced anything like it during his prior training. It didn't make sense.
I've controlled way more water before and even changed its density,
he muttered, his voice hoarse.
As long as I had enough chakra, it never hurt like this. So what changed?
Kaoru replayed the exercise in his mind, dissecting every step. Then it hit him.
The problem isn't the water or the chakra, it's my mental capacity.
He groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose as he sat up.
The pain came from splitting the water into so many parts and giving each one a separate order. My brain couldn't handle it. It was overloaded.
Kaoru frowned, the realization weighing heavily on him.
So? The problem is my mind,
he murmured.
But how am I supposed to overcome that?
He felt a knot of frustration and helplessness tighten in his chest. For the first time, the challenge felt insurmountable.
How am I supposed to become smarter?
Kaoru stared at the cup of water in front of him, frustration bubbling up inside.
Shit, I hate this feeling,
he muttered through clenched teeth.
I don't care. I'll do it. Even if I have to keep doing this over and over again, the day will come when I can control my Suijingen freely.
It wasn't determination so much as angry venting, but it helped. The raw frustration faded just enough for logic and reason to kick in.
All right,
Kaoru muttered, his voice steadier now.
Let's figure out where my limit is. How many droplets can I control without collapsing from the pain?
Several hours passed in grueling trial and error. By the time his chakra was completely drained, he had his answer. Kaoru had discovered that he could control 3 tentacles with no pain and 5 tentacles with manageable pain. Increasing the amount of water in the tentacles didn't affect his mental strain. It only increased his chakra consumption.
5 it is,
he thought, wiping sweat from his brow.
I can handle this much pain if it makes me stronger.
For a brief moment, Kaoru caught himself smiling, a flicker of excitement in his eyes.
I feel like a masochist, but it works.
The plan formed quickly in his mind. He would train with 5 water sources until it became comfortable, then add 1 more. Slowly, steadily, he would push his limits. Exhausted and aching, Kaoru finally climbed into bed. Every muscle in his body protested, and his head still throbbed faintly, but none of it mattered. For the first time, he felt genuinely closer to mastering his Kekkei Genkai. With that thought, a tired but satisfied smile crossed his face as he drifted into a deep sleep. /n-. If you are enjoying the novel, please give it a review. It will help me a lot. I know chapters like this, where the focus is primarily on training, can feel a bit slow or even boring at times. But this is where characters make real progress. I'm not a fan of suddenly boosting a character's strength mid-fight. It feels like a little plot armory, and I'd rather show their growth through effort and hard work. Kaoru is finally making progress in controlling his Suijingan, and I'm excited for what's to come. Thank you for reading, and I hope you enjoyed it. Character notes. Kaoru, stubborn yet hopeful. I can't become smarter, but I can outwork this stupid brain of mine. Utakata, peaceful but easily irritated. I'm just walking through the forest, and suddenly I'm everyone's problem. Chapter 20, Big Surprise.
Wasn't that the best sushi you've ever eaten?
Akane asked, her face lighting up with excitement as they stepped out of the small restaurant.
Yes, it was,
Kaoru replied with a smile. He was pleasantly surprised that the Takime Clan settlement had a restaurant at all. Back in Takime Alley, there was only a communal kitchen that prepared meals for the entire clan. Restaurants, entertainment, or anything resembling leisure didn't exist there. The Takime Clan's outpost was a strictly practical settlement. Survival had always been the priority.
This must be the benefit of having bigger numbers,
Kaoru thought as he scanned the bustling settlement around him. The Terumi clan had nearly twice the population of Takime and boasted more jonins as well. Still, like the Takime, they lacked any S-rank shinobi.
If not for Grandma's abilities, this alliance wouldn't even be possible,
he mused. Little did Kaoru know, his presence had played the biggest role in securing the alliance. Meruem believed Kaoru could grow into an S-rank shinobi, and that made him worth investing in.
Ru, come on. I want to show you my second favorite place. The moon's almost high enough. It's perfect timing.
Akane said with a mischievous grin, grabbing Kaoru's arm and practically dragging him along. Within moments, they found themselves squeezing into a narrow tunnel. The entrance was tight, but as they moved further in, the passage widened. Kaoru noticed that the path sloped gently upward, spiraling as it climbed.
We're probably heading to the top of the cave,
Kaoru guessed, and he was right. Eventually, they reached the end of the tunnel and stepped into an open area. The space wasn't large, but it was big enough to feel comfortable. Dense vines covered the edges of the cliffs around them, but the top and front of the space were open to the night sky. Akane pulled Kaoru forward to the edge of the cliff. The moon hung high above, bathing the forest below in soft silver light. The vast sea of trees swayed gently in the night breeze, and while the view wasn't colorful, it exuded a sense of tranquility that made Kaoru's shoulders relax. His mind drifted, forgetting the struggles of training and even the danger he'd faced just weeks ago. He stood there in silence, completely absorbed in the moment. Beside him, Akane was lost in thought as well, their earlier chatter replaced by a peaceful quiet. They both felt isolated from the rest of the world, yet neither felt alone. After a while, they sat down near the edge, soaking in the serene beauty of the view. Kaoru, curious to see the landscape differently, activated his Suijingan. His irises glowed like radiant cyan gems, the brightness enhanced by the moonlit surroundings. As he gazed out, the world transformed. Streams of water glowed faintly, adding an ethereal blue hue to the already tranquil scene. Kaoru's breath caught as he marveled at the sight, fully immersed in the beauty before him. But the strain on his chakra reserves quickly built, and he was forced to deactivate the Suijingan, his vision returning to normal.
Rue, your eyes.
Akane whispered, her jaw slightly agape. Kaoru gave a small smile.
It's my Kekkei Genkai,
he explained.
It lets me manipulate water and see water flow, but it burns through chakra way too fast.
His smile turned bitter as he added,
That's the trade-off.
Akane chuckled softly, though there was a tinge of sadness in her expression.
It seems like everyone around me has a Kekkei Genkai.
Her attempt to sound casual fell flat, and Kaoru could sense the bitterness she was trying to mask.
Mei has 2 Kekkei Genkai, and she has none. She probably feels like a failure.
Kaoru realized, watching her carefully. He felt an unexpected connection to Akane after the day they'd spent together. It was the first normal day he'd had in a long time, one where he didn't feel like his only companions were Maki and Suiren. He had the urge to cheer her up.
This should help, and besides, it belonged to their clan to begin with,
he thought.
Akane,
Kaoru said, his voice light.
Would you like to train with me? I think I have a scroll that will impress you.
Akane's face lit up, and she immediately agreed.
I'd love to.
Kaoru grinned.
Good. Meet me at my house tomorrow morning before sunrise. Don't be late, Akane.
He stood up, offering her a hand. Akane hesitated briefly before taking it, allowing him to help her up.
All right, I'll be there,
she said with a bright smile. Then, after a pause, she added shyly,
Oh, and Rue, you can call me Ane, if you'd like. Since I use your pet name, I figured...
I'd love to,
Kaoru interrupted with a smile, not missing a beat. They exchanged a quick glance, both smiling, before squeezing back into the narrow tunnel to return home. The tranquil night behind them had set the foundation for something deeper, a bond that neither of them had quite expected. Kaoru spotted Akane approaching, this time dressed in practical training clothes.
Morning, Ane. Let's head to the training ground.
Kaoru greeted her with a smile.
Morning, Rue.
Akane replied, smiling back as she gestured for him to follow. The two made their way to the nearest training ground, a simple open yard surrounded by tall trees. Standing in the middle of the space, Kaoru turned to face Akane.
I've started working on a new body exercise,
Kaoru began. His tone was laced with excitement.
It's way more effective than regular training, or at least it should be if we can figure it out.
He went on to explain everything he'd learned so far, detailing the scroll's contents and his understanding of its techniques. He also mentioned that the scroll had come from the Takime clan's library, which seemed to pique Akane's curiosity even more. Akane nodded, staying silent as she listened. She was clearly waiting for Kaoru to demonstrate.
For the warm-up, we'll start with 100 squats and push-ups, followed by a short run,
Kaoru said, already crouching to begin his squats.
Then we'll move on to the shifting flow sword body exercises. AN. I'll call it SFS sometimes.
The warm-up took about 40 minutes. By the time they finished, both of them were sweating lightly but still full of energy. Kaoru stretched out his arm, preparing to demonstrate what he'd figured out so far.
So, the key to this exercise is learning to rotate chakra within your body,
he began.
The goal is to keep the chakra circulating through your cells, strengthening them without actually losing chakra. It's not about brute force, it's about control and precision.
He paused, flexing his fingers as a faint glow of chakra flickered in his palm.
I've learned that if you try to force the chakra, it just spills out. You have to think of it as guiding the flow, not pushing it. It's like creating a loop that never breaks, steady, contained, and efficient.
Kaoru looked up at Akane, who was watching intently.
I haven't figured out the full method yet, but I'm sure that once we master this, our combat ability will skyrocket.
His enthusiasm was contagious, and Akane's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded.
Let's give it everything we've got,
she said eagerly. After about 3 hours of trying to rotate their chakra, Both Kaoru and Akane were visibly exhausted. Akane eventually sat down on the ground, her brows furrowed in deep thought. For a while she stayed silent, her mind clearly working through something. Then suddenly, her eyes lit up with realization.
Rue,
She began as excitement started overflowing her.
why do you think the scroll tells us to rotate our chakra around a hand first? Wouldn't it make more sense to guide the flow through the whole body? And another thing, why was this technique shelved in my clan's library if the results are supposed to be so amazing?
Kaoru tilted his head, considering her questions.
I guess it starts with the hand because a smaller part is easier to focus on.
He suggested.
And as for the scroll, maybe it was neglected because it's just too hard to master. Over time, people probably forgot it even existed.
Akane shook her head, her expression bright with excitement.
Wrong and wrong.
She said, leaning forward.
I think it starts with the hand, because once you manage to guide chakra through every single cell, even in just one hand, the chakra consumption will be massive. Too massive to sustain. That's why it doesn't start with the whole body. It would be impossible to control.
Kaoru's brow furrowed as he listened. Akane continued.
And as for why my clan couldn't master it, it's not just about controlling chakra. You're not just following your chakra flow or steadying it. You have to create new paths for your chakra to travel through. You're building a network that doesn't exist yet, and it has to reach every single cell. Adults couldn't do that because their bodies are already developed. The chakra paths in their bodies are set, and even if they tried, they couldn't force their cells to adapt. That's why this scroll was forgotten.
Kaoru blinked, his mind racing to keep up.
Okay, but if the chakra consumption is huge now, what changes later? That doesn't make sense.
He trailed off, his eyes widening as realization hit him like a bolt of lightning.
Unless...
Kaoru's voice dropped, his words coming faster now.
Unless the chakra rotation activates the cell's full potential as you go. Once your cells reach that state, maintaining it wouldn't take as much chakra. Eventually, the consumption might even drop to zero because your body adapts. That would explain why we're told to take it slow, and why this technique can only be mastered while we're young.
Akane grinned, clearly pleased.
Exactly. It's not just about rotation. It's about reshaping your body, little by little, while it's still growing. You're training your cells to hold on to that state, so the chakra rotation becomes second nature, like breathing. That's why the scroll emphasizes patience.
Kaoru let the idea sink in, feeling both exhilarated and overwhelmed.
So, we're literally rebuilding how our bodies work,
he murmured. Akane nodded, her enthusiasm infectious.
Exactly. And if we get it right, it'll change everything about how we fight.
Kaoru smiled, his earlier exhaustion momentarily forgotten.
All right then, let's get back to work. If we're going to rebuild our bodies, we'd better get started.
With their new discovery fresh in their minds, Kaoru and Akane pushed their bodies to the limit. They focused intently, determined to create even a single chakra path. Unfortunately, their efforts didn't bear fruit. Not a single path was formed. Still, the progress they made was remarkable. They both gained a deeper understanding of how chakra moved through their bodies, and their control had improved noticeably. For Kaoru, this training session brought another unexpected surprise. For the first time, he had someone to directly compare his chakra reserves with. And Akane's chakra core was about twice the size of his. At first, the disparity surprised him, but Kaoru wasn't discouraged. In fact, it only motivated him. He knew that his chakra core was growing rapidly. In about a year, he estimated, his reserves would double in size, matching where Akane's were now at 10 years old.
Considering that Takime Clan members are born with pitiful chakra reserves compared to most shinobi, This growth is insane,
he thought with satisfaction. It was a pleasant surprise, one that bolstered his confidence in his future potential. By the time they wrapped up their training, the sun was dipping below the horizon and the sky was painted in hues of orange and purple.
It's already dinner time,
Akane said, stretching her arms with a yawn. Kaoru nodded.
Yeah, I still need to train my Suijingen tonight, so we'll call it a day here. Let's meet tomorrow morning, same spot.
Deal.
Akane agreed with a smile. The two parted ways, heading to their respective homes. On his way back, Kaoru decided to stop by the sushi restaurant for takeout. The familiar smell of fresh fish and rice greeted him as he picked up his meal and headed home. As soon as he got back, Kaoru sat down to eat, savoring the sushi in silence. The day's progress and discoveries replayed in his mind, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. Once he finished eating, he cleared the table and set up for his Suijingen training. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, a cup filled with water placed in front of him, Kaoru took a deep breath.
Time to see how far I can push myself tonight,
said Kaoru with a bright smile. /n-. If you are enjoying the novel, please give it a review. It will help me a lot. I forgot to mention in previous chapter notes, but Azure Awakening has reached 50,000 words, Hasad-chan. I've been thinking, and I've decided that it's time for Kaoru to develop actual bonds with characters around his age. I don't want him to come across as a psycho who only finds joy in training and fighting. I'd rather build him as a real, relatable human being, someone with priorities, struggles, and meaningful relationships. As for Akane, I haven't decided yet if she'll stay as a side character or join the main cast, but for now she'll definitely play an important role in this arc. Character notes. Kaoru overthinking prodigy. Training, check. Scrolls, check. Friends, working on it. Akane, friendly firecracker. I'm not antisocial. I just think most people are overrated. Except Rue, I guess. Chapter 21. The Chaos.
I think I can add one more,
Kaoru muttered as another tentacle of water rose from the cup in front of him, creating a sixth droplet. It had taken him an entire week of steady effort, but he was finally making noticeable progress with his Suijingen. Each small improvement felt like a triumph, and this was no exception. Kaoru also added a new exercise to his daily routine. Every day he brought a plant home, sometimes a flower, sometimes just a bundle of leaves, and practiced extracting water from it. His goal was to find a way to extract water efficiently without draining too much chakra.
If I can perfect this, it'll be like fighting near a big source of water most of the time,
he thought. While he did manage to improve, the exercise remained incredibly chakra-intensive. Extracting water from parts of a plant was challenging enough, but targeting a plant still rooted in soil caused the chakra cost to skyrocket. Kaoru eventually concluded that living things, even plants, could actively resist his ability.
It's like they hold on that water as hard as they can,
he mused. Realizing that the ability to extract water was a dangerous one, Kaoru set a firm rule for himself. He would never extract water from living beings outside of plants. Kaoru had spent the entire week with Akane. Most of their time was dedicated to training, but there were moments when they simply explored the area together. Their bond deepened as they tried to learn the shifting flow sword style together. When the time came for Kaoru to return to the Takime clan's outpost, Akane went straight to Mei with a proposal.
Kaoru and I are studying this scroll together,
Akane explained.
It's really difficult to understand, and I think we'll make much better progress if we continue training together.
After some thought, Mei agreed. Akane was thrilled and rushed home to pack the things she wanted to bring with her. As Kaoru prepared to leave, he reflected on the past week.
This week was probably the best I've had since that day,
he thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. He'd made strides in controlling his Suijingen and had begun learning wind release. His progress with the shifting flow sword style felt like the start of something amazing. Almost like a weaker form of senjutsu that was constantly active. But above all, he'd made a friend.
Coming to the Terumi clan was the right decision.
Kaoru mused.
It's convinced me even more that I should go outside the outpost whenever I get the chance.
He chuckled as he realized how happy Maki would be to learn about his discovery. The man was walking in the deep forest, covered in dense mist. His expression was tense. The man was Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. As he walked, his eyes scanned the surroundings. There was unnatural silence. Only the soft rustle of leaves could be heard from time to time.
"You've been following me for hours,"
said Yagura with a calm voice.
"Step into the open or crawl back to wherever you came from."
A slow, measured clap echoed through the mist. A man stepped forward from the shadows, his masked face tilting slightly. But what caught Yagura's attention was the Sharingan. No sane person would ever underestimate Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai.
"You're sharper than I expected, Mizukage,"
said the man. His voice was unnaturally neutral for the situation.
"I thought you might try to ignore me."
Yagura flared up.
"You have 5 seconds to explain yourself before I break you."
Obito chuckled softly.
"So confident. But tell me, Yagura, how does it feel to lead a village that barely respects you? A useless attempt to lead the blind. How fitting."
The words struck a nerve, however. Yagura tried his best to hide it. His posture shifted slightly, getting ready to strike.
"If you came here to die, keep talking."
Obito shrugged.
"I came here to take control. You'll see it's much easier for everyone when someone competent is pulling the strings."
Yagura didn't bother with a reply. He surged forward, his staff carving an arc through the air, aimed directly at the man's midsection. The weapon passed harmlessly through his intangible body, the force of the swing splitting a nearby tree in two. Yagura leapt back, his green eyes narrowing. The Sharingan spun lazily in Obito's visible eye as he stepped closer, unhurried.
"You're quick to attack. I'll give you that. But it's a wasted effort."
"Shh, phasing,"
Yagura muttered under his breath, his mind already calculating. The staff spun in his hands as he feinted a second strike, only to pivot and thrust a high-pressure blast of water from the seal at its tip. The jet of water tore through trees and carved into the earth, but Obito had already vanished, his form dissolving into the mist. Yagura stood still, his sharp senses honed on the faintest disturbances around him. He barely caught the flicker of motion in his peripheral vision. Spinning on his heel, he brought the staff up just in time to block a kunai aimed for his throat. Sparks flew as the blade clashed against the metal shaft.
"You're clever,"
Obito said, his tone laced with condescension.
"But cleverness won't save you."
Yagura countered with a swing of his staff, forcing Obito to leap back. The Mizukage followed up with a series of precise strikes, each blow calculated to force Obito into a defensive pattern. Despite this, his attacks continued to pass harmlessly through Obito's form. Inside Yagura's mind, the three tails roared.
"This is no ordinary shinobi!"
It clearly felt a threat.
"Release my power!"
"Not yet."
Yagura remained stubborn.
"He's trying to bait me into something. Let's see what he's hiding."
"You'll regret holding back!"
The three tails hissed. Obito flicked a kunai from his sleeve, the movement casual as he tossed it toward Yagura. The Mizukage deflected it with ease, but his eyes widened as space around him distorted. A vortex began to pull at him, debris and leaves spiraling into the void.
"Mangekyo Sharingan!"
Yagura hissed, his feet digging into the soil as he fought the pull. Slamming his staff into the ground, he anchored himself, channeling chakra through the weapon to harden the earth beneath him. The vortex dissipated with a faint pop, leaving the forest eerily still once more.
"You're quick to adapt,"
Obito mused, stepping closer.
"But you're wasting your energy. This will end the same way, no matter how much you resist."
Yagura's lips curled into a humorless smile.
"I've seen plenty of smug bastards like you. They all bleed the same."
With a sharp motion, Yagura slammed his staff into the ground. The earth trembled as water surged upward, forming a spiraling dome around him. The surface shimmered like polished glass, distorting the forest's reflection. Inside the dome, Yagura steadied his breathing.
"Let's see how far you'll go."
he muttered to himself. Obito approached the dome, his Sharingan analyzing the intricate patterns of chakra reinforcing it. With a faint gesture, he reached forward, his hand phasing through the surface. Yagura struck in that instant, the water inside the dome exploding outward in a torrent of sharpened shards. Obito vanished in a blur, reappearing behind Yagura in an instant.
Predictable,
he muttered, his kunai slicing toward the Mizukage's back. Yagura twisted just in time, his staff meeting the blade with a loud clang. The impact sent shockwaves shaking the misty battlefield.
You're starting to irritate me,
Yagura growled. He leapt back, his hands moving in a blur of seals. The ground beneath them rumbled, splitting apart as a massive geyser erupted, drenching the area in steam and water. The terrible heat stung his skin as well, but Yagura did not care. He moved with determination, disappearing into the thick mist. The vapor became his shield, protecting him from Sharingan's gaze. Obito stood motionless amidst the chaos, his Sharingan scanning for movement.
He's trying to turn the environment against me. Clever, but futile,
he thought, his expression calm. A flicker of movement at the edge of his vision caught his attention. Yagura jumped out from the mist, his staff glowing with chakra as he swung it in a wide arc. The strike connected, the impact forcing Obito to stumble backward.
Not so intangible against sneak attacks, huh?
Yagura sneered, his voice cold and mocking. He pressed the attack relentlessly, each swing of his staff crackling with concentrated chakra. The air vibrated with the force of his blows. Obito, momentarily caught off guard, tried to activate his Sharingan to phase away, but the unrelenting assault left him no room to focus.
You don't seem so condescending now,
Yagura snarled, his strikes growing fiercer, each one heavier than the last. His chakra pulsed with raw power, illuminating the mist with every swing.
Something feels off,
murmured the Three Tails from within Yagura's subconscious. Even as Yagura's attacks overwhelmed Obito, the Biju couldn't shake the sense that their opponent's fall had come too easily. But Yagura dismissed the thought.
His arrogance doomed him,
he scoffed, delivering a final devastating blow. The impact split Obito's head, the Sharingan in his eye shattered. Obito's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. As the vapor began to settle, Yagura noticed a folded letter lying nearby, apparently dropped from Obito's cloak during the battle. Picking it up, he scanned its contents, his eyes narrowing.
So, the clans in Kirigakure are plotting against me, huh?
Yagura sneered, his voice dripping with venom. He crushed the letter in his fist, chakra flaring around him.
I wonder how this man got hold of this letter,
Yagura muttered, his tone laced with suspicion, but then his expression hardened.
It doesn't matter. Kirigakure needs a purge, and a purge it will get.
With that, Yagura turned and walked away, leaving the misty forest behind. For a moment, the battlefield seemed empty, but in reality it was not. Right where the battle had just unfolded stood another figure, unmoving. Obito stood exactly where Yagura had struck him down, completely uninjured. His single Sharingan glowed faintly in the dim light as he gazed in the direction Yagura had gone.
Kirigakure will soon be in total chaos,
Obito whispered, his voice devoid of emotion. There was no trace of satisfaction or triumph on his face, only cold, unfeeling indifference.
Kirigakure will now do as I wish,
Obito murmured, his voice barely audible, almost lost in the mist. He stood still for a moment longer, the faint glow of his Sharingan faded slowly. Then, without another word, he turned and began to walk away. His steps were slow and deliberate, yet directionless. Not even Obito himself knew where he was going. And in that moment, it didn't matter. Kaoru, Akane, Mei, and the rest of the group entered Takime Valley, their steps echoing faintly against the towering cliffs.
It feels like I've been gone forever,
Kaoru thought, a small smile tugging at his lips.
Ane, you're going to love it here,
he said, turning to Akane with a grin.
Let's explore the outpost today. Actually, they've probably added a ton of new buildings while I've been away, so it'll be like seeing it for the first time for me, too.
He chuckled as he watched Akane's wide-eyed excitement.
And tomorrow, I'll take you to the waterfall. It's the best spot in the whole valley.
The journey home had taken more than a month. With so many families and young children in the group, their pace was slow and frequent breaks were necessary. Despite the delays, the trip had been enjoyable. Kaoru had introduced Suguru to Akane during their travels, and the two often sparred together. While Kaoru proved stronger in actual combat, he was aware that in pure taijutsu, both Akane and Suguru outclassed him.
At least I can still beat them when ninjutsu is involved,
Kaoru thought, though the realization didn't bother him too much. Their shifting flow sword-style training had also seen progress. After weeks of effort, they finally managed to create a new chakra path. It was tiny, but still, it was a great start. Once again, it was Akane who had made the breakthrough, her sharp mind grasping the concept faster than Kaoru had expected. Kaoru couldn't help but notice how talented Akane was when it came to theory. She could dissect and understand complex ideas almost instantly. Her biggest challenge was her lack of refined chakra control.
But that's fixable,
Kaoru had thought. Taking inspiration from how Maki had pushed him, he began to do the same with Akane. It worked wonders. Under Kaoru's encouragement, Akane's progress skyrocketed. Watching her rapid improvement, Kaoru found himself wondering why Mei hadn't trained her sister. But he quickly dismissed the thought. It wasn't his place to ask. Akane, meanwhile, felt immensely grateful to Kaoru. His guidance and camaraderie helped ease the pain of leaving her clan's settlement and her parents' graves behind. Determined to embrace her new life, she focused on finding her place in this unfamiliar environment. Her curiosity was also piqued by the stories Kaoru told about Maki. From his descriptions, Akane felt a growing eagerness to meet her. Kaoru often compared Akane to Maki, teasing that they were both impulsive yet kind-hearted. Akane didn't mind. She saw it as a compliment as she knew how much Kaoru adored his sister. As they crested the final hill, the settlement came into view, framed by the massive cascading waterfall that dominated the valley's backdrop. The sunlight glinted off the water, casting rainbows over the settlement below.
Here we go,
Akane marveled, her voice filled with awe. Kaoru watched her reaction, smiling to himself. Seeing his home through Akane's fresh eyes made it feel all the more special. For the first time in a long while, he felt at home. /N-. This chapter marks the end of the first arc and the beginning of the next arc, Chaos in Kirigakure. The situation in the Land of Water will spiral further into turmoil, becoming a massive battlefield, not just for Kiri Shinobi, but for external forces as well. The first arc should be enough to decide if the novel's worth sticking with. And if you're enjoying it, please leave a review. Reviews are essential for attracting more readers, which in turn motivates me to keep going. From my newbie author perspective, I think the novel is progressing nicely, and I hope you're enjoying it too. As promised, I'll continue posting 2 chapters daily until chapter 50, after which updates will shift to 1 chapter a day, at least for a short while for me to catch a breather and not burn out. Thank you for your support. Love. Character notes: Kaoru, hopeful workhorse. 2 chapters a day? That's nothing. Try training until your legs give out. Yagura, tyrant on the brink. The purge begins now. And no, I don't need your approval. Obito, chaos conductor. I don't need to lift a finger, just whisper, and the world burns. Akane, spirited genius. I may not have a Kekkei Genkai, but I'll outthink all of you. Just give me a minute. Chapter 22. Team Kaoru. It had been 6 months since Akane moved to Takime Alley. At first, despite Kaoru's best efforts to keep her company and distract her, she couldn't shake the sadness of leaving her clan's settlement and her parents' graves behind. But as time passed, and as the rest of the Terumi clan finally completed their move, Akane began to heal. She, just like the rest of Terumi's, decided not to dwell on the past, and instead fully embraced her new life in the valley. The Takime clan was also undergoing significant changes. What had once been a small makeshift outpost built solely for survival had transformed into a fully functional, albeit small, village. Shops, restaurants, and even entertainment facilities had sprung up, bringing life and energy to the settlement. A new academy had been established as well, with children starting their studies at 6 years old instead of 8. For the first time, the clans had the resources to dedicate shinobi to guiding the younger generation. The larger numbers from the Terumi clan, combined with Takime Ali's vast and resource-rich territory, gave the leaders the breathing room to focus on long-term goals instead of mere survival. With its growth and prosperity, the settlement could no longer be called Takime Ali. It needed a name that reflected its identity and potential. The two clan heads decided on Takimura, the waterfall village, a name inspired by the magnificent falls that dominated the valley's landscape. Like the rest of Takimura's residents, Kaoru had made significant progress over the past 6 months. In fact, the changes in his life and power were arguably the most remarkable. Now 9 years old, Kaoru's chakra reserves had finally surpassed those of most shinobi his age. His current reserves matched what Akane had when she was 10, a milestone he took pride in, considering the Takime clan's genetical trait of low chakra capacities. His progress with the shifting flow sword style was equally noteworthy. Kaoru had successfully completed the new chakra path for his right hand. At first, the chakra consumption was staggering. The initial cell activation drained so much chakra that his regeneration speed dropped to a mere tenth of its normal rate. But over 2 months, that began to change. The consumption gradually reduced to half, and Kaoru was confident it would soon become negligible. Kaoru was eager to begin creating new chakra paths in his left hand as well, but he decided to wait. He knew it would be wiser to give his body time to adapt fully to the completed path in his right hand.
Once my chakra regeneration speed gets closer to normal, he thought, I'll start working on the left.
Kaoru had also advanced with his Suijingan training. He could now freely form and control up to 8 tentacles with precision. However, his progress in this area had noticeably slowed. Kaoru was beginning to suspect that tentacle training had reached its limit.
It's time to develop a more refined method, he thought.
The biggest progress, however, came with his mastery of wind release. Kaoru could now perform D-rank techniques effortlessly and had even begun to grasp some C-rank techniques. While his progress was impressive, he couldn't help but feel it could have been greater if he had more time to dedicate to it. Between working on the shifting flow sword style, improving his Suijingan, and training with his new squad to strengthen their teamwork, his schedule was packed. With the growth in their numbers, Takimura had begun organizing shinobi squads similar to those in other hidden villages. While these squads were yet to take on missions, they were undergoing rigorous teamwork training to prepare for the future. Kaoru had been assigned the rank of Genin, a decision he had protested fiercely.
If I managed to kill a chunin almost a year ago, I can definitely beat one now,
he argued, convinced he deserved a higher rank. But Maki had been firm.
Strength isn't enough, Kaoru. You need to prove your ability to follow orders and grow like any other shinobi,
she told him, her tone leaving no room for argument. And that day came sooner than Kaoru expected. Takimura finally managed to convince few more villages to accept their protection. Good job, Maki. We desperately need more missions to recover our budget,
said Suiren. The money we recovered from the rogue shinobi hideouts is nearly gone.
Maki, who was seated across from her, explained,
The daimyo of the Land of Water is barely doing anything, and Kirigakure is getting worse by the day. I think it's only a matter of time before we have more commissions than we can handle.
Suiren raised an eyebrow.
A good problem to have,
she said with a faint smile. At that moment, Meruem leaned forward.
Maki, have you decided who's going to be the Jonin team leader for Kaoru's squad?
Maki had practically begged the council to let her choose the team leader for her younger brother's squad.
I've narrowed it down to 3 candidates,
she began.
First, there's Akura, but he refused. He said being a council member and the leader of the most promising squad wouldn't be manageable.
Reasonable,
Suiren murmured.
Second,
Maki continued,
is Tenma, but he's already been assigned as the leader of our Oinin squad.
AN, Oinin translates to Hunter Nin, Kirigakure's equivalent to Anbu Black Ops.
That leaves only one candidate who meets my criteria,
Maki concluded.
Shin.
Suiren and Meruem exchanged a glance. Shin, Suiren asked.
You're confident he's the right choice?
Maki nodded firmly.
He's got the experience, the skill, and the discipline I want for Kaoru's team. If I can't lead them myself, Shin is the only person I trust with this responsibility.
Meruem folded his hands. He wasn't entirely pleased with Maki's choice, but he trusted her judgment. Or rather, he trusted Maki's love for Kaoru. He knew that Maki would only choose the best possible candidate for her brother's squad.
If Shin agrees, he'll have our full support,
Meruem said finally.
But remember, Maki, with Shin as their leader, that team will be given difficult missions.
Maki smirked.
Don't worry. I picked Shin for that exact reason. Akane, Mizuki, and Kaoru need challenges, real ones, for their talents to blossom.
The room grew quiet for a moment as the council members exchanged subtle glances. Everyone had misjudged Maki's motivations. They had assumed that, as obsessed as she was with Kaoru, she would push for him to take on the safest, least risky missions possible. But they were wrong. Maki, on the other hand, understood Kaoru better than anyone. She knew that he wouldn't stay a genin for long. She was confident he'd reach jonin within 3 or 4 years at most. She also knew her brother too well to think he'd stay out of trouble. Kaoru had a knack for finding danger, and his obsession with training only fueled his determination to experience the shinobi world in its entirety.
If he's going to chase trouble anyway, Maki thought, he might as well be ready for it.
Her goal wasn't just to protect Kaoru, but to prepare him for the reality of a shinobi's life, to make him strong enough to face whatever challenges lay ahead. She glanced at the council members, her smirk widening slightly.
They'll be fine,
Maki said confidently.
With Shin leading them, they'll become stronger than anyone expects.
The room remained quiet. Everyone present could see it. Maki wasn't sheltering Kaoru, she was sharpening him. The team had already gathered at the new training ground, one of the most scenic spots in Takimura. Situated near the waterfall, the area was often shrouded in a dense mist. Though it had its perks, rainbows frequently appeared, adding an almost magical touch it. Kaoru leaned casually against the entrance gate, a small droplet of water floating next to his cheek.
So, you're just going to keep that droplet floating there indefinitely?
Akane asked, her curiosity and awe evident as she watched his Suijingan in action. Kaoru smirked.
Not indefinitely,
he replied.
The point of the exercise is to keep this little guy floating around me all the time. It's so small that it barely uses any chakra. Unless we leave the village, it'll stay with me.
He glanced at Akane and added with a teasing grin.
Wanna name it?
Akane blinked, momentarily caught off guard, before bursting into laughter.
You're getting weirder by the day,
she said, shaking her head.
But seriously, do you know who our sensei is? May wouldn't tell me anything before she left on her mission.
I heard he's not from either of the clans. He's an outsider like me.
Mizuki chimed in. She was one of the orphans rescued by Maki, and her unique Scorch release had made her a standout during the Terumi vs. Takime tournament. Kaoru shrugged, glancing at the sky.
We'll find out soon enough. It's almost time for him to show up, and I hope he won't be late. Please don't be like Kakashi, Kaoru thought. Always late and barely trained Naruto. Honestly, other than tree climbing, did he even teach him anything useful?
Kaoru didn't like Kakashi very much. He felt Kakashi was overrated as a mentor.
Whoever he is, he'd better be ready to actually teach us,
Kaoru muttered under his breath. A man dressed in black shinobi attire with Takimura's headband bearing the waterfall symbol tied around his left arm appeared seemingly out of nowhere.
He didn't flicker. That was pure speed, Kaoru thought, impressed by the man's entrance. Shin had already made a strong first impression.
Hello, I'm your new team leader. Let's start with introductions, and then I'll explain the mission and everything else you need to know.
His voice was normal. It wasn't particularly deep or light, loud or quiet. If someone had to describe it, the most fitting word would simply be normal.
My name is Arakawa Shin.
He began, standing with a relaxed yet confident posture.
I don't belong to either the Takime or Terumi clans. I'm the first independent resident of Takimura. My focus is speed, but I'm a pretty balanced shinobi overall. My weapon of choice is a katana, and my primary element is lightning.
Shin
Finished speaking with a slightly exhausted expression, as though he'd been speaking for hours and desperately needed time to rest.
Lightning, the one element we didn't have covered, Kaoru thought, his analytical mind already trying to piece things together. Coincidence? Or did Maki pull some strings?
Kaoru's eyes studied Shin closely. The man was slightly taller than average, lean but with a well-trained physique. His black hair was neat, and his dark brown eyes carried a certain sharpness. He had a long face, a straight nose, and while he wasn't particularly handsome, there was a subtle charm in his presence.
He's so average,
thought Akane, holding a laugh. Still, she stepped forward to introduce herself.
My name is Terumi Akane,
she began.
I'm 11 years old. My strong suit is taijutsu, though I'm also good at ninjutsu. My main element is fire, and my secondary is earth. I'm weak at defensive jutsu. I prefer offense.
She spoke like she was reciting a well-memorized text, her words quick and precise. Next was Mizuki's turn.
I'm Kasai Mizuki,
she said. Her voice was indifferent.
I'm 10 years old and I can use Scorch Release. My main element is fire, but I'm skilled with wind too. I prefer maintaining distance in battle and aim to keep a balance between offense and defense.
Finally, Kaoru stepped forward.
I'm Takime Kaoru,
he said, his tone steady, but with a hint of pride.
I have Suijingan, which allows me to control water.
As a demonstration, the droplet of water hovering beside him spun gracefully around his head before returning to its original position.
I can also use wind release. My focus is speed and stealthy attacks. I prefer maintaining distance too, but I'm working on improving my close combat skills.
With introductions complete, Shin clapped his hands lightly.
All right, now that I know a bit about each of you, let's move on. I'll start by explaining our mission.
/N-. Kaoru and his team will be heading out on their first mission soon, but I'm still deciding what the mission should be. If you have any suggestions or ideas, feel free to let me know in the comments. Character notes: Kaoru, conflicted. Shin seems cool, but so was Kakashi. He better actually teach me something. Shin, tired. This is time I'll never get back. Why can't I ever say no to Maki? Akane, excited. I'm in the same team as Ru. Mizuki, ah. Chapter 23, Shin's Plan.
The first mission of our team is going to be bandit extermination, Shin began. This is a long-term mission. We'll be clearing out bandits in the north of the valley, and it'll take about 2 months to complete. However, before we depart, we'll be training your teamwork. I need to see for myself how strong you all are, and we'll come up with strategies that you'll memorize. In real fights, those strategies could save your lives. Shin finished his explanation with a big, tired yawn.
Sensei, how long will we be training before we leave?
Akane asked eagerly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike Kaoru, she hadn't experienced real combat yet, and unlike Mizuki, she hadn't come close to death. This would be her first true mission, and it showed in her enthusiasm.
At least 2 weeks, Shin replied, and then added as he scratched the back of his head. Maybe more, depending on your skills.
Mizuki frowned slightly.
Doesn't that mean the bandits will keep harassing civilians while we're training?
She asked. Her voice was neutral, as usual, but it carried the hint of concern. Shin had expected the question. Without missing a beat, he replied,
Even though most of the bandits in the camp are just ordinary humans, and only a few might know how to use chakra, I have no idea how strong you 3 are. Let's say we go now, and I overestimate your abilities. What happens when I let you fight an opponent stronger than you? Would your death be better than waiting a few weeks?
His words were blunt, delivered without a hint of sugarcoating. The 3 genin exchanged glances, but said nothing, nodding in silence. They still had second thoughts, but did not want to argue. On the other hand, this was more than enough for Shin. He did not require his students' approval.
All right then, said Shin as he turned toward the training grounds. Let's head into the training ground. We'll start with a spar.
He opened the door to the training ground, gesturing for his students to follow. As they entered, the thick mist and faint sound of the waterfall created an almost surreal backdrop.
The three of you will fight each other at the same time. Anything is allowed except lethal attacks.
Shin instructed, emphasizing the last part as his gaze locked on Kaoru for a moment.
Did you hear that, Kaoru?
Akane chuckled, her tone playful as Shin walked toward the edge of the training ground to observe. Kaoru sighed.
I'm much better at controlling my strength now. Why does everyone still assume I'll injure someone?
It's not like those rumors came out of nowhere,
Mizuki added. Her tone was still neutral, however, the subtle smirk on her face betrayed her teasing. Kaoru grinned, brushing off the comment.
Fine then. Since you two are clearly weaker than me, I'll take both of you on at once,
he said with mock bravado. Before they could respond, he made a quick hand sign.
Water release, water clone, jutsu.
A second Kaoru materialized beside him, identical in every way, and both Kaorus charged forward. Mizuki immediately countered, forming her own hand seal. A fiery orb of concentrated heat appeared in her palm.
Scorch release.
Akane muttered, recognizing the signature technique. Without hesitation, she charged at the nearest Kaoru, but as she closed the distance, the clone vanished in a puff of mist, reappearing behind Mizuki with incredible speed. Kaoru's clone was already weaving another set of seals.
Water release, raging tide.
A torrent of water surged from his hand, roaring toward Mizuki. She hurled her fiery orb at the oncoming wave, but the flames were quickly consumed by the overwhelming tide. The water surged forward relentlessly, and before Mizuki could flicker away, a water tentacle shot out from the ground, coiling tightly around her leg. Her eyes widened as she tried to move, but the grip was too strong. The tide shifted, forming a sphere of water around her. Mizuki braced herself for impact, expecting to be submerged, but the water didn't engulf her completely. Instead, it solidified into a dark blue, high-density sphere, leaving space for her head to breathe inside of it. The clone flickered away, leaving Mizuki trapped. Akane was stunned by the sight. She'd sparred with Kaoru countless times over the past few months, but she'd never seen him use a water prison, let alone that water tentacle strategy.
He's improved again,
Akane realized, snapping back to focus. Charging toward the sphere, she planned to punch her way through to free Mizuki. The real Kaoru watched her approach, a sly smile on his face.
Ane, you're going to regret that,
he thought with amusement. Akane reached the sphere and struck it with her right hand, enhanced by chakra rotation. The impact sent a jarring pain through her arm, making her grit her teeth.
What the?
She gasped. The outer layer of the water sphere was far denser than she expected. It was almost solid, and the water underneath absorbed the force of her strike, rendering it ineffective. From the sidelines, Shin observed quietly, analyzing his students.
So this is why Maki said Kaoru is stronger than most chunin. He's just on another level.
His eyes narrowed as he watched Kaoru's modified water prison.
He didn't just trap Mizuki, he made sure she could breathe, and that outer layer is genius. The high-density water creates a protective shell that absorbs blunt force. Unless Akane uses immense strength or a sharp tool, she's not getting through. And that's not even all. He's preparing something else.
Akane, still trying to figure out how to free Mizuki, didn't notice Kaoru weaving another set of seals.
Wind release, break through.
Kaoru inhaled deeply and exhaled a powerful gust of wind directly at Akane. Acting quickly, she formed her own seals.
Earth release, earth wall.
A sturdy wall of stone rose in front of her, shielding her from the blast of wind. But as she braced herself, a cold, wet sensation coiled around her waist. She looked down in shock to see a thick water tentacle gripping her tightly.
Not again.
she groaned, reaching for a kunai, but before she could act, the tentacle yanked her off her feet. Kaoru grinned as Akane was dragged toward the water sphere. She tried to struggle free, but the tentacle's grip was unyielding. The sphere seemed to open like a gaping mouth, and in one swift motion, it swallowed her whole. Inside the sphere, Akane glared at Mizuki, who looked equally frustrated.
I was going to save you.
Akane muttered, her voice dripping with annoyance.
And I was gonna burn him.
Mizuki shot back. Meanwhile, Kaoru stood a few feet away, laughing so hard he had to hold his stomach.
Aha! Ha 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 ha! Now who can't control their strength, huh, Ane?
Kaoru teased, grinning from ear to ear. Shin rubbed his temples, letting out a sigh.
I thought they'd already worked on their teamwork. What the hell have these kids been doing?
As he watched his new team bicker, Shin couldn't help but wonder how he'd approach training them. Teaching wasn't his strong suit. He preferred action over words, but he'd promised Maki he'd do his best, and he intended to keep that promise. He straightened, eyeing the three genin.
Kids, I'm extremely disappointed,
he said bluntly, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Akane's excited expression faltered, Mizuki frowned slightly, and Kaoru looked genuinely surprised.
Girls, you made every mistake you could possibly make, Shin continued. Then his eyes locked onto Kaoru. And Kaoru, that attitude of yours can get you killed.
Kaoru blinked, caught off guard. He had been expecting praise for his performance, not a lecture.
Yes, this was just a sparring session, Shin went on. And yes, you knew there was no real threat, especially since your opponents had no idea how to handle you. But that mindset is already a mistake. You should never underestimate your opponents, no matter how confident you are in your strength.
Kaoru crossed his arms, his irritation bubbling up.
But you told me not to go overboard. I wouldn't hold back like this against actual enemies. Isn't that…
Shin raised a hand, cutting him off.
I'm not talking about the strength of your attacks. I'm talking about your approach. You were toying with them, and that's not only disrespectful, it's reckless. If you're sparring to guide your friends, then actually help them. If you're fighting to win, take the shortest path to victory. Efficiency matters.
Kaoru fell silent, his lips pressing into a thin line. Shin turned his attention to Akane.
Now, let's break this down. Akane, you're fast, and your earth element is stronger than I expected, but you never used your primary element, fire. Your biggest problem is that you don't plan your next steps. First, you stood back and watched Mizuki get captured, doing nothing to assist her. Then, you charged at the water prison without any clear backup plan if your attack failed. If you're going to focus on close-range combat, you need to start using a weapon. Taijutsu alone won't carry you against stronger opponents.
Akane nodded slowly, her earlier excitement slowly returning. Shin's gaze shifted to Mizuki.
Mizuki, you were the biggest disappointment for me, and also the smallest.
Mizuki raised an eyebrow, confused.
Your initial reaction to Kaoru's attack was fine, but throwing that scorch ball into the water tide was a waste. It was obvious it wouldn't work. All you needed to do was flicker away and increase the distance between you and Kaoru.
Mizuki opened her mouth to protest, but stopped when Shin held up a hand.
That said, Shin added, his tone softening, I know you have the least combat experience of the three. That's okay. You'll get there with time. Since you were taken out too quickly, I don't have much more to critique.
He ended with a warm smile, one that looked out of character for him. Mizuki blinked, then nodded, a small hint of determination flickering in her eyes. Finally, Shin turned back to Kaoru, his expression sharpening.
You, Kaoru, you have very strong fundamentals. Your flickering is excellent, probably better than anyone I've faced, maybe even Maki included. You've done a great job reducing the hand seals needed for your techniques. Using just one seal for water clone was impressive. I have no idea how you transformed the watertight technique into a water prison, but it was brilliant. That prison was inspired. High-density water with breathable space was a very smart move. You're analytical, capable of planning several steps ahead and calculating multiple scenarios. But, Shin's eyes narrowed. You're arrogant, too confident for your own good. And one day, that will bite you hard. It could even mean a heavy injury or worse.
Shin had more to say, but he felt like he was too tired to talk, so he decided to cut it short. Letting out a yawn, he leaned back slightly and addressed the team.
Kaoru, how much chakra did you use in that fight?
He asked.
About 20%, Kaoru replied. More than 10% went into the water prison.
Shin nodded.
All right, we'll continue sparring. This time, Kaoru, you'll face both Akane and Mizuki. I need to observe your skills and limits under different conditions. For this round, you're restricted to body flicker, taijutsu, and basic techniques. No Kekkei Genkai.
He ordered, his tone firm. Turning to the girls, he gave additional instructions.
Mizuki, your priority is to maintain distance and secure your safety. Focus on staying out of Kaoru's range rather than trying to take him out. Akane, he said, you need to think and plan before you act. Reacting without strategy won't cut it.
As Shin finished explaining, he walked back to his observation spot.
Begin,
he commanded. The sparring session commenced, with Kaoru holding back on his usual strengths while Mizuki and Akane adjusted their strategies. Shin observed intently, taking note of every movement, every hesitation, and every decision. Throughout the day, there were several more sparring sessions, each with Shin imposing different restrictions on Kaoru and offering tailored tips to Akane and Mizuki. Each round forced the genins to adapt, test their limits, and learn from their mistakes. By evening, the three genin were utterly exhausted. They stood on unsteady legs, drenched in sweat, their chakra reserves completely drained.
All right, that's it for today,
Shin said, walking toward them as they panted heavily.
I'll analyze your performance tonight and give you 3 key tips tomorrow. Meet me here at the same time as today.
As he finished speaking, Shin flickered out of sight, leaving only the faint silhouette of his presence, which was slowly swallowed by the mist. /N-. I decided it was time to explore just how powerful Kaoru truly is, and give him a team to train with and take on missions. For me, one of the best parts of Naruto was seeing Team 7 functioning and developing as a group. I want Azure Awakening to deliver a similar dynamic too. Character notes. Kaoru, in denial. I'm not arrogant. I just happen to be better than everyone else. Akane, excited again. Shin-sensei seems like a good teacher. I hope he will guide me. Mizuki, introvert N1. I'll say nothing, but just know. I'm judging you. Shin, introvert N2. Maki said just one team, but here I am, stuck with 3 walking headaches. Chapter 24. Fuinjutsu Master. Mornings in Takemura were always misty and cold. The dense moisture in the air meant the sun took longer to warm the valley, and winters were especially dark and frigid. Yet, despite the chill, even the Takime clan loved their new home. For the first time in years, it provided what they had been missing most: safety. Before the alliance, the Takime clan's limited manpower meant every task had to be carefully assigned. Even the academy had only one teacher, resulting in a generation of genins who lagged behind their peers from other villages. Despite this, the children showed talent, and with the Takime clan bolstering their numbers, things began to change. The academy now had enough instructors to function properly, and a wave of new establishments opened in the village. Blacksmiths started crafting personalized weapons and armor, catering to the unique needs of individual shinobi. Herbalists set up shops offering healing salves, antidotes, and stamina-boosting potions. Even clothing makers began weaving chakra-enhanced garments, like flame-resistant cloaks and water-repellent boots, which quickly became popular. Despite these advancements, there was still one issue they could not solve by themselves. Takemura had no Fuinjutsu master. Sealing techniques were an essential part of any shinobi village, and without a specialist, the clans were at a disadvantage. This void needed to be filled as soon as possible. Suiren and Meruem knew of only one seal master who wasn't tied to any existing faction, and they decided to send Mei to convince him to join Takemura. It wouldn't be an easy task, but both leaders had confidence in Mei's diplomacy. Meanwhile, Maki and Akura were sent on a separate mission to approach a clan that had recently suffered an attack from Yagura's faction. Before the attack, they had around 100 members, but who knew how many survived? This clan was renowned for their blacksmithing, and their ancestors had crafted the legendary swords used by the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. Though the original craftsmen were long gone, Suiren and Meruem believed their descendants must have inherited some of that talent. If Takimura could secure their cooperation, it could be a crucial step in strengthening the village. Besides, even if they were not talented blacksmiths, they'd be able to do something else, and Takimura needed any sort of labor they could get. Takimura was no longer just a refuge. It was transforming into a fully functional village. But with growth came the inevitable consequence. It wouldn't be long before Kirigakure deemed them a threat. That looming danger forced the leaders to act decisively. They needed to bolster their numbers, resources, and alliances quickly to stand a chance against what was coming. The survival of Takimura depended on their ability to adapt and grow stronger before the storm reached their gates. Just like the rest of Takimura, the Team Shin was also having a busy few days. The new intense training had become part of their daily routine. Every morning, Shin handed them weight seals that would apply pressure and told them to run while wearing them. For Kaoru, the weight was 25 kilograms, about 55 pounds. For Akane, it was 30 kilograms, and for Mizuki, 20 kilograms. The weight wasn't just for endurance, it was to help them build strength under pressure, and Shin believed it would test their limits. The physical strain was intense, but the team was quickly learning how to push through it. Shin also pinpointed some of their weaknesses.
Kaoru,
He said,
your biggest problem is taijutsu. For someone with your speed, you're alarmingly bad at close combat. I believe the reason for this is your over-reliance on your Suijingan. It gives you an edge, but it's also a crutch. During these 2 weeks, you're going to use only body flicker, taijutsu, and earth release in your sparring sessions. Nothing more. Understand?
Kaoru nodded. After their first meeting, Kaoru had talked to Maki, who had expressed complete trust in Shin's abilities as a teacher. That trust convinced Kaoru to listen and push through his frustration without complaints.
You won't need much chakra for that, Ru. So you should be able to keep that little water droplet of yours floating all the time.
Akane teased. Kaoru shot her a playful glare.
You think I'm just going to stand there all day with it hovering? Maybe I will, just to annoy you.
He teased back.
Focus, both of you.
Shin interrupted his voice, completely devoid of any emotion, as usual.
Akane, you'll also focus on taijutsu, but don't stop using your ninjutsu. Since you've picked swordsmanship as your weapon, I'll also teach you my sword style.
Akane's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was always eager to learn anything new. Shin turned his attention to Mizuki, who had been silently observing the exchange.
Mizuki, I think what you've been doing is already fine. I won't force you to train in taijutsu if you don't want to. But in that case, you need to learn techniques that will help you escape, or at least hide. Otherwise, any ninja with decent speed will easily take you down. You're good at maintaining distance, but you need to be able to slip away when needed, or the pressure will get to you.
Mizuki nodded, however. She did not know which techniques to learn.
I'll ask Sensei later,
she thought. Mizuki was a specialist at long-range attacks and preferred to keep her enemies at a distance. But Shin's words about vulnerability stung, and she knew it was right, especially after repeatedly failing to stop Kaoru's charges every single time. Shin continued, his gaze sweeping over all 3 of them.
During these 2 weeks, you'll also be training your body flicker. Keep in mind that we won't be leaving the village unless all of you can perform it without hand signs.
Kaoru's eyes narrowed at that. He knew body flicker was an essential skill for any shinobi, but the idea of needing to perform it without hand signs was a whole new level of difficulty. He glanced at Akane and Mizuki.
Will they manage to master it in 2 weeks?
Kaoru was not convinced. Shin's voice grew serious.
A shinobi who can't use body flicker without hand signs is an easy target on the battlefield. Not only that, but they could end up causing the deaths of their teammates if they can't get away fast enough. It's not a skill you can afford to fail at. It could mean the difference between life and death.
Shin's gaze softened slightly.
I know it's difficult, but we're doing this for you. You need to become faster, smarter, and more resourceful. That's the only way we'll survive the battles ahead.
Kaoru, Akane, and Mizuki stood silently. Kaoru had already experienced the real fight and understood why Shin was so serious about body flicker. Kaoru was sure that it was his mastery of body flicker that made the difference in that fight. So Team Shin had their work cut out for them, and they were going to have to train harder than ever before if they were to succeed.
All right, let's get to work,
Shin said, walking toward the training area. It had been a week since Shin began training his team, and the difference was already evident. Kaoru's taijutsu skills had improved significantly. He no longer hesitated to engage in close combat, and his movements were becoming sharper and more precise. Akane had gained a confidence she desperately needed and had finally started thinking strategically before throwing punches. The biggest surprise, however, was Mizuki. In just 1 week, she had not only mastered body flicker, but had also begun learning the dust spiral technique, a move perfect for creating escape opportunities. Shin himself had provided her with the technique, impressed by her hard work.
God, everything hurts,
Kaoru thought, his entire body aching as he walked toward the village clothes shop.
I thought adding just 5 kilograms to the weights wouldn't make much of a difference, but it did.
Maki had given him money to buy new gear for their upcoming mission. He had placed the order last week, and now it was time to pick it up.
Hello, I'm here to pick up my new gear,
Kaoru said as he approached the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, a woman in her 50s with a kind demeanor, greeted him warmly.
Hello, Kaoru. I'll bring it right away,
she said before disappearing behind a curtain of beads that covered a back room. Moments later, she returned with a younger man, likely her son or grandson, who carried a large box. Kaoru's eyes widened in surprise. He had only ordered 2 sets of clothes. Why was the box so big?
I know you ordered armor and shinobi accessories as well, so I had everything brought here for your convenience,
the woman said with a smile.
She clearly knows how to gain a customer's goodwill,
Kaoru thought, chuckling to himself as he took the box. Kaoru carefully opened the large box. Inside, he found his new shinobi gear, and for a moment he was taken aback by the quality and attention to detail. The clothes were dark and fitted, designed for agility and stealth. The sleeveless tunic and pants were made of a durable yet lightweight material, perfect for the rigorous movement his missions would demand. The tunic had the Takime symbol on the back, and beneath it, there was a long-sleeved undershirt, ensuring he stayed warm during Takimura's cold, misty mornings. At the bottom of the box lay a long black cloak, its interior lined with waterproof material. The Takime symbol was embroidered in silver thread across the back, standing out just enough to be seen in the right light. It felt sturdy in his hands, and Kaoru knew it would be invaluable for shielding himself from the relentless mist and rain that was common in the land of water. His pouches for kunai and shuriken were tied to straps meant to secure them around his legs, keeping the tools easily accessible without adding unnecessary bulk around his waist.
This is incredible,
Kaoru said, looking up at the shopkeeper. The woman's warm smile deepened.
You'll need it for what's ahead. Be careful out there, Kaoru. You and your sister are Takime's hope.
Kaoru gave a small bow, carefully closing the box and lifting it into his arms.
Thank you. I'll make sure this doesn't go to waste.
The weight of the gear in his hands was grounding in more ways than one. As Kaoru stepped out of the shop, he couldn't help groan in pain.
I should have asked Suguru to come with me,
muttered Kaoru as he walked towards his home. Mei stood in front of a lone house near the beach. The house itself wasn't particularly remarkable, wooden, slightly weather-worn, and positioned to face the sea. Yet finding it had been a grueling task. Despite its plain appearance, the seals protecting it had been masterfully crafted. They cloaked the house in layers of misdirection and even caught Mei in genjutsu more than once.
If this had been the work of a SEAL Grandmaster instead of a regular master, I'd still be wandering around in circles,
Mei thought. This was her first encounter with the elusive Fuinjutsu master, and she wasn't sure how to approach the man, let alone convince him to come with her. Mei was known for her charm, but charm alone wasn't always enough. She could only hope that an opportunity to win him over would present itself during their discussion. Mei knocked on the door, her ears straining for any sound from within. Silence greeted her. After a few moments, she pushed the door gently, and it creaked open with surprising ease.
Hello?
May called out as she stepped inside cautiously, her eyes darting around the dimly lit interior. Her movements were slow and deliberate. She did not want to trigger any more seals. The house was simple and old but tidy. A table and a chair sat in the center of the room, and a faint smell of sea salt lingered in the air. May saw that there was a letter on the table. She slowly approached. Something about the scene felt off. The letter was placed too neatly, too deliberately. Still, she reached for it, her instincts on high alert. The letter said, "If you are reading this, it means either I am dead or I need your help. There is a village in the south, not far from here. Run there as quickly as you can. If I'm still alive, you'll find me in the village chief's house. Please hurry." May stared at the note, her mind racing.
How the hell did he know someone would find this? Did he expect me to come? Or is this a lucky shot? If it's the latter, there must be tons of people who'd be willing to help him in exchange for a favor. Why leave this letter?
The situation was unsettling. The idea of walking into a trap wasn't lost on May, but the possibility of the Fuinjutsu master being in danger outweighed her suspicions.
Damn it,
she muttered, gripping the letter tightly.
I'd rather run there and check than ignore it and let someone die.
Without another moment's hesitation, May flickered out of the house, heading south toward the village. The salty breeze from the beach whipped against her face, but her focus remained sharp. Whatever lay ahead, she'd face it head-on. /n-. I just adopted a kitten. I barely had time to write today. This morning's chapter came from my reserves, and I had to write this one while stealing glances at the little cutie sleeping next to me. My left eye was on the screen, and my right was on the fluff ball. Anyway, I'll be more focused and back in shape tomorrow. Time to start building a proper pile of chapters ahead of schedule. For now, though, I'm off to play with her. Thanks for reading, as always. Character notes: May Daredevil. You better be dying, because if not, I'm gonna kill you. Kaoru, exhausted. God, my back is killing me. Is this Cinnabon I smell? Chapter 25. Shocking Surprise. May was moving as fast as her body would allow, pushing herself to the limit, despite the toll on her stamina and safety. The night had already fallen by the time she reached the so-called village. In reality, it was little more than a cluster of old houses, most appearing one strong gust of wind away from collapse. Her eyes scanned the area quickly. Among the dim, lifeless buildings, one house stood out. It was the only one with light spilling from its windows. May pulled the hood of her cloak over her fiery red hair, which always made it really difficult to maintain stealth, and approached the house cautiously. Peering through the window, she saw 3 figures inside. An older man sat slumped at a table, his face lined with exhaustion and fear. His bruises and tattered clothes told May all she needed to know. He was the Fuinjutsu master she had come to rescue. The 2 others in the room sat with their backs facing May. She closed her eyes briefly and concentrated, sensing the chakra within the house. One of the figures inside was a jonin, and the other a chunin. She extended her focus further and found 4 additional chunins scattered throughout the house, 2 of whom were stationed at the entrance. There was also a faint civilian presence, so weak it was barely detectable. May didn't dwell on it for long. What mattered now was extracting the Sealmaster alive, and the presence of these shinobi made that far more complicated. Pressing her ear closer to the wooden frame, May tried to make out their conversation, but the voices inside were muffled, too faint to discern. Time wasn't on her side. She crept closer to the entrance, her mind racing through scenarios.
If they sense me coming, they'll kill him before I can stop them. I can't afford even a single mistake.
May paused in front of the door, assessing her options. The house had only one window, which made sneaking in impossible as the front door was the only way in. A direct assault was her only choice.
Overwhelm them, fast and hard, before they even know what hit them.
With that decision, May raised her leg and delivered a powerful kick. The door shattered inward with a deafening crack as May burst inside. Her hands moved instinctively, disposing of the 2 chunin guarding the entrance with fluid, calculated strikes. They dropped instantly, almost unnaturally easily. Without wasting a moment, May charged toward the room where the Fuinjutsu master had been. Bursting into the room, she froze momentarily at the unexpected sight. Alongside the jonin and chunin she had anticipated, there were two more chunin and a child. One of the chunin held the boy by the collar, a kunai pressed firmly against his small neck. Mei's heart sank, her mind scrambling for a solution. She could take down any one of them in a flash, but saving both the Sealmaster and the child simultaneously was another matter entirely.
Please, save the boy,
the old man begged, his voice breaking as tears welled in his eyes.
Even if it costs my life, save my child.
Mei's teeth clenched as she scanned the room, her sharp blue eyes darting between the captors. Her gaze stopped on the jonin, a middle-aged woman standing calmly amidst the chaos. She had long blonde hair tied loosely behind her. Her piercing blue eyes gleamed with confidence, and her toned physique was evident even beneath her standard shinobi attire. The woman smirked, as if sensing Mei's hesitation.
You've caused quite a bit of trouble, intruder,
the blonde woman said, her voice calm but laced with malice.
You should have stayed in whatever hole you crawled out of.
Mei's green eyes narrowed.
I don't think you're in any position to make demands,
she said coolly.
Release both of them, and I'll let you go. That's my promise. Refuse, and I'll kill every single one of you.
There was no doubt in the room that she could back up her threat. Mei was clearly above the jonin level after all. The blonde woman sneered but tried to bargain.
I'll let you take the boy, but this man stays with me,
she said, pointing to the Sealmaster.
Please, take my child and go,
the old man begged.
They need me alive. They won't kill me. Save him, please.
Mei's jaw tightened. Her mind raced as she assessed the situation. Leaving the old man behind wasn't an option, but she couldn't ignore his plea to prioritize the boy's safety.
All right,
Mei said reluctantly. Without hesitation, she began walking toward the child. The blonde woman raised an eyebrow. She wanted to protest Mei approaching the kid, but decided to not risk it and take the win. She signaled her subordinate to release the boy. The chunin complied, shoving the child forward. The boy stumbled but quickly ran toward Mei. As the child reached her, Mei's hands moved in a blur, forming a single seal. An earth clone appeared beside her and scooped up the boy, holding him securely. The blonde woman's eyes narrowed.
What are you?
But before she could finish, the boy and the clone flickered away, disappearing into the night. She had taken the boy far enough to safety before the clone dispersed. The moment the clone disappeared, Mei made her move, charging toward the old man. She wasted no time. A single lava ball burst from her palm, incinerating the chunin standing closest to the Sealmaster. The blonde woman's face twisted into rage.
What are you doing? We had a deal.
Mei smirked, her emerald eyes gleaming.
I changed my mind,
she said, her voice as sharp as the heat rising in the room. Her hands flew through a series of seals.
Lava release, lava dome.
The molten rock erupted from the ground, forming a dome of searing heat around the room. The two remaining chunin scrambled, their movements panicked as the temperature soared. One charged at Mei, hoping to stop her before she could attack again, but a swift kick from Mei sent him flying into the molten barrier. The lava consumed him in seconds. The blonde woman growled and launched herself at Mei, her fists glowing faintly with chakra. She closed the distance in an instant, her taijutsu sharp and precise. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down on Mei, forcing her to dodge and weave.
You think you can beat me in close combat?
The blonde woman sneered, her strikes relentless. Mei deflected a punch aimed at her face and countered with a sweeping kick. But the woman leapt back, avoiding the blow.
I don't need to beat you in taijutsu,
Mei said calmly, forming another set of seals.
I just need to burn you.
With that, Mei unleashed a lava whip, its molten length snapping toward the blonde woman. The woman ducked and rolled, closing the gap again. Her speed was impressive, and she managed to land a solid punch on Mei's shoulder, forcing her to stagger. But Mei recovered quickly, spinning and releasing a burst of steam from her mouth. The woman was caught off guard, the scalding mist enveloping her and forcing her to retreat.
This is the end,
Mei said, her voice cold. She formed one final sequence of seals.
Lava release, molten wave.
A surge of molten rock erupted from the ground, sweeping through the room like a deadly tide. The blonde woman tried to jump clear, but the wave was too fast. It struck her mid-air, and her scream was swallowed by the heat as she fell. As the heat began to dissipate, May turned to the seal master, who was standing tall now. His expression was a mix of surprise and admiration.
Are you hurt?
May asked, her tone softening. The man shook his head, offering a faint, almost apologetic smile.
No, I'm not hurt, but I do owe you an apology for testing you like this.
May's eyes widened as the room, the heat, and even the lingering scent of burning wood melted away. The surroundings shifted and warped, returning to the familiar sight of the room where she had first found the note. Her body tensed as she realized what had just happened.
So, all of this was genjutsu?
May's voice was calm, but there was a hint of dejection in her expression. She wasn't angry, just mildly irritated that she had fallen for it.
Now, don't look so defeated,
the old man chuckled, his tone carrying a mix of amusement and pride.
Meruem must have told you I'm a seal master, but what that old geezer doesn't know is that I've progressed quite a bit since the last time he saw me. I'm a grand master now, so putting a child like you under genjutsu, especially when you're standing under my roof, isn't exactly a challenge.
His words carried an air of self-satisfaction, as if he couldn't help but boast. May decided to ignore the old man's taunt and instead asked,
How do you know who I am, and how did you know I was coming?
The old man waved a hand dismissively, as though the answers were obvious.
You're quite famous, dear. Red hair, blue eyes, and that fiery personality of yours. It's hard not to recognize Terumi Mei.
He chuckled again, his shoulders shaking slightly.
As for knowing you were coming, that's a different story. I didn't.
May frowned.
Then how?
The scene you witnessed, that was a rush job.
The man interrupted with a grin, clearly enjoying himself.
I couldn't create a true Jonin-level illusion in such a short amount of time. I barely had enough time to slap together what you saw.
His tone shifted, as if he were genuinely dejected about his own handiwork.
Ah, it's such a shame. If I'd had more time, I could have made it much more convincing.
May's lips twitched as she fought back a smile.
Is he seriously upset that he didn't make the fight harder for me?
She folded her arms, the faintest trace of amusement flashing in her eyes.
You've got quite the nerve, don't you?
May said dryly, though she couldn't help but find his peculiar attitude amusing. The old man raised his hands in mock surrender.
Nerve, my dear, I prefer to call it confidence.
Since you seem to know so much about me,
May said, deciding to move past his theatrics,
then you should already know why I'm here.
The old man sighed.
Yes, I do, and my answer is no. While it's true you passed my little test, and quite impressively, I might add, I highly doubt Takimura will be able to provide the resources I need. And let's not ignore the fact that joining you would put me right on Kirigakure's wanted list.
His words were blunt, as if it was the most natural and obvious thing in the world. May's gaze hardened slightly, but she didn't interrupt as he continued.
However,
he added with a small mischievous smile,
since I like you, I'll tell you about another seal master who might be interested in joining your little village.
May deliberated for a moment. She hated the idea of returning empty-handed, especially since she was trying to build her reputation, but she also understood when to cut her losses. If she pressed him too hard, he might refuse to help altogether, and then she'd lose both him and that new seal master the old man mentioned.
So there's no way to convince you, is there?
May still tried, however it was clear in her voice that she had surrendered.
None,
the old man said with a smile.
At least not now. Perhaps someday I might reconsider, but not today. That said, I'll make you a promise. I won't join the Mizukage either.
May raised an eyebrow but said nothing.
The seal master I'm referring to,
he continued,
is a promising young disciple of mine. I've been teaching him for a while, but lately he's been restless. He's not like me. He craves company, adventure, and purpose. I recently sent him out to explore the world, and I'll mark his location on a map for you. He's green, yes, but he's good, very good.
His chest puffed up slightly with pride, as though he were speaking of his own child. May stared at him for a long moment before nodding.
Fine. I'll take what I can get.
Smart girl.
He said, grinning as he pulled a rolled-up map from a drawer and spread it on the table. His finger traced the contours of the coastline before tapping a spot.
Here, this is where you'll find him. Convince him to join Takimura, and you might just gain a valuable ally.
May leaned over the map, memorizing the location before straightening.
I'll give it a try. But don't think I've forgotten about you, old man. I'll be back someday, and you'll join us then.
The Grandmaster chuckled as he leaned back in his chair.
I look forward to it, dear. Now go on. Don't keep my student waiting.
May turned to leave, her cloak swishing behind her, but just as she reached the door, the old man's voice stopped her.
Oh, almost forgot,
he said casually.
My disciple's name is Uzumaki Iko.
May froze mid-step, her heart skipping a beat. Slowly she turned to face him, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief.
Uzumaki?
She repeated. The old man grinned like a cat that had caught a particularly juicy mouse.
Uzumaki. The strongest clan in Fuinjutsu. If he's inherited even a fraction of his clan's genius, then I might have stumbled on an even bigger treasure than this smug old grandmaster.
May's thoughts raced, her earlier frustration vanishing as her heart began to pound with excitement. Without another word, she flipped her cloak's hood up to cover her fiery hair, her movements swift and determined. A moment later, she disappeared into the night, flickering toward the location marked on the map.
I need to get there as soon as possible. There's no way I'm letting this chance slip through my fingers.
/N-. I realized we've been focusing on Kaoru a bit too much lately, and it slowed the plot down. Don't get me wrong, Kaoru getting stronger is important and fun to write about, but for the story to really move forward, we need to explore the other characters as well. There's a whole world out there with their own struggles, strengths, and stories, and from time to time I'll give them the spotlight. Things are about to get more dynamic. Character notes: May, ambitious. If I bring Uzumaki with me, I might strengthen my position in the council. The Grandmaster, smug chaos bringer. I could not create stronger illusions. Such a shame. Shame indeed. Uzumaki Iko, Uzumaki. In hiding, what is this odd feeling? Did that old geezer get me into trouble again? Chapter 26. Uzumaki Iko. Kaoru adjusted his new outfit he was excited to wear. Today was the day Team Shin would embark on their first mission. After 2 intense weeks of teamwork drills and personal training, Shin had deemed them ready. Their mission was to exterminate the bandits terrorizing villages to the north.
Once we leave the village, we'll use body flicker to cover as much distance as possible.
Shin instructed as they stood at the Takimura gates.
You must all follow me without stopping. This is part of your training.
Kaoru, standing just behind Shin, exchanged a glance with Akane and Mizuki.
So, the training isn't over. Figures?
He braced himself as Shin flickered ahead, vanishing into the mist. Without hesitation, Kaoru followed. While Kaoru's mastery of body flicker was impressive, probably on par with Shin's in terms of technique, Shin had the advantage in speed and could cover much greater distances in a single flicker. Thankfully, the Jonin adjusted his speed to accommodate his team, ensuring they could keep up. As they moved, Kaoru reflected on how his perception of Shin had shifted. Shin was indifferent and distant, but he was also an exceptional mentor, guiding each of his students with precision. Shin was personally teaching Akane his sword style and helping her refine her natural talent for close combat. For Mizuki, he provided a rare scroll detailing escape and diversion techniques, something not even available in the Takimura library, at the very least not for genins. And for Kaoru, Shin helped him improve his weakest area, taijutsu. What surprised Kaoru most was Shin's generosity. He'd gifted each of them a set of shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags stored in compact storage seals. Storage seals were something Kaoru had been searching for in vain, both because they were hard to come by and because he simply didn't have the money to buy one. Shin had solved that problem, and Kaoru was especially grateful for that, because otherwise he'd have to ask Maki, and he had already received too much money from her.
Shin's the real deal,
Kaoru thought, flickering to keep pace. His earlier doubts about Shin had vanished. Now he felt nothing but respect and gratitude toward his sensei. Their destination was the village most frequently raided by the bandits. They would gather information there, rest for a day, and then make a move on bandits. As they reached the village, Shin gave them one final warning.
This isn't just a mission.
Shin began.
This is your next test. Everything you've learned so far will be put to use. Fail to work as a team, and you'll fail out there.
Kaoru, Akane, and Mizuki nodded without a word. It was weird, but Shin managed to create an actual team from them. In just 2 weeks, they now shared a sense of companionship. Kaoru glanced at the misty horizon ahead, where the faint silhouette of the village was already visible.
This is just the beginning.
Maki and Akura walked through the misty forest. They were very frustrated as the Durinu clan was nowhere to be found. The descendants of the blacksmiths who had forged the blades used by Kiri's legendary 7 swordsmen were said to be hiding somewhere in these woods. A week of searching had yielded nothing but dead ends.
I think we've searched this whole damn forest,
Maki hissed, kicking a damp branch out of her way.
but there's nothing. No camp, no tracks, nothing.
She was extremely irritated, but she had a reason. Maki had been on the verge of a breakthrough with a new technique that she was developing, but she had to pause to come on this mission.
Relax, Maki,
Akura said with a calm and neutral tone as usual.
Takimura needs these blacksmiths. We have to find them.
Easy for you to say.
She muttered under her breath, though she knew he could hear her. Akura, who could not care less, didn't react. He'd known Maki long enough to let her grumbling roll off his back. In fact, he found her outbursts cute, more often than not. Having practically raised her, Akura couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility for her fiery personality. Maki sighed heavily, kicking at a loose stone on the forest floor.
Fine then. Summon him. We could use his help.
Akura frowned.
I hate summoning him in forests. He complains too much.
Please.
Maki said, her tone edging on a whine.
I'll handle him if he gets annoying.
All right, all right.
Akura relented, biting his finger to draw blood. He smeared the blood on the summoning tattoo etched on his wrist, and with a puff of smoke, a massive eagle appeared, its sharp eyes glaring down at him. The eagle was as tall as 2 grown men, its wingspan even longer. It flapped its wings powerfully, breaking several branches in the process.
What the hell am I supposed to do in a forest, Akura?
The eagle squawked, ruffling its feathers.
Why do you keep summoning me in these terrible situations?
Sorry, Maru,
Akura said, trying to sound sincere. He cast a sidelong glance at Maki that practically screamed, "See? Told you so." Maki stepped forward with a grin, completely unfazed by the eagle's outburst.
Hello, Maru. Remember me?
The eagle squinted at her, his sharp beak clicking in annoyance.
Of course I do. You're even worse than Akura.
Thanks.
Maki said brightly, as though he'd paid her a compliment.
Listen, we need your help. There's a camp somewhere in this forest. 10 to 30 people, give or take. We need you to fly up and find it.
Maru's feathers ruffled further.
And why exactly would I waste my time doing that?
Maki's eyes sparkled with mischief.
Because if you do, I'll convince Akura to summon you next to Takime's waterfall. You remember that place, right? All that open sky and clean water?
The eagle's demeanor shifted in an instant.
You mean it?
I promise,
Maki said with a sly grin. Maru gave a decisive flap of his enormous wings.
Fine. But you'd better keep that promise.
With that, the eagle soared into the sky, breaking a few more branches on his way up. The massive wings stirred the mist, momentarily clearing it as he rose. Akura folded his arms, shaking his head.
You're too good at manipulating him.
Maki smirked, watching as Maru disappeared above the treetops.
He's easy. You just have to know his weak spots.
Waterfalls and flattery.
Akura muttered under his breath as he remembered how he convinced Maru to sign a contract in the first place. The two waited in the clearing, their eyes scanning the sky as they anticipated Maru's return. Whatever frustration Maki had been feeling earlier was momentarily replaced by the amusement of seeing the bird try its best to receive the rewards. It had taken May several days of hard travel, but she finally arrived at her destination, a bustling coastal settlement. Though officially called a village, Shiomura was far more than that. Larger than Takimura, but still slightly smaller than Kirigakure, it was the only viable port in the southern region. The economy thrived here, and even Kirigakure, known for its ruthless disregard for others, respected and obeyed Shiomura's laws to avoid disrupting trade. As May crossed the border into the village, she was greeted by a large sign reading, "Welcome to Shiomura." She didn't plan to linger here longer than necessary. The old man had told her that his disciple loved gambling. May decided to start her search at the local gambling houses before expanding her search elsewhere. The first establishment she entered reeked of alcohol and smoke. The clinking of coins, raucous laughter, and occasional shouts of triumph or frustration filled the air. Barely clothed women hovered around tables, their smiles as calculated as the wagers being made. May wrinkled her nose in disgust. She hated places like this.
Get in. Find him and get out,
May thought as she weaved her way through the crowd. Her eyes scanned every corner.
There are way too many people willing to throw their money away,
she muttered under her breath. As May ventured deeper into the gambling den, a drunken man stumbled into her path. His cheeks and nose were so red they resembled ripe tomatoes, and he reeked of cheap liquor. May couldn't help but smirk at the pitiful sight, but her brief amusement was taken as an invitation.
"Hey, cutie,"
the man slurred.
"Want to watch me win some money? Then I'll spend it all on you."
Before May could respond, the man grabbed her arm. Her smile vanished, replaced by a glare sharp enough to cut steel.
Remove your hand before I break it,
she hissed, her voice low and dangerous. For a brief moment, the air around May grew suffocating. The killing intent she exuded wasn't just palpable, it was overwhelming. The drunken man froze, his stupor evaporating instantly under her gaze.
I'm sorry,
he stammered, his voice barely audible. Then he vanished into the crowd. May took a deep breath.
Shit,
she muttered.
I need to keep my temper in check. The last thing I need is to get into trouble here.
Shiomura was notoriously strict with outsiders who broke the rules. Even if the authorities couldn't capture her, becoming a wanted criminal here would be a stain on both her reputation and Takimura's.
All right, let's keep moving,
she thought, resuming her search. As she continued through the crowded hall, her attention was drawn to a heated argument between two men. One of them had fiery red hair, redder than May's, almost like a blazing torch.
Found you,
she muttered, her lips curling into a triumphant smile. May slowed her pace, moving closer to the arguing pair. The red-haired man gestured wildly, his voice carrying over the bustling noise of the gambling house. May crossed her arms, her sharp eyes narrowing as she listened in.
Let's see what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into, Uzumaki Iko.
What do you mean you can't give me more? I made 10 storage seals just like you asked, and now you're only paying me for 5?
Iko's fiery hair seemed to reflect his rising temper as his face reddened.
I'm telling you,
the stall owner replied,
you owed me for last time, so I'm deducting it from your payment. Take it or leave it.
The man's casual smirk only fueled Iko's frustration, his anger boiling over. May didn't know if the stall owner was extorting Iko, nor did she care. What mattered was that their argument was drawing too much attention. It wouldn't be long before someone from the shinobi world recognized Iko's striking features. If that happened, his identity as an Uzumaki could be exposed, and that would complicate things far more than May wanted. She moved toward them. As she got closer, she picked up speed, plastering a bright smile on her face. When she reached Iko, she slipped her arm through his, her expression radiating cheerfulness.
There you are, I've been looking everywhere for you,
she exclaimed, her voice as sweet as honey. Iko turned to her, his brows furrowed in confusion, but before he could say anything, May tightened her grip and pinched his side so hard that he almost yelped in pain.
Mister, what did my boyfriend do this time?
May said to the stall owner, her tone laced with exasperation, her lower lip jutting out in a slight pout.
Did he lose money again?
Iko opened his mouth to protest, but May's nails dug into his arm, her warning clear. He clenched his jaw, choosing silence over risking further injury.
No, he didn't lose money.
The stall owner replied with a chuckle.
We were just having a little disagreement about his payment.
The man's smirk widened as he noticed Iko glaring at May with barely concealed frustration. How did this loser land such a cute girl?
Iko,
May said, her tone taking on a scolding edge.
I'm sure the gentleman here wouldn't lie to you. Stop making trouble and come with me.
Her piercing gaze locked onto Iko's, her eyes silently screaming, "Play along." Iko, utterly bewildered, struggled to make sense of the situation. For a moment, he thought May might be one of the girls working in the gambling house, but the sheer weight of her chakra said otherwise. This woman was on a completely different level. He was about to ask who she was when May pinched him again, this time hard enough to make him wonder if she'd torn through his skin. His survival instincts finally kicked in.
Fine.
He muttered.
Let's go.
Listen to the girl boy and go home,
the stall owner said with a mocking laugh as he watched them walk away. Once they were outside and away from prying eyes, May let go of Iko's arm.
I'll explain everything later,
she said in a low voice.
You are about to get yourself in serious trouble. Just follow me. I was sent by your master.
My master?
Iko echoed.
Do I need to pinch you again?
May shot back, her expression deadpan. Iko instinctively flinched, raising his hands in surrender.
No, I'll follow. Just stop pinching me.
Good,
May said, her lips curving into a faint smirk as she led him toward the village outskirts.
Uzumaki Iko.
/N-. I need to come up with a unique technique for Maki, something that could potentially become the core of her fighting style. Right now, her approach revolves around speed and taijutsu, but I feel like she's missing that one defining move to set her apart. If you have any suggestions, I'd love to hear them. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. Hochi Esu. Character notes: Akura, hated by his own summon. Maki's temper could scare a raging Biju, but sure, let's summon the giant bird that hates me. This is fine. May, pinching enthusiast. Why negotiate when a pinch to the ribs does the job faster? Yeiko, regretting his life choices. I should have stayed with Sensei. Chapter 27. Kaoru's Summon. Kaoru stood in front of the village chief's house. The village was modest but neatly organized. Almost every home had a small garden with patches of earth cultivated to grow vegetables. Fruit trees dotted the yards, but it was winter, so the branches were devoid of fruit or even leaves. The village chief's voice broke Kaoru's thoughts.
We've asked the daimyo for help so many times, but he never did anything. We were ready to relocate, but last month one of your councillors visited us and assured us that Takimura would take over this region. It's been a month and nothing has changed.
Though the man spoke as if explaining their situation, it was clear his words were meant to scold Takimura shinobis. Shin stood silently, his usual neutral expression in place, but his students noticed the faint hint of guilt in his demeanor. Shin didn't interrupt. Part of him felt responsible for the delay.
Our village is newly established, so things took longer than expected.
Shin said finally, his voice even softer than usual.
But I promise it won't happen again. We'll take care of the bandits.
His tone, although calm, was softer and warmer than usual. Shin meant to reassure, but the chief's scowl didn't waver. To the villagers, Shin came off as cold and distant. Only his team, who had grown familiar with his subtle mannerisms, recognized the effort he was making.
All right,
the chief said begrudgingly.
I'll tell you what I know.
He was clearly frustrated and not convinced that Shin understood their pain.
The bandits raid 3 villages, including ours. They attack about once a month. They don't kill unnecessarily, but take nearly everything we have, leaving just enough for us to survive. I think they're trying to keep their milk cow alive.
His face darkened as he continued.
But the worst is, they take young girls. Those they take never return. If you want more information, you'll have to speak to the people in the other villages. Maybe they know more.
The chief fell silent. He was clearly browsing his memory as his face kept getting darker and darker. Shin nodded, but the information was not particularly useful. He decided to ask more specific questions.
How many bandits are there?
The chief shook his head.
I don't know the exact number. The group that raids us usually has about 20 men.
Have you seen any of them use chakra?
Shin pressed, though he doubted the farmers could identify chakra use unless ninjutsu was involved.
No,
The chief said with a sigh.
we've never fought back, so they've had no need to use force. We're just farmers. None of us knows how to wield weapons.
The sadness and regret in the chief's voice were unmistakable. He cast a weary glance toward the village, as if lamenting the lack of protection Daimyo and Kirigakure were supposed to provide to his people. Shin nodded.
Thank you for the information. Don't worry. They won't be attacking you again.
He turned to his team, signaling them to follow him to the next village. Kaoru, Akane, and Mizuki exchanged glances but said nothing, falling in step behind their sensei. As they left, Kaoru couldn't help but glance back at the village gardens and the blurry figure of the chief, still standing at his door. He once again confirmed that this world was cruel. There was no justice, only pain and suffering for those who did not wield enough power. He moved the droplet hovering next to his cheek in front of him. His gaze was now fixed on the droplet. The resolve in his eyes was almost palpable.
I will never become someone who oppresses the weak,
he muttered, his voice louder than intended. Akane and Mizuki, walking just behind him, both nodded in silent agreement. They didn't need to say anything. It was clear that they also had the same thoughts. Shin, who was leading the group, cast a glance at Kaoru from the corner of his eye, and for a fleeting moment, a satisfied smile crossed his face. The next two villages were in even worse condition than the first. The homes were barely standing, patched together with makeshift repairs. Gardens lay barren. The village chiefs of both settlements practically fell to their knees, begging Shin for help.
If they raid us even one more time, we will die of starvation,
one chief pleaded. His voice trembled with desperation, his eyes sunken from sleepless nights.
They've taken most of our children, boys and girls. We have nothing left to defend ourselves.
Mizuki clenched her fists, her breathing becoming uneven as the villagers' words hit her much harder than her friends and sensei. She wasn't just listening to their stories, she was reliving her own. The rogue ninja attack on her home played vividly in her mind. The night they came, the way they laughed as they tore through her village, her parents' lifeless bodies. Her brother struck down when he tried to protect her. The older girls dragged away screaming. Mizuki's shoulders trembled as her chakra flared uncontrollably, her expression darkening by the second. Shin noticed immediately, but didn't speak. Instead, he gave Kaoru a meaningful glance. Kaoru stepped closer to Mizuki. Gently, he placed a hand on her back, patting it lightly. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The warmth of the gesture was enough to ground Mizuki, pulling her back from the spiral of memories.
Thank you,
she said softly as she gave Kaoru a small, grateful smile. Kaoru nodded, returning her smile with one of his own. Satisfied that Mizuki had calmed down, Shin signaled for the group to move out. They entered the dense forest at the base of the mountain. This is where the hunt begins, thought Kaoru as he flickered, following the back of his sensei. Maru returned to where Maki and Akura stood, his massive wings slicing through the mist like blades, each beat sending waves of air that dispersed the haze effortlessly. The sight was both majestic and mildly infuriating for Akura, who knew what was coming.
I found them,
Maru said in a tone that suggested he should have been thanked in advance for his brilliance.
They're near the mountain base in the southeast. Less than 10 people in the camp, and they're weak. Ridiculously weak. Why are you even looking for them? Surely the mighty Akura and Maki wouldn't waste their time on such peasants.
His mocking tone was impossible to miss. Maki smirked, leaning closer to the eagle with a sparkle in her eye.
We're not here to kill them, Maru. Quite the opposite, actually. We want to help them and invite them to join our new village.
Maru scoffed, his beak clacking slightly as he gave Akura a side-eye.
Recruitment? How noble. I must say, I can't imagine how you two even function. Akura over here doesn't even want to summon me unless he is in serious trouble. I asked him so many times to summon me when he encounters beautiful landmarks, but no.
He shook his feathery head in disappointment. Maki, sensing an opportunity, jumped in with a dramatic flair.
That's exactly what I told him. I kept saying, summon Maru. He's the best, the fastest, the most reliable. But no, he insisted you'd refuse. Honestly, how do you even tolerate him?
Maru puffed up proudly.
I don't mind helping you, Maki. You're the only tolerable one here. How you turned out so adorable with a sensei like him is a mystery.
Akura sighed deeply, his patience wearing thin. This eagle has the brain of a parrot, and my disciple's turning into a troublemaker. Wonderful. Maru was always like that. Whenever it was not tough and dangerous, he was unbearable. But Akura knew that Maru was loyal and trustworthy to the core. Once, he nearly died shielding Akura with his own body. Still, the eagle was very peculiar. He was born to be unbearable, nothing Akura could do about it.
Thank you, Maru. You can go now.
I don't need you to tell me.
Maru retorted with a dramatic flap of his wings. Then, turning to Maki, he added,
Maki, when you're back at Takimura, make sure Akira summons me again. And introduce your brother. I have a proposal for him that both of you will like. But make sure no one else is around.
Wait, what proposal?
Maki shouted as Maru disappeared into a puff of smoke, leaving her questions unanswered. Maki turned to Akura, her eyes narrowing.
What do you think he meant by that?
Akura chuckled lightly, shaking his head.
Who knows what goes on in his tiny bird brain?
Maki grinned mischievously, already picturing Kaoru's reaction.
Kaoru will go nuts if Maru offers him a contract. I can already see him jumping around like a lunatic.
Akura's expression grew serious.
He can't. Maru isn't allowed to have more than one contract. The sage of the eagle tribe forbids it. Besides, your brother wouldn't benefit much from an eagle. Sure, they can fly, but Kaoru needs something that can complement his Suijingen. A water-based familiar, perhaps one of the sea beasts, would suit him far better. It'd double his strength, maybe even more.
Maki raised a brow, considering his words.
Huh. Never thought about that. That's why I asked you to train him, and you kept refusing. I had to trick Shin into doing it. He's still mad at me, by the way.
She chuckled at the memory of Shin's exasperation after his first week as a sensei. Akura rolled his eyes, a smirk tugging at his lips.
You'll never change. Now let's get moving. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can get back to Takimura.
Without waiting for a response, Akura flickered out of sight, leaving Maki to follow with a grin still plastered on her face. The shinobi standing before the Mizukage and the council was Mangetsu Hozuki, a prodigy and a rising star within Kirigakure. Despite his youth, barely out of his teenage years, Mangetsu exuded an aura of effortless power. His silver hair framed his shark-like teeth and determined features, and his piercing eyes carried the weight of someone who had mastered the art of battle. Mangetsu's reputation wasn't just for show. His mastery of the Hozuki clan's unique water-based techniques and his unparalleled swordsmanship marked him as a potential leader of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri.
Do you have any suggestions, Mangetsu?
Yagura asked, leaning forward slightly in his chair. The Mizukage's expression betrayed the confidence he had in the young shinobi. Mangetsu's opinion carried weight, and Yagura never missed an opportunity to test his strategic acumen. Mangetsu took a moment to think.
I don't think it's worth attacking them in the valley,
He said finally.
That terrain favors them too much. They have access to rich water sources, and we'd face heavy losses trying to take the fight to them. However, we can strike when they leave the valley. They'll need to send their shinobi out eventually, to earn money, gather supplies, and maintain trade relations. That's where we can weaken them. We could also consider blockading their valley, preventing merchants from entering.
Yagura's expression darkened as Mangetsu trailed off. You're right that we should not attack them in the valley, Yagura interjected. Suiren will be too strong around a waterfall, and while I'm confident I can defeat her, I will also suffer heavy injuries, which cannot happen. However, you are wrong to suggest a blockade of merchants because it would do more harm to us than to them. If we antagonize trade routes or interfere too much, Shiomura may take their side, and if they begin funneling resources to Takimura, we'll lose any advantage we have. The daimyo's support will be critical in ensuring that doesn't happen. Mangetsu nodded.
Then I suggest we focus on the first option. Target their shinobi outside the valley. It's a long-term approach, but it's the safest. We pick them off slowly, weaken their forces, and force them into a position where they can't maintain their strength.
Yagura leaned back, a cold smile tugging at his lips.
Good. Let's proceed with that plan. I'll send diplomats to Shiomura to ensure their neutrality and reach out to the daimyo for additional support. For now, Mangetsu, I want you on a different task. There is a clan that is acting suspiciously. I want you to gather information. Do not provoke them unnecessarily.
Mangetsu bowed slightly.
Consider it done, Lord Mizukage.
As the council dispersed, Yagura's gaze lingered on Mangetsu, watching the young prodigy stride confidently out of the chamber. The land of water is rotting, riddled with weakness and disloyalty, Yagura thought, but I will cleanse it. Slowly, methodically. A hasty purge would only invite disaster. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. The dim light from the room's lanterns reflected off his sharp, calculating eyes. Mangetsu, you will be my sword in this endeavor, but even you must prove your worth before I entrust you with my vision. Yagura's lips curled into a faint smile as he envisioned the future. With patience, everything will fall into place. Kirigakure will rise again, stronger and purer than ever. /n-. Other than coming up with Maki's new original technique, I need to decide what kind of summon Kaoru will get and when he'll acquire it. You've probably noticed that I'm trying to keep Kaoru's powers in check to avoid making him overpowered too quickly. While I'm not against him eventually becoming the strongest, his growth and strength need to feel earned and natural. The process of attaining his abilities should be as engaging as the abilities themselves. P.S. I've always liked Mangetsu and Suigetsu, and I'm brainstorming ways to bring them into Takimura without compromising the plot or their personalities. It'll be tricky, but I think it's worth it. Character notes: Akura, calm chaos. Why are this brat and an eagle conspiring against me? Maki, cheerful and cheeky. I've already tricked Shin into training Kaoru. Now it's Akura's turn. Master strategist. That's me. Maru, cheeky summon. Next time I'm summoned, I'll drop on Akura's head. Heh heh heh. Chapter 28. Kaoru's True Strength. Kaoru was on scout duty, a role Shin had assigned to him as part of their ongoing training. With his Suijingan active, gathering information was easy. Unlike typical sensors, it was impossible to hide from Kaoru's eyes. It allowed him to not only count the exact number of people in the camp, but also gauge their chakra reserves with remarkable precision. No amount of suppression or concealment could hide chakra from his sight. Chakra, as Kaoru had learned, carried traces of every elemental affinity, even if only in minuscule amounts. This unique property gave him the ability to see not just the flow, but the overall capacity of any shinobi he observed. Crouching on a tree branch cloaked in shadow, the faint glow of Kaoru's cyan eyes was the only indication of his presence. However, from the distance he maintained, it was impossible for anyone in the camp to detect him. He scanned the area carefully, counting 26 bandits. Of those, only 8 possessed chakra, and only 1 had reserves sufficient to be classified at a chunin's level.
There goes my hope for an actual fight,
he muttered, disappointed, before flickering away to return to his team. Back at the rendezvous point, Kaoru finished his report. After a brief pause, Shin addressed the group.
Keep in mind, just winning isn't enough. I need you to kill every single one of them. Not a single bandit can survive.
Kaoru raised an eyebrow.
But Sensei, if we kill them all, how are we supposed to gather information about the remaining 3 bases?
Shin smiled faintly. He appreciated Kaoru's habit of using his own head rather than following orders blindly.
Don't worry. I've already gathered the information we need. My summons have been scouting since we entered the forest.
Shin was proving to be far more capable than any of them had initially realized. He remained an enigma. Despite claiming to be a swordsman, he carried no visible blade, and not once had he used a single technique in their presence. The genin often speculated about his true strength, with all of them suspecting that he might actually be above the level of a typical jonin.
So,
Shin continued,
who wants to take on the first group?
Kaoru, to Shin's surprise, stayed silent, making no move to volunteer. He was hoping that one of those three groups would be a bigger challenge than this one.
I'll go first, if that's okay,
Akane said. Her voice seemed calm, but the reality was different. Her sparkling, excited eyes were practically blinding with enthusiasm. Shin nodded, about to confirm her request, when Mizuki interrupted.
I want to handle the first group too. Sensei, you decide.
She said. Mizuki had become weirdly competitive with Akane. Shin shook his head slightly.
Number you three will decide amongst yourselves.
The tension between the girls grew immediately, with both of them ready to argue their case. Before things could escalate, Kaoru stepped forward, pulling a coin from his satchel.
Since I'm not interested in dealing with this group, let me settle this for you,
he said. He held up the coin.
Heads or tails?
Heads,
Akane shouted immediately, her excitement only growing.
Fine. Tails?
Mizuki agreed with a resigned sigh. Kaoru flicked the coin into the air, catching it deftly. A few moments later, Akane was gearing up to head into the bandit camp, a triumphant grin plastered across her face. Meanwhile, Mizuki stood nearby, arms crossed and glaring as her pout deepened.
Just don't get yourself killed, Ane,
Kaoru teased. His voice was calm, but in reality he was quite nervous. He didn't doubt Akane's abilities, but he remembered his own first kill, the overwhelming emotions and the weight of it. He was worried about how she'd handle it. Akane vanished into the darkness, her katana gleaming faintly as she entered the bandit camp. Most of the camp's inhabitants were drunk and passed out in their tents, with only a handful of groggy guards patrolling lazily. It was an easy mission. The camp didn't even have any traps. Still, Akane moved cautiously. She maintained the focus. The first guard didn't even have time to register her presence. Her blade flashed in the moonlight, and his head separated cleanly from his body. The dull thud of it hitting the ground was accompanied by a fountain of blood spraying from his neck. Akane's grip tightened on her weapon, but she didn't falter. She had prepared herself for this moment. She swiftly moved through the camp, dispatching the remaining guards with calculated precision. Her katana moved like an extension of her arm, slicing through the air and ending lives before any alarm could be raised. Once the perimeter was secure, she knelt and made a series of hand signs.
fire clone technique.
Suddenly, a single clone ignited into existence beside her. She repeated the process twice more, creating 2 additional clones. Though she hadn't yet mastered the technique enough to summon multiple clones simultaneously, her strategy was to use clones together with another destructive technique that Mei taught her recently. The clones crept toward the tents housing the shinobi. In unison, they slipped inside, and moments later the camp erupted in chaos. Tents ignited in fiery explosions, the roar of flames consuming the structures. The ordinary bandits inside were obliterated instantly. The genin-level shinobi lasted only seconds longer, their screams cut short as the fire devoured them. The lone chunin-level bandit stumbled out of a collapsing tent, his body scorched and his chakra reserves depleted. His breathing was ragged as he locked eyes with Akane, who stood calmly amidst the carnage.
I'll take you with me, you bitch,
he hissed, forming a shaky hand sign as he lunged toward her. Akane didn't flinch. She flickered, appearing beside him in an instant. Her katana sliced cleanly through his neck before he could finish his jutsu. His headless body collapsed to the ground with a dull thud. The battle was over. As the adrenaline faded, the reality of the scene hit Akane. The sickening stench of charred flesh filled her nostrils, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Her eyes darted to the headless bodies, drenched in the mix of sweat, urine, and feces. Her stomach turned violently, and she barely managed to stumble away before vomiting everything she had eaten. Gasping for air, she bent over, her body trembling. Kaoru appeared beside her. He crouched down, placing a steady hand on her back.
Everything's fine,
He whispered gently.
You did great.
Akane couldn't respond, her body still shaking. Kaoru's own stomach churned at the sight and smell of the aftermath, but he fought the urge, clenching his jaw as he rubbed her back soothingly. Even with his own experience, scenes like this were still not easy. Soon Shin and Mizuki arrived at the scene. Shin made no attempt to shield Mizuki from the aftermath. Instead, he insisted she walk through the camp and face the grisly sight. It was essential for every shinobi to grow numb to such horrors. Those who couldn't often abandoned the shinobi life altogether. Mizuki, like Akane, emptied her stomach at the smell and sight. Her body trembled, but it wasn't only from the nausea or shock. It was anger. The hatred burning in her eyes for the bandits lying lifeless on the ground was almost palpable.
Time to go,
Shin said in his usual calm and neutral voice.
We still have 2 more camps and their main base to clear before sunrise.
He didn't wait for his disciples' opinions. Shin believed they had lingered long enough for the younger shinobi to gather their breath. The mission was far from over.
Kaoru, go west from here and clear the next camp. Akane, follow him and assist if needed,
Shin ordered.
The mission is the same. Not one bandit survives.
Kaoru blinked in surprise. He did not expect this much autonomy. Still, he nodded, trying to suppress the excitement bubbling inside him. The chance to take control of a mission his way was exhilarating. He secretly hoped the camp wouldn't be full of pushovers like the last one. Shin and Mizuki flickered away in a different direction, leaving Akane and Kaoru behind. They exchanged a glance before Kaoru motioned for Akane to follow him. The pair flickered through the forest, Kaoru taking the lead, while Akane followed a short distance behind. After about 15 minutes, Kaoru raised his hand, signaling a stop.
I'll scout ahead,
he whispered.
If the camp is stronger than I can handle alone, we'll attack together. If not, I'll charge right in. Follow me, but stay back.
Akane nodded without a word. Kaoru moved ahead, silent as a shadow, until he was close enough to observe the camp. He activated his Suijingan, the faint cyan glow of his eyes illuminating his focused expression. This camp was stronger than the last. 17 bandits in total, 8 genins, 3 chunins, and the rest ordinary thugs. But something else caught Kaoru's attention. Among the faint chakra signatures in the camp, he noticed several weaker presences huddled together.
Kidnapped children,
he deduced, his heart sinking. He knew he could clear the camp on his own, but risking the lives of those children wasn't worth his pride. He flickered back to Akane's position and whispered his plan.
Akane, there are kids in the camp. You'll use the opening I create to get them out safely,
he said firmly.
I'll handle the bandits.
Akane gave a small nod.
Be careful, Rue.
She could see the determination in Kaoru's eyes and didn't argue. Kaoru nodded back and disappeared in a flicker, reappearing on a tree branch overlooking the camp. He began counting the guards below.
1, 2, 5.
His cyan eyes glowed brighter as small droplets of water began forming in the blind spots of the shinobi on guard duty. This was Kaoru's newest creation, a technique he named lingering death. It worked by forming water droplets in hidden places, transforming them into high-density needles. The idea was simple. If the target didn't notice, their death was guaranteed. Kaoru snapped his fingers, and in an instant the needles struck, piercing through the heads of all 5 guards at the same time. The camp remained silent, the bodies dropping lifelessly without a sound.
This technique is even more effective than I thought,
Kaoru muttered, a small, smug grin forming.
Once I master Suijingan, I'll be unstoppable.
He caught himself basking in the moment and quickly refocused. Kaoru leapt down from the branch, landing softly on the ground near where the children were being held. His chakra flared, the faint glow of his Suijingan lighting up the darkness around him. He wasn't interested in stealth anymore. This time, he wanted to draw the fight to him.
Let's make this quick,
Kaoru thought as he began forming hand signs in rapid succession.
Water release, wild water wave.
A powerful surge of water erupted from thin air, crashing into the camp with a roar. The wave swept through tents and supplies, tearing everything apart in its path. The force was so overwhelming that no other sound could be heard. Meanwhile, Akane moved quickly. She slipped into the chaos behind Kaoru, heading straight for the cage where the children were held. Kaoru was standing between the kids and the bandits' tents, making her mission much easier than she expected.
He killed 5 shinobi without even moving. Kaoru's Kekkei Genkai is terrifying.
Despite thinking of Kaoru as family, Akane felt a shiver of fear at his sheer power. The wild water wave continued its rampage, crashing into the largest tent where the remaining genins and a chunin were sleeping. Kaoru manipulated the water mid-attack, transforming it into a large sphere that trapped the bodies of the bandits inside. The wave became a prison, holding them underwater. Kaoru didn't stop there. He formed water bullets within the sphere, piercing through the trapped bandits and turning the water red with blood. Satisfied with his work, Kaoru let the sphere collapse into a heavy splash.
That one move cost me more than a third of my chakra. It's powerful, but the cost is massive.
Kaoru's Chaiyan eyes locked onto the 2 remaining chunins. They were battered but still standing, glaring at him with fury and desperation. A smirk tugged at Kaoru's lips as he readied himself.
Now, the real fight begins.
One of the chunins moved first, quickly forming hand signs before spewing a massive fireball from his mouth. Kaoru didn't flinch. Since the beginning of his sparrings with Akane, neutralizing fire with water was second nature to him. But then the second chunin exhaled a gust of wind, feeding the flames and transforming the fireball into a roaring inferno. Kaoru's eyes widened slightly.
That's dangerous.
He reacted instantly, forming hand signs.
Water release, water wall.
A torrent of water rose around him, but suddenly Kaoru had an idea.
If I create a thin outer layer of high-density water, would it not make evaporating the water wall much more difficult?
He decided to trust his guts and increase the density of the wall's outer layer, making it dark blue and almost solid. The fiery storm crashed into the barrier, but instead of evaporating, the dense outer layer held firm, repelling and extinguishing the flames with a violent hiss. The 2 chunins froze, their jaws tightening in disbelief. They hadn't expected their combined attack to be so easily countered by a child.
If only our chakra reserves were full,
they thought, gritting their teeth in frustration. Kaoru, on the other hand, was thrilled. His experimental tweak to the water wall had worked, and his confidence surged.
All those late-night training sessions are finally paying off. It's my turn now,
he said with a smirk, vanishing in a flicker. Kaoru reappeared behind one of the chunins, his kunai aimed squarely at his back. He would have gone for the neck, but his height worked against him. The chunin turned too slowly, but his companion reacted just in time, blocking Kaoru's attack with a kunai of his own. Kaoru leapt back, retreating to a safe distance. As he landed, a triumphant smile spread across his face, confusing the chunins. The grin lingered as a shadow loomed between them, a towering water tentacle. But what left them truly stunned was that the tentacle was covered in explosive tags. Their eyes widened in horror.
Too late,
Kaoru said, his voice calm but brimming with confidence. The explosion was deafening, sending a shockwave through the forest. Flames and debris consumed the area where the chunin stood, leaving nothing but burnt corpses in its wake. Kaoru stood still, his expression calm but satisfied.
If I didn't have one more fight tonight, I'd experiment with them longer, but I need to save my chakra.
This time, the sight of destruction didn't faze him. The water he had used to fight had washed away most of the filth and smell, sparing him the worst of the aftermath.
I'd better check their bodies for anything useful,
Kaoru muttered to himself as he began combing through the ruins of the camp. He rifled through what was left, searching for supplies that had survived the chaos. The fight was over, but the bandits' main base was still waiting. /N-. I wanted to showcase Team Shin's progress in this fight, which is why I chose relatively easy opponents. The upcoming battles won't be as one-sided. but it's nice to give Kaoru and the team a chance to shine every now and then. Sometimes it's important to let the MC bask in their triumph. It makes the journey all the more rewarding. Character notes: Mizuki, disappointed. So no fight for me this chapter? I see how it is. Kaoru, excited. Finally. All that training paid off. If I had more chakra, I'd be absolutely unstoppable. Watch out, world. Akane, disgusted. Nobody told me people shit themselves after dying. Gross. Just gross. Chapter 29. Bandit Extermination. Kaoru rummaged through the bandits' belongings and corpses, gathering anything of value. He managed to find 100,000 ryo, a handful of explosive tags, kunais and shurikens still intact, and a scroll for the fireball technique. Among the wreckage, he also recovered some supplies that had miraculously survived his water-based onslaught. With everything stashed neatly in his storage seal, Kaoru tucked it back into his satchel. He was going to hand it all over to Shin later. With that done, Kaoru flickered to the rendezvous point where Akane and the rescued children were waiting.
How do you feel, Rue? You're not hurt, are you?
Akane asked, scanning him for injuries. Her tone was more worried than usual. Kaoru brushed her concern aside with a faint smile.
I'm fine, Ani. Just a couple of scratches from my own explosion tags.
He stretched out his arms as if to prove he was unharmed.
What about the kids?
Akane glanced over at the 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, all barely 6 years old. They sat huddled together, their faces pale and eyes hollow.
They are shaken, of course, but at least they are safe now.
Sadness clouded her expression as she gazed at them. Kaoru crouched down to meet the children's eye level, trying to put on his warmest smile.
Don't worry, we'll get you back home. First, we need to meet up with our friends. They'll help us bring you back.
The children barely reacted. They nodded stiffly but remained silent, their trust in humanity clearly shattered after witnessing nothing but pain and suffering. Kaoru couldn't shake his unease.
Why would bandits kidnap children so young?
His initial assumption was that the girls were taken to breed future bandits, but now he realized it might be far worse.
These kids, they were probably going to be sold like livestock.
The thought made him angry, regretting delivering quick death. Kaoru shook off the dark idea and pulled some food from his storage seal, simple sandwiches he'd made himself.
Here,
he offered gently, holding the food out to them. The children hesitated, shrinking back. But their rumbling stomachs betrayed their hunger, and soon they cautiously reached for the food. They ate slowly, their tiny hands trembling. Kaoru and Akane started guiding the group toward the base of the mountain, moving at a crawl to match the children's slow pace.
We're going to be late. Way too late.
Kaoru did the math in his head. Shin had given them 2 hours, and 1 was already gone. At this rate, it would take at least 3 more. Kaoru sighed and turned to Akane.
Ane, go ahead and tell Shin what's going on. I'll stay back with the kids. Thanks to my eyes, I can avoid any danger that comes our way.
Akane hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave him. But after a moment of thought, she nodded.
Be careful, Rue.
With that, she flickered away, disappearing into the mist. Kaoru glanced at the kids again, their fragile forms trudging forward.
Don't worry, I'll get you back safely. You've suffered enough already.
Kaoru wanted to help ease the children's fear, so he tried to distract them.
Want to see something cool?
He asked. His tone was cheerful. The children did not respond. Instead, they froze in place and even took a cautious step back, their small frames trembling. Undeterred, Kaoru moved the water droplet hovering next to his cheek in front of them. It danced through the air, jumping from one spot to another like a tiny acrobat. The children's eyes widened, curiosity momentarily overtaking their fear. Kaoru smiled softly.
It's okay. You don't have to be afraid. This is just something I can do with my eyes. It's harmless, see?
He made the droplet form into the shape of a tiny animal before letting it return to its original spherical form. The kids stared at the droplet with fascination, their shoulders relaxing slightly.
Let's keep moving,
Kaoru said, encouraged by their reactions.
I'll even tell you a story about how I tricked my sister into training me when I was about your age. It's a good one. I was such a little brat back then,
he added with a grin. The children didn't respond verbally, but they began walking again, their steps a little less hesitant. It took 3 long hours, but they finally reached the rendezvous point where Shin, Mizuki, and Akane were waiting. To Kaoru's surprise, they had also rescued children, 6 of them. The sight of the extra kids surprised him, but what really caught his attention was Mizuki's expression. Her usual stoic demeanor was gone, replaced by something like guilt.
What happened to her?
Kaoru wondered but kept his thoughts to himself.
Sensei, what are we going to do now?
Kaoru asked immediately, his focus shifting back to the mission. Shin took a moment to assess the situation.
We can't postpone the attack, but we also can't bring the kids with us. Here's the plan. Mizuki and Akane will take the kids back to the village. Kaoru, you'll follow me.
Akane opened her mouth to protest, but hesitated. She glanced at the children, then at Kaoru, and realized the truth. Kaoru's skills would be more useful in the coming fight. Swallowing her disappointment, she nodded with a dejected expression. What surprised Kaoru even more was Mizuki's reaction. She didn't argue at all, she simply nodded and walked toward the children, a fake smile plastered on her face.
Something definitely happened. But what?
Kaoru thought, his curiosity bubbling, but he knew now wasn't the time to ask. As Shin turned to flicker away, Kaoru crouched down in front of the 3 children he had been entertaining with his stories.
Don't worry, guys,
he said softly.
These girls are really strong. They'll protect you better than I could.
The children didn't speak, but one of them clutched the sandwich Kaoru had given earlier as if it were a treasure. Kaoru reached into his satchel and pulled out 3 more sandwiches, handing them to the kids.
Here, take these for the road. You've got a long walk ahead.
The girl hesitated, but eventually took one.
Thank you,
she whispered, barely audible. Kaoru smiled and ruffled her hair gently before standing up and following Shin.
Let's end this quickly,
he muttered, his eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. Shin and Kaoru crouched behind a line of thick bushes near the cave entrance. The faint glow of torches illuminated the area, casting shadows that danced along the stone walls.
I want you to go all out in this fight. I'll cover you. Just show me how powerful you are. Prioritize efficiency,
Shin instructed. Kaoru hesitated for a moment.
All right, but my chakra reserves aren't high enough to show my full power,
he admitted, a little dejected. Shin's eyes narrowed slightly.
Do you think you'll always be in perfect condition during a fight? This mission was meant for Genins, and we both know you're stronger than most chunin. If you can't deal with these small fries even with your current chakra reserves, then maybe you are still just a Genin.
Kaoru flinched at the blunt statement.
Sometimes,
Shin continued,
you'll have to fight with a body that barely responds to you. You might have to stay awake for days, unable to tell reality from dreams. Adapt. Plan. There are no excuses. Use what you have and make it work.
It was the longest speech Kaoru had ever heard from Shin, and the weight of it hit him. He could see that Shin wasn't trying to tear him down. It was a lesson, a harsh one, but a necessary one.
Understood, Sensei,
Kaoru said, his voice steady now. He realized Shin's words weren't just about this fight. They were about survival. Activating his Suijingan, Kaoru focused on the guards at the entrance. A faint glow flickered in his cyan eyes.
Lingering death.
Droplets of water formed silently in the guards' blind spots, condensing into razor-sharp needles. A moment later, the 3 guards dropped to the ground, their deaths so quick they didn't even bleed. Kaoru flickered inside the cave, his senses heightened as he scanned the chakra signatures scattered throughout the area. The bandits had no idea what was coming.
Efficiency is key,
he thought as he worked through the cave. He started with those he could eliminate silently, targeting them one by one with lingering death. In 5 minutes, half the bandits were down.
I've still got a little over a third of my chakra left. I need to keep this pace.
Kaoru moved toward a larger room, detecting 7 stronger chakra signatures inside. He pulled several explosive tags from his satchel and tossed them into the room. The stealth approach was done. He had to make this count. The tags detonated with a thunderous boom, the shockwave shaking the cave walls. Dust and debris filled the air as Kaoru flickered to the doorway, scanning the aftermath with his Suijingan. 2 of the 7 chunin were dead, their bodies charred. The remaining 5 were severely injured, but still capable of fighting.
Not ideal, but manageable.
Kaoru flickered behind one of the injured chunin, his kunai finding its mark in the man's back. The blade pierced his heart cleanly, and the bandit collapsed without a sound. The remaining 4 turned to face Kaoru, but he was already moving. Focusing his chakra, Kaoru fired a series of water bullets, 4 in total. 3 of the bullets found their targets, incapacitating another 3 bandits. The last one, however, managed to sink into the ground with an earth release technique. Kaoru didn't panic. He tracked the man's movements underground using his Suijingan. Manipulating the water into the ground, Kaoru guided a thin tendril toward the chunin's chakra signature. Moments later, the water pierced the bandit's head, killing him instantly.
At least he doesn't need a grave,
Kaoru thought grimly. As he stood among the carnage, Kaoru felt no guilt. Memories of the terrified children and the atrocities these bandits had committed filled his mind.
They deserve worse,
he thought as he took a steadying breath. Kaoru wiped his kunai clean, his Suijingan still active as he scanned the area. His gaze locked onto the chakra signatures. 5 left. One of them had chakra reserves far beyond the others.
There's no way I can handle him with this little chakra left,
he thought, panic creeping in as he tried to formulate a plan. Before he could decide, the remaining bandits moved, 4 of them already entering the adjacent room.
Fuck this!
Kaoru hissed, forming hand signs quickly.
Water release! Water dragon!
Kaoru pulled every bit of moisture from the air and ground, bolstered by his chakra, creating a massive water dragon. The beast surged forward, roaring as it barreled through the door and into the room, scattering splinters and debris. Inside, the 4 chunin bandits sprang into action. They responded quickly, forming hand signs in unison.
Earth wall!
4 massive stone barriers rose, layering one behind the other. The water dragon smashed into the first wall, shattering it. The second held longer, but it too crumbled. By the time it reached the third, the technique had lost most of its momentum, dispersing in a spray of water.
They're coordinated. This won't be easy.
The room was now a swamp of water, stone debris, and mud, just as Kaoru had planned.
Who the hell are you?
One of the chunin yelled, his voice cutting through the chaos. Kaoru ignored him. He wasn't here to chat. He flickered behind one of the bandits, his kunai aimed for the back of the man's neck. But the chunin wasn't inexperienced. He twisted, blocking Kaoru's strike with ease, and countered with a kick that hit Kaoru square in the face. Or so it seemed. The bandit's foot passed through Kaoru's head, which dissolved into water.
A clone?
The real Kaoru appeared in front of another chunin, already finishing his hand signs.
Wind release. Great breakthrough.
Kaoru exhaled, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Mud and water from the ground swirled into a blinding storm, forcing the bandits to shield their eyes. By the time they could see again, Kaoru had already manipulated the water under their feet. Sharp spikes shot up from the ground, aiming to impale them. One chunin tried to raise another earth wall, but Kaoru's water spike pierced through it like paper, skewering him on the spot. The remaining 3 dodged just in time.
That was close,
one muttered, only for his relief to turn into dread as water started forming into a sphere around them.
This will finish them,
Kaoru thought, his focus unrelenting as he pushed his chakra to its limit. But before the water prison could fully form, a booming voice rang out.
You weaklings disgust me.
Kaoru's head snapped toward the source. The bandit leader strode into the room, wielding a massive blade. With a single swing, he shattered the forming water prison, releasing the 3 surviving chunin. Kaoru stumbled, gasping for breath. His chakra reserves had dipped below 5%, and the toll of his Suijingan slammed into him like a sledgehammer. His vision blurred, and his head throbbed with unbearable pain.
This is bad. I can't keep going.
You couldn't even kill a kid.
The leader scoffed, glaring at his subordinates. Then he turned to Kaoru, sneering as he charged. Kaoru forced himself to stand, barely able to lift his kunai. Suddenly a crack of thunder split the air, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground between Kaoru and the bandit leader. Startled, Kaoru looked up to see Shin stepping forward, lightning dancing around him.
You did great, Kaoru.
Shin said calmly, summoning the Kiba twin swords from a storage seal on his arm.
Go! Retreat! I'll take it from here.
Relief flooded Kaoru as he nodded and flickered away, retreating as fast as his battered body would allow. Behind him, Shin leveled a cold gaze at the bandit leader.
It looks like I'll get to test these swords after all,
Shin said, a rare smile tugging at his lips as lightning got more intense with each second. /N-. There's a new swordsman of the mist in town, and his name is Arakawa Shin. The next chapter will finally showcase just how powerful Shin truly is. I might even drop a secret or two about his mysterious background and what really drives him. Thank you for reading. As I write this, it's 4 a.m., and I'm about to collapse into bed. Have a great day, night, wherever you are. See you in the next chapter. Zzz. Character notes, Shin, excited.
Maki said these blades would enhance my lightning. Can't wait to electrocute something.
Kaoru, running.
3 fights, 2 near-death experiences. Is my luck that bad?
Chapter 31. Maki's New Jutsu. In the Takime Clan head's building, Suiren sat quietly next to an excited Maki, who was recounting something with wild gestures and an enthusiastic tone. Suiren listened intently, her gaze betraying a mix of pride, regret, and awe.
She couldn't help but be happy at how far her granddaughter had come, even as a part of her felt a deep pang of loss.
Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door.
Come in,
Suiren called out. The door opened to reveal Kaoru, his face lighting up as he spotted Maki. He could not find her last night, and this morning he overslept. So this was the siblings' reunion after Kaoru's first ever mission.
I missed you, Maki,
he said, rushing to hug his sister. Maki returned the hug instantly, ruffling his hair with a grin.
Didn't you miss Grandma too?
She teased. Kaoru grinned mischievously.
I was going to hug her next. I hugged you first only because you'd be pouting otherwise.
Serves you right,
she retorted, pinching his cheek. Both siblings laughed.
Grandma, I've got a request,
Kaoru began, but Suiren cut him off with a knowing look.
If you're talking about that orphaned girl, I've already handled it. She'll be adopted by Siba's family. They came by early this morning, telling me you left her with them last night. They'd love to keep her, so I gave them my blessing.
Kaoru's shoulders relaxed, relief washing over him.
I'm glad. Siba has a good family,
he said, smiling.
Even if he's always teasing me about pie, he's a great dad. His kids adore him.
Maki grinned mischievously.
Rue, Shin is very strong, isn't he? I thought you'd underestimate him, but I was right, wasn't I?
Kaoru's eyes brightened as he nodded enthusiastically.
You weren't kidding. He's incredible.
Maki's smile shifted into a smug grin.
Of course he's strong. He's a jonin, maybe even an elite jonin,
she said with a curious tone of pride. Suiren, watching her granddaughter closely, caught the subtle shift in Maki's expression and chuckled quietly to herself. Kaoru, oblivious to the nuance, looked between them, confused. Suddenly, Maki's grin widened.
Rue, I've developed a new technique. Want to see it?
Kaoru's face lit up.
Of course. Can we go right now?
Maki was already standing.
Let's go. Oh, and there's someone I want to introduce you to. Grandma, could you let Akura know to find us at Training Ground 1 when he shows up? Tell him it's about Maru's request, and he won't dare be lazy.
As they dashed out of the room, Suiren watched them go, her smile lingering for a moment before fading. Slowly her expression darkened, a shadow of sadness crossing her face.
So you've given up on the Suijingan, Maki?
Suiren thought, her heart heavy.
She had always known this day would come, but that knowledge didn't make it any easier.
She sighed, returning her focus to the quiet room. the sound of their laughter still faintly echoing in her ears. Maki stood in front of Kaoru with a mischievous grin plastered across her face.
Rue, I've been working on this technique for a long time,
She said, her voice brimming with excitement. Her eyes began to glow cyan, not as vividly as Kaoru's Suijingan, but undeniably the same. Kaoru braced himself, expecting her to manipulate water, but then her eyes started to morph. The glow twisted, narrowing into fierce vertical slits that gleamed like a predator's in the dark, their sharpness exuding an almost primal intensity. Kaoru watched, wide-eyed, as her chakra flared, erupting violently. It wasn't like her usual calm and controlled energy. This was wild, surging through her body like an untamed storm. He could see it wrapping around her in a thick, volatile shroud. Maki's grin widened.
I call this Predator's Pact. I sacrifice the Suijingan for it. Every effect of our clan's Kekkei Genkai shuts down, but the eyes remain active. The immense chakra it normally draws and consumes gets redistributed throughout my body, pushing it to the limit. My strength, speed, and reflexes skyrocket. And that's not all. My senses, smell, hearing, and sight, are insanely sharp. It's like my whole brain operates on a higher level. Want to spar, Rue?
She asked with a sly grin, practically bouncing with anticipation. Kaoru didn't answer. He activated his Suijingan, scanning her. What he saw left him stunned. Unlike her usual harmonious chakra flow, the energy within her now was chaotic, violent, and completely unpredictable. Without hesitation, Kaoru attacked.
Lingering death.
He manipulated water into orbs in her blind spot. This time, he didn't sharpen the water or increase its density. He didn't want to risk injuring her. But before the water projectiles could connect, Maki tilted her head to the side, evading them effortlessly, without even looking. Kaoru froze, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Maki smirked smugly.
I don't need to see incoming attacks. I sense everything around me. Now it's my turn.
Before Kaoru could react, she vanished, reappearing beside him in an instant.
Rue, you've got to be more careful,
She teased, flicking his forehead. The seemingly gentle tap sent Kaoru flying. He tumbled across the ground, stunned by the force.
What the hell? That wasn't a body flicker. She just moved. Is that her normal speed now? And my forehead is burning.
Massaging his forehead, Kaoru scrambled to his feet. He tried to trap Maki in water, but before the tendrils could even take shape, she was already in front of him again, grinning from ear to ear.
Aren't I awesome?
She asked, her voice full of playful pride. Kaoru clenched his fists, frustrated.
Maki, I don't think I can even touch you unless I trick you somehow. You're just too fast.
His voice wavered, his confidence from earlier in the day shattered. Maki's grin softened, and she patted his shoulder.
Don't worry, Rue. You'll get stronger in time. You've already come so far. For now, let me show you a few of my new moves.
Without waiting for a response, Maki leapt back, her chakra flaring again as she swung her hand. 1, 2, 3. Her movements were so fast that they left after images. Each swing unleashed slicing shockwaves, resembling claws or fangs that ripped through the air, leaving cuts in the earth below. Her strikes were feral, precise, and devastating. Finally, she stopped and deactivated Predator's Pact, her chakra settling as the glow in her eyes dimmed.
What do you think?
She asked, grinning. Kaoru exhaled, his frustration fading into admiration.
Maki, that's incredible. I think you might be the strongest in Takimura now.
Her grin turned thoughtful.
Maybe. But I still need to test this against someone strong. I can already think of ways to improve it. Still, I think this is it. This is the technique that defines my fighting style, my signature.
Kaoru smiled, his genuine admiration for Maki's accomplishment still shining through.
It suits you, Maki. It really does.
Then his smile turned sly.
So, when are you going to teach me how to use it?
Maki's jaw dropped. Her baby brother was already trying to claim her signature move even before she'd had a chance to announce it to the world. She burst into laughter.
That's Kaoru, all right.
She thought. Still laughing, she ruffled his hair.
No one but me can use this technique,
She said, a proud glint in her eye.
My Suijingan is defective, but that's what makes it unique. I can channel its power directly into my body because of that quirk. Ru, your Suijingan is better than mine. Heck, it's better than Grandma's. Better than Dad's.
Maki's playful smile faltered for a moment as she clenched her fists, her lips pressing into a thin line. Memories of their father, faint but powerful, flickered in her mind. She barely remembered him, but she knew his strength. He was an S-rank shinobi, a warrior whose name carried weight across all of Kirigakure, a legend of the Takime Clan.
What I'm saying is, don't look for shortcuts, Ru. Keep developing your Suijingan, and one day you'll be a living calamity.
She finished with a warm smile, flicking his forehead again. But this time, the touch was gentle, affectionate.
So, you can be warm and kind to Kaoru, huh? Why don't you try being even half that humane with this old man?
Akura's voice carried through the training ground as he approached, grinning.
Swiren told me you were here. Looks like you finally got that technique under control. What was the name again? Predator's Vow, right?
He chuckled, his mood unusually light. Seeing Maki despair and struggle for months had been hard on him, and watching her emerge stronger filled him with relief. Maki shot him a look, a calculated, ominous one. Akura's grin faltered.
She's plotting something again. That girl never lets me off easy,
he thought with a shiver.
Let's just go summon that despicable bird,
Akura muttered, his good mood evaporating as quickly as it came.
Oh, Ru, I forgot to mention.
Maki said with a smirk, ignoring Akura's complaints.
Akura's summon wants to meet you. He's a massive eagle who loves flying and flattery. If you want him to like you, shower him with compliments. First impressions matter. Got it?
She chuckled. Kaoru raised an eyebrow.
Why does he want to see me? I don't remember ever meeting him.
I don't know.
Maki shrugged.
But he said we'd both be grateful and happy once we heard him out. Anyway, let's go. You'll see for yourself soon enough.
With that, the trio made their way to the waterfall, just as they'd promised Maru. The sound of rushing water grew louder as they approached, its roar echoing through the secluded area. Once they arrived, Akura bit his finger to draw blood and smeared it across the tattoo on his wrist. In a puff of smoke, the massive eagle appeared, his golden eyes surveying the humans below. Maru's wings stretched wide, casting a shadow over the group as he tilted his head imperiously.
I knew you'd force him to keep his word. You're a good girl, Maki,
Maru said, his tone more like he was praising a pet than offering a compliment. Maki ignored the condescending undertone and smiled brightly.
A promise is a promise, Maru,
she said, then gestured toward Kaoru.
By the way, this is my little brother, Kaoru.
Akura's lips twitched in amusement. He fully expected Maru to say something obnoxious, given Kaoru's small stature. But to his surprise, the kid was ready.
Ooh, Maki, you weren't exaggerating?
Kaoru said, his expression one of exaggerated awe.
Uncle Maru is so magnificent and glorious. Honestly, if he could stay here, the other clans would be so jealous.
Akura's jaw dropped.
Like sister, like brother,
he thought. But unlike Akura, Maru was utterly pleased. The eagle straightened, puffing out his chest and flapping his enormous wings gently, showing off his sheer magnificence.
Hello, Kaoru,
Maru said.
I see you already know my name, but I actually know quite a lot about you as well.
The eagle's voice took on a mysterious air, clearly enjoying the attention.
Kaoru, could you do me a favor and activate your Suijingan?
Maru asked so politely that Maki and Akura nearly choked. Kaoru nodded.
Sure, Uncle Maru.
He activated his Suijingan, and his eyes began to glow like brilliant cyan gems. Maru extended his right wing and said,
Look at my wing and tell me what you see.
Kaoru focused his gaze. At first, he saw the usual chakra flow, but as he concentrated, the chakra in Maru's wing began to take shape. Soon, Kaoru could make out distinct characters etched in glowing chakra.
It says, invitation, Uncle Maru. That's so cool. How did you do that? Can you shape chakra however you want?
Kaoru's excitement bubbled over. Maru clicked his beak in satisfaction, his chest swelling with pride.
I'm glad the Takime clan has a youngster with your manners, Kaoru.
He said, his tone grandiose.
As for your question, I can shape chakra any way I want. In my wings, that is.
It was Maru's way of avoiding the truth that his ability was thanks to his feathers, not some innate power. His version sounded far more impressive. Maki, however, wasn't as captivated. She crossed her arms and interrupted, her voice sharp.
Maru, what about the invitation?
Maru shot her a displeased look, but relented.
It was a test to confirm whether your brother's Suijingen is in its true form. Since he could read the chakra characters, it means he was born with the gift.
Maru explained. He then ruffled his feathers, taking his time before continuing.
Now, as for the word itself, invitation, it's exactly that. My friend is inviting Kaoru to his tribe as a guest. In fact, he's the one who taught me how to test Kaoru's eyes.
Everyone froze. Kaoru's excitement was palpable as he stood there, practically vibrating with anticipation. Maki ignored her brother's barely contained joy and turned to Maru, her expression serious and nearly threatening.
Who is this friend?
She asked. /N-. What kind of creature do you think invited Kaoru? Or better yet, what kind of creature do you want it to be? I spent the whole day brainstorming Maki's new technique, and honestly, I'm really happy with the result. It feels unique, powerful, and full of potential. Plus, it gave me a chance to reveal a bit more about Suijingan. Slowly but surely, I'm building up a reserve of chapters for P at Trion Access. I'm not quite at my target yet, but hey, progress is progress. Character notes: Maru, gullible. Kaoru is such a pleasant kid, just like his sister. Akura, frustrated, these kids are too shameless. Chapter 33, Kaoru's new Kekkei Genkai. In a large village surrounded by dense forest and towering fences, the genin exam was underway. Academy students were being tested on the leaf concentration exercise, but all eyes were on a single boy in the center of the training ground. A small leaf was firmly stuck to his forehead, unmoving despite the passage of time. The other students watched in awe, while even the examiners exchanged surprised glances.
How long has it been?
Asked one of the examiners.
It's been 2 hours, Sensei, and he's not even sweating,
replied a wide-eyed student. That's enough, Itachi. Thank you, the examiner finally said, motioning for the boy to stop. Then, turning to the class, he added,
Kids, the leaf concentration exercise is one of the key reasons why Itachi is so skilled at chakra control. That, and the fact that he's an unparalleled genius.
The examiner thought silently. Konoha was putting a tremendous effort into nurturing its next generation. The recent war, followed by the Nine Tails rampage, had left the village vulnerable. They were far from the strength they once held, and tensions with other nations were rising. The Hyuga clan had recently been targeted by Kirigakure shinobi, resulting in Hiyashi Hyuga killing their head ninja in self-defense. Despite Kirigakure being the aggressor, Konoha had been forced to offer Hiyashi's twin brother, Hisashi, as a sacrifice to avoid war. With the village in such a weakened state, the third Hokage was sparing no expense to ensure the next generation of shinobi would be stronger than ever. It was under his direct request that 7-year-old Uchiha Itachi, already a genin and considered the rising star of Konoha, had made an appearance at the exam to inspire his peers.
Itachi-san, will you be participating in the upcoming chunin exams?
A girl asked shyly, her cheeks flushing red as her gaze lingered on him.
Probably,
Itachi replied, offering a warm smile. Then he bowed politely to everyone as a farewell, leaving the room as gracefully as he had entered. The council was gathered, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat at the head of the table.
Are we truly going to cancel the chunin exams this year and host it exclusively for our village?
Danzo asked, his tone laced with disdain.
If other villages use it as an opportunity to cause trouble, we might end up in a situation similar to before Elder Danzo. I only had one twin brother after all.
Hyuga Hiyashi responded coldly, his words dripping with contempt. He had neither forgotten nor forgiven Hiruzen's stance during the Hyuga incident, where his family was attacked, and his daughter was almost kidnapped. While Hiyashi would never rebel, his respect and trust for the third Hokage had been nearly eroded.
I must side with Elder Danzo on this,
Homura said, surprising everyone in the room. Homura was known for his cautious and peace-loving nature, and siding with Danzo was entirely out of character. Eyes widened around the table as he continued,
If we retreat even now, the other villages will only grow bolder. Instead of buying time to recover, we could end up accelerating the next war.
Hiruzen, clearly uneasy, turned to Shikaku Nara.
Shikaku, what is your opinion?
He asked, hoping the Nara clan head would advocate for the safer option. But Shikaku offered a pragmatic response. We need to showcase Itachi Uchiha to the world. It's vital to restore Konoha's image by demonstrating that we still have genius shinobi in the younger generation, Shikaku said calmly. Even though on the surface what he said made perfect sense, his words carried hidden intentions. First, by highlighting Itachi's talent, he sent a clear message that Konoha valued the Uchiha, subtly implying trust in Fugaku Uchiha's innocence. This was no small matter, as the Uchiha had been under suspicion ever since it was revealed that the Nine Tails was controlled using the Sharingan, and the only known Mangekyo Sharingan user capable of putting Nine Tails under Genjutsu was sitting next to Shikaku, Fugaku Uchiha. Second, Shikaku's plan would force the Uchiha to rely on Konoha. Making Itachi the focus of global attention would turn him into a target for other villages and rogue shinobi alike, ensuring the Uchiha couldn't isolate themselves. And finally, elevating Itachi as a rising star would shield him from Danzo's machinations, effectively cornering the elder into inaction. While Shikaku lacked concrete evidence against Danzo, he was sharp enough to sense the man's dangerous ambitions. Fugaku Uchiha was far from pleased. He understood the ramifications of Shikaku's suggestion, but had no power to oppose it. Ever since Minato's death, his role on the council had been reduced to a token position. Lord Hokage, Tsume Inuzuka interjected, her voice bold and direct. I think a vote is pointless. It's clear the majority wants to proceed with the chunin exams as usual. Tsume was against cancelling the exams as well, though her motivations were different. Ever since the Hyuga incident, she had openly expressed her dissatisfaction with Hiruzen's leadership. However, there was no alternative candidate for Hokage, Jiraiya being the only viable option, and he had no interest in the role. Hiruzen sighed deeply.
Very well, it's settled. The chunin exams will proceed without changes, and all villages will be invited.
His voice carried resignation as he sealed the council's decision. In a dimly lit chamber in Iwagakure, Onoki sat at the head of the table. His small stature was a stark contrast to the commanding aura that filled the room. Authority emanated from him, as unshakable as the mountains he ruled over. So Konoha decided to proceed with the chunin exams, Onoki muttered. He had expected Hiruzen to play it safe. A smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. It must be Danzo's influence. It seems Hiruzen has lost support in his council. Within Konoha, the third Hokage's decision to surrender a jonin to avoid war had drawn ire and disappointment, shaming the village. But outside Konoha, the situation was entirely different. Hiruzen Sarutobi was despised, not for his failures, but for his strength. Even in his old age, his reputation as a fearsome S-rank kept other nations from setting foot in the land of fire with ill intent. The shadow he cast was long and intimidating. Are we sending our genin to participate? Roshi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, asked. Yes, we are, Onoki replied after a brief pause. And you're going with them? Roshi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this. I'm not sure if anything will happen during the exams, Onoki continued, but I'd rather not take chances, especially since Akatsuchi will be part of the team. His voice grew heavier, weighted with the burden of leadership. There are too few talents in Iwagakure's new generation, Onoki thought grimly. I can't afford to lose even one. The room fell silent again, the weight of Onoki's decision hanging in the air. He might have been old and small in stature, but his foresight and strategic mind remained sharper than ever. In the world of shinobi, it was never just about strength. It was about survival, and Onoki would do whatever it took to protect his village and its future. Tsunagakure and Kirigakure also decided to participate in the upcoming chunin exams, and like Iwagakure, they chose to send their strongest shinobi to accompany their genin teams. Kumogakure, however, took a different stance. What could Konoha be scheming? Raikage A muttered. While it seemed like he was thinking out loud, his sharp eyes were fixed on Dodai, an experienced advisor, expecting his answer. Dodai thought for a moment. I don't believe Konoha is planning anything outright. However, to be cautious, I suggest we refrain from sending anyone. He paused. Considering the humiliation they suffered against us, any action on our part will either be seen as us uncovering a potential scheme or as a blatant display of disrespect. Either way, it won't harm our reputation. I leaned back in his chair, considering Dodai's words. All right, that's what we'll do, he said. I'm not about to risk the lives of our youngsters for something like this. Kumo has the upper hand right now, and I'll be damned if we waste it. A rare smile crossed his face, one of pride and determination. Kumogakure's position was indeed enviable. While Konoha had been in the best shape following the war, the loss of the fourth Hokage during the Nine-Tails rampage had severely weakened their strength. Iwagakure, though not significantly weakened by the war, had seen little growth in power, as their new generation was notably unremarkable. Tsunagakure was the weakest, with only one S-rank shinobi, their Kazakage, left to hold their crumbling forces together. Kirigakure, though strong, was teetering on the edge of internal conflict. In contrast, Kumogakure stood tall, its forces and leadership intact, and its momentum growing. For the path forward was clear. Kumo would use this time to prepare for the next war, solidifying their dominance, while their rivals remained in disarray. What's the point in not participating? Our existence is already widely known. Shiomura warned us that Mizukage attempted to win them over. It's clear Kiri is moving against us, so we might as well make our presence known to other villages, Maki argued passionately.
Kiri will be hunting us now. Leaving with talented kids would make you the biggest target possible, Maki.
Swiren countered, her usually calm demeanor cracking with irritation. This time she had no support, and that angered her.
Let them come if they dare. I'm not the same as before,
Maki retorted, puffing out her chest. Her confidence was undeniable. She'd been sparring relentlessly, pestering everyone in the village to challenge her, and she'd won every single time. To be fair, her new technique made her nearly invincible in friendly spars, as breaking her defenses without lethal intent was almost impossible. Even so, it was clear that Maki had become one of Takimura's strongest.
So you're saying you'll go with the kids?
Meruem interjected. For once, he found himself siding with Maki.
Yes, I will. Shin is coming too,
Maki said firmly.
Honestly, I'd prefer to take Mei with me since her long-range attacks complement my fighting style. But unfortunately, Mei needs to stay and finish working on her new jutsu.
She smirked as she said this. She was enjoying that she had ignited the competitive spirit in her friends. Shin, though still focused on his students, had grown restless, dissatisfied with his own strength. And Mei, after bringing Uzumaki Yiko to the village, had been training like a lunatic, barely pausing to eat or sleep after her humiliating defeat at Maki's hands. Meruem couldn't have been prouder of Mei's progress, and he was secretly grateful to Maki for sparking it.
Grandma, you're the only one who disagrees,
Maki continued, addressing her directly.
If we vote, your voice alone won't be enough to change anything. Why not trust me? You know I'd never put Kaoru's life in danger.
It was Maki's ultimate trump card. Every time a discussion grew heated, she reminded them of her unwavering priority. Kaoru's safety. Everyone in the room knew she'd risk everything else before putting her brother in harm's way. Takimura's council was more like a family meeting than a governing body. There were no schemes or egos clashing, only genuine concern and love for their people. It was their strength and their weakness. Suiren sighed.
Tenma, send an Oinen squad to tail them,
She ordered. It wasn't an objection, but a compromise, something to ease her mind. This time, even Meruem agreed. While his connection to Akane wasn't as strong as Maki's bond with Kaoru, he still recognized Akane as one of the Terumi clan's brightest talents, and he had Kaoru to thank for much of her progress.
It's decided then. I'll go tell Kaoru,
Maki said, with barely contained excitement. It was clear that the thought of sharing the news with her brother thrilled her even more than the decision itself.
Wait, we still need to discuss the matter regarding the Durinu clan?
Swiren began, but Maki was already gone, disappearing in a flash. Swiren sighed, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation.
She'll never change, will she?
She asked, her voice laced with both fondness and helplessness.
Don't worry, Swiren. I can handle it.
Akura reassured her with a chuckle.
I bonded with their leader on the way here. He's the same age as me.
Durinu clan, the skilled blacksmiths Maki and Akura had brought to the village, was already settling in comfortably. The houses for them had been prepared in advance, thanks to meticulous planning. Takemura's layout was carefully designed, with ample open areas reserved for new residential developments and even isolated spots bordered by water canals, perfect for accommodating new clans like the Durinu.
They're requesting some specific materials for their work and a proper space to set up their forge and shop,
Swiren explained, moving the conversation back to practical matters. Akura nodded.
They've already been scouting locations near the central market. If we clear one of the empty lots near the water canals, it would be perfect for their shop. The canals would make transporting materials much easier, and the location keeps the noise away from residential areas.
The council continued to discuss the Durinu clan's integration, focusing on the resources they'd need and how their renowned skills could contribute to Takemura's development. While Maki's impulsive energy was already focused elsewhere, the rest of the council quietly laid the groundwork for the village's growth, brick by brick. Ru, I've got great news,
Maki shouted as she practically barged into Kaoru's room. Her excitement, however, was short-lived. The smile on her face froze, and her jaw nearly hit the floor.
Kaoru was sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by a shimmering water sphere. Hovering around the sphere were 8 small orbs, each a different shape and density. But what truly left Maki speechless was the sight of one of the orbs slowly freezing, its surface turning into solid, glistening ice.
You created a new Kekkei Genkai?
Maki whispered as her eyes widened in disbelief. /N-. I bet you didn't see that coming at the end of such a chill chapter, huh? Oh, and I'm thinking about creating an auxiliary page, kind of like Kaoru's stat window. It would include his techniques, elements, inventory, and other details. What do you guys think? If it's not something you're interested in, I won't waste time on it. Let me know. Character note, Maki, disbelief. So I create my own jutsu, and this brat creates Kekkei Genkai? The universe is unfair. Kaoru, smug. What should I create next? Chapter 34, Itachi Uchiha.
You created a new Kekkei Genkai?
Maki whispered as her eyes widened in disbelief. Kaoru glanced up at her, his Kaian Suijingen glowing brightly.
Not exactly,
he said with a small grin.
It's still water. Sort of. I was experimenting with density and realized I can manipulate temperature too, although doing that pushes the limits of what I can do with my chakra control and reserves.
Maki stepped closer, her shock slowly giving way to awe.
Ru, this isn't just pushing limits. Do you realize what this means? You're creating ice without a secondary nature. This is...
She trailed off, trying to process what she was seeing. Kaoru's grin widened.
Grandma always says we don't know the full potential of Suijingen, right? So I thought, why not see how far it can go?
Maki crouched next to him, staring at the frozen orb in utter amazement.
Ru, if this isn't a new Kekkei Genkai, it's pretty damn close. Does Grandma know about this?
Nope, you're the first one to see it.
Kaoru chuckled.
Guess I ruined your big news moment, huh?
Maki shook her head, her earlier excitement returning with full force.
Ru, you didn't ruin anything. You might have just made it 10 times better.
She ruffled his hair, grinning from ear to ear.
Takimura is going to lose their minds when they see this. But for now, teach me how you did it,
said Maki with a cheeky smile. Kaoru laughed.
You can't just learn this in one sitting, Maki. Besides, don't you have your predator's pack to brag about?
Maki's grin turned mischievous.
Fair enough. But one day, Rue, you're going to spill all your secrets. Until then.
Her eyes flicked to the frozen orb again.
You better keep creating even more crazy techniques.
She laughed, then asked,
Rue, can you use this in battle?
No, not yet.
Kaoru admitted as he scratched the back of his head.
It takes too much chakra, and the speed is way too slow. Actually, I was working on something completely different when I realized I could manipulate temperature. Then I got carried away.
He grinned.
Want to see it?
Maki's jaw dropped.
Wait, you created a new Kekkei Genkai and a new technique at the same time? Rue, you're starting to sound made up.
If it's water, I feel like I can do anything as long as my creativity and chakra reserves hold up.
Kaoru shrugged, but his expression darkened slightly.
Although, if I manipulate too much water, my head feels like it's going to explode. Once, I even fainted. Honestly, I think the only way to train Suijingan is through pain. A lot of pain.
He massaged his temples, the memory of countless headaches fresh in his mind.
Show me the new technique, genius,
Maki said, folding her arms but unable to hide her excitement. Kaoru nodded, activating his Suijingan. He moved water from a massive barrel nearby, and soon the liquid began swirling around him until he was completely submerged in a perfect sphere of water. His glowing cyan eyes locked onto Maki as he gestured for her to attack. Maki hesitated briefly, but then smirked. She didn't hold back much as she delivered a punch straight at the sphere. Her fist didn't even pierce the water. It felt like she'd just struck solid steel. She winced, shaking her hand.
What the hell, Rue? This hurts.
Kaoru smiled and then dismissed the water, guiding it back into the barrel as his eyes dimmed.
The idea came to me when I saw your new technique,
Kaoru explained.
I realized I was completely defenseless against you. My long-range attacks are useless if I can't hit you, and you could close the distance whenever you wanted. So, this is my ultimate defense mode. Unless the attack is really strong, it should hold up.
Kaoru paused, frowning slightly.
There are weaknesses, though. Lightning, sound attacks, and probably a few others. I'm working on it, but it's not just for defense. I can make spikes, tentacles, all kinds of stuff. And the best part? It costs me almost no chakra to maintain.
Maki raised an eyebrow.
We're testing this at the training ground later. But wait, can you boil water too?
She teased with a laugh. Kaoru grinned, shaking his head.
Not yet. I can lower the temperature, but increasing is a whole different story. I tried, but it's ridiculously taxing. I think it's possible in the future, but for now, just slowing the particles down is already a big win.
Maki couldn't help but laugh as Kaoru explained his technique in detail, clearly proud of his progress. She fondly remembered the book she'd given him for his 10th birthday. A guide on water element manipulation written from a scientific perspective rather than tailored for shinobi. She was thrilled to see how much it had helped him. From that book, Kaoru had learned that by accelerating water particles, he could increase the water's temperature, and by slowing them down, he could lower it, even freezing it entirely.
Well, good job, Rue.
She ruffled his hair and grinned.
But don't even think about one-upping me during training.
Maki, what about the surprise?
Kaoru asked as his laugh faded.
Oh, I almost forgot. The council agreed we're going to Konoha to participate in the chunin exams.
Maki grinned widely.
Finally! I've been stuck in the village for months now.
Kaoru groaned. Since they discovered that Kirigakure was hunting their shinobis, Takimura had forbidden genins from leaving the village unless an Oinin squad scouted ahead first. And with only 2 squads available, most genins had been grounded indefinitely.
Don't worry,
Maki said, puffing her chest with mock bravado.
Both Shin and I will be coming this time, so even if Kiri dares to make a move, they'll regret it.
Kaoru chuckled at her words.
How's your wind release training coming along? Shin told me you are studying this new scroll he gave you on your birthday.
Maki asked casually, grabbing an apple from the table and taking a bite.
No progress whatsoever,
Kaoru admitted with a chuckle.
Wind release doesn't come nearly as easily as water, but I've made progress with my chakra rotation. My left hand is done now. I think I'll be able to rotate chakra throughout my whole body next year. Or, worst case, in 2 years.
His tone turned boastful, and he shot Maki a cheeky grin. He wanted to ask her to spar with him, but Maki interrupted.
All right, Rue.
Maki said, tossing the apple aside and stretching her arms.
I've got tons of work to finish before bed.
She waved him off and disappeared, leaving the half-eaten apple behind. Kaoru smiled to himself, stretching his hand toward the discarded fruit. Slowly the apple began to shrink and wrinkle as its water content drained away. Kaoru examined his work with satisfaction. His mastery over Suijingen took a significant leap the day he finally managed to control 8 water tentacles simultaneously.
So I'll be meeting Itachi, huh?
Kaoru thought as he leaned back, feeling a mix of excitement and unease.
How old is he now? 7 or 8, I think. I can't believe I'm nervous about fighting a 7-year-old kid.
He chuckled at the absurdity of it, though the nervous tension lingered in the back of his mind.
Should I show my true strength during the exams?
He glanced at the dehydrated apple on the table.
I'll ask Maki what she thinks,
he muttered to himself, already mentally preparing for the biggest challenge of his life.
Itachi Uchiha, the child who sacrificed himself to solve adults' problems.
Kaoru muttered as he sat down cross-legged. His cyan eyes started glowing once again. 8 water tentacles rose from the barrel, moving fluidly toward him and forming a protective sphere. His voice grew softer, almost swallowed by the swirling water.
Do I even want to try saving him?
2 weeks flew by, and the time had finally come for Takimura's delegation to depart. The village was sending 2 genin teams. The first comprised Sugeru, Yuji, and Akito, each of them 12 years old. The second team included Kaoru, Mizuki, and Akane, aged 10, 11, and 12 respectively. Kaoru stood near the entrance. He was chatting with Akane and the other kids. The genins were clad in dark blue clothes, bearing Takimura's colors, their clan symbols proudly displayed on the backs of their cloaks. For the first time, they wore Takimura's official headbands, each etched with the waterfall emblem.
I'm so excited to see Konoha.
Akane exclaimed, practically bouncing in place.
Do you think their food is good? They probably have like 1,000,000 types of ramen. I heard they even put eggs in it.
Kaoru chuckled.
You're excited about ramen?
Food is part of the experience, Rue.
Akane said, giving him an exaggerated look.
Why else would I train so hard, if not to eat all the food I want?
Sure, that's why you're training,
Kaoru said, smirking.
Am I the only one worried about this whole thing?
Akito asked nervously, glancing around. His comment earned simultaneous groans from Sugeru and Yuji.
Don't worry, Akito,
Kaoru reassured him.
Maki and Shin are coming with us. If anything happens, they'll handle it.
No, I mean about the exam itself,
Akito said, lowering his voice.
I heard Lady Suiren talking with Akura-san yesterday. She said Kiri Genin might target us during the exams.
That just means we'll get to beat some Kiri kids,
Yuji said confidently, puffing out his chest.
I'm ready to show them who's boss.
Yuji, they're kids like us.
Akane said, rolling her eyes.
You don't have to act like we're fighting for our lives.
Maybe we are,
Mizuki said suddenly, her voice quiet but chilling enough to send a shiver down everyone's spine. She wasn't smiling either.
Why do you have to be like that, Mizuki?
Akito muttered, trying to shake off the tension.
You're scary.
Exactly,
Mizuki replied flatly, turning her gaze to him. Akito immediately averted his eyes.
Excitement is good,
Maki interrupted, stepping into the group's circle with her usual vibrant energy.
This is Takimura's first official delegation ever. We need to leave an unforgettable impression.
She shot a meaningful glance at Kaoru. They'd had a long discussion about the mission, and it had been decided. Kaoru wouldn't hold back. He was guaranteed to become a target after the exams because there was no way he would be able to keep the Suijingan secret. So it was better to make him famous and let the world know how powerful Takimura's new generation truly is. Yuji grinned.
Unforgettable, huh? Don't worry, Maki-san. I'll be so good they'll call me Yuji the Unstoppable by the end of the exams.
They'll call you Yuji the Unbearable,
Suguru muttered, earning a laugh from Akane.
Hey,
Yuji protested.
I've been training harder than anyone. Just wait. I'll pass this exam before you even realize what happened.
I don't think that's how exams work.
Mizuki said dryly.
There's no extra credit for being annoying.
All right, kids. Time to depart.
Shin said as he appeared out of nowhere, startling Akito so badly he almost dropped his satchel.
Does he always do that?
Akito whispered to Kaoru.
It's not normal.
Kaoru smirked.
Better get used to it.
With that, the delegation set off. /N-. This chapter was a bit shorter than usual, but it marks the start of the chunin exam arc. Expect plenty of action-packed fights, and I'll do my best to sprinkle in some humor along the way. Even though I'll admit, comedy isn't exactly my strong suit. By the way, if you're enjoying the story, please consider adding it to your library and leaving a review. It helps the story gain more attention and gives me the motivation to keep writing. Character note, Akito paranoid. What if other villages also target us? Kaoru excites. If I manage to defeat Itachi, then I'm truly a genius. Chapter 35, Konoha. The Takimura kids stood at the gates of Konoha, staring up at the grand walls with wide, sparkling eyes, or more accurately, everyone except Mizuki. She maintained her stoic, indifferent expression. None of them had ever left Takimura before, and seeing the sheer scale of Konoha made them realize just how small their own village was, both in size and population. The inside was even more mesmerizing. The streets bustled with people, and the air was thick with excitement. With the chunin exams taking place, Konoha was overflowing with merchants and rogue shinobi from all over, turning the village into a vibrant hub of activity. Shops lined the streets, selling everything from shinobi tools to exotic goods, items you could never find in Takimura. Kaoru's eyes glimmered with excitement, but for entirely different reasons.
I'm so glad I brought my money, and borrowed some from Maki. I should be able to find some great scrolls and books here.
He could barely contain his giddiness at the idea of expanding his collection. But deep down, he was even more thrilled at the chance to see some of the figures he admired most, especially Itachi. Kaoru didn't remember much beyond the Naruto series, but the emotions tied to certain characters were still vivid. Respect for Itachi and awe at Madara's strength. As much as he hated to admit it, Kaoru had a soft spot for the Uchiha.
Rue, let's go eat ramen.
Akane nearly shouted, bouncing on her toes.
Mizuki, you wanna come?
Mizuki glanced at Kaoru first, as if his decision would determine hers. When she saw that he was going, she gave a small nod.
Sure.
Maki, is it okay if we go?
Kaoru asked earnestly. He'd promised Maki he wouldn't go anywhere without her permission, and as usual, he was serious about keeping his word, especially to her. Maki gave him a considering look before nodding.
Go, but meet me in front of the academy in 2 hours.
She paused for a moment, then added,
If anything happens, use the scroll Waiko made. I'll find you immediately.
Kaoru grinned. Uzumaki Yiko had quickly become one of Takimura's treasures. Since joining the village, he'd created countless seals, earning the admiration of everyone. At first, he'd been underwhelmed by Takimura's early development stage, but after experiencing the warmth and respect from its people, he'd settled in comfortably. He even crafted custom storage seals for the genin, refusing to take a single ryo in payment. Naturally, everyone adored him. The alarm seals he'd made for this trip were simple but effective. Each kid carried one half of a paired seal, while Maki or Shin held the corresponding halves. If a kid's seal was destroyed, the other half would heat up, instantly alerting their guardians.
Suguru, wanna join us?
Kaoru called to his friend.
No, Kaoru, we're checking out the scroll shops.
Sugeru yelled back as he, Akito, and Yuji bolted toward a vendor.
Guess it's just us then,
Kaoru said, smiling at Akane and Mizuki. He had a specific destination in mind, Ichiraku Ramen, but he couldn't exactly explain how he knew about it. Thinking quickly, Kaoru approached a passerby.
Excuse me, could you recommend a good place to eat ramen?
Akane and Mizuki looked at him in surprise, but said nothing. The man grinned warmly.
Tsunagari ramen is the best, kids. You've got to try it. It's at the end of this street.
He pointed eagerly. Kaoru barely held back a frown. The name was unfamiliar, and it wasn't what he wanted to hear. He plastered on a smile and turned to the girls.
Let's ask a few more people, just to be sure. We wouldn't want to fall victim to poor taste.
They stopped about 10 more people. Finally, Kaoru had the results he wanted. Ichiraku Ramen had the most recommendations, with Hokiboshi Ramen coming in second. Tsunagari Ramen, only one person had mentioned it. The first guy. Kaoru chuckled to himself.
That guy must own it, or be related to the owner.
Akane couldn't wait a second longer and rushed toward Ichiraku Ramen, practically dragging both Mizuki and Kaoru behind her.
Faster, faster, I'm starving,
she urged, pulling them along with surprising strength.
She's such a foodie,
Kaoru thought with an amused chuckle. When they finally arrived, Kaoru froze for a moment, his eyes scanning the place. Unlike the small ramen stand he remembered from the anime, this was a fully functioning restaurant. A moment of doubt crept in.
Is this the wrong place?
But the sign hanging above the entrance clearly read, Ramen Ichiraku.
This is the right place,
he thought, narrowing his eyes slightly.
Why is it so different?
The discrepancy between his memories and reality gnawed at him.
Did he have to sell the place and downgrade to a small shop by the time Naruto was old enough to eat here?
For the first time, Kaoru experienced a gap between the world he remembered and the one he was now living in. It was unsettling, but more than anything, it annoyed him.
I knew my memories would eventually become useless, but I didn't expect differences to show up this early.
Kaoru didn't feel fear. This was his life now. He was Kaoru Takime, and this was no longer the show he used to watch. His memories were a tool, an edge to grow stronger or change outcomes he cared about. But they weren't absolute, and this was a sharp reminder of that.
Guys, what are you waiting for? Let's go in.
Akane's excited shout snapped Kaoru out of his thoughts. He smiled as her enthusiasm pulled him back to the present.
Whatever, this is my life now, not just a story. Things are bound to be different.
Letting go of his earlier thoughts, Kaoru followed Akane inside, ready to enjoy the experience.
So, has everyone arrived?
Asked Hiruzen, standing alone on the roof of the Hokage's building, looking at the village below. The moment he finished asking the question, an ANBU shinobi appeared beside him. Yes, Lord Hokage. Every village has sent their genin teams, except Kumogakure. Hiruzen chuckled softly, interrupting the ANBU shinobi.
So that brat Raikage listened to Dodai, huh? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised.
He sighed deeply, his gaze drifting toward the horizon.
I'm starting to think avoiding confrontation with Kumo back then was a mistake. Maybe I'm just getting too old for this hit job. But my lazy student refuses to let me retire.
The ANBU waited in silence, giving Hiruzen the time he needed. When the Hokage didn't continue, the masked shinobi spoke again. There's an unexpected presence among the delegations, Lord Hokage. Kirigakure has sent 2 separate groups. One is officially from Kirigakure itself. The other claims to represent a settlement called Takimura. Hiruzen's brow rose slightly in curiosity.
They finally decided to reveal themselves, huh? I wonder what prompted them.
His voice remained neutral, reflecting the stance Konoha had towards this new faction.
And their guardians? Who are they and how strong?
They've sent 2 guardians, the ANBU reported. One is a rogue ninja called Shin. He is a jonin. The other is a woman bearing the Takime Clan symbol. Her chakra levels suggest she's jonin level, but she may be masking her true strength. Hiruzen hummed thoughtfully.
One Jonin and another who's at least Jonin level. Perhaps stronger. This is getting interesting.
After a brief pause, he added firmly,
Relay a message to Danzo. No moves are to be made against them. Send an Anbu to keep an eye on their delegation, but do not engage unless absolutely necessary.
The Anbu gave a curt nod and vanished, leaving Hiruzen alone once more. The Hokage exhaled deeply, his gaze falling to the bustling streets below.
I might have lucked out with this year's chunin exams. If Takimura truly has potential, they could be a valuable card to play against Kirigakure.
He mused aloud. Hiruzen turned, his eyes drawn to the towering sakura tree nearby, its blossoms swaying gently in the breeze. For a brief moment, his gaze flickered to the Hokage rock in the distance, where Minato's face was etched into stone. His expression softened, and a shadow of grief crossed his features.
I wish it had been me, Minato.
The thought hung heavy in his mind.
I'm truly sorry.
Hiruzen had experienced too much to shed a tear, but he still felt sorrow. He shook his head, dispelling the dark thoughts. With a resolute sigh, he descended the stairs, his steps steady. The council needed to be informed about this new faction, and Hiruzen had much to consider. Akane, Mizuki, and Kaoru reunited with the rest of the Takimura delegation near the academy entrance. Everyone but Shin stood outside, waiting for him to finish registering the kids for the exams. Inside, Shin was handling the paperwork, filling out basic details like names and ages.
Maki, the ramen was amazing. Why don't we have something that good in Takimura?
Kaoru exclaimed, still savoring the lingering taste of the meal.
Ru, maybe you should give up on training and open a restaurant.
Teased Maki, smirking.
With your water control, you could make cold drinks and soups in no time.
Only if you help me with chopping.
Kaoru teased back, grinning. Then he turned to Sugeru and asked,
Did you manage to buy anything interesting?
I did! I got a fire element scroll for my sister and this satchel for myself. Look how cool it is!
Sugeru beamed as he proudly showed off his new bag.
I'm surprised you haven't cleaned out the scroll shops yet,
he added with a laugh. Everyone in Takimura knew Kaoru's obsession with books and scrolls.
I will, but not yet. I need my money for something else,
Kaoru replied with a mischievous grin. His expression immediately triggered Maki's big sister instincts. She shot him a suspicious look, but Kaoru simply smiled innocently.
Whatever, I'm sure he won't get into trouble. Hopefully.
Maki thought, brushing it off. Soon Shin also returned from the academy building.
The first exam is scheduled for tomorrow morning,
he announced.
I suggest you all get a good night's sleep.
Let's go sightseeing before bed,
Akane suggested. She was already bouncing on her feet, eager to explore every corner of Konoha. The entire Takimura delegation strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha. Even Shin, who normally avoided such leisurely activities, decided to join, though he walked at a slower pace, keeping an eye on the group from behind. Maki, on the other hand, was at the front, eagerly pointing out interesting shops and landmarks, like an overly enthusiastic tour guide.
This is amazing,
Akane exclaimed, beaming with excitement.
There's so much to see. How does anyone get bored living here?
Kaoru chuckled.
I doubt they have time to be bored. Look at all these merchants and shinobi. Konoha's probably too busy for boredom.
Mizuki, walking alongside Yuji and Sugeru, raised an eyebrow at Akane.
You're acting like we've never been outside Takimura.
Well, we haven't.
Akane grinned.
And look at this place. The food, the shops, the people. This is a shinobi's paradise.
Maki laughed and gestured to a street stall selling weaponry.
You're lucky I let you drag me out here. That stand looks promising.
She turned to Kaoru.
I bet you're dying to check out the scroll shops.
Kaoru chuckled.
I'd love to, but I have to save my money for now.
He paused, then smirked.
Unlike some people who'll probably spend all their money on snacks.
Yuji, who was munching on some grilled meat he'd just bought, pointed at himself.
Hey, food is fuel. I'm just being efficient.
Suguru chuckled, showing off the satchel he'd bought earlier.
At least I'm investing in practical stuff. Look at this. Perfect for storing gear.
Shin sighed quietly from the back.
You're all acting like tourists. Don't forget why we're here.
Relax, Sensei.
Maki said, waving him off.
Let them enjoy themselves a little. They're just kids.
Some of them.
Shin muttered under his breath, glancing pointedly at Maki, who ignored him. The group wandered into a quiet park with tall trees and a serene pond. Akane crouched down near a cat she found, holding out her hand.
Look, they're so tame. I think it likes me.
It probably thinks you're food.
Mizuki deadpanned, earning a laugh from Kaoru. After the park, they found a bustling alley strung with glowing lanterns. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled food and spices. Stalls lined both sides of the alley, selling everything from dumplings to rare trinkets.
All right, everyone split up and pick something you want to try.
Maki declared, her voice brimming with excitement.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of feast.
Shin raised a hand.
Just don't wander too far. Stay within eyesight.
As the kids scattered, Suguru and Yuji darted toward a stall selling skewers, while Kaoru headed for a stand displaying an array of scrolls and books. Akane and Mizuki wandered toward a dessert vendor, though Mizuki looked like she was only there to humor Akane. Maki, meanwhile, leaned against a post with a satisfied grin, watching everyone enjoy themselves.
They're like a bunch of kids on their first field trip.
Shin, standing beside her, crossed his arms.
You're enjoying this too much.
Of course I am. Look at them.
Maki said, gesturing toward the kids.
This is the first time they've been outside Takemura. They deserve a moment to just be kids.
Shin glanced at the group as they gathered back together, holding their various purchases and snacks.
Let's head back. You'll need rest for tomorrow.
The kids groaned but followed, chattering excitedly as they made their way back to their lodging. For one evening, the pressures of the exams and the dangers of Kiri seemed far away. They were just a group of shinobi, exploring the world beyond their small village, and for once they felt free, even Maki and Shin. /N-. This was the final chapter before the chunin exam arc. I haven't decided yet how grand the arc will be, but you can expect to see a few familiar faces from canon. The situation with Itachi and the Uchiha clan is also something I've to decide. I'm still debating whether Kaoru will involve himself in it, and if he does, to what extent. We'll have to wait and see how it unfolds. Character notes: Shin, exhausted. I came here to keep the kids safe, not babysit Maki's shopping spree. Akane, foodie, Konoha has food stalls on every corner. Forget the exams, this place is heaven. Chapter 36, Meeting Itachi. The first exam, as Kaoru had anticipated, was a written test. Each genin sat alone at a desk, tasked with answering 10 questions. Some were multiple choice, while others required written explanations of concepts. For Team Takemura, Kaoru was undoubtedly the weakest when it came to theory. Despite his love for books and scrolls, he only studied things he deemed important for his personal growth. Add to that the fact that he was the youngest and had only been studying for 2.5 years, and it was clear he was at a disadvantage. Since we've already covered how to answer the questions, let's talk about the rules, the proctor began lazily.
I don't remember this guy. He was probably a minor character, or maybe someone who died early on in the timeline.
Kaoru thought, glancing at the proctor, who seemed completely uninterested in the proceedings. Earlier, he spotted a familiar face. Kakashi. The iconic ninja had met the Guardians near the entrance, acting as a buffer to keep them in check. It was absolutely necessary. The tension between Kiri and Takemura Guardians was so thick that a fight seemed inevitable with just one wrong word. However, none of them dared to cause trouble under Konoha's watchful eye. Even in its weakened state, Konoha was likely still the strongest of the 5 great villages. If you get caught cheating, you and your team will be disqualified, the proctor continued, his tone as indifferent as ever. If you don't score enough points, you and your team will be disqualified. So basically, either the whole team passes or the whole team fails. He yawned, then plopped into his chair, picked up a book, and started reading as if he had no other care in the world. The genin collectively stiffened. How would he even know if someone cheated? There was no one else in the room but him. Kaoru scanned the room, his Suijingen subtly activated, allowing him to observe without drawing attention. He wasn't just curious about his friends, he was also looking for a specific person. Akane and Mizuki were already hard at work, their expressions showing focus and confidence. Yuji, Sugeru, and Akito were also writing with thoughtful expressions. Kaoru didn't doubt they'd easily pass. His gaze shifted to a massive figure wearing an Iwagakure headband. The guy was built like a boulder, his shoulders so broad they seemed to take up 2 desks.
That must be Akatsuchi,
Kaoru concluded, smirking slightly. Next, his attention turned to the Kirigakure Genkai. They were writing with disciplined precision, their every movement calculated. But then his eyes landed on the youngest person in the room, Itachi Uchiha. Calm and composed, the boy was scribbling on his paper as if the test were a mere formality.
Of course, the genius wouldn't struggle,
Kaoru thought, chuckling internally before turning his attention back to his own paper. Kaoru had considered using Suijingan to copy Akane's answers, but he quickly dismissed the idea. He didn't need to ace this test. He only needed enough points to pass, and he was confident he could manage that on his own. The test itself was dull, and apart from a few genin from minor villages getting caught cheating and being disqualified, nothing of interest happened. Finally, the allotted time was up, and Kaoru stretched as he left the room.
I expected Konoha to pull some interesting trick, but nope, it was just a plain old written test,
he muttered, walking out into the open air. The results would be announced in 2 hours, giving him plenty of time to kill. He saw Itachi walking alone towards the nearby forest, and while Kaoru's initial thought was to go the opposite way, he could not help but follow him. Maki sat nervously in Hiruzen's office, her usual confidence replaced by a sense of unease. She had heard countless tales of the third Hokage's strength and wisdom. While she knew he wouldn't harm her, the sheer weight of his presence, someone who had fought in wars and brokered countless treaties, was enough to put her on edge.
I'm glad your village is participating in these exams,
Hiruzen said warmly. His tone was calm and welcoming, just like the smile on his face.
The pleasure is ours, Lord Hokage,
Maki replied respectfully, sitting up a little straighter. I'm glad Takimura's first official appearance is happening here in Konoha. Hiruzen's eyes glimmered with interest. I hope you don't mind me asking, Lady Maki, but we have limited information about Takimura. Who is the head of your village? Hiruzen's tone was extra respectful since he wanted to establish a friendly relationship with Maki and Takimura. However, his choice of words, the head instead of the Kage, implied that he didn't see Takimura as equal to the great hidden villages. Maki did not catch the hidden meaning behind his words and answered earnestly.
We don't have a single leader, Lord Hokage. Takimura is governed by a council, and I am one of its members,
she said with a polite smile. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, carefully observing her demeanor. Young, capable, but inexperienced in diplomacy. That could work in Konoha's favor. He kept his expression neutral as he pressed on.
If I'm not mistaken, one of the genin you're accompanying is your younger brother,
he asked. Maki's face lit up, her nervousness melting away as she smiled brightly.
Yes, Kaoru is my baby brother. He's the main reason I came here.
She chuckled softly. Hiruzen's own smile widened.
Ah, I see. So, if not for your brother, Takimura might not have sent a council member.
He teased lightly, testing the waters.
Oh no, that's not what I meant,
Maki quickly explained, her cheeks coloring slightly.
Someone else from the council would have come, but, well, not me.
She gave a sheepish laugh, clearly flustered. Hiruzen chuckled, finding her honesty refreshing. Young, unpolished, but genuine, a rare thing in this world. He leaned forward slightly, his tone growing more conversational.
I'm not sure how much you know about our exams, so let me explain briefly. In exchange, perhaps you could tell me more about Takimura?
He suggested with a kind smile. Without waiting for her reply, he began outlining the details. The second exam will take place in the Forest of Death. Genin will be allowed to fight each other, and even kill, though we discourage it. Beyond rival teams, there are dangerous creatures in the forest as well. Each team will be given one of two scrolls, Heaven or Earth. To pass, they need all 3 members to survive and collect the opposing scroll. If too many Genin pass, we have an extra elimination round to narrow the field. The final stage is one-on-one duels, but becoming a chunin isn't determined solely by victories. Even a genin who loses to a strong opponent may still qualify, depending on the judges. He finished with a grandfatherly smile and leaned back slightly.
Now, Lady Maki, perhaps you could share a bit about Takimura.
Maki took a deep breath, her confidence returning as the conversation shifted to something she knew inside and out. She began explaining Takimura's development. Our village is still young, Lord Hokage. We're small but growing steadily. Takimura was formed by 2 clans, Takime and Terumi, who sought refuge and freedom outside the great villages. Our focus has been on building a self-sustaining community. We've taken in orphans and rogue shinobi, giving them a place to belong. It's far from perfect, but we're trying to create something where everyone feels valued. She avoided mentioning anything of importance, trying to keep her response measured but sincere. Hiruzen nodded, satisfied with her response. So they're focused on survival. No sign of offensive ambitions. Yet.
Thank you for sharing, Lady Maki.
Hiruzen said warmly. I look forward to seeing how your genin perform. Perhaps through these exams, Takimura and Konoha will grow closer. Maki smiled politely.
That's my hope as well, Lord Hokage.
As Maki stood to leave, she felt a little more at ease. Hiruzen's warmth had made the conversation less intimidating than she had anticipated.
But still, what a man.
She thought, marveling at the presence of someone so deeply rooted in the shinobi world. However, while Maki believed she was having a genuine conversation, Hiruzen was carefully extracting valuable information from her words. He planned to share his findings with the council, where they would decide how to approach Takimura. If Takimura was deemed a greater threat than Kirigakure, Konoha would withhold support and keep their distance. But if the village was as peace-loving and weak as Maki portrayed, they could become the perfect tool to keep Kirigakure in check and so controlled chaos in the land of water. Itachi strolled leisurely through the forest, enjoying the peace and silence, or at least that had been his plan. He was now keenly aware that someone had been following him for a while.
Come out. I know you're there,
he said calmly, his voice carrying no hint of fear. From behind the trees, 3 genin emerged. The one in the middle, clearly the leader and the strongest of the group, smirked.
So, Konoha's really gotten this weak, huh? Promoting 7-year-old brats to chunin? What a joke.
The genin on his left laughed and added,
No wonder the first test was just writing. Probably rigged it so this kid could pass. I bet his team has to carry him through the exams.
All 3 burst into laughter, their mocking voices echoing through the quiet forest.
Just leave,
Itachi said in an even tone, clearly uninterested in escalating the situation. The leader sneered.
Don't worry, kid. We're not going to kill you. We're just here to teach you a lesson.
Unbeknownst to them, Kaoru was perched on a branch high above, quietly observing the interaction. He was torn. On one hand, he wanted to see Itachi handle the situation himself and prove why he was so respected. On the other hand, Kaoru knew Itachi had already sensed his presence, and staying out of it might sour any chance of building a good first impression. As the 3 genin prepared to attack, Kaoru made his decision. He leapt down from the branch, landing gracefully between them and Itachi.
Guys, I heard examinees who fight inside Konoha are disqualified immediately,
Kaoru said, his tone casual but firm as he eyed them. The leader turned to him, scowling.
And who the hell are you? What no-name village are you from?
Kaoru's gaze didn't falter.
If you're that desperate for a fight, come at me instead. Otherwise, get lost.
His voice carried a sharpness that Itachi's calm demeanor lacked, something Kaoru had definitely picked up from Maki. The three genin hesitated, weighing their options. After a moment, they exchanged glances and muttered to each other before deciding to back off. As they turned to leave, the leader cast a glance over his shoulder, sneering.
You're lucky that loudmouth showed up. Otherwise, you'd be crying for your mommy's help right about now.
Kaoru didn't flinch at the remark, watching silently as the trio disappeared into the trees. Once they were gone, Kaoru turned to Itachi with a smirk.
I guess they couldn't handle being saved from themselves.
Itachi gave a small, knowing nod. His expression remained calm and indifferent.
Thanks for the help.
Kaoru shrugged nonchalantly.
Oh, please. Unlike them, I can actually sense chakra. He chuckled. I wasn't helping you, I was helping them.
For the first time, a faint smile flickered across Itachi's face. He studied Kaoru for a moment, his sharp eyes analyzing him. Then, in a rare gesture, he stepped forward and extended his hand.
I'm Uchiha Itachi,
he said simply. Kaoru blinked, momentarily caught off guard, before regaining his composure.
I'm Takime Kaoru,
he replied, shaking Itachi's hand. /N-. Should Kaoru try to help the Uchiha clan? Or maybe he should focus on saving Itachi from Konoha and Danzo's schemes. There are so many possibilities. Chapada Dobao. Character notes, Kaoru, fanboy. I just shook hands with the Itachi Uchiha. Stay cool, Kaoru, stay cool. Itachi, amused. It might be interesting if we fought, but I'd still win, obviously. Chapter 37, Forest of Death.
I'm Uchiha Itachi,
he said simply, and offered his hand. Despite his young age, Itachi was very calm and mature. Kaoru blinked, momentarily caught off guard, before regaining his composure.
I'm Takime Kaoru,
he replied, shaking Itachi's hand. Itachi studied Kaoru with a faint frown.
I know you were following me, just like those other three. Why?
The smile had faded from his face, leaving his tone serious. Kaoru had expected the question and didn't hesitate.
Several reasons, actually,
he began.
I noticed them trailing you and got curious, but even if they hadn't been there, I'd probably still have followed.
He grinned. He was not trying to mask his excitement.
I was curious about the legendary Uchiha Dojutsu and wanted to ask if you'd show me.
This time it was Itachi who was caught off guard as his eyes widened. He hadn't expected such honesty or boldness. He contemplated for a moment before nodding. Slowly, his eyes turned crimson, and two Tomoe emerged, spinning gently within his Sharingan. The dojutsu gleamed like embers in the dim forest light, a hypnotic combination of beauty and power. Kaoru's awe was unmistakable as he stared, captivated. For a moment, even a flicker of jealousy crossed his expression before his curiosity took over.
That's so cool! What can it do? Can you see my chakra? If I lie, can you detect it based on my expression? Can you tell a clone apart from the real one?
He fired off a barrage of questions, his voice brimming with excitement. Itachi blinked at the sudden enthusiasm. Normally such questions would annoy him, but Kaoru's sheer earnestness was amusing. For a moment, Itachi allowed a small smile to tug at his lips.
I'm sorry,
he said gently, his tone apologetic.
I can't reveal the details. Sharingan techniques are a clan secret, and honestly,
he added with a light chuckle,
it's kind of rude of you to even ask.
Kaoru paused, realizing the truth in Itachi's words.
Fair enough,
he said thoughtfully. Then, after a moment of silence, his eyes began to glow, a brilliant cyan light radiating from them. The sudden change caught Itachi off guard. His earlier calm was replaced with visible intrigue.
I figured it's only fair to show you my Kekkei Genkai since you showed me yours,
Kaoru explained with a chuckle.
Consider it an apology.
He raised his hand, and water began to swirl into an elegant spiral around his head, forming a crown-like halo. The fluid danced with a mesmerizing grace, controlled with absolute precision.
This should be enough to prove my sincerity,
Kaoru said, dispelling the water as the glow in his eyes faded. And now it was Itachi who was excited as his eyes sparkled.
Wow.
He murmured.
What's the name of your dojutsu?
It's called Suijingan.
Kaoru explained with a smile.
It allows me to control water freely.
Itachi nodded, impressed.
It's incredible, that level of control.
He paused before offering a genuine smile.
Thank you for sharing.
Kaoru grinned.
It's only fair. Plus, it's a lot more fun when you're honest with someone who's as cool as you.
Itachi let out a soft laugh, a rare sound that surprised even himself. Kaoru's earnestness was endearing, and though Itachi didn't know why the boy was so eager to gain his trust, he found himself appreciating the honesty.
Kaoru, I have to go,
Itachi said.
But I'm really glad we met. I hope we'll see each other in the final exam. I'd like to fight you.
Kaoru's eyes lit up with excitement.
Likewise, Itachi. You're even cooler than I expected. Let's make a deal. Let's avoid running into each other until the final exam.
Itachi smiled, the faintest hint of amusement in his expression.
Deal,
he said, giving Kaoru a small wave before vanishing into the trees. Kaoru stood there for a moment, staring at the spot where Itachi had disappeared.
I just made friends with Itachi Uchiha. I can't believe this,
he thought, his face practically glowing with excitement as he began walking through the forest.
Okay, maybe not friends yet, but still, this is awesome.
Kaoru couldn't stop grinning as he wandered back to meet his team, his mind buzzing with thoughts of what had just happened. The second round was about to begin, and the proctor had just finished explaining the rules. Each team now clutched their scrolls tightly.
Sugeru, as soon as we're inside the forest, try to find us,
Kaoru said to Suguru, who was holding his team's scroll.
The teams from the same villages will likely team up, and it'll be hard to survive without backup.
Suguru nodded.
All right, let's regroup near the tower in the center of the forest.
No, bad idea,
Kaoru quickly corrected.
The center's going to be a bloodbath. Everyone will head there.
Kaoru did not want to tell others that he wanted to avoid Itachi's team.
Instead, head to the far southeast corner of the forest. It's out of the way, and we can figure things out from there. Honestly, it'd be best if we could just hide on the first day, but none of us have the skills for that, so we'll need to focus on meeting up, and…
Kaoru's words were cut short as the proctor's voice boomed across the field.
Enter the forest.
The gates creaked open, and teams began to sprint into the dense, ominous greenery. Kaoru shot one last glance at Suguru and nodded.
Stick to the plan.
Got it,
Suguru replied, and then they were off, disappearing into the forest of death. Just like every other team, Kaoru, Akane, and Mizuki were randomly teleported somewhere in the forest of death. The moment their feet hit the ground, Kaoru dashed to the nearest tall tree, scaling it with ease. From his vantage point, he activated his Suijingan, the glow of his cyan eyes cutting through the forest gloom. Scanning the area, he quickly identified several teams nearby. None of them seemed like a significant threat. It would be simple enough to take a scroll from one of them, and with a little luck, they might even have the heaven scroll they needed. Still, Kaoru had his priorities. He wanted to locate Suguru and his team first before making any moves.
All right, let's flicker to the rendezvous spot,
Kaoru said, jumping down to where Mizuki and Akane were waiting. Both girls nodded, and in a flash, the team disappeared into the dense greenery. However, just as they began moving through the forest, another team intercepted them. 3 shinobi, all wearing headbands from a minor village Kaoru didn't recognize, emerged from the bushes, blocking their path.
Well, what do we have here?
The leader of the trio sneered typical minor villain line, his kunai twirling lazily in his hand.
Looks like some kids wandered into the wrong part of the forest.
Hand over your scroll,
another one demanded, stepping forward with a smug grin.
And maybe we won't hurt you too badly.
Kaoru sighed, clearly unimpressed.
We don't have time for this.
Without waiting for them to make the first move, Akane flickered behind the closest shinobi and landed a clean kick to his back, sending him crashing into a tree. Mizuki then made hand signs and threw a scorch ball at one of the shinobi. Even though the ball did not hit him, the shinobi stumbled back, wide-eyed, before Akane's fist slammed into his gut, knocking him out cold. The leader of the group barely had time to process what was happening before Kaoru's Suijingan locked onto him. Water droplets began to form in the air around Kaoru, condensing into ball-like shapes.
"You might want to run,"
Kaoru said, his voice calm but chilling. Before the leader could even consider retreating, the water balls shot forward and the shinobi was soon on the ground full of bruises.
"Let's see what you've got,"
Kaoru muttered, walking over to the unconscious shinobi and rummaging through their pouches. A grin spread across his face as he pulled out the scroll they were carrying.
"Earth Scroll. Looks like luck's not on our side."
Akane dusted her hands off, standing over the shinobi she had knocked out.
They were too easy.
Mizuki maintained her emotionless expression.
I almost feel bad for them. Almost.
"Don't,"
Kaoru said with a smirk.
"They tried to ambush us."
With their new scroll in hand, the team flickered away, heading toward the rendezvous point, leaving their attackers unconscious and humiliated in the dirt. Kaoru learned his lesson from the earlier encounter and kept his Suijingan active this time, carefully guiding his team to avoid enemy groups.
"Unless we encounter a strong sensor or a Hyuga, we should stay undetected,"
he thought, knowing full well that while Suijingan allowed him to see quite far, it didn't grant him sensory abilities on par with the Byakugan. The rendezvous point was still far, but thanks to Shin's relentless training, the team covered the distance rapidly. Their flickering skills were among the best of their peers. Every movement was sharp, efficient, and silent.
"There are a few teams ahead,"
Kaoru warned Akane and Mizuki as he continued scanning the area with his glowing cyan eyes.
"We can't avoid all of them, so I'll guide us toward the weakest. We need to get to Suguru and his team as soon as possible."
The two girls nodded silently, trusting Kaoru's judgment. Not long after, they were confronted by a trio of shinobi bearing Konoha headbands. Unlike Itachi, these genin were unremarkable, average at best. They stepped forward, blocking the path.
"We don't want to fight. Let us pass, and we'll just keep going,"
Kaoru offered, though he doubted they'd agree. He stayed ready, his stance light, prepared to strike the moment they made a suspicious move.
"We don't want to fight either,"
said one of the Konoha genin, a blond boy with bright blue eyes. He looked like a younger version of Yamanaka Inoichi.
"He's definitely from the Yamanaka clan,"
Kaoru thought, his eyes shifting to the other two for clues about their clans.
"Not Akamichi, at least. And I can't tell if there is Nara among them. Can't really test them for laziness."
Kaoru chuckled internally. The Yamanaka stepped forward.
"Just hand over your scroll, and we'll let you go."
Kaoru's only response was to flicker behind one of the genin, aiming a kick at his back. To his surprise, the boy sidestepped smoothly, flaring his chakra in response. Kaoru's eyes widened slightly.
"Huh, he was suppressing his chakra? What an insane amount. It's at least double mine."
While Kaoru admired his opponent's reserves, Akane flickered beside the Yamanaka, engaging him in close combat with swift strikes. Mizuki, on the other hand, kept her distance, launching precise ranged attacks at the remaining shinobi. The fight, while intense, had a distinct undertone. Neither side was trying to deal serious damage. Team Shin had explicit instructions to avoid killing unless absolutely necessary, and Konoha's genin were similarly known for their softer approach compared to other villages. Despite the effort they poured into their moves, it was clear that both sides were holding back. Still, Kaoru was acutely aware they couldn't afford to waste time. While the sparring-like battle was enjoyable in its own way, they had a mission to complete.
"We need to hurry,"
Kaoru shouted, his tone sharp. The shift in tone was all the signal Akane and Mizuki needed. Team Shin immediately became more serious. Kaoru activated his Suijingan again, forming water spikes with intentionally dulled tips around him. Akane unsheathed her new blade from her storage seal, the sharp edge gleaming menacingly. Mizuki conjured 5 small scorch balls that hovered ominously above her head, radiating heat. The Konoha genin froze for a moment. It was now clear that their opponents weren't ordinary genin. They were strong, perhaps stronger than they'd initially assumed. The boy Kaoru was facing smiled faintly and took a step forward. "My name is Toji Senju," he said with a smile on his face. /N-. I've always felt that the Senju clan was vastly underexplored in the canon. A clan that's supposed to rival the Uchiha in strength and influence is reduced to having only one known surviving member, Tsunade. They don't appear in the council meetings, nor do they play a significant role in the war. It's almost as if they've faded into nothing. I'm going to try to give the Senju the respect and depth they deserve. I won't promise arcs dedicated to Senju, but we will explore their clan and situation at some point. Character notes: Kaoru, surprised. I met Uchiha and Senju the same day. Toji, smug. Surprise MFF. Chapter 38. Mizuki does not forgive. The genin Kaoru was facing smiled faintly and took a step forward. "My name is Toji Senju," he said with a smile on his face.
Senju, huh? That explains his massive chakra reserves,
Kaoru thought. Both teams stood still, watching intently to see what Kaoru and Toji would do next. "What's your name, and which village are you from?" Toji asked politely. His tone was calm and even. "Forgive me if I sound impolite, but I couldn't recognize your headband." Kaoru returned the smile.
I'm Takime Kaoru, from Takimura village in the Land of Water. It's a relatively new village, so no offense taken,
he said, then added with a chuckle.
Honestly, if you had recognized it, I'd be more concerned. You'd seem suspicious.
Toji laughed, his posture remaining relaxed. "I'd love to fight you, Kaoru, but considering the goal of this exam, I don't think it's wise to take on someone as strong as you right now. How about we just pass each other, like we never even met?" Kaoru's lips twitched into a grin.
Works for us. We're in a hurry anyway.
He was already preparing to flicker away. "Kaoru," Toji said as he turned, his voice carrying a playful note, "I hope we'll get to fight in the final exam." He gave a small wave before he and his team flickered away first.
Wow, both a Senju and an Uchiha acknowledged me.
Kaoru couldn't help but smile to himself as he watched them disappear. He had no doubts about Itachi's strength, but Toji's abilities were a mystery. Still, just the raw chakra he felt from Toji was already enough to convince him that the Senju would be a formidable opponent. But one thought nagged at him.
Why was Toji never mentioned in the series? Now that I think about it, why weren't any Senju mentioned in this timeline? Apart from Tsunade, where did they all go?
As Kaoru and his team flickered toward the rendezvous point, he couldn't shake the unease.
Something doesn't add up.
It took Kaoru and his team half an hour to reach the rendezvous point, but as they got closer, Kaoru's Suijingen picked up several chakra signatures locked in combat.
Hurry up! They might be in trouble,
Kaoru shouted to Akane and Mizuki as he surged ahead, increasing his speed. When he finally arrived, the sight before him made his blood boil. Suguru was kneeling on the ground, badly injured and struggling to stay upright. Yuji stood protectively in front of him, clutching his bleeding shoulder with one hand, while his other dripped with blood, his fist clenched tightly. Akito, though mostly unscathed, apart from a few scratches, was trembling with rage, his tear-filled eyes glaring at the enemy as he clutched a kunai like his life depended on it. Kaoru's fierce gaze locked onto their opponents, 4 Kirigakure. One had cuts on his left arm, but the rest were unharmed.
This was probably a sneak attack,
Kaoru deduced as he scanned the scene. Behind him, Akane and Mizuki were following as close as they could, but Kaoru had already hit his max speed and was increasing the distance between them every second. The Kirigakure, still oblivious to Kaoru's approach, took their time, savoring their dominance.
No matter how much you struggle, you're not leaving this forest alive,
sneered one of them. His shark-like teeth and long blade made his menacing grin even more terrifying. Then a girl chimed in with a devious smile.
Look at this one, crying like a baby,
she mocked, pointing at Akito.
No wonder trash like you was expelled from Kirigakure. Waste like this doesn't survive in Kiri.
Akito found no words to answer. He was just glaring and gritting his teeth. Yuji and Akito were trying to come up with a plan that could save them, but there was none. Luckily, Kaoru was already close. With one final flicker, he appeared between the Kirigakure Genkai and his injured friends. The metallic smell of blood hit his nose, making him look at Suguru.
Suguru must have lost a lot of blood,
he noted, his gaze hardening.
Take care of Suguru. I'll deal with them,
said Kaoru. His voice was so cold and commanding that Yuji immediately turned to move towards Suguru. Akito thought that Kaoru might need their help and wanted to stay, but Yuji shook his head, saying,
I'm badly injured and won't be able to help even if I stay. Besides, since he is here, Akane and Mizuki will also arrive soon. We better take care of Suguru.
Kaoru turned to the Kirigakure Genkai, his cyan eyes glowing brighter as his chakra flared menacingly. The Kiri shinobi was still frozen, caught off guard by his sudden appearance.
Why did you even have to target us?
Kaoru asked. There was no anger in his voice.
We all come from the land of water. I thought we could at least try to find common ground, but I see now that was too much to hope for.
The shark-toothed genin sneered.
Oh, shut up, you're...
Before he could finish, the glow in Kaoru's eyes intensified and a sudden metallic thud silenced him. One of the Kiri Genkai in the back collapsed to the ground, unmoving. His teammates turned, horrified, and saw a dark blue needle embedded in the fallen boy's head.
You are all going to die,
Kaoru sneered, his voice devoid of mercy. The Kiri Genkai, now visibly shaken, stared at him. Their bravado cracked under the realization that they had underestimated their opponents. But their nightmare was far from over. It took only a few moments for Akane and Mizuki to arrive. Akane quickly assessed the situation and knelt by Suguru. Her movements were careful and anxious.
I have chakra sealing bandages with me. I'll tend to Suguru. Go help Kaoru,
she said. Mizuki didn't even wait for her to finish talking. She was already at Kaoru's side, her purple eyes burning with rage. Her clenched jaw made an audible grinding sound, her anger barely contained. Before Kaoru or Mizuki could act, the shark-toothed genin flickered, appearing behind Mizuki with his blade swinging toward her neck. The strike never landed. A dark blue disk of water materialized behind Mizuki, intercepting the blade just in time. The Kiri Genin's eyes widened as he looked toward Kaoru, whose glowing cyan eyes were locked onto him. His gaze was full of quiet fury. He flickered again to retreat, but as he reappeared, he was greeted by a massive fiery ball surging toward him.
That slow-ass attack will never hit me,
he sneered, preparing to flicker away. But when he tried to move, his legs refused to obey. Water tentacles had coiled around his legs, locking him in place. He swung his blade in desperation, slicing through the tentacles, but the brief delay was all Mizuki needed. The scorch ball slammed into him, engulfing him in flames. His agonized scream pierced the forest as fire ravaged his body. He writhed on the ground, clawing at his burning clothes. The girl in his team quickly weaved signs, summoning water to douse the flames, but it wasn't enough to save him from the pain. Though alive, he was left a charred, whimpering mess on the forest floor. The last uninjured genin, who was doing nothing but observing, finally made his move. His hands blurred through seals, summoning a dense mist that shrouded the area in seconds. Kaoru chuckled darkly, the glow of his Suijingan piercing through the veil.
You've just handed me the advantage.
Kaoru guided Mizuki with precision, his eyes tracking the movements of the Kiri Genkai through the mist.
2 to your left,
he whispered. Mizuki didn't need further instruction. She flickered, her fury palpable as she engaged the girl who had saved her teammate earlier. The Kiri girl unleashed a torrent of water in a desperate attempt to block Mizuki's advance, but Mizuki's scorch balls swirled around her, burning through the water like it was paper. One of the balls shot forward, grazing the girl's side and igniting her arm. She screamed, patting frantically at the flames, but Mizuki didn't relent. She was already closing the distance. Mizuki's kunai glinted in the misty light as she slashed, cutting deep into the girl's thigh. Blood sprayed onto the ground as the girl crumpled, her screams echoing through the mist.
You don't deserve to live,
Mizuki snarled, her voice dripping with venom. She raised her kunai again, aiming for the kill, but Kaoru's voice cut through her rage.
Mizuki, don't kill her yet. We need information,
Kaoru called out. Mizuki froze mid-motion, her glare locked onto the girl. For a moment, it seemed like she might reconsider, but then she saw the girl's lips curl into a smirk, a mocking, defiant expression that reignited Mizuki's rage tenfold. Without hesitation, Mizuki's hand moved. The kunai slashed cleanly across the girl's neck. Blood erupted like a crimson fountain, spraying onto the ground and staining Mizuki's hands. She stood still, her face devoid of emotion, as the girl's body collapsed lifelessly at her feet. Mizuki didn't even flinch. Her purple eyes remained cold as she stared down at her fallen opponent. Meanwhile, Kaoru faced the last standing Kirigakure. This one was older than the others.
"You've pushed us too far,"
he muttered, forming a series of seals. A massive wave of water surged toward Kaoru, threatening to crush him and Mizuki. Kaoru smirked, activating Suijingan fully. The water halted mid-air, contorted and twisted by his chakra until it reshaped into a massive wall, protecting both him and Mizuki.
You think water will work on me?
Kaoru taunted. With a flick of his wrist, the water wall collapsed, transforming into a torrent of spikes that rained down on the Kirigakure. He managed to dodge most, but one pierced his shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Mizuki took the opportunity to strike. She leaped forward, her scorch balls swirling menacingly. The pinned Kirigakure raised his hands in surrender.
"Wait, please,"
he begged. But Mizuki wasn't listening. Her fury had consumed her completely.
"No mercy for those who hurt my friends?"
she hissed. She extended her hand, and a scorch ball flew directly at his chest. The impact sent him sprawling, his body convulsing as the fire burned through his flesh. Mizuki approached his twitching form, her eyes devoid of any warmth. She summoned a final scorch ball, this one pulsating with an intensity that made even Kaoru flinch.
Mizuki, that's enough,
Kaoru called out. But she didn't stop. She slammed the ball down onto the genin's head, silencing his cries forever. The mist cleared, revealing the battlefield. 3 Kirigakure lay lifeless, their bodies charred and broken. The last one, the shark-toothed boy, remained unconscious but alive, his burned skin barely recognizable. Mizuki stood in the center, her chest heaving, her hands trembling. Her purple eyes flickered, and for a moment, Kaoru thought he saw a tear. But then she wiped her kunai on her sleeve and turned to Kaoru with a blank expression.
"Let's go,"
she said coldly. Her voice was hollow, as though the rage had left her drained and empty. Kaoru glanced at her, concern flickering in his glowing eyes. He wanted to say something, but he knew this wasn't the time. Instead, he nodded and led the way back to Akane and the others, leaving behind the gruesome scene. Sugeru lay on the ground, his face pale, his breathing shallow. He had lost too much blood and barely had the strength to lift his head as Kaoru and Mizuki approached.
They need to forfeit. I tried stopping the bleeding, but it's no use,
Akane said, her voice trembling despite her efforts to sound calm. There was an undeniable undertone of panic.
No!
Sugeru rasped, his voice barely audible.
I won't be the reason my team fails. I'll survive. Somehow. Until you get the scroll and reach the tower.
What are you talking about? It's my fault you're hurt.
Akito suddenly burst out, tears streaming down his face.
If I wasn't useless, you wouldn't have had to shield me with your body.
Stop shouting. This isn't over yet,
Kaoru said in a calm voice. He crouched next to Sugeru, his glowing cyan eyes narrowing as he assessed the wound.
This might hurt a bit,
he warned, hovering his hand over the injury. Water began to gather at Kaoru's fingertips, slowly encasing Sugeru's wound in a dense, high-pressure shell. The transparent casing glimmered faintly, sealing the wound completely.
That should stop the bleeding for now,
Kaoru said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He turned to Yuji, his expression serious.
What scroll do you need?
We need the Earth Scroll,
Yuji said, his voice was solemn.
Perfect,
Kaoru replied, already rising to his feet.
We'll give the one we got earlier. We'll take you to the tower and leave you there. After that, we'll go get what we need to complete the exam.
You'll really do that?
Yuji asked, his expression caught between gratitude and guilt.
Of course,
Kaoru said firmly.
We're not leaving anyone behind. This isn't just about us. We represent Takimura. Don't forget that.
Everyone saw Kaoru in a different light at that moment. Akito wiped his tears, clenching his fists as determination reignited in his eyes. Suguru, though weak, gave a faint, grateful smile. The Takimura team wasn't done yet. /n-. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. I don't have much to add this time, but if you've been enjoying the story, please consider leaving a review and adding it to your library. It helps the novel reach a bigger audience and gives me the motivation to keep writing. Thank you for your support. Character notes: Kaoru, worried. I need to speak with Mizuki. Mizuki, Avenger. I don't forgive, and I certainly don't forget. Toji, friendly rival. Let's fight in the finals, Kaoru. Chapter 39, Maki vs. Guy. The Takimura genins spent a few hours resting. During that time, Kaoru checked the belongings of the fallen Kiri genins for anything useful. He collected 50,000 ryo, several explosive tags, kunai, shuriken, and an empty scroll. The group argued extensively about what to do with the shark-toothed Kiri genin who was still unconscious. Most of them leaned towards killing him outright, while a few, like Akane, wanted to spare his life. Kaoru had been stalling, hoping the genin would wake up and provide some valuable information, but it became clear he wouldn't regain consciousness anytime soon. In the end, the decision was made to eliminate him as well. Akane argued passionately against it, but Kaoru firmly stated,
We can't leave loose ends behind. Even if Kiri suspects us later, it's a completely different situation if there's a surviving witness.
Once their rest period ended, the group quickly resumed their journey to the tower at the center of the forest. Akane carried Sugeru on her back since she was the strongest physically, and her larger stature made it easier. Mizuki and Kaoru took the lead, while Yuji and Akito flanked them on the sides, forming a protective formation. Kaoru kept his Suijingan activated, carefully navigating the group through safe routes to avoid any potential encounters. Their priority was ensuring Sugeru's safety, and any distractions would jeopardize that goal. As they moved, Kaoru broke the silence after making sure that no one would be able to listen to their conversation.
Mizuki, what happened back there?
There was a clear undertone of concern in his voice.
What do you mean?
Mizuki asked. It wasn't clear whether she was feigning ignorance or genuinely unsure of what Kaoru was referring to.
You lost control. You were consumed by anger and hatred.
Kaoru pressed, pausing to give her space to explain. After a brief silence, Mizuki finally responded.
They hurt my friends? I'll never forgive anyone who threatens what's important to me,
she said firmly. After a moment, she added,
I know you're level-headed, Kaoru. You can think clearly no matter the situation. But when someone I love is in danger, I lose that ability. I just can't think straight.
Kaoru glanced at her but didn't relent.
Mizuki, losing control like that is dangerous. Not just for you, but for the entire team. You ignored my instructions back there, and we lost a valuable chance to gain information. We could have found out where the remaining 2 Kiri genin were.
Mizuki exhaled sharply, clearly agitated.
I know,
she admitted after a pause.
But what do you want me to say? I'm sorry? Because I'm not. I'll always protect the people I care about, and I'll be ruthless to anyone who deserves it. That's just who I am.
She quickened her pace, signaling the conversation was over. Kaoru sighed, watching her retreat ahead.
This isn't over, Mizuki. You can't keep letting your emotions rule you, or one day it'll cost us more than just lost information.
He didn't say it aloud, though. For now, their priority was reaching the tower. Maki was exploring Konoha on her own. Shin had refused to join her despite her persistent begging.
I'd rather wait here for news about the kids,
he'd said, his tone as flat as ever.
There's no way anything will go wrong in a fight where Kaoru can use his full power. We both know he's above chunin level.
Maki had snorted dismissively. Shin, however, had given her a pointed look.
There are many kids in that forest who are also above chunin level. I've seen at least 3 myself.
Still, Maki didn't relent. If Shin wasn't going to come along, she'd explore Konoha on her own. She spent hours strolling through the bustling streets, browsing shops that sold scrolls, clothes, beauty products, and even books. The books held her attention the longest, specifically those that approached topics from a scientific perspective. She knew Kaoru benefited far more from analytical material than from traditional shinobi manuals. After a while, she decided to stretch her muscles and keep herself sharp. She headed toward one of the training grounds on the outskirts of the village. Once there, she began her warm-up, a series of exercises so intense that it would have been a hellish training session for most people. Maki was so absorbed in her routine that she didn't notice when someone approached her. "Excuse me, miss," a polite voice interrupted. She stopped mid-punch and turned to see a guy around her age standing at the edge of the training ground. He was wearing plain, unassuming clothes, but his demeanor was anything but ordinary. His bushy black eyebrows arched dramatically over his sharp, determined eyes, and his wide, almost theatrical smile radiated a peculiar sort of energy. His jet-black bowl-cut hair added to his unusual appearance. What stood out most, however, was his posture, straight as an arrow, exuding confidence and strength that was impossible to miss. "I've reserved this training ground," he explained. His tone was courteous, and he was avoiding direct eye contact with Maki. "You must be from another village. In Konoha, you need to book a training ground in advance if you want to train." Maki blinked at him for a moment, sizing him up.
"Oh, sorry, I didn't know that,"
she said casually, brushing some hair out of her face. Then her lips curled into a mischievous grin.
"But since you're here, how about we spar? It'll be a good workout for both of us."
The boy's thick brows arched in surprise. "You wish to spar with me?" he asked, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "Very well. I am Might Guy, Konoha's master of taijutsu. It would be my honor to face a worthy opponent." Maki's grin widened.
"Master of taijutsu, huh? This should be interesting."
The two squared off in the training ground, and the spar began. Maki moved first, disappearing in a blur of speed and reappearing right next to Guy, her fist already in motion. Guy, unfazed, raised his arm to block it with ease. The sound of her punch meeting his forearm echoed like a sharp clap, but neither flinched. Maki twisted her body, transitioning seamlessly into a low kick aimed at Guy's legs. He hopped lightly, avoiding it, and countered with a spinning back kick aimed at her ribs. Maki raised her arm just in time to block, her feet sliding slightly on the ground from the force.
"Not bad,"
Maki muttered, smirking as she darted forward again. She unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike precise and relentless. Guy matched her pace, weaving through her attacks with smooth movements, his hands deflecting her blows with a precision that spoke of his mastery. "Impressive speed," Guy exclaimed mid-dodge, his wide grin never faltering. He retaliated with a straight punch aimed at Maki's chest. She sidestepped and retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at his jaw, but Guy ducked beneath it, his body twisting like a coiled spring as he launched an upward kick. Maki barely leaned back in time, the force of the kick grazing her nose. She used the momentum to flip backward, landing lightly on her feet. Guy didn't let her rest, closing the distance with a flying knee strike. Maki planted her feet firmly and caught his knee with both hands, pushing it aside before spinning to deliver a roundhouse kick of her own. Guy ducked, the kick grazing the tips of his hair, and he launched himself into a handstand. Using his legs like whips, he spun rapidly, forcing Maki to take a step back to avoid the flurry of kicks. She found an opening and lunged forward, aiming to sweep his supporting arm, but Guy anticipated the move and flipped backward onto his feet, landing gracefully. The two stood facing each other again, breathing a bit heavier now, but grinning. "You're fast and relentless," Guy said, his voice filled with excitement. "I can see your training is no joke."
"And you're the real deal,"
Maki replied, her eyes gleaming with exhilaration.
"This guy is fast."
Maki thought, dodging a high kick very narrowly as it grazed her hair.
"And he's holding back."
Guy, meanwhile, was equally impressed. She's no ordinary kunoichi. Her movements are flawless, no wasted energy. After a few minutes of intense back and forth, Maki stepped back, her cyan eyes narrowing.
"Time to step it up,"
she muttered. She activated Predator's Pact. Her eyes, glowing cyan, began to morph, the irises sharpening into predatory vertical slits. Her chakra flared violently, enveloping her in an almost tangible aura of power. Her movements became faster and more feral, and even her breathing seemed to synchronize with the primal energy coursing through her. Guy's eyes widened, his heart pounding with excitement. Such incredible chakra. Very well, I shall rise to meet your challenge. He stepped back, and soon a surge of energy enveloped him. His muscles tensed, and veins bulged as he activated the fourth gate of the 8 inner gates. The air around him vibrated with raw power as his green chakra aura flared to life.
What is this power?
Maki thought, her instincts flaring as her body prepared for the incoming storm.
He's holding nothing back now?
The two warriors faced each other, their heightened auras clashing in the air, creating an almost physical pressure that crackled like a storm about to break. Neither moved for a heartbeat, but then they vanished. A shockwave erupted as their fists collided mid-air, the impact sending ripples through the ground and nearby trees. Maki twisted mid-strike, her enhanced reflexes allowing her to pivot and strike from a low angle. Guy blocked it with his forearm and retaliated with a spinning kick, his enhanced speed almost too fast to follow. Maki ducked under the kick and darted forward, her movements more feral now, like a predator stalking its prey. Her claws, fingertips sharpened with chakra, sliced through the air, forcing Guy to leap back. He landed effortlessly, but immediately surged forward again, launching a barrage of strikes. Each blow was parried or dodged, the two of them moving so fast that their figures seemed to blur. The training ground trembled with the force of their exchanges, neither giving an inch. Guy aimed a devastating punch at her side, but Maki twisted unnaturally, her enhanced reflexes allowing her to avoid the attack by a hair's breadth. She retaliated with a clawed swipe, her chakra lashing out like a blade. Guy ducked under the strike, flipping backward to create distance. He grinned despite the sweat dripping down his face. This is incredible. Your technique is animalistic, raw but refined at the same time. Maki smirked, her breathing steady despite the intensity of their clash.
You're not too bad yourself.
The two warriors exchanged one last flurry of attacks, each blow landing with a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves rippling through the training ground. They leapt back simultaneously, their auras still flaring, but their faces reflecting mutual respect. Let's call it a day, Guy said, his grin returning as he let his chakra aura fade. If we keep going, this training ground might not survive. Maki chuckled, deactivating Predator's pact as the silvery markings on her skin slowly receded.
Agreed. Besides, I don't think either of us wants to explain to the Hokage why we leveled his training ground.
They both laughed, sharing a brief moment of camaraderie. Guy scratched the back of his head sheepishly before realizing something. You're strong, but I don't think I caught your name.
I am Takime Maki from Takimura.
Maki said with a smile. She admired Guy's strength, thinking to herself,
I can't believe someone this strong is just casually walking around Konoha.
Guy's own grin widened as he gave her his signature thumbs up, his respect for her clear. She's amazing. Her strength rivals the toughest opponents I've ever faced. Well, Maki, it's been a long time since I've had such an invigorating workout. Maki smirked, wiping sweat from her brow.
You're not so bad yourself, Master of Taijutsu. Let's do this again sometime.
Guy's grin grew impossibly wider. I'd be honored. You've got the spirit of youth burning bright, Maki. Let's make it happen.
I'll be here for at least 2 more weeks, until the chunin exams are over.
Maki said, tossing her hair back casually.
If you're up for it, we could keep sparring.
I'd be glad to, Guy replied warmly. What a formidable woman. He extended his hand, which Maki shook firmly, both of them radiating mutual respect. As they parted ways, Maki couldn't help but glance back with a small grin.
That guy is on a whole different level. Sparring with him might be just what I need to push my limits.
Guy, on the other hand, walked away with fire in his eyes. Such power, such drive. The spirit of Takimura is truly magnificent. /N-. To clarify, Maki is 17, almost 18, during the chunin exams. Guy, and Kakashi too, is roughly 8 years older than Itachi, who is 7 at this point. That makes Guy and Kakashi around 15 to 16 years old. This is why Maki and Guy were able to speak so casually with one another, as their ages aren't too far apart. Character notes: Maki, competitive. I can't believe someone in this village is actually stronger than me in taijutsu. I need to spar with him more. Might Guy, impressed. Maki's youth burns brightly. Such passion, such energy. But why does she make me feel like I've got something to prove? Chapter 40. Itachi always pays his debt. The Hokage's office was as busy as ever, a flurry of papers stacked on the desk, and sunlight filtering through the large windows. Hiruzen sat behind his desk. He had a tired expression, yet there was a fire in his eyes, maybe even the will of fire he kept talking about. He was sipping from a cup of green tea, but his mind was as always calculating the ways to strengthen Konoha. The door opened and Might Guy entered. He was not used to visiting Hokage's office, and there was a noticeable mix of worry and respect on his face. He stood straight, his hands clasped behind his back. "You called for me, Lord Hokage?" Guy asked, his tone eager but respectful. Hiruzen set the cup down and crossed his fingers.
Ah, Guy. Thank you for coming. I understand you recently had a sparring match with one of the Takimura shinobi, a young woman named Maki. Is that correct?
Guy nodded and his expression lightened. "Yes, Lord Hokage, it was incredible. She's one of the strongest opponents I've faced." Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his expression remained calm and neutral.
Tell me about her. What was your impression?
Guy tilted his head, thinking for a moment. "Maki, well, she's strong, really strong. Her taijutsu skills are on a completely different level. At first, I thought I'd have the upper hand, but the moment she activated that technique of hers, it's quite similar to mine 8 inner gates. I realized just how wrong I was." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, taking another sip of tea.
Similar to 8 inner gates, huh? What kind of technique is it?
Guy rubbed the back of his neck, looking both impressed and a little sheepish. "It's terrifying, to be honest. Her chakra surged and her whole demeanor changed. It's like she turned into a predator, completely focused and overwhelming. Her speed and strength were amplified beyond what I thought was possible for someone her size. Honestly, I had to push myself to my limits. Well, the 4th gate, actually, just to keep up." Hiruzen's hand paused on the teacup. He had already started analyzing the information Guy gave him. 4th gate. At his age? And she pushed him to that. Interesting.
And how did the spar end?
Hiruzen asked, his voice calm but probing. Guy smiled, his energy returning. "We both stopped before things got too serious. Neither of us wanted to cause any real injuries. She's strong, but she's also respectful. She didn't try to humiliate me or anything. Honestly, Lord Hokage, I think she enjoyed the challenge as much as I did." Hiruzen leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the desk.
And what was her attitude like? Did she seem calculated, perhaps, or overly cautious?
Guy shook his head, his expression thoughtful. "No, not at all. She was straightforward. Confident for sure, but not arrogant. However, I'd not call her humble either." Guy chuckled as he remembered Maki's attitude. "She has this presence about her, like she knows she's strong but doesn't need to flaunt it. At the same time, she's approachable. She joked a little before the spar, and afterward she even suggested we spar again while she's in Konoha." Hiruzen nodded slowly, his mind working through the details. Confident but not reckless. Open to camaraderie but also powerful enough to keep others on edge. A dangerous combination if leveraged correctly.
Did she mention anything about Takimura during your conversation?
Hiruzen asked. His tone was casual, as if he did not even care about the information and was just politely making a conversation. Guy frowned slightly, thinking back. Not much, really. Just that it's a new village and that she's here as part of their first official delegation. She seems really proud of her village, though. Talks about it like it's her family. Hiruzen smiled faintly at that.
Interesting. And what do you think of her as a shinobi, Guy? From your perspective.
Guy's face lit up, his enthusiasm returning full force. She's amazing, Lord Hokage. I don't think I've met anyone like her. Her technique, her strength, her speed, they're all incredible. I think she could hold her own against most jonin, honestly. Hiruzen raised his eyebrows, his expression betraying nothing of the weight of Guy's words.
Most Jonin, you say? That's high praise.
Guy nodded eagerly. It's true. I mean, I'm still training to become stronger myself, but if she's any indication of what Takimura has to offer, their village might be small, but it's full of potential. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk.
Thank you, Guy. Your insight has been most helpful. I'm glad to see you taking your training so seriously. Keep it up.
Guy beamed, giving his signature thumbs up. Of course, Lord Hokage. Youth waits for no one, and I'll keep pushing forward with everything I've got. Hiruzen watched as Guy left the room, his grin unwavering even as the door closed behind him. The third Hokage's gaze turned back toward the stacks of papers on his desk, though his thoughts lingered on the Takimura shinobi.
A village full of potential, led by a youngster as capable as Maki. I'll have to keep a close eye on them and decide whether they're an ally worth supporting or a threat worth neutralizing.
He reached for his tea again, the faintest trace of a frown tugging at the corners of his mouth.
Interesting indeed,
he murmured. The tower was finally visible in the distance, but the closer it came into view, the larger the problem loomed. The path ahead was full of ambushes, too many teams lying in wait. Kaoru stood still for a moment, scanning the area with his Suijingan, carefully picking out the chakra signatures. He could plot a path with fewer and weaker teams, but even that wasn't guaranteed to be safe. Kaoru recalled his encounter with Toji Senju, where his Suijingan had been tricked by chakra suppression. While Kaoru had easily spotted the faint difference in water particles in Toji's body, the chakra suppression had been enough to mislead him into thinking that his chakra reserves were slightly larger than others.
If someone like Toji can suppress their chakra like that, it means relying solely on what I see is dangerous. We can't take anything for granted. Guys, we have a problem,
Kaoru said, turning back to the group. He quickly explained the situation. Although there were 6 of them, only 4 could realistically fight. Suguru was completely out of commission, unable to move on his own, and Yuji's shoulder injury had significantly slowed him down. Even out of the 4 who could still fight, one would have to stay back to guard Sugeru.
Basically, that leaves 3 of us,
Kaoru summarized.
Even though I'm confident we can defeat most of these teams, it doesn't mean it's a viable option. I'm not going to use lethal attacks against opponents who haven't done anything wrong. This is just an exam after all. Subduing them will be much harder than simply taking them out. Even if we somehow manage to defeat them without serious injuries or losses, the commotion will definitely draw more attention.
He paused, his gaze scanning the group for their input.
I don't care about injuring those kids,
Mizuki said coldly. Her tone was sharp, and though her earlier rage had subsided, it was clear she wasn't completely herself.
They knew what they were signing up for when they entered this forest. If I have to choose between Suguru and Yuji's well-being or passing this exam versus sparing them, I'll choose our side without hesitation.
Kaoru frowned but didn't immediately respond. Akane, standing quietly beside Mizuki, glanced between them with concern. It was rare to see Kaoru and Mizuki on such different wavelengths, but it was clear Mizuki's anger hadn't fully dissipated.
While I don't really deserve to have a say in this, since all of this is my fault.
Akito started, his voice low and heavy with guilt.
Stop it already!
Yuji snapped. His tone was harsh and biting. He glared at Akito, clearly irritated by the self-blame. But Akito didn't react to Yuji's tone and continued speaking.
Anyway, I think there's another option.
He paused, gathering his thoughts before explaining his plan.
I'll act as bait. I'll draw their attention and lead them away, so the rest of you can get Suguru and Yuji closer to the tower. Once they're safe, you can come back and help me.
Kaoru's brow furrowed, but Akito kept going.
I'm not confident in my ability to fight, but I'm fast, and my body flicker is better than most. I can keep them busy long enough for you to secure our injured.
The brief pride in Akito's tone quickly vanished, replaced by guilt once more as his expression softened.
It's the least I can do. After everything.
Kaoru glanced at the others. Mizuki folded her arms. Akane's face was unreadable, but she opened her mouth to speak before quickly closing it again, unsure of what to say. Kaoru sighed.
It's not about blame or punishment, Akito. No one here blames you for what happened.
He turned his gaze toward Suguru, who was pale and barely conscious, and then toward the ambushes waiting ahead. The logic of Akito's suggestion was undeniable, but the risk was enormous.
It's a bold plan,
Kaoru said with his tone softening slightly.
But if we go with it, we need to make sure you're not putting yourself in too much danger. If something goes wrong...
It won't.
Akito cut him off. His voice was firm despite his guilty expression.
I can handle this. I won't let anyone else get hurt.
Kaoru looked at Mizuki and Akane for their thoughts. After a brief pause, Mizuki shook her head.
I'm against this plan,
she said firmly.
But it's not my place to tell Akito what he can or can't do. I just don't understand why we're okay letting our friend risk his life, just so we can feel better about ourselves by avoiding injuring our opponents.
Mizuki was displeased with her friends. Akito didn't flinch at her words. Instead, he straightened his posture and met her gaze with quiet determination.
The bottom line is that I'm being carried by you guys. If I can't even do this much, why do I deserve the rank of chunin? What happens if I stay hidden behind your backs and pass this exam like that? What happens if I fail my friends when we're on an actual chunin-level mission?
His voice grew stronger with each question.
Our enemies then won't be just kids. They'll be far stronger and far more ruthless. It might sound selfish, but I'd rather fail now, here, than fail in the future, when your lives are on the line.
Kaoru studied Akito's expression, and he saw nothing but the determination in his eyes. The risk is high, but he needs this, Kaoru thought. He knew Akito's resolve wasn't something to dismiss lightly. Mizuki crossed her arms, but her expression was much softer than before. Finally, she sighed.
Fine. If this is what you've decided, then I won't stop you. But listen carefully, Akito. If you screw up and get caught, I'm coming to drag you back myself, and I won't be nice about it.
Akito's lips twitched into a faint smile, the first since the attack.
Fair enough,
he replied.
All right,
Kaoru said.
We'll move forward with your plan, but stay sharp, Akito. The moment we reach the tower and leave them, we're coming for you.
Akito nodded.
Don't keep me waiting too long.
He smiled and flickered away. It took Kaoru and his team nearly an hour to reach the tower. Their pace was slower than before. Akane was slowing down, getting tired from carrying Suguru, and Yuji could barely keep up because of his wounds. Once they arrived, they immediately sought out Konoha Shinobi to leave Suguru and Yuji in capable hands. They also needed to find out if there was a healer on site. If not, Suguru would have to forfeit and seek medical attention outside the tower. Thankfully, Konoha was prepared for such situations. It still took more than 5 minutes to bring a healer to them, which felt like an eternity to Kaoru, who had to maintain the water barrier, holding Suguru's wound closed. When the healer finally arrived, Kaoru removed the barrier and quickly explained the situation. The healer immediately assured them that Suguru's condition wasn't life-threatening and that he would recover shortly with proper treatment. Relieved, Kaoru, Akane, and Mizuki rushed toward the exit, eager to find Akito, but just as they reached the doorway, they saw him entering the tower. What? How? The three exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Akito, who looked exhausted but uninjured, gave them a faint smile.
How are Suguru and Yuji?
He asked, deflecting their astonishment.
They're fine.
Akane replied, her voice tinged with confusion.
But how did you manage to get here?
She did not want to offend Akito with their surprise, but they were praying he'd be okay by the time they found him. Akito rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly.
Well, soon after I drew the attention of those two teams, I ran into an ambush by another team. This one from Konoha. But
He paused, his expression shifting to one of disbelief.
They didn't do anything to me. In fact, one of the Konoha ninjas gave me this scroll and told me, "You're even now."
He handed Kaoru the scroll with a puzzled look. Kaoru accepted it, a faint smile tugging at his lips.
What did this ninja look like?
He asked, though he already had a strong suspicion. Akito shuddered slightly as he recalled the encounter.
He was just a kid, barely 9 years old, maybe even younger. He had jet black hair and these black eyes, like an abyss. Honestly, kind of scary.
Kaoru chuckled, confirming his guess as he examined the scroll. It was the Heaven Scroll, the exact one they needed.
It looks like we both passed the second exam,
Kaoru said with a wide grin. Akane and Mizuki exchanged surprised glances before Mizuki muttered,
"Who even is this kid?"
Kaoru just laughed.
Someone worth keeping an eye on. Let's head inside and rest. We've earned it.
/N dash. I was not sure about this ending, but it felt like something Itachi would do. I had a few different scenarios in mind, but in the end, I went with this one. It just felt like the best fit for his character. Also about that earlier scene where Guy said Maki was stronger than him. I'm not saying he was wrong, but just because he said it doesn't make it the truth. Guy is only 15 or 16 years old here, and he was clearly being modest. He's strong, but he still has room to grow into the powerhouse we know. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the chapter. From here on out, the exam is about to get way more heated. Character notes: Might Guy, modest. The power of youth is stronger in Maki than me, and because of that I will do 500 more push-ups. Akito, determined. If I can't pull my weight here, what kind of shinobi am I? I need to prove I can stand on my own. Hiruzen Sarutobi, scheming. A small village, but one with potential. What should I do? Chapter 41, Calm Before the Storm.
How do you feel?
Kaoru asked as he saw Suguru finally waking up. Suguru was lying on the bed, his injuries already treated by the medic Nin. Now it was just a matter of time until he fully recovered. It took a moment for Suguru's eyes to focus, but he finally managed a faint smile when he saw Kaoru clearly.
This is nothing, Suguru said weakly. I felt far worse after sparring with you back when you had no control over your strength.
Kaoru's lips curved into a small smile, but there was a sharp edge in his voice as he replied,
Akito told me what happened. You're a moron? You know that, right?
Suguru chuckled lightly, but Kaoru continued, his tone more serious.
You were the strongest member of your team, Suguru. You were supposed to protect them, not turn yourself into a burden.
Suguru's smile didn't fade.
You know I'd do the same thing again in that situation, don't you? He said, chuckling as if he had no regrets.
And that's why you're a moron, Kaoru retorted, though his tone softened as he let out a small laugh. All right, I'll go get some rest now that you are awake. Someone else will come to keep you company. Honestly, I preferred you when you were asleep.
Kaoru smirked and stood up to leave.
How much time do I have to recover, and how's Yuji?
Suguru called out just before Kaoru reached the door. Kaoru turned his head.
There are 3 more days left in the second exam, and Yuji's doing fine. Certainly better than you. At the very least, he could kick your ass right now,
Kaoru said with a grin before waving him off and stepping out. As Kaoru walked into the hall, a familiar voice greeted him. I thought you'd never come out. Kaoru turned to see Toji Senju leaning casually against the wall.
Hello, Toji. I didn't realize your team had also finished the exam,
Kaoru said with a smile. We got here a few hours ago, Toji said, his grin widening. Salko kept forcing us to play it safe, so it took us ages to finish this shitty exam. But hey, no more team play now, it's all solo from here on out. Toji's eyes gleamed with excitement.
Salko? Which one is he?
Kaoru asked, his curiosity piqued. Yamanaka, Toji said with a laugh. The guy who talked big when you first met us. The one who thought he was hot stuff. Kaoru chuckled.
Oh, him. So why did he slow you down?
Toji leaned closer, still laughing. Actually, it's kind of your fault. After that encounter with you, Salko couldn't stop going on about how you were way stronger than any genin has a right to be. He's been paranoid ever since. Kaoru smirked.
I tend to leave that kind of impression,
he said with a grin, and the two of them burst into laughter.
Listen, I'm starving. Want to grab something to eat?
Kaoru asked, glancing at Toji. Toji nodded. Same here, I've been waiting for hours. As they made their way toward the kitchen area, they passed through the hall bustling with teams, some recovering from the trials of the Forest of Death, while others chatted nervously about what was ahead. Kaoru's eyes swept across the crowd, pausing briefly when he noticed Itachi's team hadn't joined them yet.
That's odd,
Kaoru thought.
With Itachi's strength, I figured they'd have been one of the first teams back. Could something have happened?
He frowned slightly but quickly shook off the thought.
Nah, everything's probably fine. It's Itachi after all.
When they reached the kitchen, Kaoru's eyes lit up at the sight of the open bar. There were countless dishes laid out, ranging from steaming bowls of ramen to plates of fresh sushi and grilled meats.
Toji, what do you recommend? Anything special from Konoha I should try?
Kaoru asked, his mouth practically watering. Toji chuckled and shrugged. I'm no foodie, honestly. I've been living off ration bars just for convenience. You should probably just pick whatever looks good to you. Kaoru shook his head in disbelief, but smiled as he made his choice. In the end, he followed Toji's lead and grabbed some sushi before looking around for a free table. That's when he spotted Mizuki sitting alone, eating quietly.
Toji, I'm gonna join my friend over there. Wanna come?
Kaoru asked, nodding toward Mizuki. Toji hesitated for a moment, feeling like Kaoru was just being polite. He smiled and waved off the invitation. Nah, I'll go eat with my teammates, but come find me in the hall when you're done. I'd love to spar with you later, he said, already walking away.
Sure thing,
Kaoru called after him, watching Toji head off before turning his attention to Mizuki. Carrying his plate, he approached her table with a smile.
Suguru just woke up,
Kaoru said as he set his tray down at the table across from Mizuki.
How is he?
Mizuki asked without looking up from her food.
Pale, covered in bruises, but somehow still has the energy to crack jokes.
Kaoru chuckled, shaking his head. Mizuki allowed herself a faint smile.
Then he's fine.
Kaoru hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Hey, Mizuki. I'm sorry about earlier. I was a bit harsh.
You don't need to apologize, Mizuki interrupted, finally looking up at him. You said what you thought was right, and I respect that. If you want to be a good clan head, you need to be able to be rough sometimes.
She gave him a small, genuine smile, though it was clear from her expression that she appreciated the apology.
Besides, I'm sure you're apologizing for your tone, not your words. You still think I let my anger consume me, don't you?
Kaoru sighed and nodded.
Yeah, I do. You've always been rougher than Akane and me, but this time, it was different. You looked like you were enjoying it. Killing them, I mean.
He leaned forward, watching her carefully for a reaction. Mizuki didn't flinch. Her face remained calm, almost unreadable.
I was enjoying it, she admitted, her voice steady but laced with pain. Kaoru, I know your life hasn't been easy either, but I watched my family die in front of me. My brother sacrificed himself to protect me and my sister. She was abused until she couldn't endure it anymore.
Mizuki's fists clenched, and tears welled in her eyes as she spoke.
If I'd been stronger back then, or if anyone in my village had been, none of it would have happened.
She paused, and her face got much darker.
I won't forgive people who use their strength to hurt others. Those genin deserve what they got. They were hunting down our friends like animals. You might not agree with me, but as the next clan head, you'll need to learn to be decisive and ruthless when necessary. It's what Takime needs.
Kaoru stayed quiet. He was analyzing what Mizuki just told him. He'd known about Mizuki's past, but never heard her speak about it herself. It was a lot to process.
Mizuki, I'm not saying we shouldn't have killed them. I'm just worried you might lose yourself to that rage. You might not share our last name, but the moment Maki brought you into our clan, you became part of the Takime. We'll always stand by you. Besides, he added with a teasing grin, You're one of my very few friends, and you know what an honor that is.
Mizuki's lips curved into a faint smile.
Thank you,
she said softly, her eyes glimmering with gratitude.
By the way, Kaoru continued, tilting his head, why do you keep saying I'll be the next clan head? That's obviously going to be Maki.
This time it was Mizuki's turn to look confused.
Sometimes it puzzles me how little you know about what's happening around you, she said, frowning. Maki rejected her right to be the successor when she developed Predator's Pact. If there are multiple candidates, the one with Suijingan becomes the next head, which means you. Congrats, Lord Kaoru. You've just gained a whole lot of responsibility.
She chuckled, watching Kaoru's face darken in horror.
But if I'm the clan head, I won't be able to travel whenever I want.
Kaoru groaned helplessly. Mizuki's eyes glinted with mischief.
Should I start calling you Lord Kaoru now? Technically, you're my leader.
Don't you dare, Kaoru grumbled, running a hand through his hair. Grandma's going to make me sit through all those boring meetings, isn't she? Maki is going to enjoy this so much.
Kaoru's bright future just crumbled at that moment. He realized that instead of being free and able to do whatever he wished, he was just forced into a position he did not want at all. However, suddenly a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Maybe Mizuki was pranking him.
How do you know this? How do you know that clan will prioritize me just because I have a Suijingan?
No, Kaoru. The question should be, how do you not know any of this? The clan has a book outlining all the rules. Everyone knows Maki isn't the successor anymore. Everyone except you, apparently.
Mizuki said with a perfectly straight face.
So Maki creates a new technique, and I'm the one who has to pay the price.
Kaoru thought, utterly defeated. He recalled how often Maki complained about not having time to train because of all the responsibilities Suiren dumped on her. Being the clan head sounded like a nightmare.
Wait, there's a way out of this,
Kaoru realized, his expression brightening as a new idea formed.
I'm in Konoha now. I have to get my hands on Shadow Clone Jutsu at any cost.
Mizuki noticed the sudden shift in his mood and raised an eyebrow.
What are you scheming now?
She asked suspiciously. Kaoru just grinned.
Nothing important. Let's get back to others,
said Kaoru with a smile as he picked up an empty tray. However, that smile disappeared momentarily.
As you command, Lord Kaoru,
said Mizuki, and made an exaggerated bow. Hiruzen sat at his desk, puffing on his pipe, the smoke curling lazily upward as he reviewed a stack of papers. The door creaked open and Shikaku stepped in. Lord Hokage, Shikaku began, rubbing the back of his neck. There are too many teams who've passed the second exam. We need to thin the numbers for the final round, or it's going to turn into a logistical nightmare. His tone carried a hint of annoyance, the hallmark of a man who detested extra work. Hiruzen chuckled softly, setting his pipe down.
I suppose we can arrange preliminary one-on-one matches to cut down the numbers. It won't be a public spectacle, though. Just a quiet elimination round.
He waved a hand dismissively, clearly unbothered by the matter.
As long as Konoha's candidates perform well, that's all that really matters.
Shikaku nodded, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Good. The less work for me, the better. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair.
Shikaku, what's your take on Takimura? They're still relatively unknown, but they've drawn a fair bit of attention.
Shikaku crossed his arms as he considered the question. Honestly, I think we should do nothing for now. Maintain friendly relations and observe. They're small and isolated. Even if they can defend their valley well, they'll eventually have to leave it to trade or earn money. That's when their vulnerabilities will show. He paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Still, I've heard about the boy from Takimura, the one with the rare Kekkei Genkai. If it's as strong as the information says, that could change things. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again, taking a slow draw.
So, you're saying we should wait and see if they're worth considering as our allies or as a potential threat?
Shikaku shrugged. Pretty much. If the boy's Kekkei Genkai is as powerful as it sounds, he could be the key to Takimura's survival. But if he turns out to be a failure, they'll crumble under the pressure sooner or later. Either way, we don't need to make any sudden moves. Let the exams play out. They'll tell us everything we need to know. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, nodding.
A pragmatic approach, as always, he said with a smile. And what about Kirigakure? Do you think we should pressure them to increase the chances of Takimura's survival?
That depends, Shikaku said, scratching his chin. If Takimura's got more talent hidden away like that boy, they might be worth it. But if not, well, Kiri doesn't pull its punches. If we antagonize them too much, they might do something outrageous. Either way, their actions in the exams will give us a better picture of their capabilities, said Shikaku, hoping he could leave the room before Hiruzen dumped more work on him. Hiruzen leaned forward, resting his elbows on the desk.
Very well. Keep an eye on the Takimura candidates. I want a full report on their performance after the exams.
Shikaku gave a lazy salute. As I thought, this old man hates it when I have some free time. He thought as he prepared to leave. Got it, let's just hope they don't cause too much trouble. I hate cleaning up messes. Hiruzen chuckled softly, watching Shikaku leave. The exams might be more enlightening than I initially thought, he mused, his mind already turning over possibilities as he puffed on his pipe once more. /N-. The next chapter will focus on one-on-one duels. That's going to be the last stop before the final round of the chunin exams. I haven't finalized the matchups yet, but rest assured they're going to be intense. Let's see who rises to the occasion and who gets left behind. Should we make bets? And no, Itachi and Kaoru does not count XD. Character notes. Shikaku, lazy. Why make an effort when waiting usually works better? Kaoru, cheeky. Clan head? Sure, but only if I can use shadow clones to attend meetings. Chapter 42. I can't block this. 3 days flew by quickly. Over the last couple of days, most of the teams entering the tower were those forced to forfeit due to injuries. However, a few teams managed to complete the mission and enter in surprisingly good shape. Among these was a team from a minor village no one had ever heard of. They carried 5 scrolls, which meant they had likely fought 4 teams or ambushed those who had just finished their battles. This team quickly became the center of attention, not just because of their impressive achievement, but because of their appearance. All 3 were covered in blood and dirt, a stark contrast to other teams. 2 were girls, their expressions hard and stoic, while the third was a massive boy, towering over everyone else. He was probably even larger than Akatsuchi from Iwagakure. Once the second exam was officially declared complete, the proctor announced that team missions were over. From this point forward, it would be an individual competition. Before the final chunin exam, a preliminary round would be held to reduce the number of participants. There were simply too many who had passed the second exam. The genin were given 2 days to rest before the preliminaries. While most used the time to recover, a few, like Kaoru, chose to train. Kaoru was thrilled to have time to hone his skills in the tower, but he was frustrated that he wasn't allowed to spar with Toji. Konoha supervisors strictly prohibited any form of combat within the tower, even friendly spars, with immediate disqualification as the consequence. Finally, the day of the preliminary exam arrived. The genin were gathered in a large, dimly lit hall with an elevated viewing platform where the guardians stood. The fighting ground itself was a rectangular arena surrounded by towering walls.
This is exactly the same as in Naruto,
thought Kaoru as he recognized the place. But now that he was about to fight in that same hall, he not only felt excited, but also nervous. Genin around Kaoru whispered among themselves, exchanging glances as they sized up the competition. Above, the guardians stood in quiet observation. Kaoru glanced toward the platform, spotting Shin and Maki. Maki gave him an encouraging smile and a thumbs up, while Shin remained as stoic as ever, his eyes scanning the crowd.
Time to see what we're made of,
Kaoru thought, clenching his fists.
If I'm unlucky, I could be eliminated in this very round.
He could not shake this anxiety he was feeling. especially since he could end up fighting Uchiha Itachi himself. "We will now announce the first fighters," the proctor began. "The matchups were randomly selected, with your guardians present during the process. Once your name is called, you'll have 5 minutes to step into the arena and face your opponent. Failure to do so will result in disqualification." Kaoru scanned the room, observing the guardians standing on the elevated platform and the genin scattered across the hall. 42 participants, 14 teams, had passed the second exam. Among them, 7 teams were from the great hidden villages, 3 from Konoha, 2 each from Iwagakure and Sunagakure. Kumo had opted out of these exams, and most of Kirigakure's genin had been eliminated by Mizuki and Kaoru. The remaining participants were from smaller villages, including Takimura's 2 teams.
The competition is tough,
Kaoru thought. Some of those genins were actually strong. Kaoru was genuinely surprised that they were never mentioned in the series. His train of thought was interrupted when the proctor continued. "The first match will be Itachi Uchiha versus..." He paused for dramatic effect, his gaze scanning the crowd. Kaoru frowned.
"Just say it already. Everyone knows this is going to be bad news for whoever's unlucky enough to fight him."
The proctor finally concluded, "Ranmaru Aoichi."
Kaoru winced and muttered under his breath, "Yikes! Unlucky draw, my friend."
He glanced at the boy from a small, obscure village who had been called to fight Itachi. The color had drained from Ranmaru's face. He did not know how strong Itachi was, but he knew the name Uchiha.
"Better him than me,"
Kaoru thought, suppressing a shiver. Just yesterday, the idea of fighting Itachi had seemed thrilling, something that would push him to his limits. But now, faced with the reality of the Uchiha prodigy stepping into the ring, Kaoru wasn't feeling quite so enthusiastic anymore. Itachi and Renmaru stood facing each other in the arena. Itachi carried 2 short swords tied to his back, while Renmaru appeared unarmed. "Ready?" the judge, wearing the Senju clan symbol on his back, asked as he raised his hand. "Begin," he declared, disappearing from view instantly. Itachi moved just as quickly, flickering out of sight before reappearing behind Renmaru in an instant. His sword swung in a precise arc, aiming for Renmaru's shoulder.
"First he flickers, and then he deliberately avoids lethal strikes. He's kind,"
Kaoru muttered to himself, a little louder than intended, drawing the attention of the Konoha shinobi around him.
"He doesn't even need to try, and he's still holding back. That's Itachi for you."
Renmaru barely managed to react, spinning just in time to block the strike with a kunai in his right hand. Without missing a beat, he threw 2 shuriken from his left hand, aiming to force Itachi to back off and create some distance. But Itachi didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped slightly to the side, dodging the projectiles with ease, and performed a series of hand seals at blinding speed.
Fire release, fireball jutsu.
As Itachi exhaled, a massive sphere of flames roared toward Renmaru. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, Renmaru's eyes widened in panic. He scrambled to make his own hand seals, rushing to defend himself. Earth release, stone wall. A solid wall of earth rose between Renmaru and the oncoming fireball, shielding him just in time as flames licked against the barrier. Renmaru exhaled in relief, but that relief was short-lived. He realized too late that the wall had obstructed his vision, leaving him vulnerable. In a blur, Itachi appeared next to him, sword swinging once more. Renmaru tried to turn, his kunai ready, but just as the blade seemed to make contact, the figure of Itachi dispersed into smoke. A shadow clone. The real Itachi materialized silently behind Renmaru, the cold steel of his sword pressing lightly against Renmaru's neck.
I suggest you surrender,
Itachi said calmly. Renmaru froze, his muscles tensing as he realized the fight was over. He glanced toward the crowd, his face a mix of frustration and resignation. After a tense moment, he slowly raised his hand in surrender. The judge reappeared in the center of the arena, raising his hand toward Itachi. "The winner is Itachi Uchiha," he announced. Itachi stepped back, sheathing his sword and giving Renmaru a small nod.
You fought well,
he said before turning and walking back to his team, leaving the crowd murmuring in awe at his flawless performance. The next 5 fights were less flashy, but far more tense. From Takimura, Mizuki and Akito emerged victorious. Mizuki wielded her Kekkei Genkai ruthlessly, overwhelming her opponent, while Akito relied on his superior speed to claim victory in a close battle. Iwagakure's 2 genin both lost to Sunagakure, leaving the Iwa delegation visibly embarrassed, while Suna celebrated their clean sweep with pride. The 5th match featured Yuji Terumi against Toji Senju, which Toji won in an embarrassingly effortless manner. While Toji remained respectful throughout the fight, he didn't hold back to make Yuji look better like Itachi had done earlier. With 6 matches complete, the proctor's exhaustion was starting to show. Takime Kaoru versus Hora Arasami, the proctor announced flatly, skipping any theatrics. By now he was too tired to care about building suspense, especially since neither name carried weight outside their respective villages. Kaoru, after being disappointed 5 times and forced to sit through others' matches, didn't expect his name to be called. He flinched in surprise before excitement overtook him. With one energetic jump, he landed in the center of the arena. His opponent, however, approached slowly, dragging a massive blade behind him. This was the same boy from the unknown village who had entered the tower covered in blood and dirt. "Kid, you're unlucky to face me," Hora sneered. His voice was dripping with malice. "Because I never kill my prey quickly. I like to savor it." His grin twisted into a deranged look, his eyes glinting with sadistic glee.
This guy definitely has some issues,
Kaoru thought. He remained calm and focused. As far as Kaoru could sense, Hora didn't have an overwhelming amount of chakra. Even if it was suppressed, it wasn't enough to give him a clear edge. Still, there was something about him that set Kaoru on edge.
He gives me a bad feeling. Better play it safe.
The Senju judge raised his hand. "Ready?" Both genin nodded. "Begin." The judge vanished the moment the signal was given, and Hora immediately charged at Kaoru. His speed was shocking for someone his size, and while he wasn't flickering, his raw acceleration made up for it. Kaoru retreated step by step, carefully matching Hora's movements while firing water bullets from his mouth. The attacks were quick and precise, but Hora deflected them with ease, his massive blade cutting through the projectiles like they were nothing.
If Itachi won without using Sharingan, I want to try without Suijingan too,
Kaoru thought stubbornly, refusing to activate his Kekkei Genkai yet. Hora steadily closed the distance, and as soon as he got close enough, he leapt forward, swinging his blade with enough force to cleave Kaoru in half. Kaoru, already holding a kunai, braced himself to block. But as the blade came closer, a strange sensation rippled through Kaoru's hand. His heightened senses, a benefit of the chakra rotation technique, screamed at him to dodge instead of block, and he followed them without hesitation. The kunai Kaoru had raised was effortlessly sliced in 2, the massive blade cutting through it like butter. Luckily, Kaoru had already started twisting his body, narrowly avoiding the strike. The blade grazed his clothing, but his flesh remained unscathed.
Chakra-enhanced attacks. He's faster, stronger, and can enhance his weapon with chakra. I can't match him in close combat without Suijingan.
Kaoru's mind raced as he quickly repositioned himself.
But not yet. I still have my pride. There has to be a way to win without revealing everything.
Kaoru analyzed Hora's movements, searching for an opening.
If I can outmaneuver him, I might be able to wear him down. But I need to be precise. One wrong move, and it's over.
He quickly realized that wearing his opponent down was easier said than done. No matter how much Kaoru flickered or relied on ninjutsu to evade Hora's relentless attacks, his opponent wasn't slowing down. Hora's physical prowess gave him an edge, allowing him to conserve more chakra, while Kaoru's stamina steadily drained. Kaoru's breathing grew heavier, while Hora remained as fresh as ever, showing no signs of exhaustion.
Without Suijingan, I'm nothing, huh?
Kaoru thought bitterly as frustration crept in. With a quiet sigh, his cyan eyes began to glow faintly. He didn't want to rely on it, but he had no choice if he wanted to turn this fight around.
All right, I'll recover my stamina first. Then I'll strike,
he muttered to himself, preparing to test a technique he'd developed specifically to counter Maki in their spars.
The Water Guardian!
Water began forming in the air around him, swirling toward him in controlled streams. It moved with precision, flowing into a spherical shape that slowly enveloped Kaoru. Soon the translucent dark blue water surrounded him completely. Hora was intrigued by the spectacle and paused his assault, watching Kaoru with a mix of curiosity and disdain. "What is this nonsense?" Hora muttered, gripping his oversized blade tightly as he observed the completed water sphere. "Whatever, it's not going to save you." He charged forward, blade raised, and swung it with all his strength. The blade struck the water with a loud metallic clang, as if it had hit solid steel. Horror froze and his grin disappeared as the strike was effortlessly deflected. He stepped back, narrowing his eyes. "What the hell is this?" Kaoru remained motionless inside the sphere, watching. The shimmering water repaired itself instantly, leaving no trace of the attack. Hora sneered. "Fine, let's see how long that stupid trick lasts." Hora launched a flurry of strikes, swinging his blade faster and harder with each attempt. He moved around the sphere, targeting different spots, hoping to find a weak point. The sound of his blade clashing against the sphere echoed through the arena. His attacks grew more desperate, his movements more erratic, until his strength began to wane. Sweat dripped from his brow, his breathing quickened, and his swings lost their initial precision. Inside the sphere, Kaoru watched patiently, unbothered. Maintaining the Water Guardian didn't drain much chakra.
"He's getting tired,"
Kaoru muttered, and a faint smile appeared on his lips.
"It's time I fight back."
Hora caught the grin on Kaoru's face and snapped. "You smug little bastard, I'll kill you and chop you to pieces," he roared, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury. Charging at full speed, he leapt into the air, blade raised high for a crushing overhead strike. Just as Hora's blade neared the sphere, a spike of water shot out with incredible speed, piercing his shoulder. He kicked the sphere in a last-ditch effort to create distance and propelled himself backward. Landing with a grunt, Hora clutched his bleeding shoulder, his free hand trembling as he glared at Kaoru with unbridled hatred. Soon he started murmuring something to himself. His expression grew darker, and the chakra inside became chaotic.
"This isn't good. Whatever he's doing, I need to stop it now,"
Kaoru thought, his glowing cyan eyes narrowing. Lingering death. The dark blue needles materialized in Hora's blind spots and shot toward him with blinding speed. Kaoru's timing was precise, his aim flawless. But just as the needles were about to strike, Hora's chakra exploded outward in a violent burst, deflecting them with ease. Kaoru's heart sank as he saw Hora's form emerge from the chaotic energy, now surrounded by a red, pulsating aura. His chakra was no longer just wild, it was destructive.
"What is this? This isn't normal."
Kaoru could feel the raw malice emanating from Hora. From the stands, a familiar voice roared.
"This can't be allowed!"
Shin's voice cut through the tension, and Kaoru glanced toward the platform to see his guardian yelling at the proctor.
"This exam is supposed to test their abilities, not push them to the brink of death. He's burning his life force to kill his opponent. This isn't a fight, it's a death sentence."
Kaoru could see Shin's usually emotionless face red with rage. A Senju judge appeared beside Shin, his expression equally grave. "I agree with the Takimura guardian. Hora Arasami must be disqualified immediately. This is no longer a fair test of skill. It's a risk to both combatants' lives." Just as the proctor opened his mouth to respond, a sly, serpentine voice interjected.
"Aren't these exams meant to emulate real missions?"
The woman's tone was smooth and mocking.
"My pupil is merely showing his commitment to the mission. Who are you to question his resolve?"
She smiled faintly, her words were laced with venom. Kaoru, meanwhile, had no time to focus on their debate. Hora had finished preparing and charged toward the water sphere with his blade glowing an ominous red.
"This is bad, really bad."
He quickly reinforced the Water Guardian, thickening its outer shell and layering it multiple times. Still, he knew it wouldn't last long against Hora's frenzied assault. His mind raced.
"If it breaks, I'll have to retreat immediately."
Hora's blade struck the sphere with tremendous force, its red-hot edge slicing into the sphere. For a moment, the reinforced barrier held, rippling under the pressure, but it wasn't enough. With a loud crack, the sphere shattered like glass. Horror pushed forward, moving through the collapsing water shield with terrifying speed. His weapon was aimed directly at Kaoru's head, but Kaoru wasn't finished yet. A water tentacle snapped out from the remnants of the sphere, yanking Kaoru backward just in time. Horror's blade missed by a fraction of an inch as Kaoru retreated to a safe distance. The shattered water barrier reformed behind him, trapping Horror inside. Kaoru stood firm, the adrenaline coursing through him.
"If you weren't trying to kill me, I would have let you walk away,"
he said, his voice steady but cold. He clenched his fist, directing his chakra toward the water sphere. The barrier morphed instantly, forming spikes that aimed inward, surrounding Horror like the teeth of a deadly trap. The spikes drove forward, and the entire sphere turned red as blood mixed with water, obscuring the view. The crowd gasped, assuming the fight was over. Kaoru let out a quiet breath, exhaustion beginning to set in. He turned, ready to leave the arena, but something didn't feel right. The danger hit him like a wave. Kaoru spun around just in time to see Horror leaping out of the shattered sphere, his blade glowing even brighter, his body drenched in blood. The explosion from the spiked sphere sent a shockwave through the arena, but Horror was already mid-air, hurtling toward Kaoru with lethal intent.
"There's no way I can block this,"
Kaoru realized, his body frozen for a split second. The last thing he heard was Mizuki's panicked scream from the stands.
Kaoru!
A /N dash. We finally made it to Rising Stars on Royal Road. I'm so happy, and I can't thank you all enough for your incredible support. Also, the novel has now officially exceeded 100,000 words. XD. It's been an amazing journey so far, and I can't wait to share what's next with you. While writing this fight, I realized that Kaoru is a bit one-dimensional right now. He's practically useless without Suijingan. Both Kaoru and I will need to work on that. That said, I'm not planning to make him excel at everything. Personally, I dislike characters without flaws, so Kaoru will have to work hard to grow, and even then, he'll always have areas where he's just average. Or worse. Also, I'd really appreciate your feedback on this fight scene. Does it feel engaging, or do you think something is missing? If you have any constructive criticism, I'm all ears. It'll help me improve, and that's all I'm aiming for. Character notes: Kaoru, helpless. I'm screwed. Itachi, smug. Don't compare yourself to me, you ordinary person. Chapter 43, Angry Tigress.
"There's no way I can block this,"
Kaoru thought, frozen in place for a split second as Horror's blade closed in on his head. The arena seemed to freeze, and for that brief moment it felt like there was no escape. Suddenly, the sharp crackle of lightning split the air, followed by a deafening crash. The arena floor exploded into smoke and debris, and the impact sent shockwaves through the crowd. Genin and Guardians alike stared at the scene, wide-eyed, as dust and smoke obscured the battlefield. As the dust settled, the sight that greeted them left the entire arena stunned. Standing in front of Kaoru was a girl cloaked in dense cyan chakra. The energy shimmered and swirled around her, transforming her hair into what looked like a wild mane. Her eyes were fierce and predatory, glowing with vertical slits like a beast's. In front of her, two figures held her fists in a combined effort to stop her attack, one cloaked in lightning chakra and the other bearing the Senju clan's emblem. Just moments before Horror's blade could reach Kaoru, Maki had appeared like a mother tiger, protecting her cub, smashing the massive sword into pieces. Without hesitation, she lunged at Horror, her chakra-infused fist aimed to end the fight in one decisive strike. However, Shin, who was just a step behind her, intervened. He managed to grab Horror and pull him out of harm's way just in time, but he was forced to brace himself as Maki's chakra-charged swing tore through the air. The Senju judge appeared alongside Shin, and together they caught Maki's fist before the aftershock alone could flatten Horror.
Maki, calm down. Everything's fine now,
Shin said with a calm tone. However, he never loosened his grip on Maki's fist, but Maki's glowing eyes burned with fury.
"Whoever dares to touch my baby brother will die,"
she declared. She clearly did not care who her words might offend, or how unreasonable she was, considering that Kaoru was participating in the chunin exams. The Senju judge, surprisingly, didn't react with anger or shock. Instead, he smiled, a genuine, almost understanding smile. "Your brother is completely fine," he said in a calm and respectful tone. "Please don't cause trouble for Konoha by killing an examinee." Maki hesitated for a moment, but it was Kaoru's gentle touch on her waist that finally broke through her rage.
"I'm fine, Maki. Really,"
he said softly, his voice betraying regret and guilt. The cyan aura around her dissipated, and her eyes returned to their usual warmth. She immediately hugged Kaoru tightly, whispering,
"I'm going to train you until you drop dead when we get back."
As the three prepared to leave the arena, Hora's guardian landed gracefully beside them, her presence exuding an air of arrogance and trouble. "So, Judge, I assume you're disqualifying this bunch of weaklings, right?" she asked with a sly smirk. The Senju judge turned to her, shaking his head firmly. "No, I won't. Your disciple, however, will be disqualified for violating the rules. While accidental killing can be overlooked, intentionally aiming to kill your opponent is forbidden. Furthermore, he burned his life force, a violation of both the spirit and rules of this exam." Realizing she couldn't disqualify Kaoru, the woman shifted her attention to Maki and Shin. "And what about these two? They interfered in the fight instead of letting you handle it. Surely that's a breach of protocol." Her taunting gaze locked on Maki, who was on the verge of losing her composure again. But before she could respond, the Senju judge let out a laugh that echoed through the hall. "Please don't tell me how to handle my job," he said dismissively. "Their actions, while technically against protocol, prevented further harm to your disciple. In fact, they likely saved him from burning even more of his life force." The woman's smug demeanor disappeared as she glanced around the arena. The crowd's expressions made their sympathies clear. Konoha shinobi, along with many others, were silently siding with Takimura. After all, if this kind of reckless fighting was allowed, their own disciples could easily end up in Kaoru's position. Hora still had two teammates who had yet to fight, and the idea of them following his example unnerved many. Without another word, Maki and Shin led Kaoru out of the arena. Maki was still simmering with anger. Shin kept a calm but watchful gaze, subtly glancing at Kaoru, who walked silently between them. Kaoru, however, was in a very dark place. Despite technically winning the match, it didn't feel like a victory at all.
"If Maki wasn't there, I'd be dead right now."
The thought repeated in Kaoru's mind. Rules or no rules, he couldn't fool himself.
The chunin exams might have regulations, but to me, they're a simulation of real battles, real missions. And today, I failed. Today, I died.
His chest tightened as the realization weighed down on him. The confident, strong image of himself that he'd built in his own mind shattered in an instant.
I've always known I'm not a genius like Itachi, but today I learned just how fragile my strength is. Without my Kekkei Genkai, I'm weak. Weaker than the people around me who look up to me, who count on me.
Kaoru clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He felt humiliated, exposed, but most of all determined. In any person's life, the first step to getting stronger is admitting their weakness, and that's exactly what Kaoru did.
I need to step up. I can't let this happen again.
His mind raced as he began planning his next steps.
I need to train harder, harder than I ever have. I'll push myself until my body can't take it anymore. But that's not enough. I need to be smarter, to create attack patterns and tactics in advance, instead of trying to come up with strategies on the spot all the time. My techniques, my approach, I have to refine them. I need to find a way to fight effectively without relying so heavily on Suijingan.
The proctor clapped his hands sharply, his voice cutting through the murmur of the crowd. Next match, Akane Terumi from Takimura versus Saeko Shirui from Sunagakure. Hearing Takimura got people interested. Everyone knew that Suna Kid would be strong, but now they were interested in Takimura too. Regardless of what Kaoru thought, his earlier fight earned Takimura some recognition. Even though he needed to be saved by Maki, burning the life force was an extremely lethal technique that increased the shinobi's strength significantly, so no one held it against Kaoru that he was overwhelmed. The crowd buzzed with excitement, eager to move on from the earlier tension. Akane stepped into the arena, her blade, a nodachi-like sword with a slightly curved blade, nearly as long as her arm, resting easily in her hand. The metal glinted faintly, showing the wear of countless hours of training. Across from her, Saiko Shurui entered with a calm, confident demeanor. Two wind-infused discs spun lazily in her hands, shimmering faintly in the light.
Let's have a good match,
Akane said, bowing. Saiko returned the bow. I wouldn't expect anything less. The proctor glanced between them. Ready? Begin. Saiko wasted no time. Her discs flew out of her hands, spinning toward Akane at high speed, their edges glowing faintly with wind chakra. Akane sidestepped the first and deflected the second with her blade. Sparks flew as the disc scraped against the metal.
She's quick,
Akane thought, watching the discs curve back toward Seiko like boomerangs. The Suna girl caught them mid-spin and launched them again in a fluid motion, closing the distance as the discs flew. Akane shifted her stance as she swung her sword upward, intercepting both discs at once. This time, her blade didn't just deflect them, it sent them hurtling into the ground, leaving shallow cuts in the arena floor. Saiko grinned. Not bad. She flickered forward, faster than Akane anticipated, slashing at her with one of the discs in a close-range attack. Instead of blocking, Akane swung her blade, overpowering Saiko with sheer strength. Unlike Kaoru, who took it very slow, Akane had perfected chakra rotation in her hands and her right leg, significantly boosting her overall power. Her strength now surpassed most kids her age. Despite being thrown off balance momentarily, Saiko quickly recovered and launched a flurry of rapid attacks, forcing Akane to stay sharp. Akane gritted her teeth, pivoting on her leg to avoid another strike.
You're fast,
she said, slashing horizontally to create space. And you're strong, Saiko countered, leaping back and throwing her discs again. This time they spun erratically, darting through the air at unpredictable angles. Akane raised her blade, her eyes tracking the disc's movements. She shifted slightly to the left and slashed downward, splitting one disc clean in two. The second veered off course, and Akane took the opening to close the distance between them. She lunged forward, swinging her sword in a wide arc. Saiko ducked under the blade and retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Akane's side. Akane blocked with her arm, her enhanced cells absorbing the impact and preventing damage. She countered with a low sweep of her leg, forcing Saiko to backflip out of range. The crowd roared in approval at the exchange.
Your chakra control is impressive,
Akane said as she saw Saiko catching her remaining disc and spinning it between her fingers.
But you'll need more than that to win.
Saiko narrowed her eyes and launched her disc again. This time she formed quick hand seals. Wind release, cutting gale. A sharp gust of wind followed the disc, turning it into a lethal projectile. Akane didn't hesitate. She flickered to dodge the attack and quickly formed a series of hand signs.
Fire release, fireball technique.
A roaring fireball shot toward Saiko, and for a brief moment, worry flashed in her eyes. She couldn't counter with her wind release against fire, it would only fuel the flames. Saiko had hoped Akane wouldn't be skilled with fire release, but now her weakness was exposed, and Akane could exploit it. Forced to flicker out of the fireball's path, Saiko barely evaded the attack. Akane immediately closed the distance, her blade already swinging, but Saiko has already gotten her disc back as she raised it ready to block.
You've got great technique,
Akane said mid-swing, her blade colliding with Saiko's wind-infused disc.
But speed alone won't win this.
Saiko smirked. And brute strength won't either. She ducked under another swing and spun behind Akane, aiming a strike at her exposed back. But Akane twisted on her leg, faster than Saiko anticipated, and caught her wrist mid-strike.
Got you,
Akane said, her grip like iron. Saiko's eyes widened as Akane pulled her forward, delivering a swift knee to her midsection. Saiko stumbled back, coughing, but didn't fall. "You're tougher than you look," she admitted. Akane smiled faintly.
And you're faster than I expected.
Seiko launched a disc, this time infused more chakra. Akane planted her feet.
Earth release! Earth wall!
She shouted, slamming her hand into the ground. A thick wall of earth erupted in front of her, intercepting the attack. The disc slammed into the wall, cracking it but not breaking through. Before Saiko could react, Akane flickered around the wall, appearing at her side. Her leg was already swinging downward, forcing Saiko to block with her arm. The impact sent Saiko sliding across the ground, her breathing labored.
It's over,
Akane said, standing tall. Saiko hesitated, then sighed and dropped her hands. "I yield." The proctor stepped forward. "Winner, Akane Terumi." The crowd erupted into cheers as Akane sheathed her blade and approached Saiko. She extended a hand, her expression warm.
You fought well. I'd like to spar with you again someday.
Saiko took her hand, smiling despite her exhaustion. "Only if you promise not to hold back next time." Akane chuckled. "Deal." The mutual respect Akane and Saiko displayed during their fight was a refreshing contrast to the intensity and cruelty of the previous battle. It brought a sense of balance, lightening the mood in the arena once again. /n/dash. I tried focusing more on taijutsu in this fight, though I did sprinkle in some ninjutsu here and there. Overall, it was primarily about physical combat. I hope you enjoyed it. The preliminary matches are wrapping up soon, and then we'll dive into the main event. Character notes: Kaoru, depressed. I just want to sit in a dark corner and sulk. Maki, unreasonable. I demand my brother's opponents be respectful, friendly, and absolutely never injure him. Chapter 44, Meeting the Snake. Kaoru sat beside Suguru in the infirmary, casually leaning back in his chair. The preliminary exams were over, but unfortunately, Suguru never got the chance to fight. His injuries had been too severe, and the medic Nin refused to clear him for battle.
This is the lamest way to get disqualified.
Suguru chuckled, however, there was a hint of regret in his eyes.
And to make it worse, every time Akito sees me, he starts bawling and apologizing like it's his fault. It's so annoying. I swear the second I can move properly, I'm smacking him upside the head.
Kaoru smirked, grabbing an apple from the small stand next to the bed.
Don't stress about it. Our village doesn't really care about ranks from this exam anyway. The main goal was to show our strength, not collect titles.
He took a big, exaggerated bite of the apple.
Oi, Akane brought me those,
Suguru protested, narrowing his eyes. Kaoru, relishing the moment, took an even bigger bite.
No wonder it tastes so good.
You soul,
Suguru muttered, though he was laughing. Kaoru just grinned and walked toward the trash bin to toss the core.
So, how long are they keeping you in here?
He asked over his shoulder.
They said I can leave tomorrow, but no training for a whole week.
Suguru sighed, creeping regret and sadness coming back into his voice.
Stop sulking. Look at it this way. You've got more time to pester you-know-who.
Kaoru shot him a smug look. Suguru's face immediately turned red.
Shut up!
Kaoru laughed, heading for the door.
Well, I'd love to stay and keep making your life miserable, but I have training to do. Can't have Maki saving me again.
Suguru grinned.
Yeah, you better. Otherwise, I'll be the one entertaining you in the infirmary next time.
Whatever. I'm still stronger than any of you.
Kaoru waved him off, whistling as he walked away. Sugeru, still flustered, looked around for something to throw. Unfortunately, the softest thing within reach was his pillow, which he angrily chucked at the door, missing by a mile. Kaoru walked through the streets of Konoha after wrapping up his training session. His body ached, but it was the good kind of exhaustion. He had a plan. First, he needed to buy soldier pills. Soldier pills were small, high-calorie nutritional supplements designed for shinobi. They provided a temporary boost in stamina and chakra recovery, allowing a ninja to fight for hours without tiring. However, once the effects wore off, they led to severe exhaustion. While invaluable in prolonged battles, they weren't a substitute for real rest and could be dangerous if overused. Kaoru had a training regimen in mind: train for 72 hours non-stop, then spend the next 24 hours either recovering through sleep or studying in the library to refine his techniques and strategies.
Every time I tried focusing on taijutsu and kenjutsu, something felt off, so I'd switch to ninjutsu soon after. I kept telling myself I was just pacing my progress, but now I realize I was comparing my ability to learn water-based techniques to everything else. The moment I struggled with close combat, I'd retreat to water manipulation to make myself feel better.
Kaoru had spent the last few days analyzing his weaknesses, and with Maki's blunt input, it became obvious. He sucked at close combat. Despite Shin's training improving his fundamentals, he had never taken them to the next level.
My main focus will never be taijutsu, but I need to at least be competent. And while Sui Jingun has a potential to be broken-level strong, that won't happen unless my chakra reserves reach an absurd level. Until my chakra core is at least a decent size, I need versatility, and for that, I must improve my kenjutsu and taijutsu. Even when my chakra does grow, these will still complement my style.
Kaoru planned to spend the next week, the time before the final exam, researching strong shinobi and their fighting styles, looking for things he could adapt to his own. Konoha's library was significantly larger than Takimura's, and he had access to almost everything except scrolls containing jutsus or sensitive documents. His goal was to develop a solid fighting style and fully commit to kenjutsu and taijutsu once he returned home. Soldier pills were a crucial part of his plan. His current stamina and chakra reserves simply weren't enough to sustain the kind of intense training he had in mind, not without taking far longer to see results. With the right use of soldier pills, he could push past his limits and accelerate his growth. Takimura didn't have these pills, so Kaoru planned to buy a large supply while he had the chance. But he had to delay that for now. Most of his funds were reserved for his master plan. At the moment, Kaoru was going to buy just few pills to test them. As he searched for a shop that might sell them, Kaoru suddenly froze mid-step. Standing just ahead, moving through the crowd like a snake through grass, was the last person he wanted to see. Orochimaru. The legendary Sannin was instantly recognizable. Pale skin, golden snake-like eyes, and long black hair gave him an almost inhuman presence. He spoke with a slow, eerie drawl, his words deliberate and often unsettling. Though respected as one of Konoha's most brilliant shinobi, rumors of his darker experiments were always lurking beneath his polished reputation. Kaoru quickly debated turning around, but it was too late. Orochimaru had already noticed him. Ah, Kaoru-kun. Just the fact that he knew Kaoru's name sent a chill down his spine. Wandering the streets alone at this hour? Kaoru had no intention of answering directly, so he opted for polite deflection.
I'm honored that a legendary Sannin knows my name,
he said with a respectful bow.
I can already say I've accomplished something in my short life.
Orochimaru chuckled, clearly amused by the bootlicking kid. His expression was unsettlingly kind, like a saint indulging a child. How charming, he mused. But surely you must have some purpose for being out. How can I help you, Kaoru-kun? Where are you headed? Kaoru quickly put on his best polite but busy expression.
Just running an errand, Lord Orochimaru. I need to pick up a few things before heading back.
Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smirk. Errands, And what is it you're looking for? Kaoru hesitated. He didn't want to tell him, but lying outright to someone like Orochimaru was dangerous.
Just supplies for training,
he answered carefully. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly. Training, you say? That wouldn't happen to include soldier pills, would it? Kaoru internally cursed his luck. Of course, someone like Orochimaru would find it easy to deduct such stuff.
Yes, actually. I heard they can help with stamina during prolonged battles, and I wanted to try them out.
Orochimaru chuckled softly. Ah, a wise decision. But you won't find high-quality soldier pills in these common shops. Most of what they sell here are weaker versions, designed more for civilians than true shinobi. Kaoru nodded along, pretending to be interested while trying to figure out a way to escape this conversation.
I see, but even a weaker version should help, right? I don't need anything extreme.
Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed. Perhaps, but wouldn't you rather have the best? I have access to much more effective variations, crafted with precision. If you're serious about improving, I'd be happy to provide you with some. Kaoru forced himself to smile.
That's generous, Lord Orochimaru, but I wouldn't want to take advantage of your kindness. I can manage with the shop-bought versions.
Orochimaru's smirk didn't fade. Nonsense. I always enjoy helping promising young shinobi. He took a step closer, voice smooth as silk. Why don't you accompany me? I can show you something far more useful than mere soldier pills. Kaoru swallowed the urge to bolt.
Yeah, that's a hard no,
he thought. He was screaming HEEEEELP. Internally, he needed to deflect fast.
That sounds incredible, but I'm actually on a tight schedule,
Kaoru said.
Maki is expecting me back soon, and if I keep her waiting, well…
He let out a nervous chuckle.
You know how older sisters can be.
Orochimaru's expression didn't change, but he seemed to consider this. Maki, Yes, I've heard about her. Protective, isn't she? Kaoru nodded quickly.
Very. If she finds out I disappeared with someone, she'll tear the village apart looking for me.
Orochimaru studied him for a moment longer, then finally chuckled. Ah, family bonds. So troublesome, yet so grounding. He glanced toward the street ahead. Very well, Kaoru-kun. But should you ever wish for real strength, my offer remains. Kaoru bowed slightly.
Thank you for the offer, Lord Orochimaru. I'll keep that in mind.
Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away at a steady pace. He found it very difficult to resist the urge to run.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure you already know Hiruzen is on to you. Wouldn't be surprised if you were planning to make me your next lab rat.
Once he was a safe distance away, he let out a slow breath, shaking his head.
That was way too close. I need to avoid that snake. While Maki is strong, she's nowhere near his level.
Now, back to finding those soldier pills.
Old man, are you planning to stay hidden all night?
From the darkness, Hiruzen stepped forward. There was a trace of something deeper in his expression, pain, regret, maybe even sorrow.
Orochimaru,
He said, voice heavy with warning.
Don't cause trouble for Konoha. Leave the examinees alone.
Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, a mockery of innocence playing on his face. Trouble? I was merely offering guidance. Isn't that what Konoha stands for? Nurturing the next generation, regardless of where they come from. Hiruzen didn't respond. He simply held Orochimaru's gaze for a long moment before turning away, walking off into the night. His presence had served its purpose. A reminder that he was watching. That Orochimaru wasn't free to do as he pleased. Orochimaru's smirk widened as he watched his former teacher disappear into the shadows. I knew you were watching. His fingers twitched at his side. Otherwise, why would I let such a fascinating specimen walk away? His smile lingered as he turned and continued down the street, his footsteps eerily silent. No matter, perhaps another opportunity will present itself. Neither Kaoru nor Orochimaru knew if they'd meet each other again. An Oinin shinobi appeared in a blur, bowing briefly before delivering his report. Another team engaged with Kiri shinobi. Fortunately, there were no members of the Seven Swordsmen involved, and our side had both Akura and Tenma. With his duty fulfilled as he handed the scroll, he vanished just as swiftly. Suiren sat at her desk, flipping through the growing pile of reports, each one detailing yet another sighting or skirmish with Kirigakure forces. Her expression remained unreadable, but the weight of the situation was clear.
Meruem, we need more strong shinobi,
she said as she flipped through yet another report.
The new generation is talented, but it will take at least 5 years before they can make a real difference. We need reinforcements now, shinobi who are not only loyal but also powerful.
Meruem leaned back slightly, his fingers tapping against the table in thought.
I know someone who could drastically improve our situation, but convincing him is another matter entirely,
he admitted.
The Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata.
Suiren's gaze lifted from the reports.
He despises Kirigakure and Yagura's rule,
Meruem continued.
But that doesn't mean he'll side with us. I have no idea how we could persuade him.
Suiren considered this for a moment before standing.
We have to try. Even if he refuses, establishing a connection with him is worth the effort. I'll have Tenma begin searching for him immediately.
She stepped toward the entrance, pausing just before leaving.
It's also time we reach out to the other clans suffering under Yagura's rule. They should be able to see clearly who their true enemy is by now.
Without another word, she exited, leaving Meruem alone with the reports. Kaoru, having just purchased his soldier pills, strolled through Konoha's streets with a satisfied grin. He still had an hour to kill before meeting Maki, so when he passed by a blacksmith's shop, curiosity got the better of him.
Maybe I'll find a weapon that interests me,
he thought, pushing open the door. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes widened. Rows of polished weapons gleamed under the soft glow of the forge's light.
Wow, you'd never find this kind of quality in Takimura,
Kaoru thought as he admired the craftsmanship. Truthfully, he had no idea how to judge a weapon's quality. He never even had a weapon, after all. But at the very least, he could tell what looked cool and what didn't. Takimura's own blacksmiths that Akura and Maki brought in, the Durinu clan, had only recently set up shop. But they refused to sell anything yet, claiming they wouldn't release weapons until they had enough stock and were fully confident in their craftsmanship. Kaoru recalled an incident where an impatient shinobi protested after his commission was denied, only to be met with the furious scolding of a Durinu blacksmith. If your weapon breaks in a fight and you die, that blood will be on my hands, the blacksmith had shouted. We don't sell anything that hasn't been thoroughly tested. That kind of dedication was admirable, but for now, Kaoru was left with no choice but to browse elsewhere. As he wandered through the shop, he found himself particularly drawn to the daggers, sleek, well-crafted, and with intricate designs etched into their hilts. He admired their beauty, though he doubted they were the right fit for him. His thoughts were interrupted by the deep, gravelly voice of the shopkeeper.
Looking for something specific, young man?
Kaoru turned to see an older man with a long, unkempt beard and rough, calloused hands, clearly someone who had spent decades working the forge.
Not really,
Kaoru admitted.
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of weapon suits me best.
The shopkeeper studied him for a moment before nodding.
Come with me. I'll show you something.
Kaoru followed him toward a section displaying various swords, daggers, and scimitars. However, before they even reached their destination, Kaoru suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes locked onto 3 weapons displayed on a stand in the corner. A glaive, a trident, and a spear.
That's it,
Kaoru thought, frozen in place.
That's what I've been looking for.
For the first time, he saw a weapon that not only suited him now, but could also be a perfect fit for his future. A /N-. Which weapon do you think Kaoru was talking about? I just want to thank you all for the amazing ideas you've shared in the comments. You're helping shape the story alongside me, and I couldn't be more grateful. BTW, I'm thinking of starting a Discord server for Azure Awakening. Would you guys be interested? It'd be a place to chat about the story, share theories, get updates, and maybe even some sneak peeks. Character notes, Kaoru, lightbulb moment. Wait, why have I never thought of this before? This is perfect. Orochimaru, recruiter. Ah, Kaoru-kun, you truly are an interesting specimen. Such a shame you insist on resisting. Chapter 45, A Silent Observer. Kaoru stood in the training ground, jaw practically on the floor. The 2 shinobi he had been watching had just finished their sparring session and were now making their way toward him.
Guy-san, you're amazing!
Kaoru exclaimed the moment Guy approached. Maki, walking beside him, raised an eyebrow.
And what about me, Rue? Aren't I amazing?
She asked with an exaggerated pout. Kaoru scratched the back of his head, pretending to struggle with the question.
You're all right, I guess.
His face remained serious, but the forced hesitation made it obvious he was messing with her. Maki's eye twitched, and just as she was about to grab his cheeks for some well-earned pinching, Guy interrupted with his signature wide grin and an enthusiastic thumbs up. If you keep training and follow the youthful spirit burning inside you, Kaoru-kun, you will become even stronger. Kaoru had to fight the urge to laugh. Guy's personality was exactly as he remembered from his memories. It was reassuring in a way. The main reason he had been pestering Maki for days to let him watch their sparring wasn't just to see their level or analyze their taijutsu. He wanted to ask Guy for guidance. Maki was a natural-born powerhouse. Her physique, raw strength, and combat instincts were gifts she had from birth, and her chakra reserves were absurdly high on top of that. Well, at least compared to other Takimes. But Guy was completely self-made. Every ounce of his strength came from relentless training, suffering through brutal routines that would break most people. And right now, he was nowhere near his prime. He had openly told Maki that the fourth inner gate was his current limit, though he was on the verge of unlocking the fifth. The same man who would one day be acknowledged by Madara Uchiha was currently just a bit stronger than an average jonin. That was exactly why Kaoru wanted his help.
Guy-san, how can I become as strong as you? Strong enough to fight Maki?
Kaoru's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. Maki's expression soured immediately.
Ru, it's rude to ask someone you barely know to teach you their fighting style.
She scolded, crossing her arms. But Kaoru could tell that wasn't why she was upset. It wasn't about manners. She was annoyed because she was being replaced by Might Guy. Guy, however, just grinned, completely unbothered. It's all right, Maki. I don't mind at all. He turned to Kaoru, his enthusiasm never faltering. The technique that allows me to fight your sister on equal ground is not something that can be learned overnight. It takes years of dedication before you can even attempt it. But, he raised a finger dramatically, I can definitely make a training regimen for you. If you follow it properly and build up your strength, then one day, when your body is ready, I will personally teach you my technique. Kaoru nearly jumped out of excitement.
That's amazing, Guy-san. Thank you so much.
Truthfully, he had no intention of ever learning the 8 gates. His fighting style would never revolve around pure taijutsu. What he wanted was a stronger, more conditioned body, one that could endure harsh training and improve his overall combat effectiveness. Guy's regimen would be perfect for that. The only person not thrilled about this was Maki. While part of her was happy for Kaoru, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had just been betrayed. As Guy sat on the ground, casually doodling on a scroll while writing up a training regimen for Kaoru, Maki approached her brother with a thoughtful expression.
Ru, have you really decided on that weapon?
She asked.
I mean, I get why you want it, but wouldn't a sword be more practical? You're pretty fast, after all.
The moment Kaoru had decided on his weapon, he had excitedly told Maki all about it, even going as far as to give her a crude demonstration with a stick.
Yes, Maki, I'm sure,
Kaoru replied without hesitation.
All I need is a steel rod. When I was looking at that trident, glaive, and spear, I realized they all had one thing in common, the steel rod itself. The only difference was the shape of the tip. Since I can manipulate water freely, I can create and reshape the tip however I want in battle. If my opponent manages to break the condensed water blade, I can just form a new one instantly. Plus, I can adjust its reach mid-fight, which could be a huge advantage.
Maki listened carefully as Kaoru spoke, his excitement clear in every word. He wasn't just picking a weapon, he was laying the foundation for a unique fighting style, one that fully utilized his Suijingan and water manipulation.
I still need to figure out the details, but luckily, we have some amazing blacksmiths in Takimura. Once I explain my idea to them, I'm sure they'll be thrilled to work on something this unique.
Maki nodded.
All right, Ru, what about the exam? Have you come up with any tactics?
She plopped down onto the ground beside him, pulling an apple from a nearby basket.
Want some?
She offered.
No thanks.
Kaoru waved it off.
Yeah, I've come up with several strategies that might work, but they're still a work in progress. I've got 2 more days left to polish them up. Unfortunately, I can't take any more pills.
Maki raised an eyebrow.
You already used one?
Kaoru sighed.
Yeah, and instead of lasting 72 hours, it only worked for 48. I think the shopkeeper sold me a defective product.
Maki smirked.
Or maybe you're just weaker than you think.
Kaoru rolled his eyes.
I'll ask Gai-san if he can recommend a good shop. After the exam, I'm buying tons of those pills to bring back to Takimura.
Maki took a bite of her apple, chewing thoughtfully before narrowing her eyes.
By the way, why are you waiting until after the exam to spend your money? What are you scheming?
Kaoru barely managed to keep his poker face intact, but Maki had known him for too long. Seeing her suspicious look, he chuckled.
Don't worry, I won't get into trouble.
Technically, he wasn't lying. He wouldn't be getting into trouble. But that didn't mean he wasn't planning to cause some. Yagura sat in his dimly lit chamber, the weak glow of a single lamp barely illuminating his face. Mangetsu stood before him, his gaze facing the floor.
Have you found the Yuki clan's location, or is there another reason you've returned?
Yagura's voice was calm, too calm for someone who already knew the answer and even what he was supposed to do next.
Yes, Lord Mizukage. We've confirmed their location.
Mangetsu reported.
Their numbers are fewer than expected. Barely 100 remain, and only 10 of them are combat capable. Out of those, 2 are Jonin level. The rest are chunin at best.
He already knew why Yagura sought them out, but Mangetsu never assumed. He was a soldier, a weapon that moved only at his master's command. Yagura didn't blink.
The Yuki clan has been a thorn in Kirigakure's side since the last war. They are difficult to root out, and their loyalty is neither to me nor to this village. That alone is enough to warrant their destruction.
His words were final, emotionless. Yuki clan's bloodline carried the rare ice release Kekkei Genkai. While there was not even a single Yuki that could threaten Yagura himself, he saw the entire clan as a threat and a target for his grand purge plan.
Take as many shinobi as you need,
he continued.
Not one of them is to survive.
Mangetsu bowed slightly.
As you command, Lord Mizukage.
There was no need for further discussion. Mangetsu was a man of few words, and more importantly, a man who got things done. It was one of the reasons Yagura respected him. The second, of course, being his unwavering loyalty. Loyalty. Yagura didn't know why Mangetsu followed him without question. He didn't care. His mind was occupied with a singular purpose: purging Kirigakure of rebels and wastes.
One more thing,
Yagura added, just as Mangetsu turned to leave.
Search for any civilians carrying the Yuki bloodline. I want them wiped out as well. Offer a bounty if necessary.
Mangetsu nodded, accepting the order without question. Without another word, he turned and walked out of the chamber, his footsteps steady, unhurried. Had he looked back, he might have noticed it. The faint shimmer in the darkness, the eerie glow of a single crimson eye. A silent observer, watching, judging, and yet completely indifferent. Kaoru and Maki had gone through every last apple in the basket. Neither of them expected Guy to take this long writing the training regimen. But finally, after what felt like forever, he set down his brush with a satisfied nod. Kaoru-kun, take a look at this and tell me if you have any questions, Guy said, handing Kaoru a scroll. No, that could only be classified as Scroll S. Kaoru had read plenty of scrolls, but none came close to this in sheer detail or size. Guy hadn't just written a simple regimen, he had mapped out a training program spanning 10 years. The scrolls covered everything, from beginner exercises to advanced ones. Every single drill was meticulously explained, complete with detailed illustrations showing the correct form. More impressively, the plan was clearly customized for Kaoru, ensuring time was allocated for ninjutsu training as well. Kaoru unrolled a portion of the scroll, his eyes scanning the structured program, and he could only mutter in disbelief,
This is just amazing.
He had expected a simple outline, but this was a treasure. Others might not understand his excitement, but Kaoru knew exactly what he was holding. This was a training program designed by Might Guy, the man who would one day be crowned as the strongest taijutsu master by none other than Madara Uchiha himself. If there was a pinnacle of human strength in this world, it was Madara's recognition, and Guy had earned it. Maki, more grounded than her brother, gave a small nod of appreciation.
Thank you, Guy.
Guy simply waved it off with his signature grin and a thumbs up. No need to thank me. Seeing youthful determination like this is more than enough. Actually, he was enjoying Kaoru's reaction more than anything. The sheer enthusiasm burning in Kaoru's eyes, it was the kind of passion Guy respected above all else. When you reach the final level and it stops being hell, that's when you'll be ready to start training in the 8 inner gates, Guy added casually. Kaoru nearly dropped the scroll. What? Guy was actually willing to teach him the 8 gates. This was one of the most broken techniques in existence, and all it took to learn was sheer dedication. The idea that Guy would trust an outsider with such a powerful technique stunned Kaoru.
Thank you, Guy-san. Or maybe I should call you Guy-sensei from now on,
Kaoru said seriously. Maki and Guy both chuckled, assuming he was joking, but when Kaoru's expression remained dead serious, the mood shifted. Guy blinked, then rubbed the back of his head, his usual grin faltering for just a moment. He looked genuinely touched, almost tearing up, but quickly recovered, striking another thumbs-up pose. This kid, he's really serious about this. I can feel the power of youth bursting from him. How exhilarating! Trying to redirect the conversation before he got too emotional, Guy cleared his throat. Kaoru, do you know who you'll be facing in the preliminaries?
Yes, I'm up against Asuna Kunoichi. I think her name was…
Kaoru paused, trying to recall the proctor's announcement. The name hadn't stuck with him, not because he underestimated her, but because at the time his mind had been elsewhere. Maki stretched, cracking her neck before standing up.
We've been sitting here forever. Let's go eat something. The apples are long gone and we didn't bring anything else.
Guy grinned, flashing another thumbs up. All right, but it's on me. Maki smirked.
If you're paying, I won't hold back.
Kaoru chuckled, rolling up the scroll carefully.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
/N-. The idea of Kaoru using a metal rod as his weapon actually came from you guys. I read a comment explaining the concept, and I thought, wow, this would be both really awesome and super practical. Now I need to come up with a technique that will become his signature. Something like Shadow Clones and Rasengan for Naruto, Chidori for Sasuke, or the 8 inner gates for Guy. I haven't decided yet, but I might take some inspiration from Jujutsu Kaisen. I really like the idea of a domain, a limited space where Kaoru can be a total beast. Since water is his main element, the concept has tons of potential too. It could be an area where he completely controls the flow of battle, or maybe something even crazier. We'll see how it goes. Character notes: Guy, the guy. The power of youth can solve everything. Except for my wallet, Maki eats too much. Maki revenge mode. Heh, I'll eat as much as I can. Kaoru, grateful. Guy is the best. Chapter 46, Inferno. The arena was packed to the brim, not a single seat left empty. The third exam was structured as a traditional tournament. One-on-one duels where the winner advanced to the next round until a final champion was determined. Unlike the previous rounds, this stage was a grand public spectacle, deliberately designed to promote the fame of the young shinobi, and more importantly, to boost Konoha's prestige and economy. The influx of visitors brought merchants selling their wares, nobles placing bets, and countless spectators eager to watch the battles. More people meant more money flowing into the village, from lodging and food sales to weapon shops profiting from shinobi inspired by the matches. The tournament wasn't just a test of strength, it was an investment in Konoha's prosperity. The opening fight was crucial. It set the tone for the entire event. Traditionally, at least one participant was a high-profile shinobi, but this time both were from minor villages. Representing Takimura was Mizuki Kasai, while her opponent, Nora Arasami, was from Kaiketsu, Huisie. The crowd roared in excitement as both kunoichi stepped into the arena, their movements slow and deliberate as they approached the center. The judge who stood between them was not from the Senju clan this time, but instead from the Uchiha. While lethal attacks are permitted, He began with a calm but stern voice. If you are deemed to be specifically going for the kill or using forbidden techniques, you will be disqualified. Though his words were directed at both competitors, his sharp gaze remained locked onto Nora's. The girl smirked, tilting her head. Don't worry, I won't damage her too much. Her tone was light, but her eyes glinted with something cruel. For a moment, she was the spitting image of her guardian. Mizuki didn't hesitate to fire back.
I'd be more worried about yourself. Or do you, like your friend, enjoy burning away your own life force?
The audience didn't understand what Mizuki was referring to, but the tension between the two was enough to send the crowd into a frenzy. Cheers and applause erupted, feeding the intensity of the moment. Nora's smirk widened. I don't need that technique to kill you, weakling. This time, no one's coming to save you, like they did your friend. She was enjoying this trash talk, especially since she was winning, or at the very least, that's what she thought. Mizuki didn't reply, but the flicker of fire in her eyes spoke volumes. The Uchiha judge raised his hand. Are you both ready? A brief silence fell over the arena. Begin. The moment the judge's hand dropped, Nora vanished, flickering behind Mizuki in an instant. But Mizuki was already prepared.
Wind release? Dust spiral?
The ground trembled as fierce winds erupted around Mizuki, kicking up a swirling storm of dust and debris. Nora barely had time to halt her attack before the thick veil of dust obscured Mizuki entirely. She hesitated, waiting for the winds to settle, but instead of dying down, they grew stronger, expanding outward until half the arena was swallowed in a dense, suffocating cloud. The spectators murmured, straining their eyes to catch a glimpse of the fighters through the haze. Then something unexpected happened.
Look, Mommy, a butterfly.
A small child's voice rang out from the stands, pointing excitedly. The audience turned their gaze to the arena, where a single, eerie butterfly glowed in the dust-filled air, its wings fluttering with an unnatural grace. Then, as if summoned by an unseen force, another appeared, then 10, then 20, then hundreds. The arena was bathed in an ominous crimson light, the flickering glow of countless butterflies moving gracefully, their delicate wings stirring the dust in mesmerizing patterns. Nora's stomach tightened. What the hell is this? She had expected Mizuki to use Scorch Release. They all saw how she fought in preliminaries, but this was something else entirely. A bead of sweat rolled down her temple. If even one of those things touches me, I'll be burned. Badly. Her fingers clenched around her blade. Every instinct screamed at her to retreat, but that wasn't an option. Her entire clan was raised on the philosophy that retreat was worse than death. Close combat was their foundation, their pride, and their way of life. But how was she supposed to fight when she couldn't even close the distance? Water release? No. I'd need a massive amount to counter this heat. Mizuki, meanwhile, stood firm within the crimson storm. Her expression was composed, her body unmoving, but her eyes told another story. There was a fire in them, not wild nor raging like in the forest of death. It was contained, controlled. She took a step as one of the butterflies flew very close to her.
Unfortunately, I can't control them once they manifest, however. They will follow the initial order I give them, which is to fly around a certain area and to never clash with me no matter what.
This was the first technique Mizuki created. She saw Kaoru working on his water guardian a few times after he was defeated effortlessly by Maki's Predator's Pact. Mizuki got inspired and wanted to create something that would be her own, her brand technique.
Scorch Release, Butterfly Inferno.
The biggest weakness of Mizuki's technique was that if the butterflies touched her, she would also take damage. However, without an external force disrupting them, they would never collide with her on their own. Nora's mind raced. This technique must have taken a massive amount of chakra. If I find a way to counter it, I should have the upper hand. But before she could devise a plan, she noticed something odd. Mizuki was moving. Not fast, just a slow, deliberate walk. But despite her movement, the swarm of crimson butterflies remained centered around her. They followed her like a living aura, constantly shifting and multiplying, though at a slower rate than before. She's not trying to leave the area, she's spreading it. Realization struck. If she has enough chakra to keep this up, the whole arena will be covered. I'll have nowhere to run. Nora clenched her jaw. She had to test something. Wind was her primary element. If Mizuki's butterflies behaved like flames, then strong wind should be able to push them back toward their creator. Her hands moved in a blur, weaving a rapid sequence of seals. She inhaled sharply, gathering chakra into her lungs, then exhaled a powerful gust aimed at a small cluster of butterflies. Her muscles tensed. She maintained extreme focus. Nora needed to be ready to flicker away the moment something felt off. The wind struck. For a split second, it looked like her plan might work. The butterflies wavered, their formation shifting slightly. Then, nothing. They resumed their fluttering, completely unfazed. Nora frowned and pushed harder, increasing the force of the wind, but it was like blowing into a bonfire that refused to sway. Then she noticed something alarming. The wind wasn't even reaching them. It swept around them, as if an invisible barrier shielded them from external interference. Her breath caught in her throat. Wind is useless? If a weak gust couldn't disrupt them, did she really want to risk a stronger blast? If these butterflies were scattered throughout the arena, unlike Mizuki, they wouldn't avoid her. The thought of her own wind techniques, sending burning insects flying toward her, made her hesitate. She took another glance at fiery butterflies and tried to analyze them. They're not just fire. They exist within their own updraft, protected by something similar to heat cocoon. Wind release doesn't counter them. It might even make them faster. A faint smile flickered across Mizuki's face as she watched Nora's failed attempt. The crowd erupted into cheers. Even the most casual spectators could see how overwhelming Mizuki's technique was. The proctors kept making notes as they analyzed the battle. Meanwhile, in the stands, a man wrapped in bandages leaned slightly toward Hiruzen, his voice laced with intrigue.
It's still early, but this girl will be a menace on the battlefield,
he mused.
Such a pity she isn't from Konoha, or doesn't belong to Konoha.
Hiruzen didn't respond. He didn't even glance in the man's direction. Lately, ignoring those closest to him had become a habit. First his student, now his best friend. A shadow passed over his features as he exhaled quietly, lost in thought.
Sensei, Minato, I think you're in a better place than me.
Despite his thoughts, Hiruzen's face remained impassive as he continued watching the fight.
Sensei, did you know Mizuki was working on this technique?
Kaoru asked, leaning so far over the railing that one weak push could send him flying into the arena. Shin was standing beside him. His face was stoic and emotionless as always.
Yes, I knew,
Shin replied without taking his eyes off Mizuki. His face remained indifferent, but there was the faintest trace of pride in his voice. Kaoru frowned, still analyzing Mizuki's technique.
Sensei, why didn't the wind work? The moment I saw those butterflies, I thought wind would be their weakness. I even figured a strong gust would force them to crash into Mizuki herself. I thought it was a beautiful technique, but easy to counter.
Kaoru wasn't even looking at Shin anymore. He just expected an answer, and he wasn't the only one. People around them subtly leaned in, trying to eavesdrop.
It's simple,
Shin began.
Those butterflies aren't just fire. They're chakra constructs. They absorb air to sustain themselves, and their movement follows a fixed pattern sustained by Mizuki's chakra. So as long as she supplies them with chakra, it will be very difficult to move those butterflies from their fixed pattern. On top of that, they generate intense heat, creating a thermal cocoon around them.
A curious girl sitting nearby spoke up, unable to contain herself.
Does that mean wind is useless against them?
Shin didn't mind the interruption.
Not entirely. A strong enough gust would scatter them, no question. The real problem is that the butterflies instinctively avoid Mizuki, so if they're blown off course, they'll spread out unpredictably. It would be much harder to dodge them in the middle of battle than it is now while they're contained in a fixed pattern. And that, only if Mizuki has not improved the technique further after we tested it. Nora was smart. She tested a weaker wind first, instead of blindly throwing everything she had.
As he finished speaking, Shin suddenly flinched, his sharp gaze shifting toward the Kaiketsu Guardian.
That despicable woman,
he thought, his expression darkening. Nora shrugged uncomfortably. All right then, since Sensei gave her order, I have no choice but to obey. She quickly formed hand seals and inhaled deeply, her chest expanding nearly twice its normal size. Wind release, spiraling gale. A counter-rotating vortex erupted from her mouth, rapidly expanding as it sucked in dust, debris, and loose objects before violently expelling them outward in chaotic spirals. The vortex moved steadily toward the mass of floating butterflies. As soon as it reaches the butterflies, they'll start raining down everywhere. Most of them will be flung toward me, but some will definitely be thrown at Mizuki. The difference is, I have the better position. She's boxed in, vortex in front, butterflies behind. I, on the other hand, can move freely. Nora tensed her entire body, her muscles coiling like a spring. Faint wisps of steam rose from her skin. It wasn't quite like Hora's technique, but it was similar. She was clearly preparing for an all-out offensive. The vortex crept forward, and even experienced shinobi in the audience held their breath. The battlefield was turning into chaos. It started raining butterflies. Those that collided with the ground or walls left scorched trails in their wake. The ones flung wildly through the air slowly regained stability and fluttered back toward Mizuki, trying to return to their original pattern. The battlefield became a swirling storm of glowing crimson embers, unpredictable and lethal. Through it all, Mizuki walked forward. Her expression did not falter, even once. She was the same indifferent Mizuki. Nora observed the thinning butterflies, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her blade. Open spaces were forming in Mizuki's defense, gaps just big enough to squeeze through, but she didn't rush in just yet. Patience, the vortex is doing its job. Let her waste her chakra trying to stop it. Mizuki, however, had no intention of letting this drag on. She formed hand seals.
Scorch release, concentrated fireball.
A massive sphere of fire materialized between her and the vortex. Instead of being pulled in, it released an intense heat wave upon impact with the ground. The sudden thermal shift disrupted the vortex's trajectory, causing it to veer sideways and dissipate harmlessly. That moment of distraction was all Nora needed. In an instant, she flickered behind Mizuki, slipping through one of the gaps left by the scattered butterflies. As I expected, just like your friend, you crumble the moment your defense is broken. Her blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Mizuki's shoulder. For the first time since the fight began, Mizuki's face froze, her eyes widening slightly in genuine surprise. A /N dash. Did you like Mizuki's new technique? I think it fits her perfectly, graceful and absolutely lethal if you get too close. Should I dedicate a chapter to Mizuki's and Nora's backgrounds next? I feel like it's time we start diving into the backstories of the side characters. Let me know what you think. Character notes: Mizuki, grateful. Finally a chapter where I'm running the show. Shin, emotionally unavailable. Yes, I knew about the technique. No, I did not warn you. Yes, I enjoyed watching your confusion. Chapter 47. Tsunade's Rage.
As I expected, just like your friend, you crumble the moment your defense is broken.
Nora's blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at Mizuki's shoulder. For the first time since the fight began, Mizuki's expression faltered, her eyes widening slightly, not in panic though, instead it was a look of surprise. But it wasn't the attack that caught her off guard. No, it was the fact that Nora wasn't aiming to kill her. Mizuki quickly brushed the thought aside. There was no time for distractions. Instead, she let a slow, victorious smile creep onto her lips.
Just like your friend, you fell for it.
A deep red glow emanated from Mizuki as the crimson butterflies surrounding them surged forward like a living storm. Nora's breath hitched. The butterflies were already too close. Escape was no longer an option. I have no choice. The faint steam that had been rising from Nora's body shifted. No longer transparent, it turned red, a sign of life force burning. It was a last resort, a technique that consumed not just blood, but lifespan, stamina, and something far more dangerous: humanity. With every use, the emotions that once felt warm and familiar faded further into the distance, leaving behind nothing but a hunger for pain and a thirst for violence. Shinobi who relied on it too often lost the ability to feel anything but the thrill of combat and the satisfaction of making others suffer. Nora gritted her teeth, the pain growing more intense with every second. I don't want to die. She could no longer tell if it was Mizuki's butterflies scorching her flesh or her own technique eating away at her life force. All she knew was that if she stopped now, she wouldn't survive. In those few seconds, seconds that felt like an eternity, her entire life flashed before her eyes. Unlike Hora, she wasn't born into the Arasami clan. She was an orphan. All she could remember was that one day her parents simply gave her to this stranger who brought her to the Arasami clan. At first, she believed her parents would come back for her, that they would miss her, look for her. But that day never came. She wasn't taken. She was sold. The Arasami clan had given her a new name, Arasami Nora. She was placed in a building with dozens of other children, all taken under similar circumstances. They were fed. They were trained. And that was their entire existence. No play, no bonds, no friendships. The clan designed small bedrooms, each housing 4 children, but no group stayed together for long. Every week they were reassigned, shuffled like pieces on a board. It wasn't random, it was calculated. A deliberate method to sever all emotional ties, ensuring they grew into weapons with no past, no future, only a purpose. To live for the clan, to die for the clan. They weren't taught ninjutsu, only taijutsu, kenjutsu, and the technique that burned away their life force. But Nora had been different. Her affinity for wind release was exceptional. The clan noticed. They trained her harder, gave her privileges the others didn't have. That's why she was here, why she had been at Hora's side. She wasn't just another Arasami soldier, she was his shield. Nora had done cruel things. She wasn't a good person, but maybe, just maybe, if she had been raised like a normal child, she would have turned out differently. If I survive this, I'll escape. The pain became unbearable. The last thing she saw before losing consciousness was the crimson glow of Mizuki's butterflies closing in. The crowd was stunned into silence. The sight before them was mesmerizing. Thousands of graceful, glowing butterflies swarming toward the 2 girls, a breathtaking yet cruel display of power. The entire arena was so quiet that the only sounds were Nora's agonized groans and the sizzling of scorched flesh. Then a voice finally broke the tension.
Stop this! Someone save them!
But even before the cry rang out, a figure was already sprinting toward the battlefield. This wasn't just any medic nin, this was Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Her long blonde hair trailed behind her, brown eyes sharp with focus. The tight robe she wore highlighting her curvy body. Actually, the main reason why other shinobi had not moved was because they knew Tsunade was present. As long as the girls survived, she could heal them. Definitely, the reason why Nora had lost consciousness was not because of burns being fatal, instead it was thanks to the Uchiha judge. He had placed her under a genjutsu, forcing her body to shut down before she could endure further mental damage. Now, as he separated the 2 combatants, Tsunade crouched beside Nora, assessing her condition. Her burns were severe, but nothing she couldn't handle. Then, as she channeled chakra into the unconscious girl, her expression darkened. This is... Her teeth clenched as she felt the signs of a body pushed beyond its natural limits. The strain, the damage. It was more than just burns. This girl had been forced into a technique that ate away at her very life force. Tsunade's fingers twitched. Her anger flared. There's no time for this now, she reminded herself. First, I save this kid. Then Arasami clan better be ready. She was genuinely planning to move against them. Meanwhile, the Uchiha judge straightened up after confirming that Tsunade had everything under control. He glanced toward the battlefield, ignoring scorched Mizuki who was still on the ground. Are you going to come out, or should I declare you the winner like this? At first, there was no response. Then the earth near Mizuki's scorched remains shifted. A moment later, she emerged, leaping out of the ground completely unharmed, aside from being covered in dirt. She dusted herself off. Her face was the same, indifferent and emotionless. Then, as she turned her gaze toward the unconscious Nora, she clicked her tongue. Tsk. No one, not even Mizuki, knew what emotion had caused that sound. But whatever it was, it didn't feel good. The winner is Mizuki Kasai from Takimura village. The moment the words were spoken, the silence shattered. The crowd erupted into cheers, immediately forgetting the solemn moment from just seconds ago.
Takimura village isn't joking around.
She's strong and beautiful.
I wonder if the other Takimura kids are just as strong.
She got lucky. Konoha Shinobi wouldn't have fallen for that technique.
I'd let one of those butterflies scorch me if...
The last speaker was promptly smacked upside the head by his friends before he could finish embarrassing them all.
Sensei, Mizuki's gotten really strong. I didn't even know she learned Earth Release.
Kaoru finally spoke, snapping out of his excitement. He was chanting Takimura just now, but he finally shifted into analysis mode.
Mm-hmm.
Shin gave a small nod, offering no further comment. Mizuki had picked up a simplified version of the subterranean voyage technique, Earth Mole. It wasn't nearly as versatile, as it only allowed her to sink straight down rather than move freely underground, but for her strategy, it worked perfectly. Given her abysmal Earth affinity, learning anything more advanced in such a short time would have been nearly impossible.
When's your fight?
Suguru asked, finally free from the infirmary. He had dragged Yuji together with him and managed to catch the second half of Mizuki's battle and was eager to see Kaoru in action. Kaoru sighed.
Not today. There are too many participants.
There were 21 contestants before Mizuki's match, but Kaoru's situation was unique. His previous opponent, Hora, had been deemed stronger than most chunin-level shinobi, leading to an automatic first-round bye. Kaoru wasn't happy about it. It felt like he hadn't earned his place, and skipping around only added to the frustration.
I'll probably be fighting tomorrow or the day after, depending on how fast the other matches go.
Typically, shinobi battles didn't last long. In most cases, it lasted about 15 to 30 minutes. However, in Genin's case, the fights were expected to be even shorter. Most duels wrapped up in 5 to 10 minutes. Even Mizuki's drawn-out strategy, waiting for an opening while hidden underground, hadn't taken more than 5 minutes.
Oh, that's great then, Yuji chimed in, trying to be supportive. More time to prepare.
Kaoru frowned.
I didn't even know I wasn't fighting until today.
He pulled out the tournament schedule from his satchel and glanced over it again. Then his expression shifted.
Sorry, guys, I gotta go. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Don't let anyone take my seat.
Before anyone could respond, Kaoru flickered away. The moment Kaoru learned he wasn't fighting, he decided to adjust his plans slightly and put his master plan into motion. Now he was making his way back to the betting stand, where he had already managed to place a 50,000 Ryo bet on Mizuki. He had been confident in her victory, but he wasn't reckless enough to risk more.
I'm back for my share,
he declared with a smug grin. The stand owner immediately recognized him. There were plenty of gamblers, but not many 10-year-olds who could afford to throw down 50,000 Ryo like it was pocket change. Even fewer were willing to bet on that particular match. The odds had been tight, 1.3 for Mizuki, 1.35 for Nora, meaning neither was an obvious favorite. The old man hadn't wanted to take any risks and had set the odds as safely as possible. All right, kid, let me see your tickets, the man said with a forced smile, hoping, praying Kaoru had lost them. But Kaoru pulled out 5 yellow tickets, each marked with 10,000 Ryo for Mizuki. The old man grumbled as he checked their authenticity, cursing his bad luck. All right, fine. That's 65,000 Ryo for you. He started counting the money.
No need, old man. I'm placing another bet. 100,000 on Itachi Uchiha.
Kaoru's grin widened, already counting the winnings in his head. The bookmaker stopped counting, his eyes narrowing. Kid, that fight won't be for a while. Why not place bets on the upcoming matches instead? Kaoru pouted, waving a hand dismissively.
Because the odds suck. If I'm gonna bet big, I'm betting safe.
The old man's fingers tapped the counter. He was losing money to this brat, and he needed a way to get it back. What if I gave you better odds? Just between us, huh? He leaned in, lowering his voice.
Huh, Idiot took the bait.
Kaoru pretended to hesitate, furrowing his brows as if weighing his options.
I don't know. Why would you give me better odds unless you think I'll lose?
His voice dripped with suspicion. The old man waved his hands. No, no. This is an honest business. If we pulled tricks, the Hokage would shut us down in an instant. Look, I'll prove I'm on your side. He leaned over and pointed at the next fight on the schedule. The next match is between some kid named Akito and Yamanaka Salko. I'll give you 1.2 for Salko and 2.0 for Akito. That's double your money if he wins, huh? How's that for generosity? Kaoru's eyes lit up, or at least he made them look like they did. The original odds had been 1.15 for Salko and 1.5 for Akito. This guy was desperate to lure him in.
All right then. I don't know who this Akito guy is, but twice my money sounds like a great deal.
Kaoru put on a silly, excited expression, then suddenly squinted as if getting suspicious again.
You're not tricking me, are you?
No, of course not. So should I get your tickets ready? The old man asked, already scribbling them down.
Fine. I'll trust you this time. I'll place 50,000 on that Akito guy. Kaoru sighed dramatically. But if I lose, I won't bet here ever again.
Kid, I can't guarantee anything, but who knows? I hear that Akito has a Kekkei Genkai, or so they say. Kaoru almost laughed out loud.
Kekkei Genkai? Now I don't even feel bad about scamming this guy.
Kaoru forced a cheeky grin as if he liked his chances even more. He grabbed his tickets, stuffing them into his satchel.
I don't mind acting like an idiot if it means I leave this village rich.
By the time he returned home, Konoha's gamblers would be cursing his name. He turned around about to head back when he saw Mizuki running somewhere with a troubled expression. Chapter 48, A Lesson.
Mizuki, where are you going?
Kaoru called out as he spotted her striding toward the infirmary.
I need to see Nora. There's something I have to ask her,
she said without slowing down. Kaoru hesitated for a moment, but the fight in the arena was way less important than Mizuki, who seemed troubled, so he decided to follow.
Congrats, by the way,
he said, catching up to her.
You were amazing.
Mizuki didn't respond immediately. Her eyes stayed fixed ahead, but Kaoru could tell she had something on her mind. She finally muttered, "Thanks," then opened her mouth as if to say more, but closed it again. Kaoru had come to understand Mizuki's personality over time. She was deeply emotional, but she rarely let it show. He first realized it during their mission to exterminate the bandits. How she had cared for the orphaned children like they were her own siblings, and how pain had flashed across her face when the villagers described their suffering.
She's too kind, Kaoru thought. Too kind for her own good.
When they reached the infirmary, a shinobi stood blocking the entrance.
Who are you here to see?
He asked.
Nora Arasami,
Kaoru answered, noticing that Mizuki was waiting for him to speak. The shinobi checked a form before shaking his head.
You can't see her, kids. No one's allowed inside, not even her guardian. That's Lady Tsunad's order, and Nora herself doesn't want visitors.
He started to close the door, but Mizuki quickly stuck her foot in the gap, stopping it.
Please,
she said with her voice unusually soft.
Could you at least ask her? I think she'll want to see me.
Kaoru was taken aback. He had assumed Mizuki was only worried about whether Nora had survived. Now that they had confirmation she was alive, he was more than willing to turn back. But Mizuki clearly wasn't. The guard frowned. He was reluctant to go beyond his duty, but Mizuki's piercing purple eyes were hard to resist.
Fine,
he grumbled. He formed a shadow clone, which immediately disappeared into the room.
Thank you,
Mizuki said, bowing slightly before stepping back toward Kaoru. Kaoru crossed his arms.
Why are you so set on talking to her?
Mizuki looked at him for a moment.
She didn't try to kill me with her last strike.
Kaoru blinked.
She thought my scorch release clone was me. Mizuki continued, but she aimed for my shoulder, not my throat, not my head.
Kaoru raised an eyebrow.
Maybe she just wanted to disable you?
Mizuki shook her head.
If she were as ruthless as I thought, she would have gone for the kill, but she didn't. and I need to know why.
Akito stood in front of Salko, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Both of them were bruised and scratched, but it was clear that Akito was in worse shape as his stamina was running low. Salko, on the other hand, had been keeping his distance, attacking from range and forcing Akito to burn through his chakra reserves and exhaust his stamina.
I can't lose this. Suguru got hurt because of me. I owe him this win.
Ever since the Forest of Death, Akato's mentality had undergone a drastic shift. He had always been seen as a talented kid, but his progress had stagnated. Now he understood why. His biggest obstacle wasn't a lack of skill, it was his mindset. Akito's parents had died during the Takime clan's escape from Kirigakure. They had been Kaoru's father's closest friends and had refused to leave him behind. They weren't the strongest shinobi in the world, but they had chosen death for the sake of their clan. Akito always blamed them for it, for choosing their pride and honor over their son. He knew he was being selfish, but Akito did not need them to be heroes. He needed them to be alive, to be there for him. However, everything changed when he saw Suguru risk his life for Akito's sake. His friend did not even hesitate before shielding Akito with his own body. Akito now understood what his parents felt, and for the first time he felt that he was letting them down. He was letting everyone down.
I don't want to be a coward. I don't ever want to see my friends in danger because of me again.
That was why he had volunteered to be bait during the second exam. He had wanted to prove to himself and to everyone else that he wasn't useless, that he could change. Gritting his teeth, Akito pulled 3 shuriken from his pouch and threw them at Salko. Salko dodged easily, already preparing his next wind release attack. The problem was that Akito could barely see Salko's technique. Sometimes he'd spot a gust of wind rushing toward him, only for it to be an illusion, while the real attack struck him from another angle. But after taking hit after hit, he realized that while his eyes could be fooled, his ears could not. He had started to rely on sound, listening for the subtle shifts in the wind to predict where the real attack would come from.
Father, is that genjutsu?
Itachi asked without taking his eyes off the fight. Fugaku, who was sitting away from the other council members, and Hokage glanced at his son before shaking his head. Their seating arrangement was another silent indicator of the growing rift between the Uchiha clan and the village leadership. "No, this isn't genjutsu," Fugaku said. "It's an illusion created by mixing yin chakra with wind release." Itachi's eyes widened slightly, and he wasn't the only one intrigued. The spectators around them, who were eager for an explanation, leaned in to listen. From their perspective, people who knew very little about shinobi and their fighting mechanics, Akito's movements didn't make sense. He would sometimes dodge an attack, only to be struck by an invisible force. You already know that chakra is composed of yin, spiritual energy, and yang, physical energy, Fugaku continued. Elemental chakra, like fire or wind, is also similar, but it exists in the nature outside our bodies. But in rare cases, truly talented shinobi can combine those energies. Itachi nodded, listening intently. For example, the girl in the last match was using Scorch Release, which is a combination of fire and wind elements. But this Yamanaka boy, he's doing something different. He's infusing more yin chakra than yang into his wind release, which allows him to disrupt the balance between those two and thus create an illusion without actually casting genjutsu. The wind itself becomes nearly invisible, deceiving the eyes but not the other senses. Itachi's expression remained neutral, but he absorbed every word. Actually, he was already thinking of testing the theory.
I wonder how will fire react?
The Yamanaka clan naturally excels in controlling yin and yang chakra, Fugaku continued, but this boy is exceptionally skilled, even among them. It wasn't often that Fugaku gave praise, so his words carried weight. In all of Itachi's life, he had only heard his father compliment 2 people, Shisui and the late 4th Hokage. Though Fugaku rarely spoke about Minato, whenever he did, it was always with the utmost respect, calling him the strongest shinobi of his time. Sadly, even though he's talented, he's going to lose this one, Fugaku stated abruptly, standing up. Itachi, stay and watch this match carefully. If you pay attention, you'll learn something valuable. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked away. As the head of the Uchiha clan in a powerful village like Konoha, he rarely had time to sit and simply observe. Meanwhile, in the arena, Salko completed another set of hand seals and unleashed another gust of wind. But this time, the moment the wind formed, Akito flickered, disappearing from his original spot and reappearing in the opposite direction. Was this a coincidence? Did he predict it? Or can he sense my wind now? Salko's eyes narrowed. He immediately cast another wind attack, testing the theory. Once again, Akito flickered to safety. He's dodging too precisely. If he can really sense my attacks, why isn't he counterattacking? Before, he would charge the moment he saw an opening, but now he's just waiting. Something feels off. Salko continued testing him, launching attack after attack, but the result remained the same. Akito dodged effortlessly, his breathing becoming steadier and more relaxed, while Salko's chakra began to deplete. This is getting annoying. I can't keep spamming this technique or I'll run out of chakra. Just as he was about to switch strategies, Akito disappeared again. But this time he reappeared right behind Salko, kunai swinging towards his back. Salko spun on instinct, already forming the hand sign for mind-body switch technique. Got you. The moment he activated his clan's signature jutsu, Akito, who should have been directly in front of him, vanished. What? A voice from behind made Salko freeze.
Shinsan warned me that if I cornered you, you'd try to use your clan's technique. He even told me exactly when to flicker to avoid it.
Akito's tone carried a rare hint of pride. Salko's mind reeled. His consciousness wavered, thrown out of sync with his body due to his failed jutsu. Mind-body switch technique was powerful, but it required precise aim. If the user missed, their consciousness would take several minutes to return, leaving their body completely vulnerable. Akito didn't need another opening. The fight was already over.
The winner is Akito Takime from Takimura village,
the proctor announced. This time, the cheers were mixed. While some admired Akito's victory, many of the Konoha spectators remained silent. Watching a genin from one of their main clans lose to a shinobi from a minor village was not something they wanted to celebrate. Now that he had won, Akito let his guard down. The exhaustion hit him all at once. His body ached, his chakra reserves were nearly depleted, but his mind had never been clearer. He took a deep breath and glanced up at the stands, searching for familiar faces.
This weak version of myself just won against a Konoha genin,
he thought with a small, satisfied smile.
I'll train much harder from now on.
Meanwhile, Itachi observed the scene below, his gaze shifting between Akito and the unconscious Salko. He replayed the fight in his mind, trying to understand what his father had meant when he told him to watch closely.
Was he trying to teach me that overconfidence can lead to defeat, even against a weaker opponent?
While the match had been interesting, neither fighter had truly impressed him. Even Salko, who had developed a unique application of wind release, had lost due to a series of poor decisions. First, underestimating his opponent, then panicking the moment things didn't go as expected.
If instead of wasting chakra on a technique that clearly wasn't working, or gambling with the mind-body switch, he had simply analyzed the situation calmly, he would have realized he was winning. Itachi thought. All he had to do was be patient.
Itachi exhaled softly and stood up, brushing off his thoughts.
Whatever,
he murmured to himself.
I'll go see Sasuke.
With that, he left the stands and disappeared into the crowd. Inside the infirmary, Nora was laying on the bed. Her injuries were already in bandages, but they were not life-threatening. A few minutes ago, a Konoha shinobi had entered and asked if she wanted to see Mizuki. She hesitated, but eventually agreed. There was no way Mizuki would help her clan get her back, so there was no harm in listening. As soon as Mizuki and Kaoru entered, Nora wasted no time. "Why did you want to see me?" she asked with cold but weak voice.
"I just have a question,"
Mizuki said, pulling a chair next to the bed. Kaoru considered stepping out, feeling like he was intruding, but curiosity kept him inside. Mizuki leaned forward slightly.
"Why didn't you go for the kill?"
Nora blinked but remained silent.
"I know you chose to aim for my shoulder instead of my head or neck. So why?"
Nora's expression remained emotionless. Maybe she was too exhausted to care, both physically and mentally. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said without moving her eyes, her gaze still locked on Mizuki. "You must have imagined it."
Can't you just tell me why?
Mizuki pressed. She had this strong desire to know the reason. Nora exhaled sharply and said with a trace of mockery in her tone, "And why should I answer any of your questions?" She turned her head slightly, finally breaking eye contact. "I just didn't feel like it, okay? I don't know why. It wasn't because I like you, or because I wanted to show mercy. I just decided not to in that moment." With that, she rolled onto her side, facing the wall. It was a clear sign that their company was no longer welcome. Mizuki was silent for a moment, then simply said,
"All right, thank you."
She turned and walked out without another word. Kaoru, for a moment, stood there completely still, then he blinked.
They're both so weird.
He quickly followed Mizuki as both of them disappeared behind the door. Chapter 49, A Rift. Kaoru and Mizuki were on their way back when they spotted Akito, Suguru, Yuji, and Shin heading toward a food stand.
Where have you guys been?
Suguru called out as soon as he saw them.
You missed a great fight. Akito destroyed that Yamanaka kid.
He threw a few dramatic punches in the air, reenacting an exaggerated version of the battle. Everyone, but Akito, who looked thoroughly embarrassed, laughed.
Suguru, I was just lucky. He was way stronger than me,
he admitted. The win had felt good, but he knew better than to let it inflate his ego. If Salko hadn't underestimated him, the outcome could have been entirely different. Kaoru grinned. His face was practically glowing. He was suspiciously happy that Akito won.
Akito, I never doubted you, not even for a second.
He clapped Akito on the shoulder. Kaoru was radiating the energy of a man who had just secured free money.
And to show my gratitude, lunch is on me. Order whatever you want.
The group cheered, entirely unaware that Kaoru was quietly funding his generosity by ripping off the betting stands in Konoha. He had already won twice, and he had no plans of stopping.
All thanks to you, Akito. That was a very profitable fight.
He could already picture the betting stand owner's face when he returned to cash in his next big win. Kaoru pulled the match schedule out of his pouch and scanned it.
Akane versus Toji. I can't bet on this one. Realistically, Toji should win, but betting against Akane just feels wrong. Part of me would end up cheering for Toji, and that doesn't sit right with me.
Even though Kaoru hadn't sparred with Toji, he knew the guy had tons of chakra. And considering he was a senju, there was no way he was bad at taijutsu. Akane was strong and had a solid chakra reserve, but senju were just built different.
I'll just skip this one and bet on Akatsuchi instead. I should also start paying closer attention to the other participants. Maybe some of them will stand out. By the way, where are Akane and Maki?
Kaoru finally noticed his friend and sister weren't with the group.
Maki has been training Akane in taijutsu. They're probably still at it.
Shin answered with a lazy yawn. Why does this guy always look like he hasn't slept in years? Yuji, Sugeru, and Akito all had the exact same thought at the same time. No matter how long they knew Shin, his constant half-dead energy never stopped being weird.
Isn't training right before a fight a bad idea?
Kaoru asked, scratching the back of his head.
That depends on the training.
Shin's words somehow answered nothing, but raised even more questions.
Right,
Kaoru muttered, giving up. Shin stretched and started walking toward the food stand.
Let's eat and head back. I want you to watch the next two fights, especially you, Kaoru.
Kaoru raised an eyebrow and pulled out the schedule again.
The next two? Akane versus Toji. I can understand, but why the next one? Narase versus Awaraka Ken.
He frowned, trying to figure out what Shin meant.
I have no clue who Awaraka Ken is. He must have fought after me in the preliminaries, so I missed it. If it's about Narase, then it must be the shadow jutsu stuff, but that's kinda useless for me. So why?
He thought hard but came up with nothing.
You'll understand when you see it, probably.
Shin shrugged before stepping up to order his food.
Whatever. I'll find out soon enough. But first things first. Money.
Kaoru casually slipped away from the group. He had bets to cash in and more to place.
I should definitely mess with that old man at the betting stand again. He won't fall for the same trick twice, but maybe I can nudge him into giving me better odds somehow.
A grin spread across his face. He was making way too much money off this tournament. The Takimura Council gathered for an emergency meeting. Kirigakure's pressure was becoming harder to deal with, and it was only getting worse. Most teams that left the valley were being ambushed, and while these fights rarely ended in deaths, the number of serious injuries was piling up. Unlike Kirigakure, which seemed to be sending expendable shinobi rather than their elites, Takimura couldn't afford to lose anyone.
These skirmishes were manageable at first, but now they're turning into a real problem,
Meruem grumbled. So far, Takimura had suffered 2 casualties, and both of them were from the Terumi clan. Most of the injured were also Terumi, and this was causing the tension to rise between the 2 clans. The Takime justified it by saying the Terumi were weaker, while the Terumi suspected the Takime were avoiding the most dangerous fights.
We've tried reaching out to several clans that are practically at war with Kirigakure, but none have shown interest in joining us,
Swerin said, flipping through a stack of reports. She was deliberately avoiding Meruem's gaze.
We've also had no luck locating the Six Tails Jinchuriki.
Nothing but bad news. Fewer completed commissions meant their finances were struggling, and on top of that, their reputation was taking a hit.
I might have a solution.
Tenma suddenly spoke up. It was rare for him to participate in council discussions, so the room fell silent.
I know a clan that won't be able to reject our offer. But if we bring them in, Kirigakure will retaliate. They might even send one of the 7 swordsmen. Or worse, multiple.
No one interrupted. Everyone was waiting for him to continue.
The Yuki clan was just wiped out.
Tenma said bluntly.
And there are rumors that Kirigakure's next target is the Noda clan. They're smaller than the Yuki, but they have a few jonin and even 1 master jonin. If we secure them, our numbers will definitely grow, but Kiri will take us much more seriously after that.
With that, Tenma sat down, signaling he had no intention of debating the issue. As Takimura's Oinin leader, he already had enough on his plate.
We don't have a choice,
Meruem said after a moment. He was getting too many complaints from his clan, and while he understood their frustration, he knew the Takime weren't avoiding fights. It just so happened that the Terumi teams were being targeted more often.
I have an idea,
Akura interrupted.
Apologies, Lord Meruem, but I think we need to discuss something else first.
He paused for a moment, arranging his thoughts before continuing.
I think Kirigakure is deliberately targeting the Terumi to create conflict between us. If that's the case, we need to counter it. My proposal is to dissolve all single clan teams and restructure them into mixed teams, Takime, Terumi, and Rogue Shinobi.
The council exchanged glances. The younger generation was already training in mixed squads, but forcing experienced teams that had worked together for years, to suddenly change formation was no small task.
If this were any other situation, I wouldn't agree,
Meruem admitted.
But right now, I don't see another option.
He glanced at Swiren.
If Lady Swiren also agrees, we can move forward with it.
Swiren, who was still flipping through her documents, finally found what she was looking for. Raising her head for just a moment, she nodded.
Yes, I agree. Akura, handle it.
Akura gave a small nod in response, and with that, the decision was made. But Swiren wasn't done.
I was just looking for a report that contained details about the Yuki clan's extermination and the Noda clan being the next possible target. But I couldn't find it. Why?
Her tone was calm, but her eyes were locked directly onto Tenma. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Tenma, who was usually composed, suddenly looked uneasy.
The report arrived just before the council meeting, so we didn't have time to deliver it.
He tried to explain, but his words barely left his mouth before Suiren's expression darkened. For the first time since Takimura's founding, she looked angry.
I am the head of the Takime clan and one of the 2 leaders of this council. Any crucial information should be delivered to me immediately upon arrival,
she said, her voice carrying authority and anger. Even Akura felt a twinge of unease.
She is getting her old self back,
Akura thought with amusement. But unlike Akura, Tenma, who had clearly misstepped, was truly tense.
You've been doing a good job, Tenma,
she continued. It was the standard way of scolding someone. Start with a compliment, then hit them with the butt.
But as Oinin commander, it is your direct responsibility to be efficient, unbiased, and most importantly, loyal to Takimura, not just one part of it.
She didn't bother sugarcoating the accusation, and this time Meruem felt the need to intervene. He opened his mouth to speak, but then Suiren's icy gaze landed on him. He shut it just as quickly.
I'm sure this was just a misunderstanding, Lady Suiren,
Meruem finally said, forcing a neutral expression.
But if it happens again, we'll have no choice but to take action.
It was a clear warning. If Tenma failed again, his position as Oinin commander would be in jeopardy. Losing Tenma would be bad for Takimura, but it would be an even bigger blow to the Terumi clan, as they would no longer have influence over the Oinin. Akura let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head slightly.
So, the ideal harmony in Takimura is finally starting to crack.
He had always hoped their generation could avoid the mistakes of the past, but now...
Maybe we never even deserved peace to begin with.
All right,
Suiren said, breaking the tension.
I believe we all agree. Noda clan must be approached immediately. We will attempt to bring them into Takimura.
She turned back to Tenma.
You will personally handle the negotiations. At the same time, you will also conduct a thorough investigation of every single member to check for possible spies.
That last part carried another meaning. By entrusting Tenma with this mission, Suiren was showing that she still had faith in him. But it was also a test. If he failed, his standing in Takimura would become very fragile. This was a completely new side of Suiren, one that neither Meruem nor anyone from the Terumi clan had ever seen before. But Akura had. He remembered what Suiren was like when her son was alive, when she had a powerhouse on her side. Back then, Suiren was much more daring, much more difficult to handle. And now, with Maki growing into what was likely the strongest shinobi in the village, it was clear that Suiren had decided to ensure Takime's authority could not be challenged. No one would ever be able to push Takime around in Takimura. Akane stood in the center of the arena. Her blade was already unsheathed, as the sun caught its edge in a sharp gleam. I really enjoyed your fight against the Sunakunoichi, Toji said, scratching his head. His posture was relaxed, too relaxed. His right hand remained casually tucked in his pocket, a sign of either arrogance or sheer indifference. Even though the judge hadn't given the signal to start, most fighters showed some form of respect before a match. Toji apparently wasn't one of them.
I hope I'll be able to give you a good fight, Toji-san.
Akane replied. She was already ready to move as she awaited the judge's call. I'm sure you will. Toji showed a genuine smile. Kaoru talked about you so much. I have no doubt you're strong.
When did I ever talk about Akane?
Kaoru, who was watching from the stands, frowned.
And even if I did, how the hell could I have said that much when we've only talked, 2 or 3 times?
His confusion deepened.
Whatever. This guy is just weird. Why is everyone around me so weird?
Thought Kaoru as he moved his gaze to Suguru, who was looking at Akane with excited eyes.
She is going to win, I know it!
Suguru nearly yelled. The Uchiha judge stepped forward, eyes scanning both fighters.
Are you ready?
Chapter 50, Behind Hiruzen's Back. The moment the judge gave the signal, Toji and Akane charged toward each other. Akane wielded her blade while Toji held a kunai. Just as they were about to clash, with only a few steps between them, Toji quickly formed a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 2 clones appeared on either side of him and immediately flickered, surrounding Akane from 3 sides. Within seconds, she was under attack from all angles. Akane swung her sword, aiming at one of the clones. It raised its kunai to block her strike, but the moment the weapons clashed, the clone was dispelled in a puff of smoke. Her attacks send chakra shockwaves. Interesting, Toji noted, his mind working even as he engaged in combat. Meanwhile, in the stands, Suguru practically bounced in excitement.
Whoa! That was just like Maki-san's attacks!
Yuji, watching with arms crossed, nodded.
It's still a much weaker version. I saw Maki and Mei spar once, and even from far away, we could feel the shockwaves every time Maki attacked.
Of course it's weaker,
Kaoru added, keeping his Suijingan active to analyze every detail.
There's a huge gap between Maki and Akane, but the fact that Akane learned this so quickly is already impressive.
As much as Kaoru wanted to study Akane's progress, Toji's chakra caught his attention. The Senju's reserves were even more impressive than what Kaoru had seen in the forest. His control over his chakra reserves was also exceptional. Suddenly, Kaoru's dojutsu caught the faint glow surrounding Toji's body. It was subtle, almost invisible to the naked eye, but to Kaoru it was clear.
That's the Senju clan's chakra enhancement technique? I wonder which is stronger, this or the shifting flow sword style's chakra rotation technique.
Toji closed the distance, aiming a punch at Akane's torso. He made no effort to mask which one was the real him. He didn't feel like he needed to. Akane didn't hesitate. She blocked his attack effortlessly with her left arm. Toji's eyes widened slightly. She blocked my chakra-enhanced strike like it was nothing. He immediately adjusted his analysis. She must be using some kind of body-strengthening method. There's no way her natural physique is stronger than mine. Toji wasn't arrogant, but he knew that even among the other kids from Konoha's elite clans, his chakra reserves and natural physical capabilities stood out. He was built differently. He had always been confident that, in terms of pure strength, he had the upper hand. But that confidence wavered when Akane pushed his arm aside and smoothly transitioned into a spinning roundhouse kick. Toji moved to counter. His instincts screamed that blocking with one arm wouldn't be enough, so he braced himself with both. The moment her kick connected, he felt the force ripple through his body. There's no way, she's actually stronger than me. For the first time, doubt crept into Toji's thoughts, but he quickly adjusted again. No, either that, or her body enhancement technique is superior. That's more believable than her being naturally stronger than me. Recovering quickly, Toji retaliated with a kick of his own. Akane raised her arm to block it, but the brief moment it took her to brace herself was all Toji needed. He flickered backward, increasing the distance between them. I could probably outlast her and win in a pure taijutsu battle, but there's no need for that. I should force her into a different fight, one where I hold the advantage. His hands came together, forming seals at a speed that barely slowed despite the bruises on his arms. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon rose from the ground, its form shaping as more water gathered around it. Then, with a deafening roar, it surged toward Akane. For a fight between two genin, the sheer size of the technique was impressive, and the crowd gasped in anticipation. But Akane didn't flinch. Her hands moved swiftly through a sequence of seals.
Earth release, earth wall.
A solid, towering wall erupted from the ground, cutting off Toji's line of sight. He knew his water dragon would crack through it, but its strength would be significantly weakened by the impact. Akane knew that too. She was already forming another set of hand seals.
Fire release, fire dragon.
Beside her, flames twisted into the shape of a serpent, its body coiling as it took form. While not as massive as Toji's water dragon, it radiated intense heat and energy. Akane was counting on the fact that Toji couldn't see it behind the wall. From the stands, Suguru's eyes lit up.
She's using the earth wall to weaken Toji's water dragon, and then her fire dragon will overpower it and hit him.
Kaoru, however, shook his head.
It won't work.
Shin nodded in agreement. The rest of the Takimura students didn't understand why, but they were about to find out. Just as Akane planned, the water dragon crashed into the earth wall, shattering it. Debris flew in all directions, and the water dragon, now visibly slower and weaker, had become slightly muddy. But it didn't stop. It kept pushing forward, right into the path of Akane's fire dragon. The two massive elemental beasts clashed. A sharp hissing sound filled the arena as steam exploded outward, covering the battlefield in thick mist. The crowd watched in awe as the swirling red glow of Akane's fire dragon burst through, continuing its charge toward Toji's last known position. But Toji wasn't there. Toji's exceptional chakra control wasn't something he was simply born with. It was the result of relentless training. On top of that, he had honed his sensory abilities to an impressive degree. With his massive chakra reserves, he could easily detect Akane preparing another technique behind the wall. From that moment, his plan was simple. Wait for the dragons to collide, let the mist engulf the battlefield, and use it as cover. And just like that, the moment the steam exploded outward, Toji vanished. Akane's instinct screamed at her. Without hesitation, she spun on her heel and swung her blade in a wide arc, just in time. The sudden movement forced Toji to disengage, shifting into a defensive stance to block her strike. Damn, such a good opportunity wasted, Toji thought, a flicker of disappointment crossing his mind. He had planned the perfect opening, but Akane's quick reaction had shut it down. It's fine. In terms of chakra exchange, I came out ahead. She's burned through way more chakra than I have. Toji never stopped analyzing his opponent, constantly adjusting his strategy. The fight wasn't over yet. Not even close. I've already shown everyone that I'm a sensor and that my water release is strong. That's more than I planned to reveal. Toji sighed, mildly disappointed that his taijutsu and chakra-enhanced body hadn't been enough to win outright. Since my water release is already exposed, I might as well show its true power. His hands blurred through a rapid sequence of seals. Water release, greater flowing wave. The moment the last sign was formed, Toji's chakra flared, sending a powerful ripple through the arena. Akane's eyes widened in surprise. She was already moving to attack, hoping to interrupt him before the jutsu could be completed. But the shadow clone Toji had retreated with earlier suddenly lunged, sacrificing itself to buy time for the original.
Shadow clones are awesome,
Kaoru muttered from the stands. He was about to add something else when his jaw dropped. Toji's chakra wasn't just overwhelming, it was monstrous. And then the wave rose. It wasn't just large, it was massive. A towering wall of water, easily thrice the height of a grown man, stretched across the battlefield like a small tsunami. It crashed forward with relentless force, threatening to engulf everything in its path.
If only I had that much chakra,
Kaoru thought bitterly, watching as Toji unleashed this ridiculous amount of power and still had more than 2/3 of his reserves left. Akane had no time to dodge. There was no room, no angle, no possible way to escape. The wave was too wide, too fast. She had only one option. Her hands flew through signs.
Earth release. Earth dome.
Just as the water roared toward her, the ground erupted upward, forming a thick dome that completely encased her. The wave crashed into it, swallowing the structure whole. The water didn't just wash over it, it pressed against it with relentless force, swirling and grinding against the earth like a liquid grinder. Cracks formed along the surface, spiderwebbing outward as the pressure built. Then, just as the outer shell was about to give in, another, smaller dome inside remained intact. She exhausted herself completely and is hiding inside, Toji thought, narrowing his eyes. He could sense her chakra within. What do I do now? I could break through, but is there any real benefit in harming her further? He exhaled sharply, already thinking of his next move. The water's already gone, and you're out of chakra. Why don't you just surrender? Toji called out, standing outside the cracked remains of the dome. There was no response. Fine, have it your way. Without hesitation, Toji charged.
Shinsan, we need to stop him. If Akane's really out of chakra, she won't be able to defend herself.
Suguru shouted, already half rising from his seat, ready to jump in if necessary. Kaoru yanked him back without even looking.
Shut up and watch,
he said. There was no anger in his voice, just pure amusement. Toji reached the dome, his chakra-enhanced legs snapping forward in a brutal kick. The weakened structure shattered instantly, sending debris flying everywhere. In the center, Akane stood, her blade still raised, her stance steady. You brought this on yourself, Toji thought as he swung his leg toward her torso. But instead of blocking, Akane stepped forward, arms outstretched. She hugged him.
Fire release. Clone explosion.
Toji's eyes widened in shock. The moment their bodies connected, Akane's entire form turned crimson and fiery. Shit! He clenched his teeth, bracing for impact as an explosion erupted between them. The blast wasn't big, actually it was kinda small, but it was concentrated, sharp, intense, and point-blank. When the steam and smoke cleared, Toji was still standing. His breath was ragged, his body covered in burns, his skin hissing from the lingering heat. The damage was not severe, but enough to injure him. Actually, the charred skin was already healing before the audience's eyes.
He's a monster,
Kaoru scoffed, shaking his head.
Sensei, what did he do at the last second? I saw him reinforcing his body with chakra, but that doesn't explain why he's healing so fast.
Shin nodded approvingly, arms crossed.
Yang energy. He used it to enhance his body's durability and accelerate his healing. His massive chakra reserves help too.
But where's Akane?
Suguru's voice was tight with shock. Unlike Kaoru, who could see the real Akane's location, Suguru had just watched her explode. For a second, he looked ready to break down.
She's
underneath him,
Kaoru said casually.
But she's out of chakra, so it doesn't really matter.
In the arena, Toji stood still for a moment, eyes still slightly widened in surprise. Then suddenly, his lips curled into a wide, genuine grin. His excitement was unmistakable, his eyes practically glowing. "You're strong, Terumi Akane," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "I'm going to remember this fight for a long time." With that, he turned and walked towards the judge, who had just stepped into the arena to announce the result.
The winner is Toji Senju,
declared the Uchiha judge. As the announcement echoed through the arena, Akane emerged from the ground, dusting herself off. Despite her loss, she was grinning, pleased that Toji had acknowledged her in the end. "If you'd had a little more chakra left, that explosion might have actually gotten me," Toji said, glancing over his shoulder with a small smirk before continuing toward the exit. "She used my own sensory ability against me," he mused as he walked, his smile lingering. She completely suppressed her chakra after creating that second dome and left behind a barely detectable clone. To think of something like that while drowning, she's a real shinobi. Akane let out a small sigh. Losing stung, but she had known it was coming the moment she felt Toji's monstrous chakra reserves and saw that massive wave. The real issue wasn't just their difference in chakra. It was the fact that Toji had immediately realized she held the upper hand in taijutsu. From that moment on, he had kept his distance, never giving her a real opportunity to take the fight into close combat. The crowd, however, wasn't the least bit disappointed. The entire arena was buzzing with excitement, not just over Toji's victory, but over the fight itself.
Toji's a beast, but that girl is something else. Takimura's the real surprise of this tournament.
First that butterfly girl, now this. Takimura's putting on a show.
We all knew Toji would win, but that was way too close.
This was the best fight so far. The first one was good, but this was insane.
Where even is Takimura? I want to see their village.
There were whispers, shouts, and even a few complaints from skeptics arguing that Akane's last attack had been an attempt to kill. But in the end, one thing was clear. Both fighters had left an impression. However, not everyone in the audience was watching for entertainment. A man in the stands quietly adjusted the bandages wrapped around part of his face before standing up. He didn't cheer, didn't murmur along with the rest of the crowd. Instead, he turned toward the exit, his movements slow and deliberate.
Hiruzen will have to let this slide,
he thought. His expression remained completely unreadable as he disappeared into the sea of people.
I need to do this.
Chapter 51, Hiruzen's Warning. The first round took 2 days to be over. The remaining fights had been noticeably less intense, almost as if Konoha had arranged them to filter out the weaker participants. Now, only 11 genin remained. Since Toji Senju's battle had been deemed the most impressive, he was automatically advanced to the next round, leaving 10 genin to fight for their spots. The 10 participants who had to fight in this round were Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, Hyuga Yuki, Harukaze Riko, well plus Toji, who would miss this round, Takimura, Takime Kaoru, Takime Akito, Kasai Mizuki, Kusagakure Awaraka Ken, Iwagakure Sabakaze Rina, Ishigane Akatsuchi, Sunagakure Sabarashi Suzuka. It was embarrassing for both Iwa and Suna that more genin from Takimura had made it through than from their established villages. Still, they couldn't deny the quality of the fights. Takimura's candidates had earned their places. Konoha, of course, was pleased with the results. They had 4 genin moving forward, more than any other village, but the happiest person of all was Kaoru. Thanks to his strategic gambling, he had turned his winnings into 180,000 ryo, bringing his total up to 380,000 ryo. If things continued like this, he was confident he could push it to 1 million, or at least come close. The matchups for the next round would be drawn at random, with all participants gathered in the arena. With the stands completely packed, the 10 remaining genin stood at the center, waiting for Hiruzen to announce the pairings. The Hokage delivered a short speech, reminding them that while showcasing their strength was important, they should be mindful of their opponents and not go too far. Kaoru barely paid attention. He was focused on his own plan. In case Hiruzen pulled out his name first, he wouldn't have time to place bets himself, so he left all his money with Suguru, instructing him to bet on Kaoru, but only if he wasn't fighting Itachi Uchiha. He wasn't about to surrender, but he also wasn't delusional. He wasn't betting on himself against Itachi. Hiruzen approached a transparent ball, inside of which sat small scrolls with each participant's name written on them. Placing his hand inside, he dramatically swirled it around with a faint smile before pulling out the first scroll.
Arakawa Ken will be fighting against
He reached in again, pulling out another name.
Takime Kaoru.
The crowd clapped and cheered, though the enthusiasm wasn't quite as intense as previous matchups. The reason was simple. Nobody had actually seen Kaoru fight yet. His only battle had been in the preliminaries, where spectators weren't allowed. The real buzz, however, was about Arakawa Ken. Kaoru had missed Ken's first fight, choosing instead to check on Akane after her match. However, he'd heard plenty about it. Ken was exceptional when it came to kenjutsu, and his primary element was lightning. However, his most standout qualities were his speed and brutality. Kaoru didn't care much about who he faced, as long as it wasn't one of his friends. Fighting Akito or Mizuki seriously would have been difficult. Inside an arena full of spectators and big shots, he wouldn't be able to treat it like a friendly spar. So in a way, he was relieved his opponent was Ken. As the other participants left the arena, a familiar Uchiha judge appeared between them. "Are you ready?" he asked, glancing at both genin. Kaoru and Ken gave slight nods. The judge raised his hand and disappeared in an instant. "Begin!" Ken flickered, appearing in front of Kaoru in a blur, but Kaoru had been waiting for it. His cyan eyes glowed like polished gemstones, locking onto Ken's movements.
"I won't let you use your speed against me."
Kaoru's hands blurred through quick, precise hand seals.
"Water release! Water pillar!"
A massive column of water erupted between them, instantly obscuring their vision. Ken had expected Kaoru to use water techniques. He had seen his fight. But he didn't know that Kaoru's Suijingan let him manipulate water particles themselves. He assumed this was just an ordinary water release technique. Seeing the pillar blocking his way, Ken immediately began forming hand seals. But before he could finish, the water pillar suddenly collapsed forward, rushing at him like a crashing wave. "What the hell?" he muttered, flickering away just in time, reappearing several steps away at an angle. The wave crashed violently onto the ground, soaking everything in water. Ken's hands moved again, but once more he felt danger. Instinctively he twisted his body, but not fast enough. A dark blue needle of high-density water shot through the air and pierced his shoulder. "Chich, what is this technique?" Ken gritted his teeth. The needle didn't stop pushing. It was as if an invisible force kept pressing it forward, burrowing deeper into his flesh. His hand shot up, gripping the needle, yanking it out and tossing it aside. But before he could counterattack, danger. Again. Ken flickered. Ken was getting annoyed. He hadn't expected such relentless attacks. He was about to throw out a taunt, but before he could even open his mouth, that same feeling of danger crept up his spine. How is he doing this? This time I was watching him, and he never made a single hand sign. Kaoru, on the other hand, remained completely calm. He kept his distance, pressuring Ken with pinpoint attacks. Ken hadn't realized it yet, but he was already dancing in Kaoru's palm.
Hiruzen, I'm telling you, this boy's Kekkei Genkai is special.
Danzo sat beside Hiruzen, his single visible eye locked onto the battlefield below. They were in the Hokage's private viewing area, a chamber covered in layers of fuinjutsu. No one outside could hear what was being discussed.
We need to get our hands on him.
Hiruzen remained composed, watching the fight unfold. His voice was calm, but there was a weight behind it.
If we make a move, Konoha's reputation will be tarnished. If we can't guarantee the safety of the genin we're supposed to be hosting, no one will ever come here again.
He turned his gaze toward Danzo.
But you already know that, so tell me, what exactly are you proposing?
Hiruzen was no fool. He wasn't a cruel man, but in the shinobi world, a powerful Kekkei Genkai was an invaluable asset. If obtaining Kaoru ensured Konoha's future dominance, he was willing to dirty his hands. Danzo's voice was cold and firm.
I want to bring him into root.
He took a brief pause for a moment before adding,
Or if he refuses to cooperate, we should eliminate him. His Kekkei Genkai is too powerful. I'm sure of it.
Hiruzen's eyes narrowed.
You're sure of it?
His tone sharpened.
Or are you merely seeing what you want to see, Danzo?
Danzo remained expressionless.
And how exactly do you plan to convince a 10-year-old child to join Root?
Hiruzen's voice grew heavier.
Especially when we'd be the ones tearing him away from his family.
Danzo scoffed.
I have my ways.
Hiruzen's patience thinned.
Even if you succeed, there's a high chance you won't. And if we want to take that boy, we'd have to eliminate their entire delegation.
His voice darkened.
Takimura is a small village. Losing 2 Master Jonin would cripple them. However, they aren't the only ones in play. If we move against them, Kirigakure will be the one who benefits the most.
Danzo stayed silent, listening. Hiruzen continued, his words like a hammer driving nails into a coffin.
We weaken a direct enemy. But for what? A single Kekkei Genkai that may or may not even be as powerful as you think. Instead of focusing our efforts on Kirigakure, we'd be creating another problem. Best case scenario, Takimura is crippled and Kiri swallows them whole. Worst case scenario, we create another enemy for ourselves.
Danzo didn't flinch, but Hiruzen could tell his words were hitting their mark. Hiruzen exhaled, then leaned in. His voice lowered, but the authority in it became unmistakable.
Danzo, I'm beginning to think you're doing this for your own personal power, not for Konoha.
For the first time in a while, Danzo's expression shifted.
Don't think I haven't noticed your little attempts to strengthen Root.
Hiruzen's eyes hardened.
Even when it goes against my orders.
Danzo's fingers twitched slightly.
What you did last night was the final straw.
The air in the chamber turned suffocating.
I will no longer allow you to act freely. From now on, Root's every move will be reported to me. You are not to make any significant operations without my explicit permission. And if you disobey me, again.
Hiruzen's gaze bore into Danzo like a weight pressing down on him.
I will not only disband Root, but I will also strip you of your position as a counselor.
For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Danzo's face darkened. He knew Hiruzen wasn't bluffing. His grip tightened on his cane, but he did not speak. He knew when to retreat. For now. Each time Ken flickered, the needles followed. He was starting to slow down, his stamina draining, but Kaoru showed no signs of exhaustion. He stood like a statue, unmoving. The only indication he was even alive was the cold glow of his cyan eyes, tracking Ken wherever he went. I can't keep this up. He's going to exhaust me at this rate. Ken had yet to land a single attack. Every time he got close, a pillar of water erupted in front of him, cutting off his path. And then, like clockwork, a wave would chase him down, forcing him to flicker away until it crashed into the ground. Frustrated, Ken flickered to the far edge of the arena, nearly hugging the wall. While it was humiliating, he needed distance. Without wasting another second, he formed hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The crowd immediately erupted in murmurs.
A Kusagakure shinobi using Konoha's signature technique?
Did someone from Konoha teach him?
While the Shadow Clone Jutsu was officially a Konoha secret, the reality was many outside the village had learned it. Unfortunately, none of those many were close to Kaoru. Both Kens charged at him, their bodies crackling with lightning, but Kaoru didn't even blink. With a single hand sign, he countered.
Water release. Greater flowing wave.
A massive wave surged forward. Ken barely reacted. He wasn't worried. If he could see the hand seals, he could react. And with his speed, he'd be fine. Or so he thought. The wave didn't chase him. Instead, it crashed straight into the ground, flooding the entire arena in ankle-deep water. Wait, can he manipulate water that's already on the ground? Ken shook off the thought. Impossible. No human had that level of control over an element. But still, he could use this to his own advantage. He made his own hand seals. Lightning release, thunderclap. Ken slammed his hands onto the waterlogged ground, sending electricity surging across the entire battlefield. He looked up, smug, waiting for Kaoru to collapse. Instead, Kaoru stood completely unharmed. The land around him was as dry as a desert. What the... Ken's thoughts never finished. The water around him shifted. Spikes started rising from every direction, trapping him and his clone inside a cage of sharpened water. Chich, Ken sneered. That won't work on me. He leapt into the air only to get blasted mid-air by a water bullet. Before he could recover, water tentacles shot up from the ground, surging toward him. He felt danger. Real danger. His heart pounded. I surrender. The tentacles collapsed instantly, the water crashing harmlessly onto the ground. Kaoru didn't react. Without a word, he turned and walked toward the exit. He had made a very important discovery. His water manipulation had a range limit. After a certain distance, it became too slow and drained too much chakra. The judge finally spoke. The winner is Takime Kaoru from Takimura. The crowd clapped and cheered.
Takimura kids are amazing. Not as amazing as Konoha's, but still good.
Do you have to bring up Konoha every time?
I'll mention your village too, once you get 4 qualifiers.
Takimura is barely a tenth of Konoha's size and still has 3.
While the crowd argued, Kaoru was already thinking about something far more important.
All right, let's see. Suguru should have placed my bet, he smirked. Even with average odds, that's at least 100,000 ryo in profit. I'll buy Suguru lunch as a thank you,
he muttered to himself, grinning like a man who had just robbed a casino. And with that, he continued walking. Chapter 52, Danzo's Mistake.
How does he not see that these kids will grow into formidable threats if given time?
Danzo muttered, his voice echoing through the dimly lit underground halls of Root's base. Though he had backed down in front of Hiruzen, he wasn't done, not even close. Patience was key. Striking too soon would be reckless, and Danzo was nothing if not methodical. Let them return to Takimura. It wouldn't change anything. His influence in the Land of Water was vast, stronger than anywhere else. They weren't beyond his reach.
If only those damn kids weren't there.
His hands clenched into fists, bitter over how his plan had failed the previous night. A few days ago, after witnessing Akane's fight against Toji, Danzo had reached a conclusion. Takimura's younger generation was dangerous. Hiruzen refused to acknowledge it, blinded by his so-called morals. Or maybe deep down, Danzo simply needed an excuse. Just as Hiruzen had accused him, maybe his real goal wasn't just Konoha's security, but acquiring Kaoru's eyes for himself. The moment he returned to Root's headquarters, he wasted no time. He dispatched 2 of his shinobi to spy on the Takimura delegation. He needed intelligence. Patterns, vulnerabilities, anything that could make capturing Kaoru and possibly Mizuki easier. Normally, as an elder and counselor, he had access to Anbu reports. But Hiruzen had been keeping information from him, feeding him only what he deemed necessary. Still, Danzo was not one to be left in the dark. However, when his root operatives finally reached their targets, things took an unexpected turn.
Remember, we must remain hidden. Lord Danzo ordered us to gather information, nothing more.
One of them whispered as they crouched on a rooftop. Just as they were about to move, two masked figures appeared behind them, silent as shadows.
You must return. Lord Hokage's orders,
one of the figures said. His voice was calm, soft even, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. Root operatives, in theory, were under the Hokage's command, just like every other force in Konoha. But in reality, they answered only to Danzo. The Leaf's standard training already involved indoctrination. Every village did it, but Hiruzen's Will of Fire philosophy was designed to create shinobi fiercely loyal to Konoha itself. Danzo, however, operated differently. He didn't just instill loyalty, he rewrote minds. He manipulated facts, instilled fake memories, and if needed, used genjutsu to carve out absolute obedience. To Root, Danzo was the Hokage, their savior. His orders were law. So when the Anbu shinobi in the white fox mask commanded them to return, they hesitated. This was a direct contradiction to Danzo's orders. Disobeying was unthinkable, but fighting Anbu was suicide. Root shinobis were okay with dying for Danzo, but if they fought Anbu, it would create problems for their lord. That's where they drew the line. Reluctantly, they nodded and withdrew into the shadows. But this was not the end. The two Anbu operatives wasted no time. Their next stop was another rooftop nearby, where two figures were crouched, their eyes locked onto the Root operatives from the shadows. They had been tracking their every move.
We apologize for the inconvenience, but we won't allow anyone to harm your disciples. This is Lord Hokage's order,
the white fox-masked shinobi stated. His voice was eerily calm, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely a tool executing a directive. Maki straightened, unfazed, a small smile tugging at her lips.
Don't worry. If they had tried anything, we would have handled it.
The Anbu remained rigid.
Please do not interfere. If anyone threatens your disciples, we will eliminate them. You need not take matters into your own hands.
His voice was as monotone as before. Maki tilted her head slightly, her sharp eyes moved to the second Anbu. He was young, barely older than Kaoru. Anbu at that age? She narrowed her gaze, trying to get a better look. The angle of the moonlight left most of his face that was already covered with a mask in shadow, but she caught one detail. His eyes were as black as an abyss.
All right.
Maki relented, stretching her arms.
We'll let you handle them, but you can't blame us for staying on guard. We are their guardians, after all.
She chuckled lightly before turning away. Neither she nor her companion waited for a response. In an instant, both parties flickered away, vanishing into the night. Hiruzen's anger toward Danzo wasn't just because he had sent Root operatives to spy on the Takimura delegation. He had expected that. That was precisely why he had deployed two elite Anbu, shinobi so skilled that no one could hide from them. What truly enraged him was the fact that Danzo's attempt had been sloppy enough to be noticed by Maki and Shin. If they reported this back to Takimura, any misfortune that befell them afterward, whether Danzo was involved or not, would be blamed on Konoha. Even if Takimura lacked the diplomatic influence to pressure Konoha or the military strength to pose a direct threat, the consequences of a single misstep could spiral out of control. A small snowball could trigger an avalanche. Konoha was in a fragile position. The aftermath of the war had left every major village focused on recovery, yet Konoha had suffered additional blows. They had lost their strongest shinobi, the fourth Hokage in the Nine-Tails attack. Their only Jinchuriki was just a child. Internally, tensions were at a breaking point, not only because of the recent Kumo incident, where Hiruzen gave up elite Jonin because of his fear of war, but also due to the growing suspicion surrounding the Uchiha clan's possible involvement in the Kyuubi attack. And now, thanks to Danzo's reckless actions, there was yet another variable to account for. Hiruzen sat in his office, his expression dark as he exhaled sharply. His fingers drummed against the desk, his frustration barely contained.
He couldn't even send shinobis skilled in stealth.
Hiruzen muttered through clenched teeth.
No, he had to send 2 damn jonin. Shinobi so incompetent that their own target spotted them, and worse, they didn't even realize it. Danzo, you're getting too arrogant.
While Danzo, Hiruzen, and even Maki and Shin were preoccupied with Root's failed spying attempt, one person was having the time of his life, Kaoru. He strolled through Konoha's bustling streets, his right hand casually patting the pouch full of money at his waist, while the rest of his fortune sat safely tucked away in his storage seal. Thanks to Suguru betting all the money Kaoru had given him, his winnings had skyrocketed by another 190,000 ryo, bringing his total to a staggering 570,000. Kaoru felt invincible. The world belonged to him. But he wasn't about to splurge just yet. The next match was Itachi's, and Kaoru planned to go all in.
Sorry, Akito, but there's no way I'm missing this chance.
Itachi had 1.1 odds. Akito had 5. He wouldn't win much, but it was practically free money, and Kaoru was not about to let it slip through his fingers. He had to visit a different betting stand, though. The old man from before had outright refused to take bets on Itachi after losing so much money to him already.
Someday, I'll be known as the guy who ruined Konoha's betting business. Hey, hey.
As he walked, his mind wandered to future plans.
When I get home, I'm buying a new weapon. I'll ask our blacksmiths to make it with the best materials possible.
But before that, he wanted to buy scrolls and books. Saving money didn't make sense to him. Power was a far better investment. Kaoru was busy plotting his rise to greatness when he spotted a familiar sight. Fugaku Uchiha, walking as he held a small boy with black hair and dark eyes.
Sasuke and Fugaku.
He felt a weird sense of déjà vu, the same unsettling feeling he always got when seeing people he already knew, despite never having met them before. As much as he wanted to talk to them, there was nothing to say. Besides, Fugaku wasn't exactly the chattiest or most approachable person. Kaoru decided to walk past them without a word, until a voice sent an unnatural shiver down his spine. "Hello, Kaoru-kun." His body reacted instantly, every hair standing on end like a startled cat. Kaoru turned, and there was Orochimaru, leaning in so close that they nearly bumped noses. He stumbled back, his face twisting into a startled expression.
Oh my God! Lord Orochimaru, you really scared me.
He forced an awkward chuckle.
Sorry, I forgot to greet you properly. Hello.
He played the part of the flustered, confused kid, but deep down, he had no idea if Orochimaru was buying it. The snake-like grin widened. "You seem to walk alone quite often, Kaoru-kun. What are you up to?" Kaoru's mind raced.
Shit! Why does this guy keep popping up out of nowhere? Is he following me?
Kaoru was confident in his Suijingen's ability to detect nearly anyone, even skilled stealth users, but this was Orochimaru. If he wanted to track Kaoru, there was nothing he could do to stop him. Worse yet, if Orochimaru decided to make a move, none of Kaoru's guardians were strong enough to stop him either. But Kaoru wasn't about to crack. Thinking quickly, he put on his most serious face.
I was actually looking for Lord Fugaku,
he said smoothly.
I have something very private and important to discuss with him.
It was a lie, but a lie with just enough truth to be believable. He did plan to talk to Itachi about his condition after the tournament, and if using Fugaku as an escape route would keep Orochimaru off his back for now, he'd gladly pay the price and tell the information to Fugaku instead of Itachi. Oh? You must be quite lucky then, he's right over there. Orochimaru extended a pale finger toward Fugaku. Allow me to introduce you.
He thinks I just made up a dumb lie and wants to corner me,
Kaoru realized.
But what he doesn't know is that even if it were a lie, I'd rather insult every single Uchiha than be left alone with this lunatic.
It wasn't that Kaoru hated Orochimaru, far from it. The man was an extraordinary shinobi, a genius beyond comparison. But Kaoru feared him with every fiber of his being. He knew that, to Orochimaru, he was nothing more than a fascinating specimen, a potential lab rat waiting to be dissected. Kaoru quickly forced a bright, grateful smile.
I'd be very thankful, Lord Orochimaru. I've never had the honor of meeting Lord Fugaku, and I doubt he even knows who I am.
Orochimaru's smirk twitched, his expression darkening for just a second before he smoothed it over. He had clearly expected Kaoru to stammer or try to escape, not to lean into the situation so smoothly. But he had already made the offer. He couldn't back out now. "Hello, Lord Fugaku." Orochimaru's voice slithered over as they approached. "Ah, and if it isn't Sasuke-kun, he looks so much like Itachi." He leaned toward the toddler, but the moment Sasuke laid eyes on him, he stiffened and instinctively hugged Fugaku tighter, hiding his face behind his father's shoulder. Orochimaru ignored the reaction entirely and turned back to Fugaku. "This is Kaoru Takime, Lord Fugaku. He's one of the participants in the chunin exams, and he wished to discuss something with you in private. He said it's a sensitive matter that requires your personal attention." Kaoru nearly clicked his tongue.
Yeah, you're definitely trying to mess with me.
Orochimaru was blatantly exaggerating, trying to make Kaoru look suspicious so he'd at least suffer some consequences for trying to shake him off. But if that was his plan, it backfired spectacularly. "Thanks," Fugaku said curtly, his tone dismissive. His gaze was cold, unreadable, but he clearly wasn't interested in whatever Orochimaru was scheming. To Kaoru's absolute shock, Orochimaru actually bowed slightly in farewell before walking away without another word. Fugaku then turned his full attention to Kaoru, his expression softer than Kaoru had expected. "So, Kaoru-kun," he said, voice calm and even, "what did you want to discuss?" Kaoru had prepared himself for a strict, rigid, almost militant figure, but the man before him seemed warm, collected. He had an authoritative presence, yes, but not the cold and distant personality Kaoru had assumed from the show.
Huh.
Kaoru blinked.
This might actually be easier than I thought.
However, there was one big problem Kaoru hadn't thought through. How was he supposed to explain where his information came from without revealing his eye's abilities? He took a breath and decided to just go for it.
Lord Fugaku, what I'm about to say might sound strange, and you'll probably have a hard time believing me, but here it goes.
He met the clan head's sharp gaze.
Itachi has a serious illness.
Chapter 53, Wake Up to Reality. Kaoru took a deep breath and decided to just go for it.
Lord Fugaku, what I'm about to say might sound strange, and I know you have no reason to believe me, but Itachi has a serious illness.
Fugaku's expression didn't remain as unreadable as Kaoru expected. First, there was a flicker of shock, then his brows furrowed, something between anger and concern flashing across his face. But finally, his features settled into a tense, guarded mask. Yet Kaoru could tell he had struck a nerve. "Itachi spoke highly of you after your first meeting," Fugaku said. His tone had lost the warmth it had before, but it was not cold either. "He doesn't praise people lightly, so I'll give you a chance. Explain yourself." Kaoru met the clan head's piercing gaze. He had expected skepticism, but the intensity in Fugaku's voice made it clear. If he didn't make sense, this conversation would end badly for him.
I have an ability that lets me perceive a person's internal condition,
Kaoru said carefully. He was choosing words in a way that would not be a lie.
When I first met Itachi and activated my dojutsu, well, then, thanks to my unique trait, I already knew that there was something off.
Fugaku's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze assessing Kaoru in a way that felt like he was peeling back layers, searching for deceit. For a brief moment, there was a flicker of something. Curiosity, maybe even concern. "You're saying your dojutsu allows you to see inside a person?" His voice was unreadable. Kaoru resisted the urge to sigh in relief. He had never outright said his Suijingen was responsible for this information, but Fugaku had made that assumption on his own. That was good. Very good.
It's not like the Byakugan,
Kaoru clarified quickly.
I can't see organs or anything, just the flow, and in some very rare cases, I can notice irregularities, disturbances in how someone's body is functioning. Back when I looked at Itachi, I saw clear signs something wasn't right.
That was true, at least from a certain point of view. Kaoru wasn't about to tell Fugaku his source of knowledge was an anime from another world. Fugaku's expression remained unreadable, but Kaoru could practically hear the gears turning in his head. He wasn't dismissing the information outright, but he wasn't convinced either. You expect me to believe that a 10-year-old from a minor village has a dojutsu that can diagnose my son? Skepticism dripped from his words, but Kaoru caught something else beneath it, something Fugaku was trying to hide, a sliver of unease.
I don't expect anything, Lord Fugaku,
Kaoru said, keeping his tone steady.
I'm not claiming to know exactly what's wrong, nor am I saying it's something dire. I could be mistaken, but if it were me, if I noticed those signs in myself, I'd get checked by a medic, just to be sure.
A heavy silence stretched between them. Kaoru knew he had to tread carefully now. He had given his warning. Pushing too hard might make Fugaku dismiss him entirely, but leaving it too vague might make him seem unreliable. Fugaku exhaled slowly, his eyes searching Kaoru's face for any hint of deception. You're certain of what you saw? His voice was quieter this time, but no less intense. Kaoru held his gaze.
I'm certain in what I saw,
he admitted,
but I'll say this again. I have no medical knowledge. I could be wrong, but just to be safe, please have Itachi checked. At worst, you waste a few hours of your time, and Itachi learns not to praise someone carelessly.
He smiled faintly, trying to show sincerity while also diffusing some tension. Fugaku remained silent, his expression impossible to read. Then finally, after a long pause, he straightened. His face was calm, but Kaoru could tell he was taking this seriously. I'll look into it, Fugaku said simply. Kaoru gave a respectful nod, knowing that was as much of a victory as he could get.
That's all I ask.
Fugaku didn't say another word. He crouched, lifting Sasuke onto his shoulders, and turned, walking away without looking back. Only when the Uchiha clan head was out of sight did Kaoru exhale.
Well, that could have gone worse.
Kaoru continued walking toward his original destination, a new betting stand. As he moved through the bustling streets, his mind kept circling back to his conversation with Fugaku.
Was this worth it? I eased my conscience, and there is a chance I'll benefit immensely. But I also put myself at risk by revealing something about my eyes.
His initial plan had been much safer. He was going to wait until after the tournament, then pull Itachi aside and warn him privately. He would have also asked him to keep the source of the information secret, something Kaoru was sure Itachi would honor without question. But then Orochimaru happened. The second time the snake-like man cornered him, Kaoru panicked. Not just because Orochimaru was terrifying, but because he realized something chilling. If Orochimaru truly decided to take an interest in him, there was no one who could protect him. Maki would try, of course, but she wasn't anywhere near the level of a legendary Sannin. In the worst-case scenario, she would die trying, and that was an outcome Kaoru couldn't accept. So when he spotted Fugaku, an opportunity presented itself. By warning him about Itachi's illness, Kaoru was hoping to gain favor with the Uchiha, both father and son. Fugaku was already an S-rank shinobi, and Itachi would undoubtedly become one in the future. Having their goodwill could make a difference, especially if things ever took a turn for the worse. Kaoru was hoping that inside Konoha, Fugaku would become his shield. Or at the very least, his presence would make anyone who would want to target Kaoru think twice. More than that, though, this experience opened his eyes. Takemura was simply too weak compared to the major hidden villages. Right now, he had no real safety net. If he wanted long-term survival, he had to start playing the game differently.
Maybe if things go well, I can even steer the Uchiha toward Takemura. If the massacre doesn't happen, if they have somewhere to go, or if the massacre happens, maybe I could bring Itachi in.
It was a long shot, but for now he had to focus on the present. First, place his bet. Then keep climbing. Akito flickered away just in time to dodge the scorching heat of Itachi's fireball. reappearing mid-air with 3 shurikens already leaving his fingers. The moment they left his grasp, he flickered again, closing the distance between them in an instant. Their battle was a complete nightmare for civilians to follow. Spectators could barely track their movements. 1 second, both fighters were in one spot, and in the blink of an eye, they were clashing mid-air, exchanging a flurry of blows in a completely different location. It was a relentless display of speed and precision, a fight that only trained shinobi could fully observe. Yet despite Itachi's reputation, Akito was holding his ground far better than anyone expected. However, there was a reason. Itachi never activated his Sharingan, not even once. He was playing along, fighting Akito purely with speed, taijutsu, and his natural battle instincts. From time to time, they unleashed bursts of ninjutsu at each other, but almost immediately, the fight would transition back into a melee exchange, neither allowing the other to gain too much ground. Akito could feel himself nearing his limit. His breath was coming harder, his muscles screaming at him. He knew he couldn't last much longer. Itachi might not have monstrous chakra reserves like Toji Senju, but his control was inhumanly precise. He wasted nothing. Akito, on the other hand, was burning through his reserves just to keep up. He had no chance in a battle of attrition.
I'll go for one final attempt. Even if I lose, I have no regrets.
He couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He was fighting someone that Kaoru, the strongest among them, openly admitted he had no chance against. For the Takime kids, Kaoru was a figure of admiration, but for Akito it was something deeper. He respected him immensely, not just for his strength, but because Kaoru had saved Sugawara's life when he nearly died because of Akito's mistake.
If nothing else, I want to make sure this ends with a bang.
Akito's hands flew into seals.
Water release, flowing wave.
A rolling mass of water surged forward, carving a path through the soaked arena floor. It wasn't one of the biggest waves, but that wasn't the point. Akito flickered beside Itachi before the wave reached him, kunai slashing toward his ribs. Itachi caught his wrist effortlessly, but Akito didn't let up. He twisted his body mid-air and used the momentum to drive a knee toward Itachi's stomach. Itachi pivoted, dodging by a hair's breadth, and countered with a rising elbow strike aimed at Akito's chin. Akito barely managed to duck, rolling under it and attempting a sweeping leg kick. Itachi jumped to avoid it, but that was exactly what Akito wanted. He launched himself into the air, twisting his body to bring his foot down in a powerful hammer kick from above. Itachi, mid-air, had nowhere to dodge.
Got you!
But just before impact, Itachi shifted his position, catching Akito's ankle with both hands. Without hesitation, he spun mid-air, throwing Akito toward the ground at high speed. Akito gritted his teeth, flipping at the last moment to land on all fours. He barely had time to look up before Itachi was already in front of him.
That was reckless,
Itachi chuckled, his voice as calm as ever. Akito exhaled sharply, hands on his knees as he tried to steady his breath. He grinned.
Well, I had to try. That was my last move after all.
He straightened and raised his hand in surrender.
I give up.
For a brief second, there was silence before the judge stepped forward.
The winner is Uchiha Itachi.
The crowd erupted into applause, but Akito wasn't listening. He was still catching his breath, still replaying the fight in his mind.
I lasted longer than I thought I would. Not bad.
The next 2 fights ended too quickly. Hyuga Yuki defeated Sabakaze Rina, and Ishigami Akatsuchi took the win against Harukaze Riko. With only 1 match left in this round, Kasai Mizuki versus Sabarashi Suzuka, the tournament was put on hold for an hour-long break. During this break, Kaoru sat with a guilty expression, while Maki loomed over him, her face showing a mix of frustration and fury.
When did you become so stupid?
She snapped. Kaoru flinched. He had expected her to be mad, but not this mad.
We've been trying to keep Suijingan's abilities under wraps, letting the world think you can only manipulate water, and then you go straight to the Uchiha clan head and invent some nonsense about your eyes seeing illnesses.
She was pacing now, running a hand through her hair as if trying to physically rid herself of the frustration. Kaoru tried to explain.
Maki, I was trying to secure an alliance with the Uchiha, and besides, Itachi's actually sick. I wanted to help him.
Maki turned sharply, her eyes blazing.
Alliances aren't secured like that, Kaoru. This is the shinobi world. We kill to survive. Do you honestly think that just because you did them a favor, the entire Uchiha clan will suddenly become your best friends?
Kaoru opened his mouth, but Maki wasn't done.
I'm all for helping people, you know that, but not at the cost of endangering our clan. You disappointed me today, Kaoru. Not only was your decision reckless, but it was stupid. Not even well thought out.
She took a deep breath, shaking her head.
Let's just hope this doesn't backfire. But even if it somehow works, promise me, no, swear to me, that next time you'll think 3 times before making such a...
She paused, searching for the right word.
Moronic?
Kaoru offered. Maki didn't even blink.
Yes, moronic decision. You're going to be the next clan head, Kaoru. It's time you start thinking like one.
With that, she turned and left the room. Kaoru sat in silence, the weight of her words settling on him. Maki had never spoken to him like that before. She had never even called him Kaoru before. It hurt. But deep down, he still didn't think he had made a mistake.
It was risky, sure. But even if I was wrong, Fugaku won't do anything to me, and I know I can explain everything to Itachi. Even if he doesn't agree with me, he won't be angry.
He told himself that over and over, that he understood what he was doing, that his decision had been a calculated risk. Kaoru was still naive. Even after witnessing battles, after spilling blood with his own hands, he still didn't truly understand the world he lived in. But that would change very soon. Chapter 54, New Hokage. The place was damp, the air thick with the scent of stagnant water and chemicals. The occasional drip of water echoed through the cavernous space, but beneath that there were stranger sounds, unsettling, organic noises, like air escaping from submerged lungs. A woman in an oversized white lab coat moved carefully down the dimly lit corridor. Her arms were steady and careful as she carried a tray full of biological samples. Her appearance was just as eerie as the environment, skin slick and almost reptilian, nose sharp and angular, lips so thin they were nearly invisible. In the dim light, she barely looked human.
You finally came, Ninagi.
A voice greeted her as she entered the lab. A man, also clad in a white coat, sat hunched over a desk, scribbling notes with cold precision. He didn't look up. He didn't need to. Did you bring the samples? Yes, Lord Orochimaru, she answered, setting the tray on the table. The samples varied. Some were unmistakably human skin, others bore reptilian characteristics, and a few were so grotesquely altered that their origins were impossible to determine at a glance. Orochimaru's fingers hovered over the tray, his yellow eyes checking them with anticipation. Are test subjects all still viable? I still need to test a few more methods. Number 5 died this morning, Ninagi replied flatly. The others should last a while longer. He hummed in mild disappointment, but didn't seem surprised. His gaze flicked up from his notes, scanning Ninagi with clinical curiosity. And how are you feeling? Any side effects? I feel fine. She paused, as if evaluating herself. However, some senses have become more heightened, while others, like hunger and fatigue, are more overwhelming. She moved toward a large glass chamber where a humanoid figure floated in a murky liquid. Its body was suspended in stillness, an experiment waiting for its next trial. Lord Orochimaru, she asked, placing a palm against the cold glass, how do we test the theory on cellular fusion without acquiring new material? Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile, a sliver of excitement creeping into his voice. That particular research will be delayed. I found a much more interesting specimen, one I plan to bring here soon. I just need to wait for the perfect opportunity. He turned back to his notes, his pen scratching against the paper in quick strokes. But then he stopped. Something was off. The change in the air was nearly imperceptible, but Orochimaru wasn't one to ignore his instincts. His fingers twitched before forming rapid hand seals, but it was already too late. 4 ANBU stood before him, their masks concealing their faces, and at their center was standing the one who Orochimaru would like to see the least, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. So, he finally decided to make a move. While Orochimaru hadn't expected Hiruzen's sudden appearance, that didn't mean he was oblivious to the fact that the old fox was keeping a close eye on him. He simply hadn't planned on altering his course. He had hoped Hiruzen's leniency would last just a little longer, long enough for him to squeeze more out of Konoha before slipping away. He had already gotten most of the valuable knowledge from Konoha's archives, but the village's resources were still useful. And if he was patient, perhaps he could even gain access to the hidden scrolls Hiruzen kept locked away from prying eyes, such as Flying Thunder God Technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal, which Hiruzen recreated after witnessing Minato use it, Edo Tensei. Hiruzen took in the sight of the lab, of the bodies, the samples, the grotesque proof of his former student's work, and something inside him twisted painfully. His fingers clenched into fists at his sides.
How did I let it come to this?
He had known on some level what Orochimaru was doing. He had turned a blind eye, hoping the boy he had once mentored would find his way back. But this was a crime beyond forgiveness.
Orochimaru, what have you done?
There was no anger in his voice, only sorrow, a deep, weary sadness that settled in his bones. His eyes, heavy with regret, scanned the lab, taking in the monstrous aftermath of his own inaction. His hesitation had cost innocent lives, and Orochimaru had exploited that hesitation to its fullest. He took a step forward.
Surrender. Don't make this worse than it already is.
It was a naive hope, a luxury no one in the shinobi world could afford. Orochimaru chuckled, a slow, amused sound that slithered through the tense air. Even now, Sensei, you're still the same. His golden eyes gleamed with something between amusement and contempt. He turned his gaze toward Ninagi, who had been standing in silent anticipation. The moment she received an unspoken signal from Orochimaru, her body began to shift. Her reptilian features became even more pronounced. Her pupils thinned into glowing vertical slits. Her skin darkened and grew slicker, scale-like ridges forming along her limbs. But the most striking transformation was the pattern of dark markings that crept across her face, followed by a surge of chakra that crackled through the air.
Some kind of senjutsu?
One of the Anbu blurted out, stepping back instinctively.
No.
Another Anbu corrected. He was also uneasy, but not as much.
It's different, weaker, but still dangerous.
Weaker or not, her chakra was leagues beyond that of an ordinary shinobi. The moment the words left the Anbu's mouth, Ninagi moved, and Orochimaru flickered away. But he wasn't destined to escape so easily. The god of shinobi was already after him. They exited the underground lair and ripped through the village outskirts at a rapid pace. But instead of heading toward residential areas, Orochimaru's path led straight toward the forest of death. Hiruzen's sharp eyes tracked his every movement.
Why there? What is he planning?
He had no doubt Orochimaru had a reason. He always did. The old Hokage was fast. Even in his advanced age, he wasn't falling behind. If anything, he was closing the distance. But Hiruzen knew the real issue wasn't catching Orochimaru. It was what would happen once he did. Orochimaru would never surrender. If Hiruzen wanted to bring him back alive, he would have to beat him down so thoroughly, so brutally, that he wouldn't even have the strength to slither away. And deep down, despite everything, a part of him still wasn't sure he had it in him. The chase came to an abrupt end when Hiruzen finally closed the distance. With a swift leap, he delivered a powerful kick. Orochimaru barely managed to block it, the force sending him skidding backward, forcing him to halt his escape. For the first time, Orochimaru's usual smirk was gone. His face was now completely emotionless, and his voice devoid of its previous mockery. "Old man, we both know you won't kill me. Why waste your time? Let me go while I'm still feeling generous enough to avoid causing casualties in the village." Hiruzen's eyes hardened.
There is no way I'll let you escape, Orochimaru. You will answer for your crimes.
Without hesitation, he formed a rapid sequence of hand seals, his fingers moving in a blur.
Fire release! Great fireball jutsu!
With a deep inhale, Hiruzen unleashed a massive ball of flames toward Orochimaru, but the snake Sannin had anticipated it. A swarm of serpents burst from his outstretched sleeve, sacrificing themselves to smother the flames, their charred bodies falling to the ground as they absorbed the fireball's force. Orochimaru's counterattack was instantaneous. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A towering serpent of water surged into existence, its size alone exuding raw power as it roared forward. But Hiruzen was already forming his own hand seals.
Fire release! Fire dragon jutsu! Let's see how much you've improved, Orochimaru.
Hiruzen thought as his flaming dragon surged forth, colliding head-on with the incoming beast of water. The battlefield erupted in steam, a deafening hiss filling the air, but something was off. Hiruzen's sharp eyes caught the anomaly immediately. The mist wasn't as dense as it should have been. The sheer impact of the clash should have filled the entire clearing with steam. Instead, the fire dragon was losing ground at an unnatural pace.
This water dragon, it's no ordinary technique.
Realizing his fire dragon wouldn't hold, Hiruzen swiftly formed another set of hand seals. The ground trembled as a massive, grotesque, demonic face burst forth between them.
Summoning Rashomon!
The colossal iron gate slammed down just as the weakened water dragon crashed into it. The impact sent tremors through the earth, but the legendary barrier held firm. Orochimaru's attack failed to deal significant damage to it. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, his suspicions confirmed.
He's reinforcing his jutsu with yang chakra.
Orochimaru had progressed, and his hard work had clearly borne fruit. But even with this newfound power, it still wasn't enough. Hiruzen's stance shifted. He was done testing the waters. Now he would end this. Orochimaru, however, knew exactly what was coming. That surprise attack was my best shot, and he still brushed it off. He clenched his fists. I can't kill him, and now that I've lost the element of surprise, I'll never get another chance. Orochimaru could have unleashed a more powerful jutsu, reinforcing it further with yang chakra, but he knew better. If he escalated the fight, Hiruzen would respond in kind, and when it came to true battle, the god of shinobi had far too many ways to put him down. That's why he had chosen a weaker water jutsu, hoping to bait the old man into lowering his guard. But Hiruzen was no fool. Orochimaru knew it. He was no match for his already former sensei. His decision was made. It was time to retreat. Just as Hiruzen closed the distance, Orochimaru vanished in a puff of smoke. Reverse summoning. He had planned his escape from the start.
So, you had prepared an escape route all along?
Hiruzen thought, but his expression didn't mirror his thoughts. There was no disappointment, no anger. Instead, there was something far more complicated, relief.
You left me no choice, and yet I'm glad you got away.
He would never admit it, not even to himself, but Hiruzen Sarutobi had a weakness. That weakness was the people he cared for. For a long moment, he simply stood in the clearing, staring up at the pale moon above. He let the silence settle before turning back. As if on cue, the ANBU shinobis appeared before him.
The shinobi girl with Orochimaru has been dealt with,
The masked operative reported.
We attempted to capture her alive, but when her technique failed, her body shut down. She was heavily modified, artificially altered.
Hiruzen exhaled slowly. Another experiment, another life twisted and thrown away in Orochimaru's pursuit of power. He simply nodded.
We're done here. Tracking Orochimaru will be impossible now.
Without another word, he turned and flickered back toward the lab. For the first time since the fight began, exhaustion settled deep into his bones. But it was not from the battle itself. That had been nothing more than a warm-up for someone like him. No, this kind of exhaustion came from something worse. Disappointment, regret. In the world of shinobi, living a long life meant one of two things. You either became numb to loss, or you carried it with you forever. And tonight, Hiruzen felt every single weight of the choices he had made. Hiruzen sat in his office, the familiar tendrils of smoke curling around him as he took a slow drag from his pipe. It was an old habit, one that helped him think, or at least gave him the illusion of clarity. The battle with Orochimaru and Ninagi's rampage hadn't caused nearly as much commotion as he had feared. Konoha's leadership had moved swiftly, suppressing the news before it could spread. That, at least, was one less burden on his already weary shoulders. But there were still greater problems to deal with. He had summoned his 2 remaining students. Jiraiya was out of the village. It would take time for him to return, but the other had arrived.
I already know what both of them will say.
He thought, tapping the ash from his pipe.
But I'll threaten, bribe, and beat them into taking this damn hat if I have to. I can't keep sitting in this chair any longer.
Hiruzen was tired, not just physically, but deep in his soul. He had given his entire life to Konoha, but he was reaching his limit. Retirement wasn't just an option anymore, it was a necessity. He took another long pull from his pipe just as the door creaked open. A woman stepped inside, her expression was tense and her body was rigid. She already knew why she had been summoned. Hiruzen gestured toward the chair in front of him.
This is going to be a long conversation.
Chapter 55, Jiraiya, the new Hokage. Tsunade reluctantly sat down across from Hiruzen, already dreading the conversation she knew was coming. She had no interest in whatever request the old man was about to make, especially if it involved dragging her back into Konoha's politics. Old man, I've told you plenty of times, I won't become Hokage. For a very brief moment, there was a fire in Tsunade's eyes. I didn't even want the Senju clan head position, and now you're trying to push something even worse onto me. She wasn't about to let him ease into it. Better to shut it down immediately. Hiruzen sighed, tapping the ash from his pipe.
Orochimaru has betrayed Konoha.
His voice was heavier than usual, his eyes shadowed.
He's a rogue ninja now.
Hiruzen paused, studying Tsunade's face, searching for any sign that she had already heard the news. But her reaction told him everything. She was completely in the dark.
How is it possible that someone of your influence hasn't heard about this yet?
Disappointment settled deep in his chest. His disciples, once so promising, had drifted too far from Konoha's core. But at that moment, Tsunade remained oblivious to his thoughts, and even if she had known, she wouldn't have cared. Tsunade froze. For a moment, she thought she had misheard.
The Anbu found his lab.
Hiruzen continued,
I confronted him myself, but he sacrificed one of his subordinates and fled. You should have seen what he was doing there, Tsunade. The experiments, the bodies. Many of his victims were from Konoha. Some of them were children.
Tsunade clenched her fists beneath the table. She hadn't heard a single whisper of this, and the fact that such a massive betrayal had slipped past her notice struck her hard. It made her feel disconnected, like she wasn't just away from Konoha, but completely detached from the reality of it. She had always known Orochimaru was twisted, but hearing it outright like this, that he had been conducting inhuman experiments on their own people, on children, it was worse than hearing he had died. For how long? She asked, her voice quieter than before. Hiruzen shook his head.
We don't know exactly, but at least a few years. We're still going through his documents, trying to piece together what he was after.
He sighed again, setting down his pipe.
But that's not why I called you here.
Tsunade kept looking into the distance. I know.
I'm growing old, Tsunade.
Hiruzen admitted.
If I were in my prime, I wouldn't have let Orochimaru escape. I would have seen through him before it got this far.
He met her gaze, and there was something unsettlingly raw in his expression.
I've been asking you and Jiraiya to take over for so long, but neither of you have stepped up. But now, Konoha needs you. Our young shinobi need you. If you had been Hokage, maybe those children wouldn't have been sacrificed in Orochimaru's experiments. Maybe the Hyuga wouldn't resent us for my decision to avoid war with Kumo at the cost of sacrificing Hisashi.
Tsunade's lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to cut in, but Hiruzen raised a hand. He wasn't done.
Danzo is becoming harder to control. He believes I'm too soft for this seat. that he should be Hokage, and what's worse, he's starting to gain supporters.
The first part was true, but the second was a lie. However, Tsunade was too caught off guard to question it. She had never developed the habit of being on guard against Hiruzen, and in her current state it worked. She simply accepted his words as fact. She had been isolated for years, drowning in grief, shutting herself off from the world. Hiruzen had given her space, respecting her pain, allowing her to heal on her own terms. But it was clear now, Tsunade wasn't moving forward, and Konoha could no longer afford to wait for her to be ready. Hiruzen needed her to step up. "Now, Sensei," she began, and the moment the word left her lips, Hiruzen knew he had made her budge. Switching from old man to sensei meant her walls were cracking, even if just a little. "I can't be Hokage," she continued, shaking her head. "I'll do whatever I can to help, but it's too much. I'm not ready. I've been on the sidelines for too long." She exhaled, frustration and helplessness lacing her words. "I promised Itarama I'd take over as clan head when I returned. I can't do both. I am not ready for that." In that moment, she looked utterly lost, and Hiruzen felt his resolve waver. For a brief second, sympathy and guilt pressed against him. Guilt for pushing her, for exploiting her grief, for twisting the truth to manipulate her. But he also knew something else.
Konoha needs a Hokage.
Not an old man whose best days were behind him. Not a relic clinging to power out of necessity. Konoha needed new blood, strong, fierce, and willing to do whatever it took to protect the village. And Tsunade could be that Hokage.
Tsunade,
He said. His tone was more firm now.
I gave you years to grieve, to heal, to move forward. But you haven't. Maybe what you need isn't more time, but a reason, a purpose. Maybe you need to fight for something again, to care about something more than your losses.
His voice softened just a bit.
And right now, Konoha needs you.
It wasn't the most eloquent plea, but he didn't need eloquence. He needed her, and he knew Tsunade cared. No matter how much she buried herself in gambling and drinking, no matter how much she tried to run, she had never stopped caring. Her family, her loved ones, they had given their lives for Konoha, and Senju and Konoha were inseparable. For a long moment, she said nothing, her fingers curling into a fist. "Fine," she muttered at last, though her voice lacked conviction. "I'll compromise. I'll convince Jiraiya." She exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples. "If I can get him to take the hat, then that's that. If not," she sighed, resigned, "then we'll figure something else out." She knew she had a high chance of persuading Jiraiya, and if she succeeded, she could slip away again, back into seclusion, back into grief, back into the comfort of distance. For now, that was her escape plan, and Hiruzen, regardless of what Tsunade thought, knew that he had won. The day before Hiruzen's discussion with Tsunade, the final match of the round was about to begin. Kasai Mizuki versus Sabarashi Suzuka. Mizuki stood in the center of the arena, her opponent directly in front of her. Suzuka, slightly shorter than Mizuki, held a massive war fan, an unmistakable symbol of her wind-release fighting style. Unfortunately for her, the wind was one of the worst possible matchups against Scorch Release. "Are you ready?" the judge asked. Both Kunoichi nodded. The moment the judge flickered away, Mizuki sprang into action.
Scorch Release, Scorch Ball!
A searing orb of intense heat materialized beside her before launching toward Suzuka. The Suna Kunoichi reacted instantly, leaping into the air to avoid the impact. But before she could even process what happened, Mizuki was already beside her, wakizashi in hand, swinging without hesitation. Unlike Akane, Mizuki wasn't particularly strong in close combat, but thanks to her speed and the oppressive heat of her Scorch Release, she could still hold her own. And against an opponent who clearly specialized in long-range combat, close-quarters fighting was the best strategy. Why is she fighting like this? Suzuka was thrown off. Mizuki had played a distance game in her previous fights. What changed? Still, Suzuka wasn't out of options. She kicked her fan up, blocking Mizuki's slash, and flickered backward to regain space. Or at least she tried to. Mizuki refused to let up, pressing the attack relentlessly, waiting for an opening. And then she got it. Mizuki's next strike forced Suzuka to block in a way that momentarily obscured her vision. That split second was all Mizuki needed. Hand seals. Clone. Flicker away. By the time Suzuka regained sight of her opponent, Mizuki was about to flicker, but a clone was already charging toward her. A trap. She immediately remembered Mizuki's clone strategy from her earlier match, and if that wasn't bad enough, Akane had pulled a similar move against Toji. Takimura Shinobi clearly had a habit of turning clones into walking bombs. Suzuka swung her fan. A violent gust of wind, laced with razor-like currents, shredded the clone before it could reach her. For a split second, she felt relief. Then she saw them, 3 scorch balls closing in, cutting off her escape. Mizuki's face remained completely devoid of emotions as she analyzed her opponent's movements, her mind constantly working.
If I could create 2 or 3 more, I'd be confident this would finish her off. But 3 at a time is still my limit.
Still, she wasn't complaining. The fight was exhilarating, and more than anything, Mizuki was finally seeing the results of her hard work. It took Suzuka a tremendous amount of effort to dodge the scorch balls. She had no way to block them. Even a slight graze would be far worse than getting hit by regular fire techniques. Unlike standard fire release, which burned over time, scorch release inflicted instantaneous damage, evaporating water from whatever it touched. The sheer destructiveness of it made Mizuki's attacks incredibly dangerous, and Suzuka knew she couldn't afford even the smallest mistake. Forced to use more chakra than she wanted, Suzuka relied on bursts of wind release to slightly alter the trajectory of Mizuki's attacks, just enough to create an opening for her to evade. But at this rate, she wouldn't last much longer. First, she rushes in like a close-quarters fighter. Then she takes advantage of a single second of distraction to make a clone and retreat, which I thought was her move. But that was just another bait, and all of it was just to set up her real attack. Suzuka clenched her teeth. She's terrifying. The sense of helplessness was setting in, making it harder to push forward. Mizuki, meanwhile, wasn't standing idle. She flickered forward, closing the distance again, but this time, instead of attacking with her blade, she hurled a scorch ball point blank. Suzuka, already demoralized and drained, failed to react in time. Her war fan took the full brunt of the attack. The fabric instantly disintegrated, transforming it into a useless metal frame. Suzuka let go of the destroyed weapon and tried to retreat, but Mizuki was already on her. This time, she attacked with her wakizashi, forcing Suzuka to draw a kunai in defense. But the difference in reach was overwhelming. With every clash, Mizuki's advantage grew. Suzuka was barely keeping up. Then, her foot slipped. In a fight this close, losing balance was the end. She stumbled backward, hitting the ground, and in that instant she knew it was over. She had no room to recover, no time to mount a counterattack. Suzuka let out a sharp breath, frustration and disappointment evident on her face. "I surrender." Mizuki blinked down at her opponent for a moment, then extended a hand.
You fought well. Don't feel down,
she said simply. Suzuka took Mizuki's hand and stood, still feeling the sting of defeat. But Mizuki had already turned away, walking toward the exit. "The winner is Mizuki Kasai from Takimura village," the judge declared, as the crowd erupted into applause. Later that day, the matchups for the next round of fights were officially announced. Yuga Yuki versus Ishigane Akatsuchi. Takime Kaoru versus Senju Toji. Kasai Mizuki versus Uchiha Itachi. With only 6 participants remaining, the tension in the tournament had reached its peak. The matchups had everyone talking. Yuki and Akatsuchi's fight promised a clash of precision and endurance. Kaoru was up against the chakra monster Toji, and Mizuki had drawn the worst possible opponent, Itachi Uchiha himself. A 2-day break was granted to allow the participants to recover, heal their injuries, and prepare for the most difficult battles yet. For some, it was a chance to strategize, train, or refine their techniques. For Kaoru, however, this break meant something else entirely. He'd be hearing from Fugaku and Itachi. Chapter 56, Uchiha Household. Kaoru had just finished his morning training under Guy's watchful eye. Since setting up Kaoru's regimen, Guy had been monitoring his progress closely, and something felt off. For someone claiming to train so intensively for years, Kaoru's body was surprisingly weak. Maybe his constitution is just naturally weak. I hope he's just a late bloomer, Guy thought, but there was no way to analyze something this complex in just a few days. Unfortunately, they didn't have more time than that. Adding to the issue, Guy had to be mindful of the constant ANBU presence. Kaoru, along with a few other examinees, was on the monitor at all times list. Direct orders from Hiruzen. Now that Orochimaru had escaped, there was a real possibility that any remaining subordinates in Konoha might attempt kidnappings. Kaoru, as someone Orochimaru had taken an interest in, was a prime target. But Orochimaru's men weren't the ones Hiruzen was wary of. That was just an official reason. He strongly suspected that Danzo would try something and then blame it on the rogue Sannin. And Hiruzen was absolutely right. Danzo had been using the recent chaos to consolidate power. He was truly hoping to strengthen Root under the guise of Orochimaru, but Hiruzen countered his moves even before he made them. Still, it's not like Danzo was completely outplayed. He went as far as spreading subtle rumors that something big had happened in Konoha. He wasn't reckless enough to openly leak the truth about a legendary Sannin betraying the village. Even he knew that would cause more harm than good. The truth would inevitably come out, but Danzo preferred to control the narrative when it did. His goal was simple, to undermine Hiruzen as much as possible. Hiruzen, however, was done playing games with him. He had tolerated Danzo's ambitions for years, convincing himself that his old friend still had Konoha's best interests at heart. But after this, the third Hokage had finally come to a bitter realization.
Danzo has completely given himself over to the darkness.
While Hiruzen was preoccupied with searching for Orochimaru's hidden labs scattered throughout Konoha, the head of the strongest clan in the village was shaken for an entirely different reason. At first, Fugaku had dismissed Kaoru's claims outright. He had even felt anger at the audacity of a child questioning his son's health. But as he listened to Kaoru's words, his tone, and his unwavering expression, doubts began to creep in. The boy had seemed completely convinced of what he had seen. But that only meant Kaoru believed he was right. The reality could still be that he was simply mistaken. What finally changed Fugaku's mind, however, was Kaoru's own admission. The boy had openly acknowledged that he wasn't completely sure, but still chose to speak up. Because, as Kaoru had said, it was much better for Itachi to be checked and Kaoru proven wrong than for him to be ignored and proven right. It was a simple, undeniable logic. And so, Fugaku made his decision. He would take Itachi to the best medical ninja in the village, Tsunade. Even as the head of the Uchiha clan, securing an appointment with Tsunade was no easy feat. She wasn't a doctor in the conventional sense, after all. She was a legendary Sannin. Worse, she had long since distanced herself from the village and its people, preferring gambling houses and bars. But what ultimately caught Tsunade's attention was how Fugaku had come upon this information. A strange child who could see something no one else could. That piqued her curiosity. So she agreed to take a look. For Kaoru, this was undeniably bad news. In the span of just a few days, he had somehow drawn the attention of 2 of the 3 legendary Sannin. But for Fugaku and Itachi, it was a stroke of incredible fortune. Had they gone to a regular medical ninja, they might not have found anything conclusive. But under Tsunade's expert eye, Itachi's condition, one that was not yet dangerous but could become so in the future, was finally detected. Even so, Tsunade wasn't able to fully diagnose the issue on the spot. A thorough examination would require better conditions than the room of a noisy gambling house, where Fugaku had practically cornered her into agreeing. So Kaoru, having just finished another grueling training session under Guy's watchful eye, was preparing to leave the training grounds with his temporary but undeniably enthusiastic mentor when a familiar presence appeared beside him.
Hello, Kaoru.
Itachi greeted with his usual composed smile before turning to Guy with a deeper, more respectful nod. Kaoru's gut twisted slightly.
Of all the times.
He already had a good idea why Itachi was here. The Uchiha genius was far too perceptive not to be curious. Kaoru recalled that when he had activated his Sui Jingan in front of Itachi, Kaoru hadn't reacted at all. No curiosity, no worry, not even a flicker of concern. which meant that Kaoru's claim of seeing his condition in that moment would undoubtedly seem suspicious to him. And yet, the undeniable fact remained. Kaoru's warning had been proven right. Itachi had likely been waiting for an opportunity to speak privately, but since Kaoru wasn't parting ways with Guy anytime soon, he had to delay their conversation and just deliver the message this time.
Hello, Itachi. I'm glad to see you.
Kaoru lied smoothly, forcing a friendly smile.
I am absolutely not glad to see you right now.
After Maki's verbal thrashing, he thought,
what if Maki is correct?
So he had hoped to be well on his way out of Konoha before Fugaku had the chance to confirm whether Kaoru's warning had been legitimate. But that ship had already sailed.
Whatever. Worst-case scenario, Itachi will just say he's disappointed. I can explain things to him.
There was no way Fugaku would make a move against a 10-year-old. The absolute worst outcome Kaoru could imagine was Itachi going all out in their match if they ended up facing each other in the arena.
And even that wouldn't be too big of a problem.
Kaoru had been trying to predict possible consequences of his decision, and he realized that the possible benefits heavily outweighed the risk.
My father would like to invite you and your sister to our house tomorrow evening,
Itachi said. His smile was definitely polite, but there was a hint in it, an invitation that left no room for refusal. Kaoru barely kept himself from sighing.
Even Itachi's difficult to handle.
He had always pictured him as detached from clan pride, uninterested in tradition or politics, but there was still some Uchiha arrogance woven into him, small, refined, but present nonetheless. Still, Kaoru knew better than to refuse.
We'd be honored,
he replied smoothly, offering a small nod of his own.
Good,
Itachi said, clearly satisfied. He gave a slight bow to Guy, flashed one last polite smile at Kaoru, and then flickered away. Kaoru exhaled quietly.
Well, this could be troublesome.
Guy stood there, completely stunned. The Uchiha clan inviting someone to their home was rare enough. But this wasn't just any Uchiha, this was the head of the clan. And on top of that, they were inviting outsiders, one of whom was a member of the Council of Takimura. Does Fugaku not realize the possible consequences, or does he simply not care? People often dismissed Guy as a simple-minded fool, but that was a mistake. His eccentricities made him seem that way, but in reality he was sharp when he put his mind to it. The problem was, he rarely did. His thoughts were usually occupied with training schedules and the flames of youth, which, by the way, he thought Kaoru had in excess. Fugaku, however, was no fool. He knew exactly what kind of message this invitation would send, and he welcomed it with open arms. Officially, this was a gesture of gratitude towards Kaoru and Maki. But in reality, it was a calculated move, a way to remind Konoha of the Uchiha clan's significance. Even if the pressure wasn't immense, it was a warning. The Uchiha were not just another clan, they were the strongest clan. And if Konoha failed to appreciate them, well, there were other options. Of course, the idea of the Uchiha abandoning Konoha to serve under another village was ridiculous. They would never bow to anyone. But what if that village wasn't just some established power? What if it was a new, rapidly growing force, one that had already demonstrated powerful Kekkei Genkai? A place where the Uchiha's ambitions wouldn't be stifled, but embraced. A village where, instead of being a mere faction under the Hokage's rule, they could be the rulers. So while Fugaku's invitation seemed like a simple act of hospitality, it was, in truth, a carefully executed political maneuver, one that sent ripples far beyond just thanking a boy from Takimura. And once again, Kaoru's so-called well-calculated decision, one he thought he had analyzed thoroughly, predicting every possible outcome, spiraled into something far bigger than he could have ever imagined. If he had known just how much of a political storm he had unknowingly stirred, he would have sighed and thought,
Great! Another lecture incoming, huh?
Maki and Kaoru walked side by side toward the Uchiha compound. Though Maki had also received an invitation from Hiruzen, scheduled to meet him the following day, she didn't seem particularly bothered. The Uchiha inviting them wasn't a concern for her, it was a problem for Konoha, and once she met with Hiruzen and gave him a vague yet satisfactory explanation, it would become even less of a problem for her. Of course, she wasn't planning to share anything of real importance. She knew the Hokage wouldn't ask her direct questions. He would try to extract information through subtle, roundabout means. But Maki was well prepared to sidestep anything he threw her way without appearing rude.
I hope this serves as a good lesson for you, Rue.
Maki said she had returned to Kaoru's pet name.
In this world, every move you make has consequences, especially when you become the head of Takime. But this time, I'll give you some credit. We might actually walk away from this with something useful.
She seemed relaxed, but in reality, she was anything but. Walking into the Uchiha compound felt like stepping into a den of predators with her precious little bunny hopping in beside her. After navigating the streets of the Uchiha district, enduring a mix of suspicious and curious stares from passing clansmen, they finally arrived at their destination. "Hello, Kaoru," Itachi greeted with a rare, warm smile as he opened the door. His expression remained polite, but more reserved as he turned to Maki, greeting her with clear respect. By now she was somewhat of a minor celebrity. Word had spread of her daily spars with Might Guy, and even some Uchiha had gone to watch. Most foreign guardians kept to themselves, wary of engaging too much with Konoha shinobi. But Maki had done the opposite. She actively sought out connections, and in the eyes of many had even gained a friend and possibly more. Itachi led them inside to a traditional sitting room where a short table stood at the center, adorned with an array of meticulously prepared dishes. Unlike other prominent clans that had adopted more modern customs, the Uchiha, or at least Fugaku's household, remained deeply rooted in tradition. Maki and Kaoru removed their sandals before stepping inside, following Itachi to where Fugaku and Mikoto were already waiting. Mikoto greeted them with a warm, almost suspiciously kind smile, the kind of warmth rarely seen among shinobi. Even mothers in their world often kept their emotions guarded, yet Mikoto seemed completely at ease. Fugaku, in contrast, was more reserved. His expression remained neutral, but when his gaze met Kaoru's, there was something distinctly different about it. His usual sharp, scrutinizing eyes now held a softer edge, one Kaoru definitely hadn't expected.
Did I really earn his favor that easily?
Kaoru wondered, but before he could dwell on it, another thought crossed his mind.
Where's Sasuke?
It didn't take him long to realize.
Right. He's still too young. He's probably already asleep.
Chapter 57, Obsession. We both wanted to thank you, Kaoru-kun, Fugaku began once everyone was seated at the table. His voice carried the weight of sincerity. While we still don't know the full extent of the illness, we do know that it could become a problem in the future. For that, we are grateful. Both Fugaku and Mikoto slightly bowed their heads. It was a formal gesture that made Kaoru incredibly uncomfortable. He hadn't expected this level of gratitude, especially from someone as rigid and reserved as the Uchiha clan head. Still, he knew enough about traditions to understand that Fugaku was simply following proper customs.
It's really not a big deal, Lord Fugaku, Lady Mikoto,
Kaoru replied with an easy smile, hoping to lighten the mood.
I liked Itachi the moment we met, and besides, it's only natural to help someone in need.
Without hesitation, Kaoru reached for a plate of sushi, serving himself with obvious delight. It was his favorite meal, and there was no reason to pretend otherwise. Mikoto smiled at his openness, clearly pleased that Kaoru wasn't hesitating. Fugaku, however, had already shifted his attention to Maki. The real conversation was only beginning. Lady Maki, Fugaku said, I know information about Takimura is sensitive, but I would still like to ask you to share a little about it. Where exactly was this impressive young shinobi raised? Kaoru kept eating, but internally he tensed. That was a strategic move. By making his interest in Takimura obvious, Fugaku was ensuring that if Maki repeated their conversation to Hiruzen later, it would seem like the Uchiha clan was actively intrigued by Takimura's existence. A well-placed hint that they could potentially look elsewhere for alliances if their situation in Konoha worsened. Maki, however, was no fool. She wasn't skilled in negotiations, but she wasn't dense either. She knew exactly what Fugaku was doing, and she had no intention of playing into his hands. If anything, she'd play her own game.
Takimura was founded by the Takime and Terumi clans, Lord Fugaku.
Maki began smoothly, an easy, almost nostalgic smile gracing her face, as if she was recalling warm memories.
In many ways, our Takime clan is quite similar to the Uchiha. We were once one of Kirigakure's strongest pillars, just as the Uchiha are for Konoha.
She paused briefly, flashing a sheepish smile, as if making an innocent comparison. But Fugaku saw it for what it was, a calculated statement.
Our clan was one of Kirigakure's founding clans, but since we never had large numbers and weren't politically ambitious, our standing weakened over time. However, the real reason the third Mizukage moved against us wasn't politics. It was our Kekkei Genkai.
Maki let those words hang in the air for a moment, her eyes subtly scanning the expressions of her hosts. A hint of genuine sadness flickered across her face before she continued.
It's not the most powerful dojutsu, of course,
She said, allowing her tone to be modest, almost self-deprecating.
There are many considered stronger, such as the Sharingan.
She smiled at that, lifting her cup of sake and downing it in one smooth motion before continuing.
But people tend to fear what they can't control. We learned that the hard way and had no choice but to create our own sanctuary with people who think like us.
Fugaku studied her, impressed. He hadn't expected this level of subtlety from Maki. Hiruzen had described her as strong but straightforward, an honest yet fierce warrior who didn't bother with political maneuvering. But this was a carefully woven narrative meant to serve multiple purposes at once. She's not as simple as I thought, Fugaku realized. This isn't just a strong but naive girl. This is someone who understands the weight of every word she speaks. Maki was playing the long game just as he was. She wasn't just making friendly conversation, she was subtly reminding him that Takimura could be a valuable ally, that they had suffered from oppression just as the Uchiha had, and most importantly, that Konoha wasn't the only place the Uchiha could turn to if things escalated further. For Fugaku, it was a rare moment where his interests and someone else's aligned perfectly. While Maki wanted a strong relationship with the Uchiha to keep Konoha in check, Fugaku could use that same relationship to remind the Hokage and his advisors that the Uchiha clan had options. No, they would never truly abandon Konoha, not to become another village's underlings, especially not for Takimura, who had Kirigakure on their tail. But the mere possibility of it, the suggestion alone, was a powerful tool. And so, with an understanding settling between them, Fugaku lifted his cup of sake as well, taking a slow sip before speaking again. "Your people sound resilient, Lady Maki," he said smoothly. "Perhaps our clans have more in common than I initially thought." Kaoru had his own motives for coming here. He wasn't just here for polite conversation or political maneuvering, he was hoping the Uchiha would reward him with scrolls. It was a long shot, but when a kid does something good, they always expect some kind of treat. And for Kaoru, there was nothing more rewarding than an Uchiha scroll deemed worthy of being a present. He briefly considered dropping hints, maybe subtly steering the conversation toward the topic, but ultimately decided against it. If it didn't happen naturally, he'd just ask Itachi later. Worst-case scenario, he'd try to convince him to teach him something else, his long-desired shadow clone jutsu. At this point, it was less of a necessity and more of an obsession. Sure, the technique would be incredibly useful, but there were plenty of others he could benefit from just as much, especially considering he was in the village of Tobarama Senju, the man who practically invented half the techniques Kaoru wanted to learn. If he could get his hands on some of those water-release scrolls, he would gain far more than just clones. In the end, Kaoru decided to focus on eating, only occasionally exchanging words with the others. Itachi did much the same, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. He didn't fully grasp the severity of his condition, and since Tsunade had confidently assured him it wasn't a major issue, it never really got under his skin. Desperate to change the subject, Itachi turned to Kaoru.
Kaoru, you're fighting Senju Toji tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Kaoru nodded before flashing a wry smile.
And you're fighting my teammate, Kasai Mizuki.
He couldn't help but feel a little bad about Mizuki's matchup. Fighting Itachi felt like an impossible wall to climb, but Mizuki was thrilled. Unlike Kaoru, she didn't care about winning the tournament. She just wanted challenging fights against stronger opponents.
She's strong.
Itachi admitted, his tone holding genuine respect.
I saw her butterfly technique. It was really impressive.
Kaoru's eyes lit up.
God knows I didn't bring up jutsus on purpose, but this is my chance. Yeah, she made that technique herself,
Kaoru said, acting as casual as possible. He reached for another roll, popping it into his mouth before continuing.
But honestly, Konoha has so many cool techniques we can't even buy, like shadow clones, for example. So much more convenient than regular clones.
Before Itachi could even respond, someone else chimed in. There's a store in Konoha that sells things like that, said Mikoto, not Itachi or even Fugaku. I'll ask Itachi to take you there after the tournament. Kaoru nearly choked. His whole body screamed at him to jump up and hug her, but he barely managed to keep himself in check. Still, the excitement in his eyes was painfully obvious, and Mikoto chuckled at his barely contained enthusiasm. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Maki decided to stir the pot a little.
So, Itachi-kun,
She asked with a sly smirk.
who do you think is going to win the tournament?
I will.
Itachi answered immediately, not even a second of hesitation. There was a brief moment of silence before the entire table burst into laughter, except for Itachi, who sat there with a puzzled expression, trying to figure out what was so funny. From that point on, the evening became livelier. The tension melted away, replaced by light-hearted conversation and the occasional playful jab. Meanwhile, Fugaku had come to a realization. If Maki wanted to use the Uchiha for her own goals, then Takimura was likely willing to be used as well. There was no need for endless games, so he stopped dancing around the subject and simply enjoyed the evening. That didn't mean he wasn't curious about Suijingan. He subtly tried to extract information about it a few times, but Maki expertly deflected, always comparing it to Sharingan in a way that made it clear.
Information in exchange for information.
By the time the evening ended, everyone was in a good mood. Mikoto was pleased that she had been able to help the boy who technically saved her son. More importantly, she was delighted to see how much Kaoru clearly enjoyed her cooking. He ate more than anyone else at the table. Itachi was happy for a much simpler reason. He genuinely liked Kaoru and wanted to build a good relationship with him. Fugaku, on the other hand, was satisfied for more calculated reasons. He had successfully gained a strong political leverage tool for his clan. Even more interestingly, he had grown convinced that both Maki and Kaoru were good kids. That wouldn't change his political decisions, of course, but it was still pleasant knowledge to have. Maki was pleased because she had established a connection with the Uchiha clan while also increasing pressure on Konoha through them. If Konoha eventually chose to support Takimura against Kirigakure, that would be ideal, but Maki understood that nothing in the shinobi world came for free. There would be a price to pay, and it wouldn't be cheap. So if Takimura had to deal with Konoha, she wanted to make sure they had the means to keep them in check. And finally, Kaoru was the happiest of them all. For the simplest and most selfish reason imaginable. He was one step closer to getting his hands on exclusive jutsu scrolls and books. As the siblings made their way back to their temporary home, the weight of tomorrow settled in. Both of them had to face very strong opponents. Maki versus Hiruzen, Kaoru versus Toji. Neither of them could afford to lose focus now. The first fight of the day was Kaoru's. Before heading to the arena, he made a necessary detour, the gambling stands. At this point, he had already amassed 800,000 Ryo, but today he was going all in. To avoid drawing too much attention by placing an outrageous single bet, he split his money into 3 portions and spread it across different stands. The odds had been set: Kaoru, 1.7 Toji, 1.4. Kaoru felt both pleased and annoyed at the same time. He was pleased because, despite being an outsider in Konoha, he wasn't being treated as a clear underdog. His odds weren't insultingly low, but he was annoyed because this meant he wouldn't be winning as much money as he had originally hoped. Still, even as he was mentally counting his future earnings, he reminded himself,
First, I have to win.
And Toji Senju was not the kind of opponent who would go down without a fight. The arena was packed. This time, everyone had a favorite to cheer for. Some spectators had even gone so far as to bring banners, proudly waving them in support of the genin about to clash. As expected, the majority of the crowd backed Senju, but Kaoru wasn't without his own fanbase. In fact, for someone from a minor village, he had a surprisingly large number of supporters. Most of them, however, were girls, a fact that had everything to do with his handsome appearance. Across from him, Toji grinned, his stance relaxed yet brimming with excitement. "We're finally getting to test each other's strength," he said, bowing slightly as a show of respect. Kaoru smirked.
"Yeah, I'm glad we got to fight. I was worried you'd be defeated before me."
Toji chuckled, shaking his head. He understood the joke for what it was and didn't take it as an insult. Both fighters stood ready, eyes locked, waiting for the judge to give the signal. Chapter 58. What a Monster. The battle between Kaoru and Toji was the second most anticipated match of the round, with Mizuki versus Itachi taking the top spot. Kaoru had skipped the first round, and while his second round victory was overwhelming, he hadn't revealed much of his abilities. What he did show was efficient but not flashy. His high-density water needles had relentlessly hunted down Awaraka Ken, making for a deadly but visually unimpressive fight. Only experienced shinobi recognized what a nightmare Kaoru would be to fight against. Civilians, however, craved spectacle, and that's why Mizuki had become a fan favorite. Every time Mizuki fought, she turned the battle into a show. First, her butterfly inferno stunned the audience. Then she displayed close combat prowess, before finishing her match with a perfectly executed strategy involving 3 massive, beautifully glowing scorch-release orbs. So while Kaoru and Toji were top candidates for the champion title among actual shinobi, they weren't as popular among civilians. Contestants like Mizuki, Itachi, and even Hyuga Yuki had more public appeal. That's why, despite the packed arena and the banners waving in support, the atmosphere lacked intensity. The crowd wasn't as emotionally invested in their fight. But that was about to change very soon. The moment the judge gave the signal, both shinobi flickered, Kaoru retreating, Toji giving chase.
Kaoru knew exactly what Toji's goal was: close combat, and if the fight went that way, Kaoru would be at a severe disadvantage. His taijutsu wasn't bad, but it wasn't his specialty either. His chakra rotation technique was still developing at a painfully slow pace, nowhere near Akane's level. And unlike Toji, who exuded raw physical strength, Kaoru wasn't naturally gifted with an exceptional constitution.
But just as Kaoru knew Toji's plan, Toji also understood Kaoru's. He attacked immediately, not just to pressure Kaoru, but to prevent him from creating distance, and most importantly, stop him from forming hand seals for that terrifying needle technique he had witnessed. Toji wanted to stay on the offensive, not the defensive. But that was his first mistake. No one, including Toji, knew that Kaoru wasn't molding water needles like a typical shinobi would. Instead, he was forming them through his Suijingan, manipulating water particles at will, similar to how Gaara controlled sand. As Toji kept chasing, Kaoru's eyes glowed like cyan gemstones, their radiance catching the Senju's attention for a fleeting second.
This guy is the epitome of gifted, Kaoru thought, watching the seamless flow of chakra coating Toji's body, reinforcing his strength and speed. At just 12 years old, Toji already had chakra reserves above chunin level.
But raw power wasn't everything.
Let's test him and analyze his pattern. Kaoru's gaze sharpened. Unlike Ken, Toji isn't fast enough to dodge my needles forever.
And with that thought, the attack began. Sharp, dark blue needles formed in the air, gleaming ominously before shooting toward Toji with terrifying speed. "How?" Toji muttered, his instincts screaming at him to halt his charge. He barely dodged the first 3 needles as they pierced the ground in front of him, but before he could recover, another 3 were already hurtling toward him. Toji might not have been as fast as Ken, but his perception was on another level. Sensing the incoming attack, he twisted his body and leapt to the side just in time.
So he can form 6 needles at once,
Itachi murmured, his eyes narrowing as he continued analyzing the fight. He had already marked both Kaoru and Toji as his main competition. "You're thinking about it wrong," Fugaku corrected. You should assume he can form at least 6 needles at once. Fugaku was absolutely right. Kaoru had already reached the point where he could control 9 different water sources simultaneously. But even that wasn't the most impressive part. More importantly, Fugaku continued, his gaze sharp. He's controlling the water without any hand seals. That's what truly stands out. Itachi didn't react immediately, his eyes still locked on the fight. Then, without breaking focus, he said something that made Fugaku's brow twitch.
I already knew that.
Itachi said plainly.
He told me when we first met, right after I showed him my Sharingan.
You what? Fugaku's head snapped toward his son. You showed him your Sharingan, and he revealed his Kekkei Genkai to you? Why am I just hearing about this now? His voice was low, but there was a dangerous edge to it. Itachi finally turned his head slightly, his expression completely unbothered.
It was a secret exchange between shinobi, father,
he said with a childish sort of logic.
If I had told you, I would have been betraying the foundation of our potential friendship.
Fugaku clicked his tongue in irritation. Tsuka Itachi, remember this well. The clan stands above everything, even friendship. His voice held anger, but in reality, Fugaku felt something else entirely. Pride. That's my son, right there. But that thought brought back something painful. Minato had been the bridge between the Uchiha and Konoha. His death symbolized the widening rift that followed, but Fugaku had always known the truth. That rift hadn't formed naturally. It had been created by someone for their own gain. Distancing the Uchiha from Konoha always felt like a betrayal of Minato's memory. The 4th Hokage had been both a rival and a friend, even if they weren't the closest. And only after his death did Fugaku fully realize how much he had respected him. Now, watching Itachi act with the same effortless confidence that Minato once had, he felt a mix of pride, grief, and something close to regret. But none of that showed on his face. Fugaku had always done what was best for the Uchiha, and he would have to keep doing the same, even if it meant carrying the weight of his guilt. He pushed those thoughts aside and refocused on the battlefield, where Toji was struggling to turn the tide. The Senju boy was still on the defensive, unable to close the distance as Kaoru's relentless barrage of needles kept him at bay. This is exactly what I was afraid of, Toji thought, his mind racing for a way to break free from Kaoru's long-range assault. His biggest issue wasn't just Kaoru's attack speed, it was the element itself. As a water release user, Toji had no illusions. Kaoru's mastery over the element was far superior. He had already seen Kaoru do uncanny things with water, controlling it in ways that weren't normal. Using water release would be a dangerous gamble. If only I could use all elements, like the 2nd Hokage. Tobirama was his idol. Toji had spent years trying to follow in his footsteps, but he hadn't developed other elements yet. For now, he had to rely on what he had. Realizing he needed a shift in strategy, Toji made a single seal with his hand and slammed his palm against the ground. Earth release, Earth Dome. A thick, reinforced dome of earth rose from the ground, surrounding him completely. Unlike a standard Earth Dome, Toji pumped extra chakra into it, strengthening its defenses against Kaoru's piercing water needles, just in case.
Kaoru smirked as he watched the dome take form. That was a mistake, Toji.
Without hesitation, he made a hand seal. A water clone materialized next to him and immediately rushed forward. As soon as the clone got close to the dome, it went through its own hand signs.
Water release. Water prison.
Water surged around the dome, swirling to trap it in a suffocating liquid barrier. But just before the prison could fully form, the Earth Dome suddenly cracked from the inside. Toji burst out, his chakra flaring tremendously, his eyes sharp with determination. A hand sign was already formed. Water release, minor waterfall technique. A torrent of water erupted from his mouth, crashing toward Kaoru with the force of a raging river. It wasn't as overwhelming as the A-rank Great Waterfall technique, but it was still a powerful offensive move, and for Toji, it was a calculated risk. His earth techniques were only good for defense. His taijutsu was useless at range. If he couldn't close the distance, then his only option was to force Kaoru into a defensive stance and create an opening. Kaoru's water clone flickered back, fast enough to avoid being caught in the wave. His real body, however, stood his ground.
Water release. Water guardian.
A sphere of water formed around Kaoru, completely enveloping him. As the waterfall attack crashed into him, the outer layer of his barrier darkened, dispersing the energy of Toji's technique.
Kaoru narrowed his glowing cyan eyes inside the sphere. Interesting. I need to see what I can do with this water once the jutsu is over.
He made no effort to wrestle control of the water away from Toji. That would have been too chakra-intensive. Instead, he had another plan. All Kaoru needed to do was redirect just enough of the attack to stay standing and then take advantage of the water-soaked ground. As soon as his jutsu passed Kaoru, Toji flickered forward, closing the distance. He had increased the chakra, reinforcing his body. This was his moment. He would break through Kaoru's defense and finally take the battle into close combat. Easier said than done. The instant Toji's fist collided with Kaoru's water sphere, a sharp jolt of pain shot up his arm. What the hell? This thing is way harder than I expected. How did that kid manage to break it? In that moment, Toji realized his mistake. Kaoru's defense hadn't failed against Hora Arasami because it was weak. It had failed because Hora's own technique had been too powerful. The barrier was far stronger than he had assumed. Toji immediately disengaged, but that was when his hell truly began. The needles came first. A relentless barrage of high-density water needles rained down on him. Dodging became harder and harder. Then came the ground. Every time Toji set foot down, the water shifted. Tentacles of liquid surged up, trying to immobilize him. He dodged, flickered, and twisted his body in midair, but the battlefield itself was against him. The constant chakra expenditure on body reinforcement he was using to keep himself from getting trapped or skewered was burning through his reserves fast.
He won't last much longer like this.
Kaoru's glowing cyan eyes observed him closely, his mind already planning the finishing move. Toji soon reached the edge of the arena and saw an opportunity. He formed a hand seal and slammed his palm to the ground. Earth release, earth wall. A thick mass of earth rose between him and Kaoru, giving him a moment to breathe. But Kaoru had already anticipated it. As soon as Toji's hand touched the ground, Kaoru's water clone, which retreated earlier, appeared right next to him, performing hand seals in a blur. Water release, water prison. A sphere of water began forming around Toji. His eyes widened, no time to think, only to react. Toji barely managed to flicker backward, the prison barely missing him. But his escape led him straight into Kaoru's trap. The moment Toji landed, water spikes shot up from the soaked ground, boxing him in against the arena wall. They didn't pierce him, they stopped just short of his skin. Toji stood still, his breathing heavy, realization setting in. Kaoru could have skewered him if he wanted to, but instead he had controlled his attack precisely, forcing Toji into checkmate. What a monster! There was no point in fighting anymore. Toji let out a bitter chuckle, raising his hand in surrender. I surrender, you win. The arena erupted in cheers. Kaoru was already standing in front of him. Throughout the entire fight, he had maintained a safe distance, never letting Toji get too far out of his range.
That fight could have gone differently, Kaoru thought. If Toji had been anything other than a water release user, this fight would have been much harder.
Kaoru extended his hand.
It was a great fight, Toji. You're really strong.
Toji, who was not pinned to a wall anymore, smiled, shaking his head but accepting the handshake. Not strong enough. But Kaoru wasn't listening anymore. His mind was already racing.
If I ever go up against someone who completely nullifies my water element, I'll be the one in trouble.
He needed an alternative, and he already had an idea. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers as the fight concluded. While it had mostly been Kaoru attacking and Toji defending, the battle had still been an absolute spectacle. Toji's massive, dominating water technique had been a sight to behold, while Kaoru's relentless and calculated approach had forced his opponent into an exhausting, unwinnable war of attrition. Spectators were already arguing, debating, and placing bets on who would take the tournament.
That kid is winning the whole thing.
Are you joking? Akatsuchi will crush him.
Akatsuchi who?
Please, this isn't even a debate. It's either the Hyuga or the Uchiha. You're all fighting for third place.
You want to bet on that?
Even as the bickering and wagers continued, one man sat in the shadows, watching the fight with an interest even greater than Maki, Itachi, or even Itarama Senju himself. Danzo Shimura. His sharp, calculating gaze lingered on the boy standing in the arena.
Takime Kaoru.
His expression remained unreadable, but deep in his mind the gears were already turning. Chapter 59, Genjutsu. The battle between Hyuga Yuki and Ishigane Akatsuchi had just ended. The towering Iwa shinobi stood in stunned silence, his wide, bewildered eyes fixed on the ground. How did this happen? I was controlling the whole fight. Despite his superior strength and dominance throughout most of the battle, Akatsuchi had lost. And it was because Yuki Hyuga was no ordinary opponent. Yuki was exceptionally talented, a prodigy even among the Hyuga. Though she was not from the main branch, her skill was so extraordinary that Hiyashi Hyuga himself had taken her under his wing. Unlike other clans, the Hyuga did not fear branch family members surpassing the head of the clan. While Caged Bird Seal's primary function was to ensure that no outsider could ever steal and wield the Byakugan, it also had the ability to suppress the branch family members if needed, and even though that ability was rarely used, it was still there. So Yuki's talents were not feared within the clan, they were celebrated. And today she proved why. Despite Akatsuchi's overwhelming advantage for most of the fight, she needed only a single opening. A single mistake and Akatsuchi's chakra points were sealed. The moment she severed his chakra flow, he was unable to mold chakra anymore. The fight was over. Yuki won, but her struggles against Akatsuchi revealed a harsh truth. She wasn't ready for the true titans of this tournament. Against Kaoru, Itachi, Mizuki, or even Toji, she wouldn't be given the same opportunity to land a decisive blow. They wouldn't make the same mistakes. And now the arena buzzed with anticipation as the next and most anticipated match of the round was about to begin. Itachi Uchiha versus Mizuki Kasai. The star prodigy of Konoha, already the center of attention, would now face the brightest flame of the tournament. Both Itachi and Mizuki walked toward the center of the arena at an unhurried pace, their steps steady, their faces calm. Kaoru had done everything he could to warn Mizuki about the dangers she was about to face.
Don't look him in the eyes. If you do, you'll be trapped in Genjutsu instantly. Keep disrupting your chakra flow during the fight. It's the only way to break his illusions before they take hold. His Sharingan can see chakra, so tricks like hiding underground won't work as easily. In Taijutsu, he'll have an immense advantage, not just because of his speed, but because his Sharingan lets him anticipate movements.
Kaoru was like a dedicated coach, breaking down Itachi's strengths and weaknesses, ensuring Mizuki was as prepared as possible. But Mizuki wasn't worried. She didn't care about winning or losing. She just wanted to fight Itachi Uchiha and see his strength firsthand. She wanted to test herself against the one shinobi Kaoru wouldn't stop hyping up. Both Mizuki and Itachi were people of few words, so they simply nodded to show respect and waited for the judge's signal. The moment they received it, Itachi charged, his Sharingan already glowing, locking on to Mizuki. It was an immediate sign of recognition. Unlike his previous matches, he had no intention of holding back. Mizuki adjusted her approach as well. Dust and smoke screens were useless against someone who could see through chakra. Instead, she flickered backward, creating space between them.
I need a breather to complete the hand seals and use Butterfly Inferno. Without it, I won't be able to defeat him.
While Itachi was a terrifying duelist, his speed, perception, and sheer technical skill making him nearly untouchable in close combat, Mizuki's strength lay elsewhere. She thrived in large-scale AOE attacks. The challenge was time. She needed to complete her jutsu and spread her butterflies before Itachi could close the gap. As she retreated, she molded chakra, a scorch ball forming beside her before launching toward Itachi. But as expected, he dodged it effortlessly, barely breaking stride as he used the momentary distraction to push forward.
He's really tough to deal with.
With Itachi rapidly closing in, Mizuki reacted instantly. A clone formed beside her and rushed forward, intercepting him. Itachi moved to counter, his leg snapping out in a precise, practiced kick, but at the last moment, his Sharingan picked up on something. Something was wrong. The chakra flow was different. He flickered back just as the clone exploded in a fiery blast. Mizuki had gained a few more seconds, but it wasn't enough. Itachi was already coming for her again, and while she had managed to complete her seals, the fiery red butterflies had only just begun to form.
As long as I don't let her spread them, this won't be a problem. There are too few of them right now.
Itachi's hands blurred into seals.
Fire release. Great fireball. Jutsu.
He inhaled deeply and exhaled a massive ball of fire, its heat roaring toward Mizuki, ready to burn her away before she could gain advantage.
As expected, he's trying to stop me before I can spread my technique.
She had already predicted this. If she were in Itachi's position, she would have done the same.
Scorch release? Chain barrier?
Unlike other elements, scorch release didn't flow like fire or water. It couldn't form a solid defensive wall in the traditional sense. Instead, Mizuki created an interconnected chain of scorching spheres stacked and linked together to block the incoming flames. The technique had been crafted with several advantages in mind. It could halt almost any attack and serve as a powerful area divider, forcing opponents to fight on her terms. But it had a critical flaw. It required absolute concentration to form, meaning she couldn't shape it while moving or fighting. The process was delicate, consuming more chakra than most of her other techniques. Still, the chain barrier was more than just defense. Each of those scorching spheres could be launched as projectiles at will. However, that required additional chakra, making it less cost-efficient. Itachi's fireball crashed into the wall, flames colliding with searing heat, sending waves of distortion rippling through the air. But the wall held, and Mizuki, hidden behind it, was already preparing for her next move. The moment the fireball dissipated, she acted. With a flick of her wrist, the scorching spheres detached from the wall and launched toward Itachi in a staggered pattern. They weren't as fast as kunai, but each one carried searing heat that could dry out skin with just a graze. Itachi flickered away, dodging the first wave, but Mizuki anticipated it. She twisted her fingers, and another wave of fiery balls launched toward Itachi.
She's good. She's controlling them better than I expected.
The technique itself was not very difficult to dodge, but Itachi knew that the purpose of Mizuki spending so much chakra on slow, doomed-to-fail technique was to win time. Itachi twisted his body, avoiding the spheres one by one, but as he landed, Mizuki was already finishing another set of seals. More butterflies began forming, their fiery wings spreading out into the arena. She wasn't just playing defense anymore, this was her hunting ground now. The audience was starting to catch on.
She's keeping up with Itachi.
No, she's forcing him back.
What kind of jutsu is that? Those butterflies. Why aren't they disappearing?
Scorch release. It's different from fire release. It's way more dangerous.
Even Fugaku, watching from the stands, was nodding in approval. Her techniques are well crafted. She's not just throwing attacks, she's layering them. Itachi didn't let up. He flickered again, this time appearing at Mizuki's side. His hand shot forward for a palm strike. Close combat would shut down her techniques completely.
I still got some time until those butterflies spread.
Mizuki reacted instantly, bringing up her wakizashi to intercept. But Itachi twisted at the last second, redirecting his attack toward her wrist instead of the blade.
Too fast!
His strike connected, forcing her grip to loosen. Her wakizashi wobbled for just a second, but that was all Itachi needed. He flickered behind her, aiming a kick toward the back of her knee. Mizuki gritted her teeth. Instead of resisting, she dropped her stance and let the kick push her forward, rolling with the momentum instead of against it. As soon as she hit the ground, she twisted mid-roll and launched another scorch ball straight at him. Itachi had already flickered away. But now the butterflies had completely spread. The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt it. Air that was unnaturally dry, heat that seemed to suck the moisture from his skin. Mizuki was standing on the other side of the arena, breathing heavily but smiling.
It took me quite a bit of effort and chakra, but now I'm set.
Mizuki was on good mood.
Now it's my turn.
Itachi barely had time to react before the first wave of butterflies came for him.
She could not do that before, or at least did not use them to attack in the first round.
Analyzed Itachi. They weren't like kunai, they didn't just fly straight. They fluttered, shifting unpredictably, moving like real insects caught in the wind. Dodging them wasn't just about speed, it was about reading their chaotic patterns. He weaved through them, but a few grazed his sleeve. The fabric dried and crumbled instantly.
If those touch me directly, I'll lose.
He flickered again, but Mizuki had already anticipated it. The moment he reappeared, another wave was already there to greet him. He twisted, barely escaping the second attack, but it forced him into a more defensive position.
His Sharingan makes it so much more difficult. I myself have no idea how butterflies move, but he can predict their pattern. Truly terrifying dojutsu.
Mizuki was impressed with Sharingan. The crowd was getting louder.
She's actually pushing Itachi back.
I thought he'd dominate, but this is close.
Kaoru was grinning.
That's Mizuki for you. She's relentless.
Maki smirked.
I'd say she's more like a wildfire.
Itachi narrowed his eyes. He couldn't let the fight drag on like this. She had more control over the battlefield than he did now. He had to create an opening. He flickered again, this time appearing further away instead of closer. His hands moved in a blur.
Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu.
Small fireballs shot out from his mouth, each one moving in an unpredictable arc, forcing Mizuki to react. She dodged most of them, but a few got dangerously close, disrupting the butterflies. That was his goal. As soon as the butterflies scattered, he flickered again, straight at her. Mizuki barely had time to react before he was in her face. She brought up her wakizashi, aiming for a counter. But Itachi wasn't attacking with his hands this time. His eyes spun. Mizuki's body locked up.
Genjutsu!
For a split second, she was trapped. It wasn't a strong genjutsu, just a momentary illusion meant to cause hesitation. But that was all he needed. His foot slammed into her gut. She gasped, the force sending her flying backward. She crashed against the ground, her breath knocked out of her lungs. The butterflies immediately lost their coordination. The chakra they needed to move and exist was disrupted. Itachi didn't wait. He flickered again, closing the distance. This time, when he appeared in front of her, his kunai was already drawn, hovering just inches from her throat. Mizuki looked up at him, panting. Her butterflies flickered in the air, still partially active, but she knew she had lost. She let out a sharp breath, then raised her hands.
I surrender.
The arena exploded into cheers. The judge stepped forward, nodding. The winner is Uchiha Itachi. Itachi stepped back, slipping his kunai away. He offered her a hand, and Mizuki, after a brief pause, took it. He pulled her up, and for the first time since the fight started, he smiled.
You were incredible,
he said, genuine admiration in his voice. Mizuki showed a faint smile.
Thank you. You weren't too bad yourself.
Suguru was already shouting from the stands.
Mizuki, you almost had him. If you'd just landed one of those butterflies.
Akane smacked him on the back of the head.
Shut up, Suguru.
Mizuki rolled her eyes, but felt warmth in her chest. She didn't win, but she had fought on equal terms with Itachi. That was enough. As they both left the arena, Fugaku watched his son with a thoughtful expression. That was too close. He had to use genjutsu to create an opening. He glanced at Mizuki. Takimura's shinobi. They might be small, but they are not weak. The crowd was still buzzing with energy, people arguing about the fight, about how close it had been, about Mizuki's unique techniques. Meanwhile, Danzo sat silently in the stands, watching Mizuki and Kaoru, who had joined her, walk back to their seats. Chapter 60, Jiraiya returns. While Konoha was hosting the chunin exams, the other villages had begun receiving vague reports that something significant had happened within the hidden leaf. Spies had failed to gather concrete details, but they had at least discovered that someone was subtly spreading whispers of an incident, an effort that Hokage's faction was desperately trying to suppress. The information was too scarce to pinpoint exactly what had occurred, but it was enough to raise suspicions. In Iwagakure, Onoki sat at the head of the council table, as he always did, waiting for his advisors to offer their insights. Lately, however, the old Tsuchikage had become increasingly irritable, a result of his growing disappointment in Iwa's new generation. After Minato's death, Konoha should have weakened considerably, yet they still have Kakashi, and now this new Uchiha kid, Itachi, is already being hailed as a genius. Onoki mused as he surveyed the room. His thoughts drifted toward Iwagakure's future, or rather, its lack of one. None of the young shinobi he had seen showed the potential to reach S rank. While Iwagakure was still a formidable power, time would erode that strength unless new prodigies emerged. Even Takimura, that cluster of people, has managed to produce talented shinobi. What are we doing wrong? His frustration was interrupted by his son, Kitsuchi, a capable jonin with a keen mind for strategy. However, even Kitsuchi lacked the potential to break into the ranks of the true powerhouses. Lord Tsuchikage, Kitsuchi spoke up after a long silence. We still don't have enough information to determine what exactly happened in Konoha, but whatever it was, it clearly wasn't good for them. If it were, they wouldn't be trying so hard to suppress the news. It could be deliberate misinformation, or it could mean something genuinely troubling occurred. We should know soon enough. Onoki nodded slightly, still deep in thought. While his council existed to advise him, the reality was that none of them held real power. Iwa's continued status as a great village was thanks to his own leadership and strength, and everyone in the room knew it. Regardless, Kitsuchi continued, if Konoha is dealing with internal trouble, that's good news for us. With Suna still weak and Kiri busy with its own civil war, this might be the perfect time to increase our influence. The stronger Takimura becomes, the more of a thorn there'll be for Kirigakure. That works in our favor. Onoki let out a short hum of agreement, but remained unconvinced. What concerns me more is why Kirigakure isn't taking action against Takimura, he said finally, narrowing his eyes. It's too suspicious. At first, I assumed they didn't see them as a threat. But now that Takimura is publicly participating in the chunin exams and declaring itself an official village, Kiri should be moving against them. And yet, silence. He frowned, tapping his fingers against the table. That Yagura brat keeps surprising me. First, I thought he would be a peaceful ruler, but then he continued the bloodshed of his predecessor. Now he's ignoring a growing village in the land of water entirely. It doesn't add up. This time, his council remained silent, letting the Tsuchikage sit in his confusion. The rare sight of Onoki, puzzled, was one to savor. Lord Mizukage, we should attack Takimura, said Hakare Hozuki, the head of the Hozuki clan. His tone was cautious. Yagura had changed drastically over the past years. When he first took power, he had been far more restrained, almost diplomatic compared to his predecessor. But as time passed, his reign became increasingly ruthless. He became suspicious of clans with Kekkei Genkai, suppressing them with an iron grip. He ruled through sheer power, and those who opposed him quickly learned that mercy was not a word in his vocabulary. Yet, despite his relentless control over Kirigakure, one thing stood out: his refusal to attack Takimura. At first, he dismissed them as insignificant, too weak to pose any real threat. Then, when they began gaining recognition, he claimed that an invasion would cost too many casualties. And yet, in the meantime, he continued sending small squads of weak chunin, barely enough to pose a challenge, as if knowingly sending them to their deaths. His decisions made no sense. Still, no one dared question him openly. Yagura was the strongest shinobi in Kirigakure. More than that, he had the unwavering loyalty of powerful warriors, including Mangetsu Hozuki himself. To speak against him was to invite death.
Takimura will be dealt with, but not right now,
Yagura replied, his gaze slightly unfocused.
Before we strike, I want to ensure they have no allies left. We will eliminate any clans that might consider supporting them before they can forge alliances.
On the surface, his reasoning seemed logical. Isolating an enemy before crushing them was a sound military tactic. But to those who truly understood war, this approach made little sense. Takimura was an obvious focal point for the rebels. Wiping them out first would be the logical step to prevent resistance from uniting under a single banner. And yet Yagura delayed. Of course, it wasn't Yagura making these decisions, it was Obito, the true puppet master behind the Mizukage's actions. Obito's goal was never just control. He wanted to grind the land of water into dust, to let it tear itself apart from the inside. He was letting Takimura grow, giving it time to strengthen just enough that when Kirigakure finally attacked, the battle would be catastrophic for both sides. He was setting the stage for mutual destruction. The thought amused him.
What if I could replicate this in other nations?
The idea was new, but intriguing. He was thinking of trying the same thing in the Land of Fire. There was one clan within Konoha that could, if manipulated properly, be pushed into forming their own village, the Uchiha. Unlike Kirigakure, however, Konoha wouldn't blindly allow such a thing. Controlling Yagura had been easy. Controlling Hiruzen was impossible. The old Hokage wasn't a fool, and his influence ran deep. But the idea was new, and Obito had time.
For Madara's plan, Uchiha needs to be destroyed.
Perhaps with the right push, the Uchiha could be led down a path of no return. In the Land of Lightning, the Raikage's council had just finished discussing the latest reports. Whispers of turmoil in Konoha and Takimura's growing presence in the Land of Water. Unlike the other hidden villages, Kumogakure was directly affected by both. A weakened Konoha and a bleeding Kirigakure were the kind of opportunities that only came once in a generation. We should wait for more concrete information about Konoha's situation and what kind of trouble they're in, A said, his deep voice carrying across the room. But if Takimura's strength isn't vastly exaggerated, Kirigakure will bleed. And considering Yagura's passive stance, I don't think it is exaggerated. If Takimura were truly weak, he would have already wiped them out. His sharp gaze swept across the room, testing the reactions of his council. Like all Raikage before him, A believed in strength above all else. If he sensed weakness in an enemy, he would strike without hesitation. It's not as simple as it seems, A, Dodai spoke up. He had served under the third Raikage and was one of the most respected voices in the room. Yagura is purging clans with Kekkei Genkai, yet he's allowing Takimura, home to 2 Kekkei Genkai clans, to thrive. It doesn't add up, but regardless of his reasoning, the fact remains that we stand to benefit. A's fingers drummed against the table, each tap cracking the wood beneath his hand. The old man won't let me start a war unless he's absolutely sure there's no risk. A thought. Not that he was planning to suggest war, at least not yet. His approach and Dodai's were simply different. A was hot-blooded and impulsive, while Dodai was calculating and patient. But both of them were equally prideful. It doesn't matter, A finally said, his smirk returning. We should still focus on increasing our village's strength. Kumo has the biggest advantage in preparing for the next great war, and we won't waste it. Dodai studied him for a moment, then nodded slightly. He's becoming more calculating. That's good. He knew that, like all shinobi who had lived through war, A would never outright dismiss the possibility of peace, but he also knew better than to believe in it. Konoha had lost Minato, and who knew what kind of internal chaos they were facing? Tsunagakure had only one true S-rank shinobi. The rest of their strongest were either aging veterans or too young to have fully matured. Iwagakure was still a powerhouse, but they lacked the next generation of talent that Kumo had. And Kirigakure was destroying itself. The world was shifting, and Kumogakure had the chance to emerge stronger than ever. Dodai wished he could believe in a future without war, but the truth was undeniable. Peace between great nations only lasted until one of them sensed an opening. And right now, the whole world was full of openings. Hiruzen sat in his office. The room was slightly misty with smoke from his pipe, but he paid it no mind. For a shinobi of his caliber, tobacco posed no health risk. It was simply a distraction, sometimes even a tool to help him focus. And right now, he had plenty on his mind. His conversation with Maki had made one thing abundantly clear. He had underestimated her. She wasn't a pushover. While she remained respectful in tone and didn't openly challenge him, she also didn't fold under his questioning. The information she provided was only what she was willing to share, and no more. Hiruzen got the message loud and clear.
Takimura wants a good relationship with us, but they won't be our pawns. And now, with their growing ties to the Uchiha, they could become a problem.
If he hadn't just received word that his lazy disciple had finally returned to the village, he would have been much more concerned. But soon Jiraiya and Tsunade would be standing in front of him, and with any luck, they'd have already settled between themselves who would take the Hokage seat.
I don't care which of them it is anymore. One of them is taking this burden off my shoulders, even if I have to beat them into it.
Hiruzen sighed, rubbing his temples. The shinobi world was shifting again, tension growing thicker by the day. It wouldn't be long before the balance became so fragile that a single spark could ignite another war. He could feel it. And when the other villages learned of Orochimaru's betrayal, they would tread far less carefully when dealing with Konoha. He walked over to the window, sliding it open to let the smoke escape and let fresh air in. Taking a deep breath, he gazed out at the village below. From the Hokage's office, Konoha looked peaceful, beautiful even. But Hiruzen knew better. Peace was just an illusion, a temporary state between inevitable conflicts. The creak of the door broke his thoughts. He turned as his two remaining disciples stepped inside. "You seem full of energy, old man," Jiraiya said with his usual smirk. Hiruzen's sharp eyes studied him for a moment. The tension between them had existed since Minato's death, though neither of them ever spoke of it directly. After the Kyuubi attack, Hiruzen had ordered Jiraiya to leave the village and track down the mastermind behind the assault, the one who had controlled the Nine Tails. Jiraiya had obeyed without hesitation, eager to avenge his fallen student, but he had wanted something else even more. He had wanted to stay and raise Naruto. Jiraiya loved the boy. Naruto was the only thing left of Minato, a living legacy of his closest student. No, of the son he never had. But Hiruzen had refused. He had promised to look after Naruto in Jiraiya's stead, and Jiraiya had reluctantly trusted him. But when he returned, he found something very different. Naruto had not been raised as the son of the Hokage. He had not been given the honor or respect he deserved as the child of the man who had saved Konoha. Instead, he had been treated like any other orphan. No nurturing figure surrounded him, no guiding hand to shape him into the shinobi he was destined to be. And Hiruzen's excuse was that taking the Jinchuriki in would have been seen as favoritism toward the Sarutobi clan, a move that would have ignited conflicts between the village's major clans. That no one, not even the Hokage, could risk upsetting the delicate balance of power. Jiraiya had never accepted that answer. He never dared to confront Hiruzen and simply avoided him since then.
Have you two decided who will become the next Hokage?
Asked Hiruzen. Yes, we have, nodded Tsunade as she and Jiraiya both sat in chairs. Chapter 61, 5th Hokage.
Hiruzen sat back in his chair, hands folded, waiting for their answer. He didn't expect any hesitation. One of them had to take the job. He had waited long enough, and quite frankly, he was too damn old for this.
Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a glance. Then Tsunade sighed and leaned back in her chair.
We talked about it,
she said, and neither of us wants to be Hokage. Hiruzen's eye twitched.
Excuse me?
You heard her, old man, Jiraiya said, grinning as he stretched his arms behind his head. We respectfully decline. Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose. Of all the outcomes, this was the one he wanted the least.
Tsunade.
He turned to her first, because between the two, she was the more rational one.
You were trained to be a leader. You have the strength, the intelligence, the name. Your grandfather founded this village. For heaven's sake.
And he also died fighting to protect it, Tsunade cut in. So did my granduncle. So did Dan. So did Nawaki. Her fingers curled into fists. I'm done watching people die in the name of this village. Hiruzen exhaled slowly. He understood her pain, and even though Konoha needed her, he had to take a step back.
I can't force you,
he admitted, then turned to Jiraiya.
That means you're up. Jiraiya
snorted. Not happening. Hiruzen's jaw tightened.
Why?
Because I suck at paperwork, Jiraiya said. You write books. Hiruzen cut in, but Jiraiya threw up his hands, signaling he was not done. And politics? I suck at politics. And meetings. And sitting still. Hell, the only thing I'm really good at is peeping, Tsunade deadpanned. Jiraiya grinned. Research. Hiruzen sighed. This was not how he thought today would go. Jiraiya. His voice was stern now.
This isn't a request. Konoha needs a strong leader. Someone who understands its people. You...
Tja. Jiraiya shook his head. Old man, I'm a wandering hermit. I've been out of Konoha more than I've been in it, and that's because of your orders. Jiraiya took a pause and looked at Hiruzen, who showed faint traces of guilt and continued with a satisfied but faint smile. You really think I'd make a good Hokage?
Yes.
Hiruzen said without hesitation. Jiraiya frowned, clearly thrown off. Tsunade watched the exchange quietly. A part of her felt guilty. She could take the job, but every time she imagined herself sitting in that office, wearing that hat, she saw another corpse being covered with a white sheet. No, she couldn't do it. I'd be a terrible Hokage, Jiraiya muttered.
No, you wouldn't.
Hiruzen leaned forward.
You trained Minato.
Jiraiya stiffened. Minato was a sensitive subject. Hiruzen didn't stop.
You found a boy with no last name and made him into the 4th Hokage. He believed in this village. He believed in you. Do you think he'd want you running away from this responsibility?
Jiraiya's jaw clenched. That's low, he muttered.
But true.
There was silence for a long moment. Then Jiraiya scoffed and leaned back, rubbing his face. Look, he said, more serious now, I never wanted to be Hokage. I'm not cut out for it. I can barely take care of myself, let alone a whole damn village.
You don't have to do it alone,
Hiruzen said.
The Hokage has advisors, a council, a village that wants to support them. You think I did this by myself?
Jiraiya snorted. You sure acted like it. Hiruzen gave him a flat look. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Just admit you're scared. Jiraiya's head snapped toward her. Scared? Me? Of being Hokage? She smirked. Yeah, you're afraid you'll screw it up, so you'd rather not try. That's good. Tsunade knows how to push him. Hiruzen marveled at Tsunade taking his side. Jiraiya crossed his arms. I'm not scared. I just know myself. I don't belong in an office. Tsunade shrugged. Maybe not, but if you don't take the job, someone else will. Jiraiya frowned. Like who? She glanced at Hiruzen. I hear Danzo has been interested, Tsunade said. Jiraiya's face darkened. Oh, hell no. No one liked Danzo, but Jiraiya genuinely hated him. Danzo basically stood against everything Minato and Jiraiya believed in. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow.
Then do something about it.
Jiraiya groaned, rubbing his temples. You planned this, didn't you? You knew I'd hate the idea of Danzo taking over.
I had a hunch.
Hiruzen admitted. Jiraiya sat there. He was looking for a way out. Then he exhaled, running a hand through his hair. This is a nightmare, he muttered.
Not really,
Hiruzen said.
Konoha is strong. You won't have to do this forever, but right now, you're the best choice.
Jiraiya stared at the ceiling. I can't believe this is happening. Tsunade smirked. Guess that makes you Lord Fifth. Jiraiya groaned louder. That sounds awful. Hiruzen chuckled.
You'll get used to it.
Jiraiya looked at him, then at Tsunade, then back at the ceiling. Finally he sighed. Fine, he muttered, but I swear, if I have to sit through a single boring meeting, I'm sending a shadow clone instead. Hiruzen smiled.
That's the spirit.
Just put this damn hat on, and then do whatever you want. He was so close to getting his freedom back. Jiraiya slumped in his chair. You owe me for this.
I'll buy you a drink,
Hiruzen offered. Jiraiya perked up. Make it 2, and also, you will become my advisor. You need to be there for me all the time. Hiruzen nearly choked, ready to argue, but Jiraiya raised a hand to stop him. I'm not done. Jiraiya said firmly. I'll take the Hokage seat, but only on one condition. I'm taking Naruto in. I'll be raising him. If you don't agree, then forget it. Hiruzen stared at him. He's not part of any clan, so it should be fine. No one would dare challenge a legendary Sannin and Hokage without a damn good reason. But this advisor thing, he's just going to dump all the paperwork on me, I know it. His initial relief gave way to irritation, but he wasn't about to push his luck. If Jiraiya backed out now, getting him to reconsider would be near impossible. After a long pause, Hiruzen sighed.
Fine, thank you.
Jiraiya scoffed. Yeah, just give me a few months, old man. I need time to set up a place and get to know Naruto properly. He's just a kid, and I want to bond with him first. Once I become Hokage, I have a feeling I won't have much time for that. Hiruzen nodded, a small smile forming on his lips. At least my conscience won't be eating at me anymore. Jiraiya was about to stand up and leave when Tsunade started talking. I also have something to say, she began. Since I kind of returned, Itarama is already pushing me to become the head of the clan, but I can't. At least not yet. So I'll be leaving the village for a few months, but I'll be back. She turned to Jiraiya and grinned. I'll be on this pervert's council. Someone needs to keep him in check. Who knows what kind of rules he'll try to pass under the pretext of research. Jiraiya coughed, looking away. He had been planning to use his new position to make research a little easier. But now, that wasn't happening. Anyway, where are you headed? Jiraiya asked, eager to change the subject but genuinely curious. The land of water, said Tsunade, and her face turned serious. There's a clan I need to visit. She then glanced at Hiruzen. And I'll also be stopping by Takimura. Hiruzen choked at the mention of the land of water.
Why do you want to go there?
I know you were planning to send an ANBU squad on a long-term mission, Tsunade said, pouring herself a cup of water. Don't. I'll handle the information gathering while taking care of my own business. She really meant it when she said she was back. This kind of intel shouldn't have been easy to get. Hiruzen didn't object. If anything, he was relieved. The main reason Tsunade had decided to return was Orochimaru. But even before that, she had already been planning to go to the land of water, and she wasn't going alone. She was going to bring Nora with her. The Arasami clan was about to receive an unexpected visitor. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but now that I know the truth about Orochimaru, I can't keep lying to myself. The Arasami clan is under his influence. Tsunade hadn't told anyone, but she once helped Orochimaru with his research. And when she examined Nora, she saw traces of that same research on her body.
Going to the land of water is one thing,
Hiruzen said.
But you also want to represent Konoha in Takimura.
I'm going to Takimura for my own reasons, Tsunade said with a sigh. But considering my status, I'll be treated as Konoha's representative whether I want to or not. Fine then. It's settled, Jiraiya said, stretching. I'll go do some research before finding a place for me and setting up a meeting with Naruto, old man. With that, he disappeared in a flicker, straight toward the nearest bathhouse. Hiruzen and Tsunade exchanged glances, identical smirks forming on their faces. Maybe making him Hokage wasn't such a great idea after all. Kaoru walked through Konoha's bustling streets, his thoughts focused on tomorrow's match. It had been decided that he would face Hyuga Yuki. With only 3 participants left and only 2 spots in the finals, the rules followed the second-round system. Whoever had the most impressive fight would advance automatically. And while his match against Toji had been a great fight, it hadn't been as flashy as Itachi versus Mizuki. At least not to the audience, who had been captivated by Mizuki's Butterfly Inferno. I don't mind, actually. More fights mean more experience, and that's always a good thing. Especially when I'm up against a Hyuga. Who knows when I'll get another chance to experience the Byakugan firsthand. Right now, he was on his way to meet Itachi, who had agreed to take him to a certain shop, one that supposedly sold rare scrolls and items unavailable elsewhere. That day, I didn't pay much attention, but now that I think about it, the head of Konoha's police force knows about a shop that sells forbidden goods and does nothing. That's kinda weird. Not that he cared. As long as he found what he was looking for, it didn't matter.
Kaoru, over here.
Itachi waved when he spotted him. After Kaoru's unexpected visit, Itachi had decided to drop his suspicions. Instead of overthinking, he chose to be grateful. Kaoru had helped him, and that was enough. He hadn't sought Kaoru out afterward, but now, since Kaoru had asked about the shop, he agreed to show him the place so he could check the prices. Kaoru currently had 1.5 million ryo, a huge sum by normal standards, but on the black market it might not amount to much. The shop itself didn't seem suspicious at first glance. It openly sold scrolls and other shinobi-related goods, which made Kaoru skeptical, but when Itachi whispered something to the shop owner, they were led to a back room. There, the owner handed Kaoru a small scroll with a list of items.
Itachi, if you don't mind me asking, how does the head of the police force know about this and do nothing?
Kaoru asked as he scanned the list.
Because this shop belongs to Konoha,
Itachi answered casually.
and all the money it earns goes back to Konoha. The items here aren't forbidden because they're too powerful. They're forbidden because of their drawbacks. Besides, all the other great villages already know about them, so Konoha might as well make some money by selling them at outrageous prices.
Kaoru glanced at the list and immediately saw what he meant. Premium soldier pill, 10,000 ryo, advanced chakra paper, 100,000 ryo, how to create Kekkei Genkai, 10 million ryo. Some of the items were obvious scams. How to create Kekkei Genkai? Yeah, right. There was no way Konoha would sell something like that. But if Itachi hadn't told him the truth, Kaoru might have been tempted. The shop was selling it for 10 million ryo. There had to be people desperate enough to fall for it. Then his eyes landed on the one thing he truly wanted. Shadow clone jutsu, 5 million ryo.
What the hell is this price? How is anyone supposed to afford this?
Kaoru felt utterly dejected. Now he understood why Konoha allowed these sales. 5 million for the basic shadow clone jutsu, not even the multi-shadow clone version. That was straight-up robbery. Itachi noticed the look on Kaoru's face and smirked.
Did you expect it to be cheap?
No, but I didn't expect something this ridiculous.
Kaoru scoffed, still glaring at the price.
Don't worry.
Itachi said, amused.
My parents said it's fine if I teach you. I'll give you a scroll. Let's just pretend you bought it here.
Kaoru nearly hugged him.
He's so damn nice. I'll make sure to help you in the future.
Itachi didn't need to be a mind reader to see Kaoru's determination. It was practically radiating off him.
There should be other things here that might be useful to you.
Itachi added.
I was never going to let you buy that scroll anyway.
Laughing, he handed Kaoru a sealed scroll. Without hesitation, Kaoru stored it in his seal.
I'll repay you for this kindness someday,
he said sincerely, glancing back at the shop's list.
You did save my life, you know.
Itachi chuckled.
I'm worth more than a scroll.
Kaoru nodded but said nothing. He still wanted to return the favor. After scanning the list again, he made a few purchases. He bought 5 premium soldier pills, which supposedly let a shinobi fight non-stop for 3 days. He wasn't sure if he'd ever need them, but better safe than sorry. He also got 3 advanced chakra papers, which would allow him, Mizuki, and Akane to find out their second element affinity, and a few books, mainly on human anatomy and various sciences unrelated to shinobi techniques. When he was done, he had 1 million ryo left. But after betting on himself in the upcoming matches, he was confident he'd earn even more.
I'll bet on myself tomorrow.
As he and Itachi parted ways, Kaoru's mind was already on his next fight. He would be facing Hyuga Yuki next. Chapter 62, Suijingan vs. Byakugan.
Kaoru sat cross-legged on his bed, the shadow clone jutsu scroll spread open on his lap. He hand-clenched the edges and was looking down on it like it was some kind of priceless treasure. Finally, he had been obsessed with this jutsu ever since he arrived in this world, and now he had the real thing right in front of him. All right, let's see what I'm working with.
His eyes darted over the lines of text, absorbing every word like a starving man at a feast. The basics weren't surprising. He already knew how it worked from Naruto. Shadow clones weren't illusions. They were solid, fully functioning copies that split his chakra evenly. The real advantage was obvious. When they dispelled, all their experiences came back to the original. Training, scouting, multitasking. This technique was an absolute cheat code.
I knew all that already, but seeing it written out like this, damn, it's real.
What he didn't know were the finer details, the way chakra had to be molded just right, not just split, but duplicated, reconstructed into separate bodies. The scroll described how most shinobi instinctively controlled chakra within their own bodies. But shadow clones required something extra. A seamless externalization of chakra, shaping it into an identical vessel.
So it's not just dumping chakra into a copy and hoping for the best. If I mess up the division, I could make a deformed clone. Or worse, one that just collapses immediately.
He skimmed down to the risks, already knowing what to expect. Chakra exhaustion, obviously. Mental strain, that too. But then he caught something that made him pause. Excessive use can cause cognitive dissonance, chakra instability, or loss of self-awareness in extreme cases. Kaoru's grip on the scroll tightened.
Cognitive dissonance? They mean memory overload, right?
He had never thought too deeply about how Naruto used shadow clones without frying his brain. From the anime, it seemed like second nature to him. But the reality was different. The human mind wasn't built to process multiple perspectives at once, and if someone went overboard, they could end up losing track of which thoughts belonged to them and which came from the clones.
So if I overuse this, I might start feeling like one of my own clones instead of the original? Yeah, that's horrifying.
Still, despite the risks, his excitement only grew.
None of that matters. I need this. This jutsu is a straight-up game-changer.
Itachi was right not to let him waste money on it, but now that he had the scroll, there was no way he wasn't at least reading it. He wouldn't practice it here, he had promised after all, but he could study the theory, commit every word to memory, and prepare for when he finally got the chance to use it. Kaoru closed the scroll carefully, and after moving it to his storage seal, he leaned back against the wall. His eyes were burning with determination, but there was also a hint of concern.
I can't rush this. I need to take it slow, learn it properly, and test my limits. Besides, with my chakra reserves, I doubt I can summon many shadow clones to begin with.
The scroll didn't say how much chakra was safe to split, and that made Kaoru suspicious. It wasn't about percentages. If it were, the scroll would have at least mentioned a rough guideline. Instead, he had a feeling it was about something deeper.
Maybe it's not about my own chakra at all. Maybe there's just a minimal threshold that can't be split further. If I push past it, I could injure myself, or worse.
He exhaled slowly. No, he wasn't going to be reckless with this. His life was too important to endanger by rushing.
Whatever. I'll worry about it later. Right now, I need to focus on tomorrow's fight.
Even if Hyuga Yuki wasn't stronger than him, that didn't mean the match would be easy. Akatsuchi had been stronger than her, and she had still won. That meant she had something beyond raw strength, something Kaoru couldn't afford to underestimate.
No mistakes, no carelessness. I'll fight with everything I've got, but I must also test my dojutsu against Byakugan. Who knows when I'll get another chance like this?
Hyuga with Byakugan was an excellent sparring partner for someone whose fighting style revolved around projectiles such as Kaoru's high-density water needles. That's why he wanted to fight Yuki and was not going to attempt to finish the fight quickly. With that thought, he shut his eyes, pushing the excitement of the shadow clone jutsu to the back of his mind. Tomorrow's battle came first. The arena buzzed with anticipation as Kaoru stepped onto the battlefield. His cyan eyes gleamed in the sunlight. Across from him stood Hyuga Yuki. While most people might have thought that she'd lose, Yuki did not think so. She had faced worse odds and come out on top. She was already in her stance, feet planted firmly, arms raised in the unmistakable gentle fist position. Her pale lavender eyes locked onto Kaoru, veins at the edges of her temples bulging slightly. The Byakugan was active. Kaoru had no intention of underestimating her. Even though she wasn't a main branch Hyuga, she had defeated Akatsuchi, someone physically stronger than her. That meant she wasn't just relying on textbook gentle fist strikes. She was smart and adaptable. The judge raised his hand. Begin! The moment the signal was given, Kaoru flickered backward. Yuki dashed forward, her movements fluid and controlled. Kaoru had expected this. Hyuga were always close-range fighters. She wanted to get in range to shut down his chakra network, and if she managed that, the fight would be over before it even began. But Kaoru wasn't about to let that happen. As he moved back, he activated his Suijingan. The moisture in the air stirred, and in an instant, thin, dark blue needles materialized around him.
Lingering death.
Yuki's Byakugan immediately picked up on the attack, her eyes shifting between the needles and Kaoru's stance. Kaoru watched her closely.
How will she react? Does she retreat? Does she deflect? Or does she charge forward anyway?
Yuki chose the latter. Rather than retreat, she twisted her body, using her superior vision to slip between the gaps in the needles. Kaoru smirked.
So, she's not just fast, she's got insane reflexes too.
It was impressive, but there was one problem with her strategy. She was closing the distance too quickly. Kaoru's hands flickered through seals.
Water release! Water clone!
A second Kaoru materialized beside him and immediately leapt forward, intercepting Yuki before she could reach the real him. She reacted instantly, twisting mid-air to strike the clone. Her chakra-coated palm met its chest. Water exploded outward, drenching the battlefield. Kaoru's Suijingan flared.
Perfect!
He extended his fingers slightly, manipulating the water that had just splashed onto the ground. In an instant, multiple needles started rising from the puddles around Yuki, but she was already moving. She pivoted on her heel and spun. 8 trigrams, palm rotation. A sphere of chakra burst from her, sending Kaoru's water needles scattering in all directions. He narrowed his eyes.
Not bad. She's got the defense, too. But I thought this technique was only taught to main family members. She probably learned it like Neji.
But even though Kaoru compared her to Neji, he had realized something important from that brief exchange. Yuki was strong, but she wasn't Neji-level strong. Her rotation wasn't large, and her technique wasn't perfect. It was just enough to repel projectiles, but it wouldn't hold against continuous pressure. In the meantime, Yuki was also analyzing Kaoru with her Byakugan. The battlefield is drenched, water from his clone, from his attacks, from the very air itself. But it isn't just water, it feels connected. Her Byakugan saw chakra as clearly as day, but Kaoru's was strange. It wasn't just in his body, it lingered in the water, scattered around the arena, like faint threads stretching out in all directions. Yet there was no clear distinction between what was controlled and what was just there. It's like his chakra is everywhere the water touches, but unless he moves it, I can't tell which parts he's actually controlling. That realization sent a shiver through her. A normal water release user would have to actively mold their chakra to shape water, but it was like Kaoru had already spread his influence across the entire battlefield without doing anything at all. If I react only when I see him shape the water, it'll already be too late. Yuki clenched her fists as she saw Kaoru's lips curling into a grin.
Let's see how long you can keep that up,
thought Kaoru and extended a hand, his Suijingan shimmering like frozen ocean water. More needles materialized. One after another, they formed from the water-soaked battlefield, hanging in the air like jagged shards of ice. Yuki exhaled sharply, already recognizing the pattern. She shifted her stance, adjusting for another rotation. Kaoru didn't let her breathe. With a flick of his fingers, the needles shot forward, one wave, then another, then another. They weren't overwhelming in strength, but they were relentless, forcing Yuki to either dodge or burn through her chakra defending herself. And just like Kaoru predicted, she spun, palm rotation. Another burst of chakra repelled his attack, but this time Kaoru kept going. The moment her rotation ended, more needles were already flying toward her. She tried to spin again, but this time it wasn't as clean. Her form was slightly off. Kaoru's eyes sharpened.
She's already feeling it.
Rotation was an excellent defense, but it burned through chakra fast. And unlike Kaoru, who had to use negligible amount of chakra to form needles, Yuki was already feeling the exhaustion. She was going to run out first. Realizing this, Yuki changed her approach. Instead of spinning, she ducked under the next volley of needles and charged again. Kaoru smirked.
I was waiting for that.
As she rushed forward, a thick tendril of water surged up from the ground, snaking toward her. She leapt to the side, dodging it, only to find another one already forming in her path. Kaoru wasn't just attacking, he was shaping the battlefield itself. The audience was murmuring now, realizing what was happening. Kaoru's water wasn't just coming from his techniques, it was recycling itself, shifting with his will. Yuki gritted her teeth and kept moving, weaving through the shifting water, pushing forward despite the relentless assault. Kaoru had to admit, she had guts.
She won't retreat. She knows that if she steps back, I'll just do this over and over again.
And yet, Kaoru wasn't trying to push her back. He wanted her to get close, just a little closer. Yuki finally reached striking distance, her palm thrusting forward toward his chest. That was when Kaoru made his move.
Water release! Water Guardian!
A dense sphere of water surged around him in an instant, acting as a solid barrier. Yuki's chakra-infused strike met the surface and stopped. Her attack didn't pierce through. Her eyes widened slightly, just as Kaoru smiled from inside the shield.
Checkmate!
From behind Yuki, the puddles of water she had ignored suddenly surged upward. Thin tendrils wrapping around her legs, binding her in place. The moment she had gone on the offensive, she had stopped dodging his lingering water traps. And now she was stuck. Yuki exhaled slowly. Even with her Byakugan, she had missed the subtle shift in the battlefield. She had lost. Kaoru deactivated his shield, letting the water fall away. He stepped forward, looking at her calmly.
You fought well,
said Kaoru. Yuki stared at him for a moment before clicking her tongue and sighing. I surrender. The judge raised his hand. Winner is Kaoru Takime from Takimura village. Cheers erupted from the stands, but Kaoru barely paid attention. He was already analyzing the fight in his head.
The Byakugan is powerful, but it's not invincible. Yuki's biggest weakness was stamina. Gentle Fist is incredible in close combat, but against someone who refuses to engage, it burns too much chakra.
As Yuki turned to leave, she suddenly stopped and looked at him. Next time I will get in range. Kaoru grinned.
I'll be looking forward to it.
With that, the match ended. Kaoru walked off the field, his mind already shifting to the next fight.
Itachi Uchiha. I'll have to do my best if I want to win.
Chapter 63, Itachi vs. Kaoru. The day of the final battle in the chunin exams had arrived. The arena was packed, and as expected, the majority of the spectators were cheering for Itachi. However, far more than anticipated were holding banners in support of Kaoru. His supporters were mostly outsiders, travelers from beyond Konoha, young girls captivated by his striking cyan eyes and sharp features, and those who simply disliked the Uchiha. But regardless of who they wanted to win, everyone shared the same overwhelming feeling: excitement. This wasn't just another match, it was the most anticipated fight of the tournament, and possibly one of the greatest chunin exam battles they had ever witnessed. At this point, no one even thought of Kaoru or Itachi as mere genin. They had already surpassed that level. Both stood at opposite ends of the battlefield, eyes locked. Itachi, despite his young age, had already carved his name into this tournament, defeating every opponent without breaking a sweat. Well, almost every one of them. His Sharingan gleamed, a vibrant red against his otherwise calm expression. Kaoru stood with his hands relaxed at his sides, but his Kaian Suijingan glowed faintly, the moisture in the air subtly shifting around him. Neither moved, neither blinked. The tension in the air was suffocating. Then the judge's hand fell. Begin! The moment the words left the proctor's mouth, Itachi vanished. A blur of motion, a flicker of speed. Kaoru reacted instantly, kicking back as a volley of shuriken tore through the space he had just occupied. The metallic clinks of steel rang out as they embedded themselves in the ground. But Itachi wasn't done. Before Kaoru even landed, kunai zipped toward him from the side, each one attached to thin, nearly invisible wires. It wasn't just an attack, it was a setup. Kaoru twisted mid-air, barely dodging as the wires strained. With a sharp flick of Itachi's wrist, the kunai curved mid-flight, trying to entangle him.
He planned this in advance. He's predicting my movements.
Kaoru's fingers blurred through a quick seal.
Water release, water guardian.
A layer of dense water swirled around him, forming a protective shield. The moment the kunai touched it, their momentum dulled, and they lost their force. Kaoru landed, immediately dismissing the jutsu to conserve chakra. The audience erupted in murmurs.
He's keeping up with Itachi's speed.
He's not even breaking a sweat.
From the stands, Maki leaned forward. She was enjoying the sight, but was still tense.
He's handling himself well so far, but he is too tense. He needs to relax a little and regain his usual confidence.
Fugaku Uchiha, standing among the spectators, observed the match with keen interest. He had already known Itachi would reach the finals. His son's talent was undeniable. But Kaoru, this boy was something different. Itachi had no wasted movements, yet Kaoru read his rhythm like an open book. His Suijingan, is it compensating for the Sharingan's predictive ability? Fugaku narrowed his eyes. This match will be interesting. Back on the battlefield, Kaoru barely had a moment to breathe before Itachi attacked again. Another burst of movement, faster this time. Itachi flickered directly behind him. His Sharingan glowed ominously as he swung a kunai straight for Kaoru's back. But Kaoru was already moving. The Suijingan wasn't just sight, it was presence. The moment Itachi entered his field, Kaoru's instincts flared. He sidestepped at the last second, twisting away as the kunai sliced through the air, missing by mere inches. Itachi didn't hesitate. He flicked his wrist. One shuriken became 10. A rain of steel shot toward Kaoru, but Kaoru did not panic.
Lingering death.
Water needles materialized instantly, intercepting the shurikens mid-flight. The projectiles clashed, knocking each other out of the air with sharp metallic rings. Itachi's Sharingan glowed. His fingers twitched. The shurikens weren't done. The wires attached to them suddenly tightened, snapping them back toward Kaoru from multiple angles. Kaoru clicked his tongue.
Chach, he's relentless.
Without hesitation, he twisted his body, evading the first few shuriken. But the last two were unavoidable. He crossed his arms to block, only for them to phase right through him. The audience gasped. A water clone. The real Kaoru had already repositioned. Perched on the far edge of the battlefield, he landed smoothly, his eyes glowing like frozen sapphires.
Your traps are impressive, Kaoru admitted, but you're not catching me that easily.
Itachi remained silent. Then slowly he smiled. Kaoru's muscles tensed. That wasn't a good smile. Itachi formed a single hand seal. Kaoru's muscles tensed the moment he saw Itachi's fingers flick through a single hand seal.
He's up to something.
Before he could react, Itachi exhaled sharply.
Fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu.
Small, controlled fireballs erupted from his mouth, shooting toward Kaoru in rapid succession. Unlike a standard great fireball, these flames didn't just fly in a straight line, they were unpredictable, weaving mid-air, their paths shifting as if guided by an invisible force.
Wires again. He can control the flames as well?
Kaoru wasted no time, his hands blurred through a single seal. Water release, water guardian. A dense, protective sphere of water surged around him, its high-density outer shell absorbing the first few fireballs on impact. Steam erupted from the contact, filling the battlefield with a hazy mist. The heat pressed against him, but his barrier held firm. For a moment, the battlefield stood still, obscured by thick white vapor. Kaoru exhaled, his cyan eyes narrowing.
I did not want to use this. Fighting Itachi head-on to experience his tactics. Firsthand is a rare opportunity, but if I want to win, I need to take control of the fight.
Up until now, he had avoided using Water Guardian. It wasn't just about conserving chakra, it was about learning. Fighting Itachi had been a rare opportunity to sharpen his instincts, to see what a future genius was truly capable of. But now it was time to shift gears. The moment the steam began to clear, Kaoru's Suijingan shimmered. He clenched his fingers slightly, and the battlefield responded. Water pooled at his feet, moving like living veins across the arena floor. It wasn't just leftover moisture from his previous techniques, it was a trap. Itachi's Sharingan glowed as he analyzed the shifting battlefield. Kaoru smiled.
You see it, don't you? The moment you step wrong, this fight ends.
However, Itachi was not worried, and he made the first move. He flickered into motion, closing the distance in an instant. A kunai gleamed in his hand as he slashed forward. But he wasn't aiming for Kaoru directly. Instead, the attack was aimed at the Water Guardian. Kaoru's defensive shell rippled slightly under the impact, but Itachi didn't stop there. His other hand was already in motion, hurling two more kunai at different angles. They struck simultaneously, sending faint ripples through the outer layer. It wasn't enough to break it, but Kaoru's eyes sharpened.
He's testing the shell's strength.
Itachi flickered back a few steps, eyes scanning the barrier as if calculating the best way to crack it. Kaoru observed Itachi.
He must have realized by now that kunai will never be able to break it.
Water Guardian wasn't just a simple sphere of water, it had a high-density outer shell, reinforced and sustained with Kaoru's chakra. Unlike weaker defensive techniques, it wasn't something that could be disrupted easily. But that didn't mean he was going to sit inside it and let Itachi keep testing. Kaoru flicked his fingers slightly, and the water on the ground reacted. Thin, sharp tendrils of liquid surged up, aiming for Itachi's legs. The Uchiha's eyes snapped downward, his Sharingan tracking the movement instantly. He jumped back, but Kaoru had already expected that. The moment Itachi's feet left the ground, Kaoru twisted his fingers. The tendrils changed direction mid-air. Itachi's eyes widened slightly. Instead of striking where he had been, Kaoru's attack anticipated where he would land. There was no footing, no solid ground to regain balance, only water. Itachi had no choice. He threw a kunai immediately and propelled himself using a wire attached to it. But in that instant, Kaoru had already shifted his strategy. Lingering death. Sharp, dark blue, high-density water needles materialized above the battlefield, hovering like shards of fluid metal. Kaoru's Suijingan gleamed as he flicked his wrist. They shot forward in an instant. Itachi didn't dodge. Instead, he retaliated. His hands flashed through a quick seal.
Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Two identical Itachis appeared beside him, each moving in separate directions. Kaoru didn't flinch. His Suijingan instantly picked up on the water flow within the Itachis. One of them was real. The other was a decoy. Kaoru's fingers twitched. One set of needles split mid-air. One volley targeted Itachi's original body. The other volley aimed for the fake. The clone dispersed into mist the moment it was struck. Kaoru smirked.
Got you.
Itachi, now down to just his real self, had no time to escape the second wave of needles. He moved, but not fast enough. One needle nicked his shoulder. It wasn't deep, but the moment it touched his skin, Itachi's movement slowed. His Sharingan flickered in realization.
That water. It's heavier than normal.
Kaoru grinned.
Figured it out.
It wasn't just sharp and hard water. High density meant that it was also heavy. Itachi was already adjusting, but Kaoru had no intention of giving him time. He formed another seal.
Water release. Water prison.
A swirling sphere of liquid formed around Itachi in an instant. The audience gasped.
Itachi's trapped.
This might be over.
Maki exhaled sharply, her fists clenched.
Don't let your guard down, Rue. This kid is dangerous.
From the Uchiha section, Fugaku's expression remained unreadable. He had no doubt that Itachi could escape. Just before the water prison could fully form, Itachi's hands completed a rapid sequence of seals.
Fire release, great fireball, jutsu!
A massive sphere of flames erupted from his mouth. Normally, water would counter fire with ease, but water prison was never meant to be a defensive jutsu. It was a containment technique. Against an attack of this magnitude, it crumbled instantly, the water collapsing with a sharp hiss before it could even form. But Itachi hadn't fired blindly. The flames surged straight toward Kaoru, engulfing his water guardian. The dense, high-pressure shell of water held firm, steam rising as the fire was extinguished on impact. But Itachi's sharp eyes caught something crucial. Kaoru's face twitched ever so slightly.
There it is. He felt that.
Itachi's Sharingan spun, analyzing every flicker of movement.
He has less chakra than me. Maintaining that defensive technique must already be taxing. He's struggling.
Itachi took a measured step forward. Then, fire release, great fireball jutsu. Another massive sphere of fire roared toward Kaoru, faster this time. Inside his protective barrier, Kaoru clenched his fists.
Shit! He figured it out. He had hesitated for only a fraction of a second, but that was all Itachi needed. If Kaoru had been just a step closer, he could have fully formed the water prison before Itachi countered. But now, that tactic was off the table. I still have enough chakra to keep defending like this, but he has more. If I keep playing attrition, I'll lose.
There was no time to hesitate. Kaoru's hands moved in an instant, shifting the Water Guardian from a sphere to a weapon. The dense outer layer morphed into spikes, launching straight at Itachi just as he exhaled another burst of flames. The fire collided with the water-forged projectiles, but the high-density outer shell of the spikes protected them from being incinerated. They punched through the blaze, still flying toward Itachi. Itachi's Sharingan caught the trajectory instantly.
They're not just aiming at me, they're targeting my possible escape routes too.
His lips curled into a slight smile. Clever. Itachi liked Kaoru. He was fun to be around, but now felt something beyond fondness. He felt respect.
All right, let's go all out.
He flickered. His body twisted through the air, slipping between the spikes with fluid precision. Before Kaoru could react, Itachi launched 2 shuriken mid-flicker. Kaoru's hand flicked and eyes glowed even brighter, summoning
lingering death.
His water needles intercepted the shuriken in mid-air, knocking them off course. But the shuriken curved.
Wires again.
Kaoru leapt to avoid the incoming trap, but Itachi was already beside him in the air. Kaoru barely had time to raise his arms before a powerful kick slammed into his side. The force sent him crashing into the ground. The crowd erupted.
Itachi's got this.
Konoha is going to win the tournament.
Kaoru exhaled sharply, pushing himself up immediately. His entire body tensed. This was the first hit he had taken since his battle with Hora, and he didn't like it. From the stands, Maki held her breath, fingers digging into her sleeves. Beside her, Guy was nearly vibrating in his seat, eyes locked onto the battlefield. He must not falter now, Guy muttered, his whole heart behind Kaoru. After all, Kaoru was his very first disciple, even if only for a short time. Hey, the real fight starts now, Fugaku murmured, leaning forward in anticipation. Then, a single drop of water hit the ground, then another. Then another. The entire arena was drenched in seconds as the skies opened up. Heavy pounding rain. Kaoru's smile widened immediately.
Lady Luck is on my side, huh?
Chapter 64, Suijingan's True Power. The arena was drenched in seconds as the skies opened up, rain pouring down as if rushing to aid the one who could command water at will. The downpour didn't strengthen Kaoru in the literal sense, but at that moment he could swear each droplet that struck the ground filled him with renewed energy. The exact strength he needed to defeat Itachi. Ordinary spectators did not understand the shift in the atmosphere, but to the shinobi watching, everything was clear. Kaoru had just received the greatest advantage possible. Even a regular water release user became exponentially stronger with a natural water source nearby. But Kaoru wasn't ordinary. With his ability to manipulate water as if it were an extension of himself, Itachi wasn't just fighting an opponent anymore. He was fighting an octopus in the water, maybe even a small kraken. For the first time since the tournament began, Itachi felt something unfamiliar. Doubt.
What do I do now? If I give him even a moment to take control of the battlefield, this fight is over.
Even when he realized he lacked a technique strong enough to break Water Guardian, he had never once doubted his victory. But now, the situation had changed. Still, Itachi wasn't the type to surrender. If he was going to lose, it would be after giving it everything he had. Itachi inhaled deeply, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he assessed the battlefield. Water pooled in every part of the arena, forming an ever-expanding network of Kaoru's influence. With each passing second, the rain continued to fall, strengthening his opponent's ability to manipulate the terrain.
I can't let him take control.
There was only one path to victory, unrelenting pressure. Before Kaoru could seize the moment, Itachi flickered forward, closing the distance in a blur. A handful of kunai shot from his fingers, but Kaoru was already reacting. With a subtle shift of his fingers, the puddles at his feet surged upward. Thin walls of water intercepted the kunai mid-air, knocking them aside before they could reach him. Itachi wasn't fazed. He had expected that. His hands blurred through another set of seals.
Fire release. Phoenix flower jutsu.
Small, rapid fireballs burst from his mouth, weaving unpredictably toward Kaoru. But unlike before, this time he didn't stop. The instant the flames left his lips, he moved again, wires glinting between his fingers. Kaoru's Suijingan flared as he tracked both the fireballs and the hidden danger behind them.
He's trying to divide my attention. Fire in front, wires behind.
Instead of dodging, Kaoru extended his hand.
Water release! Water wall!
A thick column of water surged upward, dousing the incoming flames instantly. But the moment the fire vanished, Kaoru's instincts screamed at him. The wires had already wrapped around his legs.
Shit!
Itachi didn't waste time. With a sharp tug, the wires snapped tight, pulling Kaoru off balance. He twisted mid-air, trying to reposition, but Itachi was already there. A shadow clone flickered beside him, kunai in hand, slashing straight for Kaoru's exposed side. Kaoru forced the water around him to surge, breaking the wires just in time. His foot barely touched the ground before he retaliated.
Lingering death!
Water needles shot out like homing missiles. Itachi's clone didn't stand a chance. The moment the first needle pierced it, it vanished in a puff of smoke. But the real Itachi had never stopped moving. Kaoru barely had time to register the faint splash of footsteps behind him before Itachi launched another wave of kunai. This time, Kaoru didn't try to block them. Instead, he moved with the water. The puddles at his feet surged, propelling him sideways in an unnatural glide. The kunai sailed past harmlessly. The audience gasped.
Did he just slide?
He's riding the water? That's insane.
From the stands, Fugaku Uchiha watched with a sharp gaze. He had known Kaoru was dangerous, but this level of control, he was treating the battlefield like a living extension of himself. Itachi, Fugaku muttered under his breath, you need to finish this before he fully adapts. Back on the battlefield, Kaoru skidded to a stop, his feet barely making contact with the soaked arena. His breathing was steady, but he knew this pace couldn't last forever. Itachi had more chakra than him, more endurance. He could keep this up longer. Kaoru needed to turn the tables. His fingers twitched, the rain responding instantly. The water gathering beneath Itachi's feet shifted, forming thin, unstable tentacles. Itachi's Sharingan noticed the changes immediately before tentacles could fully form.
He's trying to disrupt my footing.
Rather than let Kaoru take control, he acted first.
Fire release. Dragon breath jutsu.
A long but thin, twisting stream of fire rushed forward, cutting through the rain like a spear of molten heat. Kaoru's Suijingan gleamed. Instead of forming a defensive water wall, he did something different. The rain itself moved. Hundreds of tiny droplets swirled together mid-air, forming a spiraling counterforce of water against the incoming flames. The two techniques clashed, steam exploded outward in all directions, obscuring the battlefield in thick mist. The crowd gasped, their vision blocked by the sheer force of the collision. For a few seconds, nothing was visible. Then a shadow flickered within the mist. Kaoru's senses flared. A kunai slashed forward. Kaoru reacted instantly. His left arm shifted like liquid, molding a thin layer of water to deflect the blade. The kunai skidded off, missing his side by inches. The audience gasped.
He just used water like armor?
This is insane.
Kaoru barely had time to think before another attack came, a spinning kick aimed at his shoulder, but instead of blocking, he let the water pull him back, sliding effortlessly across the soaked battlefield.
This is getting out of hand. I need to take control of the fight.
Even before his momentum stopped, Kaoru's fingers twitched. The rain shifted. Lingering death. Dark blue needles materialized mid-air, launching toward Itachi in rapid succession. The sudden barrage forced him to retreat, flickering backward to avoid getting pinned down. But Itachi wasn't about to let Kaoru take control. The moment he reappeared, his hands had already finished weaving seals.
Fire release. Great fireball jutsu.
This time the flames roared larger, hotter, stronger. Kaoru's eyes widened.
Shit, he's forcing a direct chakra clash. Since he has more chakra than me, he doesn't care how much he burns through. I'll be the one who runs out first.
If Kaoru kept playing defensively, he'd lose, but he had no intention of playing Itachi's game. He flicked his wrist, shaping a thin, high-density water wall, just enough to block the flames without wasting unnecessary energy. But Itachi wasn't just trying to overpower him. He was creating an opening. The moment the fireball met the water, a massive cloud of dense steam erupted between them. Kaoru's Suijingen flared. He could still see movement, but visibility was low because of all the water in the air. Then, a flicker. Itachi rushed through the steam. A handful of shuriken tore toward Kaoru at high speed. Kaoru had already seen this trick before. Instead of deflecting them, he stopped them completely with thin water discs, freezing them mid-air. But Itachi wasn't using wires this time. His real goal was already in motion. Kaoru's heart pounded as he saw the faint flicker of chakra flow increasing around Itachi's eyes. Itachi was already in front of him. Close, too close. And he was looking for his gaze. Kaoru's mind snapped into focus.
He's trying to put me under genjutsu. Did the Suijingen grant any resistance to illusions?
Kaoru didn't know, and he wasn't about to find out.
Screw this! I'm going all out.
His chakra flared. The water beneath Itachi's feet shifted instantly, tendrils surging up like living creatures. A water tentacle wrapped around him, locking his limbs in place. Kaoru smirked internally.
The closer the water is to me, the faster I can control it.
Without hesitation, he launched a volley of water needles, aiming for Itachi's limbs to cripple his movement. But Itachi was already adapting. A kunai flashed in his hand, one clean slice, and the tentacle was severed. Just as he moved to flicker away, a single needle pierced his left leg. It wasn't a deep wound, but the moment it hit, a sharp, weighty pressure spread through his limb. The pain wasn't the worst part, though. It felt like a heavy, razor-sharp weight had slammed into him. For the first time since the fight began, Itachi was the one who needed to create distance. His mind raced as he flickered backward.
I won't be able to move as freely like this. Now it's me who has to maintain distance.
Still, his expression remained completely neutral. The crowd exploded into cheers. At this point, no one cared who won anymore. Well, almost no one.
These kids are insane.
This is chunin level? No way, right?
Fugaku's expression was a mixture of pride and conflict. His son had never faced an opponent like this before. Is this kid really from some remote village? He muttered to himself. If an Uchiha lost to some obscure shinobi from Takemura, it would be a shame. But if that shinobi was Kaoru, it was different. For the first time, Fugaku considered something he had never thought possible. Itachi might lose. Meanwhile, in the stands, Maki and Guy were practically bouncing in place. Victory was close. Very close. Itachi's mind was racing. Fire attacks wouldn't be enough. He had one chance left. After that, Kaoru would definitely bombard him with more needles. And with his injured leg, he wouldn't be able to dodge them all.
Whatever. I'll try. If it fails, it fails.
He inhaled sharply. Since witnessing Toji versus Akane, Itachi had been experimenting with a yin-yang chakra combination. He had succeeded a few times on smaller scales. But it was unstable, imperfect. He couldn't precisely control the balance of yin and yang in his chakra, and he had never used it in an actual battle. But he had to try. He flickered through rapid hand seals.
Fire release. Enhanced Great Fireball Jutsu.
The massive fireball erupted from his mouth, but something was different. It wasn't just bigger. The flames themselves had changed. Yellow and white hues flickered through the fire, making it look almost unnatural. It didn't appear more menacing, but it radiated power. Kaoru's eyes sharpened.
Something new? All right, let's counter it.
His chakra flared. The rain around him responded instantly. A huge water sphere formed, its density slightly increased, but this was Kaoru's limit. He couldn't reinforce it any further. His chakra reserves were running low. His Suijingan control was beginning to strain.
I can already imagine the pain after this fight, but the win is worth it.
The arena held its breath as the two techniques collided. Fire versus water. Itachi had poured everything into this last attack. But his technique wasn't stable. The moment the fireball clashed with the dense water sphere, it began to deform. Itachi's technique was strong enough to stop the water, but it wasn't strong enough to break through. Kaoru exhaled, watching as the flames fizzled out.
If this technique had worked properly, my technique might not have been enough.
He turned his gaze to Itachi, only to see he was already forming another set of hand seals. This time, Kaoru didn't just prepare one water sphere, he shaped several. If this was going to be the final exchange, he was going to make it grand. A battle worthy of this fight, but suddenly a throbbing pain shot through his head, his vision blurred. Kaoru's fingers trembled as his eyes lost focus.
Number not now, please. Not now.
A sharp, piercing ache spiked through his skull. His hands shot up, clutching his head, squeezing in a futile attempt to stop the pain. The Suijingan's glow flickered. And in that moment, Itachi moved. He flickered beside Kaoru, kunai whipping toward his shoulder in a final decisive strike. The spectators were on their feet. No one could remain seated. As Itachi's kunai cut through the air, the entire crowd fell silent. People held their breath, afraid to blink, afraid to miss even a second. Everyone thought Kaoru had lost, but
I won't go down like this.
A surge of sheer willpower forced Kaoru to push through the pain. His eyes regained focus. The glow of the Suijingan flared back to life. A water disc materialized in an instant, blocking Itachi's kunai just before impact. Kaoru was still crouched, struggling to move, but against an opponent with no chakra left and a practically useless leg. That was enough. He could still fight. He shaped two needles. He couldn't form more. With the last of his strength, he launched them. Both needles struck their mark, piercing Itachi's shoulders. The Uchiha genius grunted, his body jerking slightly from the impact. But the one who hit the ground was Kaoru. His body finally gave out. The pain was too much. His chakra was drained. His vision blurred once more, and he collapsed. Itachi didn't move. He couldn't, even if he wanted to. Then a sharp crack split the air, like lightning striking the earth, and in the next blink, Maki was already there. She stood beside Kaoru, her face unreadable as she lifted him in a swift, practiced motion and vanished. No one resented her for it. No one thought ill of Maki. No one thought ill of Kaoru. No one thought ill of Takimura. And no one thought ill of Itachi Uchiha. Because this was the greatest fight the spectators had ever witnessed in this very arena. The day Uchiha Itachi nearly lost to a kid from a remote village. The crowd did not cheer. They didn't make obnoxious noise. Instead, a single pair of hands clapped. Then another, until a slow, steady applause spread through the entire stadium. This was not a celebration. This was respect. Respect for two children who had pushed themselves beyond their limits, who had truly gone all out. But the one feeling the strongest emotions was Itachi. He stared at the ground, his breath steady, but his mind racing.
I lost.
If Kaoru had been an enemy, if this had been a real battle, he would be dead.
He didn't aim for fatal points?
Itachi's fists clenched slightly. This fight was over, but the lesson it had given him would last forever. Chapter 65, First Moniker. Kaoru remained unconscious for nearly 6 hours. When he finally woke up, he was in the infirmary. The moment he tried to open his eyes, a sharp, piercing pain shot through them like thousands of needles stabbing at once. His body ached all over, every nerve still reeling from the shock of his overexertion. Yet despite the pain, he was still strong enough to feel absolute fear when he noticed the woman sitting inside his room. A curvy blonde woman was exuding an aura of quiet authority. She sat in a chair near his bed, casually flipping through the pages of a book. A book, he quickly realized, that was written by Jiraiya. She was Tsunade. Kaoru stiffened and kept staring at her. She was more beautiful than he remembered, but she was also more domineering. "Oh, you're awake," she said, snapping the book shut and glancing at him. "You slept for a long time. Looks like that Kekkei Genkai of yours has quite the harsh backlash if overused." At first, Kaoru's heart nearly stopped. Tsunade being here got him anxious. Did something horrible happen? Was he in serious trouble? But despite his spiraling thoughts, her tone remained casual, nonchalant. And just like that, his panic eased.
"Thank you, Lady Tsunade."
Kaoru blurted out. He looked confused and dizzy.
"For a second, I thought I was in trouble. I didn't expect someone of your status to be the one looking after me."
Tsunade smirked. "Oh, I wasn't taking care of you." She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. "All you needed was rest. I did check your body, though." Her voice was too casual. Kaoru froze. Every single hair on his body stood on end.
"What do you mean, Lady Tsunade?"
Tsunade waved a hand dismissively. "Relax, kid. I'm not here to interrogate you about your bloodline." Then her expression shifted. Her golden brown eyes locked onto him. Her gaze was truly as sharp as a blade. "I heard you diagnosed Uchiha Itachi," she said. There was a hint of excitement in her voice. "How did you do that?" She leaned forward slightly. "And don't worry, I won't tell even Lord Hokage about your secrets." Kaoru swallowed. For a moment it felt like his mind was being dissected.
"Oh, sure. I'll just believe that. That's totally reassuring."
His thoughts raced.
"What do I do? If I say I made it up, Tsunade will think I am lying. Who would believe that I dared to trick Fugaku? On the plus side, no matter what happens, Uchiha won't care. But Tsunade will definitely think I'm lying, unless I give her a satisfactory explanation."
He needed an answer that wouldn't make her doubt him, but also wouldn't make her too interested. A lie to justify his previous lie. Kaoru exhaled and lowered his gaze slightly, shifting uncomfortably in his bed.
"To be completely honest, Lady Tsunade, I have no idea myself."
His voice was steady, but uncertain just enough to sound believable.
"This was the first time I ever saw something like that. I'd never seen it before. The imbalance in Itachi's body was brief, like it was there for a split second, and then gone when I blinked."
He hesitated as if reluctant.
"But I trust my dojutsu completely."
Kaoru met her gaze. He said those last words with a pride.
"I figured it was better to tell his family and be wrong than to say nothing and be right."
His lips quirked slightly.
"I like Itachi. I wanted to help him."
Kaoru let his words settle before adding one last piece.
"But even then, I told Lord Fugaku I wasn't completely sure."
As he finished speaking, he felt heat creeping onto his face. A faint blush. It caught him off guard.
"Wait, am I actually embarrassed? Or am I just getting better at faking it?"
Ironically, he wasn't sure. Tsunade took a moment to think. She hadn't expected that answer. It left a small hope that this boy might help her advance her research, but realistically, it sounded like he just got lucky. "I'll be traveling to Takimura when you return," she finally said. "I'll act as Konoha's representative. Let's continue our discussion then." With that, she stood up and left the room. Kaoru stared after Tsunade's back as she exited the room.
"God, I thought I'd be returning to a peaceful Takimura, but she's coming. I don't know what she wants from me, but she won't leave me alone. I know that much."
Still, if he had to pick someone to pester him, Tsunade was the best option.
"I'd rather deal with her than Jiraiya. Or even worse, Orochimaru. Besides, having her with us means the journey will be as safe as it gets."
He was still processing the news when, bang, The door flew open. Sugeru charged in, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a basket of sweets in the other.
This one took centuries to pick this basket,
He teased, jabbing a thumb at Mizuki, who entered just behind him along with the rest of the Takimura kids. Mizuki's face flushed red, darkening in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. For a moment, Kaoru thought she might scorch Sugeru alive, but before she could react, Yuji intervened.
It's not that Mizuki took a long time,
he said flatly.
It's that you kept picking the worst-looking sweets.
I did that intentionally,
Sugeru said with a smirk.
Kaoru would enjoy them more.
Kaoru looked at his friends and smiled brightly. Even if he wasn't particularly close with everyone, he had grown to like all of them.
How are you feeling?
Akito asked, stepping forward and tossing Kaoru a small pouch. Kaoru caught it, already knowing what it was, his winnings. He had asked Akito to place a bet on him before the match. Inside the pouch was 1.8 million Ryo.
I'm feeling much better now,
Kaoru laughed as he grabbed the pouch. Then the room got even more crowded. Maki, Shin, and Guy entered next. Your fight was a perfect example of the youthful spirit, Guy declared, giving Kaoru a huge thumbs up. Shin, on the other hand, simply muttered,
You did great,
before letting out a lazy yawn.
It's like opposite sides of the same coin.
Kaoru laughed internally. Then he turned to Maki, expecting a scolding, but she was beaming.
Great job, Rue,
she said proudly.
Everyone's talking about Takimura. People even started calling you to be decided.
The Takimura crew and Guy stayed a little longer, but eventually they all left. Kaoru sat back, enjoying the warmth of his friend's visit, the praise, the laughter, the energy, even the sweets Mizuki had brought. They were perfect.
This is really good. I need to thank her later. She picked all the stuff I love.
Then he heard soft footsteps approaching the door.
How do you feel?
Itachi, who was slightly limping, entered the room. Kaoru sat up.
More like, how are you? Unlike me, you actually suffered some injuries.
His concern was genuine, but a hint of pride snuck into his voice.
I injured Itachi Uchiha. Hey. I like the guy, but I can't help but enjoy the achievement.
Kaoru thought he was perfectly masking his emotions, but Itachi laughed.
At least you sounded genuine,
he said, shaking his head. Kaoru blinked, then shrugged.
I am.
They held eye contact for a second before both started laughing. As their laughter faded, Itachi told Kaoru that practically everyone in Konoha knew his name now. He had quickly become a minor celebrity, the boy who had nearly defeated Uchiha Itachi.
I didn't win, though,
Kaoru chuckled, but this time Itachi didn't laugh.
Yes, you did,
he said, his expression carrying a hint of disappointment.
I'm not upset that I lost. I'm upset that I'm not as strong as I thought I was.
Kaoru interrupted him.
You won. I know you think that since I pierced your shoulders, I could have killed you in a real fight,
Kaoru continued.
But you weren't trying to kill me either. Plus the rain. You won fair and square.
Itachi didn't reply immediately.
Don't be too hard on yourself,
Kaoru added.
And more importantly, can I buy any good scrolls or books with 1.8 million Ryo?
His excitement was impossible to hide. For a moment, Itachi blinked in surprise, then he chuckled, shaking his head.
Not the scrolls you'd want,
he said.
The ones you could buy wouldn't be useful at your level.
They spent some more time talking, exchanging thoughts about the battle, their experiences, and the future. Eventually, the conversation wound down. Kaoru would be departing the next morning. They hadn't known each other for long, but in that short time, they had forged a connection. A mutual respect. Would that relationship last? Or was it just a fleeting bond between two young shinobi? Only time would tell. The Takimura delegation was finally returning home, but they weren't alone. At the front of the group, Tsunade walked at a leisurely pace. She was flanked by two girls. One of them, a young woman around 16 or 17, walked beside her with a calm and composed expression. She had dark hair and a pretty face, but otherwise she was unremarkable in any way that stood out. Kaoru's gaze shifted to the unremarkable girl. Even though she was quite different compared to what he remembered, he still managed to recognize her.
I didn't expect Shizune to come along. Actually, I can understand Shizune being here, but her?
Beside Tsunade, looking noticeably uncomfortable, Nora walked in silence. Kaoru didn't blame her. After everything that had happened during the exam, her companions had done little to make friends with Takimura's kids. Well, neither had she. She knew it too. The others from Takimura weren't fond of her presence, except for Mizuki, who, as always, remained indifferent. But Kaoru's mind was already elsewhere. He had made a firm decision. For the next year, his main focus would be on developing the chakra rotation method. He had seen firsthand how powerful it was. Akane, who hadn't even fully mastered it, had still overpowered Toji Senju in taijutsu. That alone was proof of its potential. But there was something that intrigued Kaoru even more.
If the chakra rotation method boosts cells and increases their function, enhancing strength, speed, healing, and even perception, then what will happen when I develop pathways specifically for the brain?
His two biggest weaknesses right now were his chakra reserves and the Suijingan's backlash. Even though Kaoru's chakra reserves were no longer pitiful, actually it was even slightly bigger than an average chunin, it was nowhere close enough to use Suijingan the way Kaoru wanted to. And Suijingan itself had a huge flaw, backlash. What happened with Itachi had been a clear warning. If the same happened in the middle of a real fight, he would die. If the chakra rotation method could help stabilize his Suijingan even slightly, it would be a huge advantage. But even if it didn't, he still needed to improve his taijutsu. And he had already decided, as soon as he got back, he would commission a new weapon. Kaoru felt a surge of excitement. With Shadow Clone Jutsu, he could split his efforts. One clone dedicated to studying theory and practicing weapons, while his real body focused on creating new chakra pathways. Kaoru did not know it for sure, but he speculated that his limit would be 2 or 3 clones. Well, he hadn't even learned Shadow Clone Jutsu yet. But the thought didn't discourage him. If anything, it thrilled him, because he had already tasted the results of hard work.
It's a fact. I nearly defeated Itachi. Even though the rain gave me a huge advantage, the reality is that very few people could push him that far. I'm not a genius, but let's be real. Suijingan is strong. If I put in even more effort, I can be far stronger than I ever planned.
His eyes flickered to Tsunade, Shin, and Maki.
And there are people who can help me get there faster.
What those 3 didn't know yet was that soon enough they would be hiding from him. Because once Kaoru activated hardcore training mode, there would be no escape. Chapter 66. The Shadow Clone Jutsu. It had been a day since Kaoru and the rest of the Takimura delegation returned. The entire village already knew what had happened during the chunin exams, and the kids were welcomed home as heroes. Especially Mizuki and Kaoru, who had stood out the most. Takimura was lively, filled with celebration and excitement, but beneath the surface, things weren't looking great. Kirigakure was slowly increasing the number of shinobi deployed against them, a clear sign that the conflict was escalating. Meanwhile, Tenma, who had left nearly 2 weeks ago in an attempt to bring in the Noda clan, still hadn't returned. While his absence didn't necessarily mean something had gone wrong, the already tense village was growing even more anxious. Takimura was small, and secrecy was nearly impossible, so everyone knew each other too well. Their precarious situation was common knowledge. Still, the return of the delegation lifted spirits, even if only temporarily. Despite having barely been back for a day, Kaoru had already received orders from Suiren that starting tomorrow he would be attending clan meetings. To everyone's surprise, he didn't object. Kaoru had already accepted this responsibility, even if he wasn't particularly happy about it. He understood the reality. Takime Clan was still weak, and they couldn't afford for both heirs to reject succession. Maki had given up on the Suijingan to grow stronger, and according to Takime Clan customs, Kaoru, who had fully awakened it, was named the primary heir in her place. Unlike Maki, who stepped down to pursue greater strength, Kaoru had no such justification. If he refused, it would be purely out of reluctance, and that was unacceptable.
If I'm going to lead the Takime, I might as well start shaping it the way I think is best.
He already had a few ideas, and tomorrow he would share them. Ever since he awakened in this world, Kaoru had wondered why the Takime clan was so lenient with the younger generation. He couldn't understand the reasoning behind it, and now, as heir, he intended to change that. For a small clan like Takime, every member was precious, and they needed to be made as strong as possible. Kaoru planned to attend the meeting after his morning training. He was going to follow Guy's training regimen and also work on new pathways for the chakra rotation technique. But today he was taking it easy, as he had something else to take care of. He walked through the streets, heading toward the remote area of the village where the Durinu clan had settled. Even though Kaoru had been gone for barely a month, Takemura had changed noticeably. There were more shops, even restaurants. Civilians, who didn't belong to any clan, had started settling in. It was a good sign for the village's growth, but it also posed a risk. Kaoru was almost certain that some of those civilians were spies. It wasn't even a question of if, he was confident that at least a few of them were gathering information for someone. Still, that was an issue for later. For now, he had reached the Durinu clan's district and started looking for a forge. He had already asked Akura whether he should commission a weapon from the forge near the village center, or from the Durinu clan directly, and Akura had told him that if he wanted the best blacksmith, he'd find him here. Kaoru spotted a small forge beside a neat but modest house. He approached the forge and knocked softly on the door, waiting for a response. When none came, he tried again, this time louder, but still there was silence. After several attempts with no answer, he turned toward the small but well-kept house beside the forge and knocked on that door instead. "Come in," a deep voice called from inside. Kaoru opened the door and stepped inside. He was met with the sight of a middle-aged man sitting behind a workbench. His hands were covered in soot and calluses. He had a long silvery beard and hair.
I wonder how they can maintain such a long beard and hair when they constantly work near the fire,
thought Kaoru involuntarily, and continued looking at the man with curious gaze. The man simply sat, waiting for Kaoru to finally speak.
"Excuse me, I'm looking for a blacksmith,"
Kaoru said with a polite smile, bowing slightly. He knew that artisans, especially blacksmiths, were proud of their craft, and respect often mattered as much as payment when it came to accepting commissions. The man leaned back in his chair, his sharp eyes scanning Kaoru with mild curiosity. "You found the best blacksmith in this village, but my services aren't cheap." A wry smile tugged at his lips, as if daring Kaoru to test him.
"That won't be a problem,"
Kaoru replied with quiet confidence.
"I don't need anything extravagant, just a long steel rod."
He then went on to explain his idea, how the rod would act as the core, how he would use high-density water to manipulate the weapon's form, changing the tip into different shapes depending on the situation. With each word, the blacksmith's expression shifted from indifference to intrigue. By the time Kaoru finished, the man's eyes gleamed with interest. Here he had expected another request for a sword, a dagger, or maybe even a katana. Instead, this boy had brought him something different, something new. Now this was a commission worth taking. "I'll need to see you train first to get a rough idea about your abilities and how you fight. We also need to decide on the weapon's length. Since you're still growing, and probably rapidly, you'll have to adjust it often," the blacksmith said, leaning back in his chair. "Just let me know when and where to watch your training, and we'll talk about the rest." He pulled open a drawer, retrieved a pipe, and started preparing his smoke.
"All right then, I'll come back in a few days. Could you give me a price range? I need to budget for other things, so I'd like to know how much I can spend."
The blacksmith hummed in thought before answering. "If your abilities impress me, I'll do it for 100,000 Rio. If not, 500,000. But if it's 100,000, you'll only commission weapons from me." He tried to keep his voice gruff and cool, something like an unwritten rule among blacksmiths, but his excitement was hard to contain. The moment Kaoru had mentioned high-density water and a weapon that could change shape, the man's mind had exploded with ideas. This high-density water sounded like an entirely new type of alloy, something completely outside the realm of ordinary craftsmanship. And truth be told, even 500,000 wouldn't cover the cost of materials. But Kaoru, who had even brighter Chaiyan eyes than Maki, was clearly from the Takime clan, and the Durinu clan owed Takime a great debt. This was the blacksmith's way of repaying that debt.
That's great. I expected it to cost much more,
Kaoru said, placing a small pouch of 500,000 ryo on the table.
No need to reduce it, even if you like my skills. I'm more than happy to pay people who work hard.
Without waiting for a response, he turned toward the door.
I'll be going then. I'll come back in a few days.
With that, Kaoru stepped out of the forge and headed home. It was finally time to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kaoru sat cross-legged on his bed, the Shadow Clone Jutsu scroll once again open on his lap. This time it wasn't just theory, he was going to actually learn it. His fingers traced the parchment lightly as he reread the same words he had studied days ago, back when he had promised Itachi he wouldn't learn it until he left Konoha. He already understood the mechanics. Shadow clones weren't simple chakra projections like basic clones. They were full duplicates, each taking an equal share of the user's chakra. The biggest risk was chakra exhaustion and memory overload. If he rushed things with Shadow Clone Jutsu, the consequences could be devastating. He inhaled deeply, grounding himself.
All right, no rushing. I've already prepared for this. Let's do it properly.
Kaoru took a slow breath and pressed his hands together.
Shadow Clone Jutsu!
Chakra surged through his body, too fast, too uneven. There was a sharp pull, like something inside him had been forcibly split apart, but instead of a perfect duplicate, a mangled, flickering form appeared. Kaoru barely had time to process it before the half-formed clone collapsed into nothing. He winced.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was afraid of.
The chakra split had been uneven. Too little chakra and the clone wouldn't stabilize. Too much, and he'd just be wasting energy. The balance was the key. He closed his eyes, taking a moment to feel the way his chakra had moved. The sensation of splitting himself was unlike anything else, almost like tearing a thread from fabric.
All right, let's try again.
He formed the hand seal once more, this time focusing on even distribution. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A puff of smoke and another failure. This time the clone had formed properly, but before it could even react, it dissolved into water. Kaoru groaned.
Great. I just invented the world's most advanced puddle technique.
He sat back, analyzing what had gone wrong.
It didn't collapse instantly, which means the chakra division was better. But the moment it tried to move, it lost form. So I didn't give it enough chakra.
It was a fine balance. Too much chakra, and he'd burn out faster. Too little, and the clone wouldn't even be usable. Taking another deep breath, he pressed his hands together again. Shadow Clone Jutsu. There was a surge of chakra, sharper, cleaner. A puff of smoke erupted before him, and when it cleared, a perfect duplicate stood in front of him. Kaoru stared at his clone, and his clone also stared back. For a moment, neither moved. Then the clone smirked.
Damn, I'm good looking.
Kaoru rolled his eyes.
Fantastic. I'm annoying too.
The clone chuckled but didn't disappear. This time it was stable. Kaoru focused inward, trying to analyze the sensation. The moment the clone had formed, it was as if part of his chakra had been cut away and placed into another body. The chakra wasn't linked anymore, it had been divided. But there was something else. Kaoru closed his eyes, reaching deeper into his chakra network. And then he found it. A faint, almost invisible thread. Not a direct connection, not like normal chakra flow, but an awareness. The clone was independent, but at the same time, Kaoru could feel it, almost like sensing his own limb at a distance.
Fascinating.
He turned to his clone.
All right, let's test something.
The clone raised an eyebrow.
What? You don't trust your own jutsu?
Kaoru ignored him.
Go grab a book and read the first page.
The clone let out a dramatic sigh.
Great. I'm a glorified errand boy. Just do it.
Still grumbling, the clone walked to the nearby shelf, grabbed a random book, and flipped it open. Kaoru waited. After a minute, he dispelled the clone, and then the memories flooded in. Words, sentences. The texture of the page, the way the book had smelled slightly of ink and dust. He remembered it perfectly. Kaoru exhaled slowly.
That's incredible. I didn't realize the clones could even smell stuff.
If one clone could study while he trained, he could double his progress. If two clones studied different subjects at the same time, he could learn twice as fast. His mind raced at the implications.
Training, research, even missions. This is a straight-up cheat code.
But he needed to be careful. If one clone reading a book for a few moments felt normal, then what would happen if he had 10 clones reading for a long time? Would he get all of those memories dumped onto him at once? The scroll had warned that excessive use can cause cognitive dissonance, chakra instability, or loss of self-awareness in extreme cases. Playing games with mind was risky, too risky, and Kaoru was not going to do that. He needed to test the limits slowly to find out the maximum number of clones he could use. Kaoru leaned back against the wall, exhaling slowly.
All right, one step at a time. I'll start with 1 or 2 clones, see how much I can handle.
Thanks to his Suijingan, Kaoru was used to headaches, so he was not particularly worried about the pain itself.
This is gonna be fun.
Chapter 67, Kaoru's First Initiative. Might Guy's training routine was hell. It never got easier, no matter how many hours were spent on it, because the moment an exercise became bearable, the difficulty had to be increased. He had designed it to break past human limitations, to prepare his body for the 8 inner gates. The green beast of Konoha, and later the red beast, hadn't been created in a day. It took countless hours of training, even more blood and sweat, and an unshakable will. At first, Guy had planned to create something similar for Kaoru, but then he changed his mind. Kaoru was never going to dedicate himself to taijutsu at the same level. He didn't need to. His Suijingan was his greatest strength, and his training needed to be tailored to that. So while Kaoru's routine was brutal, it was nowhere near the level of Guy's own. Kaoru stood in the training grounds, drenched in sweat. Every fiber of his body screamed with pain and exhaustion, even the ones enhanced by the chakra rotation technique. Guy's training followed a simple but brutal principle. To grow stronger, one must push past their limits, tearing muscle fibers apart so they could rebuild even stronger. And now Kaoru was experiencing that firsthand. He could feel the deep ache in his muscles and the strain in his limbs, but he could also feel the subtle sensation of recovery. The chakra rotation wasn't some miracle healing technique. It was nowhere near the level of medical ninjutsu, but it was still working. In the areas where the technique was active, he could feel his body rebuilding itself. And this was just the beginning. Who knew how powerful it would become once he fully connected the pathways? With a sharp breath, Kaoru straightened up and dusted off his training clothes. The morning training session was over, but there was no time to rest. He had a clan meeting to attend. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the bath. Technically, he could have just used his Suijingan to remove the sweat instantly. But that wasn't the same. He enjoyed the bath. It was warm, comfortable, and peaceful. After cleaning up, Kaoru went home to change. He had brought fresh clothes to wear after the bath, but the Takime clan was old-fashioned and steeped in tradition. Wearing Takime robes during a meeting was mandatory. His gaze flickered over the garments laid out for him, a black robe traced with cyan lines symbolizing flowing water, simple yet dignified.
I feel like a kid playing a grown-up, Kaoru chuckled to himself as he put on the clothes and looked at his own reflection in the mirror. I'm handsome, though.
Then he formed a hand seal.
Shadow Clone Jutsu.
With a puff of smoke, Kaoru's identical clone appeared beside him. Kaoru planned to leave the clone behind to read books while he attended the meeting. Still, he intended to be careful. Even if the meeting ran longer than expected, the clone would dispel himself after 2 hours to not cause brain overload. He hadn't tested how long his clones could last yet, not after spending all of last night exhausting his chakra on creating new pathways for chakra rotation. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of his theory. If chakra rotation could boost his brain's activity and efficiency, then in theory, it could expand his memory capacity and improve recall. That, in turn, might reduce the side effects of Shadow Clone Jutsu, just as it could potentially lessen the backlash of his Suijingan. But it was still just a theory, and before he could test anything, he had to complete the pathways throughout his entire body. The shifting flow sword-style scroll had explicitly stated that one must fully develop the chakra rotation pathways in the body first. Only then could they attempt to integrate it into their brain.
It's time to leave. I don't want to make a bad first impression by being late.
Kaoru exhaled, straightened his robes, and left the house. The meeting was waiting. Kaoru sat in the room alongside Suiren, Akura, and the 3 other elders of the Takime clan. Since this was his first clan meeting, and given his young age, no one expected him to contribute. His only role was to sit quietly, observe, and learn the art of politics. At least, that was what they believed. If they could hear his thoughts, they would be speechless.
The way these guys look at me with condescending eyes is really annoying,
thought Kaoru, but still maintained a neutral face and listened to them intently. We need to ensure that the next batch of orphans is placed under our care, said Torino, the oldest among them. Though he had never surpassed the level of a special jonin even in his prime, his worth wasn't in combat ability, but in his talent for scheming. He was careful, distrustful of outsiders, and believed in securing the clan's future by any means necessary. That's right, Benno agreed, his tone edged with frustration. The Terumi clan already outnumbers us nearly 2-to-1. It's us who need the reinforcements. Benno, who managed both the clan's and the village's finances, was practical, but his concerns were different. But is recruiting orphans the right move? We need more chunin taking commissions to strengthen our economy. These children will require years of investment before they can contribute anything. The Takime clan is already supporting too many orphans as it is. Kaoru remained silent, observing how both Suiren and Akura let the elders talk without interruption. It was a strategy, letting them vent and tire themselves out before stepping in with real solutions. For a moment, he debated whether to speak up now or wait until later. What he wanted to propose was directly tied to the discussion, and letting them continue bickering over the same point wouldn't change anything. His gaze moved towards Suiren, who sat at the head of the table. She was also wearing the same traditional black robes, lined with cyan patterns and a symbol of their clan on the back. Her expression was tired, but her presence still carried authority. He made his decision. Clearing his throat, he drew their attention before speaking.
Elders, may I?
Respect toward elders was mandatory in the Takime clan, at least outwardly. Tereno was the first to respond, his voice carrying an unusual level of politeness. Of course, Kaoru-kun, speak please. Kaoru wasn't surprised. After the chunin exams, his status had changed. He wasn't just Suiren's grandson anymore. He was the heir, the one who had replaced Maki, and the person now considered the future of the clan. Everyone in the room understood that, even if they hadn't yet adjusted to the idea. Scanning the room, he made brief eye contact with each of them before speaking.
Elders, clan head, I believe our approach is entirely wrong.
Tereno stiffened slightly. The old man was expecting Kaoru to embarrass himself and had been preparing to step in, correct him, and save him from making a mistake. But before he could interrupt, Kaoru raised his hand slightly, a subtle but clear gesture that he wasn't finished. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Though the elders held influence, Kaoru's position as heir technically ranked just below Suiren's, meaning he had the authority to speak without interruption. Takime traditions were rigid, and an elder, especially Tereno, who was as conservative as one could be, would never ignore protocol. So despite whatever objections he had, he stayed silent. And just like that, Kaoru had the floor.
I remember when I first became interested in ninja training. It was about 3 years ago, Kaoru began. I asked Maki to train me, and even during my very first exercise, I realized just how weak and untrained my body was.
He paused, letting the words sink in, giving the others a moment to guess where he was going with this.
After training for some time, a question started bothering me. Why wasn't my clan forcing me to train? I know that Takime clan members are born with pitiful chakra reserves, and we have to work hard to grow stronger. That's why our children start the academy later than other clans, but that is a mistake.
Kaoru could see the shift in the room. While his argument might not have been accepted yet, it was clear that the clan leaders were beginning to see him differently. Suiren, especially, looked at him with a newfound intensity, her eyes practically sparkling.
Just because children can't learn techniques yet doesn't mean we can't train them. We should be strengthening their bodies, teaching them theoretical knowledge, medicine, fuinjutsu, kenjutsu, taijutsu, and, most importantly, forcing them to exhaust their pitiful chakra reserves so they can slowly but steadily grow.
Before he could continue, the third elder, Oriheim, spoke up. She was the best medical ninja in the clan, and out of all the elders, the one who knew Kaoru best. Back when he had first started training under Maki, he had practically lived in her office, recovering from Maki's beatings. "That's too harsh, Kaoru-kun," she said, shaking her head. "Forcing children to suffer through such immense pain is not right. We can't do that. Otherwise, we'd be no better than Kiri, forcing children to fight to the death and justifying it by saying it makes them stronger." She stopped mid-sentence, confident that her point had been made. Kaoru, however, didn't hesitate.
"Elder Oriheim," he said evenly, "I've been inflicting all of that on myself, and you've seen the results. I fought against Uchiha Itachi and barely won.
He didn't mind using his success to his advantage here.
And let's not forget," he continued, "the Suijingan, the very thing that's practically essential to become the head of the clan, requires extremely painful training. My sister was forced to give up her claim to the clan just because she found a different path to strength, but I followed the traditional one. Each time I train my Kekkei Genkai, my head feels like it's about to burst. I've fainted more times than I can count. There were moments I wished I would die just so the pain would stop."
He held Orihaime's gaze.
"But the pain did pass, and I am still training. Are you telling me I should stop because it's painful? That I should accept a weak life just because it's more comfortable?"
Oriheim didn't immediately respond. The room was silent.
"Besides," he continued, his voice slightly softer, "all I'm suggesting is that we train them, not make them fight to the death. How is that remotely similar to what Kiri does? No one will die. They won't even suffer injuries. And gritting through pain for the sake of strength is far better than growing up, watching your loved ones die, and being powerless to stop it."
His final words were harsh, and they cut far deeper than Kaoru had anticipated. Every single Takime elder had once experienced the sting of helplessness while watching their loved ones die, unable to do anything but endure. Kaoru's words ripped open those buried memories, forcing them to confront a truth they had long ignored. They couldn't argue anymore. It was far better for children to endure hardship early in life than to suffer the devastation of weakness when they were older.
When did we become so soft?
Suiren wondered. The others were thinking the same. Their attempts to give their children a normal childhood had been noble, but at what cost? What good was a carefree youth if it only led to a short, tragic life? Akura's sharp eyes scanned the room.
Finally, they've listened to reason.
Years ago, he had made the same proposal, urging the clan to train their children earlier, but his suggestion had been shut down. Now Kaoru had achieved in one meeting what he could not. And just like that, Kaoru's very first proposal was unanimously accepted by the council. With that matter settled, Kaoru had no reason to linger. The rest of the week was his to spend training, and he had no intention of wasting it. He had already decided it was time to start developing his own signature technique. Just as Butterfly Inferno was Mizuki's defining ability, Kaoru was going to create something that belonged only to him. Chapter 68, Chasing Nora. The moment Nora saw Takimura for the first time, she was stunned by its beauty. Nestled within a vast valley, surrounded by towering mountains, the village seemed almost untouched by the chaos of the outside world. A majestic waterfall, as tall and grand as the peaks themselves, cascaded down in an endless roaring stream. A dense forest, teeming with wildlife, stretched beyond the river that split the village in half. Everything about Takimura felt like it had been shaped for a peaceful life. Nora had only ever known two places, her own village and Konoha. Compared to the Hidden Leaf, Takimura wasn't as grand, nor was it as populated, but there was something undeniably striking about it. She had grown accustomed to the lively, cheerful faces in Konoha after staying there for 2 weeks. It had been a refreshing change from the stoic, rigid atmosphere of Kaiketsu, where tension clung to the air like a second skin. But Takimura was different. The people here were kind, treating each other with warmth. But there was an undeniable concern behind their smiles. It was as if everyone was masking their own worries, trying to spare those around them from further distress. It was obvious that the village was going through difficult times. Yet what shocked Nora most was how the mood instantly shifted when the children returning from the chunin exams appeared. The moment the villagers spotted them, their faces lit up. Cheers erupted, voices filled with genuine joy and pride. It was as if they were welcoming home heroes. Nora watched it all in silence. This whole place is weird, she thought. Yet she felt a small pang of jealousy. If she had returned to the Arasami clan as a failure, she wouldn't have been met with cheers or relief. She would have been punished. The Arasami must always prioritize their missions. It is better to die than to fail and remain alive. The voices of her instructors echoed in her mind. Her entire life had been filled with pain and discipline, leaving no room for comfort, no space for warmth. Seeing others live so freely, even in hardship, was something she struggled to understand. To her, anything that could cause a smile felt carefree. And carefree was something she had never known. It had been over a week since Nora arrived in Takimura. She was staying with Tsunade, and aside from the occasional hostile looks from those who knew her or had ties to those who did, everything was fine. She was enjoying her time in Takimura, but it was starting to get boring. "Lady Tsunade, may I train for a little bit?" she asked. Though she never wanted to return to her life in the Arasami clan, she still had the desire to grow stronger. "Of course you can," Tsunade replied. "In fact, I've already asked for permission, and you can use the training ground right in front of our house." Takimura didn't have any inns capable of accommodating someone of Tsunade's status. Instead, Suiren and Meruem had arranged for her to stay in one of the recently built houses. It was simple, a sturdy wooden structure, masterfully crafted yet modest, furnished with high-quality but unembellished furniture. Tsunade didn't mind. She wasn't in Takimura for comfort or luxury. She was here for a personal mission. She wanted to gather information on the Arasami clan, and if necessary, eliminate them. After receiving permission from her new guardian, Nora left the building and walked toward the training grounds. "The air is so moist here," she shivered slightly. Unlike the residents of Takimura, she wasn't used to the constant mist, a side effect of the massive waterfall that dominated the valley. The training ground she approached wasn't particularly large. A tall wooden fence enclosed the area, and inside, towering trees provided shade and natural obstacles. As she got closer, the sounds of movement and exertion became clearer. Someone was already inside. Nora didn't care. She didn't need much space, just a small corner, as long as the person inside was willing to share. While a part of her would have preferred to throw them out, she knew better than to cause unnecessary trouble in Takimura. She pushed the door open slowly and stepped inside. "I'll ask nicely. People here seem friendly. I doubt they'll refuse." She had already planned out what to say when she caught sight of the person training inside. A boy stood in the center of the field, his eyes closed, his face tight with pain. Around him, 12 droplets of water hovered in mid-air. 6 of them moved in perfect sync, while the rest drifted erratically. Nora was curious. She paused, watching silently, but before she could analyze further, Kaoru's eyes slowly opened. The hovering droplets dissolved as he released the technique.
"Hello, Nora. How may I help you?"
he asked as he walked toward her. Nora's posture stiffened. Out of everyone here, this one probably hates me the most. He was the one who fought Hora, after all. She had hoped to run into anyone but Kaoru. Still, she kept her tone neutral as she spoke. "I wanted to train, and Lady Tsunade told me I could come here. I heard the sounds of someone else using it, but I thought I'd ask if they wouldn't mind me training in the corner." Nora had changed since her defeat against Mizuki. She wasn't as blunt and dismissive as before, though her voice still carried the same cold neutrality.
I was about to leave anyway,
Kaoru said, picking his jacket up from the ground. Then, without looking at her, he added, "And Nora, no one here hates you. Hora's actions aren't yours."
While I did hate you at first, Mizuki told me you avoided striking her vitals during your fight. And because of that, I have no reason to hold anything against you. As long as you choose to live a decent life, Takimura won't treat you harshly.
Without waiting for a response, Kaoru continued toward the exit, still not sparing her a glance. Nora watched him go as her expression remained completely indifferent. I don't think he was being entirely honest, but at the very least, they're treating me far better than the Arasami clan ever did. Even after Kaoru disappeared from view, she stood still for a moment, lost in thought. Then, shaking it off, she turned toward the field and began stretching. I haven't trained in so long. This is going to be painful. But she welcomed it. She had spent her entire life in pain, and she had long since learned to enjoy it. Kaoru's words pleased her, but she wasn't going to dwell on them. Earning her trust wasn't that easy. It had been a month since Kaoru began working on his signature technique. In his free time, he had also been trying to befriend Nora, though he did so as naturally as possible, never forcing the interactions. His interest in her wasn't personal. He wanted to learn more about the technique that granted immense strength in exchange for life force. Kaoru had no intention of ever using such a technique, but the concept behind it intrigued him. If he could understand how chakra and life force were connected, it could give him insight into how energy flows through the body and how to manipulate it more efficiently. But getting close to Nora was proving more difficult than expected. Even now, she remained distant, and any attempt to learn about the technique was completely shut down, not just by her, but by Tsunade as well, who was not in Takimura at the moment. The legendary kunoichi had specifically forbidden Nora from revealing its secrets to anyone. For now, Kaoru's attempt to learn about the technique was a dead end, but where his efforts to understand life force failed, his training had seen significant progress. Kaoru had now successfully developed chakra rotation pathways for both of his hands, extending all the way through his arms and shoulders. Currently, he was working on his right leg, and the process was getting easier the more he practiced.
At this rate, I should be able to complete the pathways for my brain within a year.
That was his real goal. If he could apply chakra rotation to his mind, it could enhance his memory, improve recall, and possibly even reduce the side effects of the Suijingen. But even with all his progress in chakra pathways, what excited him most was his signature technique. Kaoru had always admired Mizuki's butterfly inferno, so in a way, he had copied it. But unlike Mizuki, whose techniques solely focused on burning her enemies, Kaoru's abilities were far more versatile.
For now, I'm learning how to give long-term orders to water particles.
He wasn't just controlling water in real time, he was programming it. His current experiment involved shaping water droplets in the air and assigning them certain movement patterns, paths they would follow automatically without his constant control.
It took nearly a month, but I finally managed to do it, though it's still extremely primitive.
Right now, the commands he could give were basic. He could make water droplets follow a fixed path, and they could be instructed to crash into anything that entered their range. But the range of these droplets depended on how much chakra he infused into them at the time of creation, and Kaoru's current limit was 0.5 meter. The downside was that they couldn't distinguish between friend or foe. If Kaoru wasn't careful, the droplets would attack him as well.
They're just following orders. They don't think. But as long as I can detect their movements, I can stop them before they hit me.
The technique was incredibly promising. Unlike Mizuki, who needed time to spread her butterflies across the battlefield, Kaoru could form water droplets instantly and then shape them into high-density needles in the blink of an eye. However, there was one major issue: chakra expenditure. Right now, he could only cover a 5-meter radius, and even then he could only create a limited number of needles, far fewer than he wanted. And the worst part was that after forming this incomplete domain, he was almost completely drained. No matter how effective the technique was, it wouldn't be useful unless he could increase his chakra reserves first. But Kaoru wasn't discouraged. With time, his mastery would improve, his control would sharpen, and eventually this technique would require less chakra to maintain. Kaoru had also begun studying yin and yang energies. Itachi's technique had left a strong impression on him, and he quickly realized that if he could learn to control yin and yang, he would be able to imbue his water needles with different properties, vastly increasing his combat potential. To achieve this, he created shadow clones every morning and sent them to the library. Tsunade had brought an extensive collection of books as a gift from Konoha. It was Hiruzen's gift to Takimura. While many might not have appreciated such a present, those who understood the true value of knowledge welcomed it wholeheartedly. Kaoru was one of them, and he took full advantage of it. He had also paid another visit to Brock, the blacksmith. After analyzing Kaoru's abilities and fighting style, Brock had given him a time frame. It would take at least 3 months before the weapon would be ready. His reasoning was simple. Without chakra metal, your weapon would be utterly useless. Kaoru had tried to give input on specifics, but Brock had shut down every attempt. "I know far better than you what kind of weapon you need," the blacksmith told Kaoru. And to prove it, he had made an unusual promise. If Kaoru wasn't satisfied, he would not only return every ryo he had paid, but also pay him the same amount on top of it. Had Kaoru known how much just the materials for his weapon cost, he wouldn't have dared to question anything. But Brock had kept those details secret. And so, with nothing else to do but trust the blacksmith's expertise, Kaoru continued his training. Just like that, the time for Kaoru's very first mission as a chunin arrived.
Ru, did you get the order too?
Akane approached him, holding out a scroll. On it were written the details of their mission. Their team remained the same, Kaoru, Mizuki, and Akane. But this time, their jonin leader wouldn't be Shin. Chapter 69, Ambition. Kaoru, Akane, Mizuki, and Mei flickered through the dense forest, moving in near silence as they approached their target. Their mission was to eliminate Kirigakure's patrol team. Takimura had deployed several teams with the same objective. After being on the defensive for so long, they were finally taking the initiative. The group landed behind a thick line of bushes, crouching low as they surveyed the enemy camp. It was a full moon night, far from ideal for an assassination mission, but they had no choice. They had to make it work regardless. The camp, just a few hundred meters ahead, was very silent. Unlike bandit hideouts that Team Shin had cleared in the past, there were no drunken guards slumped over fires. These were trained shinobi. Their movements were disciplined, and their camp was well kept.
Our objective is to eliminate every single one of them. If even one escapes, the mission is a failure,
said Mei as she kept looking at the dim light coming from the campfire ahead. Then she turned to Kaoru.
How many are there? And what are their chakra levels?
Unlike typical sensors who had to expand their sensory field, all Kaoru needed to do was activate his Suijingan. With it, he could see even those who were trying to suppress their chakra. His range was more limited than a skilled sensor nin's, but at close range, his ability was far more precise. Kaoru focused his eyes for a brief moment. They soon started glowing faintly in the dark.
There aren't many traps, and the main entrance has even fewer. We can bypass it entirely by leaping in from above. One of the trees has a direct path inside. As for the enemies, there are 13 shinobi in total. 2 are jonins. Though one might be a special jonin, his chakra levels are significantly lower than the other. 2 elite chunins, and the rest are standard chunin. There's a large tent where 3 kids appear to be held, and the jonins are nearby.
Kaoru had learned his lesson after his encounter with Senju Toji. He no longer made assumptions based purely on water particles' volume. He knew better than to underestimate someone just because the water particles in their body were lacking. If the weaker jonin was suppressing his chakra, then he was definitely a fully fledged jonin. If not, he was at the very least on special jonin level, meaning that he was not far from becoming jonin. Mei nodded as Kaoru finished his report.
That's weird. There should have been 12 shinobis, not 13.
Mei had a bad feeling about this, but she was not going to abort this mission.
I'll make the first move. That should eliminate most of the chunin, and I'll also target the stronger jonin and elite chunin.
Since her defeat against Maki, Mei had dedicated over 2 months to rigorous training. Now she was above a weaker elite Jonin. She turned to Kaoru next.
Your target is the special Jonin. Your priority is the safety of the kids and yourself, but under no circumstances let him escape. You don't need to kill him, just stall for time until I've finished with my targets.
Kaoru was already above chunin level, and everyone in the team knew that. However, he was far from becoming Jonin as his biggest weakness. His chakra reserves were holding him back and limiting how long he could fight at full capacity. Against a more experienced shinobi, it was a dangerous disadvantage. But Kaoru wasn't expected to win, only to hold out.
Akane, you're taking the elite chunin. Focus on defense, and only go for the kill if you're confident you can take him out.
Finally, she looked at Mizuki.
Mizuki, use your new technique to eliminate any chunin who survive my initial attack. But don't spread your butterflies right away. We need to lure our targets away first. If we're caught in your field, we'll be just as trapped as them. If you finish your fight before the rest of us, go help Kaoru.
The plan was set. At first glance, it seemed solid, but in reality, it was too risky. Kaoru against a Jonin, or even special Jonin, was a dangerous mismatch. Akane could probably hold her own against the elite chunin, but Mizuki would be up against multiple chunin at once. Her domain technique was powerful, but it required time to spread, and in a fight where every second mattered, that was a serious drawback.
This is risky, but Takimura can't afford to keep playing it safe. If we only take on missions we're sure we can handle, we'll never grow strong enough. We need to take on challenges that push our limits, even if we think we're not ready.
This was the second time Mei had been given a team to lead in the past month. The first mission had ended in failure, and her reputation had taken a massive hit because of it. While Takimura was ruled by a council, everyone knew that at some point they would have to elect a Kage. A council was effective for managing the village, but when it came to war and survival, it was too slow. Decisions needed to be made in an instant, and a single leader would be inevitable. And right now, that leader would most likely be Maki. She had never failed a mission, and she was stronger than Mei, even now after her intense training.
Mei respected her, and she would never do anything that would harm Maki or Takimura, but to achieve her own dream, to unite the land of water and crush the bloodthirsty rulers of Kiri, she needed to be the one making the decisions. But Takime Clan's growing power, thanks to their incredible new generation, combined with Maki's flawless record and immense strength, was a threat to that ambition. If she failed this mission, she might as well forget about ever leading Takimura.
The moment Mei received nods from her team, she charged. All 4 of them climbed the nearest tree in swift, silent movements, positioning themselves above the camp. They waited as Mei prepared to initiate the attack. She leapt from the branch, and the moment she was directly above the enemy, her hands made hand seals in a blurry speed.
Lava release! Lava dome!
The air above the camp twisted with heat as deadly magma poured down, spreading like a burning curtain. The moment Mei unleashed her chakra, lifting the suppression, the Jonin below immediately reacted.
We're under attack.
They're attacking from above. Regroup near the entrance.
We can't regroup in time. Just run.
Someone help me.
This hurts.
Panic set in as screams replaced orders. The first wave of Mei's attack wiped out 6 chunin instantly, leaving only 3 for Mizuki to handle. She had intentionally expanded the range of her jutsu, spending extra chakra to maximize her kill count. The fewer chunin left, the better Mizuki's odds in her fight. However, she couldn't engulf the entire camp. The children in the large tent were too close. If she expanded any further, she would risk killing them too. Even after slaughtering 6 enemies, Mei wasn't finished. Her hands flickered through more seals.
Lava release! Lava clone!
2 identical clones formed beside her, each coated in scalding magma, radiating deadly heat. Both clones launched themselves toward the elite chunin, engaging him immediately.
Attack!
Mei's signal was all the team needed. Kaoru, Mizuki, and Akane flickered forward, each rushing toward their designated target. Akane was the first to engage. Her opponent was a woman in her 40s, with an eye patch and wild, spiky hair that almost resembled a hedgehog. Unlike most Kiri shinobi who favored heavy weapons, this woman immediately pulled out her chakra blades. They were uniquely designed trench knives, worn like brass knuckles, their edges gleaming with chakra. She wore a sleeveless black tunic, a standard shinobi jacket over it, but even that couldn't conceal her broad, muscular frame and huge bosom. Akane charged, wielding her slightly curved nodachi, the blade glinting under the moonlight. Like Kaoru, she had been training her chakra rotation technique, and unlike him, she had already completed the pathways for all her limbs.
What the hell is this strength?
The Kiri shinobi's eyes widened in shock as Akane's sword clashed against her chakra blades. She had expected force, but not this much. Even though she had successfully blocked the strike, she still felt the impact reverberate through her arms, a dull ache settling in.
Her attacks send shockwaves. This brat is dangerous.
Without hesitation, she retaliated, swinging her leg toward Akane's waist, forcing her to retreat a step back. That brief pause was all she needed to shift the momentum, and she immediately charged forward. Unfortunately for her, Akane was stronger in close combat. The chakra rotation technique was proving to be a game-changer. When the Kiri kunoichi came in with a strike, Akane met it head-on, easily deflecting the blow and delivering a powerful kick in response. Her opponent barely managed to block with her arms, but once again the impact was not fully negated.
I can't just block her attacks. She still damages me even when I guard.
The Kiri shinobi quickly adjusted her approach, analyzing Akane's strengths. If she couldn't block, then she had only one option. She had to dodge.
Wind release, wind clone.
A swirling gust of air took form beside her, shaping into an exact duplicate. Akane reacted immediately.
Fire release, fire clone.
She didn't overcomplicate it. She simply countered with an identical move. Both clones rushed forward, engaging in their own battle, while the real fighters exchanged blows once more. The Kiri shinobi moved faster now, weaving around Akane's attacks instead of trying to match strength with strength. Her movements became sharper and lighter. Akane did not expect such speed from someone of her body frame. However, Akane adapted just as quickly. She shifted her stance slightly, minimizing unnecessary movements, making her reactions more precise. She wasn't as fast as her opponent, but the chakra rotation technique allowed her to sense strikes before they fully landed, letting her redirect attacks and counter with devastating force. While Akane's attacks carried much more power, Kiri kunoichi was faster, and that compensated for gap in terms of speed. However, her biggest advantage was not speed either. Kiri kunoichi swung her blade towards Akane's face. Akane swiftly dodged it, as the tip of the blade did not even graze her. However, soon Akane felt a sharp burn on her cheek and noticed that she was bleeding. After taking a closer look, she realized that Kiri kunoichi was reinforcing the chakra blades, with her chakra expanding their range as a result. So while Kiri kunoichi needed to dodge Akane's attacks, Akane, on the other hand, had to block them, or dodge in a way that would leave big enough space so that the blade's increased range would not graze her. For a while, it seemed like neither side had the upper hand. Slowly, the momentum shifted. The Kiri kunoichi was dodging more than attacking, her movements becoming more defensive as the fight dragged on. Akane's strikes were landing more frequently, each one forcing her opponent into an increasingly narrow position. But what truly made the difference was chakra rotation. Unlike other chakra-enhancing techniques, chakra rotation did not consume chakra once the body adapted to it. It flowed naturally, enhancing her physical abilities without draining her reserves further. Her opponent, on the other hand, was using chakra-enhanced trench knives, steadily burning through her energy with every exchange. As time passed, her reserves began to dwindle. Akane seized the opportunity. She flickered beside the kunoichi, closing the gap instantly, and swung her blade with full force, aiming directly for her neck. The Kiri shinobi's eyes widened. She couldn't dodge. Akane was simply too close. Realizing this, she poured more chakra into her blades, fortifying them with a final burst of strength, and took the hit head-on. The shockwave from the impact rippled through her body, sending a deep ache through her arms. But it wasn't enough to break her.
It looks like I'll have to go all out to defeat this brat.
Gritting her teeth, she lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Akane's stomach. The sudden burst of speed caught Akane slightly off guard. She managed to brace herself just in time, but the force still sent her skidding back. The distance between them widened. Akane steadied her breathing, but before she could prepare for another attack, her opponent reached into her pouch, pulled out a small red pill and swallowed it in one motion. Immediately, her chakra flared. Bulging veins appeared across her body, thick and pulsing, while her skin darkened slightly, taking on a reddish hue. Her already rough features became even more twisted and grotesque, but none of that mattered. Because her chakra, that previously was at its limit, had suddenly surged to a level rivaling a Jonin's. "The real fight begins now, kiddo," the Kiri Kunoichi sneered, rolling her shoulders as she adjusted to the newfound power coursing through her veins. Akane watched carefully, her grip on her blade tightening. She didn't panic, not even for a second.
I have to finish this. If I don't, she'll become a problem for my teammates as well.
Her eyes were even more focused and practically radiated the determination. This fight was far from over. Chapter 70, Deadly Poison. Kaoru was the second fastest to reach his target. Unlike Akane, he didn't stop to take a better look at his opponent. He instantly flickered behind his target, and the moment he appeared, his blade was already in motion, slashing toward the shinobi's back. The blade Kaoru was holding was a temporary weapon, a placeholder until his new weapon was ready. The shinobi reacted instantly. He had much more experience than Kaoru. His kunai shot up, intercepting Kaoru's strike with a sharp clang, but just as he steadied himself, a sudden chakra fluctuation from behind sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. 3 high-density water needles shot toward him. He barely managed to evade 2, but the third found its mark, piercing through his shoulder with a sickening crunch and shattering the bone on impact.
Shit! What the hell is this? Why did it hit so hard?
High-density water needles possessed 2 dangerous qualities. It was as sharp as steel and as heavy as a big bucket of water, the amount of water Kaoru used to form a single needle. That second trait often caught Kaoru's opponents off guard. They saw the thin, needle-like projectiles and assumed they were light and easy to deflect. But that was a fatal miscalculation. The sheer weight behind each strike made them devastating. The shinobi, considering the protective gear on his shoulders, hadn't expected this kind of damage. Pain flared through his arm as he instinctively reached to pull out the needle, but before he could, Kaoru was already on the move. The moment of hesitation was all Kaoru needed. He dashed forward as his blade sliced through the air in pursuit of his advantage. His strike was aimed low, targeting the shinobi's waist. Kaoru had grown taller since the bandit extermination mission, but compared to an adult he was still shorter. Going for the neck would have required a leap, and that would have exposed himself in the process. The waist was a safer target, one he could reach without breaking momentum.
I can't let him recover. If I give him a second to recover, I might lose my advantage.
The shinobi barely blocked the attack, but Kaoru didn't let up. Another set of needles shot toward him from his blind spot. This time, the shinobi expected them. He twisted away, dodging all 3, and then retaliated with a kick to force Kaoru back. His foot connected as it sent Kaoru skidding away. But just as the shinobi got the breather, his eyes widened in alarm. More needles. 3 more, already closing in.
This brat is the blue needle of Takime?
The shinobi immediately recognized Kaoru. He had not been in Konoha during the tournament, but he had heard the news. The name had spread quickly, and Kaoru Takime was now known as the Blue Needle of Takime, a moniker he despised to his very core. He would have loved to find the one who first called him that and cut them down himself. If only he had known that the first to chant that name was none other than his dear friend, who was cheering for him during his fight with Itachi. The shinobi jerked his body at the last moment, avoiding a direct hit, but not completely. The needles grazed his skin, leaving shallow wounds.
This kid is a menace. There's no way I win this unless I use my real power.
The shinobi swiftly increased the distance between them. A moment later, an eerie chittering sound filled the air. Kaoru's eyes widened as insects began to crawl out from beneath the shinobi's cloak. For a brief second, shock rooted him in place. Then he realized something. Dark hair, pale skin, and that massive coat covering most of his body, he quickly realized what was happening.
Aburame!
His mind raced. What was an Aburame doing here? Konoha had already sent Tsunade to Takimura, and they were still engaged with Kirigakure's forces.
Even for the old fox that the third Hokage is, this is too much.
But then a more sinister but reasonable thought clicked into place.
There are Aburame in Root, and considering how Root operates, these kids aren't here just randomly. They're here to be bought.
It made too much sense, but even if Kaoru had suspicions, there was nothing he could do about that. That information was completely useless during the fight, as his opponent was already moving. Kaoru's grip tightened around the hilt of his blade as the Aburame's insects poured from his sleeves. Their small, writhing bodies were moving in complete sync. The shinobi stood still. He was like a master puppeteer. His chakra remained steady as there were no wild fluctuations, no wasted energy. Controlling so many insects was not difficult for him. It was like his second nature.
He's testing me.
Kaoru didn't charge in recklessly. He knew that even skilled fighters would go down because of underestimating their enemy. Instead, he took a measured step back. The Aburame noticed Kaoru's actions and considered his next moves for a moment. Then the insects surged forward. They moved in a black wave as dozens of them skittered across the ground while others took to the air. Kaoru didn't wait for them to surround him. His fingers twitched as he formed a quick sign. Water exploded from the air around him, swirling into a violent vortex. The insects collided with the liquid barrier, and their tiny bodies got caught and swept away in the current. Some fought against the force, but Kaoru compressed the water slightly, making it heavier. The insects drowned and their bodies dissolved into chakra remnants. But Aburame was not done as more insects were coming. Kaoru flickered to the side as he evaded a fresh swarm that descended from above. Then his blade cut through the air in a clean arc, slicing through the cluster mid-flight as water followed the motion, eradicating most of the tiny creatures. However, his opponent did not flinch. The insects were expendable.
He's not just trying to overwhelm me with numbers. He's looking for gaps, weaknesses, and learning the pattern of my attacks,
thought Kaoru as another wave surged toward him. But he reacted instantly, avoiding the attack, and even followed with a counter of his own, launching high-density water needles from Aburame Nin's blind spot. However, the needles were not able to catch him off guard anymore. The shinobi leapt back, avoiding them with refined movements, but Kaoru didn't let up. He dashed forward, pressing his advantage. His blade cut through the air, forcing the Aburame to defend with his kunai. Sparks flew as steel met steel. The shinobi adjusted his stance and swung his only remaining hand. Kaoru barely had time to react before a kunai shot toward his throat. Too fast, too close. Kaoru twisted his body at the last second, but he still felt the cold metal graze his skin as he dropped lower, pivoting on his foot. His counter came immediately, a sweeping kick meant to break his opponent's balance. The shinobi anticipated it. He stepped back, and his insects also repositioned, flowing like an extension of his body. Kaoru had only a split second before they came at him again. He jumped back, flipping mid-air to avoid another kunai strike. The second his feet touched the ground, another wave of water needles erupted, aiming for the Aburame's weak points. But he dodged Kaoru's attacks easier than the last time. Kaoru's eyes narrowed.
He is adjusting to my attack patterns. If I keep fighting the same way, he'll gain a bigger advantage.
The Aburame wasn't just reacting, he was recording every movement, every feint, every technique his opponent made. He was breaking Kaoru down, piece by piece. Kaoru exhaled sharply. He needed to throw off his opponent's rhythm before he lost his own. Without hesitation, he dashed forward again. This time he tried to move unpredictably. His feet barely touched the ground before he shifted direction. Kaoru kept flickering from side to side, making his trajectory unreadable. The Aburame's eyes darted in an attempt to track him, but Kaoru could feel it now. His opponent was just a hair slower in responding.
Got you!
Kaoru feinted left, and as soon as the shinobi moved to counter, he changed course completely, appearing at his right flank with his hand already in motion. His blade swung with lethal precision. The shinobi barely turned in time. Metal met metal again, but Kaoru had the advantage. Momentum was on his side. He pressed down harder, forcing the kunai lower. Then, with a burst of chakra, he unleashed a water bullet at point-blank range. The aburame twisted and retreated. The projectile only grazed his cheek. Kaoru didn't stop. He closed the gap instantly as the blade came down in a diagonal slash, aimed at his opponent's chest. Then, he felt pain. A sharp, stinging sensation wrapped around his arm. Kaoru's eyes moved to the source. The thin, nearly invisible threads of chakra-coated insects had latched onto his wrist.
Shit!
The shinobi yanked. Kaoru was pulled off balance, just enough for his opponent to recover. The aburame landed lightly, despite his injured arm hindering him. More threads shot forward, trying to entangle Kaoru completely. Kaoru reacted on instinct. His chakra flared as he twisted violently, breaking free just before he could be fully restrained. He skidded backward, barely avoiding a second trap as the shinobi closed in. Kaoru's breathing was steady, but his mind raced.
That was too close.
He could feel the subtle numbness in his arm where the insects had latched onto him. Even without seeing it, he knew that they were still on him. Small, undetectable ones.
Paralysis venom? No. Too slow acting. Maybe chakra drain then.
His eyes narrowed. He needed to end this quickly before his chakra was siphoned away. Kaoru flexed his fingers. His opponent stood across from him. He was completely calm and composed, despite his injury. Neither Kaoru nor Aburame Nin moved for a while. They were both analyzing, calculating. Then Kaoru felt it. A shift. Not in his opponent, but in the battlefield itself. Something was wrong. Before he could fully process it, the ground beneath him cracked. From below, an explosion of insects erupted. Kaoru's body reacted before his mind did. He jumped, narrowly avoiding the swarm, but the moment he landed, he realized his mistake. A second trap had already been laid. Insects surrounded him, cutting off his escape routes. Kaoru tensed. He had pushed too aggressively and played into the Aburame's strategy. His opponent had been herding him the entire time, leading him into a position where he had no easy way out. The Aburame raised his uninjured arm, and the insects moved. Kaoru's heart pounded as he gripped his sword tighter.
This is bad.
Then it finally happened. Kaoru's lips curled into a wide smile, a smile of relief. His chakra nearly doubled in an instant. From the very start of the fight, he had created a shadow clone, entrusting it with the task of leading the children to safety. Once its job was complete, it dispelled itself, returning nearly half of Kaoru's total chakra back to him.
I was starting to think I'd die before I got my chakra back.
Now he could finally fight at full strength. Until this moment, he had been holding back. He was forced to rely on taijutsu and kenjutsu alone, as he had to carefully ration his chakra, limiting the number of water needles he could use to avoid chakra depletion. But now there was no need for restraint. His eyes, which were shining faintly, brightened immediately as he released the restraints on his dojutsu. In an instant, his vision changed. The world became a vast, flowing tapestry of water as his sight flooded with countless shifting blue dots. The battlefield was alive with movement. He could clearly see Aburame insects swarming in every direction. That was a problem. Kaoru knew very little about the Aburame clan's techniques. Their movements were unreadable to him. Their strategies was a mystery. He knew they relied on poison, the deadly toxins for which only they held the antidotes. That alone was enough to make even a minor scratch a death sentence.
I can't afford close combat. Not anymore.
Fortunately, his opponent had started this battle at a severe disadvantage. The water needle that had shattered his arm had rendered him incapable of weaving hand seals. Kaoru could only imagine how much more dangerous he would have been at full strength. With a deep breath, Kaoru allowed his chakra to surge. The air around him shimmered as tiny droplets of water formed almost instantly, hanging suspended like a mist of liquid steel. And then, before the Aburame could react, a barrage of water needles followed. They tore through the air, forcing the shinobi to dodge and weave. His insects also shifted rapidly in an attempt to block the onslaught, but Kaoru wasn't letting up. The real fight was just beginning. The Aburame's thoughts darkened as he barely evaded another set of needles, his wounded arm throbbing in protest. The blue needle of Takime is truly dangerous. No wonder Lord Danzo wants him dead. Chapter 71, Explosion. Just like Kaoru and Akane, Mizuki was also mid-fight. Her opponents, the three chunins, weren't particularly strong on their own, but together they posed a serious threat. Numbers were a dangerous advantage in shinobi fights, but Mizuki was facing an even bigger problem. She needed to lure them further away, just enough distance to safely unleash Butterfly Inferno. At the beginning of the fight, Mizuki, like her teammates, also tried to use the element of surprise as she instantly attacked.
Scorch release, scorch balls.
3 orbs of superheated chakra materialized in the air. Before her opponents could even react, the scorch balls were already launched toward them, aimed at all 3 simultaneously. However, despite the element of surprise, the chunins managed to dodge them, but Mizuki had anticipated that. Her body flickered as she reappeared behind one of them. She swung wakizashi in a clean, precise arc, aiming for her target's back. The chunin barely reacted in time as he twisted away just enough to avoid a fatal strike. Steel met steel as he brought up his kunai to deflect the blade, but the momentary clash left him open. Another scorch ball launched at him, but it missed the target, hitting near his feet. The wave of heat forced him to retreat as the ground beneath him blackened from the sheer intensity of the attack. The other 2 chunin rushed in, trying to help their friend. Maybe they realized the 2 of them would not be able to fight against Mizuki and needed to keep their teammate alive. Their coordination was not flawless, but it was good enough to make a difference when facing a single foe. One came low, aiming a sweeping kick to break Mizuki's balance, while the other slashed at her exposed side. However, Mizuki's form blurred as she flickered backward and the kick passed through empty air. The sword strike also whistled harmlessly through the space she had occupied moments before. Mizuki observed the 3 chunins carefully as she landed a few steps away from them.
They cover for each other well. Even when I isolate one, the other 2 force me back.
That was fine. She didn't need to overwhelm them, just control the pace of the battle. Without hesitation, she formed a seal. Chakra flared and 2 scorch clones materialized beside her. Their bodies were pulsing with unstable heat as the air around them distorted from the sheer temperature they radiated. Her opponents hesitated, and that was a mistake. Capitalizing on her opponent's hesitation, Mizuki and her clones shot forward, moving as one. The first chunin barely managed to deflect a clone's attack before the second one got closer and its body ignited in a sudden burst of superheated energy. However, the chunin was saved by his teammates who had already covered him with quick, coordinated strikes, sending the clone flying. But Mizuki did not let up. She appeared next to the chunin who had just been saved by his friends. However, his teammates were again ready to face Mizuki. Her wakizashi intercepted a kunai mid-thrust, twisting with minimal effort to redirect the attack before landing a sharp kick into the second chunin's ribs. He grunted, stumbling back just as another scorch ball crashed near him, forcing him even further away. The last chunin didn't falter. He closed in as his blade cut fast, aiming for any opening in Mizuki's defenses. She feinted a step to the left to draw his strike, and the moment he committed to the attack, she flickered to the right. Her palm was already in motion, connecting with his wrist before he could adjust, and in the same breath she twisted, using his own momentum to hurl him backward. The chunin barely recovered as another clone charged him. The battle continued in a relentless exchange, slashes, flickers, bursts of fire-hot chakra. Mizuki weaved through their attacks masterfully, and her clones kept them constantly pressured. But despite her speed and technique, she had not dealt any significant damage.
They've got really good teamwork, but I can't shake this feeling that they are surprisingly weak. I should not be able to fight them head-on like this.
Mizuki was strong, but she was not so strong to fight against the 3 chunin in close combat, especially since taijutsu was her weakness. Still, she needed to win this fight, and it was time to show them her real power. With a final flicker, she disengaged, landing just a bit farther from the battlefield. The chunin hesitated, but she had proved herself too dangerous to ignore. Besides, they had no choice but to pursue. Suddenly, Mizuki came to a stop.
This should be far enough.
She inhaled deeply as her chakra flared up. The air around her distorted and the temperature spiked. The three chunins slowed as they sensed something was wrong. But it was already too late.
Scorch release. Butterfly inferno.
Slowly, the battlefield began to change. One by one, fiery, eerie butterflies manifested in the air. Their crimson glow flickered like embers in the night. The sight was almost mesmerizing as the silvery moonlight complemented the crimson glow of butterflies. But the three chunin had no time to admire it. The moment Mizuki activated her technique, they understood that they had been lured into a trap. For all its haunting beauty, this technique was as deadly as it was mesmerizing. The butterflies multiplied as their numbers kept increasing, and soon they drifted toward the Kiri chunin. They moved like real creatures. Their wings gently flapped as they floated through the air, but made no sound. There was no rustling, no humming, just eerie silence. In reality, Mizuki's signature technique was nothing but tons of tiny scorch balls shaped into butterflies. They had no will of their own. They existed only to follow the orders given at their creation, to orbit around Mizuki and collide with anything that entered their pathway. Anything except for Mizuki herself and the other butterflies. The three chunin exchanged glances. There was a mix of confusion, fear, and despair in their eyes. There was no opening. The butterflies were too many, and charging in would be suicide. Yet retreating wasn't an option either. Returning in failure and disobeying orders meant certain death at the hands of their own village. They had no choice but to fight.
Inoki, attack from below!
One of them shouted. The chunin called Inoki immediately formed a rapid set of hand seals. The ground beneath Mizuki trembled before a stone pillar shot upward, aiming to strike her from below. But Mizuki was already gone. She had tested their close-range abilities earlier and had confirmed they posed no significant threat to her unless she made a mistake. She wouldn't give them that chance. Instead of evading backward, she leapt toward them, closing the distance. The chunin's eyes widened as they realized this was far worse than her standing where she was before. Now the butterflies would also get closer to them as tiny scorch insects accelerated to catch up with Mizuki. Their retreat was cut off as well. 3 scorch balls were already flying toward the space behind them, sealing their only escape route. They were trapped, cornered by Mizuki, and they saw no way out. Mei was also engaged in battle. However, unlike them, her opponent was no match for her. There was a clear difference in their levels, and it showed. The jonin before her had only one goal: to survive. He wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to escape. Every move he made was either an attempt to evade, block, or parry her relentless attacks. And all this time, Mei had been chasing him down. When Kaoru, Mizuki, and Akane flickered away to engage their own targets, Mei followed suit. But unlike them, she delayed her movement just slightly. She wanted to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen, and more importantly, she needed to confirm that her clones would be able to deal with the elite chunin they were facing. Once she was certain everything was under control, she turned her attention back to the jonin, only to find him gone. Her gaze immediately flicked toward Kaoru's position. He was locked in a fierce battle, but what caught Mei's attention wasn't the fight itself. It was the clone. Kaoru's clone was sneaking through the battlefield and quietly leading the children to safety. Mei's lips curled slightly.
He's matured. I didn't even need to give him that order. I was actually planning to do that myself.
Her moment of acknowledgement was brief. She immediately refocused and flickered toward the last place she had seen the jonin who had vanished. But not far enough. Mei caught up with him before he could escape as she cut off his path. The moment she made her first move and attacked the camp with the lava dome technique, the jonin had already understood his reality. Defeating Mei was impossible. Even if he teamed up with his mysterious ally, there was no guarantee they would win. And even that small sliver of hope shattered completely when Kaoru's needle pierced his hand. The jonin's eyes widened in disbelief as he cursed internally.
Even if that kid's attack was just luck, even if he kills him now, it won't change anything.
The damage was done. Against Mei Terumi, he was already useless. The moment Mei unleashed lava release, her identity was no longer in question. Kekkei Genkai were public knowledge. Everyone knew that the Terumi clan possessed both boil release and lava release. It was the very reason they were feared and targeted by Kiri. The Jonin's mind reached only one logical conclusion. If he wanted to survive, he had to run, but Mei was faster. She caught up instantly, her fists already coated in a layer of molten heat as she engaged him head-on. The Jonin was cursing the day he came on this mission.
Why were we even sent here?
It was clear from the beginning that they wouldn't be able to stand against Takimura's forces if they attacked. His squad consisted of rookies and shinobi who had never faced real combat. They were nobodies. Those without clan backing, those who had only ever been assigned low-risk guard missions. Kirigakure, or more precisely Yagura, was sending more and more shinobi like them to their deaths. At first, no one questioned it. It was an old practice, a way to dispose of traitors and those who harbored rebellious thoughts. But the casualties were rising, the missions were becoming more absurd, and now even the families of the fallen were beginning to whisper. Some voiced their displeasure openly, while others concealed their resentment in silence. The loyalty of Kirigakure's shinobi was slowly crumbling as more of them began to question the missions they were sent on. The Jonin flickered away as he desperately tried to escape. He no longer cared about the mission or the village that had sent him to die. He hoped Mei would see that he had no intention of harming anyone from Takimura and would let him go.
I swear I'll run and never come back. Just let me go,
he pleaded. Mei did not let up.
I will spare your life, but you will have to come with me to Takimura,
she shouted as she flickered forward and launched a powerful kick. The Jonin gritted his teeth. He knew exactly what that meant. Even if he surrendered, they would torture him for information and kill him once he had nothing left to give. He had run out of options. Then he realized his mistake.
I should have taken a hostage. I could have grabbed one of the kids and used them as leverage. Damn it.
But it was too late. His hands blurred through a rapid sequence of seals as he poured his remaining chakra into his next jutsu.
Water release, crushing wave.
A surge of water burst forward and tore through the battlefield. Trees cracked as the force of the current uprooted them. The flood surged ahead, swallowing the ground and creating distance between him and Mei. He thought he had earned himself a chance to escape, but Mei countered instantly. A thick wall of molten rock erupted from the ground and swallowed the wave in a cloud of sizzling steam. The water lost its power as it evaporated on impact, leaving only charred earth behind. The Jonin's eyes darted through the mist as he searched for an escape. Before he could move, Mei flickered through the dissipating steam and attacked again.
lava release, lava shot.
Molten projectiles shot from her lips and burned through the air. The Jonin dodged each one, but his movement cost him time. The moment his feet touched the ground, Mei was already beside him. Her leg arced toward his waist. He barely managed to block with his own, but the force of the impact sent him flying backward as he had already lost his footing. Then he saw her. The second Mei stood in his path, waiting for him to fall right into her trap.
A clone?
Panic shot through him as he realized he had no way to stop himself mid-air. His body was exposed, and he had nowhere to escape. The clone flickered toward him. Her body glowed red-hot as heat radiated from her form.
She's going to explode.
The Jonin reacted on instinct. He threw a kunai toward a tree and yanked the wire attached to it, pulling himself sideways in a last-ditch effort to escape. But the clone was too close. Soon the heat swallowed him as the clone exploded. Chapter 72. Power Up. Akane's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed her opponent's chakra suddenly surge. Nearly doubling in intensity, it became wilder, more aggressive. Yet not even for a second did she consider retreating. She knew that her friends were behind her, and if she lost, she'd be putting them in danger.
Waiting is pointless. There is no use in wasting time. I must attack now.
Akane flickered and reappeared behind her opponent in an instant. Before she had even fully materialized, her arm was already in motion as her blade sliced toward the elite chunin's neck. But just as the strike was about to land, her opponent's raging chakra stabilized. It was still violent, but no longer chaotic. The woman spun around as a cunning grin spread across her lips. She blocked the strike with far more ease than expected, causing Akane's eyes to widen in surprise.
I had a clear advantage in strength before, but now
Akane's grip tightened on her weapon as she tensed.
she's gotten stronger, faster too, and she was already quicker than me.
Despite her opponent's clear advantage, there wasn't a trace of fear or doubt on Akane's face. In an instant, her blade slipped free from the elite chunin's hold. The Kirikunoichi had stopped her strike, pinning her weapon with her own. But Akane wasn't about to let that moment of control last. She knew that if her opponent fully seized the initiative, her chances of victory would disappear. So instead of pulling back to regain distance or prioritize safety, she pressed forward, attacking again without hesitation. This time, though her opponent managed to block once more, the shockwave from Akane's sword still reached her body. The force struck like a hammer blow, and this time the Kiri shinobi visibly felt the impact.
I don't know if I can win this fight,
Akane thought,
but I know I can hold my ground. And there's no way this kind of chakra surge will last forever.
Even as she fought, her mind worked non-stop as she analyzed her opponent's movements, looking for patterns, weaknesses, and any opening she could exploit.
A good shinobi never fights blindly. They always keep assessing the battlefield.
Akane remembered Shin's words. It was a lesson from one of their sparring sessions. Akane had always listened carefully when Shin spoke, as he was one of the few people she truly respected. But there were times when analysis and strategy alone weren't enough to bridge the gap between strengths. And this was one of those times. Akane had misjudged just how much her opponent's powers had grown. The Kiri shinobi moved too fast as a sharp kick slammed into Akane's stomach, launching her backward before she could even react. But her opponent wasn't done as she pursued her mid-air, refusing to give her even a second to recover. The moment she hit the ground, the enemy was already there. Before Akane could even lift herself, an elbow slammed into her face with devastating force. A sharp pop rang in her ears as pain exploded in her brain. For a moment, her vision also blurred. However, through sheer will, Akane snapped back. She spat out blood and sprang to her feet. This time, the Kiri kunoichi was just a moment too slow. Akane's fist slammed into her opponent's stomach with crushing force. If not for the insane levels of chakra reinforcing the elite chunin's body, Akane was certain she would have shattered a few ribs. To be fair, Kiri kunoichi wasn't the only one enhancing her body. Akane's chakra rotation technique fortified her strikes as well. Even though the punch hadn't caused serious damage, it was significant for another reason. It restored Akane's confidence.
The only reason she gained the advantage is because her chakra enhances her body,
thought Akane and spun into a kick as she aimed for the next strike.
If I can find a way to push my chakra rotation technique further, I'm sure I can close the gap completely.
The Kiri chunin raised an arm, blocking the kick, but the shockwave still sent a jolt of force through her body. Individually, these shockwaves were minor, but she had already taken quite a few of them. Little by little, they were adding up. Yet the gap between them was still too vast. Blocking the attack took little effort, and now her counterattack came immediately. She delivered a strong kick, aimed straight for Akane's head. She barely managed to lift her left arm in time to block it, but that was exactly what her opponent had been waiting for. In the same instant, the Kiri shinobi's right hand flashed forward as the chakra blade sliced Akane's stomach. Akane twisted at the last moment and jerked her torso back just enough to narrowly avoid a fatal wound, but she wasn't fast enough to escape completely. The blade bit into her abdomen and blood erupted from the gash. A deep wound. Not life-threatening yet, but severe enough to spell the end of the fight. Akane's face twisted in pain, but the wound on her abdomen wasn't what weighed on her the most. The real fear creeping into her mind was the thought of losing this fight for her whole team. If she went down, her opponent would immediately shift to help other Kiri shinobi, and that would make things infinitely worse for her friends.
I need to do something. I need to turn this around.
Her vision blurred for a moment as her mind pulled away from the fight, desperately searching for a solution. The elite chunin noticed. A seasoned kunoichi wouldn't ignore such an opportunity. Without hesitation, she launched forward as her chakra flared wildly around her. The elite chunin knew Akane was vulnerable and distracted. She had no intention of giving her even a second to recover. But that reckless aggression, that sudden surge of chakra, that was exactly what Akane needed to see. Her eyes snapped back into focus as hope settled into them.
Her chakra doesn't just move inside her body. It extends outward too, forming some kind of barrier around her.
Then she realized something. She had seen this before. Toji Senju. During their fight, his body was also wrapped in a thin layer of chakra.
What if I do the same? What if I force even more chakra through the pathways I already use for chakra rotation? I'll pump so much that it won't be able to circulate smoothly anymore.
She didn't have time to weigh the risks. It was all or nothing. If this failed, she'd lose. And losing in this fight meant death. It took less than a second for her to act. Akane had always excelled at chakra control, and now she pushed that skill to its absolute limit. She flooded her pathways with chakra, forcing the flow far beyond what was safe, far beyond what she had ever attempted before. The result was instantaneous. A burst of energy exploded from her body, red-gold chakra surging outward in wild, flickering waves. It didn't just wrap around her, it bled into the air, distorting the space around her as it made the air crackle with tension. Akane stared at her hands. She was feeling the raw power coursing through her whole body.
I thought this would just cover my limbs, just strengthen my strikes. But this...
Her fingers flexed as the chakra around her shivered, pulsed, expanded.
This is so much better than I expected.
Akane's thoughts were interrupted by a subtle sting in her abdomen. She looked down only to realize that the bleeding had stopped. The chakra layer enveloping her entire body was forcing the blood to stay inside as it sealed the wound with nothing but sheer energy. It was an incredible effect, something she did not expect. But like all things that seemed too good to be true, there was a price.
My chakra is burning at an insane rate. I've got less than a minute to finish this fight.
Time was against her, but strangely, she wasn't afraid. In fact, she felt an almost unnatural certainty that she would win. In front of her, the Kiri chunin stiffened as the change in Akane's presence and the raw intensity of her chakra made her hesitate. For the first time since gaining the burst of power, she felt overwhelmed. Her entire body screamed at her to retreat, to stay away. Some primal instinct warned her that getting too close to Akane now would be dangerous, possibly even lethal. But she ignored it. A shinobi of her caliber refused to let fear control her, especially against a child. Her pride, sharpened by years of experience, overruled her instincts. She forced herself forward, ignoring the ominous feeling with sheer willpower. It was a mistake. The speed advantage she had relied on so far was gone as Akane, who had barely been able to keep up before, effortlessly slipped past her attack, ducking under the incoming kick with inhuman grace. Before the chunin could adjust, Akane's fist moved upward, an uppercut straight to the jaw. But she didn't stop there. A brutal kick slammed into the Kiri-nin's stomach, bending her forward with a choked gasp. The moment her opponent doubled over, Akane's blade flashed. She swung for the kill, but at the last possible second, the chunin managed to jerk sideways, barely avoiding a fatal blow. She wasn't fast enough to dodge entirely, though as Akane's blade cut her shoulder cleanly. A scream tore through the battlefield.
Ugh!
The Kiri chunin staggered. Her only remaining hand was holding the bloody wound where her other hand used to be. Kiri Kunoichi's face was twisted into a grotesque blend of rage, pain, and fear.
I'll kill you,
she snarled. She was shaking uncontrollably, not with anger, but with the terrifying realization that she couldn't. She had gambled everything on the red pill she had taken earlier, using it to artificially boost her chakra levels. But the same pill that had granted her power had robbed her of control. She couldn't even use ninjutsu anymore. And unlike Akane, she had no backup plan. Akane saw it in her eyes. She had already won. But she wasn't reckless. Even though her victory was certain, she didn't allow herself to relax. One mistake was all it would take for everything to turn against her.
If you surrender, I won't kill you,
she said with a cold and indifferent voice. Her voice was so devoid of emotion, so utterly indifferent, that it didn't even sound like her own voice. It sounded like Mizuki. The Kiri Kunoichi could see that Akane was burning through chakra at an insane rate. If she could drag this fight out just a little longer, she might still have a chance to kill her.
Fine, I'll surrender. But I need a guarantee that you won't kill me afterward,
the elite chunin said as she placated an innocent, almost pleading expression. Akane's gaze remained cold.
First, release that technique. You're in no position to bargain.
She could still speak, but in a few more seconds, it would be too risky to continue. If the kunoichi didn't comply, Akane would have no choice but to kill her.
I'd rather keep her alive. We could use all the information we can get.
Fine, fine,
the woman said, sighing dramatically.
But can you really guarantee my safety?
She slowly began to rise, but Akane noticed immediately that her chakra field had not diminished in the slightest.
This is your last warning. Stop that technique, or I'll kill you.
Akane tightened her grip on her blade as she readied herself for final attack. The kunoichi held her submissive posture for a second longer and then charged. Her chakra-coated trench knife shot toward Akane's throat. A second later, her head was rolling across the ground, severed cleanly from her body. Akane had no time for remorse, no time to acknowledge the corpse at her feet. Her only focus was survival. She steadied her breathing, forcing the chakra in her body to settle in an attempt to conserve what little remained. But the moment she stopped actively pumping chakra into her chakra rotation pathways, intense pain tore through her body like tons of needles piercing her simultaneously. Her body seized, her knees buckled, she collapsed and her vision darkened as she struggled to remain conscious. The wound on her abdomen was also bleeding again. She could feel the warmth of it spreading, soaking through her clothes. Akane reached for her first aid kit, but her body refused to move.
Am I going to die this pathetically?
That was her last thought before everything faded to black. Chapter 73, Mistakes Cost Lives. The signature technique Kaoru had been working on was still unfinished, but he had made significant breakthroughs. He had learned how to form and maintain dozens or even hundreds of high-density water droplets, each one hovering in the air, ready to be controlled anytime Kaoru might wish. The initial chakra cost was considerable, as shaping and stabilizing the water required a large portion of his reserves. But once they were formed, the upkeep was minimal. That was exactly what he was doing now. As long as he could afford the initial expenditure, he could sustain the technique for an extended period, using the droplets freely to attack and defend. This was his advantage, and the pressure he needed to exert against the Aburame shinobi. This battle was promising to be a long one. The Aburame shinobi was afraid of Kaoru's relentless attacks, and he could not use full strength because of his shattered shoulder. On the other hand, Kaoru was scared to death of the Aburame clan's poisons. He understood that no one would be able to help him if he got poisoned. He did not even know how Aburame usually poisoned their opponents, other than using insects. Kaoru was afraid of getting in close range, so he kept his distance. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and 4 blue needles shot toward his opponent. The Aburame shinobi gritted his teeth as he flickered back, narrowly avoiding another set of high-density needles. His shoulder throbbed, the pain pulsing with every movement. He had already lost some of his blood, and Kaoru's relentless attacks were further draining his stamina. It was becoming clear that he could not afford a prolonged fight. He's forcing me into a defensive battle. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets for me, Those chakra-draining insects won't be able to make a difference. There are not many on his body. Kaoru stood a short distance away. His eyes, now glowing brightly from his unleashed dojutsu, tracked every movement the Aburame and his insects made. The air around him shimmered with suspended droplets. Each one was a weapon Kaoru could use any time he wished. He raised a hand, and in an instant, several of the water droplets condensed, forming razor-thin needles that launched forward at blinding speed. The Aburame twisted his body, dodging what he could, but his limited mobility from his injured shoulder slowed him down. A few needles tore into his cloak, another slicing along his thigh. He's getting more precise. He's learning my patterns. If it was Aburame Shinobi who was analyzing Kaoru's patterns before and adapting to his needles, now it was Kaoru whose attacks became more and more precise each time. His unleashed dojutsu not only gave him better vision, but also increased the speed of high-density water needles. The Aburame flicked his fingers, and another wave of insects surged toward Kaoru. The tiny creatures moved in a spiraling formation, swarming from multiple directions at once. Instead of retreating, Kaoru reacted instantly, his free hand flicking upward. A wave of water burst forth, crashing into the insects and drowning them mid-flight. They twitched violently before sinking beneath the heavy liquid. Kaoru watched closely as his mind analyzed the way they reacted.
I get the feeling that I'm a natural enemy of the Aburame clan. If I use a water guardian, will those insects even have a chance of doing anything?
Kaoru was starting to feel confident. After realizing that his opponent was Root Shinobi and Aburame at that, he was a bit shaken, but he was slowly regaining the confidence.
My biggest problem are those chakra-draining insects on my body. I tried drowning them, but it doesn't seem to do anything.
Suddenly Kaoru had an idea.
Wait, what if instead of drowning I extract water from them and kill them that way?
He decided to test his theory on one of the insects as he focused his Suijingan on a single blue dot crawling along his arm. He channeled his chakra and attempted to extract all the water from it. At first he felt resistance, a subtle, almost instinctual chakra tug-of-war as the insect fought to maintain its structure. Then, after a brief struggle, an almost imperceptible amount of liquid was drawn out, and the insect withered instantly as it died without a sound. The sensation was extremely unpleasant. The process felt unnatural, wrong in a way he couldn't quite describe, but this was not the time for hesitation. Realizing that extracting water from such tiny creatures required only a negligible amount of chakra, Kaoru shifted his focus to all the blue dots moving along his skin. In an instant, he drained them all. The insects perished instantly. They were too small to even make a sound as they died, and the combined moisture extracted from them wasn't even enough to form a proper droplet. Despite the small voice deep inside him whispering that he had just taken a step in the wrong direction, warning him that from killing insects like this, the line to killing people was dangerously thin, Kaoru couldn't suppress the sheer exhilaration surging through him. He had known for a long time that Suijingan had this ability. It had always been there, it's just that he had never actually used it in battle before. Well, for one, he hadn't fought all that many real battles. Most of his previous opponents had either been sparring partners or competitors in the chunin exam tournament. Across from him, the Aburame Shinobi stood completely still. He hadn't seen what Kaoru had done, as his insects were too small to observe physical actions. But he had felt it. The moment Kaoru killed his insects, the chakra link was also severed. He didn't know how Kaoru had done it, but he knew it had happened. Still, he showed no visible reaction. Not because he wasn't disturbed by it, but because he had bigger problems. The only way to win now is a suicide attack. It was the only strategy left. If he sacrificed his own life, he might be able to take Kaoru down with him. However, even then he wasn't sure if it would work. That single moment, the instant he had lost his arm, had been enough for Kaoru to gain an overwhelming advantage. If I could use ninjutsu, I know I could defeat him. Instinctively, his gaze shifted toward his useless limp arm. His eyes showed only one emotion: regret. He needed ninjutsu to defeat Kaoru. The boy had completely neutralized his insects, not simply by drowning them with water, but by controlling its density. Even a slight shift in density was enough to make survival impossible for them. "I'm sorry, Lord Danzo. It looks like I've failed." The Aburame shinobi had already accepted his fate. But if he was going down, he was determined to take Kaoru, the boy Danzo had wanted to be eliminated, down with him. Without hesitation, he flickered forward, reappearing dangerously close to Kaoru. But speed was never his advantage. Even when he'd had both hands and his body had been fully functional, Kaoru had been faster. Behind Kaoru, a massive swarm of insects burst from the shadows, hurtling toward him in a last-ditch ambush. But Kaoru didn't even blink. A wall of water surged, rising like a liquid fortress between him and the incoming swarm. The barrier was not just for defense. Kaoru sent it forward as it crashed into the insects, encircling them in a whirlpool-like trap. "This boy is a nightmare for our clan." Kaoru wasn't just killing his insects with ease, he was completely immune to any of his sneak attacks. His dojutsu saw through everything, no living being could hide from his vision. But the Aburame wasn't done yet. The instant Kaoru diverted his attention to eliminate the insects, the shinobi made his move. In a flash, he flickered in front of Kaoru as his hand was already in motion. A kunai sliced through the air. It was aimed directly at Kaoru's throat, but it never connected. The blade slammed into a dark liquid disc. Kaoru's cyan eyes, which were glowing like living gemstones, were already focused on his opponent.
"Water release! Water Guardian!"
Kaoru had no interest in letting the Aburame get any closer. Even though he knew he could win a taijutsu exchange against a one-armed opponent, he wasn't willing to take unnecessary risks. Poison was still a threat. A sphere of water materialized out of nowhere and engulfed Kaoru completely. Then, in an instant, tentacles of liquid lashed out like hunting serpents. Aburame Shinobi barely dodged by twisting his body away. But as he moved, dark blue droplets that were hung motionless in the air transformed into water needles. A rain of deadly blue projectiles erupted toward him, too fast to counter. It's impossible to defeat a strong opponent when you can't use ninjutsu at all. The thought surfaced almost involuntarily. It was more like an excuse than a realization. Like he was trying to convince himself that, if not for that one mistake, this fight would have gone differently. "I'm truly sad that I won't be able to see Lord Danzo become Hokage." To him, Danzo's rise was not a matter of if, but when. That was the mindset instilled in every member of Root. For them, the Hokage was not Hiruzen, it was Danzo. "I'm sorry I couldn't remove one of the obstacles in your path, Lord Danzo." He did not mourn his own death. He only regretted that he had failed to kill Kaoru. With the last of his strength, he struggled to move, twisting his body to avoid as many needles as he could. Thin, razor-sharp, yet deceptively heavy, the projectiles tore through his flesh. But even as pain shook his body, he refused to fall quietly. He wanted to die like a true shinobi. His chakra flared violently, burning away the last of his reserves. Every insect still under his command surged forward, forming several enormous clusters. They were not just combat insects. They were scouts, venomous species, parasites, everything he had at his disposal. He would send them all in a final attack. Kaoru remained still as he stood inside his impenetrable water sphere. He was completely unfazed. But then the Aburame noticed something. A third presence. His lips curled into a weak, blood-stained smile as he saw it. Kaoru's expression shifted as his gaze showed something it hadn't shown before. Worry. "I may not be able to kill you," the Aburame murmured, "but at least I'll take her with me." With his final breath, he changed the direction of his attack. Thousands of insects launched toward Mizuki. She had just landed, only to be greeted by a black tide of skittering creatures. Normally, she could defend herself with ease, but there were too many and they came from all directions. Kaoru was in the same situation. He could protect her from one side, but forming a water barrier large enough to cover her entirely would take time he didn't have. His mind flashed with the worst possibilities. He saw her being devoured, torn apart by thousands of tiny insects, or paralyzed by a single venomous bite. Either way, all he could imagine was Mizuki dying, and that thought tore through him more painfully than any wound. Anger, despair, and sorrow flooded his chest, burning hotter than any fire. His Suijingan pulsed, its glow flared brighter than ever before. Kaoru's focus locked onto the clusters of insects. He willed the water inside their bodies to leave them. Even though they had no voices, even though they could not scream, the way they convulsed made it clear they were in agony. But Kaoru did not care. There was only one thought in his mind.
I'll save her, no matter what.
One by one, the insects began to drop, their dry, shriveled bodies falling lifelessly to the ground. Those that remained no longer charged at Mizuki. Instead, they writhed in resistance, desperately fighting against Suijingan's pull. Mizuki also gathered the last of her chakra, forming as many scorch balls as she could and launching them toward the remaining clusters. In less than 10 seconds, it was over. The battlefield was silent. Both Mizuki and Kaoru remained amidst the aftermath, but neither was unscathed. Mizuki had burned through her last reserves, and her body was trembling from exhaustion. But Kaoru was worse, much, much worse. Blood trickled from his eyes and ears. His head trembled and veins bulged unnaturally across his face. The glow in his eyes had disappeared. His body seized, collapsing to the ground. He convulsed in pain as his limbs twitched uncontrollably. The agony did not stop. It did not lessen. It only consumed him until everything went black and Kaoru lost consciousness. Chapter 74, Owning Up.
God, my head hurts so much.
As usual, after overusing the Suijingan, Kaoru woke up to a throbbing headache. He didn't want to move. He wanted to just lay there, to not move and stay perfectly still, especially since his head was resting on something so soft.
Wait, what's under me?
Kaoru realized that there simply could not be a pillow. They were in the wild, in a tent. He slowly lifted his head to check what was under his head, only to see Mizuki staring down at him. Her purple eyes were sharp and beautiful, despite the dark circles beneath them. Her lips were dry and cracked, her clothes just as dusty and tattered as before. And yet, there was something different. Her expression softened as quiet relief settles on her face. The moment their eyes met, she looked away. Then, after a brief hesitation, she bowed her head slightly.
I'm sorry you had to overexert yourself to save me,
she murmured. Something about her tone felt conflicted. There seemed to be a mix of emotions, anger, regret, relief, and happiness. Kaoru let out a low chuckle, but that sent a sharp jolt of pain through his skull. He winced, gripping his head like it would somehow ease the pressure. A few seconds passed before the pain dulled into something bearable.
You did nothing wrong,
he muttered as he kept squeezing his head, then smirked slightly.
Besides, I've never slept this comfortably.
Mizuki's face immediately reddened. She sprang to her feet as she avoided Kaoru's gaze.
You're clearly better now. I'll leave. Again, sorry,
she blurted before rushing out of the tent. Kaoru watched her back as she exited the tent. He was grinning despite the dull pounding in his head.
She's cute.
He had never seen Mizuki look like that before, and for once, he actually liked it.
Anyway, I need to also go out. I'm starving.
Slowly, he pushed himself up, dusting off his clothes before stepping outside. Even though he had not suffered any injuries, his whole body still ached. It was a price of overusing Suijingan. The pain wasn't sharp, but it was deep. It made it really difficult for Kaoru to move freely. The camp was quiet. Too quiet. Akane and Mei were nowhere to be seen. Kaoru narrowed his eyes, not because of confusion, but because of the light. Sunlight was intensifying his headache. Still, he turned toward the only other tent and made his way over. Inside, Mizuki was already there, sitting beside Mei, who was kneeling. Her attention was locked on Akane, who lay unconscious on the ground. Kaoru's eyes widened in shock.
What happened to her?
He asked. There was a clear hint of worry as his voice trembled slightly. Mizuki didn't look up.
After I finished fighting, I went to her first. The chakra waves coming from her battle were intense, so I figured she'd need help.
Her voice was as composed as always, but it was weaker than usual, giving away her exhaustion.
When I found her, she was already unconscious and bleeding. I used the healing kit Lady Tsunade gave us. It drained most of my chakra, but it stopped the bleeding. May arrived soon after and told me to go help you.
Even now, Mizuki was as precise as ever. No unnecessary details, just the facts. At the mention of her name, May finally lifted her head. Her eyes were swollen, her expression was dark.
She's been crying.
Kaoru's chest tightened. He still didn't fully grasp the severity of Akane's condition, but the look in May's eyes made his stomach churn. May must have sensed his growing anxiety as he tried to calm him down.
She'll recover. The seal Lady Tsunade gave us is powerful, and I've been pouring my chakra into it all night. She should wake up soon.
She bit her lip as her gaze lingered on Akane's pale face.
If she's going to be fine, then why does May look like that?
Something was off. Kaoru could feel it, but he couldn't figure out what.
I'll go rest for a while to recover. Kaoru, wake me up in a few hours.
Mizuki stood up and left without another word, leaving Kaoru and May alone with the unconscious Akane. For a while, neither of them spoke. However, the silence was not making things uncomfortable as both of them were lost in their own thoughts.
What would Maki have done?
May murmured suddenly, catching Kaoru's attention.
What?
He turned to her, thinking he had misheard.
What would Maki have done if she were leading this team? Would she have attacked, even knowing there were stronger opponents than expected? Or would she have ordered a retreat?
May's voice was quiet, but her thoughts spilled out without restraint.
There weren't supposed to be any special jonins and just one elite chunin. That was the intel we had. Otherwise, Takimura wouldn't have sent a team of 3 chunin.
She trailed off. It was clear that May was doubting her decision-making skills.
Maki would have attacked as well,
Kaoru said firmly, cutting through her downward spiral.
Don't blame yourself. Akane wouldn't want that,
he continued.
We all knew the risks. You couldn't have just canceled the mission because it turned out harder than expected, especially when we had enough strength to complete it.
That last part was a lie, and Kaoru knew it. If the Aburame shinobi hadn't let his guard down at the start, Kaoru wouldn't have been able to destroy his hand so easily. Who knew how that fight would have gone otherwise? Mizuki had also gotten lucky. The chunin she fought were far weaker than what most great villages would consider chunin level. Luck had played a significant role in their success. Sure, May's strength alone guaranteed their victory, and Kaoru probably could have held their opponents off, but the outcome had been far smoother than it should have been. Still, May didn't need brutal honesty right now. She needed reassurance. Once she made her report, someone from the council would definitely scold her. He didn't need to be the one to pile on.
Thank you, Kaoru,
May muttered, though her voice was laced with doubt.
But I'm starting to think I'm terrible at decision-making.
Her head dropped. Regret and doubt were weighing down on her shoulders. Kaoru narrowed his eyes.
May, look at me.
She flinched slightly as she was caught off guard by the sudden authority in his voice.
When I made a decision in Konoha that Maki didn't agree with, do you know what she told me?
He didn't wait for an answer.
She said, if you make a decision, own up to it. Otherwise, you're nothing but an irresponsible loser with a weak spine.
May's eyes widened. For a moment she was silent. Then a faint smile pulled at her lips.
That's right. If I want to be Kage, I need to be stronger. Not just physically, but mentally too.
Her expression hardened as the determination replaced the doubt in her eyes. She stood up and straightened. Despite the exhaustion still visible on her face, she now carried herself with the strength and confidence he recognized.
This is the Mei Terumi I know.
Kaoru nodded in approval, then turned to leave. May needed time to process everything, and hovering over unconscious Akane wouldn't help her one bit. As Kaoru stepped out of the tent, his gaze landed on an unconscious Kiri shinobi tied to a tree. He had several chakra suppression seals covering his body.
Iko Uzumaki's been making great progress lately.
Thanks to Yiko, Takimura was well covered in terms of fuinjutsu. He had even taken on a few disciples, teaching them the basics of sealing techniques. Kaoru's stomach twisted with hunger. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a ration bar.
A proper meal would have been ideal, but I neither have the energy nor the mood for it.
thought Kaoru as he took the bite. After finishing the ration bar, Kaoru turned to climb the nearest tree as he was going to stand guard while the others recovered. The pain from the Suijingan's backlash had dulled to something manageable. But then he remembered something.
No one had the time or the energy to check the bodies of those shinobi. Their valuables are definitely still there.
Kaoru quickly formed a set of hand seals and a shadow clone materialized beside him. Without a word, the clone flickered away, heading toward last night's battlefield. As the clone disappeared, Kaoru felt 3 curious gazes on him. He turned only to meet the wide, expectant eyes of the 3 kids his clone had saved during his fight with the Aburame shinobi.
God, I forgot about them,
thought Kaoru as he scratched the back of his head. He felt guilty for forgetting them, especially since the kids stared up at him with trust and admiration. In their eyes, he was their hero and savior, the one who had fought for their sake and nearly died in the process. His unconscious body had only cemented their awe. Without meaning to, Kaoru had gained 3 loyal followers and potential future shinobi of Takimura.
Are you guys hungry?
He asked as he walked toward them with a warm, bright smile.
Yes, Aniki?
They chirped in unison as their faces lit up even brighter. They hadn't been hostages for long, and their innocence hadn't been completely destroyed yet.
Looks like I'll have to cook. I can't just hand these kids ration bars.
Kaoru sighed internally. He was hoping that someone had already fed them, but Mei had been entirely focused on saving Akane, and Mizuki hadn't left his side for a second. That meant the kids had likely gone unfed since last night.
All right then, let's cook together,
Kaoru said with a bright laugh. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something. He needed to make a fire. Pulling a flint stone from his satchel, he started working. Unlike most shinobi, he hadn't bothered to learn even the most basic fire techniques. By the time the meal was ready, his clone had returned and handed him a storage seal. Kaoru didn't need to ask what it contained. The moment the clone dispelled, the information flooded his mind. The clone had collected 16 million ryo, and 12 million of it had belonged to the root shinobi.
Looks like he was planning to pay 4 million for each kid.
Kaoru's gaze flickered to the children who were happily devouring the barely edible meal he had prepared. To them, taste didn't matter. It was the fact that Kaoru had made it what mattered. That and the fact that they hadn't eaten in days. Anything remotely edible was the best meal they'd ever had. The clone had also found several ceiling tags, mostly explosive, along with around 100 kunai and shuriken. But the most important discovery was a set of strange red pills, the same ones Akane's opponent had taken. Kaoru had no way of knowing their effects, as the only witness was still unconscious, so he was not interested at all.
Aniki, will you take us with you?
The boy asked as he licked his makeshift plate, which Kaoru made with high-density water, clean with enthusiasm.
We will,
Kaoru assured him.
But once things settle down, we'll try to return you to your homes. By the way, where do you live?
He knew it could be a sensitive subject, but the kids were in high spirits, so he assumed their village was still intact. The girl, who had just finished her meal, spoke up first.
We lived on a small island. They kidnapped us when we were out looking for herbs and wild fruits. We're orphans.
She glanced toward the pot, clearly hoping for more food.
Feel free to eat as much as you want,
Kaoru said with a smile. He was glad he could change the uncomfortable subject. As the kids eagerly helped themselves, he kept observing them with knowing look.
Looks like these 3 will be living in Takimura from now on.
Kaoru was glad they had saved them, but on top of that, he was pleased that they had rescued kids Root had taken an interest in. Because that likely meant one thing: these kids had the potential to awaken a Kekkei Genkai. Chapter 75, Takimura in Trouble. It had been a week since Team Shin and Mei returned from their mission. Kaoru had earned 250,000 ryo from the mission itself, plus an additional 4 million after dividing the 16 million he had collected from the corpses. With that, he could finally afford a new house. One he had been eyeing for a while in the Takime Clan's compound. The house sat on the far end of the district, separated from the other homes by a river. It had a spacious yard, which was perfect for training. That was what mattered most to Kaoru. The house itself was 2 stories tall, built from wood like the rest of Takimura's structures. Wood handled the ever-present moisture in the air better than stone. Kaoru didn't particularly care about the house itself, but he liked its isolation and the space it provided. He walked through the streets of Takimura alongside Maki. They were heading toward his new home. He had just bought it for 5 million ryo. The place was brand new. No one had ever lived in it. Takimura was growing fast, and many freshly built houses were still waiting to be claimed. His old home, which was located in the village center, would be repurposed into a shop, and Kaoru would be paid a rent. The Takime clan had moved their compound to a more secluded area when Takimura was first established, leaving the central district open for business.
Ru, have you invited everyone already?
Maki asked. Tomorrow was Kaoru's birthday. He was turning 11, and he had always liked numbers with repeating digits. It felt fitting to make this birthday special. That was part of the reason he had bought the house. He wanted to celebrate with his friends in his new home. Only his closest friends and a few important figures were invited. As the next head of the Takime clan, there were people he had to invite.
Yeah, I did,
Kaoru replied.
Mizuki and Akane are coming later today to help with preparations. Suguru, Akito, and Yuji should already be there.
He shot Maki a mischievous grin.
Have you decided what you're getting me?
Maki sighed.
Ru, you're not a kid anymore. Your status lets you study pretty much anything in the library, so don't expect a jutsu.
That's lame,
Kaoru grumbled.
If we were in Konoha, Guy and Itachi would have gotten me some awesome jutsus.
He was practically drooling at the thought. Maki raised an eyebrow.
Sometimes I wonder how you got so obsessed with ninja stuff overnight. You were like any other kid one day, then the next. You wouldn't stop pestering me to teach you new jutsus.
She wasn't trying to be deep. She was just making conversation, but Kaoru nearly choked. His enthusiasm instantly vanished. For a moment, he just stared at her and searched her face.
What?
Maki asked, surprised by his reaction.
Nothing. You're just trying to avoid getting me the present I actually want, aren't you?
He teased, forcing himself to brush it off like he normally would. At this point, he was Kaoru Takime. This life was his, and he honestly believed that. Maki simply chuckled and waved his question off, then darted toward the bakery to pick up a cake. Kaoru exhaled slowly.
Why did I react like that? No one would ever assume that someone else magically woke up in a 7-year-old's body. Besides, I don't even know if that's true. For all I know, I'm just a reincarnation who happened to awaken my past life's memories at 7.
He had thought about that a lot. Eventually, he reached the conclusion that it didn't matter. He was happy with his life, and even if he had to keep fighting to protect that happiness, it was worth it. That was all that mattered. The party was a total success, at least for the kids. The adults, on the other hand, weren't exactly comfortable. Meruem, Orihime, Terreño, and the others kept to the sidelines, watching the chaos unfold with stiff expressions. But since the next generation of Takimura was having fun, they didn't complain. Their job was simple: give Kaoru his gift, stick around for about an hour, and then leave. Kaoru didn't want them lingering any longer than that. And they knew it. The only exception was Gumi. Unlike the others, he was having a blast. He played with the kids, cracked jokes, and acted like he belonged there more than any adult in the room. His enthusiasm only made the other adults even more uncomfortable, but Gumi couldn't have cared less. Every kid at the party got along with Takimura's resident joker, the shinobi who was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a jonin. Gumi loved kids, and they loved him back just as much. But the one enjoying himself the most was Kaoru. He had received tons of presents. None of them were the jutsus he had been secretly hoping for, but he was still having fun. The attention, the excitement, he was loving it all. Maki gifted him weight seals to help with his training. Since Iko sold them for 50,000 ryo each, she had spent quite a bit on him. Akane gave him a copy of the first picture Team Shin had ever taken together. Shin handed him a stack of books about science. No one knew where he had gotten them, but Kaoru was overjoyed. Sugeru smirked and passed him a book written by Jiraiya, following it up with a thumbs up. And finally, Mizuki stepped forward and handed him a wineskin covered in tons of Fuinjutsu seals.
I thought you might like to carry high-density water with you. This wineskin will reduce the weight so much you won't even feel it.
Kaoru blinked as he stared at the gift in surprise. He had actually been considering doing exactly that. It would save him so much chakra. He had even planned to commission Yiko to make something similar, and now Mizuki had beaten him to it. But more than anything, what made him happiest was the fact that Mizuki had put that much thought into his present.
Thank you, Mizuki,
Kaoru said, and smiled brightly as he awkwardly accepted the wineskin. He wanted to say more, maybe tease her, maybe just express his appreciation, but for some reason the words wouldn't come out. Mizuki simply nodded, then turned around and walked off before he could say anything else.
Strange,
Kaoru thought, but even he wasn't sure what he meant by that. 3 months had passed since Kaoru's birthday, 3 months of constant error, frustration, and borderline obsession. He had spent every free moment trying to create a technique that wasn't even his idea to begin with. Kaoru was trying to recreate Gaara's third eye, an ability he only vaguely remembered from the anime.
How did it work?
He wasn't sure. Gaara shaped an eye out of the sand and somehow saw through it. That was all Kaoru knew.
Did he use his chakra to form an optic connection? Was it some kind of sensory link?
Kaoru didn't have answers. He only had his own instincts, the fragments of knowledge he did remember, and his own ability, his Suijingan. If Gaara could do it with sand, then logically, Kaoru should be able to do it with water. But theory and execution were two very different things. The very first thing he did was try to form a water eye. For someone who could manipulate water particles at will, it was as easy as moving his finger. He easily formed a floating sphere with a pupil-like indentation and even adjusted its density, made it spin, and gave it a glassy reflective surface by transforming the outer shell into ice. While Kaoru's ability to use ice was still lacking as it required too much chakra and concentration, he could easily create such thin layers. But when he tried to see through the eye, he got nothing. There was no feedback, not even a brief sensation. It was like staring at a dead object, a pretty floating drop of water that did absolutely nothing.
If the problem isn't the shape, maybe it's the chakra flow.
Kaoru infused more chakra into the water, trying to establish a link, but there was still nothing.
Why? What else can I do?
The Suijingan allowed him to sense water. When he activated it, he could feel every movement in a body of water, every ripple, every shift in pressure. He could even tell the density of liquid around him.
As it turns out, sensing the water and seeing through it are completely different things.
Kaoru kept analyzing his every step, theory, and failure.
Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong.
Gaara's third eye wasn't an actual eye. It was sand infused with his chakra. That meant the vision had to come from the chakra itself, not the physical construct.
But if the shape doesn't matter, then why would he waste extra chakra forming it into an eye?
Kaoru frowned. He had read plenty of books by now, some on human anatomy, some on the mechanics of sight. He knew how vision worked. Light entered the eye, and then it was transformed into electrical signals. Those signals traveled through the optic nerve straight to the brain, where they were processed into the images people saw. It was a complex system, but things became even more difficult when the nervous system was not the one transferring the signals.
Gaara's third eye did not have all the parts the eye has, and most importantly, it did not have optic nerves, and yet somehow it still functioned. Which means…
Kaoru's gaze dropped to the floating sphere of water in front of him.
The shape does matter.
Not in a biological sense, but in a chakra sense. If the eye was just a medium, then shaping it like a real one might help direct the chakra in a way that mimicked actual sight.
Gaara wasn't wasting chakra. He was using the form to guide his technique.
Kaoru was now closer to recreating Gaara's third eye, but he was still missing a step. He formed a water droplet, changed its form, and tried to establish visual connection. For a second, just for a fraction, he sensed something different. But then the droplet lost shape and fell to the ground.
Damn it!
Kaoru sat in his yard as he stared at the damp patch of dirt where his latest attempt had failed. He was getting increasingly frustrated.
Why did it almost work?
Kaoru ran through every attempt he had made, comparing his technique to Gaara's third eye. No matter how many times he tried to break it down, he couldn't pinpoint the missing piece.
It's not explained, but when Gaara forms his third eye, he somehow establishes a connection and just sees through it. What am I missing?
He thought a lot before realizing the crucial detail: seeing. There were two things he overlooked. He had been so focused on how Gaara created the eye that he overlooked two crucial details: what Gaara was perceiving and how his brain processed it. Even if Gaara truly saw through his third eye, the way he perceived things could have been entirely different from normal sight. It was possible he wasn't seeing in a traditional sense at all. Instead, he could have been sensing his surroundings, and his brain was simply translating that information into visuals, just like how a real eye translated electrical signals into images. Which led Kaoru to his second realization: Gaara's method of sensing or seeing might not even be useful to him.
I have the Suijingan.
It wasn't just a dojutsu, it was a tool that allowed him to perceive things others couldn't. If he applied the Suijingan's ability to this technique, he wouldn't just create a copy of the third eye. He could turn it into something better. Instead of a single eye that provided vision from one angle, he could make a radar, one that detected everything in a circular range. The potential was enormous, but if he went down that path, he'd have to change the technique's foundation entirely. The eye shape, which helped direct Gaara's chakra, wouldn't be useful for Kaoru's version.
Should I stop trying to recreate the third eye and work on my own version instead?
Or should he finish copying the third eye first to gain an immediate combat advantage, and then gradually evolve it into something new? Kaoru made his decision. He would recreate the third eye first. That way he could refine the concept and make it useful in battle, while slowly developing his own variation over time. Kaoru stood up and straightened. He wasn't feeling frustrated anymore, and he was about to resume his training when suddenly Remy landed in his yard.
Good afternoon, Kaoru-san.
Kaoru turned to face him. Remy was an elite chunin of the Takime Clan. He was often tasked with delivering messages. He had earned that role because of one valuable skill: he knew how to keep his mouth shut.
The Takime Clan is holding an emergency meeting in 30 minutes. Attendance is mandatory.
Kaoru gave a small nod, and without another word, Remy disappeared.
An emergency meeting.
Ever since his speech at his first council gathering, he had been included in every major and minor decision within the clan. Not because he had any real power, but because they saw his potential. He was still learning. Anime knowledge alone wasn't enough to grasp the depth of clan affairs or the complexity of real-world politics.
For Grandma to call an emergency meeting, something serious must have happened.
Kaoru exhaled. He was visibly nervous.
Is Takimura in trouble?
Chapter 76, Point of No Return. Kaoru changed into his traditional robes in record time and flickered toward the council room. Even in emergency meetings, formality was mandatory. When he arrived, he was surprised to see Tsunade already there.
I didn't even know she was back.
Tsunade was constantly traveling, rarely staying in one place for long. The last time he had seen her was 2 months ago. He knew she had only taken Maki with her, but where they had gone and what they had been doing was a mystery. What he did know, however, was that the legendary Sannin had been helping Maki develop the next form of her signature technique, Predator's Pact.
She's probably indebted to her now, and that's why she had been running errands.
Kaoru smirked at the thought, but didn't dwell on it. Tsunade wasn't the type to take advantage of someone like Maki. If anything, it was probably Tsunade who got the short end of the deal.
Good afternoon, Lady Tsunade.
Kaoru greeted her with a slight bow. Hello, Kaoru-kun. It's been a few months, hasn't it? You've grown taller, Tsunade noted as she gave him a quick once-over. Kaoru knew Tsunade had been trying to learn more about his dojutsu. The problem was that clans were always secretive when it came to their Kekkei Genkai, and the Takime clan was no exception. She had tried offering various things to both Suiren and Kaoru in exchange for information, but neither had budged. Suiren was too prideful, and Kaoru simply didn't want to get caught in a lie. He wasn't against revealing basic details, but not without Suiren's permission first. So when Tsunade learned that Maki had given up on the Suijingan, she thought she had found her way in. She was wrong. The Lady Luck was never on the side of the legendary sucker. Maki knew less about the Suijingan than Tsunade did. The Sanin had read every book she had an access on in the Takime library, while Maki had never even tried to learn about the Suijingan, despite Suiren's constant nagging. Since she had never been able to use it properly, she never saw a reason to study it. The deal Tsunade made was helping Maki advance her technique in exchange for everything she knew about the Suijingan, and it turned out to be a total loss, just like most of the bets she had made before. At least that's how Tsunade felt at first. But over time she had grown to like Maki. Maki was impulsive, loved drinking, enjoyed a good joke, and was a taijutsu genius. It was like looking into a mirror. Tsunade even took Maki on her mission to spy on and gather intel about Kaiketsu. Since Takimura could also use the information, Maki did not mind. But their mission was halted when Tsunade received an order from Konoha. The order came directly from Jiraiya. Tsunade was supposed to meet him on a small island bordering 3 great nations, the Land of Water, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Lightning.
Kumo and Konoha delegations are set to meet on Sunny Island,
Suiren explained.
Kumo discovered wind affinity dragon vein crystals there, and both villages want to monopolize them. But since the island is neutral territory, neither has a rightful claim. Everything will be decided by the local daimyo. Since the Land of Water is also connected to it, we have the option to send a delegation as well.
Dragon vein crystals were rare and highly coveted. They couldn't create an affinity from nothing, as shinobi needed to have a natural inclination toward an element for them to be effective, but they could strengthen an existing affinity and even expand chakra reserves. However, the sheer quantity needed to make a real difference was enormous. These crystals weren't something small factions could afford to throw around. Outside the great villages, only the wealthiest clans or nations could spare them for a single person. And Kaoru wanted to be that person. He had tested his second affinity with the advanced chakra paper he bought in Konoha, and it was wind. So the wind dragon vein crystals would be perfect for him. What's the point in sending a delegation? Benno asked. As someone who was in charge of finances, he hated unnecessary expenses. Even if, by some miracle, Konoha and Kumo agree to let us control Sunny Island, we don't have the resources to establish a foothold there. That's not the point, Benno. Terreno leaned forward. He was the most experienced when it came to strategic maneuvers, and his voice carried the biggest weight. Our delegation isn't going there to claim the island. We're selling our support. Compared to the great villages, we might be small, but we still hold value. Whether it's Kumo or Konoha, one of them will buy our backing. Suiren nodded in agreement.
Torino is right. We'll send Maki and Mei, accompanied by Oinen squads.
I just hope Meruem doesn't turn this into an argument, Terreno muttered, frowning. He had little patience for Meruem, seeing him as someone who put his own clan's interests above Takimura as a whole. Of course, Terreno was guilty of doing the same for the Takime clan, but a man is allowed to be a hypocrite. Right now, the Takime clan's council was finalizing their stance for the upcoming Takimura council meeting. They always presented a united front there. Any disagreements were settled internally. Then Suiren turned to Kaoru.
You're going as well.
Kaoru blinked.
You'll be joining Lady Tsunade,
she continued.
She requested your company, and I agreed.
The small, satisfied smile on her face told Kaoru exactly what had happened.
How much did you sell me for, Grandma?
He chuckled internally. Not that he minded. Attending a diplomatic meeting like this was a valuable experience, one every future leader needed. In a dimly lit room overlooking a rain-drenched city, 5 figures stood in tense silence looking at each other. 3 of them wore identical robes, making their unison clear. The other 2 were unmistakably distinct. One wore a mask with a single eye hole. The other had strange yellow eyes and an unnatural face, half black, half white. But what stood out the most was the Venus flytrap-like extensions that emerged from his shoulders. Even at a glance, it was obvious these five did not belong together. The man with orange hair, one of the three in matching robes, took a step forward. His voice was cold and full of suspicion. "Why did you seek us out?"
I didn't,
the masked man replied.
"It's your friend I'm interested in."
His lone eye shifted toward the red-haired man, standing slightly behind the others. He was clearly tense, and his expression screamed uncertainty and hesitation.
Our society has long sought to guide the one who awakens those eyes down the correct path,
the masked man continued as he gestured toward the redhead. "How do you know about my eyes?" The redhead was clearly flustered, but the masked man ignored the question entirely and continued making his point.
While the so-called great nations bask in the light of prosperity, small countries like yours are left to die in the shadows. That is why your eyes have awakened. That is your purpose.
He let the words hang in the air before shifting his gaze back to the redhead.
Where there is light, there must also be shadow. As long as the concept of winners exists, so must the existence of losers.
For a brief moment, something raw surfaced in his voice, genuine pain, buried beneath cold indifference.
Some may fight to preserve peace,
he continued as his voice regained cold indifference.
But most will always use their strength for self-interest. That is why the cycle never ends. It is why protecting what you love is impossible.
Again, the masked man's voice became genuine for a fraction of a second.
At least, it was impossible until now.
The masked man extended his hand toward the red-haired shinobi.
If we work together, we can create a world of winners. A world of peace and love. Eventually, you will come to wield the true power of the Rinnegan. When that time comes, this vision will finally be complete.
But before the redhead could respond, the orange-haired man stepped between them. "You're just trying to use us," he said firmly. "Your words sound too good to be true. We have our own path. If we can make our enemies understand our pain, we will take one step closer to an ideal world." The masked man tilted his head slightly, as if he was amused.
Make your enemies feel your pain, huh? In other words, vengeance?
But his attempt to expose a flaw in their ideology was immediately shut down. "Number not at all," the orange-haired man countered. "We will force them to understand each other." The masked man was silent for a moment. Then, with a chilling voice, he spoke again.
"You say such pretty words,"
he said.
"But in this world, words alone mean nothing. One day, you will understand that."
"Nagato, Konan, we're leaving," the orange-haired shinobi said as he turned away. "They can't be trusted." He cast the masked man one last glance. "Don't approach us again." But the masked man was unfazed.
"I will be here at this time, every day."
His single red eye was locked onto Nagato.
"One day, you will come to find me."
Obito flickered into Konoha's graveyard as he recalled his conversation with Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. He had visited this place at least once a year. He could not let go of Rin's grave, the only connection he had left to her in this world. But this time would be the last. He crouched beside the headstone and gently placed a flower on the grave. The petals trembled under the moonlight, a fragile contrast to the void within him.
"Rin, I miss you."
His voice was quiet, but his lone eye remained empty, devoid of the sorrow it should have carried. This scene should have been sad, but it wasn't. Obito had already let go of everything, his grief, his hesitation, his humanity. He had embraced the darkness fully.
"This is my last visit, Rin. We'll meet soon."
To him, Rin was not truly gone. The reality he sought to create would reunite them. The Rin he loved wasn't beneath this cold stone. She was waiting for him in the world he would bring to life. Obito rose, straightening his cloak, as a breeze swept through the graveyard. The moonbeam danced on Rin's headstone as Obito turned and stepped into the darkness. In the land of lightning, Reikage was having a council meeting. Konoha will try to put the blame on us, claiming we attempted to secretly monopolize the Dragon Vein crystal deposit. Dodai began setting the tone for the discussion. They're not strong enough to confront us openly, A said impatiently. They'll rely on their usual tactics, spreading rumors in the shadows and using diplomacy to pressure us. But if we strike a deal with Iwa and agree to split the deposit, Konoha won't be able to do a damn thing. He wanted war, that much was obvious, but he wasn't reckless enough to attack outright. If Kumo and Konoha weakened each other, the other great villages would swoop in and capitalize on the chaos. Don't underestimate the Tsuchikage, Dodai warned. Onoki could just as easily make the same offer to Konoha. If that happens, they'll join forces against us. We can't afford to give the impression that we're preparing for war. The moment we do, we become a top priority for every other village. A's fingers dug into the table. The reason Konoha has always been the main target is simple. It's because of their ability to produce geniuses. If not for that, someone else would be in their position. Dodai met A's sharp gaze, and we don't want to be that someone else. A growled, slamming his fist down hard enough to crack the table. So what? You're saying we should fold and just negotiate a fair deal? No, I'm not, Dodai said evenly. But we do need to be careful. Konoha might not be at their peak, but they're far from weak. They still have Tsunade and Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi, Fugaku Uchiha, and God knows who else. And most importantly, they still have the third Hokage. He let the words settle, then added, just because he's old doesn't mean he's weak. If it comes to war, you would have to fight him personally. Dodai let the weight of that truth sink in before he continued. What I'm suggesting is simple. Chapter 77, Dream Come True. Sunny Island, as its name suggested, was a place bathed in sunlight. It was small, but compared to most of the shinobi world, the civilians here lived relatively peaceful and happy lives. The local daimyo wasn't greedy, and with the island's tiny population, he knew his subordinates personally and actually listened to their opinions. But that peaceful, simple, and slightly boring life was about to change as Kumo had discovered a rich deposit of dragon vein crystals. And that meant the shinobi world now had its eyes on this once remote, beautiful island. The only way to reach Sunny Island was by sea, which meant Kaoru had to spend 2 days aboard a ship. Tsunade's group consisted of 4 people: Kaoru, Shizune, Nora, and Tsunade. At first, the journey wasn't too bad. Kaoru spent the first day talking with Nora as he was still trying to understand how her life force technique worked. But before he could get any useful information, he was interrupted by his own seasickness. Ironically, for someone who could manipulate water, Kaoru couldn't handle traveling by ship. The constant motion made his stomach twist into knots.
I swear, I will never take a ship again,
he thought bitterly, gripping the rail and struggling to keep his breakfast where it belonged. Thankfully, the trip only lasted 2 days. When they finally docked, Kaoru could have kissed the ground. Given Tsunade's status, their group was met at the port with a warm welcome. The Konoha, Takimura, and Kumo delegations had yet to arrive, which meant they had time to enjoy the stress-free beaches, tropical fruits, and the rare luxury of relaxation. Kaoru knew the delegations would be arriving in 3 days, so he fully intended to enjoy himself until then. Of course, that didn't mean slacking off, as Guy had warned him that even 1 day of laziness would ruin his progress. So while the beaches and fruit sounded tempting, Kaoru already knew his days would be split between training and resting. No excuses. A day before the delegations were set to arrive, Tsunade called Kaoru for a private conversation. Kaoru, you'll be attending the negotiations as one of my people, she said, sipping her drink as she lounged in a soft chair. I need to know if your village struggles. Can you stand by and do nothing? I'm not saying that will happen, but I need to know if you can. Kaoru took a seat across from her.
As long as they're not in danger, I won't interfere. It's a negotiation, after all,
he answered honestly. Then, after a brief pause, he added,
But may I ask a question?
Tsunade gave him a nod, prompting him to continue.
Why did you bring me here?
He studied her expression as he absent-mindedly ran a finger along his lower lip.
At first, I thought you'd question me about the Suijingan, or maybe even try to involve me in your research. But you haven't done either. Instead, it's starting to feel like you brought me here to make it publicly known that Takimura is aligned with Konoha.
Tsunade chuckled. You're giving yourself too much credit. Kaoru raised an eyebrow. You may be well known in Konoha, but Kumo won't recognize you, she continued. The reason I brought you here is to prove that I can be trusted by giving you this experience. If you help me, I won't remain in your debt. Lady Suiren has already given her consent. If you choose to share information and then help me, she won't hold you responsible. Kaoru listened intently, but as she spoke, the humor in her expression faded, replaced by sorrow. But I don't want to trick you, pressure you, or convince you otherwise, she said. This research is important to me, and I need your full cooperation. Kaoru's fingers stilled. What kind of research is she doing? He racked his brain, trying to recall anything from the anime about Tsunade conducting research, but nothing came to mind. As far as he remembered, she had spent her time gambling away her life before Naruto and Jiraiya dragged her back to Konoha. But what did stand out to him was her loyalty to her deceased lover, Dan Kato. The only reason Kaoru even remembered Dan was because of his signature jutsu, spirit transformation technique. Is she trying to resurrect him? Maybe she wants to modify Edo Tensei. But if that were the case, wouldn't she have just accepted Orochimaru's offer? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Kaoru wanted to help Tsunade, but not at the cost of his own safety or training. In 9 months, he would be leaving Takimura. He had already decided. He was going to accept the invitation Maru had given him nearly 2 years ago.
Lady Tsunade, I'll gladly help, but I won't be able to stay and assist with the research. I need to continue my training, and I plan to leave for somewhere else soon.
Kaoru trusted Tsunade as much as he could based on his anime memories, but she was still Konoha's Tsunade. To those outside the village, she was the killer Sannin. Yes, she was kind in normal situations, but there was no way he would place blind trust in her. The information won't be useful if you don't help me, Tsunade said with a sigh before leaning forward. All right, let's start with the Suijingan. Then we'll talk about your involvement. What exactly can you see? She asked with curiosity in her voice and excitement in her eyes. Kaoru hesitated for a fraction of a second before deciding it was safe to share the basics.
I can see water, and anything that contains water,
he explained.
But it burns through a lot of chakra and puts serious strain on my brain. In the case of Itachi, I noticed the water flow inside his body shifted unnaturally for a fraction of a second. That's how I knew something was off about him.
There was no harm in revealing this. What he wouldn't reveal, no matter what, was his ability to extract water from living beings. So you can see blood flow as well? Tsunade asked. Kaoru nodded.
In a way.
Have you read all the books I brought to Takimura? She was fishing for something.
Only the ones related to science, water, or the human body,
he answered truthfully. Tsunade's eyes practically lit up. That's perfect. Did you know that human cells can be altered? With precise chakra control and large reserves, it's theoretically possible to regenerate any injury, not instantly, but over time. Kaoru's eyes widened. He was intrigued. If you learn the method, she continued, watching him closely, you could create a spare arm for yourself. And if you ever lost one, you'd be able to reattach it. It would take a special method, but still, it would work. Kaoru had expected something big, but this was beyond groundbreaking. Tsunade was skipping a few steps, obviously. A concept like that couldn't be that simple. There must have been drawbacks, and the cost was probably immense too. But what she was saying was truly impressive. And then, like a puzzle clicking into place, a thought struck Kaoru. Is she planning to use this method to create a body for her deceased lover? But if her research was already this advanced, why would she need him? Maybe she's still stuck at the concept stage. Maybe she hasn't figured out how to make it work yet. Kaoru studied her expression, trying to gauge just how far along she really was.
That's incredible, Lady Tsunade,
he said carefully.
Have you really progressed the research that much?
It was his turn to fish now. Before Tsunade could answer, the door opened and Shizune stepped inside. Tsunade sighed, then stood. We'll continue this discussion when we return to Takimura. She flashed him a bright smile. By the way, as a thank you, I'll let you use my personal library. Kaoru nearly jumped from his seat. Tsunade's personal library? That was bound to contain tons of jutsu. There are few books I need you to read. Shizune will give you a storage seal and the books. You can borrow anything you want from it, Tsunade said before leaving the room with her assistant. Kaoru sat there for a moment, running through his fragmented memories. I remember that in Naruto's later stages, regrowing limbs became possible, but they weren't original limbs. They used Hashirama's cells, I think. That's how Naruto got his hand back. He remembered one more method. White Zetsu was also something similar, a living mass of modified cells. But what Tsunade is suggesting is different and also a much bigger deal. He realized that he had jumped to conclusions too quickly and let his suspicions take over as he recalled yet another detail. Tsunade never tried resurrecting Dan Kato for a reason. Dan had been a kind soul, someone who wouldn't or couldn't live as a parasite. Unless Tsunade found a method that didn't require human sacrifice, she would never go through with it. Kaoru sighed, pushing the thoughts aside. He decided to step out and enjoy the sunset as he stood up and left the room. Tomorrow, delegations from 3 nations would arrive and the peaceful island would be thrown into chaos. He strolled toward the beach, taking in the relaxed expressions of the locals. They didn't have much, but their simple lives meant less greed and fewer conflicts. The air felt lighter here. It's like everything was simple. On his way, Kaoru stopped by an open food stall. He grabbed a grilled fish and continued his walk. The scent of the sea mixed with the smoky aroma of roasted fish. The waves rolled onto the shore in gentle crashes, and the sounds they made were oddly soothing. Kaoru inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with the salty air. Then a girl caught his eye. Nora was stepping out of the water. Her hair was slicked back, and droplets trailed down her skin. She wore a bikini that highlighted her lean, toned body, a clear sign of her rigorous training. But that wasn't what caught Kaoru's attention. A large scar stretched across her waist, jagged and deep. Her life must have been really difficult. For a brief moment, he considered approaching her. But her posture, the way she averted her gaze, it was clear she was trying to avoid him. Kaoru didn't want to push her into an uncomfortable situation, so he simply turned and walked the other way. Everyone, even Kumo, was caught off guard when a 4th delegation arrived at the negotiations. Kirigakure had sent representatives, and leading them was none other than Mangetsu Hozuki, accompanied by a handful of diplomats. A single thought passed through everyone's mind. This negotiations just got a lot more complicated. For once, though, Kumo welcomed the new addition. They had already noticed the way Takimura and Konoha greeted each other, and their spies in Konoha had reported multiple meetings between Hiruzen and Maki. A Takimura-Konoha alliance wasn't far-fetched. With Kiri joining the fray, the balance shifted once again.
Maki, we might actually have to fight here.
Mei whispered as her gaze was locked onto Mangetsu.
I don't know him personally, but he's one of the 7 swordsmen. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a move.
Who cares?
Maki scoffed.
If he does anything, I'll just kill him.
She grinned and cracked her knuckles.
With Kaoru under Lady Tsunade's protection, I can go wild.
She wasn't bluffing. Thanks to Tsunade's guidance, she was on the verge of another breakthrough, and she was confident she could take Mangetsu down if it came to that. Not far from them, Jiraiya leaned toward Tsunade, eyeing the unfamiliar figure beside her. Tsunade, who's the kid? He hadn't seen the 3rd round of the chunin exams. He had no idea what the blue needle of Takime looked like. This is Kaoru Takime, Tsunade said nonchalantly. Hearing a familiar name caused Jiraiya's eyes to widen. So this is the kid Danzo has been rambling about. Kaoru stepped forward and bowed slightly.
It's an honor to meet you, Lord Hokage.
Jiraiya blinked. He hadn't yet gotten used to the weight of the Hokage's hat on his head, but there was no denying the truth. Hiruzen had finally achieved his dream and stepped down. Chapter 78, Solution and New Problem. /N. Thank you, Josh Wells and Do Not Friend Me, for being the first to support Azure Awakening. Kumo hadn't expected Jiraiya. They knew Konoha had a new Hokage, but they had assumed Hiruzen would be the one attending the negotiations. That said, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Jiraiya was undeniably strong, but A didn't see him as his equal. In his mind, only Hiruzen could have truly fought him on even ground. Whether that belief was accurate or not, only time would tell. But for now, the Kumo delegation was relieved to see the fifth Hokage instead of the third. Their stance toward Kiri, however, was more uncertain. On one hand, more balance in the negotiations was a good thing. Kumo was convinced that Takimura was already aligned with Konoha, so having another party in the mix meant less leverage for them. But on the other hand, this was Kirigakure. Even with their suspiciously passive stance toward Takimura and the internal conflicts that plagued them, Kiri remained one of the 5 great villages. Their true strength was one of the most closely guarded secrets in the shinobi world, and when it came to battle-hardened elites, Kiri held a clear advantage. Unlike Takimura, Kiri couldn't be bought easily. As a major hidden village, they had a reputation to uphold and pride that wouldn't allow them to be swayed by simple negotiations. And yet, seeing 2 factions from the Land of Water staking claims didn't sit well with the other villages either. Everyone in the room understood one thing. This was going to be a chaotic and difficult negotiation.
Welcome to my humble land.
The daimyo of Sunny Island greeted them with a warm smile. But no matter how much he tried to appear at ease, the tension in his posture betrayed him. He had no real experience in dealing with shinobi, but he did understand one thing. The giants gathered in this room could easily destroy his small paradise if things went wrong. His only hope was that Sunny Island would survive the tide that was about to come.
We are gathered here to discuss and decide how the Dragon Vein Crystal Deposit should be handled.
The daimyo continued.
I will listen to all parties before making my decision.
Then he sat down. Technically, the final decision was his. But in reality, the true power in the room wasn't his. The shinobi would decide among themselves, and when they reached an agreement, he would simply ratify it.
In the world of shinobi, being a daimyo means nothing. My authority and influence can only get me a seat in this room. Nothing more, nothing less.
A wry, self-deprecating smile tugged at his lips as he sank into his chair. This negotiation was going to be long and exhausting. Thank you for hosting us so graciously, A was the first to speak. We don't want to take advantage of your hospitality, so we'll be on our way as soon as a decision is reached. His words were polite on the surface, but they carried a hidden meaning. If things didn't go the way he wanted, Sunny Island would suffer the consequences. The other delegations caught the meaning instantly. So did the daimyo. Even if he lacked experience dealing with shinobi, this wasn't his first negotiation, and he wasn't a fool either. Jiraiya smirked. No need to be so harsh, Lord Raikage. I imagine many of us would love to stay if our host welcomes the company. His words were just as layered. He was making it clear that Konoha would protect Sunny Island. The daimyo maintained a completely neutral expression.
So one of them is blatantly threatening us, and the other is saying they will provide protection.
But what that protection entailed was another matter entirely. Still, A had lost the first exchange. Diplomacy had never been his strength. And so, as expected, Dodai took over. I'm sure hosting the Hokage would be an honor for anyone, Dodai said with an easy smile. But Lord Raikage prefers not to overstay his welcome, Lord Jiraiya. Besides, Kumo has already been staying at Lord Daimyo's request. That's how we discovered the deposit in the first place. We wouldn't want our host to think we were truly taking advantage of his kindness. Jiraiya's smirk faltered slightly. Not only did Dodai soften A's words, but he also justified Kumo's presence in a neutral country. The only way to challenge them now was if the daimyo himself claimed they were lying. And that would never happen. It was a blatant abuse of power, but Kumo didn't care. The only real downside was that the daimyo would no longer favor their side. But that was a small price to pay compared to shutting down Konoha's strongest argument before the real discussions even began. And so, the battle of words continued. They hadn't even touched the subject of the deposit yet. Instead, both sides circled each other, applying subtle pressure, waiting for an opening. Meanwhile, the two delegations from the Land of Water sat in silence. Mei, who was in charge of Takimura's delegation, remained composed as she patiently observed the exchange between Konoha and Kumo, taking in every detail without reacting. Mangetsu, however, was far less tolerant. His irritation was becoming more evident with every passing moment. His fingers twitched slightly against the table, his jaw was tightened, and his gaze sharpened. It was only a matter of time before he erupted. Kaoru, who was watching from his seat, was surprised by how the negotiations were unfolding. This was nothing like what he had imagined. Konoha and Kumo weren't engaging in discussions. They were hurling veiled threats, subtle insults, and accusations at each other, all wrapped in the pretense of diplomacy.
No wonder these nations are constantly at war. They can't even have a normal conversation without trying to dominate each other.
He couldn't understand why they felt the need to act this way, why their first instinct was to apply pressure rather than seek compromise. But then his gaze landed on Mangetsu and the Kiri delegation, and something unfamiliar, yet deeply ingrained, surfaced within him. It wasn't a conscious emotion, it did not even feel like his own. But it was there, a quiet, lingering hatred, one that had been passed down from his clan's suffering at the hands of Kiri. That brief moment of instinctual resentment was enough to make him realize why the shinobi world could never achieve true peace.
This must be the chain of hatred. Would he be able to put his emotions aside if he had the strength to challenge Kiri? If he carried the weight of responsibility for avenging the villagers who had suffered at their hands, could he remain rational, or would he become just another part of the cycle?
For the first time, Kaoru found himself asking the kind of questions that every leader eventually faces when they stand at the crossroads between justice and vengeance. Kaoru's thoughts were interrupted by A, who was clearly losing patience. "Enough of these games," A nearly roared. "We all know why we're here, so let's stop pretending this is about anything else." The dragon vein crystals belong to no one yet, and as the ones who discovered them first, Kumo has the strongest claim. Jiraiya exhaled in amusement and leaned back in his chair, as though A's words weren't even worth refuting. "I can't say I'm surprised you'd take that stance, but let's not rewrite history. Kumo may have found the deposit, but this is neutral land, and the discovery of resources doesn't automatically translate to ownership. As I recall," A countered, "Konoha has never had an issue claiming land outside its borders when it benefits them. Or should I bring up the Land of Hot Water?" Jiraiya's smile thinned slightly, but he showed no sign of being truly rattled. "And I could say the same about Kumo and their, let's say, aggressive expansion methods. But let's not waste time digging up old conflicts, Lord Raikage. We're here to talk about this one." Despite his frustration at the pointless verbal posturing, Kaoru had come to understand why this was necessary. Both Konoha and Kumo were strong enough that neither could afford to appear weak, which meant neither side would allow the other to dictate the terms of the discussion. Any sign of hesitation would be exploited, and every advantage would be pressed for as much leverage as possible. Still, he couldn't help but find it ridiculous. How much of this was about the dragon vein crystals, and how much was about pride? "Let's move this discussion along quickly," Tsunade interjected firmly. "We can both station our shinobi at the deposit and split the benefits evenly. This way, everything remains fair and—" A loud thud interrupted her as Mangetsu's hand slammed against the table. All eyes turned to him. His face, which had shown clear irritation before, was now eerily calm. Whatever anger he had felt was now buried beneath something far more dangerous, cold calculation.
Both?
He repeated. His voice was calm and cold.
Aren't you forgetting someone, Lady Tsunade?
His gaze swept over the room.
Just because we don't talk as much as you doesn't mean we'll let you claim all the benefits while we stand by and watch. You don't get to hunt the prey and expect us to be satisfied with the scraps.
Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly as she realized her mistake. In focusing on Konoha and Kumo, she had overlooked both Kiri and Takimura, one of which she needed to stay on good terms with. With Kiri now asserting their stance, Takimura could no longer remain silent. Knowing full well the decision that had been agreed upon by her council, May was supposed to sell Takimura's stake to the highest bidder, but she had changed her mind. She had a different approach in mind.
Since the deposit is on neutral land, neither village has a stronger claim than the other,
She said confidently.
First of all, I propose that the deposit be divided into 4 shares, not 3.
Her words immediately caused tension to spike. There was no way Konoha and Kumo would accept the Land of Water getting 2 shares. But that wasn't what she was asking.
Konoha and Kumo will, of course, receive 1 share each.
May continued.
Since Takimura and Kirigakure both come from the Land of Water, we will divide 1 share between us. And finally, I propose that we allocate 1 share to Sunny Island itself. The deposit is on their land. They should benefit from it as well.
The room grew tense. Traditionally, when a deposit was found on neutral land, the hidden villages simply took it. In exchange, they allowed the locals to continue living peacefully. It was an unspoken rule that was little more than a barely concealed form of extortion. It was unfair, but in a world where might makes right, it had long since been normalized. For May to propose giving the daimyo an equal share was not only unconventional, it was outright disruptive. None of the great villages looked pleased, but before they could voice their objections, May pressed on.
This way, not only will Sunny Island benefit, but you will be able to buy crystals from them rather than having to distribute them yourselves. Dragon vein crystals are only useful to shinobi, and even more so to nations with a high number of wind affinity users. Konoha, for example, stands to gain much less from this resource than a village like Suna. By allowing the daimyo to control a portion of the deposit, you can offer him a fair price for the crystals and then resell them at a higher value. In exchange, Sunny Island will provide free housing and food for the shinobi guarding the deposit.
Silence stretched across the room. Both Kumo and Konoha found themselves tempted to accept the proposal, not because it was particularly favorable, but because rejecting it meant prolonging the negotiations indefinitely. Neither side wanted to spend days locked in a battle of words, but at the same time, agreeing to allocate a share to neutral land was a dangerous precedent, one that could come back to haunt them in future disputes. Before their hesitation could turn into an objection, the daimyo, who had sensed an opportunity, stepped in.
I deeply appreciate Takimura's generosity,
He said smoothly, his voice carrying just the right amount of humility.
However, I understand that Sunny Island cannot be treated as an exception. So how about this? We agree on a symbolic price for the crystals. Divide that evenly among all 4 of you. And in exchange, the 4 villages will sign a treaty, recognizing themselves as joint guarantors of this agreement. The treaty will remain active until the deposit is fully exhausted, and for an additional 2 years after that. What do you say?
It was a bold move, but if the 4 villages agreed, the daimyo would not only secure small economic benefits for his people, but also ensure their protection under the watch of the great villages. The delegations exchanged glances, and one by one, they agreed. For Kumo and Konoha, the biggest relief was that they could end this standoff without having to directly challenge each other, saving both their pride and resources. A prolonged argument could have escalated into an unnecessary conflict, something neither of them could afford. The only one visibly displeased was A, who wanted a war with Konoha and saw any compromise as a wasted opportunity. However, Dodai had already accepted the deal, effectively tying A's hands. Unless he was willing to openly contradict and humiliate one of Kumo's senior advisors in front of everyone else, he had no choice but to go along with it. A growled in frustration, but gave a reluctant nod as his clenched fists were the only sign of his simmering resentment. For a brief moment, the atmosphere in the room lightened. But then Mangetsu turned his sharp gaze toward May. A slow, knowing smirk curled at the edges of his lips as he leaned forward slightly.
And how exactly do you suggest we divide the crystals?
He asked, eyes glinting with amusement and mockery.
How about I let you and your friends leave in one piece, and in exchange, you say thank you and scram?
Chapter 80, Strongest Sword. /N. Thank you Slothy and Ronnie Rivers for supporting Azure Awakening. Just as Obito had predicted, Yahiko's death shattered Nagato, plunging him into despair and twisting his ideals beyond recognition. The dream they once shared had been replaced by a singular consuming purpose: vengeance. No matter what we do, this world won't let us live in peace unless we crush everyone with overwhelming strength. Nagato's Rinnegan stared into the distance as his thoughts replayed his meeting with the masked man. He was right. This cycle of hatred can't be broken through conventional means. If we want to change this world, we have to do something different. He hadn't spoken much since Yahiko's death. Nagato had become withdrawn and darker. He was keeping his thoughts to himself, even from Konan. It wasn't that he didn't trust her. On the contrary, she was the only person left in the world that he did trust. But he was determined to shoulder the pain and responsibility alone, unwilling to let her bear the weight of his suffering. And yet, that very choice only deepened her anguish. Konan had always followed Yahiko without question, not because she lacked opinions of her own, but because all she had ever wanted was for them to live and to be happy. Now that Yahiko was gone, all her love and care was focused on Nagato. She would rather die than lose him too. Nagato, what should we do now? Konan's voice was quiet. She had been standing silently in the corner of the room, waiting for him to speak. We're going to see that masked man, Nagato answered without moving his eyes as he kept staring ahead. We need strong allies if we're going to change this world. Konan's breath caught slightly. But Yahiko said we can't trust that man. Her voice was firmer this time, as it was edged with concern. Yahiko had been far from perfect. He was too compassionate and sometimes even a little gullible, but right now, Nagato wasn't acting out of wisdom or strategy. He was acting out of grief and rage. Nagato's fists clenched. And where did that lead us? His voice wavered. He's dead. He bit his lower lip, but the pain could not stop the tears that finally slipped from his eyes. He turned only to be met by Konan's gaze. She was crying too, silently, without words, without sound. I'm not saying we should trust him, Nagato said firmly, but his voice was softer this time. I just want to hear what he has to say, and see what's what. It was his first decision that directly went against Yahiko's wishes, and it didn't sit well with Konan. However, she chose to not argue, because no matter how much doubt or fear lingered in her heart, Nagato was all she had left. Obito was walking through the dense forest when suddenly Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows. Its unnatural face was distorted with a sly smile. The kid with the Rinnegan has finally decided to seek your help, Obito. It murmured in a voice laced with amusement. Obito didn't stop. His expression remained indifferent, as if he had anticipated this all along.
That's great,
he said. Should we continue spying on him? Now that he's started using the Rinnegan more efficiently, there's a chance he'll detect us, asked Zetsu. His unique skill allowed him to create the best spy network in the world.
Continue, but be more careful.
Obito's gaze flickered for a moment before he resumed walking.
And don't call me Obito anymore. I'm Toby.
With that, Zetsu sank into the earth, vanishing as if it had never been there.
This changes things.
Obito's steps remained steady, but his thoughts raced.
I no longer have to wait. The war in the land of water must begin.
Takimura had been growing stronger, threatening to shift the balance of power. Obito had been willing to let them grow so that Takimura would be able to fight against Kirigakure. But with his focus now shifting to creating Akatsuki's foundation, he no longer had the luxury of patience. That was why Yagura's behavior had changed so drastically. Obito hadn't simply controlled him, he had embedded thoughts and memories, subtly twisting his perception until the Mizukage's actions aligned with his own vision. Every decree Yagura passed, every decision he made, was an extension of Obito's will, shaped by the Mizukage's own interpretation.
I need to find new members for my new organization.
The thought settled in his mind. Without another word, Obito phased out of existence, vanishing into the void. As soon as Jiraiya gave the signal, both Mangetsu and Maki charged forward. Maki knew her opponent was formidable, so she activated Predator's Pact without hesitation. Her Suijingan's glow flickered before vanishing as her eyes' form shifted into vertical cold and predatory slits. Thick and primal chakra surged around her whole body, giving her hair a wild, mane-like appearance. Those familiar with Maki's ability realized it instantly. The sheer volume of chakra she now radiated was staggering.
What did Tsunade teach her?
Kaoru's eyes widened in disbelief. Maki had improved far beyond his expectations. Mangetsu, however, remained unfazed. Overwhelming chakra meant nothing to him. If anything, it only made things more interesting, as Samehada would love to feast on it. He was the only shinobi capable of wielding all 7 legendary swords, as now he was mastering the last and strongest of them, Samehada. The sharkskin blade was more than just a weapon. It was alive. It chose its wielder and rejected those he deemed unworthy. Its most terrifying ability was its hunger. It could absorb chakra and devour jutsus themselves. In the hands of an accepted wielder, it could even share its stolen chakra, forming a symbiotic bond. But that was not yet an option for Mangetsu. Samehada allowed him to wield it, but it had not fully acknowledged him. Mangetsu saw this fight as his chance to change that. His plan had been simple: meet Maki head-on and crush her. But the moment Predator's Pact activated, she disappeared. His eyes twitched.
I can't track her movements.
He hadn't expected this kind of speed. Still, he wasn't worried. Physical attacks didn't work on the Hozuki clan, who could liquefy at will, letting blows pass harmlessly through their bodies. It was an instinct, something they didn't even need to think about. But then Maki reappeared behind him, with her leg already swinging in an arc toward his waist. Mangetsu reacted immediately, preparing to liquefy his body, but then his eyes caught it. Lightning chakra crackled around Maki's strike. His instincts screamed at him. He couldn't phase through this. If he tried, the lightning would instantly cause damage to his body, and there would be a risk of losing the fight even before it began. In that split second, he made his choice. Rather than attempt to evade and risk being thrown off balance, he braced himself. Twisting his body, he brought his elbow up in a defensive block just as the kick connected. The impact was far stronger than he had anticipated. A shockwave cracked through the air as Mangetsu's muscles strained against the force, but it wasn't enough. He was sent flying. Jiraya's eyes moved toward Tsunade. He recognized that power instantly. She must have been born with an exceptional body and innate talent in taijutsu to have learned her method in such a short time. Jiraiya was feeling a mix of admiration and unease. Tsunade had invested too much in Takimura. It was reckless and probably dangerous. Sure, Takimura was an ally for now, but Jiraiya had spent too many years in war to be naive. Any village outside Konoha was a potential enemy. That was the reality of the world. As Hokage, he had to think like one, and the stronger Takimura became, the harder it would be to keep them in check. Maki didn't pursue her opponent. She remained in one place, watching as Mangetsu rose to his feet. He was bruised, but nothing serious. Still, the fact that a single blow had forced him back spoke volumes about her strength.
I underestimated her.
Mangetsu's expression darkened.
Where has this woman been? There was no report about her.
Shinobis who were sent by Kiri had already clashed with Takimura's elite forces. Or so he had thought, but the intelligence they had received only covered the older generation, none of the elites from the new wave of fighters. The truth was, Takimura's Oinin had been working tirelessly to spread misinformation, feeding Kiri false reports and incomplete data. Their most dangerous shinobi had remained in the shadows, hidden from enemy eyes.
I'll keep my distance for now. Let's see how she handles ninjutsu.
Without hesitation, Mangetsu raised his fingers and fired off a rapid volley of water projectiles, each one slicing through the air like bullets. From Maki's perspective, however, they were too slow. She dodged them with effortless grace and then vanished once more. Across the arena, A's eyes were focused on her, watching the way her chakra pulsed and surged. It was similar to his lightning armor's aggressive and overwhelming nature. For a brief moment, his lips curled in admiration. Then, much to the shock of the entire Kirigakure delegation, his cheeks tinged red. It's a damn shame she wasn't born in Kirigakure. His thoughts drifted to a completely different plane, but his eyes remained locked on the fight. Mangetsu was expecting Maki to appear behind him again, but this time she materialized in front of him instead. A sharp, burning sensation erupted across his face as her fist connected. His features distorted under the force of the blow before his body collapsed into a puddle of water.
Water clone?
Maki's eyes narrowed as she scanned the surroundings. She barely had time to register the shift before the mist began creeping in. A slow, deliberate haze. Mangetsu was shifting the battlefield to his advantage. The biggest drawback of Predator's Pact was its chakra consumption. It was a strong technique, but in a prolonged fight, attrition would work against her.
I haven't burned through too much chakra yet. This is fine.
She remained calm. Unlike most of the Takime clan, her chakra reserves were monstrous. If someone sensed her full strength, they might have mistaken her for a senju. But she never let anyone see that. Even now, she suppressed her presence, limiting it to a level that only suggested a jonin. Even before sacrificing her Suijingan for Predator's Pact, Maki had never possessed Kaoru's ability to see water particles. But she had never needed it. Her sensory abilities compensated for that. And now her heightened senses allowed her to perceive what others could not. Every shift in the air, every subtle scent, every faint vibration. Yet, despite all that, Mangetsu's presence had completely vanished.
He's good.
Maki acknowledged and adjusted her strategy. She expanded her sensory field, covering the entire area. It didn't take long. She could sense that Mangetsu's state was unnatural, but still, it was definitely him. The moment she pinpointed him, she launched forward. As she reappeared, she saw that Mangetsu was in a state of liquid. But the instant Maki materialized, his body reformed and solidified. Remaining in a liquid state against a lightning release user would be suicidal. Maki's jab shot forward, but Mangetsu intercepted with Samehada. This time, he absorbed the impact without losing balance and twisted smoothly into a counterattack. The great blade swung toward her in a heavy arc. The first time she had struck Samehada, Maki felt that her chakra was being consumed, siphoned away the moment she made contact. The sly grin that was displayed across Mangetsu's face also confirmed her doubt. But the second time was different. Samehada did nothing. Mangetsu's brow furrowed as he frowned.
What the hell? It didn't take her chakra?
His grip on the hilt tightened. His blade, was disobeying him.
This stupid sword. Did it suppress its hunger just to spite me?
Maki, however, wasn't confused. She was grinning.
Missed me, Samehada?
Her voice was light, almost teasing. Mangetsu stiffened and took another look at Maki. He could clearly see her as the mist cover created by him was already gone. Her expression was genuine. There was no arrogance, no feigned superiority, just pure, unfiltered happiness. Chapter 81, Monster in the Mist. /N. Thank you, Takime, for supporting Azure Awakening. Mangetsu's expression darkened as a sense of unease overwhelmed him.
She's too relaxed. And this damned blade isn't listening to me anymore.
He knew Samehada wouldn't accept just anyone. It had a will of its own, choosing its wielder based on something beyond strength alone.
So why? Why did the blade seem to favor Maki?
Kirigakure was founded by 7 clans, each wielding influence over the village's early years. As a symbol of their authority and power, the Durinu clan forged 7 legendary blades, each one tailored to its wielder, perfectly aligning with their unique fighting style. But as time passed, the balance of power changed. Some clans vanished entirely, unable to survive Kiri's ruthless internal struggles. Others were reduced to minor families, while some were exiled altogether. The 7 swordsmen of the mist lost their original purpose. They were no longer representatives of the founding clans, but instead the Mizukage's most ruthless tools. The blade Mangetsu now wielded had not been forged for him or the Hazuki clan. It had been created for the Takime clan, a clan whose dojutsu granted them an unparalleled affinity for water. The chakra of the Takime clan was the most exquisite Samehada had ever tasted. In exchange for the treat, the blade granted its wielder the chakra it absorbed from opponents. It was a perfect weapon for the Takime, who suffered from a genetic weakness, low chakra reserves from birth. However, with Samehada at their side, that weakness became irrelevant. The sword was truly loyal to them. It had never once drained its rightful wielder's chakra in battle. But that loyalty was betrayed as Samehada was taken, ripped away from the clan it had been forged to serve. The last true wielder of Samehada had been Masaru Takime, Maki and Kaoru's father. So the moment the blade tasted Maki's chakra, it remembered. It had found its rightful owner. From that moment on, Samehada was no longer Mangetsu's weapon. No matter how much he tried to wield it, the blade would never be his again. As if to prove its loyalty, Mangetsu's hand was suddenly pierced by Samehada's thorny scales as the blade forcefully rejected him and forced him to drop it. At that moment, Maki, who had sensed an opportunity, charged forward, leaving no chance for Mangetsu to store the blade as he was forced to retreat. But instead of pursuing, she stopped and reached for the weapon. Samehada met her hand mid-air, twisting toward her like a living creature eager to return to its rightful wielder.
I remember Dad wielding you.
Maki chuckled, running her fingers along the familiar hilt. To her, the blade was more than just a weapon. It was an heirloom, a piece of her father she had finally reclaimed. Mei's eyes widened.
Wait, Maki's father wielded Samehada? Is that why the blade acknowledged her?
Kaoru was equally stunned.
Our father was one of the 7 swordsmen? Then why did Kiri chase us out? I need to ask Grandma when we get back.
He had been only a few months old when their father died, and since the memory of that day brought too much pain to Suiren and Maki, he had never pressed for details. He had been content with the vague story he was told. But the more he learned, the more certain he became that his father had been a true powerhouse. And that fact only made him more eager to learn the truth. Mangetsu sneered.
So that's why you were so relaxed. You knew that damned sword wouldn't harm you.
He quickly pulled a scroll from his pouch. The scroll had 7 seals inscribed across its surface. However, 4 of them were faint, almost transparent. Mangetsu pressed his fingers against one of the remaining active seals as he channeled his chakra. A massive bandage-wrapped blade materialized in his hands. It was nearly as large as Samehada itself.
I'll be fighting with my sword now.
The moment his fingers tightened around the hilt, his chakra exploded. The restraint he had placed on his chakra was gone as his full strength flooded the battlefield. Maki's eyes narrowed as she felt the difference.
He was suppressing his chakra, too. This guy is something else.
She vanished without hesitation and reappeared in front of him as Samehada swung downward, aiming straight for Mangetsu's head. But Mangetsu was faster than she expected. He split Hiramekarai into 2 instantly, transforming the great twin-headed blade into a pair of one-handed swords. Then he crossed them above his head and caught Maki's strike. The impact sent shockwaves through his arms, the sheer force threatening to crush him, but by gradually redirecting the pressure, he managed to absorb the brunt of it and negate the difference in their raw strength. Then, without a moment's pause, he struck back. He fired a water projectile directly at her at point-blank range. Maki had no room to dodge. At the last second, she still managed to twist her body, shifting the angle of impact. The attack still hit, slamming into her shoulder and piercing through to some extent. However, Predator's Pact provided Maki with defenses too, as it had softened the damage. Still, it wasn't as effective as the Raikage's lightning armor. Maki felt a sharp pain through her shoulder, but she didn't hesitate. Ignoring the wound, she drove her free hand forward as her fist slammed into Mangetsu's stomach. The force sent him flying again. The Hozuki prodigy grit his teeth as anger was boiling in his veins. Twice, he had been sent flying twice in a single fight. The crackling of his teeth grinding together was almost audible. His fury finally reached its peak. Mangetsu quickly performed a sequence of seals.
Water release, hidden mist jutsu.
The thick mist formed around them, swallowing the battlefield in a dense, suffocating fog. Vision became pointless as those spectators who did not have sensory abilities struggled to see a single thing through the dense mist. For most shinobi, fighting in this environment would be impossible, but for Mangetsu Hozuki, this was his domain.
She's fast, but she's still human. Let's see how well she handles a fight when she can't see her target.
Even with her heightened senses, the hidden mist jutsu subtly disrupted sensory perception, forcing sensors to concentrate if they wanted to detect him. It wasn't absolute stealth, but in the fight against Mangetsu, even a slight distraction could be lethal. From somewhere deep within the fog, a chakra flickered. Maki's instincts flared immediately. She twisted to the side just as a blade of water shot past her, slicing through the air where her head had been a heartbeat ago. A second projectile followed immediately, forcing her to duck.
He's switching to ranged attacks to keep me at a distance. Smart, but that won't save him.
She barely heard the third attack, the sharp whistle of a high-speed water jet cutting through the mist. This one was aimed lower, targeting her legs. With a burst of speed, she vanished from her spot, reappearing several meters away. Samehada pulsed in her grip. Maki had felt Mangetsu's presence in that spot, but now he had disappeared.
He can't be far. I need to...
Suddenly, Maki's senses screamed at her. She reacted on instinct, pivoting just in time to feel the rush of steel sweeping toward her neck. Mangetsu had abandoned his distance tactics, lunging at her from the side with both halves of Hiramakare raised in a scissoring slash. But Maki was faster. Samehada moved like an extension of her own body, tilting to intercept the strike. The impact cracked through the air, but the moment her blade clashed against his, she felt it, her chakra draining. Maki smirked. Then, just as quickly as it began, Samehada stopped. It had taken a single bite of her chakra, just enough to remind her that it could. And then it refused to take any more. Mangetsu's expression twisted at the sight of Samehada's playfulness.
Again! This damn sword!
His pride was hurt that the strongest blade had chosen someone else over him. Maki pressed her advantage. With a powerful shove, she broke their stalemate, twisting her hips into a devastating counterkick. Mangetsu barely managed to block with the flat of his blade, but the force sent him skidding backward across the ground.
Teach! Her raw strength is ridiculous. I can't win in close combat like this.
He changed tactics immediately, flipping both swords into reverse grips and forming hand seals mid-motion.
Water release. Grand geyser spears.
The ground beneath them exploded. Dozens of water lances shot upward, twisting into spears before launching toward Maki from multiple angles. She didn't run. Instead, she moved. All it took was a single step, and then she was gone. To the spectators, it was as if she had blinked out of existence. Even with their trained eyes, they struggled to track her movements. Kaoru's fingers clenched into fists.
She's that fast?
He always considered himself faster. Jiraiya, who stood nearby, narrowed his eyes. She's pushing his attacks to the limit, keeping him adjusting and adapting constantly. If she keeps this up. But before he could finish the thought, the battlefield changed again. Mangetsu had already adapted. Instead of waiting for her to reappear, he forced her into the open.
Water release. Water coffin.
A surge of chakra flooded the mist. The moisture in the air condensed instantly, forming a massive dome of pressurized water around Maki's position. Maki's feet barely touched the ground before the water walls collapsed inward, aiming to trap and crush her. Her body blurred. At the last moment, she vaulted upward, launching herself above the rising tide of Mangetsu's technique. And then she came down. Samehada roared in her grip, its scales flexing as it carved downward.
Shit!
Mangetsu had no choice but to meet her head-on. He split Hiramakare once again, catching the incoming strike in a crossed defense. The moment their blades met, another shockwave burst outward. And that was all Maki needed. With a twist of her wrist, Samehada's scales shifted. Instead of absorbing chakra, the blade amplified her swing, its jagged surface scraping against Hiramakare with brutal force. Mangetsu's arms shook.
Damn it!
He abandoned defense entirely, liquefying his body for an instant to slip away. Maki's blade cleaved through empty air, but she was already moving again as she chased Mangetsu before he could reform properly. This time, she didn't go for a strike. Instead, she slammed Samehada into the ground, channeling her chakra into it. The earth cracked as the lightning danced on the ground. However, it could not reach Mangetsu. Still, the shockwave sent Mangetsu stumbling mid-reformation. Tsunade's eyes narrowed from her place on the sidelines. She's using Samehada's energy and her lightning chakra to create lightning shockwaves. That's creative. A, who, watching with his arms crossed but sparkling eyes, gave a slight nod. She fights like a beast, fast, strong, ruthless. If only she had been born in Kumo. Meanwhile, Mangetsu growled. This wasn't working. He needed a different approach. His hands snapped into another set of seals.
Water release, 100 tidal blades.
Thin, razor-sharp blades of water materialized from every direction. Maki stilled, but not because he was scared. Samehada had taken another bite. It was like the blade was telling Maki something.
What do you want? I don't get it.
Maki knew Samehada to some extent, but did not know its abilities or how to use it. Mangetsu's water blades converged, slicing through the mist as they shot toward Maki. With near-impossible agility, she wove through the storm of razor-sharp projectiles, dodging narrowly. A few still managed to graze her, drawing thin lines of blood, but she didn't slow down. However, another wave was coming, and Maki could not dodge this time. She was already calculating her next move when Samehada bit into her chakra again. Maki's eyes twitched in irritation.
Seriously? Now?
As if punishing the blade for its audacity, she decided to use it as a shield, swinging the massive weapon to deflect the incoming attacks. But instead of deflecting them, Samehada devoured them. Every single water projectile was absorbed on impact, disappearing into the blade's sharp scales. A deep guttural hum vibrated through the giant weapon. It was like Samehada's song as its hunger was finally sated. Maki blinked, but then she realized what had happened and she chuckled.
Oh, so that's what you were trying to tell me. You wanted me to use you to counter his attacks?
The blade was more impressive than she had given it credit for, but before she could inspect the blade further, a change in the mist sent a chill down her spine. It had drastically thickened. Her instincts screamed at her as she expanded her sensory field. At the same time, Kaoru, who had been watching through his Suijingan, tensed. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was angry.
Lady Tsunade, there are two people in the mist. Mangetsu isn't alone anymore.
It might have seemed like he was informing Tsunade, but in reality it was a request of permission. Kaoru wanted to help Maki. He wanted to fight. Tsunade chuckled softly. She had already noticed. That bond. It reminded her of her own brother. Don't worry, she said in a soft and calm voice. Kiri has violated the rules of the duel. Takimura's side can intervene as well. Then she shot Kaoru a knowing look. But you must not. Don't forget that you represent Konoha right now. Kaoru hesitated, then turned his gaze back toward the battlefield.
I'll obey for now, but if anything happens, there is no way I'll stand and watch.
He focused on the mist, trying to identify the newcomer, and then his jaw dropped. The chakra he saw through his Suijingan was wrong. It wasn't human. Chapter 82, Zabuza's Plan. A.N. Thank you Maxime GM, Hachetnif, Stephen James, Monkey D. Murder, and Louis Casa for supporting Azure Awakening. The moment Maki sensed she was facing two opponents, her approach changed. She shot a glance at May, who was already ready to jump in. It was a silent signal telling her to stay out of the duel. May frowned as she was clearly dissatisfied with Maki's decision. There was no need to risk her life unnecessarily. Still, she chose to obey and grumbled,
Fine, I'll stay out of it, but if I think you're in trouble, I'll jump in immediately.
Maki wasn't telling her to stay back because she wanted to take on both alone. The presence she felt was different. It was even stronger than Mangetsu. May would be in danger if she joined, and Maki had yet to use even half her chakra.
Samehada, let's see how strong we really are.
Her chakra flared, the layer around her body thickening as Predator's pact surged. Mangetsu's glare turned sharp as he sneered at his new ally.
Why did you come? This fight is one-on-one.
His companion, who had transformed into Mangetsu, didn't even look at him. I don't care about your honor and pride. We are not losing Samehada, and you are clearly not her opponent. She hasn't even used her full power yet. His voice was cold and laced with mockery. Mangetsu's expression darkened. If looks could kill, the other guy would be dead already. Their conversation was interrupted as Maki appeared in front of the real Mangetsu and swung Samehada straight for his head. Mangetsu already knew that by gradually lessening the impact with his blades, he could block her strikes. But the moment the two legendary weapons clashed, A shockwave tore through his body, sending him flying again. However, this time, Maki didn't chase him. Instead, she turned to face her new opponent, and the moment she did, she was met with a kick which was already closing in. Maki raised her arm to stop the attack and was going to counter with Samehada, but her opponent followed up immediately with a barrage of water bullets. Maki was forced to flip backward, dodging the attacks before landing smoothly. The moment her feet touched the ground, she saw her opponent forming hand seals. Water release, exploding water, colliding wave. She didn't recognize the technique, but the sheer amount of chakra building up told her it was dangerous.
I can't let him use that.
She was about to charge, but before she could even move, a figure wrapped in blue lightning appeared mid-air in front of her opponent. A swinging kick connected, sending the enemy flying. Landed on the ground, puffing his chest proudly. Lightning surged around him. At that moment, no one could argue that Raikage had a domineering aura. "This fight is over," he declared. "The winner is Takimura." Then A turned his glare toward Mangetsu, who had already returned. "Is this how you behave in the presence of your Kage? Or do you not see us as worthy of your respect?" The spite in his tone was sharper than any blade. "Not only did you violate the rules of a one-on-one fight, but you also insulted the Kage, acting as witnesses." Mangetsu clenched his jaw. He was furious, but he was not angry because of A.
Why did that idiot interfere? What did he think would happen? That two Kage would just stand by and watch us kill her?
He was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. He exhaled sharply and bowed his head slightly.
I apologize for my companion. I will report everything to Lord Mizukage when we return.
It was all he could do, accept defeat and hope the Mizukage would forgive him. A didn't reply. He simply turned and strode back toward the Kumo delegation, his lightning armor fading with every step. As he passed Maki, he glanced at her, but his gaze was no longer sharp and commanding. Instead, it was warm and full of respect. "It was a great fight. If possible, I'd like to spar with you sometime," he murmured before picking up his pace. Maki blinked in surprise. The gruff, impatient Raikage, the man who had grumbled and scoffed at almost everything, was showing her respect, a shinobi from a small, remote village. But she didn't dwell on it. She simply nodded and returned a polite smile before turning toward the Takimura delegation. As she walked away, the mist that had once swallowed the battlefield slowly began to fade. In the land of water, in a remote village tucked away from prying eyes, one room was particularly crowded. Many people had gathered. People who shared the same thing, anger and resentment toward the Kirigakure. They all had grim expressions, eyes filled with quite anger, but one man stood out the most among them, Zabuza Momochi. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He exuded silent authority as his presence was further intensified by the massive Kubikiri Bocho resting on his back. Most of the people in the room were either small clan leaders, exiled shinobi, or family members of those who had been sacrificed under Yagura's rule. They had all suffered, and they had all come looking for a way to end it. A grizzled man, who was blind in his left eye, coughed loudly, catching everyone's attention.
"We all know why we're here. Kiri's been rotting from the inside out for years, but taking down Yagura is not something we can just do on a whim."
Another voice cut in.
No one's talking about just marching into the damn Mizukage's office. We've seen what happens to those who try.
Zabuza also spoke. "We aren't marching anywhere. We're waiting." A younger shinobi, who was barely 20, frowned.
"Waiting? For what? More of our people to get butchered?"
Zabuza pushed off the wall. The whole room fell silent as he stepped forward. He scanned the room and answered calmly. However, there was a hint of annoyance in his voice. "For the right moment, and that moment's coming." There was a beat of silence before an older woman spoke.
"You're talking about the war with Takimura."
Zabuza nodded. "It's inevitable. Takimura has been growing stronger, and the Mizukage has already given an order to prepare the army. We've already seen what their shinobi can do. Kiri won't let them keep rising, and Takimura won't back down. It won't be long before they start killing each other." A low murmur spread through the room. A man who had been silent all this time asked,
"And we use that to make our move?"
Zabuza's lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. Exactly. When Kiri's forces are focused on them and Yagura's attention will be split. That's when we strike. One of the clan leaders grunted.
You think it'll be that easy? We're talking about a Jinchuriki. He's not just some tyrant sitting on a throne. He's a monster.
Zabuza tilted his head slightly. I know what he is, but even he has limits. If we make the right moves, force the right openings, we can end this. A woman from before narrowed her eyes.
And what if Takimura falls first? What if Yagura wipes them out before we even get a chance?
Zabuza didn't blink. Then we don't wait. If Takimura starts losing, we accelerate the plan. The more chaos in Kiri, the better. The room fell into another tense silence. Some faces were set with determination, others with doubt. An older man who had remained silent until now finally spoke.
We need more than just hope that the war will work in our favor. We need numbers, weapons, safe routes through the city. We need someone on the inside.
Zabuza exhaled through his nose. We're working on that. There are still people in Kiri who hate Yagura as much as we do. Some of them are willing to help. The younger shinobi from before scoffed.
And what about the 7 swordsmen? Even if you turn on Kiri, the others won't. You think you can take them all?
Zabuza's expression didn't change. If it comes to that, I will. The murmurs picked up again, this time more divided. A man with a blind eye shook his head.
We're running out of time. People are dying every day. We need to decide now.
The older woman from before shot him a sharp look.
Decide what? That we throw our lives away without a plan?
Zabuza let the conversation go on. He wasn't going to force anyone to move before they were ready. But he had already made his decision. Yagura had to fall, and when the war between Takimura and Kiri began, the blood in the streets wouldn't only belong to the shinobi on the battlefield. Akura flipped through reports in his new office. He had ordered Takimura to invest everything they could afford into supplies. They were preparing for a prolonged, grueling siege.
We have no chance in open combat, but in this valley, I think we can take them on. We might not be able to win, but we can deal so much damage that Kiri will be forced to retreat.
The entire strategy hinged on one person, Suiren. If she failed to stop Yagura, Takimura would be doomed. There was no one else in the village capable of standing against a Jinchuriki. Just then, a figure flickered before him.
We've finally tracked him down,
Tenma reported as soon as he appeared. His voice was as flat and emotionless as ever. Tenma was a perfect shinobi. It was like he had no personal opinion when it came to missions. He would do anything he was ordered. Akura's eyes narrowed.
Is he willing to visit us?
Tenma didn't hesitate.
Number? He told the Oinin who found him that he won't be choosing sides. He doesn't see a difference between Takimura and Kiri.
Akura exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. He had hoped for a different answer, but deep down he had expected this.
So we failed to recruit Utakata.
He nodded, pushing away his disappointment.
All right. We can't afford to send one of our elites to persuade him. Let's be content that he won't be siding with Kiri, at least.
Takimura had been trying to recruit Utakata, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, but it was clear now that their efforts were wasted.
Try contacting Zabuza instead,
Akura ordered.
If he's willing to work with us, that alone would be a huge advantage.
They had obtained intelligence that Zabuza was plotting a rebellion. That in itself was good news, but the real concern was that if Takimura had discovered it, then so had Kiri.
Also, warn him that Yagura most likely already knows.
Tenma nodded in acknowledgement, then paused briefly before delivering his next report.
There's news from Maki and May. They will return tomorrow. May's report states that we've obtained 1/4 of the Dragon Vein crystal share, but the most important detail...
He hesitated for a fraction of a second before continuing.
Maki faced both Kisame Hoshigaki and Mangetsu Hozuki, and won.
Akura's eyes widened in surprise.
She also obtained Samehada,
Tenma added, gesturing toward the report he had placed on Akura's desk. For the first time in a long while, Akura felt something other than exhaustion, excitement.
Finally, good news.
His fingers tightened slightly around the edges of the report. He was from an older generation. He knew exactly what that blade meant for the Takime clan.
When Maki masters it, she can be considered S rank without question.
A rare smile tugged at the corners of his lips.
You did well, Tenma,
he said with a warm smile. Then, rubbing his temples, he let out a tired sigh.
I'll take a short nap to recover. Wake me if I'm needed.
He stood up, stretching the stiffness from his shoulders before heading toward the adjacent room. His bedroom was here now. There was no time to go home, no time to rest properly. Takimura's future was hanging by a thread, and Akura couldn't afford to waste a single moment. Chapter 83, Kaoru's Journey Begins. It had been a few days since the Takimura delegation returned from Sunny Island. The negotiations had been a huge success. Takimura had secured rights not only to the dragon vein crystals, but had also obtained one of the 7 legendary swords. Many questioned why the great villages would share such a valuable resource with a small, newly formed village. But the reality was simple. They had no choice. Takimura's presence created a variable that allowed Kirigakure and Konoha to divide the deposit without bloodshed. At first, Kumo had no intention of giving Konoha a single crystal. Their original plan had been to claim the entire deposit for themselves. However, Konoha's move to send both Jiraiya and Tsunade to the negotiations made their stance clear. They weren't backing down. Kumo was in better shape than Konoha and could afford to go to war if it came to that. But the problem wasn't just Konoha. The balance between the 5 great nations was fragile, and a direct conflict between 2 of them would almost certainly escalate into another great ninja war. Even the fence-sitter himself wouldn't remain idle. Onoki would undoubtedly intervene and help the side that was losing, ensuring that the ultimate winner would be Iwagakure. Suna was in no position to fight. They were still recovering from the last war, with their only S-rank shinobi being their Kazekage. And with Kiri already preparing for war against Takimura, the only major variable left was Iwagakure. In the end, both Kumo and Konoha had come to the same conclusion. A war over the dragon vein crystals wasn't worth the risk, so Kumo relented, giving Takimura a share, though they still walked away with nearly half of Sunny Island's total resources. Takimura, on the other hand, had forfeited their own right to buy crystals from the daimyo. Even though they were given access, they simply couldn't afford to spend money on anything but their immediate needs, not while preparing for war. Konoha was more than satisfied with the outcome. They had secured the same amount as Kumo without conflict, and by supporting Takimura, they had weakened Kiri in the process, further strengthening their ties with the growing village. If Takimura could keep Kiri in check, it would be one less potential threat to Konoha. Being surrounded on all sides by major nations, Konoha was more than willing to give 1/4 of the share away if it meant securing good relationship with a village that would never be a threat for them but could weaken Kirigakure, who was indeed a possible enemy. Inside Kumo's council chambers, the mood was mixed. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but considering Kiri's interference, this is a good result, said Dodai once everyone left and only Raikage remained. A, who sat at the head of the room, frowned as he flipped through the documents. "Old man, what do you think of Takimura? How long can they hold out against Kiri?" he asked as his eyes scanned one section of the document in particular. The report stated that Kiri had already gathered 3,000 shinobi, and their numbers were still growing. But there was another detail. Takimura had recently gained 2 new clans, and reports suggested that a rebellion was slowly forming within Kiri itself. Dodai thought for a moment and exhaled in dissatisfaction. If things go well for them, they could hold Kiri indefinitely. The Takime clan's head is supposed to be extremely strong in that valley. Then he frowned. But we know nothing about her abilities. That bothers me. The Takime clan was one of Kiri's founding clans, but they had not stood out in the last 2 wars. There was no record of them producing any S-rank shinobi in generations. The last one they had was declared S-rank and then killed almost immediately after. That kind of secrecy didn't sit well with Dodai. A leaned forward. What do you think of that young girl? What was her name again? Maki, right? His attempt at feigned ignorance was ruined by the flicker of excitement in his eyes. Dodai chuckled, shaking his head. You already know what I think. I grumbled. She will be S-rank sooner or later. Dodai continued. Actually, I think she already is, but it's hard to say for sure. She was suppressing her chakra the whole time, so I am not sure. I leaned back, his fingers tapping on the table in rhythmic move. His expression darkened slightly. Konoha is too friendly with Takimura. If they actually defeat Kiri, we'll be surrounded by two potentially hostile factions on one side. The Land of Water only shared borders with two major nations, Fire and Lightning. If they had to choose an enemy, they would undoubtedly go after Kumo. Dodai shrugged. Even if they do win, which I seriously doubt, they won't be in any position to fight anyone else for a long time. But you already know that. You're trying to suggest something. I shot him a look. Don't make up nonsense, old man. Dodai barely held back a laugh. All I'm saying, A continued, is that we should use our spy network. Dig up anything Konoha has done in secret in the Land of Water and leak it to Takimura. No harm to us, and it might strain their relationship. He wanted to help Takimura, he truly did. But first of all, he was Raikage. Personal feelings didn't matter to A. If it didn't benefit Kumo, then he wouldn't lift a finger. So they split the deposit among themselves. Onoki's expression hardened. I hoped that brat would start fighting with Konoha, and we'd benefit from the fallout. But something didn't go as expected. Was Takimura really the deciding factor? There was too much he didn't understand about Takimura's influence. Even with all the information he had gathered, there were still many gaps and unknowns from the other side of the land. The war in the Land of Water will start soon, he murmured. It was more like him thinking out loud rather than sharing his opinion with those around him. Across from him, Kitsuchi leaned forward slightly. What do you think will happen? Will Konoha or Kumo get involved? Onoki shook his head. There's no way. He exhaled slowly, rubbing his temples. Both are too wary of each other and of us. If either of them invades the Land of Water, Kiri and Takimura might join forces, or at the very least, stop fighting each other long enough to retaliate. And the other great villages would immediately try to take advantage of the situation. He reached for the cup in front of him and took a slow sip before continuing. What concerns me is what happens if Kiri is truly weakened. What if they reach a point where they can't recover? He placed the cup back down and scanned the room. If that happens, Konoha will have one less enemy to deal with. And knowing them, his eyes narrowed as he frowned. Considering their tendency to produce S-rank shinobi out of nowhere, that could become a problem in the future. Kitsuchi didn't argue. Konoha had always been dangerous, not because of their size or resources, but because of their shinobi. The will of fire ensured that talent kept emerging, generation after generation. Onoki let out a slow breath before adding, but if Kiri falls, Kumo will be more than happy to attack Konoha with us. It was the only outcome he could count on. Kumo and Iwa had already fought wars against Konoha, and if there was a real chance to finally bring them down, A would take it. Onoki leaned back in his seat, his thoughts were already shifting toward the next move. As always, the fence-sitter had to scheme, had to calculate and plan every step. Because unlike the other villages, he had to be very careful as Iwa's new generation was severely lacking. This is outrageous. Rasa's palm slammed against the table, his voice was full with fury. Do they not care about maintaining this alliance? Isn't Konoha supposed to be so magnanimous and honorable? He was fuming, and no one in the council room dared to respond. First, they forced us into this humiliating alliance. Then they convinced our daimyo to commission missions to them instead of us. And now they have the audacity to offer these outrageous prices on wind dragon vein crystals? The venom in Rasa's voice was so intense that he sounded more like a snake than Orochimaru. Suna's financial situation was already dire. There was no way they could afford the inflated prices Konoha was demanding. We should lower our commission prices to match Konoha's, Ibizo suggested. Rasa's eyes snapped toward him, but the older man didn't falter. Unlike the rest of the council, He and his sister did not fear Rasa's temper. Chiyo nodded in agreement. It's our best option. If we lower our prices, the daimyo may start commissioning us instead of Konoha. But just lowering prices might not be enough, Ebizo continued. We need to negotiate directly with the daimyo. We have to set aside our pride and approach him. The other councillors stiffened at the words. Pride. It was the one thing that had kept Sunagakure from bending completely to Konoha's will. But Chiyo and Ebizo had no interest in indulging the Kazekage's ego. They had done far more for this village than Rasa, who had sent the only other S-rank shinobi of Suna to certain death ever had. And unlike others, they weren't afraid to speak the truth. Rasa exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. I'll send Baki to negotiate a fair price. He straightened and forced authority back into his voice. But we won't match Konoha's prices. That's simply impossible. We need more money. Still, the daimyo won't give Baki a hard time. No matter how much he dislikes us, he needs us. We are the backbone of this nation. Without us, there is no Wind Country. His proud declaration was met with silence. Chiyo and Ebizo exchanged glances, sharing the same thought. He still hasn't learned his lesson. Since taking the title of Kazekage, Rasa had made mistake after mistake, and now the village was paying the price. It didn't help that his own son, the child he sealed the one tail into, was a disaster. Gaara couldn't control the beast. He was a liability who attacked civilians randomly. If Sunagakure had even one S-rank shinobi left, Rasa would have been replaced long ago. Kaoru walked toward the Durinu clan compound, frowning.
The Tsunade Library, which he had thought was a gold mine, had turned out to be nothing but medical books. Not a single scroll related to jutsu. I should have figured that out myself. Why would Konoha shinobi give me jutsu to learn?
It was frustrating, but he knew he had been naive to hope otherwise. Tsunade had returned to Takimura with them, but she wouldn't be staying for long. She was leaving soon, taking Nora and Shizune with her. She hadn't said exactly where she was going, but Kaoru had a good guess. Kaiketsu village, to spy on the Arasami clan again.
Even Maki doesn't know what she's looking for there. Besides, she can't stay in Takimura. If she's here when Kiri attacks, it will be a huge scandal for Konoha. I would not mind if she stayed, though. Anyway, I need to prepare for war.
His weapon was ready. Brock had told him to visit the other day, and Kaoru could barely contain his excitement. He wanted to see what the blacksmith had created. His training had also advanced, his chakra rotation technique was improving, and both his taijutsu and kenjutsu had gotten stronger.
I'll ask Maki or Shin to spar with me. I need to test my progress.
He could have asked Akane, who was still better than him in both taijutsu and kenjutsu, but she was busy working on her own technique. As he neared the blacksmith's home, a familiar voice called out, "Kaoru, here!" Brock stood in the yard, setting up a few wooden dummies. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Let's test your new weapon," he said with a grin. Chapter 84, Better Than Expected. /N. Thank you, Tyler Lambert, for supporting Azure Awakening. Brock picked up a wooden box and placed it on the table in front of Kaoru. The box itself was a piece of art. Its surface was adorned with intricate engravings resembling flowing water, and the lock had the tiny emblem of the Durinu clan. But Kaoru barely spared it a glance. His impatience got the better of him as he hurriedly opened the lock and lifted the lid. The moment he saw what was inside, his breath hitched.
I shouldn't expect anything too impressive. Its main trait is durability, after all.
He had told himself earlier, trying to lower his expectations. But he had not expected this. The metal rod inside had a dark blue hue, almost like tempered steel dipped in the deepest ocean. The same water pattern engravings from the box stretched all the way from base to tip, seamlessly flowing along the weapon's length. It wasn't thick, just the right width for a strong grip, and its length was perfect for his height. Brock grinned as he saw Kaoru's stunned expression. "I designed this to be a perfect fit for you right now," he explained. His voice was brimming with excitement and pride. "Later on, as you grow, we can modify it or forge an entirely new one. But for this upcoming war, you need a weapon that suits you now." Kaoru traced his fingers along the engravings as still observed the craftsmanship. Both ends of the rod had small, rounded caps, almost like metal spheres. Each one had an extremely narrow hole at its center. I left those openings for you to store your high-density water inside, Brock continued, nodding toward the weapon. That way, you can immediately shape the tip of the weapon without needing to gather water from somewhere else. Kaoru's fingers paused over the spheres. He was truly speechless.
I did not even ask for any of this.
He shot a look of admiration at the blacksmith, who was not done explaining. Normally, having empty space inside the weapon would ruin its durability, Brock admitted, but this one is forged from a special alloy that guarantees it won't break. It wouldn't work for a blade or spear, but for blunt weapons, it's perfect. We usually use this metal for hammers. He was clearly excited, launching into an explanation of the materials used, but Kaoru's mind was still fixed on the weapon itself. It was refined, elegant. When he had first imagined a steel rod, he had pictured something rough and practical, a weapon meant for durability alone. But this was different. It was unnaturally light in his hands, almost like an extension of himself. There are a lot of seals embedded into it, Brock added. Some of them are designed to reduce the weight. The alloy we used is incredibly heavy. Without those seals, you wouldn't be able to lift it, let alone fight with it. He took a step back as his grin widened. So why don't you give it a try? Kaoru approached the bucket of water, his eyes beginning to glow as he activated his Suijingan. Brock's excitement grew. He had only seen the Takime clan's dojutsu in action 3 times. First when Maki and Akura had helped the Durinu clan, the second while observing Kaoru's fighting style, and now for the 3rd time. So beautiful. Like 2 shining turquoises. Kaoru carefully altered the water's density and then stored it inside the weapon. He expected it to spill out the moment he stopped controlling it, but to his surprise, it remained securely inside. Brock chuckled. I used a small amount of Leviathan glass. It repels water, so once you store it inside, it won't spill out, unless you start swinging it too much. He let out a laugh at his own joke before continuing, haha, just kidding. The water won't move unless you pump a tiny amount of chakra into the tip. That's when the Leviathan glass stops affecting it. It's a fragile material, but in small amounts it can add great properties to weapons. Kaoru listened as the master blacksmith continued explaining how the Leviathan glass worked, but his mind was already racing with possibilities.
First, I need to test which shapes the stored water is enough for.
He moved toward the wooden dummies, adjusting the weapon as he walked. The first transformation he tried was a spear tip. The steel rod was roughly the same height as Kaoru, making this shape ideal. A spear would give him reach without sacrificing speed. Next, he tried a glaive and then a trident. Both worked, but the tips were thinner than he would have liked. The amount of stored water wasn't quite enough for broader shapes. However, since he could quickly pull in more from particles in the air, this wasn't a major problem. Unlike forming a full blade from scratch, he only needed small amounts to modify the weapon's form. Physical strength wasn't Kaoru's greatest asset, so he ruled out a hammer and other blunt forms. But the glaive, that one felt right. The balance, the motion, it just felt natural. He tested it further, slicing through the dummies with rapid, precise movements, chaining together different attack combinations. Brock watched with a grin. So you like it, huh? Then he added, oh, by the way, did you check the side of the weapon? Kaoru lifted the steel rod closer to his face. There was its name engraved on the side, Nagizume Chi Jua, Waterclaw. Takimura had been preparing for war for over a month. They had gathered all the supplies they could, refined strategies, and analyzed countless battle scenarios. They had done everything possible with their limited resources and manpower. And now the time had finally come.
Kiri's army is on the move. They've gathered 5,000 shinobi.
Tenma reported to the council. Akura's eyes widened. Not because the number was large, but because it was small for a great village.
Are they not taking us seriously? No, that can't be it. Since Yagura has decided to attack, he won't hold back. Then why?
He couldn't understand it. The intel they had gathered offered no clear explanation.
Has Zabuza made his move yet?
Akura asked. Tenma simply shook his head in response. This was a puzzle Akura was unable to solve.
There's another piece of intel,
Tenma continued.
but I can't confirm its accuracy. The one leading the army isn't Yagura, nor Mangetsu Hozuki. It's Fuguki Suikazan.
Silence fell over the room. Tenma went on.
There are also reports that Mangetsu is still missing. No one has seen him since the negotiations on Sunny Island.
All eyes turned to Maki, but she simply shrugged in response. If it had been up to her, she would have gladly killed Mangetsu, but that hadn't been an option, not without creating a conflict with the Kage after A declared the duel over.
Something feels off.
Akura spoke loudly as he started analyzing the information they had.
First, Kiri sends only 5,000 shinobi against us. Then, their two strongest shinobi don't show up, and one of them has been missing for over a month.
His fingers tapped against the table.
This feels wrong. Either we've missed their movements and a second army is marching from a different location, or we've overlooked something crucial.
His gaze swept across the council, searching for answers. But no one spoke. None of them knew, but Akura was right. Takimura had missed something important. They simply didn't have the resources to track everything happening across the land of water, let alone beyond it. Lord Mizukage, Mangetsu is still missing. We need to investigate what happened. Hakare Hazuki's voice was rather demanding. Yagura narrowed his eyes. He was not as untouchable as he once had been, as his support had crumbled. Well, almost all of it.
And how do you propose we do that?
Yagura sneered. For a brief moment, he considered killing Hakare right then and there.
We checked,
he continued. His voice was laced with irritation.
Not a single member of the delegation survived. We confirmed they left the island safely, which means someone in the land of water killed them.
His grip tightened on the armrest of his chair.
There's only one faction strong enough to pull that off.
His gaze darkened.
And we're already fighting them.
His fury simmered just beneath the surface. The past month had been a disaster. He had lost his strongest and most loyal shinobi. One of the 7 swordsmen had defected to the rebels, and in the chaos, 3 of the legendary swords had vanished from his grasp. And if he counted the Kiba twin blades, then 4. But the worst part was that Konoha and Kumo had begun training their armies near the border with Kirigakure.
They're clearly trying to put pressure on us. But I can't risk deploying my full army against Takimura now. Otherwise, if they invade, I won't be able to stop them in time.
His original plan had been to launch an overwhelming offensive. Now he had to adjust. He would send 2 smaller armies, each one near the border, to keep Konoha and Kumo in check. The other, main army would march to Takimura. Yagura himself would lead one smaller force personally, and then, once the main army reached Takimura, he would join them.
Even with all the setbacks, this should be enough. Takimura should not have much more than 1,000 people, let alone shinobi. Their army will be 4, maybe 500 at best. We'll have an overwhelming advantage.
Things hadn't been going his way lately, but he was planning to turn everything around. Tsunade had been gathering information, trying to confirm without a doubt that Orochimaru was behind the Arasami clan. The Kaiketsu village they represented during the chunin exams was nothing but a front, a small, insignificant settlement that clearly wasn't what it claimed to be. But that raised the question, why had Orochimaru revealed them in the first place? What was he trying to gain by bringing them to the chunin exams? Orochimaru wasn't the type to take unnecessary risks for the thrill of it. There had to be a reason, a calculated move hidden beneath layers of deception. And that was what Tsunade had been trying to uncover. However, so far she had no success. But one detail stood out. The clan leader left for a few days every month. Tsunade had a hunch that it was connected to her old friend. Lady Tsunade, are we going to do anything about them? Or is gathering information the only plan? Nora asked as she placed her freshly washed clothes on nearby stones to dry under the sun. They had been staying in a cave near the Arasami clan's settlement. It was cold, damp, and miserable. Bugs and mosquitoes were annoying, making it even harder to rest. But they had no choice. For now we keep gathering information, Tsunade replied, watching the flames of their small fire flicker. Wiping them out wouldn't be a problem. They aren't strong enough to stand against me. She took a grilled fish from the fire and took a bite. But the person I'm looking for is difficult to find. If I make the wrong move, I could destroy everything that might lead me to him. The fish wasn't anything special, but it was enough to keep them going. Tsunade exhaled softly, staring into the fire. I miss gambling. And alcohol. A small smirk crossed her lips. I feel particularly lucky today. I'd have definitely won. She sighed and took another bite. For now, all she could do was wait. The shinobi of Takimura gathered at the village center. Their faces showed a mix of emotions. Akura was ready to give a speech as he stood on a platform before the gathered people.
Kiri's forces will enter the valley in about a week. We must begin setting up the battlefield to favor us. That means traps, explosives, and terrain modifications.
Some of Takimura's forces, those who could keep their mouths shut, had already been working on preparations for weeks. But now, the entire army had to move.
We leave in a few hours and won't return until we are victorious. Prepare everything you might need, except for food and tents. The village will provide those.
With that, Akura ended his speech, waiting as the crowd began to disperse. Most of the shinobi had determined expressions, but a few couldn't hide their unease. Fear was natural, only a madman wouldn't be afraid of dying. But fear had to remain controlled. If it became unmanageable, it could decide the outcome of the battle. That was Akura's responsibility, to keep their morale high. Despite his young age, Kaoru was among the fighters. Actually, not just any fighter, he and Mizuki were two of the most crucial shinobi, as their techniques were perfect for fighting against large numbers. They would be Takimura's slaughterers. Kaoru had stocked up on soldier pills, including premium ones, allowing him to fight for 3 days straight without stopping. But instead of hoarding them, he gave nearly all of them to the village, keeping only 2 of each for himself and Mizuki. They would need tons of chakra in upcoming battle.
This war will decide Takimura's future, and my own. If we lose, I'll most likely die.
The thought sent a chill through him. But beneath that fear, there was something else, excitement. He had trained with his new weapon for over a month and felt comfortable wielding it now. He hadn't managed to finish perfecting the third eye technique as it required too much focus, making it nearly useless in the chaos of battle. But even without it, Kaoru felt ready. He was ready for his first war. Chapter 85, Secrets of the Bloodline. /N. Thank you, Scott Robertson, for supporting Azure Awakening. Kaoru woke up to the sounds of the camp already stirring. The sky was still dark, and the air was cold and damp just like usual, but shinobi were already awake, moving with quiet urgency. Everyone was in a hurry. Noon slacked. Each additional trap they managed to set up, and each ditch increased their chances of survival, although slightly. Kaoru sat up, rubbing his face before stepping out of his tent. Despite Noon saying it out loud, people were tense and scared. Some shinobi were gathered around fires, eating quickly and speaking in low voices. Others stood in small groups, adjusting their gear, making sure everything was in place. To his right, a group of younger shinobi sat together, their voices barely above a whisper.
We'll be fine, right?
One of them asked as he sought comfort from his friends.
As long as we stick to the plan.
Another answered, but his voice lacked confidence. A third, older than the rest, scoffed.
Scared already? We haven't even started yet.
Kaoru walked past them without a word as he headed toward the supply tent. The smell of food lingered in the air, but he wasn't hungry. He just knew that he had to eat. Further ahead, he spotted 2 shinobi leaning against a stack of crates, speaking in serious tones.
We just have to hold out long enough,
one of them muttered.
Takimura's our home. If we don't fight, who will?
His companion nodded.
I know, but it's Kiri. They've crushed villages much bigger than ours before.
Kaoru kept walking. The weight of what they were about to face was everywhere. Some shinobi tried to keep busy, focusing on weapons and armor. Others sat quietly, staring into the distance. He stopped near the training area where Akane was stretching, rolling her shoulders. She noticed him and grinned.
Ready?
Kaoru nodded. Yeah. She studied his face.
Did you sleep?
A little.
Good. You'll need it.
She didn't say it to scare him, just the truth. Kaoru looked around once more. Some were afraid, some were eager, some were silent, keeping their emotions hidden, but they were all here, waiting for war to begin. In the largest camp of the army, Akura stood over a detailed map. He was trying to analyze every possible scenario. He hadn't stopped planning, not even for a second, evident by dark circles under his eyes. Takimura had 400 shinobi, including weaker chunin. These 400 would have to fight against 5,000 kirinin. There wasn't a single advantage in their favor. Kiri had better numbers, better training, more experience, and their shinobi had been raised in blood and war, while most of Takimura's army was still young, still growing. Their only hope lay in the valley and Suiren, and even then, their chances were beyond slim. If Kaoru and Mizuki could fully utilize their domains without facing Jonin-level enemies, they could turn part of the battlefield into a slaughter. But even that wasn't enough to secure victory. That was why, before leaving the village, Akura had given a simple but absolute order. If they lost, every clan was to flee. A messenger would be sent the moment defeat was confirmed, and every resident of Takimura would disappear into the wind. Konoha, Kumo, or another village would take them in. Strong clans were always valuable, and any major power would gladly absorb them into their ranks. But that was only if they lost. Akura turned to Shin and Mei, the two commanders he had chosen to lead the army.
Shin, Mei, you'll each command 200 shinobi.
Shin gave a sharp nod, but Mei had a confused look.
I'm placing Kaoru and Mizuki in Shin's army because of his speed and close combat skills. If Jonin target them, I need you to do everything you can to protect those two.
Shin nodded again. He understood that his role was probably the most important one. He would have to defend two of the 4 key figures of Takimura's army. Mei, however, frowned.
What about Maki?
She won't be in charge of any forces.
Mei's eyebrows rose slightly. Maki was the strongest shinobi of Takimura. Her mere presence would have boosted the morale of her army.
Maki will be facing their commander. She needs to move freely.
Mei sighed but didn't argue.
Suiren will fight Yagura when he arrives.
Akura continued.
Meruem and I will engage their swordsmen. Kiri has far more Jonin than us. But if we break their structure, we might hold.
Meruem crossed his arms.
Even with the valley, we're going to be overwhelmed.
Akura's eyes darkened.
That's why we need to discuss every possible scenario. We won't have time to think once the battle starts.
The tent was silent for a moment before Suiren spoke.
The biggest issue is separation. Kiri's shinobi are used to battle formations and group combat. They'll try to cut us off from each other, break us into smaller groups, then slaughter us.
Noda clan head nodded. We can't let that happen. If even a fraction of their army gets behind us, we're done. Akura pointed at the map.
That's why we use the terrain. The valley has 3 main choke points. We reinforce those with traps and explosive tags. The main force will attack from the west, but if they send a detachment to flank us from the south, we're in trouble.
Mei leaned in.
That means we need scouts in the south at all times.
Meruem frowned.
Even if we see them coming, do we have the forces to stop them?
No,
Suiren admitted.
but we might be able to stall them enough to retreat and regroup.
Ika Uzumaki had been working non-stop, crafting seals to aid Takimura. Contrary to what many had expected, he hadn't fled. Instead, he chose to stay and help however he could. If Takimura lost, he would escape with the rest of the village residents, but until then, he would do everything in his power to ensure they had a fighting chance. Fuinjutsu traps were a nightmare for large armies. Kiri's forces wouldn't have the time to check every inch of the ground while advancing, and that was where Takimura had an advantage. They had a seal master on their side. Small advantages like this, minor shifts in the battlefield, were what gave them hope that maybe, just maybe, they could survive this war.
Let's go over possible scenarios. First, the best-case scenario. What happens if we hold them back?
Asked May. Akura leaned against the table, thinking.
If we stall them long enough, Konoha and Kumo might take advantage of Kiri's distraction. We already know that both villages moved their armies near the borders. That is our best bet. If they fear Kiri getting stronger, they won't let them defeat us. Yagura can't afford a war on two fronts.
May nodded.
And worst case?
Meruem's voice was grim.
They break through in the first 2 days. If that happens, the war is over.
No one argued. They all knew how difficult this battle was. Shin took a breath.
We need contingency plans. What happens if Lady Suiren loses?
No one wanted to answer, especially Suiren, because if she fell, nothing could stop Yagura. May sighed.
Then we retreat. It's that simple.
Shin's fingers drummed against the map.
If we're forced to retreat, we need an escape route.
Akura pointed at a pass leading toward the mountains.
Here, but we only use it as a last resort. If we abandon the valley, we lose everything.
Shin crossed his arms.
And if Kaoru and Mizuki are taken out?
Akura exhaled sharply. For a moment, he was glad that Maki was not in the room.
Then we abandon the choke points and regroup at the second line of defense. We'll have lost a major advantage, but we'll need to conserve as much manpower as possible.
May tapped her fingers against the table.
What about Zabuza?
Akura's jaw tightened.
That's the other issue. He should be making his move soon, but we don't know when. If he attacks during the battle, Kiri will be distracted. If he waits until after, then we have no idea who we're dealing with.
May frowned.
Is there any way we can contact him?
No, Akura said flatly.
We have no way of knowing what his plans are.
The tent fell silent again. Meruem leaned back, rubbing her temple.
There's too much we don't know. We can prepare all we want, but in the end, we're still fighting blind.
Akura nodded.
That's why we focus on what we can control.
May exhaled sharply.
So, bottom line, if things go well, we stall them. If things go badly, we run.
Akura's expression was dark.
That's the reality of war.
By the way, where's Maki?
May asked, glancing around.
She's close to a breakthrough.
Suiren replied absent-mindedly.
She's doing everything she can to progress before the fight.
Her mind, however, was already elsewhere, on her upcoming battle against Yagura. Can I really stop that monster? Suiren knew this would most likely be her last fight. No one but Akura knew the price she paid each time she pushed her Suijingan to its limit. At the very least, Maki is strong enough to survive, strong enough to take care of Kaoru. A faint, regretful smile crossed her lips before she turned and left the room. The others exchanged glances, confused by her sudden departure, but no one spoke. Suiren was the most respected person in Takimura, and if she was feeling uneasy, the only thing anyone wanted to do was stand by her side. Kaoru had just finished sparring with Akane when he noticed Suiren approaching.
How are you doing, Kaoru? Are you nervous?
It was a pointless question, like asking, "Oh, you've come," when he was already standing there. But people asked it anyway because they didn't know what else to say.
I'm fine, Grandma. I know we'll win.
Suiren studied him carefully, testing if he had actually meant what he said, but Kaoru's gaze was steady and filled with determination. At least he believes it. She nodded slightly and turned away, slowly making her way toward her tent.
Follow me.
Kaoru didn't hesitate. Inside Suiren's tent, a small lantern flickered, casting dim shadows along the fabric walls. It was simple, not luxuries. There was only a low table, 2 cushions, and a rolled-up sleeping mat in the corner. She sat down, signaling Kaoru to do the same. He obeyed, watching her carefully. For a moment she didn't speak. Then finally she broke the silence.
You're strong, Kaoru.
Kaoru blinked. He was genuinely confused, unable to understand why Suiren was so sad.
But strength isn't enough to survive in this world, she continued. You have to understand the kind of world we live in. What happened to our clan? Why Takimura even exists?
Kaoru remained quiet, letting her speak.
Our clan was once one of the strongest in Kirigakure. The Takime clan had the greatest water affinity ever recorded, and our Suijingan was feared. But power invites fear, and fear turns into hatred.
Kaoru clenched his fists. He had heard fragments of this before, but never the full truth. Suiren exhaled slowly.
Do you know why Samehada accepted your sister so easily?
Kaoru shook his head. He heard the explanation, but he thought that Suiren was building up to something.
It's because Samehada was made for our clan, Suiren said simply. It was forged for the Takime.
Kaoru did not show any emotion. He simply listened.
But that's not the most important part, she continued. Your eyes, they are different from mine, from any Suijingan user before you.
This time Kaoru's eyes widened. He had always felt that his eyes were special, but hearing it from her made it real.
They are fully awakened, Suiren confirmed.
Kaoru swallowed.
What does that mean?
Suiren looked at him differently now.
It means you are stronger than I ever was. It means that the secrets of our bloodline, the power that Kiri feared, are locked within you.
Kaoru's heart pounded.
But before I tell you what that truly means, Suiren said, her voice lowering, I will tell you why my son, your father, was killed.
Chapter 86. A Clan from Outside World. /N. Thank you Tai Tuttle, Fige, Alexander White and Tarseti for supporting Azure Awakening.
The Takime clan comes from a different continent.
Suiren began with a steady voice.
I don't know exactly when or why our ancestors left, but they settled in the land of water and slowly gained influence. At the time, great villages were being established one after another. The strongest clans in the land of water came together and created Kirigakure. Our clan was one of the 7 ruling clans, but individually, we were the weakest. The Takime clan was always the smallest. Our chakra reserves were lacking, and we had no ties nor strong allies, but we had our clan head.
She paused, studying Kaoru's face, waiting for any questions. Kaoru already knew most of what she had said, but some things were new.
There was nothing about other continents in the library,
Kaoru muttered. Whenever Kaoru had chakra to spare, he'd send shadow clones into the library to absorb as much knowledge as possible. So at this point, he had already read countless books. Suiren nodded.
Information about other continents is rare. It's difficult to even reach them.
She pointed at Kaoru's eyes as a small smile formed on her wrinkled face.
The reason our clan managed to travel across the vast ocean between continents is simple. We had a Suijingan.
Kaoru blinked. He remembered his voyage to Sunny Islands and involuntarily shivered.
That's also why we were considered one of the strongest clans,
she continued.
There wasn't a single shinobi in the land of water who could defeat our clan head. Our position was untouchable back then.
Her expression darkened slightly.
Until his death.
She exhaled and her gaze became distant, as if she was recalling something.
When he died, our clan's position became fragile. No one after him could awaken Suijingan. That period lasted for generations until I finally inherited our clan's dojutsu.
Kaoru noticed the shift in her tone.
But even then, my Suijingan was nowhere close to his.
For the first time, her regret showed clearly. Kaoru felt sorry for Suiren. She probably blames herself for what happened to our clan, but in reality, she saved us. If even Suiren had failed to awaken Suijingan, the Takime would have ceased to exist. A sudden wave of gratitude washed over him, not just because she had saved their clan or protected them for all these years, but because she was his grandma, and she had always been the best. Even if Suiren's decision to not force Kaoru to train was a mistake, she had Kaoru's best interest in mind, and for that, Kaoru was infinitely grateful.
Grandma,
Kaoru said suddenly, looking up,
you say your Suijingan wasn't strong, but you still became our leader. You still protected us.
Suiren sighed, but there was warmth in her expression.
I did what I could.
Kaoru hesitated, then added,
Then, what about me? My Suijingan. Is it the same as yours?
Suiren shook her head.
No, Kaoru.
She said softly.
Yours is different.
Kaoru blinked.
What do you mean?
Suiren's gaze met his. There was a hint of pride in her eyes.
Your eyes are fully awakened.
Kaoru felt his breath catch. That wasn't just something she thought, that was something she knew. Suiren placed a hand on his shoulder.
And before I explain what that truly means,
Her expression darkened slightly.
I will tell you why my son, your father, was killed. Unlike you, Kaoru, I cannot see water or manipulate it the way you do.
Suiren began.
But I can extract it from anything.
She reached for an apple that had been sitting idly on the table. With a subtle pull of chakra, the fruit shriveled instantly, squeezed dry until nothing remained but a husk.
This is how my Suijingan manifested,
She continued.
I inherited only this ability.
Kaoru watched closely.
Your father could do the same.
Suiren went on.
But unlike me, he had high-level chakra reserves.
She paused. Her gaze became unfocused as she recalled precious memories. Then she continued.
Our clan's low chakra reserves had been slowly improving over generations, but at the cost of losing our connection to water.
She glanced at him.
Maki is the perfect example. Water isn't even her primary element, it's lightning.
Maki was the only Takime whose main element wasn't water, but that hadn't hindered her progress. If anything, it had made her stronger.
That trend was broken when you were born, Kaoru.
Suiren's voice softened.
Your mother died at childbirth.
Kaoru stiffened.
You were born with your Suijingan already active.
She said gently.
We were worried you wouldn't be able to handle the backlash, but you did.
Kaoru barely heard her last words. His thoughts latched onto one thing. Did I kill my mother? The words left his lips in a whisper. His breath felt shallow. Was I born a monster? Did I kill her the moment I entered this world? Suiren's heart ached at the look in his eyes.
This wasn't your fault, Kaoru.
Her voice was steady, but she struggled to find the right words.
Your mother wasn't a shinobi. She was an ordinary woman. When your Suijingan awakened, her body couldn't handle it.
She exhaled, trying to ease the weight of the truth.
That is not your fault.
Kaoru clenched his fists. He didn't remember his mother. She was just a name, a story he had never truly known. And yet, the truth hit him. It hit him harder than he expected. His voice came out cold.
What about my father? How did he die?
Suiren's expression changed. She had known this moment would come, and she would rather be the one to tell him than leave it to Maki. Kaoru had the right to know how his mother died.
Your father,
She began, her voice laced with pride.
Had high chakra reserves and the ability to extract water from living beings.
Kaoru listened in silence.
And he was acknowledged by Samehada. He was perfectly balanced as a shinobi, even before awakening Suijingan. But once he did, he became so strong that even the Mizukage felt threatened.
Her fingers curled slightly.
When Fuguki Suikazan presented evidence that the Takime clan was plotting against Kiri, the Mizukage didn't hesitate. He immediately ordered our elimination.
Kaoru's jaw tightened.
The evidence was forged.
Suiren continued bitterly.
But Mizukage didn't care. It almost seemed like he was happy to have a reason.
Her voice wavered slightly, but she kept going.
They sent the Mizukage himself, several of the 7 swordsmen, and Hunter Nin to wipe us out. Your father and many shinobi from our clan fought to the death to secure our escape.
Suiren's eyes became watery as the memories surfaced, the worst day of her life.
We had to run from Kiri,
Suiren continued,
until we found this valley, where I finally had access to enough water to overcome my innate weakness.
Kaoru was confused. He failed to connect the dots. If Grandma can't manipulate water, how does this valley help her? The thought nagged at him, but Suiren clearly had no intention of explaining.
Even after we came here, we still had to hide. We were too weak.
Kaoru stayed silent, listening.
Things started to improve when Yagura became Mizukage. For a while, we even considered returning. But the snake who forged the evidence against your father had become one of the 7 swordsmen, and not just any swordsman. He wielded Samehada.
Her fingers curled slightly at the mention of Fuguki Suikazan.
We couldn't trust Kiri anymore, so we stayed and decided to focus on survival, forgetting our ties with Kirigakure.
Kaoru could hear the weight of regret in her voice. He could tell she was realizing just how many mistakes the Takime clan had made. But there was no going back. Suiren's expression softened slightly as she looked at him.
Kaoru, even though neither of your parents were able to raise you, they both left something behind for you.
Kaoru straightened.
Your mother gave you your name. It was her last words before she died.
His chest tightened slightly, but he didn't know how to feel. He had never known her. It was just a fact, not a memory. Suiren continued, her voice carrying a different weight now.
And your father left you a scroll. I'm going to give it to you, but on one condition.
She held up a hand and studied Kaoru's gaze.
Do not open it until you turn 15.
Kaoru could tell this wasn't just some lesson or training manual. The scroll held something important, maybe even dangerous. Suiren's words were filled with love and concern.
Can you promise me that, Kaoru?
He was grateful to his parents, but there was no emotional connection strong enough to make him want to risk his life for them. Not like he would for Maki, for Suiren, for his friends. Before he could answer, a cold realization crept over him.
This feels like a goodbye conversation.
His stomach twisted. He had been feeling uneasy for a while now, but only now did he understand why. Kaoru clenched his fists.
Grandma, I'll promise, but only if you promise me something.
Suiren blinked.
You have to promise that you'll win against the Mizukage, and that you'll survive this battle.
He stared straight into her eyes, searching for even the smallest hint of deceit. Suiren held his gaze for a moment. Then she smiled and said,
I promise, Kaoru.
But he knew. She was lying. His chest felt tight, but he didn't call her out on it. Suiren reached out and placed a hand on his cheek.
And one more thing,
she said gently.
No matter what happens in this war, prioritize your safety. You are the hope of our clan, Kaoru.
She leaned in, kissing his forehead, before wrapping him in a tight embrace. For the first time in his life, Kaoru felt uncomfortable hugging her. It felt like she was holding on to him one last time, like she was trying to take in the last happy moment before walking into something she knew she wouldn't return from. A lump formed in his throat. Desperate to push away the heaviness in the air, he asked,
Grandma, what about the continent our clan came from? Do you know anything about it?
Suiren chuckled, shaking her head.
I'm not that old, Kaoru. I wasn't around when they left.
Her tone was light, but Kaoru wasn't convinced.
How does the clan head not know anything about where we come from? It hasn't even been that long.
But he didn't press her. Suiren sighed, then handed him the sealed scroll.
Go now. Prepare.
Kaoru took it, holding it tightly.
And keep this scroll a secret.
He nodded, but said nothing. There were so many things he wanted to say. That he loved her. That he was glad she was his grandmother. But saying those words out loud felt like admitting that this was their last conversation. Instead, he simply turned and left, holding the scroll close to his chest. As he stepped out of the tent, his heart felt heavy. Suiren watched him go, her gaze soft and warm.
Live a happy and full life, child.
Her expression slowly hardened. The warmth in her eyes faded, replaced by something colder. Determination, fury.
I won't let you take anything else from me, Kiri.
Throughout her whole life, Suiren had to watch how Kiri destroyed people who were the most precious to her. But no more. She was not going to let the history repeat. Chapter 87, Shin's Story. /N. Thank you, Lyda and Jake, for supporting Azure Awakening. Unlike the clans, who had no choice but to defend Takimura since everything they possessed was at stake, civilians could escape and start over somewhere else. They wouldn't be chased, and slipping away as a family of 2, 3, or even 5 was far easier than trying to move hundreds. But the one who kept civilian shinobi, no matter how few they were, from leaving was Shin. He was the strongest civilian shinobi in the village and a role model for many. His presence alone made others stay, despite the looming war. But for him, escape was never an option. His ties to Takimura were different. At first, he had grumbled when Maki asked him to train the younger generation and become their team leader. He was a free spirit, not a teacher or a team leader material. Even on the battlefield, his fighting style was not suited for teamwork. He was an assassin through and through. But slowly, the 3 members of Team Shin managed to earn his trust and something close to affection. Soon, without realizing it, he started to care. Especially about Mizuki, who reminded him too much of his deceased sister. He even taught Akane his swordplay, keeping an eye on her progress and watching over them even when no one expected him to. Shin felt responsible for them now, but there was another bond, one even stronger than duty or mentorship. Maki. Shin was in love with her, and the tigress wasn't entirely platonic toward him either. Or at least, that's what he thought. His feelings for her were his greatest happiness and his greatest regret. But no matter what he wanted, he couldn't ignore the pull he felt toward her. Even now he stood in the forest, leaning against a towering oak, watching as Maki pushed herself beyond her limits again and again. She was trying to break past them, to reach a level that defied human logic. One day soon she would be far stronger than him. But he didn't care.
If I hadn't met you that day,
he chuckled, shaking his head,
so many things would have gone differently, and I definitely wouldn't be here.
His mind drifted to his darkest past, the life he had before Takimura, before her. Arakawa Shin, or more precisely, Awaraka Shin, was born in Kusagakure. He came from a shinobi family and was raised as one, just like his older sister, Nami. Kusa was not a strong village. It had been invaded by Iwagakure before, and now relied heavily on Konoha for protection. In many ways, it was practically affiliated with the Hidden Leaf. Not everyone was happy about that. Kusa didn't just have an alliance with Konoha, they commissioned missions to Konoha shinobi, cutting down their own village's ability to nurture its forces. For Konoha, this was a source of income, but more importantly, it weakened Kusagakure. The fewer shinobi Kusa produced, the more reliant they became on Konoha's protection. And that suited the Leaf just fine. Konoha shared borders with every great village. Even a weak ally like Kusagakure gave them an advantage, a foothold. It was meant to be a thorn in Iwagakure's side. If Iwa ever attacked, Kusa could be used against them. Some people in Kusa hated this dependence. One of them was Shin's father. Shin was 13 when his father joined the rebels, attempting to overthrow Kusa's leadership. Shin begged him not to. He pleaded, telling him Konoha would never allow it. Even if the rebels somehow gained the upper hand, the Leaf would crush them before they could take control. His father had only waved him off. A shinobi should never fear death, he had said. You should do whatever it takes to achieve your goals. But the worst part was that Shin's sister, Nami, had been dragged into it too, as she would never go against their father's wishes. Shin knew the rebellion would never succeed. Konoha would never allow Kusa's current government to fall, and the only way the rebels could have won was by allying with Iwa, which would have been even worse. Unlike Konoha, Iwagakure didn't care about maintaining an honorable image. If Iwa took control, Kusa wouldn't be an ally. It would be a conquered territory. So Shin made a decision, a difficult but still a necessary one. He became a mole. He struck a deal with Kusa's leadership. If they spared his family, he would spy for them. And he did. Thanks to Shin or not, the rebellion was crushed, but everything else went in the wrong direction. His parents refused to surrender and were killed. Nami was captured, but when she found out that her own brother had been the one who betrayed them, who got their parents killed, she took her own life. Just like that, Shin's whole life was ruined as he was left with nothing. Nothing but guilt, He was almost 15 when he abandoned the village, becoming a rogue shinobi. For a time he wandered alone, but soon he found his way into a small group of mercenaries. Most of his jobs were assassinations. It didn't take long for him to become completely detached, not just from himself, but from humanity. He viewed this as his punishment for what he had done, for what he hadn't been able to stop. But everything changed when he received a mission, another assassination order. The target was a relative of the water daimyo. Shin stood hidden in the shadow of a tall tree, crouched on a thick branch as he observed the moving cart below. His target sat carelessly, oblivious to the danger lurking above. The water daimyo's relative was a young, carefree girl who had yet to experience the harshness of life, let alone harm anyone. But Shin didn't care. She was nothing but a target, no more, no less.
A shinobi has to do whatever it takes to complete a mission,
he told himself. Shin expanded his sensory field, scanning the area carefully. 2 guards, 1 chunin, 1 jonin, accompanied the girl.
I'll poison their water and food at night.
Since direct confrontation wasn't an option, stealth and poisons were his best choice. Night fell quickly, but despite waiting patiently, he found no opening. He tried again the next night, and the night after that. 3 nights passed, and still there was no chance to act.
Something's off.
Even experienced shinobi made mistakes. These 2 weren't anything special, yet they never let their guard down. He studied them again.
They aren't wearing headbands. They must be from some remote place.
That single detail changed everything.
I'll assassinate the chunin tonight and fight the jonin one-on-one.
It would have been better to eliminate the jonin first, but he was leaving no openings, so stealth wasn't an option. If he tried and failed, he'd be forced into a 2-against-1 battle, which would leave him at a disadvantage. So he waited. The chunin, a dark blue-haired girl, finally lay down to sleep. The jonin, still on guard, stepped away momentarily to relieve himself. It was time to strike. Shin flickered toward his target, blade ready for a clean kill, but before his strike could land, his wrist was caught mid-air.
I thought you'd never attack,
A voice chuckled. Before Shin could react, a fist slammed into his face, sending him flying back. Dazed, he barely processed what had happened before he analyzed the attacker, Maki Takime.
She had been suppressing her chakra to chunin levels, deliberately hiding her strength.
The commotion immediately alerted Akura, who had been nearby. The moment he saw the fight break out, he stepped in. Shin was subdued within seconds. His arms were bound, and a chakra-suppressing seal was placed on his stomach. Lying on the ground, he didn't resist.
Finally! I'll reunite with you, Nami. I hope you'll forgive me.
He had accepted his fate. Everything had gone wrong from the beginning. There was supposed to be 1 guard, not 2, and both had turned out to be jonin. He had no way of knowing that Maki was training under Akura, simply following him as part of her development. Shin thought fate was punishing him, but the punishment had only just begun. The water daimyo's relative turned out to be curious one, extremely curious. From the moment he was tied up, she wouldn't stop talking. "Why did you want to kill me?" she asked, tilting her head. "I don't think I've ever seen you before. Did I offend you somehow? I'm so sorry if I did. Can you tell me?" Shin ignored her, but that didn't stop her. Even Maki started getting irritated on his behalf. After several minutes of relentless questioning, she finally answered for him.
You haven't done anything wrong.
She sighed.
He's a hired assassin. He kills for money.
The girl's eyes widened. Oh, really? Then, did I offend the person who paid him? Maybe if I apologize? Maki's face twisted in annoyance. At first, she had found the girl's quirks amusing, but now she was just plain irritating.
He won't tell you.
Maki sighed, rubbing her temple.
Besides, even if he wanted to, he probably doesn't even know.
She thought that would finally shut the girl up. She was wrong. For hours, the girl kept talking, throwing question after question at them, completely unfazed by the fact that she had nearly been assassinated. Even Shin, who had resigned himself to his fate, was starting to feel that death might have been preferable. Then suddenly, they were attacked. Shuriken came flying toward them from 2 sides. Akura reacted instantly, hands flashing through seals.
Earth release. Earth wall.
A thick, wide wall of solid mass erupted from the ground, blocking the shuriken aimed at the daimyo's relative. But the second wave of shuriken was headed straight for Shin, and to his shock, Maki moved to protect him. She deflected the shurikens with a swift slash of her blade before charging straight at the attackers. Shin remained still for a moment, watching her go.
Why would she do that?
He didn't have an answer. Before he could dwell on it, his eyes flickered toward the attackers and he froze. He recognized them. They were from the same group of rogue shinobi he was part of. Maki was slowly gaining the upper hand against her opponent, and Akura had even managed to injure his slightly. But the situation took a turn when a third shinobi joined the fight. He wasn't as strong, but in a close battle, even a small shift in numbers could change everything. Akura and Maki could have escaped, but if they did, the daimyo's relative would be dead. Maybe the girl realized it herself, or maybe it was just a reckless impulse, but she suddenly turned toward Shin. She lowered her voice. "I'll let you go, but help us, okay?" Shin hesitated, considering his options. Then, after a moment, he nodded. The girl removed the chakra suppression seal, and as soon as he was free, he flexed his fingers, assessing the situation. For a brief moment, the thought crossed his mind. His target was standing right in front of him. But then his eyes flickered back to the rogue shinobi, the same people who had just tried to kill him.
If not for this strange girl, I'd be dead right now. Fine. He'd repay the kindness this time.
In a single flicker, he vanished. By the time the third rogue shinobi even registered his movement, Shin was already behind him. One swift stroke of his blade, and it was over. The moment the numbers shifted in their favor, Maki and Akura completely overwhelmed their opponents. One of the remaining assassins, clearly panicked, tried to appeal to Shin.
Shin, what are you doing? We're from the same group.
He called out desperately.
Help us kill them, and we'll forget this ever happened.
Shin didn't answer. He pressed forward, blade slicing through the air without hesitation.
You bastard!
The rogue spat, dodging barely in time.
The boss won't let you live. You won't survive betraying the group.
His threat was cut short when Maki's fist smashed into his face, sending him crashing into the dirt. She snorted.
Didn't you guys try to kill him first?
The fight ended quickly. The last two assassins lay dead at their feet. Chapter 88, The Bond. /N. Thank you, Brian Smith, for supporting Azure Awakening. After the fight, Maki turned to Shin and chuckled.
This is awkward. A few hours ago you tried to kill us, and I was all for punishing you. But now you helped us. So what should we do with you?
I promised him freedom in exchange for his help. The water daimyo's relative chimed in with a bright smile. She was a strange one. She was almost killed twice in a single day, but still was beaming as if she was the happiest person in the world. Shin exhaled, adjusting his stance.
I don't care what you decide. Now that I'm free, I won't let you capture me that easily.
His fingers hovered near his blade, ready to defend himself if needed. Maki studied him for a moment, then suddenly flickered behind him. Shin instinctively jumped back, drawing his sword, but his focused and determined expression shattered when he saw Maki laughing. Not just chuckling, but laughing with her whole body. His right eyebrow twitched.
This girl is even weirder than that daimyo's relative.
Relax.
Maki grinned.
I was just playing with you. A few hours ago, your eyes looked dead, but now you seem to actually want to live. Go and enjoy it.
Her smile slowly faded, her voice becoming quieter. Shin hesitated.
Why did you save me when my former team attacked?
Maki's expression turned unreadable.
Your eyes reminded me of someone I knew.
She paused for a moment, as if weighing her words.
I decided that death wouldn't be a punishment for you. It would be salvation.
Shin's eyes widened slightly, unsure what to make of that answer.
But now that we're on somewhat friendlier terms,
Maki continued,
let me tell you something. There's always a meaning to life. You just have to find it.
Shin's journey to the memory lane was interrupted when he saw Kaoru approaching Maki. For a brief moment, he considered joining them, but the look on Kaoru's face made him stop. The boy was clearly shaken, and from his expression, it was obvious that whatever he was about to say to Maki was serious. Shin wasn't the type to eavesdrop on family matters. Without a word, he flickered away, leaving the siblings alone. Maki had sensed Shin the moment he arrived, but she didn't mind. He often watched her train like this, sometimes even giving helpful advice based on what he observed. His presence had never made her uncomfortable, but this time she had no time to spare for distractions. She was on a deadline. If she could break through her current limit, Takimura's chances of survival would skyrocket. No number of jonin or chunin could match the impact of a single S-rank shinobi. One S-rank could turn the tide of war, shifting the balance more than an entire army. She couldn't fail. As she focused, she sensed another person approaching, her brows furrowed in irritation.
What now?
She was ready to scold whoever was disturbing her training until she recognized the chakra signature. It was Kaoru's. Her eyes widened in confusion. Kaoru knew she was training. He wouldn't have come unless something important had happened. Her heart skipped a beat, a brief flicker of worry flashing through her mind. The moment she saw his expression, her stomach dropped.
Rue, what happened?
Maki nearly screamed. Her mind had already raced through every terrible possibility in that fraction of a second.
Maki, I'm sorry for disturbing your training. I just wanted to ask you something.
Kaoru hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Now that he was here, he didn't even know what to say. It was as if his legs had brought him here on their own, and his mind was still catching up.
Maki, did you hate me? When, you know…
He couldn't say the words.
He couldn't say when I killed our mother.
He was afraid. Afraid that saying it out loud would make it real. Afraid that it would reveal something he wasn't ready to hear. Maki stiffened. She knew exactly what he meant. Maki avoided even thinking about this topic as much as she could, as it was one of the most painful memories of her life.
Rue, why are you asking me this?
Her voice was softer now, but there was an edge to it.
Please answer me,
Kaoru pressed, but he did not know why. Maki exhaled slowly.
Yes.
Kaoru froze.
I did hate you,
Maki admitted in a shaky voice.
but it was momentary. I just needed time to realize that it had nothing to do with you.
She saw it, the flicker of pain that crossed Kaoru's face at her words, and she nearly lost it.
Rue,
She continued quickly, stepping forward.
you are the most important person in my life. I would give up everything to protect you, even my own life. I was just a kid back then. I didn't understand.
Don't worry, Maki.
Kaoru interrupted, forcing a small, hollow smile.
I don't blame you. You had every right to hate me.
His voice wavered.
I'm sorry for bringing this up. I don't know. I guess I'm struggling to process it, and maybe I was looking for advice. I don't even know what I expected to hear.
His eyes darted around, looking anywhere but at her. He suddenly felt awkward standing there, facing her.
I came here, interrupted her training, and for what? To remind her of one of the worst moments of her life? How can I be so clueless?
But before he could sink deeper into his thoughts, Maki pulled him into a tight hug.
You're so stupid, Rue,
she whispered. Kaoru's body tensed for a moment before slowly relaxing.
I might not have realized your importance to me when I was 7, but not a single day passes now where I don't thank the heavens that you exist. So, Rue, don't ever blame yourself for that day.
Her voice trembled. Kaoru felt it, her tears warm against his hair and cheeks. His chest tightened. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. For a few moments there were no words, no guilt, no burden, only the unspoken bond between them, pure and selfless. In the dark world they lived in, there would always be light, a flicker of warmth, a guiding presence. And for them, that light had always been each other. Kaoru sat inside his tent, the dim light casting long shadows around him. The conversation with Maki had lifted most of the weight off his shoulders, but in its place, a new burden had settled.
This war threatens everything that is dear to me.
His fingers tightened around the scroll Suiren had given him. He didn't know what was inside, but it was safe to assume it contained something to strengthen the Suijingan. The temptation was overwhelming.
If learning what's inside this scroll can help us win the war, isn't it worth it? Even if Grandma would be hurt or angry, isn't it worth saving even one more life?
The thought refused to leave him. His mind was drawn toward the scroll again and again. He kept weighing the pros and cons, but in the end he chose to follow Suiren's wish. Even if he didn't feel obligated to keep the promise, since Suiren broke her part, she had decided to risk her life, despite swearing to him that she wouldn't. Kaoru knew that if she died, and he had broken his promise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. It would be a thorn buried deep in his conscience, something he would never be able to remove. Besides, how realistic was it to learn a technique in a matter of days that would make a difference in such a difficult fight? No matter how much he tried to rationalize his temptation, the urge to open the scroll lingered. So instead of staying just to be tortured or swayed, he decided to leave his tent and seek distraction. Unless it was Maki, the only one who had a real chance of breaking through to S-rank before the war, training was out of the question. No one was allowed to push themselves right before battle. Everyone had to be in peak condition, and a few days of training wouldn't make a difference. But Kaoru could spar. Honing his kenjutsu and taijutsu wouldn't drain him, and he knew exactly who to look for.
Akane and Sugaru are probably together somewhere.
He had a hunch that those two would be together, and he could use either of them to spar. Kaoru stepped out of his tent. Each step he took made an unpleasant sound as his feet kept sinking into the damp soil. The camp was much less energetic and lively. The closer they got to the battle, the heavier the air became. Even if he wasn't scared, the tension in the camp was impossible to ignore. Now he needed to spar, not just to clear his mind, but to shake off the weight pressing on his chest too. Plus, Sugaru and Akane's bright personalities would be a welcome distraction. But as he neared them, he stopped. They were sharing a meal and laughing as they looked at each other with carefree and happy eyes. For a moment, someone might have thought the food was actually good. But Kaoru knew better. The army cook's meals were terrible. That meant only one thing. The conversation they were having was good enough to make them forget the taste.
Fine, I won't interrupt you, but you owe me.
He chuckled to himself and let Sugaru enjoy his moment. Instead, he turned toward the forest, deciding a stroll would be enough to clear his head. Activating his Suijingan, he let himself enjoy the sight of water flowing through the towering trees, weaving between roots and branches, coursing through the land like veins beneath the surface. It was beautiful, calming in a way few things were. But something caught his eye. Ahead, Mizuki was kneeling in the dirt, her head bowed. Kaoru slowed his steps, approaching carefully. The moment Mizuki noticed him, she shot up instantly, dusting off her clothes, biting the fabric to shake off the soil and leaves. Kaoru chuckled, moving a small stream of water toward her clothes, rubbing away the dirt with ease.
That's a nifty trick,
Mizuki muttered, still avoiding his gaze.
Thanks,
he said with a small smile.
What were you doing, if you don't mind telling me?
Despite being teammates for a long time, there had always been a distance between them. They worked well together, got along just fine, but for some reason, they had never managed to become actual friends. Mizuki hesitated.
I was praying.
She finally murmured and immediately moved her gaze toward Kaoru, studying his reaction.
I didn't know you were a believer, Kaoru admitted. I'm not. Actually, I don't think I was ever even given any information about religion.
Mizuki chuckled faintly.
Are you asking me to baptize you?
She turned and started walking deeper into the forest. Kaoru followed closer.
Why pray out here instead of in your tent or the camp? Is there no one else who shares your belief?
She played with a strand of her hair.
I don't like people watching me with weird expressions. I'd rather pray in peace and silence.
She stopped suddenly, turning her head only to meet Kaoru's gaze.
Do you think we'll survive this war?
Kaoru blinked, surprised by the sudden question, but answered firmly.
Absolutely. We'll definitely survive.
Mizuki studied his face for a moment, searching for doubt, but she found none. She chuckled.
Maybe I've just become too skeptical after seeing nothing but loss my whole life.
Kaoru was silent for a moment before asking,
Where are you from, Mizuki?
She tilted her head slightly.
How about this?
She smiled.
If we survive this war, I'll tell you. If not, at least I'll be sparing you one boring story.
Chapter 89, It Begins. Kaoru stood among the gathered Takimura shinobi, his gaze fixed on Akura as he stepped forward to address the army.
Take pride in knowing that we have done everything possible to prepare for this battle. Now it's time to prove that we can defend our families, our homes, and our people. Forget pride. Forget honor. Forget dignity. None of that matters. We fight for the future, for those we love. For those who cannot fight alongside us, do not hesitate. Do not falter. Hesitation can cost lives. Hesitation can destroy the future of those you swore to protect. Some of us will not see tomorrow, but those we protect, those who survive, will remember us. They will know that when Takimura was threatened, we stood and fought back. So when the battle begins, when the enemy stands before you, remember why you fight. For your families, for your people, for Takimura.
Akura's words had a miraculous effect. Every shinobi roared, their voices filled with fire, their eyes burning with determination. They roared not for war, not for glory, but for what they were protecting, for the people they were willing to die for. Some had children, some had parents, some had spouses, lovers, friends, but every single one of them had someone. That was Takimura's strength. It was a village built on bonds. Kaoru didn't join in the frenzy, but he felt his heart roaring in his stead. His chest tightened, and a lump formed in his throat as the tears threatened to rise. Now he understood why a speech mattered. It wasn't just about motivation. As long as most shinobi felt ready to fight, their energy would lift up the rest, even those untouched by Akura's words. The tension had transformed, as it was no longer fear, it was resolve. Mei and Shin moved first, signaling their squads to follow. Kaoru and Mizuki stood together, their gazes locking for just a moment before they flickered forward. They were both behind Shin, moving toward their designated positions. This was their moment. Everyone had worked to create the perfect battlefield for them. Now they had to prove why the leaders had put so much trust in them. Kaoru drifted to the side, his own battleground waiting for him. He would be fighting alone. He was responsible for cutting down a smaller Kiri squad before they could reinforce the main force. Landing on the damp soil, he took in his surroundings. The ground stretched out before him like a spider web, interwoven with water-filled ditches that acted as its strands. Takimura had worked relentlessly to divert the river, pulling it deep into the land so that Kaoru would have a powerful source of water at his disposal. This was his battlefield. Taking his place in the center of the water-filled terrain, he drew a deep breath, letting the cool air fill his lungs.
Kaoru, everyone depends on you. I don't care how, but you must win. Then help the others. Your mission isn't just to survive, it's to help Takimura win.
His eyes remained closed, savoring the fleeting moment of peace before the chaos. Slowly, he opened them as he felt the Kiri shinobi getting closer. His usual cyan irises were gone, replaced by a brilliant glow. His Suijingan was fully active. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pill, and without hesitation, he swallowed it.
72 hours. After that, I'll be nothing but a motionless log.
The premium soldier pill dissolved instantly, sending a surge of chakra through his body, nearly overwhelming him. His veins pulsed, his entire being brimming with energy. His body could barely handle the boost, but he had no choice. His targets had arrived. The Kiri nin flickered toward Kaoru, their faces twisted in amusement, confidence dripping from every movement.
Look at this. They actually left a kid alone, ha 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 ha.
How pathetic do you have to be to send children to fight your battles?
Don't get distracted. We'll eliminate him and join the main force.
Why are you even worried? He's nothing but a
The words were cut off as he saw something mesmerizing but also threatening. The ground beneath them rippled as water began to rise, forming small dark blue droplets that hovered ominously in the air. Kaoru's domain was still incomplete, lacking its finishing touch. But even in this state, it was one of the deadliest techniques ever seen.
What the hell is that?
Should we charge?
Some of the Kiri nin hesitated, watching the unnatural droplets swirl in the air. But hesitation was dangerous in war, so they followed the squad, ignoring their ominous feelings. The majority didn't stop, so neither did they. However, a few slowed down, falling slightly behind.
Let these idiots test what the brat can do. His chakra isn't huge, but it's flaring. This technique is definitely dangerous.
They couldn't communicate telepathically, but the higher-ranking shinobi shared the same instinctive thought. Kaoru's Suijingan kept darting from one Kirinin to another, scanning the incoming squad with precision. He had already identified the biggest threats. 3 shinobi stood out as their chakra reserves were larger than the rest. The others were standard chunin level, which could only mean one thing. They were his first targets. His Suijingan's glow intensified as the dark blue droplets shifted, shaping themselves into needles. The Kirinin were close enough now to see the transformation.
This is the blue needle of Takime.
Who? What kind of lame name is that? Some of them laughed at the moniker, but the ones who knew why the kid was called the Blue Needle immediately tensed up. Shut up and get ready. This kid is a menace. While Kaoru had yet to leave any real scars on Kiri, the village had information on him. During his last mission, when he defeated the Aburame shinobi from Root, there had been no survivors to tell the tale. But Kiri knew. Their Chunin exams delegation guardian had returned with reports, and word had spread fast. The Takime clan had never been the most renowned, but the chaos and casualties they left behind during their escape were still etched into the memories of many in Kiri. But even those who were wary had no idea what was coming next. This was the first public appearance of Kaoru's domain technique. The hundreds of high-density water needles that had hovered ominously in the air just a second ago suddenly launched forward. There was no warning, no movement to predict the attack. They were impossible to see, too thin to stand out, too fast to track. Only those with sensory abilities could detect the incoming massacre. 1 moment ago, full squad of Kirinin was charging toward Kaoru. The next, only 7 remained alive, but even their survival was not caused by their skill. It was Kiri's brutal training. Without hesitation, they had used their own comrades as shields, sacrificing their allies to stay alive. But even some of those who had survived were wounded, bleeding, some of them barely standing. The battle had just begun, and they were already falling apart.
I can't continuously control that many needles. If I could, they'd all be dead.
The reason he was able to launch hundreds of needles at once was simple. He wasn't actively controlling them after the initial command. Just like most shinobi couldn't manipulate a technique after it was cast, Kaoru did the same. He formed the needles with the initial order to hover, then changed that order, directing them toward a set location. But once they were launched, their trajectory was fixed. He couldn't adjust them mid-flight. It was a devastating technique, but it had its flaws. The surviving Kirinin dropped the corpses of their comrades, their makeshift shields no longer useful. But the moment their vision cleared, their eyes widened in surprise and terror. Kaoru was gone. "Where is he?" one of them shouted. The only answer was a scream of agony. Their best sensor collapsed as his head was slashed in 2 before he even realized what happened. Kaoru had already brought Nagizume out of the storage seal and closed the distance in an instant. The steel rod's tip was shaped into a glaive. He had become comfortable with his weapon. He wasn't exceptionally strong, nor was he a close combat specialist, but his insane speed, paired with the chakra rotation technique and a deadly weapon with extended reach, made him a menace in close quarters. And unlike his domain technique, this fighting style consumed far less chakra. Where the hell did this monster come from? Kill him, do whatever it takes, just kill him. They charged, but Kaoru was already gone. In his place, a wave of dark blue needles remained, launching toward them instantly. One shinobi managed to evade as his reflexes were sharp, but the others weren't as fast. Another tried the same tactic, grabbing his wounded comrade and using him as a human shield, hoping to survive by sacrificing another life. But this time, Kaoru was expecting it. Before the Kirinin could even process his own survival, a sharp pain tore through his back. His body stiffened and his breath caught in his throat. Kaoru stood behind him, his blade dripping red, his cold cyan eyes locked onto the shinobi's lifeless back as he dropped to the ground.
I didn't expect him to go down so easily. Have I really become this strong? Or is the combination of close-range attacks and my Suijingen this overwhelming?
Kaoru's glowing gaze swept across the battlefield, looking for the only remaining Kiri-nin. However, this one was not panicking. He was assessing him. He had realized he wasn't just a kid with a powerful technique. He was something far worse, but the Kiri-nin was not a weakling himself either. This would be Kaoru's first real fight against an actual jonin. Now that he had only one opponent left, Kaoru took a better look at him, scanning his appearance, searching for any clues about his fighting style. The man stood tall. His build was lean but deceptively powerful, with muscles hidden beneath pale, almost ashen white skin. His short, wild silver hair was slicked behind, sharp features framed by blood-red markings running down from his eyes. Kaoru's brows furrowed.
Is he from the Kaguya clan? But he's too calm, too calculated. Aren't they supposed to be in a frenzy whenever they fight?
There was no wild bloodlust, no reckless desire for slaughter. This shinobi was collected, patient, and dangerous. But it didn't matter. No matter who his opponent was, the fact remained the same. Only one of them would leave this battlefield alive, and Kaoru was determined to be that one. The Kiri Jonin smirked.
Kid, you did great, but unfortunately for you,
his body vanished in a flicker.
This is where you die.
Kaoru's eyes widened.
I don't know anything about him, but he knows about me. Fighting head-on is too risky.
He immediately disengaged, flickering backward as his hands flashed through seals.
Shadow clone jutsu!
This was the first time Kaoru had ever used a shadow clone in battle. The Kiri Jonin's eyes narrowed.
This kid knows shadow clones?
It wasn't an impossible skill outside of Konoha, but few shinobi outside the Hidden Leaf used them in direct combat, let alone children. Then, to his surprise, Kaoru created another clone. The Jonin's brows twitched.
He split his chakra again? What's the point? Is this him panicking? Or is this a strategy?
He had fought far too many battles to be easily tricked.
I'll destroy his clones first and end this quickly.
He charged at the nearest shadow clone, kunai flashing, but the moment his attack connected, the clone blocked him. Not just that, but the second clone charged at him as well. The Jonin prepared to counter, swinging his kunai to cut down the approaching clone, but the moment his blade made contact, the clone's body turned blue, liquefying into water as it started dissolving. His eyes widened in realization.
Shit!
Water release, water prison.
Chapter 90, A Carnage. /N. Thank you, Nate Bone, for supporting Azure Awakening. As soon as the water prison started forming around the Kiri Jonin, Kaoru moved to strike, holding Nagizumi firmly, preparing to finish him before he could escape. But before the technique could fully take hold, a sudden sickening crack filled the air. Kaoru's Suijingen flared, catching the movement before it even happened. Bones. The Jonin's forearm twisted, and in an instant, razor-sharp white protrusions erupted from his elbow, stabbing directly outward and tearing through the water prison with raw force. The water structure collapsed, unable to contain him, and the Jonin landed back on solid ground, unharmed. Kaoru clicked his tongue.
So he can use it after all.
He clearly remembered the menace Kimimaro was. Even Gaara and Rock Lee struggled against him, so Kaoru was not happy with the idea of facing someone so challenging. The Jonin flexed his fingers, shaking off the last of the water. A smirk tugged at his lips.
You almost had me there, kid,
he said, cracking his neck.
Almost.
Kaoru didn't respond. His eyes carefully tracked every movement.
Kaguya Clan's Kekkei Genkai.
Sharp, dense, and nearly indestructible bone protrusions extended from the Jonin's knuckles. Kaoru's fingers tightened around Nagizumi.
I knew he was Kaguya, but I hoped he could not use this Kekkei Genkai. It is rare after all.
For a moment, Kimimaro came to mind, the only Kaguya in recent history known to be monstrously skilled in battle. Kaoru didn't know how good this man was, but he knew one thing: he couldn't underestimate him. The Jonin smirked.
What's wrong? You're fast, but can you handle this?
Kaoru said nothing. The Jonin charged. His speed was faster than before, likely enhanced by his bone reinforcements, Or maybe he was simply more determined and focused now. His movements weren't wild. He wasn't fighting like a berserker, but he was definitely more aggressive. Kaoru's Suijingan tracked each motion. A bone blade slashed toward Kaoru's ribs, but he twisted just in time to avoid it. Another jab shot toward his chest. However, Kaoru was done fighting in close range as he flickered to the side. The Jonin pressed forward relentlessly.
He's faster than before, but he's still slower than me. His bones give him an advantage, but only if he can land a hit.
The Kaguya Jonin understood that if Kaoru increased the range and managed to escape his relentless assault, then he'd be in a disadvantageous position, so he charged. Kaoru ducked under another strike and countered instantly. His glaive slashed in a clean arc, aimed at the Jonin's side. For a moment, Kaoru was sure he had landed the hit, but with an unnatural jerking motion, the Jonin's ribs extended outward, creating an organic armor of bone to block the strike. Kaoru jumped back just in time to avoid the counterattack.
That was dangerous.
His eyes narrowed.
He's nowhere near Kimimara's level. He doesn't have the same speed or fluidity. His technique looks limited.
But that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. Kaoru couldn't afford to get careless.
His weakness is his range. I have the advantage in speed and distance. I just need to keep pressing him from afar.
Even if Kaoru engaged in close combat, thanks to Nagizume, he still had the advantage. The Kaguya Jonin seemed unable to extend his bones far, limiting his attacks to very close range. However, this was still just a theory, and Kaoru had no intention of gambling his life on a mere deduction, not when he had a safer alternative. Without hesitation, he flickered backward, forming dark blue needles in his wake. The Jonin's face darkened as he realized what was about to come. The needles launched forward, piercing through the air with lethal speed. He gritted his teeth, using every ounce of his skill to defend himself. He deflected some, slashing them out of the air with bone blades, but a few still pierced his body. One in his shoulder, another in his thigh.
This kid is troublesome, and now that I've shown him my trump card, I have nothing else to catch him off guard with.
Even though he was a Jonin, he was one of the weaker ones. In close range, he was truly dangerous, but when faced with a faster opponent, he struggled. And Kaoru could see it clearly. This fight was his to win. The Kiri Jonin took a deep breath, suppressing the pain from the needles lodged in his body. His chakra was starting to drain faster than expected. His wounds weren't deadly, but they were slowing him down. He had to act now while he still had a chance. But Kaoru didn't let up, immediately launching another barrage of high-density water needles, each one aimed precisely at the weak spots in the Jonin's movements. The Kaguya flickered to the side, attempting to evade, but Kaoru's Suijingan tracked him perfectly. A sharp pain exploded in his side as another needle pierced through his ribs.
Damn it, he's predicting me.
Kaoru wasn't just attacking blindly, he was reading his movements and launching attacks towards several possible spots before the Kiri Jonin even moved. The glow of his Suijingan was almost blinding now. The premium soldier pill was allowing Kaoru to use his dojutsu to the fullest. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was a hunt.
If this keeps up, I'll be dead in the next 2 minutes.
The Jonin exhaled sharply, blood dripping from his wounds.
I have one shot at this.
His only option was to close the distance, but Kaoru had been keeping just far enough away, never allowing him to engage properly.
He thinks I'm done, that I'll keep dodging, but if I make it look like I'm retreating, I might have a chance.
Gritting his teeth, he flickered backward, feigning a defensive retreat. Kaoru narrowed his eyes.
He's trying to lure me in.
He had seen this exact tactic before, an opponent pretending to lose momentum, only to strike back the moment their enemy lowered their guard. But Kaoru wasn't falling for it. Shin prepared him very well for this war. They went through various tactics, and thanks to that, Kaoru gained experience through safer spars with Shin. So instead of pursuing, he shifted his stance and immediately fired a precision shot. One single dark blue water spear aimed straight for the Jonin's exposed leg. The Kaguya Nin barely managed to react, twisting his body to avoid the full impact, but the spear still grazed his calf, cutting deep into the muscle. If he had been healthy, dodging such an attack would not have been a problem, but he was much slower now. His movement staggered, and Kaoru wasted no time. He flickered to the side, moving faster than the jonin could follow, reappearing at a new angle before firing another barrage of needles. The Kirinin snarled, bones bursting from his arms as he tried to shield himself, but he was too slow. Several needles tore through his defenses, embedding themselves deep in his chest and side. His vision blurred, breath coming out in ragged gasps. Kaoru watched him carefully, making sure it wasn't another trick. The Kaguya Jonin was finished. He could barely even look at him. The only thing left was to end it.
What are you waiting for, kid? Finish me. Take pride in knowing you're killing the last member of this cursed Kaguya bloodline.
The Jonin's voice was strained, but his smirk remained. If he thought his words would spark curiosity or hesitation, he was mistaken. There was no place for mercy on the battlefield, especially when Kaoru was the defender and Kiri was the aggressor. Kaoru's expression remained cold, his Suijingan gleaming in the dim light.
Die peacefully, knowing you are not the last.
His words were calm, final, before a dark blue needle pierced through the Jonin's skull, freezing his last expression, a flicker of shock at the realization that another Kaguya still lived. Kaoru turned away, not sparing another glance at his fallen opponent.
Though that one won't live much longer either.
Kaoru had zero intention of involving himself in all that Orochimaru drama. However, he had already changed many details, and who knows, maybe Kimimaro would not have to die the way he did. Still, his illness would take his life regardless.
The fight ended too easily. This group was weaker than Kirinin are supposed to be. That means the others are facing stronger opponents than expected. I need to help them.
There was no time to rest. Shin had told him to return to base camp after securing victory to await further orders. If he had finished his battle sooner than expected, he was supposed to report back. But Kaoru had no intention of following that order. He had been given freedom and he was going to use it.
I will roam the battlefield and change the course of this war. I know I can do this.
Determination burned in his chest, confidence surging through his veins. The premium soldier pill was still coursing through his body. It would grant him enough chakra and stamina to keep fighting for another 2 days. Kaoru felt strong. He had just killed a jonin without giving him a single chance after all. But was he strong enough to change the outcome of an entire war? That was a question only he could answer. Unlike what Kaoru had expected, the closest allies to his location weren't Shin's squad, but a small independent group from the Noda clan. This group of shinobi had been handpicked by their clan head, who had personally requested Akura to let them operate separately. The reason was simple. Noda clan had a secret technique. Much like the Nara clan's shadow jutsu or the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique. And now, Kaoru was witnessing exactly why. The Noda clan was massacring Kiri shinobi, cutting through them with brutal efficiency despite being outnumbered 4-1. But that wasn't even the most unbelievable thing. The battlefield was covered in a dense red mist. Kaoru tried stepping inside, but immediately staggered, his breath catching in his throat. He felt weak, as if his strength was leaving his body. His limbs became heavier and even his vision slightly dimmed. It felt like there was less oxygen in the mist.
What the hell is this technique?
Kaoru had never seen it before, but he could still observe and analyze its effects.
It boosts their strength and speed.
He watched as Noda clan shinobi darted through the battlefield, moving with impressive agility, their strikes shattering bones, their blades tearing through flesh effortlessly. Kaoru had sparred with a few of them before. When he returned to Takimura after the negotiations and encountered this new clan, he was curious. He tested their skills and found them to be painfully average. For a clan that claimed to specialize in taijutsu and kenjutsu, they hadn't even been stronger than Kaoru himself, and he wasn't exactly exceptional in those areas. But this?
It's not that they've become much stronger.
Kaoru's eyes narrowed.
It's their opponents. They're much slower, weaker, and even sluggish.
The red mist wasn't just empowering the Noda clan, it was weakening their enemies.
Oh, it makes sense now.
Their secret technique, the bloody mist, depended on numbers. If one shinobi used it, it would be worthless. But if used in a group, like they were doing now, it would be extremely lethal. The Noda shinobi were releasing their own blood into the mist, which in turn drained their opponents while enhancing their own strength, speed, and even regeneration. This was why the Noda clan head had demanded independence. The technique could not be used together with allies, because anyone who was not using the Bloody Mist technique would be weakened. While Noda clan's secret technique was undoubtedly strong, it was unable to overcome the gap between them and an S-rank shinobi. Someone at that level would still be able to defeat them, as the sheer difference in skill would make the debuff insignificant. But against regular jonin and chunin, they were unstoppable. Kaoru chuckled, watching the carnage unfold.
These guys are monsters.
With that, he turned away, deciding to help someone else. The Noda clan didn't need his assistance. Chapter 92, How War Works. /N, thank you Mo L and Rowan for supporting Azure Awakening. After helping several allied groups, Kaoru finally arrived at a battle where one of his friends was in trouble. Yuji, alongside 4 Terumi shinobi, was fighting against 10 Kiri nin. He was the only other lava release user besides Mei, making him an important asset for the Terumi clan. Because of that, he had been placed in a squad of the clan's elites. However, Kiri's forces were overwhelming. The enemy not only outnumbered them, but also outclassed them. Kiri's squad had 3 jonins and 7 chunins, while the Terumi group had only 2 jonins and 3 chunins, one of whom was Yuji. The only reason they were still alive was the combined efforts of the 2 Terumi jonins. Their wind and fire release synergy was strong enough to stall the Kiri forces, creating devastating firestorms that kept them at bay. But it wouldn't last forever. The result was inevitable unless something changed, and that variable was about to be Kaoru. As soon as Kaoru arrived, he scanned the battlefield as his Suijingan started glowing brighter, analyzing the details instantly. The 2 Terumi Jonin were moving together, performing their jutsus in perfect sync. One igniting the air, the other fueling the flames, creating waves of burning heat. However, it's not that Kiri were unable to handle them, they simply did not have to rush in recklessly.
They're waiting!
Their movements were calculated, they kept defending themselves from the attacks, but also were slowly pushing the Terumi forces back. It was only a matter of time until they found the opening they were waiting for. Kaoru shifted his focus to Yuji. He was fighting 2 chunin at once, using his lava release to create hardened magma walls, blocking their attacks while countering with melting projectiles. He was good, better than most, but he was struggling.
He's pushing his limits, and his opponents are not using even half as much chakra as he does.
The Terumi squad was losing ground. Kaoru tightened his grip on Nagizume, his chakra surging.
Time to even the playing field.
Without warning, Kaoru flickered forward. He had used too much chakra, and even with enhanced recovery, he was expending more than he was regaining. For now, his plan was to rely on Kenjutsu, conserving as much chakra as he could. Kaoru decided that his first targets wouldn't be jonins. He would start with the easier prey. 2 Kiri chunins were closing in on Yuji's flank, preparing to strike, but before they could make their move, a dark blue flash appeared behind them. Kaoru moved too fast for them to react. With a single precise slash, Nagizume severed one shinobi's neck, killing him instantly. The second turned, attempting to retaliate, but Kaoru's weapon, which was transformed into a glaive, struck first, slicing across his chest in one fluid motion. Both enemies collapsed, blood pooling at their feet. Yuji's eyes widened, his breath hitching.
Kaoru?
Kaoru barely spared him a glance.
Don't stop attacking.
Yuji snapped back into focus, instantly resuming his attacks. The sudden shift in momentum threw the Kirinin off balance. The remaining 8 were now forced to readjust. One of the Kiri Jonin, an older man with sharp features and twin blades, narrowed his eyes at Kaoru.
That one's dangerous.
Kaoru sensed it immediately.
He's marked me as a threat.
The Jonin flickered forward, both blades drawn, moving with an intent to kill Kaoru with one move. Kaoru ducked, narrowly avoiding the first horizontal slash, then twisted mid-air, dodging the second strike by a fraction of an inch. Without missing a beat, he flicked his wrist, sending a wave of dark blue needles toward his opponent. The Kirigakure reacted instantly, spinning his blades to create a vortex of water, a barrier meant to deflect the incoming attack. However, like most of Kaoru's opponents, he misjudged the force behind the needles. The water barrier was pierced, but the weakened force of the needles wasn't enough to break through the second layer of spinning blades. The Jonin's eyes widened in shock.
What the hell was that?
He had survived, but only due to luck, nothing more. Concern ran across his face for a brief moment.
I need to kill this kid as soon as possible. Those two won't be able to defeat the Terumi Jonins alone.
His gaze shot toward his two fellow Jonins, who were still struggling against the fire and wind combination tearing through the battlefield. But before he could plan his next move, Kaoru charged. Just like his opponent, Kaoru also analyzed Kirigakure he was facing and came up with a plan.
He's fast and skilled, but he's not faster than me.
Kaoru closed the distance, but not enough to enter the Jonin's effective range. His weapon gave him an advantage in reach, and he was going to use it. With a sharp swing, Kaoru's Nagezume sliced toward the Jonin's neck. The Kirigakure reacted in time, blocking the attack only to realize a moment too late that he had been tricked. Instead of the sharp glaive edge he expected, he was met with the blunt tip of the weapon, its whip-like extension snapping toward his throat. Luckily, his battle instincts kicked in, and he twisted his body just in time to avoid a fatal blow, but not fast enough to fully evade as the edge still grazed his skin, drawing a thin line of blood.
Shit,
Kaoru
cursed inwardly. If only I had more high-density water available, I could have extended my range further. He would have died instantly. Now he won't fall for that move again.
Kaoru exhaled sharply, frustrated that the attack hadn't worked as intended. The fight continued, but the pattern had been established. Kaoru was dictating the pace. He used his superior speed effectively, maintaining a perfect distance where he could reach his opponent. But the Jonin couldn't touch him. Every time the Kirigakure tried to create space, Kaoru's water needles would rain down, cutting off his movement. And every time he tried to use ninjutsu, Kaoru closed in instantly, leaving no openings. The fight was turning one-sided. The Jonin realized that if he didn't change something soon, he was going to die. And so he made his final move, a desperate gamble. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at Kaoru. Both blades aimed directly at his torso. Kaoru immediately recognized the danger. If the Kirigakure managed to close the distance, he would be at a disadvantage. Kaoru was weaker and had much less experience. However, his opponent's desperation could be exploited, and so Kaoru used it against him. Without hesitation, he fired a barrage of dark blue needles, targeting the exact spot the Jonin would reach in the next moment. The Kirigakure's charge halted abruptly, his body jerking back to avoid the attack. In that instant, he was off balance, and that meant he was doomed. Nagezume was already closing in. With only one hand free, there was no way he could stop the force of Kaoru's swing. Realizing this, he ducked low, avoiding the initial slash, only to see a dark blue tentacle shooting upward, aiming straight for his neck. His instincts kicked in, and he tilted his body slightly, barely avoiding a lethal hit. But the water tentacle pierced through his shoulder, immobilizing him. The pain made him stagger, a sharp gasp escaping his lips. Then his breath caught, and his eyes widened in terror as realization set in. This was it. Kaoru, who was still in mid-motion, followed through with his momentum, spinning with Nagezume in hand. He completed a full 360-degree spin, his body moving fluidly with his weapon, and then came the final swing. The force behind the attack was even greater than before. The Jonin barely had time to process it before Nagezume tore through him, the blade cutting cleanly and brutally through his entire torso, diagonally from shoulder to hip. A wet, sickening sound filled the battlefield, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Then silence. The sheer brutality of the kill made even the Terumi shinobi hesitate for a moment, their faces briefly frozen in shock and maybe even fear. But the battle did not stop, and Yuji was in trouble. One of the remaining Kirijonin had broken past the defenses, charging straight for Yuji, sword raised. Yuji tried to counter, but he was too slow. Kaoru could do nothing but watch as his friend was about to be killed by Kirigakure. But at the last moment, one of the Terumi chunin moved instead, throwing himself in front of the attack. The blade sank deep into his chest. Yuji's eyes went wide with horror.
No!
The Terumi chunin, gasping for breath, gritted his teeth and grabbed the Kiri-nin's wrist, refusing to let him move. His grip was weak, but it was enough to hold him in place for just a moment longer. He turned his gaze toward Kaoru, eyes filled with pain but unwavering determination.
Finish it!
Kaoru didn't hesitate. Dozens of dark blue needles shot forward, piercing the Kiri-jonin's body with devastating force. The impact sent him staggering back, his body convulsing as the needles tore through muscle and bone, severing vital points with precise brutality. The last few Kiri-nin, realizing they were completely outmatched, attempted to flee, but their retreat was instantly cut off. The two Terumi jonin, who had already defeated the last jonin, turned their attention toward the remaining enemies. Against exhausted and disorganized chunin, they had no trouble closing the distance. What followed was not a fight, it was a massacre. The chunin tried to resist, but they were cut down one after another, their desperate attempts to counterattack easily blocked and countered with ruthless efficiency. The battlefield, once chaotic with movement and clashing jutsus, was now littered with bodies, the silence of death creeping in where screams had once filled the air. There was no hesitation in the slaughter. The hatred between Kiri and Takimura, once an ember that might have been extinguished, had become a raging fire. With each fallen comrade, with every drop of blood spilled, that hatred solidified into something permanent, something irreparable. This war had already claimed too much, and it was far from over. In the main camp, Akura's eyes widened as he read the latest report.
This brat is making it really hard to stay mad, but this changes nothing. I'm still going to punish him.
One after another, the reports continued to arrive, each one claiming the same thing. Kaoru had appeared, saved them, and helped turn the tide against their opponents. Even Meruem, who was notoriously sparse with praise, especially toward Takime, whose influence in Takimura had long since surpassed the Terumi clan, had something to say.
If not for that kid, 2 of our Terumi jonin would be dead, along with our only other lava release user besides Mei.
Meruem admitted.
Kaoru definitely made a mistake, but I say we wait until the war is over before punishing him.
For a moment, the entire council shared the same look, pleasant surprise. Without realizing it, they had all started to believe that they might actually win this war. This kind of confidence would have been impossible just hours ago. The battle was going far better than they had anticipated. However, one thing was clear, none of Kiri's true elites had moved yet. Takimura still had 5 more top fighters to send in, but Kiri had yet to reveal its strongest weapons. The Noda clan head raised his head. Any news about Maki? Everyone in the tent had high hopes for her. Akura shook his head.
Number, we haven't confirmed if she managed to break through, nor do we know if she's engaged her opponent yet. There's been no news whatsoever.
He was interrupted when Kaoru stepped into the tent. Akura's eyes narrowed immediately.
Oh, look who decided to show up.
His tone wasn't angry, but Kaoru knew exactly what that look meant. The punishment would come later. Kaoru bowed slightly, however, he did not show even the faintest hints of guilt.
Sorry, Akura-san,
he said.
I had too much chakra left, so I decided to help our allies. Now that I've spent more than half, I returned. I'll recover for a while, then rejoin the fight, unless you have an order for me.
Kaoru knew he would be scolded later, but if it meant saving even one more person, he was willing to take the punishment. Akura stared at him for a long moment.
It's not about having chakra, you brat. You still don't understand how war works.
He sighed. Then again, Kaoru was only 11 years old. Why did he keep expecting him to act like an adult? Akura exhaled.
Go. Rest. I'll call you soon. Meditate to recover faster.
Kaoru nodded simply before turning to leave. As he exited, the rest of the council exchanged approving glances with Akura. He didn't show it, but they all knew that Kaoru's actions, while reckless and wrong, had saved lives. Just as Akura was about to shift the discussion toward Kiri's possible strategies, a Takimura Oinin flickered beside him. Maki has reached her target and is now engaging him. Chapter 93, The Rampage. /N. Thank you Sasha Hasic, Toyo and Alnatura for supporting Azure Awakening. The moment Maki received confirmation that Fuguki Suikazan had finally appeared, she moved immediately. She had already finished her training and had been waiting. The breakthrough she had been striving for wasn't about physical training or creating a new jutsu, it was about mastery of a concept. And the source of said concept was none other than Tsunade. Maki had already been using her chakra to enhance her physical abilities. That was the core of Predator's Pact. However, her efficiency was terrible. The amount of chakra she could handle was little, so most of the chakra distributed by her Suijingen was simply wasted. She had the power, but no control. And that was where Tsunade's expertise in chakra manipulation and medical knowledge had come in. There are 3 reasons why my punches are as strong as they are, Tsunade had explained after demonstrating her devastating power. The first and the most obvious reason is that I'm physically strong. I was born that way. But that alone is nowhere close enough to exert this much force. The second reason is that whenever I punch, I release a massive amount of chakra from my limbs at the moment of impact, creating devastating force. Maki understood that. She had also been born with an exceptional constitution, and while her strikes weren't on Tsunade's level, they still sent shockwaves damaging the target's whole body. The concept wasn't new to her, but then Tsunade had moved on to the final point. The third reason, and the most important one for you to master, is reinforcement. You need to use your chakra efficiently, not just to enhance your attacks, but to strengthen every cell in your body in real time. She had paused then, studying Maki carefully. Maki had been doing that as well, however her efficiency was terrible, and she was hoping Tsunade would be able to teach her a more effective method. I'll teach you the core method, but instead of just learning it, I suggest you make it your own. The theory is adaptable to anyone, but the results will be far greater if you develop your own version of the technique. At the time, Maki had struggled to understand why. If the method worked the same for anyone who mastered it, why did she need to modify it? But despite her uncertainty, she had followed Tsunade's advice. That was what Maki had been working on all this time. She had been developing her own method, and if she succeeded, her combat power would skyrocket. Maki approached the Kiri squad she suspected was led by Fuguki Suikaza. She expanded her sensory field, searching through the battlefield, ignoring the flickers of weaker presences as she picked up on one chakra signature that dwarfed the rest. Her lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't the usual bright grin she wore. Instead, it was something sharper and colder.
I will finally kill you.
If there was one person she truly hated, it was Fuguki Suikazan. Everything that had happened to her family and to the Takime clan had started with him. His false accusations of Masaru Takime. She had waited for this moment for years, and now when she was close to achieving her goal, her rage surged, and she lost control of her emotions for a brief moment.
Maki, don't lose focus.
She exhaled sharply, forcing herself to rein it in. Rage was fuel, but if left unchecked, it would burn her along with him. Her eyes locked onto a massive figure standing in the middle of the Kiri formation, towering over the shinobi around him. His long orange hair spilled down his broad back, a thick forehead protector strapped over his large, shark-like face. His body was built like a fortress, the thick muscles and heavy frame making him seem impenetrable. His chakra reserves were so monstrous that someone unfamiliar with him might have thought he was in a different class altogether, standing apart from the others in sheer presence alone. But Maki knew better. Fuguki was strong, but he was not a powerhouse. He was not even as strong as Mangetsu, who she defeated with ease.
I'm glad it's not Mangetsu leading this army. I'll kill the commander and have my revenge at the same time.
Her eyes burned, but unlike before, they weren't wild with anger. They were sharp and precise. Maki and Takimura did not know Mangetsu's whereabouts. They knew that he had been missing since the negotiations, but did not know for sure if it was fake information leaked by Kiri or not. Then Maki flickered forward. The glow of her Suijingen intensified, and her pupils shifted into vertical slits. The air around her twisted, the sheer pressure of her chakra hissing against the battlefield, distorting the space around her. Fuguki felt it immediately. His instincts flared, and his head snapped toward the presence rushing toward him. His jaw dropped slightly as he got a better look at his opponent. A kunoichi whose aura is more beast-like than human. Fuguki analyzed Maki as she was charging straight at him. Her dark blue hair flowed behind her, nearly reaching her waist, her shinobi jacket hanging loose over a cropped top, exposing the defined muscle of her midsection. Her pants were looser than standard, built for speed, and the weapon in her hands was far too large for an ordinary person to wield efficiently. But she carried it like it was an extension of herself. More than her appearance, it was the sheer presence around her that sent a shudder through the shinobis nearby. The way the air hissed, the way her chakra curled and coiled, the way she moved with terrifying force. It was something they had never seen before. "Stop her!" Fuguki barked. But his men didn't need to be told. They had already moved, however. No matter how hard they tried, it didn't matter. Maki cut through them like they were nothing. Every movement was brutal and efficient as her giant weapon tore through flesh and bone with monstrous force. Bodies fell one after another, torn apart by overwhelming strength. Some of them tried to counterattack, but she was too fast. One Kiri nin swung a blade at her back, but Maki twisted her body effortlessly and severed his arm before the strike could land. Another shinobi tried performing a jutsu, but she closed the distance instantly, Samehada crushing his ribs before he could even finish the hand seals. Panic settled in quickly. The strongest among them braced themselves, trying to hold their ground. The smartest hesitated, realizing this was not a battle they could win. And the weakest ran.
I can't. She's too strong.
Run!
Save yourselves.
Stop running, you cowards!
Some yelled for retreat, others cursed their fleeing comrades, and a few, either out of desperation or rage, even tried to cut down their own allies for abandoning them. But despite their reactions, every single one of them thought the same thing.
She's a monster.
Kaoru sat cross-legged in his tent, his breathing steady as he focused on meditation, trying to recover his chakra as quickly as possible. The premium soldier pill was still in effect, accelerating his recovery, but even with its benefits, Takimura didn't have the time to wait for him to fully replenish his reserves. While Kaoru wasn't among the strongest shinobi in Takimura, he was still far stronger than most. His role in the war was crucial, especially since his techniques were highly effective against large numbers. He had already been meditating for an hour and was surprised he had been allowed to rest for this long. Just as he was considering reminding Akura that he was ready, the tent flap moved and Yuji's head popped in.
"You're summoned, Kaoru,"
he said. Kaoru stood, stretching briefly.
You can meditate here if you'd like.
Yuji shook his head.
"It's fine. I'll join the others. I prefer company right now."
Kaoru studied him for a second. Yuji was still shaken. This was the first time he had seen a comrade die in battle, and he was still struggling to process it. Kaoru considered saying something to comfort him, but instead he simply nodded.
I'll get going then.
Unlike Kaoru, Yuji wouldn't be rejoining the battlefield anytime soon. Premium soldier pills were rare, even with Kaoru donating some of his personal supply. The village couldn't afford to waste them on chunin, so Yuji had been given a standard soldier pill instead, which meant his recovery would still be faster than normal, but nowhere near Kaoru's level. Kaoru entered the main tent, bowing slightly as he stepped inside.
Akura-san, you asked for me?
Akura glanced at him with a strange smile.
"Yes,"
Akura said, exhaling slightly.
"I've got a new order for you. You'll be roaming the battlefield, assisting any struggling squads."
Kaoru blinked. So now they were ordering him to do exactly what he had done against orders before.
Heh? This is interesting.
It didn't bother him. If anything, it meant the council acknowledged how effective his approach had been.
All right then, Kaoru said. Where should I go first? Should I be around Shin's squad or Mei's?
That question had been a major point of debate among the council. Meruem had been adamant that Kaoru should immediately reinforce Mei, arguing that her squad was fighting against the strongest foes. However, others suggested a more balanced approach, positioning him in the center of the battlefield where he could be deployed to any direction as needed. In the end, they compromised as everyone understood that Meruem was not completely wrong.
Head toward Mei, but take these with you.
Akura handed him 2 small paper seals, each marked with a different color, one red, one blue.
These are communication seals from Iko Uzumaki,
he explained.
If the red one disappears, it means you must retreat immediately. If the blue one vanishes, you are to reinforce Shin's squad immediately.
Kaoru turned the seals over in his hand.
Simple, yet effective.
He slipped them into his pouch and nodded once.
Understood.
Without wasting another second, he turned and flickered out of the tent, heading straight for Mei's battlefield. Maki had already cut down more than half of Fuguki's squad, yet the commander himself had yet to make a move.
Does he not care that his men are dying for nothing?
By now, it should have been clear to everyone that she was on an entirely different level, and that ordinary shinobi stood no chance against her. Fuguki knew that too, but he wasn't acting out of hesitation. He had a plan in mind. They just need to stall her a little longer. I need more time. And besides, she can't fight like this forever. He wasn't wrong in thinking that Maki couldn't sustain this condition indefinitely, but what he failed to consider was that she didn't need to fight forever. Not that she needed to push herself yet. Maki had barely spent any chakra at all. She didn't have to. She was simply too fast, her reaction time too sharp, and her force too overwhelming. Her enemies weren't even landing attacks. She was hunting them down like a predator among prey, moving through them with calculated savagery. But Fuguki had also overlooked another critical fact. Kirigakure was already on the verge of rebellion. Yagura's rule had drained the loyalty of many shinobi, and none of the remaining 7 swordsmen held true influence. They weren't respected leaders. They were feared, resented, and hated by the ordinary shinobi who suffered under Yagura's reign. And so, despite what Fuguki thought, the Kirinin weren't going to throw their lives away just to stall Maki. Why would they? Why die for a war they didn't believe in? The moment it became impossible to ignore just how much stronger Maki was, the battlefield crumbled. Almost every remaining Kirinin turned and ran, abandoning the fight, leaving only a handful of Fuguki's most loyal warriors behind to face Maki's rampage alone. Maki watched them flee, but she didn't care. She wasn't here for them. Her grip tightened around Samahada, her eyes burning with fire as she took a step forward.
I'll kill anyone who dares to stand in my way,
she shouted, not as a warning, but as a final demoralizing blow to those who were still hesitating. The truth was, she would have killed them all anyway. The moment her voice echoed across the battlefield, she flickered forward. Samahada held tightly in her grasp. But instead of targeting the remaining chunin, she appeared beside Fuguki himself, her weapon already swinging. She was aiming for a clean kill, ready to end him in one strike. But just before her attack could land, an unseen danger pricked at her senses. Her body reacted instantly, instinct screaming at her to move. She twisted mid-motion, barely avoiding an attack that sliced dangerously close to her neck. Chapter 94, 2 for 2. Kaoru had already reached Mei's squad, only to discover that the situation was far worse than he anticipated. Most of the chunin were either injured or completely drained, their movements sluggish with exhaustion. Compared to Shin's squad, Mei's forces had suffered several times more casualties, but it wasn't because they were weaker. The reason was simple. Kiri's elites had been distributed unevenly. Most of them had been sent against Mei's forces, and they had been paying the price ever since. Mei had split her squad into 20 smaller groups, each consisting of about 10 shinobi. The group Kaoru reached first was down to just 3 members, still able to fight. He approached the only standing shinobi, who was crouched beside 2 wounded comrades, trying to keep them stable.
What happened here?
Kaoru asked. The Terumi shinobi looked up, fatigue etched deep in his face.
We fought about 10 Kiri shinobi and barely defeated them. 2 of us need immediate medical help, but our medic was killed and we have no one else to treat them.
Kaoru's chest tightened at the mention of the fallen medic Nin. Most medics were from Takime Clan, so the loss hit him even harder. He was well versed in theory when it came to medicine and the human body, but in the middle of a battlefield, theory meant nothing without the proper training.
Unfortunately, I can't help them either,
Kaoru admitted. He was about to suggest they retreat and return to base when his Suijingan flared, sensing 5 human figures approaching at high speed. Kaoru's expression hardened.
Someone's coming. Get ready to fight,
He warned, his body already tense as he analyzed the incoming presences.
One of them has Jonin-level chakra. The rest are chunin, though one is barely above Ginin.
Chakra reserves didn't always determine strength, but in most cases they were a good indicator. If it had just been chunin, Kaoru wouldn't have been as concerned, but a Jonin-level opponent was a different matter entirely. His previous Jonin enemies had struggled against him, but that didn't mean this one would too. Kaoru began forming dark blue needles, preparing to strike the moment the Kiri shinobi appeared, but instead of enemies, he was met with Takimura reinforcements. He exhaled slightly, relieved.
Where are you going in such a hurry?
Kaoru asked as he relaxed his stance. Mei is in trouble, one of them answered immediately. She's fighting someone skilled in close combat. One of our Terumi Oinin just relayed the information. Kaoru-kun, if you can join us, we'll need your strength. Now that Kaoru took a closer look, the one he had initially mistaken for a Jonin was actually an elite chunin.
His chakra levels are impressive, though.
It took him a few moments to refocus. His eyes moved to the injured Terumi shinobi, hesitating. If another enemy group appeared here, they would die. But Mei was the priority, especially for the Terumi clan. The wounded veteran of the squad seemed to read Kaoru's thoughts and let out a tired chuckle, flashing a forced smile through his exhaustion.
We'll be all right, Kaoru-kun. Don't worry about us. Go help Mei, brat.
Kaoru nodded, then quickly formed a hand seal.
Shadow clone jutsu.
A second Kaoru appeared beside him and immediately moved to assist the wounded, while the real Kaoru flickered away, following the Terumi squad.
Do we have any information on the enemy?
Kaoru asked as he slowed slightly to match their pace. Yes, the elite chunin answered grimly. Their Hozuki clan. The one Mei is fighting is their clan head. Kaoru's expression stiffened. If it was Hozuki elites, this fight was about to be incredibly dangerous. But more than that, he was excited. He had been dying to test his Suijingan against an opponent who could liquefy their body.
I wonder if I can dismantle them completely.
A chilling thought crossed his mind. If it worked, the Hozuki clan would never forget this day. They would tell their children about it. It would be like a punishment story about the night the blue needle of Takime came for them. Maki had barely dodged the sneak attack. She moved to counter, but before she could strike, another invisible force shot toward her, forcing her to disengage further.
What are these projectiles?
She couldn't see them. Her instinct screamed at her to dodge, and the moment she did, the attack struck exactly where she had just been standing. It was unsettling.
I can't even sense them. That means she's faster than me.
Maki's eyes flickered toward her opponent. It was a woman, that much was obvious. The cloak struggled to conceal her refined figure, her movements were precise, almost unnaturally fluid. She wore an Oinin mask, hiding her identity. Being Kiri's hunter nin meant that she was most likely very loyal to Yagura. Her attacks were fast enough to keep Maki on the defensive. That was something few people could claim to capable of.
I need to regain the advantage.
Maki prepared to attack again, but hesitated for a brief second. Instead of charging in blindly, she expanded her sensory field and immediately noticed something off. Her chakra flow was slightly distorted. Her heart dropped.
Oh shit, 2 out of 2 times.
She gave a self-deprecating laugh. She had fallen for genjutsu again. Without hesitation, she disrupted her chakra flow, breaking free from the illusion. The battlefield shifted slightly, her mind got clearer. Her opponent, who had stood confidently before, was now holding a hand seal, her body trembling slightly from the strain of maintaining the illusion.
So, it has a continuous effect. That's why I didn't notice.
Genjutsu was rare in the land of water. Kiri had always favored brute force, prioritizing raw strength over illusions. Relying on tricks was often seen as a weakness, which was nothing but arrogance and stupidity. But because of that, most shinobi in Kiri were terrible at resisting genjutsu, and Takime Clan was no different. Maki clicked her tongue.
If possible, I'd like to take her alive. but I can't afford that in this fight.
Takime Clan had only a Kura who could use genjutsu, but even he was barely better than a genin would be. So someone who could put Maki under genjutsu would be a useful source of information. However, Maki's priorities lay elsewhere. Her expression darkened, and the regret of losing a perfectly good source of information was changed by determination.
Anyway, let's finish this.
She flickered forward, aiming straight for the kunoichi's head, but Fuguki reacted in time, swinging his massive blade to intercept. However, he was no match for Maki's strength. The impact was devastating. Fuguki was sent flying, his massive frame crashing into the battlefield like a boulder, the sheer force of Maki's strike ripping through the air. The shockwave alone was enough to send the Kiri Oinin staggering, her body shaking because of its force. Maki's glowing cyan eyes locked onto her opponent, sending a shiver down the woman's spine. Lord Fuguki, I won't be able to be of help anymore. She was good at creating distractions for her allies, but if found out, she became useless. The only reason she was let in Oinin was her spying abilities. She could infiltrate enemy territory without anyone noticing. The girl wasn't loyal to Yagura, her allegiance was to Fuguki alone. She was his spy within Kiri's Oinin squad, his guarantee that his schemes would remain undiscovered. Fuguki had always been a selfish man, doing whatever it took to increase his power and influence. That included framing one of Kiri's powerhouses and later selling information about Kirigakure to anyone willing to pay. The wealth he gained only strengthened his position, securing his place as one of the 7 swordsmen. But when it came to actual strength, he wasn't even in the top 3 among them. That didn't mean he was weak, but he was nowhere near shinobi like Mangetsu or even Zabuza. But there was one thing Fuguki excelled at, using every possible advantage to win. As he picked himself up, he sneered, brushing the dust from his clothes. Despite Maki's attack sending him flying, he hadn't suffered any real injuries. "Where did you get my blade?" he scoffed, his voice dripping with irritation. Maki didn't answer. Instead, she flickered forward, targeting the hunter Nin, who was already rushing toward Fuguki. The Oinin wasn't trying to fight anymore. She was desperately seeking safety beside the only person who might keep her alive. But Maki was too fast. She intercepted her easily, Samehada already in motion, swinging low toward the kunoichi's waist, but Fuguki anticipated it. At the last second, he intervened, his massive blade blocking Maki's strike once again. The impact sent vibrations through his arms, but he stood his ground this time. His gaze flickered toward the Oinin, his expression disgusted. "You need to become useful, or I won't be saving you anymore." His words were cold, close to hatred, before his attention turned fully back to Maki. His eyes scanned her face, the weapon in her hands, then her stance, and finally her hair. A slow, mocking smile spread across his lips. "You look just like him. Same hair, same blade, even the same pathetic expression." His voice dripped with mockery. "Are you that loser's daughter?" Maki's chakra flared violently, but she said nothing. She charged at Fuguki without hesitation, swinging Samehada mid-air, her attack coming before she even landed. Fuguki's smirk widened. I've got your weak spot." He didn't need anything more than her reaction to confirm it. He had found the topic that would shake her focus. Samehada sliced cleanly through Fuguki's body, but there was no resistance, no sensation of flesh tearing.
A clone.
Fuguki had already disengaged. He was standing several meters away, his expression amused. "Want to know what your loser of a father's last words were?" His voice was mocking, deliberately slow. "I've never told anyone, but if you really want, I'll tell you." His smile angered Maki more than the words themselves. She wanted to know, she wanted to hear her father's last words, but she wasn't an idiot. She knew better than to believe anything that came from Fuguki's mouth. Instead of responding, she charged again, this time even faster. Fuguki's face fell slightly as he barely had time to react. "What the hell? She's gotten faster?" He had assumed she was already at her limit, but now it was clear she hadn't been fighting at full strength at all. "Wait, is she still holding back? Number, that can't be." Fuguki, for all his treachery and opportunism, had always suffered from a deep-seated inferiority complex. He refused to accept that someone so young could be so much stronger than him. His arms shook slightly as he blocked Maki's next attack. The impact was bigger than the last time as it sent him flying, his massive body crashing into a nearby tree, snapping it at the trunk. He groaned, staggering back to his feet, his fingers tightening around his blade. Her power. It's increased too. For the first time, a foreign sensation crawled up his spine. Fear. It was subtle, but it was there. He had spent years building his influence, securing his status and wealth, and now, standing on this battlefield, he saw it. Everything he had done meant nothing if he died here. His eyes moved toward his subordinate. She understood what Fuguki wanted instantly and flashed through hand seals without hesitation. Maki saw it immediately. The Oinin girl was preparing a jutsu, and while she wasn't particularly worried, she wasn't about to let it happen either. She prepared to flicker forward and cut her down, but as she was about to move, her senses screamed at her. She twisted her body just in time, avoiding sharp orange projectiles that tore through the air.
His hair?
Fuguki grinned. He had manipulated his own hair, shooting spike-like projectiles toward her at high speed. And he wasn't done. He continued his assault, firing relentlessly, trying to overwhelm her with a barrage of needle-like attacks. Maki kept dodging. Her movements were sharp and precise until she stopped dodging entirely. She had still been adjusting to her new fighting style, still trying to fully integrate it into her combat instincts. So most of the time she instinctively avoided the attacks instead of relying on Samehada. But now she had no choice. She swung the massive blade, blocking and deflecting the incoming projectiles with ease. Samehada couldn't absorb them. They were physical attacks, not chakra-based, but it was still an effective shield. Fuguki clicked his tongue, watching as his projectiles were rendered useless. Maki had dealt with his attacks. Now she was going to eliminate the Oinin girl before the jutsu was complete, but it was too late. The girl's chakra flared as her jutsu was ready. Chapter 95. A Goodbye. While Kiri and Takimura clashed in battle, A arrived at his army's camp. On his command, the force had been increased from 2,000 to 3,000. Most assumed he was applying more pressure to force Yagura into splitting his forces further, but A had something else in mind. "Brother, are you sure about this?" B walked beside him as he studied the fire burning in the Raikage's eyes. "B, have I ever made a decision that wasn't in Kumo's best interest?" A didn't slow his pace. He wasn't just planning to pressure Kiri, he was planning to invade. There wouldn't be a better opportunity. By the time Iwa realized what Kumo was doing, A would have already occupied the islands he intended to seize. The fence-sitter would most likely do nothing. Suna was too far to interfere, and even if they wanted to, they lacked the power to make a difference. Konoha, however, was the only real threat. "Didn't you and Uncle decide not to attack Kiri? I thought you agreed it wasn't worth the risk," B said, still skeptical. He wasn't the best when it came to strategy, but he wasn't a fool either. Starting a war against a great village was no small thing. Kumo could be surrounded quickly if things went wrong. "Konoha has two options," A said, his smirk betraying his confidence. "Either they fight us and risk being crippled, or they do what we're doing and capture Kiri's lands for themselves." B maintained silence as he considered A's words carefully. "The second option has no risk for them. If they see us moving, they won't want to be left out. The moment they invade as well, the chances of Suna or Iwa interfering drop significantly." A continued. Konoha was known for its low-risk strategies, always cautious and hesitant to engage in direct confrontation. Unlike Kumo, which had risen through sheer force, Konoha preferred a careful balance, constantly keeping an eye on every potential enemy. If they saw Kiri's defenses collapsing, they wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. "If my guess is correct, they'll invade too," A added. "And if they don't?" B asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. A chuckled. "Then we pull back and fight Konoha instead." B's frown deepened. "We'll claim they attacked us for no reason and get the war we wanted anyway." A finished with a grin. B thought it over, nodding slowly. It wasn't an unreasonable assumption. Konoha always played the long game, never making reckless moves unless they were certain of victory. They would never start a war without provocation, but if Kumo gave them an excuse, they might not have a choice. "Should we inform Uncle?" B asked after a long pause. He respected Dodai too much to keep something like this from him. Number, if we do, he'll stop us, A said without hesitation. B sighed but didn't argue. A was already heading toward the main camp where Kumo's top personnel were gathered. He would make it clear that anyone who dared to leak this plan would answer directly to him. The goal was simple: move quickly, take the land, and request reinforcements from Kumo to solidify their control before anyone could react. Soon Kumo's power and influence would surpass what any Raikage had achieved before. While the 5 great nations had remained balanced for decades, A had no intention of maintaining that balance. For the first time in history, one of the Great 5 will fall, thought A as he entered the tent.
Lord Hokage, the Raikage has joined his army and he brought reinforcements. Their numbers now exceed ours as they have 3,000 shinobi.
Jiraiya listened carefully and then simply nodded, while the ANBU remained still, waiting for his response. Kumo is making their move. I was right. Normally he would have smirked, maybe even made a joke about winning a bet against Hiruzen, but this wasn't a wager he had wanted to win. Summon the council. Tell them this is urgent. He strode out of the room, leaving behind only a shadow clone. Jiraiya had no intention of waiting for a room full of advisors to argue over what to do. Every second mattered now. He flickered through the dense forest, heading straight for Konoha's army. Unlike Hiruzen, he wasn't going to sit back and watch events unfold. There was still fire in him, still a will to fight. He was already outside the village, moving at full speed when he suddenly stopped and groaned, slapping his forehead. Shit, I forgot about Naruto. He created another shadow clone and sent it back toward the village while the real him continued toward the front lines. By the time the council gathered and reached a decision, Kumo would likely have already invaded the land of water. Even with the Yamanaka clan transmitting information quickly, Konoha would be behind. Jiraiya just wanted to close that gap as much as possible. We need to gain as much from this as we can. He exhaled, feeling the weight of the situation settle onto his shoulders. This was why he hadn't wanted to become Hokage. There was no time for rest, no time for second-guessing, and now he might have to lead Konoha into war. The atmosphere in Takimura's camp was tense. Kiri had sent another wave of shinobi, even stronger than the last. Their forces had grown in both quantity and quality, pushing Takimura's defenses to the breaking point. Meruem, who had a grim expression, was already preparing to leave.
Neither Shin's nor Mei's squads will survive unless we join the battle.
Akura, sitting with his arms crossed, didn't move. His face was tight with pain and sorrow, emotions so raw that even Meruem hesitated before pressing further.
Not yet. We join last.
There was no room for argument in his voice. Suiren, who had already been preparing to leave, placed a gentle hand on Akura's shoulder.
Don't worry. I know it's time for me to join, she said softly.
There was no resentment in her voice, no bitterness, only warmth and quiet determination, and that made it even harder for Akura to bear. He clenched his fists, keeping his gaze low.
Lady Suiren, I'm sorry.
Suiren chuckled, shaking her head.
And what exactly are you apologizing for?
Her voice was light, but it carried the weight of understanding.
This is my responsibility, Akura. I was the one who led the Takime clan down this path, and it's my duty to defend them.
She slowly removed her hand from his shoulder and turned toward the exit. Just before stepping out, she paused.
I'm proud of what we've built together,
she said, her voice steady. Her gaze shifted to Meruem.
Go easy on yourself.
Then to Akura.
Don't let Kaoru take the lead just yet. Make yourself a regent or come up with something to keep the responsibility off his shoulders for a few more years.
No one spoke as she walked away. The last thing they saw was her graceful smile before she disappeared through the tent's opening. The room felt heavier than ever. Akura's eyes glistened, though he didn't let the tears fall. Even Meruem, who had always seen Suiren as a rival, wiped at his face, surprising even himself. No one had to ask. They all knew what was about to happen. Suiren was going to use the Takime clan's forbidden technique. The same jutsu that had killed Masaru Takime, and just like him, she wouldn't survive it. Kaoru finally reached the battlefield where Mei was supposed to be fighting. He had expected to find her facing several members of the Hozuki clan, but the reality before him was far worse than he had imagined. Bodies littered the ground. Most of them were from Takimura. The battle had clearly been one-sided as Kiri had overwhelmed them with superior numbers, and the Hozuki clan had proven to be just as skilled as they were numerous. The fight had been stacked against Mei from the start. Kaoru didn't waste a second. His Suijingan flared to life, scanning the battlefield for her presence.
There she is.
The highest concentration of shinobi stood in a cluster deeper in the battlefield. Kaoru flickered toward them, but he didn't pass through without a fight. Every kirinin in his path became a target. His movements were precise, relentless, and absolute. Numbers meant nothing. Every time an enemy turned to face him, they were already dead before they could react. Kaoru was a slaughterer, weaving through the chaos, moving faster than the enemy could follow. Even if Kiri shinobi rushed him in groups, it didn't matter. He could create more needles if needed. He could cut them down before they even saw him move. His greatest weapon wasn't just Nagizumi or his techniques, it was his insane speed. Flickering behind a Kiri chunin, his weapon swung cleanly, and in an instant, the shinobi's skull split in half. The body collapsing before the others could even process what had happened. Kaoru wasn't physically strong, but Nagizume's reach and cutting power made up for it. Every swing carried momentum, the sheer length of the weapon multiplying the force behind each attack. The high-density tip never dulled, tearing through armor and flesh with ease. The 5 Takimura shinobi who had arrived with him quickly spread out, aiding their comrades wherever they could. The strongest among them, an elite chunin, knew that even he stood no chance against the shinobi Mei was facing. He and the others made a quick decision. They would leave Mei's fight to Kaoru. Kaoru reached the place where Mei was locked in combat with the Hozuki clan. She wasn't alone. 2 Terumi Jonins were fighting alongside her. It was clear that their priority wasn't just the battle itself. It was Mei's survival. If sacrificing their lives meant ensuring she lived, they were prepared to do it. As Kaoru arrived, Mei was attacking Hakare Hozuki, the clan head. The fight wasn't in her favor. Her ninjutsu was powerful, but against an opponent who could liquefy his body at will, it wasn't as effective as it should have been. Worse, Hakare outclassed her in both taijutsu and kenjutsu. She spit a mass of lava, but Hakare moved fast, forming a hand seal. Water release, water wall. A massive wall of water surged upward, blocking Mei's vision. It wasn't enough to fully stop her technique, but it didn't need to. The moment the lava touched the water, a violent burst of steam erupted, spreading thick and fast, turning the small area into a hazy inferno. That was all Hakare needed. Through the blinding mist, he charged forward, his blade slicing through the air as he closed the distance. Mei reacted instantly, retreating. But Hakare was faster. One of the Terumi Jonin, realizing she was in trouble, flickered forward to intercept. He closed in, his kunai aimed at Hakare's back, but the moment the blade struck, Hakare's form dissolved into water.
A clone.
Mei barely had time to process the deception before she felt the danger right behind her. Hakare had used his clone to force her into retreat, but his real body had already repositioned itself, waiting for the perfect moment. Now his blade was closing in, too fast for her to counter.
Shit! I won't be able to stop it.
The attack connected, but not with Mei. A dark blue disc materialized out of nowhere, stopping the blade inches from her body. She gasped, recognizing the technique instantly.
Kaoru?
She turned her head, searching for him, but he was already moving. Before anyone could react, he was behind Hakare, striking in mid-air. Nagizume closed in. If the attack landed, Hakare would be cut clean through, but before it could strike, another Hozuki shinobi intervened, his own blade clashing against Kaoru's. Hakare flickered backward, narrowly escaping the fatal blow. Where did this kid come from? While he and Mei had been fighting, one of his subordinates had seen Kaoru approaching, warning him just in time to avoid serious injury. The Jonin who blocked Kaoru's attack grinned, stepping forward with a slow, measured step.
Kid, you just messed with someone you shouldn't have.
Kaoru
didn't respond. He could already tell that this opponent was stronger than those he had fought before. Just relying on Suijingen wouldn't be enough. But there was no fear, no hesitation. If anything, Kaoru felt thrilled. Chapter 96, Rebels Everywhere. /N, thank you Sleepyhead and Malcolm Wade for supporting Azure Awakening. Ao was fuming as he read Yagura's latest order. Retreat and join the main force to attack Takimura. His grip on the paper tightened, his frustration boiling over as he slammed it onto the table. What the hell is the Mizukage thinking? His voice echoed through the room, but no one moved to stop him. No one even disagreed. He had expected Yagura to see reason. Kumo was preparing to invade the land of water, and Ao had sent the intelligence back to the main camp without delay. He thought the Mizukage would adjust his strategy, put aside his obsession with Takimura, and focus on defending the nation from a real enemy. But no. Yagura was still fixated on a single village, ignoring the clear threat of a full-scale invasion. Ao's fury only grew as he turned to his subordinates. Our land is one of the easiest to defend, but if we let them move freely, that will change. His voice cracked from the force of his anger, but no one spoke against him. The land of water was unlike the other nations. It wasn't a vast, continuous landmass, but a network of islands, each naturally protected by the water surrounding it. Invading forces had to move entire armies across treacherous seas, where Kiri's superior water affinity made it nearly impossible for enemy ships to reach the shore. Even if they managed to land, securing supplies and maintaining control over scattered islands would be a logistical nightmare. The country was nearly impossible to conquer unless the village responsible for its defense ignored the incoming threat entirely. And that was exactly what Yagura was doing. Ao gritted his teeth, his hands clenching into fists. I thought Yagura was going to be the leader we needed. After the previous Mizukage, all we wanted was someone just and rational, not another lunatic. I kept hoping there was a plan behind his decisions, that he had some deeper strategy I just couldn't see. Why else would he be lenient toward Takimura while sending our own shinobi to die pointlessly? It made no sense, but I still tried to believe in him. He exhaled sharply, trying to control his anger, but it was already too late for restraint. He's slaughtering people we could have absorbed into our ranks if someone had just spoken to them. He's ignoring the real enemy while we waste our strength on a fight that we initiated. He's abandoning our borders and leaving us vulnerable. This isn't leadership. This is madness. His next words carried a weight that shifted the entire atmosphere in the room. I was going to step down from the council even before this war started. I had my doubts, but I stayed because I thought Yagura might be leading us towards something greater. I was wrong. His single eye moved across the room, searching for resistance, but it found none. Every shinobi present had the same bitter expression. I will fight against Kumo until I die, and I hope you all will join me. Silence filled the tent. Slowly the murmurs started. Some were quiet, others louder, but none objected. One by one his men nodded, their resolve hardening with each shout and nod. In that moment, Ao and his 500 shinobi became rebels, but they were prouder than ever. Unlike Takimura, they weren't just facing Yagura. They were about to stand against the overwhelming force of Kumo. Their situation was far worse, but none of them hesitated. It didn't matter how desperate their position was. They would not follow a tyrant. The Jonin Kaoru faced was proud of his taijutsu and kenjutsu, just like most Kirigakure shinobi. Every village had its strengths and shortcomings, but most tried to maintain balance between different disciplines. Kiri was the exception. Konoha, for example, was stronger than other villages in genjutsu and was weaker in kenjutsu, but they never neglected it entirely. They aimed for versatility, ensuring that even if a shinobi had a specialty, they weren't completely helpless in other areas. Kirigakure, on the other hand, outright refused to develop certain skills. Their entire focus was on sheer force. Kenjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu. They believed that sheer brutality and power were the only paths to victory. But this rigid approach had a weakness. When faced with an opponent who countered their strengths, they struggled. And that was exactly what was happening now. The Hozuki Jonin Kaoru faced was undoubtedly stronger and more experienced, but he lacked the speed to land a hit. Even if he managed to close the distance, Kaoru's Water Guardian would render his Kenjutsu useless, forcing him to expend massive amounts of power just to break through Kaoru's defenses. But unlike most Kiri shinobi, the Hozuki clan had an answer for nearly every opponent. Their liquefaction technique made them exceptionally difficult to kill, allowing them to avoid attacks that would have instantly ended other shinobi. On the other hand, Kaoru was also eager to test his Suijingan against it. Kaoru charged forward, Nagizume already closing in. The Hozuki Jonin moved to intercept, his blade flashing as he swung to counter. Kaoru was already shifting his stance, using his reach advantage to swing first, forcing the Jonin to block rather than strike. Kaoru flickered to the side, resetting the distance before his opponent could push forward. The Hozuki Jonin wasn't slow, his reactions were sharp, and he adjusted quickly, but he still wasn't fast enough to catch Kaoru off guard. Kaoru pressed the attack, but when his first two attempts at close-range strikes were blocked, he shifted tactics.
Lingering death.
Without slowing his movements, he kept attacking relentlessly with Nagizume, forcing the Jonin to remain focused on defending against his weapon's deadly reach. At the same time, dark blue needles formed in his opponent's blind spot, hovering for only a fraction of a second before Kaoru spotted the perfect opening and launched them forward. The Hozuki Jonin's instincts flared, warning him of the incoming danger. Like any seasoned warrior, he had at least a basic level of sensory ability, allowing him to react just in time. He twisted his body, dodging most of the needles and blocking the rest, but after deflecting the first few, the sheer force behind them numbed his hands. His movement stuttered, and in that brief hesitation, he missed the final needle. It tore through his arm with monstrous speed, sending a sharp jolt of pain through his body. "What the hell is this?" He scoffed as he instinctively grabbed his wounded arm. How can something so small hit with that kind of force? The wound was tiny, just a pinpoint hole, yet the impact had been devastating. Fortunately for him, the needle had passed through cleanly, missing both the tendons and bone, but the shock of the impact had rattled his entire arm. He needed to reset the pace of the fight, but Kaoru wasn't giving him a chance. Without warning, Kaoru attacked again, flickering to his opponent's left and swinging Nagizume in a wide arc. The Jonin blocked but staggered slightly as his wounded arm struggled against the force. The Hozuki Jonin was beginning to understand that the fight wasn't going in his favor. This kid uses the range of his weapon too effectively. Kaoru wasn't just faster, he was dictating the flow of battle. Every time the Jonin tried to close in, Kaoru would either reset the distance or strike first with Nagizume's superior reach. He was always half a step ahead, keeping control of the fight in a way that was frustrating. Realizing his current approach wasn't working, the Jonin changed tactics. Kaoru, seeing his opponent faltering, immediately pressed forward, spinning into another glaive strike meant to finish disrupting his rhythm. But this time, the Jonin didn't try to parry or counter. Instead, he jumped backward, leaving behind several explosive tags. Kaoru caught the movement instantly. Not falling for that. He flickered backward, avoiding the blast as the tags ignited, sending flames through the battlefield. The attack wasn't meant to injure him. It was only a distraction, a moment of separation to give the Jonin the breather he needed. The moment the explosion faded, his hands were already forming seals. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A massive serpent of water rose from the battlefield. Its presence alone carried weight, as if it were a living creature, watching and waiting to strike. Kaoru stood still, eyes locked on the jutsu, considering his options. Should I take control of it? His Suijingan allowed him to control anything water-related, including water release techniques used by his enemies, but the issue had always been chakra consumption. In the past, even taking control of a chunin's simple technique had been taxing. But this was a high-level jutsu from a Jonin. Not worth it. His chakra was too valuable to waste on something that could be avoided instead. I'll just dodge, and then attack to regain control of the fight. The water dragon surged forward, its massive jaws snapping toward him. Kaoru flickered to the side, avoiding the attack, but the Jonin was already moving. Before Kaoru could reset his stance, the Jonin flickered behind him with blade in hand, striking in a single fluid motion. Kaoru twisted, barely managing to parry, but the force of the attack pushed him off balance for the first time in the fight. He timed that well and is stronger than me. He used the dragon as a feint to force a reaction, then closed the distance before I could counter. The Hozuki Jonin's grip tightened on his sword as he pressed forward, knowing he had finally gained an opening. His strikes came fast and relentless, pushing Kaoru back step by step. Kaoru focused on parrying and redirecting, keeping his footwork sharp to prevent the Jonin from completely taking control. Nagizume was a deadly weapon, but it wasn't made for prolonged close combat against a sword user. I need to shift the pace again. If I let him control the rhythm, he'll cut me down. Kaoru flickered to the left, faking a retreat, but instead of moving further back, he twisted mid-motion, bringing Nagizume's bladed tip around in a sweeping arc. The Jonin barely dodged, but the attack forced him to disengage, giving Kaoru the space he needed. Without wasting a second, Kaoru created dark blue needles, launching them toward the Jonin's legs and arms, aiming to disrupt his movement rather than kill. But the Jonin had already formed a new set of hand seals. Water release, water clone jutsu. Kaoru's Suijingan immediately picked up on the change. One body became two, both moving at the exact same speed, one slightly ahead of the other, attacking from opposite angles. A standard opponent would have been tricked into attacking the wrong target, but Kaoru's Suijingan saw the difference instantly. The clone was pure water. It was just an extension of the Jonin's jutsu, and more importantly, it couldn't block a real attack. The Jonin was trying to bait Kaoru into attacking the wrong target, forcing him into a disadvantageous position. Clever, but not good enough. Instead of focusing on either of them, Kaoru swung Nagizume downward, cutting into the ground beneath him. The force of the impact sent chunks of rock and dirt flying, kicking up a dense dust cloud. The Hozuki Jonin's vision was momentarily blocked, but his attack had already been set into motion. The clone struck first, but it was nowhere near the Hozuki Jonin's level as it had missed the dark blue needle closing in. The moment the attack hit, the clone burst into the water, drenching Kaoru's cloak, but doing nothing else. The real Jonin followed up immediately, trying to take advantage of the misdirection. But Kaoru was already moving. He flickered behind his opponent, swinging Nagizume with the intent to cripple. The Jonin twisted just in time, bringing his blade up to block. Their weapons clashed once again, the force of the impact sending both of them skidding backward. They were about to charge at each other when they sensed the insane amount of chakra getting unleashed, distorting the space itself.
What the hell is that?
Kaoru could not help but murmur. Lord Mizukage has come. The Jonin smiled smugly. Chapter 97. Forbidden Power of Suijingan. What the Kiri Jonin mistook for Yagura was, in reality, Suiren stepping onto the battlefield. The moment she unleashed her power, an overwhelming pressure settled over the area. It wasn't just the chunin who felt intimidated, even the Jonin struggled under the sheer force radiating from her. Chakra coated her entire body, distorting the air and cracking the ground beneath her feet. But it wasn't her own. The source of this immense power was the unsealed Suijingan. By design, the Suijingan was bound by an innate restriction, preventing it from unleashing its hidden potential, the absorption of chakra. Since chakra could manifest in various forms, including elemental nature, the Suijingan, with its absolute control over water, had the power to convert it directly into chakra. However, the Takime Clan's dojutsu exacted a devastating toll. It consumed the user's chakra at an insatiable rate, then drained their very life force to sustain itself. And once unsealed, the process was irreversible. For those born with the Suijingan, it was an ultimate trump card capable of turning the tide of almost any battle. But activating it brought a grim certainty: death. That was why the unsealing technique was considered forbidden and passed down only to the clan heads and their heirs. For Suiren, whose own chakra reserves were abysmally low, the price would be immediate. She would be burning through her life force from the very first moment. Her time was limited. The instant the Suijingan was unsealed, her irises shifted. What once resembled calmly flowing water now swirled violently, a whirlpool in constant motion. The soft cyan hue at the center darkened, tinged with streaks of crimson as the eye began feeding on her very existence.
It's much less painful than I expected.
Suiren flexed her fingers, feeling the raw, unrestrained power flooding into her. The loss of her own chakra no longer mattered as external energy surged toward her in waves, filling the void.
What is happening?
Is this the true power of the Takime clan?
Is that Lady Soren?
What a monstrous presence.
The battlefield fell silent. Stunned and terrified, both allies and enemies alike stood frozen, unable to look away.
Such a monster! She won't fight us, will she?
A Kirinin muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. It wasn't a question, it was a plea, a desperate hope that fate would spare them from the impending slaughter. Because if Suiren turned her attention to them, there would be no survivors. Even the fresh reinforcements, Kirinins, who had already cut down numerous Takimura shinobi, stood trembling. Their numbers, their skill, their experience, none of it offered even the illusion of survival. They needed someone just as strong to stand against her. Only one name came to mind, Yagura. If there was anyone in Kiri who could match this terrifying force, it was him. Yet there was no sign of the Mizukage, and Suiren, now radiating an eerie calm, had already finished adjusting to her power. The violent storm of chakra around her settled. Now it was refined and controlled, but in no way less oppressive. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for her first target. Then she saw a cluster of Kirinin standing together. They were about 10.
Perfect.
Suiren reached out. She did not speak. She did not move. She merely extended her hand. The water obeyed. A massive wave rose from the ground within seconds, crashing toward the Kirinin with devastating force. Those who could escape flickered away in desperation, but the ones caught in Suiren's direct path had no such chance. The wave was simply too vast to evade. Some braced themselves, a few hastily formed earth walls, and one, lacking earth affinity, even attempted a water wall. All of them were futile efforts against the sheer scale of Suiren's technique. The colossal wave crashed down, obliterating the feeble blockades like they were child's play. Even if the initial impact didn't kill the ninja outright, the force knocked them unconscious, leaving them to drown in the churning waters.
I'll keep my ability to extract water a secret until the Mizukage arrives.
Suiren thought. The full extent of the Suijingan's power was unknown to most, intentionally so. The Takime clan had guarded its abilities closely, knowing that revealing too much would paint an even larger target on their backs. Even her own son had died without using it during his final battle. Since survival had been impossible for him regardless, he chose not to give Kiri another reason to hunt their clan. Even if Kiri knew about his ability to extract the water from living beings, doing that to one shinobi and doing that to an entire squad was very different. The Takime clan had the potential to be one of the strongest, but they did not possess the power to protect themselves while growing, so their only option was to hide and wait. Suiren struck again, this time targeting another cluster of Kirinin. Those who had witnessed the first attack firsthand now understood the futility of trying to block it. Kiri's shinobi were not known for their defensive capabilities. They had no access to Rashomon, nor did they possess strong earth release affinities. Their strength lay in their speed, and so they ran. The wave chased them relentlessly, closing in as they scrambled in desperation. But as their comrades struggled against the overwhelming force, the remaining Kiri shinobi realized something horrifying. Simply standing there watching meant waiting for a guaranteed death. Even the Takimura forces had begun gathering, ensuring that they would not stand in Suiren's way so that she could strike their enemies with greater efficiency. Kiri had only one option left: attack, all of them, at once. No matter how powerful Suiren was, she was still just one person. How could she possibly stand against an entire squad? However, that was a naive thought. They lived in a world where powerful shinobi had defeated not just small squads, but entire armies, where one man would one day stand against the combined forces of 4 great villages. But the Kirinin neither knew nor cared about such things. All that mattered was the present. Suiren had to die, and she had to die now. If she finished her current targets, they would be next. Led by a master jonin who had already cut down over a dozen Takimura shinobi, the Kiri forces launched their assault. They unleashed an array of techniques, water and wind jutsu, a barrage of shuriken, kunai laced with explosive tags. But none of it reached her. A towering wall of water surged up in an instant, swallowing the incoming attacks before surging forward, crashing into the Kiri forces with devastating force. Most were swept away before they could react.
If ranged attacks won't work, we'll try close combat,
the Master Jonin decided. In a blur, he flickered behind Suiren. For a moment, she was distracted, her focus split between controlling the wave and the sudden threat. The Master Jonin's blade closed in, its edge gleaming with lethal intent. But before his strike could land, a figure intercepted him, twin blades flashing in the light. The Kirinin's eyes widened. The man standing before him wielded the unmistakable Kiba blades, their jagged edges crackling with lightning. But it wasn't just the weapons. Lightning coated his entire body.
There was no intel on this technique.
Shin's possession of the Kiba blades was well known, but this jutsu was different. This was something eerily similar to the Raikage's lightning armor.
I'll deal with him first.
The Kiri Jonin shifted, swinging his leg in a powerful kick aimed at Shin's head. But Shin vanished in a blur of lightning, ducking under the attack. As the Jonin's leg passed harmlessly overhead, Shin countered, slashing upward in a lethal arc, aiming to carve through his chest and up to his face. The Kiri Jonin leaned back, narrowly evading the worst of it, but the strike still grazed his chest, cutting through fabric and flesh. Off balance now, his defenses were wide open. Shin moved to finish him, but the Kirinin was a Master Jonin for a reason.
Water release, water wall.
A mass of water erupted from the ground, forming a thick barrier between them.
He's trying to buy time,
Shin analyzed. The Jonin was creating a breather, a moment to recover. But with the water wall blocking his path, Shin had no choice but to circle around, his lightning-clad body crackling with impatience. The Kiri Jonin now realized he had gravely underestimated his opponent. Even if he managed to defeat Shin, it would be too late. The few moments he'd spent locked in combat had given Suiren the opening she needed to eliminate half of the remaining shinobi.
This fight is unwinnable. Survival is the best I can hope for,
he thought, his mind racing. No longer focused on victory, he searched for an escape route. His eyes darted to the dense forest on his left. It was the only potential path to freedom.
I'm not dying for a lunatic Mizukage in a senseless battle,
he decided, turning to flee. But Shin was already there, his lightning-clad body crackling with energy as he swung his blade in a precise, calculated arc.
He's not aiming to kill me. He's cutting off my escape,
the Jonin realized, clicking his tongue in frustration. The only way to dodge was backward, but that direction led straight towards Suiren, and she was a death sentence.
If I can survive the initial hit, I might still escape.
Despite Shin's speed, the Jonin was confident in his own. He gritted his teeth and surged forward, bracing for the inevitable strike. He twisted his body, trying to minimize the damage, but Shin's blade still found its mark. The electrified edge sliced through his arm, sending a jolt of pain coursing through his body. Yet, despite the agony, he didn't stop.
He catches me now, I'm dead.
He ran. Flickering through the terrain with all the speed he could muster, he made a desperate dash for the dense forest. After a few moments, he glanced back, surprised to find Shin wasn't pursuing him.
Something's off. Why is he letting me go?
No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find an answer. Why would Shin allow a Master Jonin to escape? The answer was simple. He hadn't.
There's a surprise waiting for you there,
Shin thought, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. But then he paused, struck by the change in his own demeanor. Just a few years ago, it would have been unthinkable for him to trust others, especially someone as young as his students. Yet now he trusted all three of them implicitly. Akane, Mizuki, and Kaoru were exceptional as each had already developed their own signature techniques, a feat almost unheard of at their age. And the Kiri Jonin was about to experience one of those techniques firsthand.
He's missing an arm. She should be more than capable of handling him,
Shin mused. But just to be safe, he sent a shadow clone after them. After all, even a wounded Master Jonin was a dangerous foe. Shin, like nearly everyone close to Kaoru, had received a scroll to learn the shadow clone jutsu. So far, not many had mastered it. Most were preoccupied with other techniques, deeming the jutsu less useful for their current goals. But Shin, with his free time and curiosity, had gladly accepted the gift from his student.
Itachi won't be upset that I use this scroll to teach everyone, will he?
Kaoru wondered briefly, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Itachi wouldn't care, and neither would Konoha. The shadow clone jutsu wasn't as overpowered as the multi-shadow clone jutsu after all, and few shinobi could use it effectively anyway. After sending his clone to assist his student, Shin turned to Sparring, who had already wiped out the remaining Kirinin in the area. The battlefield was eerily quiet, save for the faint crackle of dying flames and the groans of the wounded.
Lady Sparring,
Shin called, his voice laced with quiet respect.
what are your orders? Should we follow you, or stick to the initial plan?
Most of Shin's group was badly injured, some barely standing. They needed medical attention, but Shin knew better than to complain. From Maki, he'd learned the price Sparring was willing to pay in this war. She was burning through her life force to fight for them. Bruises and wounds were trivial in comparison.
It's our...
Sparring's words were cut short as she froze, her senses sharpening. A suffocating, domineering presence washed over the battlefield, silencing even the wind.
He's here.
She said, her voice low but urgent.
Retreat. Now.
Before anyone could react, Sparring turned toward the source of the oppressive aura. Yagura had come. Chapter 98. More Crimson Than Cyan. /N, thank you, Adir Azran, for supporting Azure Awakening. Yagura had just received a troubling report. Kumo was preparing to invade. Most of the council had already been deployed to the battlefield, including the Hozuki clan head and Ao, but those who remained urged him to reconsider his current course of action.
Lord Mizukage, if we attempt to negotiate with Takimura, they will likely stop fighting us and instead turn their attention to Kumo.
One of the clan leaders suggested. His clan was second only to the Hozuki in strength, and Yagura had to be mindful of how he handled him. Emboldened by his words, others quickly joined in.
At worst, we can deal with Takimura after the war.
Agreed. Our focus should be on our true enemies.
Yagura's glare silenced the room.
And what do you think Takimura is? If not an enemy? A friend?
His voice rose, laced with venom.
Would a friend slaughter so many of our shinobi?
His piercing gaze swept across the room, his fury barely restrained. They wouldn't have killed anyone if you hadn't started this meaningless war. Both the Terumi and Takime clans are peace-loving, far more than the others. If you had even tried negotiating. These were the thoughts running through everyone's minds, but no one was brave enough to speak. Yagura had become unpredictable and volatile. He saw conspiracies everywhere, his paranoia growing with each passing day. Those who remembered him as the young Mizukage, once a just leader striving to reform Kiri, could no longer recognize him. The man standing before them was no different from his predecessor, no, perhaps even worse. It was as if he had become someone else entirely.
I've already given the order for all our forces to regroup and focus on Takimura,
Yagura stated. His voice was distant and lacked focus, as if he were speaking on autopilot.
The sooner we eliminate them, the sooner we can turn our attention to Kumo.
Lord Mizukage, please reconsider.
Enough,
Yagura snapped.
I will join the battle myself and end this war.
With that, he stood, signaling the end of the meeting. One by one, the council members left, each carrying the same unspoken thought. If only Mangetsu was still here. With him, we could have forced Yagura to listen. But even if Mangetsu had not disappeared, there was no guarantee he would have opposed Yagura. And even if he tried, the Mizukage was far stronger. There was only one man who might have been able to stand against him, Kisame. But the council didn't know that, and neither did Kisame, who was already on his way to an entirely different country. And just as Yagura said, he was now on the battlefield. The moment he sensed Suiren's chakra, he knew his army would be annihilated if he didn't act fast. Now, in the second form of his Jinchuriki transformation, he charged toward her with terrifying speed. His body was enveloped in a thick chakra cloak, the faint outline of the three tails forming around him. The transformation granted him immense speed, strength, and many other abilities. As a perfect Jinchuriki, he had no fear of losing control, but even so, the strain on his human body was immense. Suiren stood her ground, her eyes locked on the approaching threat. The air around her shimmered as water began to gather, responding to her will. Just like Yagura, her body was also suffering, but in her case, the damage was much more severe.
He's faster than I expected, she thought. If I let him get close, it's over. I need to stop him now.
A massive wave of water surged from the ground, crashing toward Yagura with enough force to crush hundreds of nin. But Yagura didn't slow down. His chakra-coated body tore through the wave like it was nothing, the water scattering harmlessly around him.
His chakra cloak is too strong, Suiren realized. I need to overwhelm him, but I can't waste time.
Shin, watching from a distance, clenched his fists.
Should I even stay? I might just get in her way. He knew Suiren was powerful, but Yagura was on another level. The sheer force of his presence was enough to make even seasoned shinobi hesitate. But if I leave and she falls?
The thought gnawed at him. He couldn't abandon her, not when the fate of the battle, and most likely the war, rested on her shoulders. Yagura was closing in fast. Suiren's eyes narrowed as she summoned another wave, this one bigger and more focused. The water coiled around her like a serpent before lashing out at Yagura. This time, the force of the attack made him skid to a halt, his claws digging into the ground to steady himself.
Good, Suiren thought. He's not invincible.
But Yagura wasn't deterred. With a roar, he launched himself forward again, his chakra cloak flaring brighter. Suiren reacted instantly, summoning a wall of water to block his path, but only for a second. With a burst of chakra, he swung his fist and destroyed the water wall.
He's relentless, Suiren thought, her breath coming faster now. I need to buy time. If I can wear him down...
She flicked her fingers, and the ground beneath Yagura turned to mud as the water kept soaking into it. At the same time, she summoned a whirlpool of water above him, the pressure increasing until it felt like the weight of the sea was pressing down on him. Yagura growled, his chakra flaring as he struggled against the force.
It's working, Shin thought, his heart pounding. But for how long?
Suiren wasn't done. She raised both hands, and the water around her began to shiver. The air grew heavy, charged with energy as she prepared her next move. Yagura, sensing the danger, roared and unleashed a blast of chakra, breaking free from the whirlpool's grip.
Too slow, Suiren thought, her eyes narrowing in determination.
The glowing water shot forward, forming a massive spear that streaked toward Yagura with blinding speed. He barely had time to raise his arms in defense. The spear struck his chakra cloak, the impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. For a moment, it seemed like the attack had worked, but Suiren could not manipulate the water density like Kaoru to make her attacks more lethal. Then the vision cleared, and Yagura emerged, his cloak still intact. His eyes burned with fury as he lunged at Suiren, his claws extended.
Not enough, Suiren realized, her heart sinking. I need more power.
She dodged his first strike, the ground where she'd been standing exploding from the force of his attack. But Yagura was already moving again, his speed unmatched. Suiren barely had time to summon a water wall before his claws slammed into it, the impact sending her skidding backward.
I can't keep this up, she thought, her body aching from the strain. But I can't stop either.
Shin watched, his mind racing.
If I intervene now, I might just get in her way. But if I don't?
He tightened his grip on his blades, lightning crackling around him.
I can't just stand here!
Before he could move, Suiren unleashed another attack. The ground beneath Yagura erupted, geysers of water shooting up from all sides. The water twisted and coiled around him, forming a massive sphere that trapped him inside. Suiren clenched her fist, and the sphere began to shiver violently as dozens of bullets were launched toward the Mizukage.
This has to work, she thought, her vision blurring from the strain. I can't hold it much longer.
But Yagura wasn't done. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a burst of chakra so powerful it shattered the water sphere, sending shards of liquid flying in all directions. Suiren staggered, her body trembling from the effort.
It's over, Shin realized, his heart sinking. She's reached her limit.
Yagura charged again, his claws gleaming with deadly intent. Suiren raised her hand, but her vision blurred. The Suijingan's effects had increased, and it was causing immense pain, making it impossible to ignore it. Shin realized that unless he intervened, Suiren would die. His mind raced as he struggled to understand his own motivations.
I don't belong to the Takime or Terumi clans, he thought, his grip tightening on his blades. Since his meeting with Maki, he had been searching for a new purpose. While he loved her deeply, he wasn't the type to dedicate his entire life to a single feeling. Yes, he would risk his life for her without hesitation, but he would do the same for his students, friends, or anyone who he held dear.
Then it clicked. He had already found the purpose. It was not as romantic as fighting in love's name, nor as honorable as dying for students would be, but it was exactly what Shin had been looking for.
Takimura is my home, and I will defend it no matter the cost. Takimura stood for everything Shin loved and cherished. It united his students, the girl he loved, and the people he respected. The lightning around Shin surged with newfound intensity, the kiba blades crackling in unison. Let's see how strong I really am, he thought, a faint smile escaping him as he charged forward. Yagura barely acknowledged him, scanning him once before dismissing him as nothing more than a master jonin, unworthy of his attention. But Shin was determined to prove that even a master jonin could become a serious problem.
He intercepted Yagura's charge, slashing at him with both blades from the side and forcing the Mizukage to halt his advance. Yagura stopped, but Shin didn't. He pressed the attack relentlessly, his blades a blur of lightning and steel. Yagura deflected some strikes and dodged others, but it was clear that Shin couldn't deal any real damage to the monstrous Jinchuriki. Still, that wasn't his goal. He just needed to buy time. Yagura, now thoroughly annoyed, swung his clawed hand in a wide arc, aiming to rip Shin apart. But before the attack could land, a wall of water surged between them, blocking the blow.
Lady Suiren, are you all right?
Shin shouted, his voice a mix of relief and concern as he noticed her eyes, now more crimson than cyan.
She's either increased the rate of her life force absorption, or this is just part of the process, he thought, his grip on kiba blades tightening with unease.
Suiren nodded without taking her eyes off Yagura.
I'm fine, Shin. Thanks to you.
Her mind, however, was racing.
Attacking like this won't work. He heals every injury I inflict, and his chakra reserves are beyond anything I can match. I need to use my trump card.
Suiren's eyes began to glow even brighter, the air around her shifting unnaturally. The ground beneath her feet cracked and dried, the grass withering and dying as if all moisture was being sucked away.
She's gathering chakra through water, Shin thought, his eyes widening in disbelief.
Yagura, however, remained unimpressed. He charged at Suiren once more, but this time his movement was abruptly halted. He looked around, confused, as nothing seemed to be holding him. Then he felt it, a strange, painful sensation from within, as if something was trying to force its way out of his body. What began as a faint itch quickly escalated into unbearable agony. Yagura screamed, his body trembling as the pain intensified. From the corner of his nearly shut eyes, he could see Suiren in a similar state, or perhaps even worse. Her entire body trembled, her skin withering as the chakra she had gathered surged violently into her. Yagura realized that she was suffering far more than he was. If he could just endure a little longer, she would collapse under the strain. But before he could take solace in that thought, the pain intensified further. He watched in horror as the moisture began to leave his arm, his skin drying and cracking. The agony was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Desperate to end the fight, Yagura straightened his remaining arm, which increased in length unnaturally, shooting towards Suiren like a snake striking its prey. Shin flickered, trying to intercept the attack, but he knew he wouldn't reach her in time.
I thought staying close would only hold her back, he realized. regret flooding his mind. This was a mistake.
Yagura's hand was inches from Suiren's neck when a blade pierced through it, cutting through the chakra and dissolving the attack. The tigress had finally come. Chapter 99. Regret Changes Nothing. /N. Thank you, Blazo, for supporting Azure Awakening. The first wave of Kiri's forces had failed. Most of them were already slaughtered, and the victory boosted Takimura's morale and confidence. However, those in charge knew that the situation hadn't truly changed, as the next wave of Kiri's forces had already come. The Takimura shinobi were now wounded and exhausted, and even if a second wave from Kiri happened to be weaker, they could still easily overwhelm them. Survival depended on every shinobi pushing themselves beyond their limits, with the strongest among them bearing the heaviest burden. They would have to face not only hundreds of Kiri nin, but also their most powerful fighters simultaneously. Kaoru, locked in combat with a Hozuki Jonin, understood the urgency. He needed to end this fight quickly and then assist his comrades. To his surprise, he realized he was far stronger than he had thought. The premium soldier pill he'd taken was effectively negating his biggest weakness, his low chakra reserves. In truth, his reserves weren't small. It was just that the Suijingan consumed so much chakra that it often felt insufficient.
If my chakra reserves hadn't grown exponentially over the last few years, I'd be in serious trouble right now,
Kaoru thought. His reserves were now almost at Jonin level, albeit on the lower end, but still impressive for his age.
The problem is, the growth of my reserves has slowed down. In a few years, it might stop entirely.
Kaoru's thoughts were interrupted as the Hozuki Jonin began forming hand seals. Water release, water mist jutsu. His eyes widened as a thick mist enveloped the battlefield, but he wasn't scared or threatened. He was puzzled.
Why would he use a mist technique against me? I can sense water particles. This is like giving me a free sensory field.
A faint smile tugged at his lips.
Let's use this mist to create my area of control.
Kaoru's eyes glowed brighter as the mist in the air began to dissipate, or rather, gather into dozens, if not hundreds, of dark blue water droplets. The Kiri Jonin's eyes widened in disbelief. He can take control of my own technique. There was nothing about this in the report. The Takime clan's abilities were a mystery, not because they were well hidden, but because Kaoru was only the second person in the clan's history to fully awaken the Suijingan and control water so freely. Meanwhile, Kaoru was also surprised, but he was surprised by the chakra consumption.
I didn't realize taking control of already formed mist would require so much chakra,
he thought, his brows furrowing. This fight was proving to be a valuable learning experience, but he had no time to dwell on it. His opponent was already preparing for another attack, and Kaoru couldn't afford to experiment now. Since my water release is useless against you, the Hozuki Jonin thought, I'll close the distance and fight you where I have the advantage. The Hozuki clan, like the Takime, were heavily inclined toward water affinity. However, their primary fighting style was close-range combat, a trait shared by most of Kirigakure's shinobi. After witnessing Kaoru's superior reach with his Nagizume, the Hozuki Jonin realized that closing the distance would be difficult, especially since Kaoru controlled the distance perfectly, leveraging his speed to maintain the upper hand. The Kiri nin flickered, forming hand signs even before he reappeared. Water release, water clone. Kaoru, unsure of his opponent's plan, retreated and launched a barrage of dark blue needles toward him. So, the blue needle of Takime finally uses his signature move. The Jonin sneered. Kaoru's tactics were no surprise. His reputation had spread far and wide, even surpassing some of Takimura's stronger shinobi. His dojutsu was simply that extraordinary. If this kid analyzes my attack patterns and devises an effective strategy, he'll become nearly impossible to deal with. The Jonin's frustration was growing. Now that his water techniques had proven to be completely useless, his only chance to win was to force a close-range fight, where his experience, superior skills, and raw strength could turn the tide, but it was easier said than done. The Jonin dodged the needles and charged forward, but his water clone was pierced by several projectiles and dissolved into a splash of water. Kaoru watched carefully as he contemplated,
Should I conserve chakra and engage in close combat?
He knew his opponent was stronger and more skilled in kenjutsu, but he had his own advantages.
Nagizume provides superior reach, allowing me to maintain a safe distance while attacking. So, if I defeat him without using too much chakra, later, I can use the high-density water droplets to eliminate the rest of Hozuki forces still on the battlefield.
But he quickly dismissed the idea.
Mei might not be able to hold out much longer,
Kaoru realized. The Hozuki clan's forces were slowly gaining the upper hand as more Terumi shinobi fell. Mei, now facing the Hozuki clan's head and another jonin, was barely able to defend herself. The other two Terumi jonins were pinned down by their own opponents, unable to assist. Kaoru couldn't afford to waste time. He reached out his hand, and the water droplets hovering in the air transformed into needles, launching toward the Hozuki jonin, who was still pursuing Kaoru. I should not block these needles. I have to avoid them, the jonin thought, having learned his lesson. The dark blue needles carried immense force, making deflecting them truly difficult. Twisting his body, the jonin narrowly avoided the projectiles. But just as he thought the danger had passed, Kaoru appeared in front of him, abandoning his retreat. He charged forward, swinging his Nagizume in a deadly arc aimed at the jonin's neck. The jonin reacted quickly, raising his blade to block the incoming attack. But the moment his blade made contact, Kaoru in front of him dissolved into water. A water clone. His eyes widened in terror as the water, instead of splashing to the ground, morphed into a sphere and surrounded him.
Water release! Water prison!
Kaoru clenched his fist, smirking faintly as he watched the jonin struggle. He was not mocking his opponent, he was enjoying his progress.
Shinobi with high water affinity are useless against me,
he thought proudly, his confidence growing. Kaoru was a natural counter to Kirinin. Their only hope was close combat, but his superior speed made that impossible. The water sphere tightened around the jonin, its surface rippling as he thrashed violently. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. To make matters worse, water spears materialized inside the prison, piercing his body in multiple places. He couldn't even scream. The water drowned his voice, leaving him in silent agony. To die at the hands of a kid. The jonin's final thought was one of bitter regret. Slowly, the clear blue sphere turned into ominous crimson. The jonin's gaze shifted toward his clan head, who was completely focused on Mei, oblivious to the fact that one of his strongest shinobi had just been killed by a child. We underestimated Takimura, thought the jonin as his eyes lost the focus. Kaoru's proud smile faded as he turned away from the lifeless body still floating in the water sphere. There was no time to dwell on his victory, he needed to help his allies. If he rushed to help Mei now, there was a good chance he'd end up in a stalemate. Instead, he decided to assist the two Terumi jonins first. With their help, he could turn the tide of the battle and support Mei.
Just hold on a few more minutes,
Kaoru thought, sending a silent encouragement to Mei. With a flicker, he vanished, reappearing near his next targets.
No.
Akane screamed, tears streaming down her face. She had been placed in Mei's squad since she was a Terumi, and Suguru had followed her, determined to be there if she needed help. He had pestered everyone he could until he was finally placed in Mei's squad. A decision he never regretted, not even when a Kirinin's blade pierced his heart. Suguru wanted to say something meaningful with his final words, but he could not find the strength within him. The initial pain faded quickly, leaving only cold and fear. He was afraid of dying. There were so many things he still wanted to experience.
Why did you do this? He couldn't have killed me.
Akane cried, cradling Suguru's head in her hands. For a moment, it felt as if the battle had paused, allowing them their final moment together. But the illusion shattered as a Kirinin seized the opportunity, charging at Akane's exposed back.
I need to kill this brat while she's distracted,
the Kirinin thought. Akane had proven to be a formidable opponent. She was fast, strong, and deadly. Each swing of her blade had claimed a life, and the new technique she'd accidentally created during a near-death experience was now refined and devastating. The only drawback was that after it ran out, she would be left completely defenseless, requiring hours to recover. She had been saving it for a stronger opponent. The Kiri-nin's blade was inches from her neck when the air around Akane distorted violently, forcing him back.
What the hell is this chakra?
He thought, his confidence wavering. For a moment, he felt genuine fear from the sheer violence radiating from her aura.
I'll be back, Suguru. I'll kill all of them.
Akane whispered through clenched teeth as she stood. Her gentle, soft gaze was gone, replaced by nothing but hatred and rage.
All we wanted was to live peacefully,
she said, her voice rising with every word.
We didn't kill anyone, didn't attack anyone, didn't rob anyone. So why are you attacking us? Why did you have to invade us?
Akane wasn't seeking an answer. She was unleashing her emotions, her grief transforming into raw fury. In an instant, she flickered behind the Kiri-nin, her blade already in motion.
I can't avoid this,
the chunin thought, raising his weapon to block. But when steel met steel, the sheer force of Akane's strike sent him flying. She didn't give him a moment to recover. Before he could even hit the ground, she was there, her blade slicing through the air. This time, it found its mark, severing his head from his body. He didn't even have time to struggle. Akane's movements were too fast, too relentless. Akane didn't stop. She flickered from enemy to enemy, cutting them down without hesitation. Her blade soon turned crimson, dripping with blood. Her once beautiful and bright face was now splattered with blood, chunks of her enemies clinging to her armor. Even an elite chunin had no means to defend themselves from her attacks. Even though she fought without regard for her safety, her opponents could not take advantage of that, as her attacks were ferocious and relentless, giving them no opening. Usually people would prioritize their own self and make less risky moves. However, Akane no longer cared about her safety. Her only goal was to inflict as much damage as possible.
I'll kill all of you. Kill. Kill.
Her mind was in a haze, thoughts focused on one single goal. The other Terumi ninja watched in awe and fear. This wasn't the Akane they knew. Her fighting style now resembled the certain tigress. Her rampage turned the tide of the battle, and soon her squad overwhelmed their opponents. When the fighting finally ended, Akane stood motionless, drenched in blood, surrounded by bodies. The battlefield was silent in motion, except for the sound of blood dripping from her blade and armor.
Suguru,
she whispered, her voice breaking as she ran back to where his body lay. He was no longer breathing, his body growing colder with each passing moment. Akane reached out, gently closing his eyes. She had no words left. All she wanted was another chance, a way to change the outcome of the battle.
I should have used this power from the beginning,
she thought, her mind heavy with regret. She searched for mistakes, for ways this tragedy could have been avoided. But no matter how much she thought or despaired, nothing could change the truth. Life never gives second chances. Suguru was gone.